The icy seawater suddenly slapped against his face, and the man abruptly opened his eyes. At this moment, he was in the middle of a boundless sea, with only a dilapidated wooden plank beneath him. A familiar message appeared. "Welcome to the endless sea." Lu Chang'an was shocked. He had actually returned to the first day of the survival game. In his previous life, he perished together with a mermaid queen. In this life, he will surely turn everything around. Just then, Lu Chang'an suddenly felt a warm, soft sensation in his chest, as if something was hidden there. He reached out and took it. When he saw what was in his hand, his pupils suddenly contracted. It was a sleeping miniature mermaid with silky silver hair and a face so beautiful it seemed like a dream. The Mermaid Queen. Although her body has shrunk, Lu Chang'an will never forget her beautiful face. At this moment, she slowly opened her eyes, her sapphire-like eyes staring straight at Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an clearly saw that the look in her eyes first turned blank, then astonished, and finally angry. Clearly, she had recognized Lu Chang'an, and she had also been reborn. After a brief moment of surprise, Lu Chang'an sneered. "It seems I don't have to wait until I grow up to get revenge." Lu Chang'an suddenly tightened his grip, trying to crush her to death. At this moment, she was extremely weak and powerless to resist such immense strength. Her face was full of pain, but seeing her in pain, Lu Chang'an felt no pleasure whatsoever. Lu Chang'an also felt as if he were being tightly gripped by a giant hand, and that immense force seemed to be crushing his bones completely. Lu Chang'an subconsciously let go, and the terrifying force immediately disappeared. He was panting heavily, but he noticed that she was also breathing heavily with her small mouth open. Lu Chang'an's eyes were filled with confusion. He was the one who wanted to strangle her, so why was he the one who almost got strangled to death? He tentatively bent his finger and flicked her forehead. Her little head tilted to the side, her eyes filled with swirling little stars. At the same time, Lu Chang'an also felt a heavy blow to his head, and his vision blurred. This gave rise to an absurd thought in his mind. Could it be that his senses had become connected with hers? Just then, a delicate voice suddenly rang in Lu Chang'an's mind. "Foolish human, stop. You can talk." Lu Chang'an looked at her in surprise. In his previous life, Lu Chang'an had tried to communicate with her countless times, but all his attempts ended in failure. "I would never use such a lowly language. I am communicating with you through my soul." Soul. Lu Chang'an was slightly taken aback. For some reason, our souls have merged. Lu Chang'an also fell silent. After a moment, he gave a self-deprecating laugh. "I never imagined that we, who were fighting to the death before, would be sharing life and death together in the future. I never imagined that I would have to coexist with such a stupid, barbaric, and ferocious inferior creature as you." Lu Chang'an sneered. "You attacked my fleet and killed my comrades, and you have the nerve to call me barbaric and cruel?" In his previous life, Lu Chang'an survived for 3 years and built a powerful fleet with his S-level talent, Wild Strike. But he was attacked by the Mermaid Queen, which ultimately led to the destruction of his fleet. He had no choice but to burn his life force and perish together with her. She puffed out her cheeks. "If you hadn't slaughtered my people and killed my sister, why would I seek revenge against you? Stop talking nonsense. When have I ever killed any of your people? Your territory is in the dark abyss, while I am in the Bay of Sighs." At that time, Lu Chang'an was far away from her, and there was no conflict between them. This was precisely why Lu Chang'an hadn't expected her to attack him first. "You still dare to deny it. My subject clearly said that he saw with his own eyes that you were the murderer," she said angrily. Lu Chang'an couldn't help but scold. "Fool! Our souls are now intertwined. Can't you sense whether I'm lying or not?" After saying this, she fell into a long silence. Lu Chang'an was right. She could indeed sense that he wasn't lying. This means that the one who really made a mistake was her. She attacked Lu Chang'an for no reason. In addition, she thought of some even more alarming things. Why did her strength suddenly drop drastically during that battle? Under normal circumstances, even if Lu Chang'an were 10 times stronger, it would be impossible for him to perish together with her. All of this can only mean one thing. She was betrayed and secretly plotted against. After a long silence, she finally spoke. "I misunderstood you. I will make it up to you." "Compensation?" How do you plan to compensate me? Lu Chang'an scoffed. Right now, any random fish could devour her. The Empress gently bit her red lips. Once I grow up, you can have whatever you want. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly. By the time you grow up, it'll be too late. I remember your body used to be able to expand to several thousand meters, much larger than my ship. From now on, you'll be my vehicle. As soon as the words were spoken, a notification appeared. A new vehicle has been detected. Mermaid Queen, level 0. Fine. Upon seeing the notification, Lu Chang'an was taken aback. He had only been jokingly teasing her, using her as a vehicle. She never expected that the system would actually bind her to its exclusive vehicle. What? The Mermaid Queen puffed out her cheeks and widened her eyes. I'm the Lord of the Dark Abyss, the supreme being who rules over countless sea creatures. How dare you make me your vehicle? Lu Chang'an smiled slightly. That was the old you. The current you can't even beat a small fry. Ignoring her angry protest, Lu Chang'an silently recited in his mind, confirm binding. Since he couldn't kill her, he would make her his vehicle, to serve him and risk his life for him. Moreover, an empress who has gained the system's approval possesses abilities far exceeding those of ordinary vehicles. Binding successful. Vehicle, Mermaid Queen, level 0. Trait 1, Ocean Affinity. Sailing speed, plus 30%. Resource extraction, plus 30%. Trait 2, Soul Symbiosis. Shares attributes, skills, and life essence. Looking at the two features displayed on the panel, Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. Ordinary players start with nothing on their wooden planks, offering no attribute bonuses whatsoever. As the supreme ruler of the ancient sea race, she was born with two exceptional characteristics. Increased sailing speed provides a significant advantage, whether for escaping danger or exploring coastal waters. The added value of resource extraction is the core key to widening the gap in the endless sea. Even more powerful is the soul symbiosis. As their levels increase, both sides can share attributes and skills synchronously. In other words, Lu Chang'an can keep getting stronger even if he does nothing. With her by his side, his achievements in this life will surely far surpass those of his previous life. With joy in his heart, Lu Chang'an gently placed the miniature mermaid queen into the seawater. The next moment, a clear, white bubble quietly condensed and floated on the surface of the sea. A layer of hydrogel membrane condenses inside the bubble, making it suitable for people to sit on. They actually used bubbles as vehicle platforms. Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. He stepped through the blister without feeling any resistance. Once on the membrane, the surface felt soft yet resilient. The only drawback is that the space is a bit cramped, with an area of less than 2 square meters. She turned her head and saw this scene, and was immediately furious. What exactly did you do to me? It's nothing. Just try swimming forward a little further, Lu Chang'an said calmly. She swam forward defiantly, yet vaguely felt an invisible pull. The water bubble platform behind her moved forward like a chariot, pulled along by her. She instantly understood what was happening. Her face flushed red with shock and anger. This damned human actually used the dignified queen of the abyss as a means of transportation. She angrily leaped out of the water and bit Lu Chang'an's hand hard, determined to teach him a lesson. But the next moment, she opened her mouth with a pitiful look, and her eyes reddened slightly. Their souls were intertwined, sharing the same pain. When she bit Lu Chang'an, the pain would also fall on her. Lu Chang'an grinned and shook his hand, secretly thinking that this silly fish's teeth were far too sharp. You must have used a despicable contract against me. Terminate it immediately. She glared angrily at Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an asked in a serious tone, Don't you want to find out who is plotting against you behind your back? She paused slightly. Of course I want to. But what does that have to do with becoming your vehicle? Lu Chang'an began to deceive her. After you are bound to a symbiotic vehicle, you can use my talent to speed up your recovery. Or is it that you keep saying you want to protect your people, but you can't even be this patient? She fell silent instantly. With the motives of those despicable people, there is absolutely no way they would give her any time to grow. For the sake of her people and for revenge, she could only endure this humiliation. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and nodded. I'm willing to endure this for the time being, but you are not allowed to order me around at will, and you must not offend me wantonly. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Lu Chang'an's lips curled into a smug smile. This fool was indeed easy to fool. She stared at Lu Chang'an suspiciously. I have a feeling you have ulterior motives. Because of their soul connection, she could vaguely sense Lu Chang'an's emotions. Lu Chang'an declared with righteous indignation, "We are bound by life and death. Our souls are one. How could I possibly harm myself?" Lu Chang'an suddenly asked, "By the way, do you know how to break the fusion of souls?" She gently shook her head. "I only heard about it from my elders when I was young. I have never experienced it myself, and I don't know how to resolve it." Lu Chang'an sighed inwardly. Even she, with her demigod-level strength, couldn't break the spell. It seems the two are destined to be bound together, sharing life and death. However, this may not necessarily be a bad thing. With this deep-sea queen by his side, Lu Chang'an's journey on the endless sea is destined to go further than in his previous life. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Lu Chang'an. He gave a gentle smile. She raised her smooth, delicate chin, her expression carrying an innate arrogance. According to the tradition of my tribe, one's real name can only be told to close relatives and partners. Ordinary people are not entitled to know it. Lu Chang'an chuckled and said, "All right, then I'll call you Silly Fish from now on. It's simple and easy to remember." You. She was both angry and annoyed, but helpless. She could only say angrily, "My name is Lalea." She couldn't possibly let Lu Chang'an call her Silly Fish every day, otherwise her dignity as an empress would be completely lost. Lu Chang'an smiled and pulled her into his palm, deliberately teasing and playing with her gently. He wanted to make the little fish understand that it shouldn't put on that high and mighty queen-like air in front of him. "You bastard Lu Chang'an, release me. How dare you be so disrespectful to me?" Lalea continued to protest and struggle until, after a long time, she completely lost her strength, and Lu Chang'an finally put her down. Lu Chang'an turned his gaze to his personal panel, finally landing on the talent section. To survive in the endless sea, talent will determine a person's potential. In his previous life, Lu Chang'an rose through the ranks thanks to his S-level talent and built a massive fleet. In this life, will he be able to draw the same talent again, or even obtain an even more powerful talent? Lu Chang'an silently uttered the word draw. The text in the talent bar scrolled rapidly, finally settling on a stable frame. Talent. Master Craftsman SSS. Everything you create or improve will have all attributes increased by 50%, and there is a 40% chance of triggering a beneficial mutation. Upon seeing this information, Lu Chang'an's breath hitched, his eyes filled with surprise. In his previous life, after 3 years of trying to survive, the strongest talent he had ever heard of was only SS level. That person was none other than the strongest being recognized by humankind, and Lu Chang'an actually drew an SSS level talent in this life. If this news were to spread, it would surely cause a sensation throughout humanity, and the effects of the Master Craftsman are simply phenomenal. Whether it's upgrading vehicles, building facilities, crafting weapons, or cultivating plants and animals, almost anything that requires hands-on work will grant you an amplification. The most outrageous thing is that there is a 40% chance of creating entirely new features, which means infinite possibilities. Lu Chang'an looked at the still somewhat dejected Lalea. As long as he helped her complete the upgrade, she would gain attribute bonuses and might even awaken a skill. Even better, because their souls are intertwined, all these attributes and skills will be shared with Lu Chang'an. This is practically a case of stepping on one foot and taking off from a spot. Lu Chang'an no longer needs to work as hard as he did in his previous life. He only needs to keep upgrading Lalea. Unexpectedly, what Lu Chang'an had just used to fool her actually came true. His talent could indeed help her recover her strength sooner. As if sensing Lu Chang'an's heightened emotions, Lalea snapped out of her daze and bit his arm again. "Are you a dog? You bite people all the time." Lu Chang'an grinned. This silly fish's bites really hurt. As a perk for new players, an island will appear in the very center of each new player sea area. The island is rich in resources, and Lu Chang'an plans to be the first to land on it and take all of those resources for himself. Lalea surfaced, glaring at Lu Chang'an with annoyance. You really think of me as someone to pull a carriage? I need to acquire resources as soon as possible to help you regain your strength. Lu Chang'an shrugged. Of course, if you don't care, I don't mind either. Lalaya was speechless. She gave a frustrated groan, flicked her tail, and swam towards the sea ahead. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly and opened the basic supplies box. Compressed biscuits 3, drinking water 3, wood 10, carbon fishing line 1. Upon seeing the carbon fiber fishing line, Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately took out his beginner fishing rod. In his previous life, Lu Chang'an intended to use it to obtain fresh water, but after fishing for several days in a row, he caught nothing and almost died of thirst. Of course, this time he didn't intend to use it directly for fishing, but rather to modify it and try to use his talents. Lu Chang'an twitched his fingers slightly, removing the original crude fishing line and replacing it with a carbon fiber fishing line. Throughout this process, his hands emitted a faint glow. After the carbon fiber fishing line was installed, the entire fishing rod shimmered with a subtle sheen. The attributes have also undergone a dramatic change. Beginner fishing rod, durability, 15. Quality, green, excellent. Effect, has a certain probability of catching freshwater, food, materials, treasure chests, and other resources. Additional feature, after 2 consecutive misses, the third shot will guarantee a resource. Upon seeing these attributes, Lu Chang'an was overjoyed. This fishing rod had actually mutated and gained additional characteristics. As expected of an SSS level talent, it's truly powerful. Lu Chang'an immediately began fishing. Not long after, he felt a movement on his fishing rod and immediately reeled it in. Received 1 bottle of drinking water. Lu Chang'an couldn't help but laugh. In his previous life, he had fished for days without success, but in this life, he caught it on his very first cast. From now on, he would never have to be an Air Force pilot again. However, the next cast came up empty. Another cast, and still nothing. It wasn't until the third cast that the fishing rod triggered the safety mechanism. Lalaya turned around and gave Lu Chang'an a mocking smile. Lu Chang'an rolled his eyes and simply opened the chat room, deciding to avoid seeing it and getting annoyed. Since we are currently in the beginner phase, World Chat is not yet open. Only regional chat channels are available. The channel was constantly being updated with a dense barrage of messages, including those searching for relatives, boasting, and asking for help. A dazzling array of information. Lu Chang'an found it quite interesting. Such a grand spectacle could only be seen during the novice stage, because over time, fewer and fewer people will speak in the chat room. The vast majority of people will die, and the remaining people will only briefly appear when a transaction is needed. Just as Lu Chang'an was watching with great interest, he suddenly felt the fishing rod in his hand suddenly sink. He quickly reeled in his line, and a rustic wooden box was slowly pulled out of the water. A treasure chest. If we were to choose the most wondrous and serendipitous item in the endless sea, the treasure chest would undoubtedly be the top contender. Chapter 4. Mermaid Queen Upgrade. Rewards: 10 wood, 10 plastic, 10 iron ingots, building blueprint, 1 fishing platform, 1 E-grade crystal core. Upon seeing the E-grade crystal core, Lu Chang'an was overjoyed. Lalaya was desperately short of energy for her upgrade, and this had unexpectedly come to her. The crystal core contains life energy and is the most important energy source in the endless sea. Whether it is the growth of sea beasts, the operation of instruments, or human cultivation, they cannot do without it. The lowest grade of crystal core is F, with only 1 point of energy, while grade E has 10 points. Lu Chang'an picked up the crystal core and called out to Lalaya, "Look what this is." Lalaya had been mocking him, thinking he'd failed to catch anything again, but when she saw what Lu Chang'an was holding, her eyes lit up instantly. An E-grade crystal core? Lu Chang'an tossed the crystal core in his hand, deliberately asking her if she wanted it. Lalaya immediately swam to his side and reached out to take it. But Lu Chang'an gripped the crystal core tightly, asking her why. There's no such thing as a free lunch in the endless sea, and he couldn't let Lalaya think that he was entitled to give her things. Lalaya puffed out her cheeks in anger and could only ask him what he wanted. Lu Chang'an asked her to bring something in exchange. Lalaya immediately retorted, saying that she was already helping him pull the cart. Lu Chang'an, however, sneered and reminded her that it was she, not him, who needed to save her people. Now he was helping her. Lalaya was both angry and annoyed, but she couldn't argue with him, so she could only grit her teeth and say that she had nothing. Lu Chang'an smiled faintly and pointed to his cheek. "Give me a kiss." Lalaya immediately flew into a rage, cursing him as lewd and shameless. How could she, the Lord of the Abyss, possibly kiss this filthy man? Lu Chang'an wasn't in a hurry and changed the condition again, asking her to call him Dad. Lalaya's face flushed red with anger, feeling humiliated. Seeing this, Lu Chang'an backed down, asking her to call him Master. Lalaya became even angrier, her entire fish body glowing red, resolutely refusing to acknowledge a human as her master. Lu Chang'an raised an eyebrow, pretending to throw the crystal core into the sea. Lalaya, enraged, lunged at him, intending to bite him. But Lu Chang'an was prepared. He simply lifted her up and placed her in front of him. He seemed to have suddenly come up with a solution, suggesting that she give him a massage for an hour. Lalaya hesitated. Compared to kissing him, calling him Daddy or Master, a massage seemed more acceptable. She was completely unaware that Lu Chang'an had swayed her thinking. It was inherently illogical for a queen to give massages to humans. Seeing her wavering, Lu Chang'an immediately escalated the situation. "I meant 1 hour every day." Lalaya was instantly enraged, cursing him as shameless. Lu Chang'an raised his hand to throw the crystal core again. Lalaya could only grit her teeth and call out to him, reluctantly agreeing. She secretly vowed that once her strength was restored, she would definitely pin Lu Chang'an down. After confirming that she wouldn't back out, Lu Chang'an smiled and handed her the crystal core. Lalaya immediately popped it in her mouth. The crystal core was still a bit too big for her at her current size. As the energy was extracted, the crystal core rapidly shrank and soon disappeared. A faint blue light rose from Lalaya's body. Lu Chang'an opened the vehicle interface and saw that the upgrade energy had become October 10th upgradable. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade. The next second, a bright light burst forth from Lalaya's body. Her size began to increase, and the water bubble enveloping her also rapidly expanded. The area of the diaphragm under Lu Chang'an's feet also continued to expand, from 3 square meters to 5 square meters, then to 8 square meters, and finally stopped at about 10 square meters, which was already the size of a small room. And Lalaya has completely changed. She was originally a tiny little thing, no bigger than the palm of your hand, but now she looks like a 4 or 5-year-old child. At the same time, her attributes have also undergone a huge change. The sailing speed and resource extraction capabilities have both increased, and an additional marine sensor has been added. This ability can detect the surrounding sea area within a kilometer, including topography, currents, sea creatures, and humans, essentially giving you a small radar. After being enhanced by the Master Craftsman skill, her attributes increased by another 50%, with her agility and spirit reaching 3 times that of an average person. Even more astonishingly, her bloodline was S-rank and possessed a total of 4 unique characteristics. Although only the first one has been unlocked so far, it's already enough to make her a darling of the ocean. Furthermore, the new water shield skill triggered by Master Craftsman greatly enhances her survivability. Such attributes are ridiculously strong. Just as Lu Chang'an was marveling at Lalaya's power, his expression suddenly changed drastically. The next moment, he collapsed onto the diaphragm, his body convulsing violently and uncontrollably. Chapter 5. Attribute Search. Lu Chang'an lay on the diaphragm, feeling excruciating pain all over his body. A massive force was surging through his body, strengthening him. The process was too brutal. His muscles, bones, and internal organs felt like they were being repeatedly crushed, causing him excruciating pain that made it almost impossible to breathe. Fortunately, the pain came on quickly and subsided just as fast. Before long, the pain subsided, replaced by an unprecedented sense of comfort. He felt full of energy, and even the world around him seemed much brighter. Lu Chang'an immediately opened the attribute panel. Player Lu Chang'an, Constitution 23, Strength 22, Agility 40, Spirit 42, Luck not visible, Talent Master Craftsman. The set includes the Abyssal Sea Spirit trait, the Water Shield skill, the Beginner Fishing Rod and Fishing Platform Construction Blueprint items, and a Mermaid Queen vehicle. Looking at this luxurious stat set, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sure enough, he acquired Lalaya's attributes, traits, and skills. In his previous life, it took him nearly half a year to reach this level, but in this life, it was only the first day. More importantly, this is just the beginning. Lalaya is only level 1 now. Her future growth potential is immeasurable. At that moment, a malicious laugh rang out. Lu Chang'an got up and saw Lalaya staring at him, her small, pink fist already raised. She said triumphantly, "Serves you right for bullying me before. Now I'm going to settle the score with you." Lu Chang'an chuckled. "What? You think you're invincible just because you've regained a little strength?" Lalaya snorted, her face full of confidence, although this strength was less than 1/10,000th of her peak power. But in her opinion, dealing with an ordinary human was enough. Lu Chang'an raised an eyebrow. "Then you try." Lelia called out in a childish voice and charged straight at him. Before she could even touch Lu Chang'an, a flick of the wrist landed on her forehead. The next second, she collapsed without a sound, her vision filled with stars, completely bewildered as to why, despite becoming stronger, she still couldn't defeat him. Lu Chang'an lifted her by the fishtail and threw her into the water. No slacking off, pull the cart. Lalaya floated up from the water, gave him a resentful look, and then obediently swam forward with bubbles in her eyes. She secretly thought that it must be because she didn't have enough resources. If she became a little stronger, she could defeat him. Just then, a system notification appeared. The announcement stated that player Lu Chang'an had completed the first human vehicle upgrade and was rewarded with a black iron treasure chest. Lu Chang'an's lips curled into a slight smile. Sure enough, the first level up reward was in hand. Next, all he needed to do was find an island, kill the sea monsters, and he could get the first kill reward. The beginner's area had a protection mechanism. There were currently no sea monsters in the main sea, only on the islands. So, to widen the gap further, landing on the island was a must. He casually opened the chat room, which was already in an uproar. Some were amazed that they hadn't caught anything, while Lu Chang'an had already leveled up. Others suspected he was cheating. Some people wanted to see the treasure chest rewards, and others directly asked for water, friend slots, or strategy guides. In addition, he received a large number of private messages and friend requests. But Lu Chang'an ignored them, closed the chat room, and began trying out his new skill, Water Shield. With a thought, a shield formed from seawater appeared before him. The size, shape, and protective power of the water shield were not fixed. They all depended on how much mental energy he invested. The more mental energy invested, the larger the protective range and the stronger the shield. In other words, this is a skill that grows with the user, and its potential depends on the user themselves. Lu Chang'an was very satisfied with this. After familiarizing himself with the water shield, he took out the fishing platform construction blueprint he had obtained from the wooden treasure chest earlier. In the endless sea, all facilities on vehicles require blueprints to construct. The number of blueprints one possesses directly determines their development speed and even their survival. The fishing platform can increase the success rate of fishing. The required materials are 10 parts each of wood, iron ingots, and palm leaves. The item is indeed good, but unfortunately he is currently short of palm leaves and cannot make it for the time being. However, there's a high probability of palm leaves on the island. Once they can get there, this problem will be solved. After putting away the blueprints, Lu Chang'an took out a black iron treasure chest. The chest was made entirely of black iron, much more exquisite than a wooden chest, with clear patterns on its surface. The treasure chests are ranked by material, starting with wood, then iron, bronze, silver, and gold. As for whether there are higher levels above gold, Lu Chang'an wasn't sure. In his previous life, the highest level humans had ever obtained was only gold. Without hesitation, he opened the black iron treasure chest. The rewards included 10 servings of drinking water, 10 servings of hemp rope, 10 stones, and blueprints for a freshwater extractor and a barbecue grill. Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. The freshwater extractor could extract fresh water from seawater, and the barbecue grill could cook food. With these two diagrams, his drinking water and food supplies would be secured, and he could even trade any surplus resources. However, they require a considerable amount of materials. Freshwater extractors need thick wooden boards, iron ingots, glass, and hemp rope. Barbecue grills require thick wooden boards, iron ingots, hemp rope, and nails. Gathering these materials by fishing alone is too inefficient. For rapid development, he must go to the island. But before going to the island, he needs one more thing: an axe. Not for killing sea monsters, but for chopping wood. The sea monsters at this stage are only the lowest F rank. Even without their current attributes, he could easily handle them based on his experience from his previous life. The real trouble is the trees on the island. It's impossible to break them by hand. Lu Chang'an took out some stones, selected an oval one, and began polishing it against the other stones. Before long, the edges of the stones were sharpened. He then took out a piece of wood, secured the axe head to it with hemp rope, and quickly made a simple stone axe. The stone axe has a durability of 10, attack of 4, and a poor gray quality. Its effect is to chop wood, but the efficiency is extremely low. Lu Chang'an curled his lip. Trash. He was about to dismantle it and remake it when a light suddenly flashed across the stone axe, and its attributes instantly changed. The new simple stone axe has increased durability to 15, attack to 6, and quality to green, excellent. Its logging efficiency has been reduced from very low to average, and it has an additional trait: a 10% chance to cut down trees. The review was even more outrageous. Shurima, your emperor has returned. Lu Chang'an's lips twitched slightly as he looked at the review. What was with this ridiculously childish review? He had forged weapons in his previous life, but he had never seen anything like it. Moreover, why does this change only occur in items he personally crafts? Could this be the hidden effect of the master craftsman's skill? Just as he was pondering this, Lalaya's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Look, there's a small island ahead. Chapter 6, Rushing to Acquire Supplies. Lu Chang'an looked into the distance and indeed saw the outline of a small island. He immediately ordered, full speed ahead. Lalaya rolled her eyes. She, the Empress, was being ordered around by him, but the island's resources were also exactly what she needed. So she didn't argue with him and swam there at full speed with bubbles in her eyes. Before long, the two arrived at the island. The island wasn't large, but it was rich in resources. Not only were there palm and coconut trees, but also vast areas of wild matsutake mushrooms, morels, and wild fruits. Scattered among the trees and bushes were miscellaneous items and ores, all of which were useful materials. Lu Chang'an jumped ashore with a stone axe in hand. Get to work. Our goal is to search this place thoroughly. Although Lalaya was petite, her strength was no less than that of an adult, making her a perfectly capable laborer. She glared at him. Don't order me around. Despite her displeasure, she still followed him. Lu Chang'an arrived at a palm tree and swung his axe fiercely. With a crack, the thick trunk snapped. The first axe strike triggered a 10% chopping effect. Gains: 10 wood, 10 thick planks, 10 palm leaves. Triggering vehicle trait 1, additional gain. 4 wood, for planks, for palm leaves. Logging counts as resource extraction, thus benefiting from the 40% bonus from Lalaya. Lu Chang'an was in high spirits and laughed. Shurima, your emperor has returned. Lalaya thought it was childish and ignored him. Lu Chang'an didn't care either, turning around and transforming into a harvesting machine, frantically clearing out the island's resources. Coconut trees, cut them down. Mango trees, cut them down. Matsutake mushrooms, morels, wild fruits, all picked. Hermit crabs, turtle eggs, and conger eels. He took them all. Iron or copper or tubing, nails, anything usable was taken. Lu Chang'an swept everything off the island clean, like autumn leaves being swept away by the wind. If his backpack couldn't hold it all, he'd have Lalaya carry it back to the bubble. The point was to cut down everything, gather everything, and take everything, not wasting a single resource. When he arrived at the center of the island, his eyes lit up. There stood a medium-sized supply crate with a large, colorful snake coiled on top of it. A rank FC beast, the spiny sea serpent, swift in movement and highly venomous. Lu Chang'an was not alarmed, but rather delighted, for it was the only sea beast in the beginner's area, and the first kill reward depended on it. He gripped his stone axe tightly and slowly approached. Since he was still in the novice protection period, the spiny sea snake did not attack proactively, but merely watched him warily. When Lu Chang'an got within about 2 meters, it suddenly arched its body, slightly opened its mouth, revealing its cold, sharp teeth, ready to pounce at any moment. Before it could even make a move, Lu Chang'an's stone axe sliced through the air, slashing fiercely at it. The thorny sea serpent neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, it suddenly leaped up, biting Lu Chang'an's wrist as he held the axe. It was confident it could strike its prey first. Once the venom entered its body, Lu Chang'an would be completely paralyzed and unable to harm it. Seeing this from a distance, Lalaya, who was carrying timber, couldn't help but exclaim, "Watch out!" But the two were too far apart, and she couldn't reach her in time to help. A smug glint flashed in the spiny sea serpent's eyes as it bit down hard. But the next second, a soft pop was heard, and its smugness instantly turned to confusion. It didn't feel like it had bitten into flesh. It felt like it had bitten into water. Looking down, it realized it hadn't bitten Lu Chang'an's wrist at all, but rather a stream of water. A water shield. The thorny sea serpent tried to retreat, but suddenly felt a chill run through its body. The stone axe fell, severing its head. Unable to release its grip, its consciousness faded into darkness. Lu Chang'an sheathed the stone axe, smiling faintly. Just as expected of an F-rank sea beast, its intelligence is far too low. He instinctively used the fighting style he used against higher-level sea beasts, but he hadn't expected that a mere feint would fool the snake. Gains: 14 spiny snake meat, 2 venomous snake gallbladders, 3 venomous snake fangs, 2 F-grade crystal cores. With Lalaya's trait bonus, the crystal core actually multiplied to 2, clearly rounded down, which pleased Lu Chang'an greatly. Immediately afterward, another notification appeared. Announcement: player Lu Chang'an has achieved the first human kill of a sea monster. Reward: Black Iron, Chest 1, first kill reward obtained. Lalaya rushed over, anxiously asking, "Are you all right?" Lu Chang'an winked at her. "Are you worried about me?" She immediately rolled her eyes. "I'm worried about myself. If you die, I'll die too." Lu Chang'an pouted. "Boring. Carry the supply crates. Let's go back. Don't order me around." Lalaya glared at him angrily. Lu Chang'an didn't bother to reply and turned to walk towards the beach. On the way, he glanced at the chat room and, sure enough, it was in an uproar. Everyone was talking about Lu Chang'an. Some were shocked that he got the first kill. Some couldn't understand how a sea monster could appear during the newbie protection period. And some even suspected that he was an insider. Some even directly asked him to be carried by a pro. Lu Chang'an ignored the discussions and only left one sentence: buying large quantities of all kinds of blueprints. If you have any, you can contact me privately. To him, blueprints were wealth and confidence, so the more the better. Back in the bubble, he saw that the diaphragm was already piled high with supplies, taking up most of the space. The food alone was enough to feed him for a month or 2. The only thing he needed to worry about now was how to preserve it. Thinking that others were still worrying about food, while he was already worrying about having too much food, Lu Chang'an couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. A supply box landed beside him. Lu Chang'an turned his head and saw Lalaya staring at him with a face full of dissatisfaction. Almost everything here was carried back by her. Lu Chang'an smiled faintly. Destination: northwest direction, full speed ahead. In his previous life, some beginner sea areas contained shipwreck ruins, and he planned to try his luck there. Lalaya was immediately furious. This bastard was really treating her like a laborer. She just finished carrying so much stuff, and now he wanted her to keep going. Lu Chang'an didn't say much, just took out a crystal core and tossed it around. Lalaya immediately shut up, gritted her teeth, and swam northwest. "Damn it. Once I regain my strength, I'll make you my mount and ride you every day." A few hours later, a man on a raft appeared near the island they had left. His face lit up with surprise. "We've struck it rich. It's an island. There must be plenty of resources on it." But when he landed on the island and saw the almost barren landscape, he immediately broke down and wailed. "Which bastard took all the resources? At least leave me some." Chapter 7: Mass Production of Mutant Facilities. Lu Chang'an sat in the water bubble and first opened the supply box, which contained 10 portions each of drinking water, beef jerky, thick wooden planks, iron ingots, copper ingots, and glass. The supplies were quite good, especially the glass, which was exactly the material he needed right now. He then opened the black iron treasure chest and obtained 10 silver ingots, 10 tubes, 10 plant fibers, a blueprint for a storage box, and a master key. His eyes lit up when he saw the storage box blueprint. This had come at just the right time. With the storage box, he no longer needed to pile up his materials haphazardly, and food stored inside wouldn't spoil, allowing for long-term preservation. But what truly surprised him was the master key. The master key was of excellent purple quality and could open ordinary locks. The Endless Sea contains numerous ruins and secret realms, many of whose entrances are locked, making entry impossible without special items. The universal key can open most locks, its value far exceeding any other item he has acquired so far. Chang'an carefully stored the key and began constructing the facility. He practiced with a storage box first, but the result was just a regular white quality box with a capacity of 10 slots. Similar items could be stacked, and the items wouldn't mutate. After making 2 boxes without any mutations, he concluded that the next one would likely trigger it. He didn't waste any more opportunities, but instead turned to building a fishing platform. Sure enough, the fishing platform flashed with light as soon as it appeared. Its quality turned into excellent blue. Its durability increased to 30. Its fishing success rate increased from 10% to 15%, and it also gained an additional feature: automatic fishing. Chang'an's spirits immediately lifted. Automatic fishing was incredibly important to him, completely freeing him from the tedious process of casting and reeling in the line. He didn't care about the pleasures of fishing at all. He immediately mounted the fishing rod on the platform. The fishing rod did indeed start working automatically, but its movements were somewhat rigid. The casting and reeling times were fixed, and it would reel in the rod at the designated time regardless of whether it had caught anything. But as long as it was automatic, this flaw was completely acceptable. In a good mood, Chang'an continued making the storage box. After 2 more consecutive tests without any mutations, he immediately created a freshwater extractor. The next second, the freshwater extractor lit up. Its quality turned blue and excellent, and it could extract 500 milliliters of fresh water from seawater per hour, as well as a small amount of sterile food-grade sea salt. Chang'an couldn't help but laugh. 1 bottle of water per hour was enough for him, and he could trade the extra. More importantly, there was salt. In the struggle for survival at sea, salt was just as important as food. Without salt, the body couldn't retain water, and drinking a lot of fresh water would still lead to dehydration. Many people haven't realized the value of salt yet, but in a few days, it will definitely become a hard currency in the market. This additional characteristic is a truly unexpected bonus. He then plans to continue manipulating the mutation probability, using storage boxes to pad the number of attempts, and then make a barbecue grill. This time, however, the second storage box triggered a mutation. The new storage box's capacity increased to 15 compartments. Its quality was blue and excellent, and it even had a built-in refrigeration effect. Chang'an couldn't help but smile when he saw the comment. "Are you sure this isn't a refrigerator?" Although the item's function hadn't undergone a radical change, who wouldn't want a sip of ice water and some chilled fruit on a hot sea? He immediately put the drinking water and fruit inside. He then continued to test the odds, and this time it went smoothly. 2 consecutive ordinary storage boxes didn't mutate. Chang'an took out the barbecue grill construction blueprint and selected to build it. However, the first barbecue grill was only of ordinary quality, only having the function of grilling food, and did not trigger mutation. He frowned and could only make another one. The second time, he finally succeeded. The barbecue grill's quality turned blue, excellent, and its durability increased to 15. In addition to grilling food, it also gained an additional characteristic. It could enhance the inherent qualities of ingredients, improving their quality. Upon seeing the words "improve quality," Chang'an's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately set up the grill to prepare for barbecuing. But the next second, he realized that he didn't have any fire-starting tools, and the barbecue grill itself wouldn't light. He could only open the chat room and send a message: "DM me if you have fire-starting tools. We could trade water and food." Having been in the survival game for most of the day, many people were running out of water and food, and soon someone came knocking. Lu Chang'an traded 3 bottles of water and 2 packs of compressed biscuits for a lighter, a box of matches, and a few flints. He skillfully lit the firewood and placed hermit crab, eel meat, and spiny snake meat on the grill. 3 years of survival experience had honed his culinary skills, and grilling was his forte. Combined with the characteristics of the grill, it didn't take long for a rich aroma to fill the air and the water. Lalaya sniffed, her expression clearly one of ecstasy. She hesitated for a moment, then moved closer to Lu Chang'an, gazing at him expectantly. Lu Chang'an glanced at her. What? Lalaya rubbed her stomach and said, I'm hungry. She was indeed hungry. Since her rebirth, she had been working tirelessly without eating anything. Lu Chang'an, however, countered by asking, Aren't there fish and shrimp in the sea? Lalaya immediately pouted, saying she didn't eat raw food. She was, after all, an empress. How could she possibly eat raw fish and shrimp? Lu Chang'an smiled. Want some? Bring something in exchange. I remember you haven't given me a massage today. Lalaya was immediately annoyed. This guy was cunning and unscrupulous. All he knew was how to exploit her. But the roast meat smelled so good that she couldn't resist, so she could only stand on the storage box and angrily massage his shoulders. Before long, the meat was finally cooked. Lu Chang'an picked up a piece of roasted spiny snake meat and found that it had turned into a blue, excellent quality meat. Eating it would not only restore stamina, but also slightly increase agility. Seeing this effect, Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. He turned to look at Lalaya, who was rubbing her shoulders with a pained expression, and suddenly laughed. Silly fish, let's see how he manipulates her next. Chapter 8. Let's wash up and go to bed. Lu Chang'an held up the roasted snake meat and waved it in front of Lalaya. The rich aroma wafted into her nose, making her mouth water. He asked her if she wanted to eat it, and Lalaya nodded honestly. Lu Chang'an first tried to get her to call him dad, then master, and even offered her a kiss, all of which she refused outright. Lalaya straightened her back, adopting the air of a queen, declaring that she would never sell her dignity for a bite to eat. Lu Chang'an thought for a moment, then relented, promising to give her the food if she called him brother. Lalaya frowned. She'd lived for 30,000 years. How could she possibly call a human brother? Lu Chang'an laughed at her, calling her an old fish, which immediately annoyed her. Even as a fish, she didn't want to be called old. Lu Chang'an explained that brother was just a form of address, unrelated to age. Lalaya stared at the piece of roast meat for a long time, hesitating, but finally succumbed to the aroma, blushing and softly calling out brother. Lu Chang'an handed her the meat with satisfaction. Bottom lines are things that are broken down little by little. Once she gets used to this form of address, he can naturally continue to push things forward. Lalaya took the snake meat and took a big bite. The oil exploded in her mouth, and the aroma instantly filled her lips and teeth. Her eyes lit up, and she finished the whole piece of meat in a few bites. Lu Chang'an took out another piece and waved it in front of her. Lalaya bit her red lips, lowered her voice, but still obediently called him brother. Lu Chang'an responded and handed her the meat. While she was enjoying her meal, Lu Chang'an opened her attribute panel and found that her upgrade energy had increased to 0.2 out of 100. 2 pieces of snake meat had only increased her energy by 0.2 points. This number might not seem like much, but most of the sea beast's true energy was concentrated in its crystal core, with very little energy remaining in its flesh. Based on this calculation, even if all 14 pieces of snake meat were eaten, the value would still increase by 1.4 points. This is more energy than a single F-grade crystal core, effectively doubling the utilization rate of the sea beast corpses in Lalaya's territory. Lu Chang'an immediately realized that after the novice period ended, humans would hunt sea beasts in large numbers, and crystal cores would become highly valued. But the corpses are usually only used for food or to feed pets, and more often than not, they're simply thrown away. The purchase price of those sea beast corpses might only be a fraction of the price of crystal cores, or even less. In other words, he could exchange a large amount of upgrade energy for a very small cost later. This deal was ridiculously worthwhile. At this moment, Lalaya suddenly said with a puzzled look, "This meat seems to have a special power." Lu Chang'an immediately looked at her attribute panel and found that her agility was glowing slightly. This was a sign that her attribute was about to increase. Without hesitation, Lu Chang'an gave her 2 more pieces of snake meat. Sure enough, after eating the second piece, Lalaya's agility increased by 1 point. This 1 point of agility, amplified by the master craftsman, became 1.5 points and was then fed back to Lu Chang'an through soul symbiosis. It turns out that giving Lalaya something that boosts attributes is far more effective than feeding her himself. Originally only 1 point of attribute, after 1 cycle, it directly became 3 points. This rate of increase is even more outrageous than an expansion coupon. From that moment on, Lu Chang'an also determined his future policy. Anything that could directly increase strength will be prioritized for Lalaya's use. Lalaya looked at herself and said with delight that she seemed to have become a little stronger. She couldn't see the panel, so she could only judge by her intuition. Lu Chang'an smiled kindly, urging her to eat more. He then handed her the remaining grilled meat and continued grilling. Lalaya couldn't help but ask, "This is good food. Doesn't he eat any himself?" Lu Chang'an replied, "Give it all to her. She needs it more than he does." Lalaya felt a warmth in her heart, realizing that this bastard wasn't so bad after all. She even secretly decided that once she regained her strength, she could ride him a little more gently. Lu Chang'an seized the opportunity to ask her about being schemed against. Lalaya's eyes immediately turned cold. The only people capable of tampering with her, besides the Royal Guard Commander Lila and her personal maid Fiona, would be no one else. Lu Chang'an countered by asking if they had any reason to harm her, and what benefit they would gain from her death. Lalaya paused for a moment, then admitted no, because after her death, the two would most likely be executed by the new Empress. If that's the case, then they aren't the masterminds. Lu Chang'an reminded her that whoever benefited the most after her death is the most suspicious. Lalaya's eyes flashed, and she thought of General Karis. Back then, she and Karis were both candidates for Empress, but Karis lost to her in the competition. Lu Chang'an couldn't help but scoff after hearing this. To actually let a direct competitor seize military power, she really had audacity. Lalaya was somewhat annoyed, saying that even if the merfolk lost the competition, they would never betray their people. Lu Chang'an simply retorted, "Then why is she here?" Lalaya was speechless. Her current situation had shattered all her past beliefs. Lu Chang'an then asked how she knew his fleet's coordinates. After all, his fleet was constantly moving, and without accurate intelligence, it would be impossible to find them in the endless sea. Lalaya said that Lila had obtained the precise information. As for the source of the information, Lila only said it was through special channels. Lu Chang'an sneered. The so-called special channels were probably just humans, possibly even people from his fleet. Without an insider selling the coordinates, the mermaids couldn't have intercepted them so precisely. Lalaya fell silent. Clearly, she had also considered this. Lu Chang'an then asked her, now that she had been reborn, was the her from the Dark Abyss still there? Lalaya replied that it's impossible for 2 identical individuals to exist in the same timeline, so the original Lalaya had already disappeared. Lu Chang'an pressed further, asking if Karis could succeed to the throne if she was missing. Lalaya said no. A queen must obtain the power of the throne to succeed to it, and unless she dies or is personally granted the title, no one can obtain it. Lu Chang'an rubbed his temples, his face darkening. This meant that the great general could come knocking at any moment. Lalaya's face stiffened. She hadn't thought about it carefully before, but now the more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The only way for Karis to gain the throne and power was to kill her. Lu Chang'an asked Karis about her strength. Lalaya replied that she was also a demigod, only slightly weaker than her. Lu Chang'an then asked how strong a demigod was, using her current strength as a reference. Lalaya tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said it was about 10,000 times stronger than she was now. Lu Chang'an was shocked. 10,000 times? That would mean all attributes would need to reach hundreds of thousands? He was silent for a moment, then sighed deeply and called out to Lalaya. Lalaya asked him what was wrong. Lu Chang'an looked at her and said in a heavy tone, "Let's wash up and go to bed early." Chapter 9. I'll crush you all. Sleeping is out of the question. 3 years of survival training have forged an iron will in Lu Chang'an. No matter how strong the enemy, he's not without a chance. As long as he's alive, anything is possible. After Lilia finished eating all the snake meat, he immediately told her to continue on her way. Her agility increased by 3 points, so it couldn't be for nothing. She had to put in some effort. The F-rank sea beast was still low level. 14 pieces of snake meat only increased Lilia's agility by 2 points, reaching 3 only thanks to his talent bonus. However, her energy did increase by a solid 1.4 points. Chang'an simply gave her 2 F-rank crystal cores as well, raising her energy to 3.4 points. He casually ate some turtle eggs and eel meat to replenish his strength. While grilling the food, he also confirmed one thing. Meat that wasn't from sea beasts wouldn't increase attributes no matter how it was grilled. At most, it would only provide a small temporary boost. To become stronger, he still needed sea beasts with higher levels. But the only sea beast in the beginner's area had already gone into Lilia's stomach. He now only hoped to find the remains of a shipwreck, perhaps with other discoveries inside. The problem was they had been searching at sea for a long time, and the surroundings remained empty. They had found nothing. Chang'an even suspected that there might not be any relics in this area at all. But even if there weren't, he wouldn't stop. Because once a certain voyage mileage is reached, a hidden reward will be triggered, granting a unique title. That title is powerful and can be upgraded with mileage. In his previous life, it belonged to the strongest human. In this life, Chang'an is determined to obtain it. Obtained. Drinking water 1. Chang'an looked at the fishing platform, where a considerable amount of supplies had already been piled up. Water, food, materials, and fish are all available. It has been working diligently ever since it was created. The fully automated process is indeed comfortable. You can lie still and continuously harvest resources. The freshwater extractor has already extracted several bottles of water and also extracted some extra snow white salt. At this rate, tomorrow this salt will not only be enough for my own use, but I can also trade it. Everything he created was operating steadily, gradually building his fortune. Everything was getting better. Chang'an felt a sense of accomplishment and casually opened the chat room, which was already in chaos. Some people were asking for water, saying they were dying of thirst. Some were crying out for food, asking kind people to give them some, and others were complaining that their fishing rods were inefficient, only catching a bunch of trash after several hours. As time passed, most people ran out of food and water, and the survival crisis began to truly emerge. Chang'an simply watched, showing no intention of offering help. To survive, one had to demonstrate value. Otherwise, in the endless sea, no one would unconditionally save you. He opened the trading interface, which was filled with requests to buy water and food. Most of them were begging, and a few were willing to barter, but what they offered were only basic materials like wood and plastic. Chang'an didn't care for these things. All he really wanted were blueprints, but unfortunately, there wasn't a single one. He scrolled through his private messages, but there were no relevant messages either. So he edited a trade request, buying all kinds of blueprints at high prices. Private message me if interested. The moment the message was sent, a flood of private messages and friend requests poured in, the vast majority asking for water and food. Chang'an immediately disabled friend requests and set the keyword for private messages to blueprints. Messages not mentioning blueprints were not displayed. This finally made the interface much quieter, with only a few scattered price inquiries remaining. After he quoted the price, the other party didn't reply. Chang'an wasn't in a hurry. In another day or two, even more people would be lacking water and food, and some would eventually give up and trade the blueprints for their lives. In fact, the fact that someone inquired about the price as soon as the message was posted already indicated that the blueprints were indeed in the hands of certain people. All he had to do now was wait. After exiting the interface, Chang'an looked up at the sky. Night had fallen completely. No stars shone in the darkness. Only a crimson moon hung high, casting a blood-red glow. On the endless sea at night, danger came half from the sea beasts, for that was their hunting season. The other half from the crimson moon, whose light corrupted the minds of all creatures. Whether human or sea beast, anyone exposed to the crimson moon for an extended period would gradually descend into madness. Fortunately, it's still the newbie protection period, and the crimson moon doesn't have any special effects yet. The surrounding sea was deathly still. One should rest at this time. But Chang'an didn't sleep. Instead, he took out materials and began making a storage box. After finishing it, he didn't keep it. He dismantled it and remade it. The storage box requires very few materials, only wood and plastic, and a maker can get half of the materials back after dismantling it. He used this method to hone his talent. Talents can be upgraded. The only way is through continuous use. To survive in the endless sea, talent is important, resources are important, and hard work is equally important. He possessed the talent, and his resources, accumulated slowly through automated fishing, were sufficient to support his practice. As for effort, he never lacked it. This was true in his previous life, and it was true in this one. He wasn't just training his talent, but also his water shield. A water shield always floated beside him, constantly changing its shape and size. Like his talent, skills required repeated use. A skill's power depends on its attributes and the level of mastery. Only by practicing until it becomes second nature can its strongest effect be achieved. Similarly, repeated practice is the primary way for ordinary people to improve their attributes. Although Lu Chang'an can obtain attributes through Lalaya, he will not give up every bit of improvement he makes through his own training. He understood the principle of accumulating small efforts to achieve great things and naturally wouldn't miss any opportunity to become stronger. If it weren't for limitations, he would even have liked to train his physical fitness and strength simultaneously. Time slowly passed as he practiced. During this time, Lalaya would occasionally glance at him, her eyes filled with admiration. As a queen, she had always appreciated those who worked hard. Under her rule, even those with average abilities were given a chance as long as they were diligent enough. Lu Chang'an's actions won her favor. More importantly, after their souls merged, she could clearly feel his conviction. That steadfastness and strength even moved Lalaya. Only at this moment did she suddenly understand why the mastermind behind it all had chosen him to kill her. Lu Chang'an's true strength was never his outward appearance, but his heart. He possessed an indomitable and unyielding spirit. Chapter 10, Golden Legendary Item. Lu Chang'an stood up, stretched his limbs, and realized that it was already dawn. The second day of his survival at sea had officially begun. He had gained a lot that night. Although his talent hadn't leveled up, his understanding of it was deeper, and he was not far from level 2. His water shield was also more proficient, almost under his complete control, and the long hours of practice had even increased his mental attribute by 1 point. Resources were equally plentiful. His fishing rod pounded all night, yielding a large quantity of supplies, including 2 wooden treasure chests. The freshwater extractor also ran continuously, producing over 10 bottles of fresh water and approximately 50 grams of sterile table salt. An adult needs about 5 grams of salt per day, and this was enough for 10 people for a day. From this moment on, table salt officially became Lu Chang'an's bargaining chip. He carefully packed away the supplies, leaving only 2 treasure chests, and rubbed his hands together, saying, "I'll trade Lalaya's lifelong singleness for a single gold drop." Lalaya immediately rolled her eyes at him. Lu Chang'an opened the first treasure chest with high expectations, only to find 10 portions each of drinking water, compressed biscuits, wood, plastic, and iron ingots. He couldn't help but complain, "You're really unlucky." Lalaya immediately retorted, saying it was clearly his own problem and had nothing to do with her. Lu Chang'an, unconvinced, simply dragged her to the treasure chest. "You're lucky? Then you try." Lalaya shook off his hand and declared loudly, "I'll do it then. Watch closely." Lu Chang'an initially didn't think much of it. After all, he possessed Lalaya's attributes, plus his own original attributes. His luck should be better than hers by no means. But the next second, the treasure chest opened, and a blinding golden light flashed. Obtained, thick wooden plank 10, silver ingot 10, glass 10, treasure compass 1. Lu Chang'an was stunned and immediately looked at the compass. Treasure compass, quality, gold, legendary. Effect, a compass that can detect the location of treasures, gold, legendary. Lu Chang'an looked at Lalaya in shock. She had actually gotten a gold one. Lalaya raised her chin, her face full of matter-of-fact. "As I said, my luck has always been very good." She spoke calmly, but the pride and joy in her eyes were impossible to hide. Lu Chang'an was puzzled. Both were wooden treasure chests, but his opened one yielded nothing special, while Lalaya opened one with a legendary item. Logically, his luck attribute should be the sum of theirs, so it should be higher than hers. Surely his luck couldn't be negative? What's even more absurd is that wooden treasure chests are the lowest grade. Getting a blue item is considered extremely lucky. Not to mention the legendary gold item. The probability of that is probably ridiculously low. Just then, Lalaya suddenly reached out her hand to him. Lu Chang'an asked her in confusion what she wanted. She said matter-of-factly that she had helped him get something good, so he should at least show some appreciation. Lu Chang'an pulled her close and kissed her smooth forehead. Lalaya's face instantly turned bright red, and she said angrily, "What are you doing?" Lu Chang'an smiled and said, "This is your reward, and it's my first kiss, very precious." Lalaya was both embarrassed and annoyed, quickly wiping her forehead and yelling, "Disgusting!" Lu Chang'an stopped teasing her and instead began studying the treasure-hunting compass. The compass had a simple design, marked with directions like a compass needle. The needle was currently pointing southwest. He immediately told Lalaya, "Quick, southwest." But Lalaya was still angry, glaring at him and refusing to go. Lu Chang'an couldn't help but smile at her puffed-up cheeks and furious expression. He reminded her that she should be able to sense that he had no ill intentions. Lalaya snorted, saying that was no excuse for his rudeness unless he sincerely apologized. Lu Chang'an shook his head, indicating that an apology was impossible. He suggested that if they found any treasure, he would give her all the crystal cores. Lalaya felt this wasn't enough. Lu Chang'an added another condition. If they hunted a sea beast, he would roast it for her. Hearing about roasted meat, she immediately recalled the taste of snake meat from last night and was clearly tempted. Lu Chang'an seized the opportunity to say that he had already shown great sincerity. If she still didn't agree, then they would have to part ways. Lalaya quickly added that she would have to roast sea monster meat for her whenever she had it. Lu Chang'an pretended to hesitate, and after a while, he gritted his teeth and nodded. "Okay, I agree." Only then did Lalaya plunge into the sea, happily pulling him and swimming southwest. She thought she had finally gotten her revenge, but she never imagined that the crystal core was originally meant for her, and the meat was originally meant for her too. She helped Lu Chang'an obtain a legendary item, received a kiss, and in the end, what she got was what was rightfully hers. Lu Chang'an looked at her full of energy and couldn't help but grin. On the way, he continued practicing his water shield while dealing with private messages. After a night of consumption, the number of people inquiring about prices increased significantly, and several had already expressed interest in making a deal. However, their asking prices were too high, and Lu Chang'an did not agree. Someone even wanted to exchange the blueprints for a bed for 20 bottles of water. He had resources, but he wasn't a fool. Moreover, time was on his side. As the pressure of life and death continued to close, those people would eventually give in. An hour later, Lalaya, who had been swimming rapidly, suddenly stopped. Lu Chang'an asked her what was wrong, and she said she sensed something on the seabed ahead. Lu Chang'an looked down at the treasure compass and saw the needle trembling slightly. His eyes lit up. He judged that this must be the ruins they were looking for. Kralaya hesitated, however, because there were still humans there. Along the way, Lu Chang'an had avoided encountering other survivors, so she noticed that humans would deliberately avoid her. But this time, the humans were right next to the ruins. There was no way to get past them. Lu Chang'an remained calm, simply saying, "It's all right, just go." Lalaya tentatively asked, "What if a conflict breaks out?" She had never understood Lu Chang'an's true attitude towards other humans. Lu Chang'an uttered a single word: "Kill." Chapter 11. I Can Be Your Woman. On the Sea of Ruins, 3 rafts were locked in a stalemate. On each raft were a burly man in his 30s, a blonde youth in his early 20s, and a strikingly beautiful young woman. The woman angrily warned the 2 men that she had discovered this place first and forbade them to approach. She noticed something unusual underwater that morning and went into the water to find a shipwreck. Before she could explore it, the 2 men arrived one after the other. The blonde-haired man retorted dismissively, "This isn't her private property. Why can't others touch it?" The burly man sneered, saying that since she found it first, it belonged to her. If he found her, shouldn't she belong to him too? The woman was furious, but she knew that continuing the argument would only attract more people. Seeing this, The burly man suggested that the shipwreck was too large for her to handle alone. Instead, the three of them should join forces to claim the area and prevent outsiders from interfering. The woman was somewhat tempted. Since she couldn't take it all for herself, cooperation seemed more secure. She asked the two men why they should cooperate with her. The burly man, brimming with arrogance, immediately revealed his A-level combat talent, declaring that anyone who dared to challenge him would die. The woman's eyes lit up. A-level talents were extremely rare. With such combat prowess, the chances of defending the sunken ship were high. She then looked at the blonde-haired man, who also exuded confidence, saying his talent was creating oxygen. Upon hearing this, both the burly man and the woman's eyes lit up. The ability to produce oxygen meant they could stay underwater longer, which was precisely the capability most needed for exploring shipwrecks. The woman quickly decided that the three of them would work together, dividing the contents of the shipwreck equally, and no one else was allowed to interfere. The other two immediately agreed. Just as she was about to assign tasks, she suddenly looked at the distant sea and noticed a small, transparent ball floating there. The three stared at it for a while before realizing the object was rapidly approaching. The burly man quickly recognized it as a giant water bubble with people inside. The woman was utterly astonished, unable to comprehend how a water bubble could be so large and carry people. The blonde-haired man chuckled, guessing it wasn't an ordinary water bubble, but a special vehicle. If they could steal it, it would definitely be very cool. The burly man snorted coldly, his muscles tense. He judged that the newcomers were also after the sunken ship and told the two to prepare to fight. The woman didn't take it seriously, thinking that with the three of them there, anyone who dared to interfere was asking for death. The blonde-haired man licked his lips. Having been brave and aggressive since childhood, he wasn't afraid of fighting at all. The burly man clenched his fists, cracking them, and threatened to send the other man back to the furnace for retraining. As they spoke, the bubble had already arrived in front of them. Standing inside the bubble was a young man, tall and handsome, with calm and deep eyes. This man was none other than Lu Chang'an. The burly man immediately shouted at Lu Chang'an to get lost, or else he wouldn't be so polite. But Lu Chang'an didn't even glance at them, directly maneuvering the bubble towards the sunken ship. The burly man cursed, "You're asking for death," and lunged forward. Silver energy emanated from his brow, instantly covering his entire body and giving his skin a metallic sheen. This was his A-level talent, Steel Bones. Seeing the burly man attack, the blonde-haired man immediately drew a fruit knife and followed. The burly man leaped onto the bubble and threw a punch at Lu Chang'an's face, the force of the blow whistling through the air, clearly aimed to kill him. Facing the punch, Lu Chang'an stood rooted to the spot as if he hadn't reacted at all. Excitement had just begun to show on the faces of the three men when, just as the fist was about to strike, Lu Chang'an suddenly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack. The burly man's punch missed, and he lost his balance and lurched forward. Lu Chang'an seized the opportunity to trip him, sending him crashing heavily onto the blister membrane. As the burly man tried to get up, Lu Chang'an had already knelt down on his back. Then, Lu Chang'an took out a stone axe and smashed it down on the back of the man's head. With a clang, his Steel Bones talent blocked the damage, but couldn't withstand the violent shock. The burly man's head spun. Lu Chang'an gave him no chance to catch his breath, the stone axe falling again and again. With a strength of 22 points and a stone axe adding 6 points of attack, plus the fact that the back of his head is a weak point, even an A-level talent couldn't withstand such continuous heavy blows. In just a few blows, the burly man's steel bone defenses were shattered, and blood splattered instantly. He cried out in pain, his voice filled with terror, all traces of his previous arrogance gone. At this moment, the blonde-haired man had already circled behind Lu Chang'an and raised his fruit knife to stab him in the back. He thought this strike was sure to succeed, but the instant the knife tip fell, a shield made of seawater appeared out of thin air, blocking the attack. The blonde-haired man was shocked and immediately withdrew his knife, changing direction to stab again. But no matter how he changed his move, the water shield could accurately block the knife, unable to harm Lu Chang'an in the slightest. By the time he was about to strike again, both shocked and enraged, Lu Chang'an had already stood up. The burly man lay sprawled at his feet, blood pooling on the ground, utterly lifeless. The blonde-haired man was instantly terrified. He never imagined that the strongest of the three, an A-level talent, would die so quickly at Lu Chang'an's hands. Lu Chang'an, carrying the still-dripping stone axe, walked towards him step by step. Frightened, the blonde-haired man's voice trembled as he begged for mercy, saying he was only following orders and was willing to be Lu Chang'an's lackey, serving him faithfully from now on. Lu Chang'an didn't respond, simply continuing to approach with an indifferent expression. The blonde-haired man panicked completely, pulling out all the supplies from his backpack and pleading for his life. At this moment, the blonde-haired man was humble and pitiful, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. But Lu Chang'an remained silent. Only the stone axe answered him. The axe blade struck the blonde-haired man's neck precisely, blood spurting out. The blonde-haired man's eyes widened, his death etched with unresolved grief. The woman beside him, witnessing this, couldn't help but scream. She never imagined that the burly man with A-level talent and the blonde-haired man would die so easily at Lu Chang'an's hands. Lu Chang'an turned to look at her, then lightly leaped on her raft. The woman, terrified, retreated repeatedly, explaining in a trembling voice that she hadn't offended him and had never intended to kill him. Lu Chang'an remained silent, only walking towards her with his axe. Seeing that her pleas were useless, the woman cried and berated him again. She was just a weak woman. Did he really not even spare women? This moral blackmail had no effect on Lu Chang'an. His expression remained calm, and his steps did not falter for a moment. The woman completely broke down, kneeling on the ground and begging him not to kill her. She ripped open her collar, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. She was willing to become his woman, begging him to spare her life. She even reached out to grab Lu Chang'an's hand, trying to press it against her chest. But the next instant, Lu Chang'an grabbed her throat with his other hand and tightened his grip. Chapter 12. Shipwreck Ruins, E-Rank Sea Beast. With a splash, Lu Chang'an tossed several corpses into the sea, instantly creating a large spray of water. Lalaya, who had been hiding in the sea, surfaced, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at him. She had originally wanted to help in the battle just now, but Lu Chang'an had refused. She was his most important trump card, and he would never reveal her until the crucial moment. Lalaya witnessed the entire process. She admired Lu Chang'an's swift and ruthless actions, without the slightest hesitation or being swayed by the enemy's words. However, she deliberately said, "You're really heartless. You're willing to kill such a beautiful woman." Lu Chang'an remained calm. In my eyes, there are no women, only enemies. Beauty meant nothing to him. This was survival, not a vacation. He knew very well that being soft-hearted towards his enemies was being cruel to himself. Besides, although that woman hadn't had a chance to act, she also wanted to kill him. Lalaya asked curiously, "Don't you humans all like beautiful women?" Lu Chang'an smiled. "Is there any woman in this world more beautiful than you? Looking at you every day, would I still find her beautiful?" This wasn't flattery. Judging from her upper body alone, Lalaya was indeed the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Lalaya felt a slight surge of joy, but then scoffed. "Even if you're deliberately trying to please me, you won't skimp on the crystal cores and roasted meat you're owed." "You're overthinking it," Lu Chang'an replied calmly. "I'll go check the shipwreck. You clean up the bloodstains and organize their belongings. After a survivor is killed, items in their inventory will drop randomly." Lalaya immediately retorted, "You bastard. I'm not your servant. Don't order me around." Lu Chang'an left only one sentence. "If I come back and find you haven't done a good job, you won't get any of the crystal cores or roast meat." With that, he plunged into the sea. Lalaya, furious, raised her tail and slammed it down, splashing water everywhere. Despite her verbal abuse, she eventually obediently started cleaning up. After all, she couldn't possibly give up the crystal cores and roast meat. After diving into the sea, Lu Chang'an quickly discovered that he could indeed breathe freely underwater, and the pressure of the seawater had no effect on him whatsoever. This was an ability granted by Lalaya's bloodline trait, Abyssal Sea Spirit. It must be said that Lalaya's assistance to him was extremely comprehensive. With this ability, Even if he fell into the sea in the future, he could maintain his combat effectiveness. Survivors would inevitably encounter stronger sea monsters sooner or later, making underwater combat unavoidable. He continued downwards and quickly found the sunken ship. It was a large cargo ship, most of its hull lying at an angle on the seabed, its bow buried deep in the sand, its stern suspended in the undercurrent, and the dark entrance to the cabin resembling a giant mouth. Unsure of the situation, Lu Chang'an didn't rush in, but instead tossed out a piece of eel meat. With a splash, the smell of the meat immediately caused a commotion. A large group of strange fish rushed out of the cabin and devoured the eel meat clean in the blink of an eye. Lu Chang'an frowned. These things were not sea monsters, but they were not ordinary fish either. They were carnivorous fish similar to piranhas, extremely sensitive to flesh and blood. If he went in directly, he would definitely be swarmed by them. Thinking of this, he retrieved several more corpses, cut their blood vessels, and let the blood flow into the cabin with the seawater. Not long after, sure enough, there was movement inside the cabin. The strange fish, unable to resist the scent of blood, rushed out. Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. He used rope to tie the corpses to the fishing platform and had Lalaya drag them around. The fish, lacking intelligence and only drawn to the scent of flesh and blood, were quickly led away from the shipwreck area. Lu Chang'an seized the opportunity and immediately entered the cabin. Once inside, he discovered it wasn't entirely dark. Fluorite was embedded in the cabin walls, emitting a faint glow, though the abundance of strange fish had previously obscured the light. The ship's interior was in disarray, littered with fragments of artifacts, bearing various marks on the walls, and human skeletons scattered everywhere, most of them incomplete. It seemed a fierce battle had taken place on this ship. However, after searching the entire area, he found nothing of value. It wasn't until he reached the very bottom of the ship's hold that he discovered a peculiar metal room. The room was extremely sturdy and locked. Without a key, an ordinary person couldn't open it. But Lu Chang'an was different. He had a master key. He first erected a water shield in front of him, then took out the master key and inserted it into the lock. With a click, the lock opened. But before he could even rejoice, a dark shadow suddenly rushed out from inside the door and slammed into him. Fortunately, the water shield had been positioned in front of him, blocking the attack. With a loud bang, the water shield shattered instantly, and the powerful current propelled Lu Chang'an backward until he crashed into the bulkhead. He looked up and saw a huge, monstrous fish staring intently at him. The fish was obese, ugly, and had a mouthful of exceptionally sharp teeth. Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately recognized it. An E-rank sea beast, the sharp-toothed fish. A carnivorous sea beast with immense strength. An E-rank sea beast actually appeared in the beginner's area. Lu Chang'an steadied himself, his eyes brightening. I'm even more curious about what treasures are hidden here. The sharp-toothed fish quickly launched another attack, hurtling towards him like a cannonball. Lu Chang'an easily dodged this time. Before, the distance was too close, leaving him no room to dodge. Now, with his stance in place, his superior agility became apparent. The sharp-toothed fish excelled in strength, but its speed was far inferior to his. Lu Chang'an didn't rush to attack, but instead continued to provoke it, drawing it into repeated collisions, slowly wearing down its stamina. After dozens of collisions, the sharp-toothed fish slowed down noticeably. Lu Chang'an finally bared his fangs. As they passed each other once more, his right hand flashed out, plunging a small knife into the fish's eye. It was a trophy he had seized from Huang Mao. A direct chop wasn't enough, but attacking the vulnerable, I was extremely effective. The sharp-toothed fish, blinded in one eye, went completely mad with pain and rage, charging at Lu Chang'an. But it was never as fast as him, and no matter how it rammed into him, it couldn't touch him. As time passed, its strength waned even further. Lu Chang'an seized the opportunity and blinded it in its other eye. Having lost both eyes, the sharp-toothed fish was no longer able to fight back. After struggling for a moment, it was stabbed in the head by Lu Chang'an and died instantly. Gains: 28 sharp-toothed fish meat, 42 sharp teeth, 2 E-grade crystal cores. Lu Chang'an collected the fish meat and crystal cores and re-entered the metal room. He saw a skeleton sitting against the wall, holding a small, exquisite box in its arms. He walked over, picked up the box, and casually opened it. The next moment, a golden light emanated from the box. Chapter 13, another gold item. Obtained, Disaster Timer 1. Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately checked the description. Disaster Timer. Quality, gold legendary. Effect, an instrument that can accurately time natural disasters. Lu Chang'an was overjoyed. It was another legendary item. In his previous life, he had survived countless near-death experiences and only obtained one legendary item. Unexpectedly, two such incidents occurred today. He quickly took out the timer, which resembled a pocket watch, but upon opening the cover, instead of a dial, it contained a small screen. Current disaster. None. Duration. None. Next disaster. Extreme heat. Countdown. 36 hours, 13 minutes, and 34 seconds. Seeing this information, Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up with surprise. This thing can actually predict the next disaster in advance, and it even shows the countdown clearly. After the novice period ends, humanity will officially enter the endless sea to survive, and natural disasters and extreme events will constantly occur. In his previous life, Lu Chang'an suffered too much because he couldn't prepare in advance. Now, with the disaster timer, he can plan ahead, and his survival rate will definitely increase significantly. Legendary items are indeed extraordinary. Just then, Lalaya's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Are you done yet? The corpse's blood is almost drained, and the fish are about to give way. Lu Chang'an immediately responded, telling her to wait some distance away. After their souls merged, communication between the two was convenient. They could speak at any time. He quickly left the shipwreck and reunited with Lalaya. She looked him up and down and asked if he was injured. Lu Chang'an smiled and asked in return, What? Are you worried about me? Lalaya snorted. I'm just worried that you'll implicate me. Lu Chang'an didn't expose her, and directly took out the crystal core he had just obtained, weighing it in his hand. Lalaya's eyes lit up immediately, urging him to hand it over quickly. He teased her deliberately. If you want it, you can call me brother. Lalaya frowned. He had clearly promised to give it to her before, but now he was making conditions. But she also knew that if this scoundrel changed his mind again, he might make her call him master or father. After hesitating for a moment, she could only blush and say, brother. Lu Chang'an nodded in satisfaction and handed over the crystal core. Lalaya immediately absorbed it, raising her energy level to 23.4. Lu Chang'an then looked at the membrane. The bloodstains had been washed away by the seawater, and Lalaya had neatly collected the belongings dropped by the burly men. It must be said, she was quite efficient. He glanced through his spoils. Most were just basic survival supplies. However, one item caught his eye: watermelon seeds. Watermelons can be harvested after 3 days of planting. Watermelons are a good thing, quenching thirst and filling the stomach. Moreover, extreme heat is coming soon. A slice of chilled watermelon would be absolutely delightful. Moreover, Lu Chang'an's talent also applies to planting. Ordinary watermelons are already quite good, but if they mutate, their value will only increase. However, planting requires containers and soil. He had obtained a lot of soil when he scavenged the island, and now he only lacked a suitable container. So, while grilling fish, he opened the trading panel and posted a purchase request, looking to buy flower pots, wooden boxes, and other containers or related blueprints. Limited quantity, first come, first served. These planting containers aren't particularly valuable, and shortly after the message was posted, someone inquired about the price. Just as Lu Chang'an was about to exchange a few bottles of water for a flower pot, a person named Zhou Yuding sent him a private message. I have this building blueprint, wooden planting box. Do you want it? Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied, Yes. How many do you want? For him, the more construction blueprints, the better. Crafting things himself not only met his needs, but also improved their quality, and incidentally honed his talent. The other party quoted 5 bottles of water, a reasonable price, not an exorbitant one. Lu Chang'an initiated the transaction directly and quickly obtained the construction blueprints. Zhou Yuding sent another message. Thank you. If I have any more building plans, can we trade again? Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. It seemed she might have other plans. He replied that he was always welcome, Any kind of building plan was fine. She responded with a soft reply and then fell silent. Lu Chang'an silently noted the name. Perhaps they could continue to cooperate in the future. Just as he was about to close the private chat, another message popped up. "Hey bro, how about 17 bottles of water?" Lu Chang'an glanced at the chat history. It was the same person who had previously tried to trade his bed construction blueprint for 20 bottles of water. Now the other person was clearly short of water and had offered a discount, yet still wanted to take advantage of him. Lu Chang'an ignored it and exited the chat. The test had only just begun, and he wasn't in a hurry. The other party would come begging to him sooner or later. At this moment, the fish on the grill was cooked. He picked up a piece to examine it. Grilled, sharp-toothed fish meat. Quality, blue, excellent. Effect, restores moderate stamina when consumed. Additional trait, slightly increases strength attribute. Lu Chang'an muttered a complaint and sprinkled some salt on the fish. The aroma instantly filled the air, and Lalaya stared, her eyes wide. He handed her the fish, but pulled it back as she reached for it, reminding her what she should call him. Lalaya pouted, inwardly cursing him for being so mean, but still softly called him brother. "We've already called her that before, so what's one more time?" Lu Chang'an patted her head and handed her the roasted meat. Lalaya blushed slightly and slapped his hand away, saying, "This emperor isn't a child," but her body betrayed her by taking a large bite. The fragrant fish melted on her tongue, and a look of enjoyment immediately appeared on her face. This guy may be bad, but the barbecue is really delicious. She didn't realize that she was no longer as resistant to Lu Chang'an's touch as she had at the beginning. Lu Chang'an smiled faintly, casually opening her attribute panel, his eyes immediately lighting up. She had only eaten one piece of fish, and her energy had already increased by 1 point. As expected of an E-rank sea beast, the energy contained within its body is a full 10 times that of an F-rank. After she finished the second piece, her strength attribute also increased by 1 point. Doesn't this mean that after eating all the fish, her strength will increase by at least another 10 points? Chapter 14, Special Blueprints. I'll make it up to you later. Lalaya's eyes darted away. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at Lu Chang'an. She had been so engrossed in eating that she hadn't left him a single piece of roasted meat, which made her feel somewhat guilty. Lu Chang'an pinched her soft cheek and said with a smile, "It's all right, as long as you're happy." She finished the fish, and her strength increased by 12 points. Through talent feedback, Lu Chang'an also gained 18 points of strength, his attribute directly breaking through 40 points, tying for second place with agility. He was overjoyed by this improvement and couldn't wait for Lalaya to eat more. Lalaya pushed his hand away and whispered, "Even so, you cannot be disrespectful to me." But she was indebted to him, so her words clearly lacked conviction. Lu Chang'an smiled. "This isn't rudeness, it's just how humans express affection. I don't care about your affection." Lalaya's face flushed even more, and she turned and plunged into the water. She could sense that Lu Chang'an was telling the truth, and that was precisely why she felt inexplicably flustered. Lu Chang'an stopped teasing her and took out the blueprint for the planting box he had just traded. The instructions showed that building a wooden planting box required thick planks, plastic, iron ingots, and nails. Lu Chang'an selected to build directly, and soon, a wooden planting box with a length, width, and height of 50 centimeters appeared before him. Unfortunately, it was only of ordinary quality and had not mutated. He decisively dismantled it, and after 2 more attempts, finally triggered the change. The new wooden planting box reached the blue excellent quality, with its durability increased to 30 points. In addition to storing soil and planting plants, it also had an additional characteristic. The plant growth cycle was halved. Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. In other words, if he planted watermelons now, he could harvest them tomorrow night. He immediately filled the box with soil, planted the watermelon seeds, and watered them. Before long, a vibrant green seedling sprouted from the soil, full of life. Lu Chang'an settled the seedling, letting Lalaya roam freely and earn some mileage, while he continued making planting boxes. This was partly to prepare for the future. To survive long-term in the endless sea, he must be as self-sufficient in food as possible, making the mutated planting box crucial. On the other hand, he also needs to use it to hone his talent. He plans to raise his talent to level 2 before the novice protection period ends. Of course, he can't neglect practicing his water shield either. Whether it was the previous battles with the burly man or the fight against the sharp-toothed fish, the water shield played a crucial role. Time passed quickly, and it was now the third day of their survival journey. Lu Chang'an hadn't slept all night again. Thanks to his powerful mental attributes, this amount of exertion was nothing to him. After practicing all night, although his talent hadn't leveled up yet, it was already close to level 2, just one step away. Water shield has become more proficient, almost moving at will. Spirit attribute increased by another point. Though small, it's a real boost. With long-term accumulation, a qualitative change will inevitably occur sooner or later. Resources are also steadily increasing. Automatic fishing brought in a lot of materials and supplies, but unfortunately, no treasure chests were caught this time. The freshwater extractor was still operating normally, producing more than 10 bottles of freshwater and 50 grams of sterile table salt. The planted watermelons were also taking shape. In another 10 hours or so, he would be able to enjoy sweet and juicy watermelons. Lu Chang'an stretched his limbs and opened the chat room to check the situation. It was filled with requests for water. Some said they were dying of thirst. Others were willing to trade their private photos, and still others mentioned seeing someone riding a water bubble and moving rapidly across the sea yesterday. Soon, some speculated that the person might be Lu Chang'an, since he was the only one who seemed so different. Although La Leia had been careful to avoid humans, the vast ocean offered no cover, and eventually, someone discovered his whereabouts. Lu Chang'an didn't care. It didn't matter if the blisters were seen. The real key was to avoid exposing La Leia. On the third day of the beginner phase, most people had exhausted their resources, and the importance of water and food was becoming increasingly apparent. But this was just the beginning. Once the beginner protection period ended and extreme heat arrived, water would be life itself. He opened his private messages. Even with keyword filtering enabled, the message count was still overflowing and kept increasing. The first message was from someone expressing interest in a transaction. The other party had a blueprint for a table and chairs and was asking for 6 bottles of drinking water. Lu Chang'an bargained down to 3 bottles. The other party hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. Was the table and chairs more important, or the water? The answer was obvious. With this initial success, Lu Chang'an closed several more deals, acquiring blueprints for furniture and decorations such as wardrobes, dining tables, cabinets, bookshelves, and lanterns. These items weren't scarce now, but they would definitely be useful later. More importantly, they were cheap. As time went on, exchanging blueprints for a few bottles of water wouldn't be so easy. Of course, some people still couldn't grasp the reality and wanted to take advantage of him to fleece him. For example, the guy who sold the bed blueprints yesterday came back today, pretending to compromise and lowering the price to 13 bottles of water. Lu Chang'an only replied, 3 bottles, no bargaining. The guy immediately flew into a rage, sending several messages calling him a profiteer, accusing him of taking advantage of the situation, and threatening that he couldn't go down to less than 10 bottles. Otherwise, he would sell it to someone else, since he wasn't the only one buying blueprints. Lu Chang'an, too lazy to waste words, replied with goodbye, don't bother seeing me out, and immediately blocked the person. After dealing with a few more private messages, a familiar name sent a message. Brother, someone's cursing you in the chat room. The message was from Zhou Yuding, the girl who had traded planting box blueprints with him yesterday. Lu Chang'an opened the chat room, and, sure enough, the person he had blocked was angrily denouncing him as a profiteer and urging others not to do business with him. Idiot, Lu Chang'an scoffed and closed the chat room. Instead of wasting time watching people hurl insults, he'd rather practice his talent. He replied to Zhou Yuding, thank you for letting me know. No need to worry about it. Zhou Yuding quickly sent another message. You're welcome. Big brother, do you think this blueprint is acceptable? Construction blueprint, special arrow tower. Lu Chang'an's eyes widened immediately. A special blueprint. Chapter 15, The Aphrodisiac Bed. In maritime survival, blueprints are divided into 2 types, standard and special. Standard blueprints mostly cover commonly used facilities on vehicles, while special blueprints are much rarer and have a wide variety of functions. In his previous life, Lu Chang'an had seen people build Ferris wheels on ships. The arrow tower blueprints sent by Zhou Yuding were clearly more suitable for survival, capable of both offense and defense, and especially useful against sea monsters that roam at night. Lu Chang'an asked her directly how much she planned to sell it for. Zhou Yuding offered 20 bottles of water and 10 packs of compressed biscuits. Without hesitation, he immediately initiated the transaction. Exchanging these supplies for special blueprints seemed like a huge profit. The transaction was quickly completed, and Lu Chang'an obtained the special blueprint for the arrow tower. The arrow tower could automatically fire arrows to attack enemy units within a 200-meter range. Seeing this effect, his eyes lit up. It was equivalent to having an extra, tireless guard. Nighttime is when sea creatures are most active, while humans need to rest and avoid the direct sunlight of the crimson moon. If arrow towers can be built, the defensive pressure will be greatly reduced. However, when he saw the building materials, he was secretly astonished. Thick planks, bricks, clay, logs, iron ingots, nails, hemp rope, feathers. He needed quite a lot, and even 10 F-grade crystal cores. This kind of resource consumption is simply unbearable for a beginner. No wonder Zhou Yuding would put the blueprints up for trade. However, Lu Chang'an was not disappointed. It's normal for special blueprints to be expensive. They will only be truly useful after the beginner period is over. Both parties were satisfied with the transaction. Having already cooperated twice, Lu Chang'an casually added Zhou Yuding as a friend. Zhou Yuding sent a message, asking for continued support in the future. Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. Judging from her tone, she seemed to have other blueprints in her hand. But everyone has secrets, so he didn't ask any further questions. Continuing to cooperate was enough. He then continued acquiring blueprints. With the newbie protection period about to end and extreme heat looming, the weather was becoming increasingly humid, and survivors' demand for fresh water was rapidly increasing, making his business even more profitable. Not long after, Lu Chang'an received several more blueprints, one of which particularly pleased him, a blueprint for a sunshade. With the arrival of high temperatures, the sun would become extremely scorching. Without shade, it was easy to become dehydrated or even sunburned. He immediately decided to build it. As thick planks, plastic, palm leaves, and nails were used up, a sunshade quickly appeared on the ship. The awning has a durability of 30 degrees Celsius, is of excellent quality, blue, and effectively blocks sunlight and protects against wind and rain. Most importantly, its added feature is that the temperature inside the awning is always 10 degrees Celsius lower than the outside temperature. Lu Chang'an ignored the system's negative evaluation. 10 degrees may not seem like much, but in high-temperature environments, the body's heat dissipation pressure increases significantly, and this small temperature difference could very well determine life or death. He sat under the sunshade, practicing his talent with planting and storage boxes while dealing with private messages. When there were no messages, he continued practicing his water shield. Meanwhile, he also posted by requests in the trading area, collecting anything that could help him stay cool in the heat. But such things are rare, and very few people responded. As evening approached and the sun set, the temperature should have dropped, but the opposite was true. The air became even hotter. Lu Chang'an was rushing to make planting boxes when he suddenly received a message from Zhou Yuding saying that someone was looking for him in the chat room. When he opened it, he found it in complete chaos. Some people were complaining about the heat, while others said that even after the sun had set, it still felt like being roasted by fire. Some were frantically asking for water, fearing they wouldn't make it through. Amidst the wailing, Lu Chang'an saw a message. The person called him Big Brother, saying they knew they were wrong, were willing to sell the blueprints, and would sell them for 3 bottles of water. Lu Chang'an snorted coldly. The other person didn't seem to know they were wrong. They just knew they were dying of thirst. He replied indifferently that he only had 1 bottle of water left. They tried to talk things out before, but the other party was sarcastic and arrogant. Now that they know water is precious, they want to go back and beg him, but it's too late. The man immediately became agitated, questioning whether offering a bottle of water was an act of extortion. Lu Chang'an, too lazy to waste words, simply stated that he had blocked him to avoid further discussion, and that it was just a bottle of water. Take it or leave it. The other party was so angry that he cursed him for being unreasonable. Before Lu Chang'an could speak, Zhou Yuding spoke up for him, pointing out that the man had previously made exorbitant demands and even slandered others, and now that he had the blueprint stuck in his hands, he wanted to ask for help, which was entirely his own fault. The onlookers echoed their sentiments, saying the man was shameless and that they wouldn't even offer him a bottle of water if it were them. Some even advised others to stay away from him in the future. The man was berated by the crowd, both angry and panicked, but he was severely dehydrated and couldn't afford to drag himself along. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to make a deal with Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an didn't say much, traded a bottle of water, and successfully obtained the blueprint for a simple bed. He immediately chose to build it, and after consuming thick planks, plastic, palm leaves, and nails, a simple bed appeared on the ship. The simple bed has a durability of 30, is of excellent blue quality, and its effect is to restore stamina and energy. However, its additional characteristic stunned Lu Chang'an. Sleeping with someone of the opposite sex has a certain probability of gaining a small amount of attribute points. The system's evaluation was even more outrageous, directly asking if this was the legendary love bed. Lu Chang'an was about to retort when his mind suddenly jolted, as if something had been shattered. The next moment, he received a notification. Diligent practice will eventually pay off, and his talent level has been raised to level 2. Chapter 16 Talent Upgrade. Protection period ends. Upon receiving the notification, Lu Chang'an was overjoyed. His talent had finally leveled up. He immediately opened the attribute panel to check the new changes. Master Craftsman, LV2. Effect 1. Everything you create, build, cultivate, or improve will have all attributes increased by 60%. Effect 2. 50% chance to trigger a benign mutation, resulting in new traits and skills. Effect 3. You can purify and enhance the bloodlines of the creatures you cultivate or breed. Seeing the effects of the level 2 talent, Lu Chang'an's eyes were filled with surprise. The original 50% increase in all attributes had been raised to 60%, and the probability of benign mutations had also increased from 40% to 50%, a very significant improvement. More importantly, his talent has gained a brand new ability to purify and enhance the bloodlines of the creatures he raises or breeds. In other words, from now on, he possesses the ability to evolve the bloodlines of living beings. This ability is truly astonishing. In his previous life, after struggling for 3 years in the survival world, Lu Chang'an had never heard of anyone being able to do this. He quickly opened Lalaya's attribute panel. Constitution, 10 plus 6. Strength, 22 plus 13. Agility, 22 plus 13. Mental state, 20 plus 12. Lucky, invisible. Sure enough, as her talent leveled up, the bonuses Lalaya received also increased. Lu Chang'an then checked his own attributes. Constitution, 24. Strength, 42. Agility, 45. Mental strength, 46. Lucky, invisible. This attribute is already quite impressive. Apart from being slightly weak in physique, strength, agility, and spirit all exceed 40 points, with agility and spirit approaching the level achieved after half a year of hard work in his previous life. Lu Chang'an immediately beckoned to Lalaya. Lalaya, come here. Lalaya looked wary. What are you doing? Lu Chang'an smiled and said, I have something good to tell you. Lalaya grumbled as she walked over. Besides ordering me around, what good things can you possibly do? Lu Chang'an didn't explain further, simply pinning her down and preparing to activate his new ability. Lalaya was startled by his actions and immediately struggled. Her face flushed as she angrily shouted, You bastard! What do you think you're doing? Don't move, Lu Chang'an said in a deep voice, and a bright light immediately shone from his palm. The next moment, Lalaya's body jolted violently. She clearly felt that her blood was being drawn by some kind of force. Impurities were being removed little by little, and her blood was boiling. The feeling was unprecedented, as if her very soul was trembling. But just as she was about to immerse herself in it, the feeling suddenly vanished. Lalaya looked at Lu Chang'an blankly. Why did you stop? Is it over? That was too fast. Lu Chang'an rolled his eyes speechlessly, and the next second he collapsed to the ground. Lalaya was startled. What's wrong with you? Lu Chang'an said weakly. It's nothing. Purifying the bloodline consumed too much energy, and my strength was completely drained. It turns out that activating bloodline purification is not easy. Lu Chang'an did not master the strength when he used it for the first time and directly exhausted his physical strength. Lalaya wanted to push him away, but when she thought that Lu Chang'an had become like this to help her purify her bloodline, her heart softened. She asked in a low voice, "How do you know how to purify bloodlines?" Lu Chang'an answered with his eyes closed, "This is my talent." Lalaya asked again, "Why are you helping me?" Lu Chang'an's voice trailed off. "Because you need power, I want to help you." As soon as he finished speaking, he fell into a deep sleep. Lalaya remained silent for a moment, but ultimately did not push him away. She simply turned her face away and whispered, "Considering you helped me, I'll let you be presumptuous this time. Don't let it happen again." Several hours later, Lu Chang'an woke up from his sleep. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Lalaya's stunningly beautiful face so close to his, and her eyes that held a hint of shyness. Lu Chang'an asked in confusion, "Why are you still lying down?" Lalaya glared at him. "You're so heavy, and you sleep like you're dead. How am I supposed to break free?" Lu Chang'an blinked. She had 35 points of strength. How could she not be able to push her away? But he quickly realized that it might be a side effect of the bloodline purification. He stood up and asked, "What does the bloodline purification feel?" Lalaya's eyes lit up. It was very comfortable, but it was too short and ended too quickly. Lu Chang'an immediately felt his pride had been hurt and couldn't help but say, "You have an S-rank bloodline, while I'm just a newly reborn human. You don't really think I can raise your bloodline to SS rank right now, do you?" It's clear that he can't upgrade his S-rank bloodline to SS rank in a short time. Lalaya muttered under her breath, "I know. Why are you being so fierce?" Lu Chang'an was about to tell her go back into the water when he noticed two unread notifications. He opened them, and his eyes lit up. Triggering the simple bed effect increases constitution by 1 point. Triggering the simple bed effect increases constitution by 1 point. He only needed to take a nap, and his physique increased by 2 points. This efficiency is much faster than hard training. Lu Chang'an's attitude immediately softened. Improving your bloodline is not something that can be accomplished in 1 or 2 sessions. I will help you purify it every night from now on. Lalaya was secretly pleased, but having suffered so many losses recently, she had become much more vigilant. She stared at Lu Chang'an and asked, "You're going to be this nice? You're not going to make any more demands that I can't accept, are you?" Lu Chang'an waved his hand. "How could that be? Am I that kind of person?" Lalaya nodded without hesitation. "You are." Lu Chang'an coughed lightly and changed the subject. "It will consume a lot of my energy to help you purify your bloodline. You could be my body pillow, just like today, to help me recover my energy quickly. Is that fair? If we can get this silly fish to stay and sleep with us, won't our attribute points keep increasing?" Lalaya quickly shook her head. "No way. How could I, the dignified queen of the abyss, possibly sleep with you every day?" Lu Chang'an shrugged. "Whatever. Anyway, it's not me who was murdered and my clansmen slaughtered, so I'm not in a hurry." Lalaya was furious. That bastard was using this to threaten her again. She bit her lip, weighed the decision for a long time, and finally nodded. Anyway, it had already happened once, so it wasn't a big deal. Lalaya blushed and said, "Then you must promise to wholeheartedly help me improve my bloodline and not to be disrespectful to me." Lu Chang'an smiled and extended his hand. "It's a deal." Lalaya reluctantly gave him a high five. "It's a deal." Just then, a blood-red notification popped up in front of Lu Chang'an. The new player protection period is over. Sea monsters, natural disasters, and extreme events are coming soon. Chapter 17. First place on all 3 lists, a wide lead. Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. The newbie protection period was finally over. Immediately afterward, system notifications popped up one after another. The World Chat channel was unlocked, the World Trading Post was unlocked, and the 3 leaderboards for vehicles, combat power, and kills were simultaneously launched. He opened the panel, and the World Chat was already flooded with messages. Survivors from all over the world were speaking up. Some were greeting each other, some were shouting slogans, and some were crying out for help in terror, saying that the waves had suddenly gotten bigger and the raft was about to break. Some people also mentioned the appearance of sea monsters and the red moonlight shining on people causing dizziness. Although everyone speaks different languages, the survival system can automatically understand all text. Before Liu Chang'an could read it carefully, a new announcement popped up. Player Liu Chang'an topped the vehicle leaderboard and was rewarded with a silver treasure chest. Topped the combat power leaderboard and was rewarded with a silver treasure chest. Topped the kill leaderboard and was rewarded with a silver treasure chest. These announcements immediately caused an uproar in the world chat. Some questioned whether he was cheating. Some were unconvinced by the Xia Kingdom players dominating the leaderboards, and others were amazed by his incredible number 1 ranking across 3 leaderboards. Xia Kingdom players, on the other hand, were ecstatic, flooding the chat with cheers. Liu Chang'an was also somewhat surprised and first opened the vehicle ranking list. First place, Liu Chang'an, score 17854. Second place, Lewis, score 6123. Third place, Park Jin-hee, score 5123. He wasn't just in first place, he was far ahead. The second place player didn't even have a fraction of his lead. He knew that this rating came not only from Lalaya's special attributes, but also from the bonus of his own talent. He then opened the combat power ranking list. This list is the most valuable, taking into account factors such as the survivor's vehicles, resources, talents, attributes, facilities, skills, pets, and items. On the leaderboard, Liu Chang'an ranks first with 39,127 points, followed by Muhammad in second place with 8,261 points, and Kamita Hajime in third place with 7,311 points. The gap is even more exaggerated than on the vehicle leaderboard. He wasn't surprised by this. Besides Lalaya, he also had 2 legendary items, numerous mutated facilities, powerful attributes, an SSS-level talent, and ample resources, so this rating was quite normal. Finally, there's the kill leaderboard. This leaderboard tracks C monster kill ratings. 1 point for an F-rank C monster and 10 points for an E-rank C monster. Liu Chang'an is in first place with 11 points, while Johnson and Alaski both have 10 points. He had just finished reading when another notification popped up. Complete the hidden quest and obtain the title Conqueror. Liu Chang'an immediately checked the attributes and found that it was of excellent purple quality, with the effect of increasing all damage by 10%. Upon seeing this, he was immediately overjoyed. His current strength was low, so the improvement might not be obvious, but as he grew stronger, a 10% increase would be quite substantial. More importantly, all damage includes vehicles, pets, and creations. In other words, not only Lalaya, but also any offensive facilities he builds in the future will benefit from the bonus. He knew the leaderboards existed, but he didn't expect there to be such a hidden quest. He originally wanted to complete the mileage quest, but unexpectedly, he got the reward for being number 1 on 3 leaderboards first. At this moment, Zhou Yuding sent a message. Number 1 on all 3 lists. Big brother, you're amazing, you're practically my idol. Liu Chang'an simply replied, it's just an empty title. Surviving is the most important thing. 3 years of survival experience taught him that reputation is worthless in the face of life and death. Zhou Yuding praised him for being rational, and after thinking about it, he decided to give her a reminder as a thank you for speaking up for him in the chat room earlier. Liu Chang'an told her to avoid being exposed to moonlight at night and to take precautions against heat stroke. Zhou Yuding quickly thanked him, and he only replied with "live well" before closing the chat. Because he rejected all friend requests in advance and set up keyword filtering for private messages, the sensation brought by being number 1 on all 3 lists did not really bother him. With a whoosh, just as he opened the World Trading Post and was about to post a request to buy the blueprints, a huge wave swept over him. Liu Chang'an immediately grabbed the sunshade to steady himself. After the wave subsided, he looked up and saw that the once calm sea had become turbulent, with waves rolling towards him. Liu Chang'an wasn't surprised. This was the norm in the endless sea. Just then, Lalia warned him, be careful. Many sea beasts have appeared around us. Several targets had already appeared in her perception. Liu Chang'an opened the attribute panel and glanced at it. Lalaya's upgrade energy was 53.4/100, not far from being upgraded. He asked, it's just an F-level sea beast. I'll leave it to you. Can you upgrade tonight? He had other things to do, so hunting low-level sea beasts was a good opportunity to leave it to her. Lalia said with an air of arrogance. I am the Mermaid Queen. We're mere F-rank sea beasts. Although she had returned to her juvenile stage, her perspective and experience remained, and her attributes were not weak. If they can't even handle an F-level sea monster, they can't even talk about protecting their people. Lu Chang'an smiled and said he would wait for her good news, then casually set up the grill. Before leaving, Lalia reminded everyone, make the fire burn brighter. Also, I want to eat watermelon. With that, she plunged into the sea. Seeing that the watermelon was ripe, Lu Chang'an picked it and put it in the refrigerator so it would be perfectly chilled by the time she returned. Afterward, he placed the 3 silver treasure chests together, ready for her to open them. Upgrade, have a barbecue, eat watermelon, and open treasure chests. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Just as he was starting a fire in the grill, Zhou Yuding sent him another message. Big brother, someone's provoking you in the world chat. Lu Chang'an opened the world chat and saw numerous accounts spamming the chat. Johnson publicly challenged him. Lu Chang'an, dare to have a match with me? By 12 p.m. tomorrow, let's see who has the higher kill rating. I'm betting on a man's dignity. Do you dare? Chapter 18. Not knowing how to lose. Dignity? How much does it cost per pound? Lu Chang'an curled his lip in disdain and closed the chat room. He didn't care about these empty titles at all. He'd rather spend that time honing his talent. After the newbie protection period ended, he suddenly had a lot more to do. He had to train his talents and skills, hunt sea monsters, barbecue, find treasure, stockpile resources, help Lalia purify her bloodline, and also take a nap whenever he could. With so many things piling up, he had no time to play any gambling games with others. Zhou Yuding sent a message. Big brother, do you think it's beneath you to get entangled with him? Lu Chang'an only replied with 3 words. It's meaningless. Zhou Yuding quickly understood his attitude and replied, I understand, brother, you watch me. Lu Chang'an hadn't figured out what she wanted to do yet. After a while, she reminded him to check out the world chat room. He opened it and saw that the wind direction had changed. Johnson publicly challenged him to a contest until noon the next day to see who had a higher kill rating, and the stakes changed from so-called dignity to a special blueprint. It turned out that Zhou Yuding had relayed a message to Johnson that Lu Chang'an was only interested in special blueprints. The other party took the bait and immediately changed the stakes. Lu Chang'an smiled. Dignity was worthless, but special blueprints were different. He had no reason to refuse something offered to him for free. He only sent one message on the world channel. Get the blueprints ready. The moment the news broke, the world chat exploded. Some exclaimed that he had accepted the challenge. Others shouted that the second-ranked player was going head-to-head with the number 1, and still others cheered wildly for Johnson, saying it was a glory for the West. People from South Korea and Sakurajima openly supported Johnson, while others felt that Lu Chang'an was too impulsive, and that the other side must have been prepared beforehand to provoke him. Johnson quickly responded, it's a deal. Lu Chang'an closed the chat, and Zhou Yuding sent another message. Big brother, you definitely won't lose. He smiled and replied with a thank you, then closed the interface. Lose? He really doesn't know how he could lose. Johnson may possess a powerful talent for killing, and may even have had help, but he has no idea how terrifying the Red Moon is. Prolonged exposure to the Red Moon makes even independent movement difficult, let alone combat. Both Lu Chang'an and Lalia can breathe freely underwater, and once they enter the deep sea, they can avoid the influence of moonlight. The only downside is that hunting sea monsters will interfere with his practice of his talents and skills. However, for the sake of the special blueprints, this price is worth paying. Lu Chang'an got up and stretched his limbs before jumping into the sea. Lalia, who was chasing a sea monster, sensed his approach and asked, Why are you here too? Lu Chang'an replied with a smile, I'm still a little worried about you. Lalia was silent for a moment, seemingly surprised by his concern. After a long while, she scoffed, I don't need your concern. But if he insists on showing concern, she won't object. Meanwhile, someone excitedly reported to a blond young man. Sir, he agreed. The blond youth was none other than Johnson. A contemptuous smile appeared on his face as he said coldly, As expected of greedy Xia people, they took the bait so easily. The woman beside him, linking her arm, chimed in sweetly, Not only greedy, but also foolish. We weren't prepared, so why would we provoke them? The other person laughed as well. There were 5 of them in total, each with A-level combat talent, and Johnson was even S-level. With such a lineup, he really couldn't understand why Lu Chang'an dared to agree. The middle-aged man scoffed, because he is ignorant and arrogant. Everyone sneered, as if they could already see Lu Chang'an losing the special blueprint. Johnson looked around and ordered them to return to their respective rafts and prepare for action. Born into a powerful family, he was intelligent from a young age and extremely ambitious. Upon entering the endless sea, he wanted to build his own fleet. Within 3 days of entering the beginner phase, he had already recruited these people and established his own core group. This provocation against Lu Chang'an was not just about winning, but also about making a name for themselves and paving the way for building a fleet in the future. The group dispersed and returned to their respective rafts to hunt the nearby sea creatures. They didn't rush to kill them, but instead severely wounded them before handing them over to Johnson to finish them off. With everyone's help, Johnson's points rose steadily, quickly reaching 20. He proudly opened the leaderboard, thinking he could overtake Lu Chang'an, only to see that Lu Chang'an already had 22 points. Johnson's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible! How could he kill sea monsters at the same speed as the 5 of us combined? The woman speculated that Lu Chang'an might have a talent for boosting his combat power in a short period of time. Johnson's face darkened. I'd like to see how long he can hold out by himself. The crowd was in high spirits, chanting that they would show Lu Chang'an what they were made of. In a live broadcast room, many people were also cheering for Johnson, saying that he was on a roll and would soon overtake Lu Chang'an. Rumors also circulated that Johnson had an entire team behind him, with many people helping him. As a result, more people began to mock Xiagua, predicting that Lu Chang'an was doomed to lose. For the next 2 hours, the score remained very close. Johnson's team relied on teamwork to keep up, but Lu Chang'an's score consistently kept them ahead by about 2 points. Just as Johnson gritted his teeth, preparing to charge forward in one fell swoop, the woman suddenly sent a message. Something's wrong. Lewis has gone mad. Lewis was the middle-aged man. Johnson was startled and rushed to his area. Lewis was frantically self-harming, and no amount of persuasion from others could stop him. Johnson urgently asked what was wrong, but everyone only said that he had suddenly attacked himself like a madman. Seeing that Lewis had already gouged out his own eyeballs, Johnson had no choice but to knock him unconscious. Before he could think it through, the woman Anna suddenly screamed and frantically slapped her body, shouting that there were many bugs. Johnson looked down and saw that she was perfectly clean, with no insects at all. But Anna acted as if she were truly surrounded by insects, frantically tearing at her skin until she was covered in blood. Johnson's expression changed drastically. She had developed the same symptoms as Lewis. He had no choice but to knock Anna unconscious, then immediately opened the chat room to check the situation. The chat room was in complete chaos, with many people saying that someone had suddenly gone mad, self-harmed, or even been chasing others. Soon, someone pointed out that the problem wasn't the monster, but the moonlight. Almost all of those who went mad had been exposed to the red moon. Johnson looked up abruptly and saw a blood moon hanging high in the sky, its light as red as blood. In a daze, the blood moon seemed to flicker, as if something was about to emerge from within it. He was horrified and immediately realized that he was also about to hallucinate. He quickly called the others back to the bamboo raft and used palm leaves to block out the moonlight. The eerie illusions only subsided when the moonlight was blocked. Johnson cursed under his breath, finally understanding how maddening the moonlight could be. It seemed he could only wait until tomorrow to settle things with Lu Chang'an. He opened the leaderboard and glanced at it. The next second, he froze on the spot, his eyes widening in shock. Impossible. Chapter 19, the Mermaid Queen gets another upgrade. Attributes increase drastically. On the kill leaderboard, Lu Chang'an's name remains at the top with a score of 62. Second place goes to Johnson with only 48 points, and third place to Alaski with a mere 23 points. In a short period of time, Lu Chang'an had managed to widen the score gap to more than 10 points. Johnson gritted his teeth, convinced that Lu Chang'an was hunting sea monsters under the red moon and would soon be driven mad by the moonlight. He stared intently at the leaderboard, waiting for Lu Chang'an to stop. But 10 minutes passed and the score continued to rise. Half an hour passed, and it continued to climb steadily. An hour, 2 hours later, Lu Chang'an's score had already surpassed 100, and it still hadn't stopped. Johnson finally snapped, roaring as he opened the world chat and spammed the chat with calls for Lu Chang'an to come out. But Lu Chang'an completely ignored him. Zhou Yuding, however, replied that he was probably killing sea monsters. Johnson immediately pressed further, asking why Lu Chang'an's score was still rising and whether he was going crazy. Zhou Yuding answered for Lu Chang'an, no, because he had already made preparations. Johnson angrily questioned why Lu Chang'an was able to prepare in advance. Zhou Yuding retorted without hesitation. The red moon is obviously suspicious. It's not surprising that someone as smart as him would have taken precautions beforehand. Johnson completely lost his temper, shouting that Lu Chang'an was definitely cheating. But as soon as he said this, the onlookers immediately began to mock him. He was the one who proposed the competition, and now that the other person was in the lead, he wanted to cheat. Some people laughed at him for being a sore loser. Some asked him where the so-called Western Spear of Contract had gone, and others advised him not to stare at the chat box like crazy, but to get up early and kill a few sea monsters instead. Johnson was furious, but knowing he was in the wrong, he could only close the chat room and continue watching the leaderboard. The more he looked, the more frustrated he became. Lu Chang'an's score steadily climbed until it finally stopped in the early hours of the morning. At this moment, Lu Chang'an's score had reached 150, a full 102 points ahead of him. Johnson gritted his teeth and comforted himself, thinking that there was still half a day left tomorrow, and he would definitely be able to overtake him. After all, he was a powerhouse with S-level talent. On the other side, Lu Chang'an, seeing the sea monster corpses piled up in the bubble, had no choice but to stop for the time being. The sea monsters were quite large, and with the numerous facilities built inside, the space was clearly insufficient. After returning to the bubble, Lu Chang'an first gave over 100 crystal cores to La Leia to absorb. More important than clearing out the spoils now was getting the Mermaid Queen to level up again. Leia grabbed the crystal core and stuffed it in her mouth, her cheeks bulging like a little hamster. After a few bites, a faint glow gradually appeared on her body, and her upgrade energy reached exactly 100 points. Lu Chang'an immediately chose to upgrade. The next second, a bright light burst forth from Leia's body, and her size began to grow rapidly, along with the entire bubble space. 15 square meters, 30 square meters, 40 square meters, and finally the water swelled to 50 square meters, 5 times its original size. The once cramped space suddenly became much more spacious. Leia had grown from a 4 or 5-year-old girl into someone around 10 years old. Her fair and delicate face was still adorable, but her demeanor now carried a hint of a true empress. Lu Chang'an opened her panel and found that the vehicle Mermaid Queen had been upgraded to level 2. Ocean affinity had been enhanced, and sailing speed and resource extraction acceleration had both increased to 50%. The range of water-based sensing has also been expanded from 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers. Although there are no new vehicle features this time, the improvement in basic capabilities is already quite remarkable. What shocked Lu Chang'an even more was the explosive increase in Leia's attributes. Her constitution reached 60, her strength and agility both increased to 72, and her spirit also reached 70. With Lu Chang'an's talent boost, all her attributes except for physique exceeded 100 points. A level 2 Mermaid Queen is already this strong. She truly deserves to be the darling of the Abyss. At the same time, her bloodline awakened a second characteristic, soul-stealing melody. Her singing can disturb the mind, causing the target to fall into negative states such as coma, fear, confusion, or hallucinations. Lu Chang'an was deeply impressed by this ability. In his previous life, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of the fishmen. This skill was insidious and difficult to defend against. Once caught in it, life and death were often decided in an instant. In addition, thanks to her innate talent, she also has an extra skill, Water Arrow. Like Water Shield, this is also a skill that grows in power, its strength depending on her own abilities. One focused on offense, the other on defense. Together, they perfectly compensated for each other's weaknesses. Lu Chang'an grew increasingly satisfied, and then a tremendous force suddenly surged into his body. This time, he was experienced and forcibly steadied himself, using his willpower to endure the pain brought by the enhancement. Before long, the pain subsided, and he immediately opened his attribute panel. At this moment, Lu Chang'an's stats are Constitution 106, Strength 122, Agility 125, and Spirit 124. He has gained the traits Abyssal Sea Spirit and Soul-Stealing Demonic Sound, and his skills include Water Shield and Water Arrow. Looking at these impressive attributes and feeling the surging power within him, he couldn't help but laugh. In his previous life, he had to endure more than a year of hardship to barely reach this level. But in this life, it's only the 4th day. Lu Chang'an felt only one word: exhilarating. Seeing him grinning foolishly, Lalaya immediately reminded him sweetly, "I'm hungry." Lu Chang'an was in a great mood and readily agreed to make her some barbecue right away. Meanwhile, in a room deep within the abyss, a voice suddenly rang out, summoning subordinates. A tall male mermaid respectfully approached the door, awaiting orders. The being in the room spoke in a low voice, saying he had sensed the aura of that bloodline in the far south. The male mermaid immediately accepted the order, stating that he would issue a bounty to kill her completely. Chapter 20. A stroke of incredible luck, a legendary skill. I'm so full. Lalaya lay on a makeshift bed, clutching her round belly, her face full of satisfaction. Lu Chang'an smiled and asked her if she wanted some more chilled watermelon. She quickly shook her head, saying she'd eat it later. She really couldn't eat any more now. Most of the sea beasts hunted this time ended up in her stomach. Lu Chang'an opened her attribute panel, and her upgrade energy had reached 300/1000. Thanks to her special ability, each sea beast could produce more crystal cores and meat. Sea beasts that originally could only provide a little energy were squeezed out to produce several times the profit. Besides the energy, the large amount of roasted sea monster meat also boosted Lalaya's attributes. Now her constitution has exceeded 100 points, and all her attributes are over 100. After eating and drinking their fill, Lu Chang'an took out 3 silver treasure chests, intending to use Lalaya's luck to open them. Having been with him for so long, Lalaya had also learned to bargain, asking if she would receive a reward if she helped him open the chests and got something good. Lu Chang'an said the reward would be a kiss from him, but Lalaya rolled her eyes and said it wasn't a reward, it was punishment. Finally, Lu Chang'an promised to work harder next time he helped her improve her bloodline, and to take at least twice as long as before she finally agreed. The first silver treasure chest opened, revealing drinking water, clay, logs, iron ingots, and F-grade crystal cores. Lalaya grimaced, thinking she hadn't gotten anything good. Lu Chang'an, however, wasn't disappointed, as the clay and log were materials for building arrow towers. The second treasure chest contained compressed biscuits, bricks, clay, copper ingots, and a sail building blueprint. Lalaya was still somewhat disappointed, but Lu Chang'an smiled. Having a building blueprint meant it wasn't a complete loss, and they'd also replenished a good amount of arrow tower materials. Now all they needed were feathers. Lalaya rubbed her hands together, stared at the last treasure chest, and said seriously, "This time it has to be something good." The moment the treasure chest was opened, it flashed with golden light. Inside were bricks, palm seeds, linen, silver ingots, and a skill book. Instant teleportation. Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. He had actually gotten gold, and a skill book at that. In the Endless Sea, skill books are extremely rare. Even white skill books are highly sought after, let alone gold legendary quality ones. Lalaya immediately raised her chin, feigning arrogance, and said, "The first 2 boxes were just practice. This one is for real." Lu Chang'an could see the relief in her eyes, but he still gave her a thumbs up and praised her for her skill. He then took out the skill book to examine it. Instant teleportation. Quality, gold legendary. Effect. Instant teleportation consumes a large amount of stamina. Maximum distance, 50 meters. This skill is like a teleport in a game. It's incredibly valuable for both offense and defense. Since Lalaya can't use skill books, Lu Chang'an learned it himself. A flash of golden light, and a flood of information rushed into his mind, the skill being etched deep into his consciousness. He meditated for a moment, then a flash of golden light enveloped him, and he vanished from his original spot, instantly reappearing on the other side of the bubble. This single movement alone consumed 1/5 of his stamina, and even though his physique had already exceeded 100, he was clearly struggling. However, this does not diminish the skill's value in the slightest. To use it as a regular method, one must continue to improve their physical condition. After putting away the treasure chest supplies, Chang'an felt a slight regret. He was only missing feathers for the arrow tower materials. If he could acquire them, he could build it immediately. However, the harvest this time was already astonishing enough, so he didn't dwell on it any longer. Next, he took out the sail construction blueprints. The required materials were logs, hemp rope, linen, and nails, which he had all at once. So Chang'an immediately began making the sail. The first sail he made was only of ordinary quality and had no mutation effect, so he decisively dismantled it and started over. The second mutation flashed, and the sail's quality improved to blue, with durability reaching 80. In addition to being able to control its course and slightly increase speed when sailing with the wind, it gained an additional characteristic. It could sail autonomously at a speed of 2 meters per second. Chang'an's eyes lit up. With this, even without Laliae, the bubble could move, making up for the distance they lost while resting. He then took out dozens of planting boxes and planted watermelon seeds and palm trees. In extremely hot environments, watermelons and palm leaves are scarce resources, and he could make a fortune from them later. Thinking of the impending disaster, he took out the disaster timer to check. The current disaster was extreme heat, with over 230 hours remaining. The next disaster would be the extreme cold of the netherworld. Chang'an frowned slightly. This meant the high temperatures would continue for another 10 days, after which it would turn into extreme cold. He not only needed to stockpile supplies for the high temperatures, but also had to prepare supplies for the cold. He then took out his treasure hunting compass, and the pointer pointed precisely north. Chang'an immediately adjusted the sails, directing the bubble boat to sail due north. After doing all this, he bent down to stand in front of Lalia and whispered to her if she was getting impatient. Lalia blushed and stubbornly replied that no one was getting impatient, and it didn't matter if he didn't come. Chang'an reached out and pressed his hand against her chest, reminding her, "Pay attention, I'm about to begin." Lalia bit her red lips and softly responded. The next instant, a faint light shone from Chang'an's palm. Lalia's beautiful eyes widened instantly, her face turning bright red. She felt something overflowing from her body, and, faintly, she seemed to hear a soft cracking sound. At that moment, her very soul trembled. Chapter 21, He Must Be Cheating. Call. Chang'an slumped weakly onto the bed, his forehead covered in a fine layer of sweat. He looked at Lalia beside him and asked her how she was feeling. Lalia lay there, her eyes still a little dazed, and whispered that she felt very comfortable. Chang'an rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Who asked you that? I'm asking if you've gotten stronger." Lalia blushed and quickly explained. She could clearly feel that her bloodline was purer, her control over her bloodline power was much stronger, and the seal within her body seemed to have loosened somewhat. This was the first time she had set aside her queenly airs and referred to herself as I in front of Chang'an. Chang'an nodded after listening. As long as it was effective, his efforts had not been in vain. Lalia judged that if she could repeat this 10 more times, she might achieve a breakthrough. Chang'an yawned, simply saying he understood and asking her to wake him up at dawn so he could continue killing sea monsters. Exhausted, Chang'an quickly fell into a deep sleep. Lalia, however, stared at his face in a daze. Not long after, Chang'an, in his sleep, suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms. Lalia blushed, but did not push him away. She only muttered to herself that she would let it go this time, considering he had helped her purify her bloodline, but this would not happen again. The next morning, Johnson, sporting dark circles under his eyes, woke up with a start. He lifted the palm leaf and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the red moon had disappeared. But the thought of his bet with Chang'an made his heart leap into his throat again, and he quickly opened the kill leaderboard. Seeing that Chang'an's score was still at 150, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he still has a chance to catch up. However, the next second, he accidentally clicked on the vehicle ranking list and was stunned. Lu Chang'an remains in first place, but his score has increased to 37,261. Lewis, in second place, only has 6,123, and Park Jin-hee, in third place, only has 5,123. In just one night, while others remained almost unchanged, Lu Chang'an's vehicle rating skyrocketed by nearly 20,000. Johnson blinked hard, wondering if he was seeing things. But the numbers on the leaderboard remained unchanged. He gritted his teeth and opened the power rankings, but what he saw almost made him jump up on the spot. Lu Chang'an's combat power score is 80,127. The second place is Muhammad with 8,261, and the third place is Kamita with 7,311. While everyone else remained the same, Lu Chang'an's business more than doubled. Double your combat power in one night. That's impossible. Johnson didn't believe it at all. With red eyes, he opened the world chat room, ready to start ranting, only to find that it was already in an uproar. Some said Lu Chang'an's combat power doubling was outrageous, while others noticed his vehicle rating had also skyrocketed. Soon, a group of people started shouting that the Xia people were masters of exploiting loopholes, and that Lu Chang'an must be cheating. Others were shouting that the game balance had been broken, and that a thorough investigation was necessary. Johnson immediately chimed in, claiming that Lu Chang'an must have used shady methods, which was unfair to the others. His remarks immediately drew many echoes, and the chat room was filled with indignation. At this moment, Zhou Yuding stepped forward again and directly asked them if they hadn't said there were bugs, cheating, and unfair competition, then they should hurry up and file a complaint. The Xia Kingdom players burst into laughter. Some told them to quickly find the GM to ban their accounts, while others mocked them, asking if they were still asleep and actually thought this was an ordinary game. Some people even said directly, "Is it so hard to admit that the people of Xia are strong? Boss Lu is just that strong. If you're not convinced, delete your account and quit the game. If you can't quit, then figure it out yourself." These words enraged Johnson, turning his face pale. But Zhou Yuding wasn't about to let him off the hook, adding insult to injury. She reminded Johnson that instead of shouting here, he should try to catch up in points now, otherwise he would have no chance at all later. Finally, she advised him not to struggle, to prepare his blueprints, and to just accept defeat. Johnson cursed and shut down the chat room. He woke up the others one by one, only to find that Lewis and Anna had completely lost their minds and gone mad. This was a huge blow to him. Even with 5 people, they couldn't control Lu Chang'an. Now that there were only 3 left, how could they possibly catch up with or even defeat him? But Johnson refused to admit defeat. While hunting sea monsters, he recruited helpers on the regional channel, trying to mobilize more people to deal with Lu Chang'an. But he soon discovered that the temperature was terrifyingly high today. Forget fighting sea monsters, even a little bit of activity would quickly deplete his stamina. To make matters worse, there are already few sea monsters during the day, and the high temperatures cause many to retreat into the deep sea. They waste all their time searching, resulting in a pitifully low kill rate. Finally, a companion couldn't help but advise him to give up. The companion said that in such an extreme environment, the input and output were completely disproportionate. Johnson was furious and questioned him whether he was going to admit defeat to Lu Chang'an. The man could only force himself to persuade him to be rational, saying that they had already lost and should now use their resources to get through the heat instead of blindly searching for sea monsters. Searching for sea monsters requires a lot of time and energy, and also consumes precious fresh water. But Johnson wouldn't listen at all, grabbing the other man by the neck and coldly warning him that he'd better think carefully about which side he was on before speaking. The man painfully declared that he was of course on Johnson's side. Johnson then coldly snorted and released his grip. After coughing for a while, the man, with a look of awe, suggested that they split up to search for the sea monster and inform him of any findings. His companion immediately agreed. Johnson had no suspicions and simply told him to have some snacks. The two responded and quickly left in opposite directions. Johnson searched the vicinity for a long time, but still found no trace of the sea monster. Frustrated, he opened his friend's list, wanting to ask about the two of them. But as soon as the message was sent, a system notification popped up. They are not friends yet. They need to add each other as friends before they can send messages. Johnson nearly coughed up blood. The other person had actually deleted him from their friend list. He quickly contacted another person, but received the same message. Both of them betrayed him. "You bastards, you're all bastards." Johnson roared madly, so frustrated he almost vomited blood. He had clearly planned it all along, to step on Chang'an to make a name for himself, then build a fleet and dominate the endless seas. But now, his companions have either gone mad or fled. Forget about building a fleet. He's almost lost his very foundation. He tried to steal a chicken, but lost the rice instead. He lost both his wife and his army. At that moment, he finally regretted it. He shouldn't have had designs on Chang'an in the first place. I regret it so much. Chapter 22, Second Special Blueprint. When Chang'an woke up, the first thing he saw was Leia's quiet and beautiful face. It must be admitted that she is indeed a top-tier beauty, with exquisitely beautiful features, flawless skin, and a near-perfect complexion. If certain practical issues were not considered, she would probably be the most ideal partner. But for Chang'an, this was an issue he couldn't avoid. He looked away and checked his unread messages first. Triggering the simple bed trait increases constitution by 1 point. Triggering the simple bed trait increases spirit by 1 point. I gained 2 attribute points after sleeping, which is pretty good. The benefits should be even more noticeable when I build a higher level bed later. He then opened the kill leaderboard to check Johnson's score. It had been several hours since dawn. Johnson should have reached 100 points by now. But the numbers on the list surprised him. Johnson's score was only 69. Chang'an raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but laugh. They gave him so much time, and this is all the points he got? At this rate, even if he lay around all day without scoring a single point, the other side still wouldn't catch up. He opened the world chat channel again and found that most people were looking to buy heat stroke prevention and cooling supplies. Almost no one was discussing last night's betting game anymore, and the atmosphere was completely different from before. Recalling the sarcastic remarks from last night, Chang'an simply sent a question mark in the chat box. Question mark. The moment that question mark appeared, the channel instantly became lively. Some joked that the big boss of Chang'an had finally come online, while others jokingly asked if he was wondering why Johnson wasn't moving. Still others gloated, saying that all those who mocked him last night were now silent. Chang'an was completely baffled. He had no idea what the titles or the breakup were. At this moment, Zhou Yuding sent him a private message, saying that he must have just woken up and that she could explain. It turns out that Johnson's 2 former teammates exposed the incident after deleting him from their contacts. Last night, Johnson was furious, suspecting Chang'an of cheating, and even wanted to report him. This led to a falling out with his teammates, and the team disbanded on the spot. Chang'an found it amusing. These people actually treated the endless sea like a game, and even thought about reporting him for cheating. But thinking about it carefully, it does seem like he's using cheat codes. Does rebirth count? Does taking the Mermaid Queen as a vehicle count? Does awakening an SSS level talent count? But none of that matters. What really matters is whether Johnson will renege on his promise. After all, he worked all night. He can't let all his efforts go to waste. Just then, Johnson sent a trade request, and the item in question was a special blueprint. Chang'an did not hesitate and immediately completed the transaction. Building diagram, special mailbox. Effect. Allows communication with any address in the endless sea. Required materials. 30 celestial wood, 30 colored feathers, 30 mithril ingots, 30 grade D crystal cores. Upon seeing the blueprint, he immediately realized that things were not simple. This special facility was actually a mailbox, and it could communicate with any address in the endless sea. Thinking of a possibility, he immediately reached out and pinched Leia's cheek to wake her up. Leia asked him, still half asleep, what was wrong. Chang'an handed her the blueprints and told her to look at them herself. After reading it, she looked puzzled, thinking it was just a letter and nothing to be surprised about. Chang'an rubbed her face helplessly, reminding her that the key point was any address in the endless sea. Leia was so groped that she could barely speak and hadn't quite grasped what was happening. Chang'an had no choice but to ask her directly if she knew where her sister lived. She was about to say she knew when, halfway through her sentence, her eyes suddenly widened and she abruptly sat up. She finally understood. In other words, once the mailbox was set up, she could write to her sister. Lu Chang'an added that it wasn't just her sister. Anyone trustworthy could contact her as long as they knew the address. Lalaya was immediately excited. If she could contact her sister in advance, she could make many arrangements. Although her sister was not as powerful as her in Karis, she was still a top-tier member of the merfolk. However, Lu Chang'an frowned quickly as he looked at the materials. He needed 30 portions each of celestial star wood, colorful feathers, mithril ingots, and grade D crystal cores. At the current stage, gathering them wouldn't be easy. Seeing his predicament, Lalaya quickly comforted him, telling him not to worry. As long as he could contact his sister within a year, there wouldn't be any major problems. Lu Chang'an asked her why it was 1 year. Lalaya explained that her sister spends the whole year training in the sacred land of the mermaids, where no one dares to cause trouble. Hearing that there was still a year left, Lu Chang'an felt relieved. This time frame was more than enough for him. He glanced at Lalaya, then suddenly yanked her face hard. Lalaya winced in pain and asked him reproachfully what he was doing. Lu Chang'an reminded her that they had agreed to wake her up early last night, but in the end, it was he who woke her up. Lalaya's face flushed slightly, but she stubbornly insisted that she was also exhausted from purifying her bloodline power. Last night, she had somehow drifted off to sleep in his arms. Seeing that Lu Chang'an seemed to want to say something, she quickly jumped into the water to get away. But as soon as she entered the water, she frowned. Lu Chang'an asked her what was wrong. Lalaya said the water temperature was too high. Lu Chang'an reached into the seawater and found it was already quite hot, probably exceeding 45 degrees Celsius. He stepped out from under the sunshade and was immediately met with a wave of heat, making even breathing difficult. The air temperature is definitely no lower than 50 degrees Celsius. This is only the first day. If it goes on for a few more days, the temperature could very well soar to 60 or even 70 degrees Celsius. He then understood why Johnson's group had given up. In such extreme heat, the energy expenditure would increase exponentially, whether searching for or fighting sea monsters. Lu Chang'an told Lalaya to dive a little deeper into the sea and be careful not to get burned. Lalaya nodded and told him to be careful. Seeing Lu Chang'an's concerned expression, she suddenly felt a warmth in her heart, even a little sweetness. She immediately plunged into the sea, thinking that it must be because it was too hot that she was hallucinating. How could she, the queen of the abyss, be happy just because a man casually expressed concern? It's a hallucination. It must be a hallucination. Chapter 23, Double Room, Single Bed. Seeing Lalaya dive into the sea and begin dragging the bubbles, Lu Chang'an didn't sit idle either and started harvesting as usual. He first went to the fishing platform to check the catch from the automatic fishing. The quantity of resources was decent, but the quality was low, mostly basic materials like planks and plastic. After the beginner period, these things were starting to fall behind his pace. To upgrade his resources, he either needed to go to higher-level sea areas or get a better fishing rod. He was on his way to the sea, but the fishing rod blueprints were still pending. He could only take it one step at a time. There was no point in rushing. The freshwater extractor was quite stable, producing more than a dozen bottles of freshwater and 50 grams of sterile table salt. With the arrival of extreme heat, humans sweat profusely, making salt increasingly important, not to mention fresh water, especially since his water was ice cold. Lu Chang'an opened the refrigerator and took a look. Unbeknownst to him, he had already stocked up on more than 300 bottles of water. In such a high-temperature environment, this is definitely a considerable fortune. He then went to the planting boxes to check on the growth of the watermelons and palm trees. The watermelons had already sprouted, and the palm trees had grown into saplings. With the added bonus from the mutated planting box, we can harvest tomorrow. I must say, the SSS level talent is truly powerful. After organizing the resources, Lu Chang'an opened a trading house and began listing goods in his shop. A 500 milliliters bottle of chilled drinking water costs either a standard blueprint or 3 F-class sea monster corpses. A 5-gram serving of sterile table salt is priced the same. In addition, he also put on the shelves extra materials such as thick wooden boards, palm leaves, and nails. These materials can be used to make sunshades. Even without blueprints, simply covering yourself with them can provide some protection from the scorching sun. If the facilities could be sold, He even considered making finished products to earn money, so he could both practice his talent and exchange it for resources. This time, he set the exchange as either blueprints or sea monster carcasses. Many survivors might not have blueprints, but everyone has the opportunity to hunt sea monsters. This was also his first attempt to acquire sea monster corpses. 1 bottle of water for 3 corpses meant 3 points of energy plus 1 attribute point. It was a huge profit no matter how you looked at it. The goods had only been on the shelves for a short time when notifications started popping up one after another. The chilled water was being sold out at an astonishing rate. In less than 3 minutes, all 200 bottles of ice water were sold out. Immediately afterwards, 20 portions of table salt were snapped up, and supplies such as thick wooden boards and palm leaves were also quickly cleared out. In just 10 minutes, everything he had put on the shelves was sold out. Compared to the entire human population, the supplies he had stockpiled were simply insufficient. In this transaction, he acquired more than 50 blueprints and more than 1,000 sea monster corpses. They've made a fortune. If you roast these sea monster corpses and let Lilia eat them, she will most likely level up again. Those 50-odd blueprints were also quite valuable, including the fishing rod blueprint and the bed blueprint that he wanted. In addition, there are blueprints for medium-sized storage boxes, high-end barbecue grills, and many other household items, which have directly enriched his blueprint library. Lu Chang'an immediately got to work, first taking out the blueprints for a medium-sized storage box. The sea monster carcass was piled up in the water bubble, and it needed to be stored away as soon as possible due to the high temperature. The medium-sized storage box required 30 sets each of thick wooden planks, hemp rope, iron ingots, and nails. Without hesitation, he began construction. The finished product immediately caught his eye with its attributes. It was a medium-sized storage box with a capacity of 48 compartments, of excellent purple quality, allowing similar items to be stacked and preventing spoilage. More importantly, it has a built-in refrigeration function. Large storage boxes only have 50 compartments, but with this feature, medium-sized storage boxes can almost match the capacity of large ones. The master craftsman's skill is truly remarkable. Lu Chang'an dismantled the original ordinary storage boxes and made dozens of medium-sized storage boxes in one go, storing all the sea monster corpses inside. What pleased him even more was that crafting purple quality items was very helpful for practicing his talents, and his comprehension of talents accelerated significantly. However, all this fuss has almost depleted the accumulated resources. Fortunately, large-scale manufacturing is no longer needed. The next thing he made was a simple fishing rod. The upgraded simple fishing rod has a durability of 32, is of excellent blue quality, and has a moderate probability of catching freshwater, food, materials, treasure chests, and other resources. The additional feature has also been enhanced. After a missed shot, you are guaranteed to get supplies on the next attempt. Lu Chang'an couldn't help but laugh. This was equivalent to steadily increasing the probability of obtaining supplies to at least half. Moreover, once the quality is improved, the level of resources caught will also be higher, which is just right for his current stage of development. The only downside is that it is a unique item. Only one of the same type can be on a vehicle, and it cannot be mass-produced. Otherwise, he could really make a bunch of fishing rods and take off directly from fishing resources alone. He then created a high-end barbecue grill. This barbecue grill has a durability of 50 and is of excellent purple quality. It can grill a large number of ingredients at the same time and can also bring out the inherent power of the ingredients, greatly improving their quality. The barbecue grill has several tiers and can cook dozens of items at once, maximizing efficiency. Looking at the attributes, Lu Chang'an's anticipation grew even stronger. While he still had materials, he continued making a single bed. The single bed has a durability of 50 and is of excellent purple quality. Its effect is to quickly restore physical strength and energy. What truly caught Lu Chang'an's eye was its additional characteristic. When sleeping with someone of the opposite sex, there is a moderate probability of gaining an attribute. The original simple bed only had a certain probability of obtaining a small amount of attributes, but now, certain has become medium and the word small amount has disappeared. This means that the probability of gaining attributes is higher, and there is no longer a limit of only 1 point added each time. Lu Chang'an ignored the strange comment, his heart filled with only anticipation. After finishing the single bed, he wanted to continue building, but found that his resources were completely depleted. However, he was not discouraged. On the contrary, he was quite satisfied, because all the resources he had consumed had been transformed into real strength. He set up the high-end barbecue grill, ready to start grilling the meat, when a notification suddenly popped up in front of him. Caution! An emergency has occurred in the current sea area. Chapter 24 Unexpected Event. The Siren Naga. An unexpected incident occurred, and Lu Chang'an's heart tightened. The first day of his newbie protection period had just ended, and he hadn't expected to run into this kind of trouble. Unexpected events can take many forms. They could be disasters, serendipitous encounters, or even the sudden appearance of monsters. But they all share one thing in common. They are extremely dangerous. In his previous life, he had encountered something similar, and his fleet was almost decimated. However, he also obtained a legendary item that time. High risk does indeed bring high reward, but he didn't want to gamble now. Speed up and get out of this area. Lu Chang'an immediately instructed Laliae. He preferred a safer, more cautious approach to a perilous adventure. Lalaya immediately sped up, but not long after, a thick fog suddenly rose up all around, reducing visibility to a very low level, and the sea surface seemed to be sealed off by a white wall. Knowing there was no way to avoid it, Lu Chang'an immediately whispered, "Stop! Hide yourself." From the depths of the thick fog came bursts of laughter. In the dim light, something could be seen swimming near the bubbles, seemingly circling its prey. Lalaya quickly sent a message, her voice filled with urgency. "It's Naga, and there are many of them." The Naga are intelligent beings, half human and half snake, and are mortal enemies of the mermaid race. Lu Chang'an immediately reminded her, "Hide well, and don't come out no matter what happens." Countless Naga lurked in the fog, and the consequences would be unpredictable if Lalaya were exposed. She was extremely nervous, not for herself, but for Lu Chang'an. The Naga have never been benevolent. Toying with and hunting the weak is more of a pleasure for them. Lu Chang'an took out his stone axe, preparing for the worst. Faint whispers drifted from the mist, as if something was discussing him, but he couldn't understand them. Lalaya translated in a trembling voice. They are very curious as to why a human can control bubbles and also sense the presence of a mermaid on you. Lu Chang'an's mind raced, and he quickly composed himself before shouting into the thick fog. "Come on, you stupid fish, come avenge that fish. I'm the one who killed it." He deliberately portrayed the Naga as mermaids. Firstly, it would explain the presence of Lalaya's aura on him. Secondly, Naga and mermaids were mortal enemies. If he acted as if he had killed a mermaid, he might have a chance to survive. Not long after he finished speaking, a massive black shadow broke through the mist and slowly approached. Upon seeing it clearly, Lu Chang'an couldn't help but gasp. It wasn't a monster, but a gigantic face that was both beautiful and eerily large. The face alone was almost the same size as his water bubble, and its length was estimated to be at least several hundred meters. This Naga is at least rank B, and may even be rank A. She stared at Lu Chang'an and asked, "Human, you said you killed a mermaid?" Lu Chang'an suppressed the shock in his heart and replied coldly, "That's right, it's me. This bubble is the spoils of war. Come and get your revenge." The giant Naga's eyes showed suspicion. "You're so weak. How could you possibly kill a mermaid?" The mermaids who venture out are mostly adults, with strength generally around B rank. Lu Chang'an, however, is at most D rank. Lu Chang'an scoffed. "If I hadn't been seriously injured while killing that stupid fish, would you even dare to question me? You probably weren't even born when I was wreaking havoc in the Mana Trench." Upon hearing about the Mana Trench, the giant Naga visibly paused. It was a frenzied place where the strong clashed, a place ordinary humans should never have known about. She couldn't be sure if Lu Chang'an was telling the truth, but the fact that he mentioned this place proved that he was no ordinary person. The giant Naga was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke, "Mara, go. Whether you have the ability or not, just try it and you'll know." The sound of water filled the air as a Naga leaped onto the membrane. She was nearly 10 meters long, with each of her 4 arms wielding a sharp blade, and exuded a fierce aura. Lu Chang'an's heart sank. This Naga named Mara was at least a D rank, but he didn't show any fear on the surface. Instead, he threw his head back and laughed loudly. Another stupid fish coming to its death. Mara didn't waste any words. With a twist of her waist, she became a blur and pounced on Lu Chang'an like an arrow released from a bow. Just as she closed in, a water shield suddenly blocked her view. Mara grunted and slashed with both swords, shattering the water shield on the spot. But as soon as her vision returned, 2 water arrows were already aimed directly at her eyes. Mara immediately raised her sword to block, and with 2 soft sounds, the water arrows were easily deflected. But while she blocked the water arrow, she also blocked her own view. By the time the blade was lowered, Lu Chang'an had already appeared in front of her chest, his stone axe slamming down heavily. With a muffled thud, Mara was left with only a red mark on her chest, while the stone axe in Lu Chang'an's hand snapped in 2 and flew away. This attack failed to harm Mara, but instead cost him his only weapon. Lu Chang'an said calmly, "It's a pity the weapon is destroyed, otherwise you would be dead by now." Mara instantly flew into a rage. As a Naga warrior, she had been so humiliated by a human. Even though she wasn't physically injured, her heart felt as if it had been stabbed in the heart. She roared, and a red light erupted from her body. That was one of the Naga bloodline traits, Berserk, which could greatly enhance physical attributes for a short period of time. The next moment, Mara swung her 4 arms, her battle blades moving so fast they were almost invisible to the naked eye, and slashed fiercely at Lu Chang'an. With a hiss, the blade tore through the air, but missed. She looked up abruptly and saw that Lu Chang'an had already appeared in the distance. Just as Mara was about to give chase, the giant Naga suddenly spoke. "Enough." Mara was indignant. The giant Naga coldly replied, "He's right. If he had a good weapon, you would already be dead." Mara remained silent for a moment, then finally lowered her arms and plunged back into the water. The giant Naga looked at Lu Chang'an again. "Human, you can teleport. I believe you." Lu Chang'an finally breathed a sigh of relief. He guessed that the other party was testing him, so their goal was never to defeat Mara, but to prove that they had enough ability. He deliberately used water shields and water arrows to continuously obscure Mara's vision, lowering her guard, before using teleportation to launch a surprise attack. As it turned out, his gamble paid off. The moment the stone axe struck Mara in the chest, he had passed the test. But Lu Chang'an's face remained hard, and he coldly shouted, "Kill me if you want. Why all this nonsense?" The giant Naga smiled and said, "You've misunderstood, my friend. We are not mermaids. We are Nagas." Lu Chang'an feigned surprise. "What? Naga?" The giant Naga nodded and said, "Yes. You killed our enemy, and we will not only not blame you, but also reward you." Chapter 25, Half Human, Half Snake? "Hello, my name is Su Xian." Lu Chang'an didn't rush to ask about the reward, but instead confirmed again, "You really are Nagas, not mermaids?" As soon as he finished speaking, the sea exploded with a roar, and a huge snake tail burst out of the water and coiled around him. Lu Chang'an instinctively wanted to dodge, but his strong will made him stand still. The next second, the snake's tail wrapped tightly around him. His vision went black instantly, and a feeling of suffocation washed over him like a tidal wave. In her mind, Lalia cried out in alarm. Lu Chang'an immediately sent her a message to reassure her. "Don't be nervous. I'm fine." The giant Naga looked down at him, its eyes filled with curiosity. "Why didn't you dodge?" Lu Chang'an smiled faintly. "If you want to kill me, there are 1,000 ways." This is not an exaggeration. Even if he possessed teleportation abilities, he couldn't possibly escape from such a being. The giant Naga laughed, a bright smile. "I like your intelligence. Now you should believe me, right?" Lu Chang'an nodded. "I believe you." She then asked, "So what reward do you want?" Lu Chang'an shook his head. "I don't want a reward." The giant Naga was somewhat surprised. "Why?" Lu Chang'an calmly replied, "I didn't kill that stupid fish for your sake, so I have no right to take your things." She narrowed her eyes, seemingly surprised by his words. "You're so forthright." Lu Chang'an shrugged. "You've misunderstood. I'm not a good person, nor can I be considered upright. I just don't want to owe you any favors." His life was still in her hands, yet she kept mentioning a reward, which was abnormal in itself. The giant Naga stared at him for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. After a long while, she stopped laughing. You are the most special human I have ever met. Her repeated mentions of the reward were merely a test. If Lu Chang'an dared to actually ask for it, the outcome would be uncertain. Of course, this isn't some deeper purpose. It's simply the nature of a Naga. They enjoy toying with their prey, watching them step into their traps. But Lu Chang'an's reaction actually piqued her interest. Lu Chang'an casually remarked, "In fact, you haven't seen many humans either. Although the endless sea is inhabited by native humans, most of them are at the bottom of the food chain." She paused for a moment, then laughed even harder. "You're so funny," Lu Chang'an said calmly. "I'm just telling the truth." He knew very well that blindly obeying and flattering such a superior would only devalue him quickly. Instead, it was easier to stand out by being a little unexpected. The giant Naga looked at him with a smile. "As long as you can answer my question, you can get a reward, and you won't owe me a favor." Lu Chang'an did not refuse. "As long as I know it, I will naturally not hide it." She stared at him and asked the real question. "Why are there suddenly so many humans?" The number of humans entering the game this time is in the billions. Even though humans have a very low status in the endless sea, the sudden appearance of so many is enough to attract attention from all sides. She was sent to check on the situation. Lu Chang'an didn't actually know the answer to this question, but he was very good at making things mysterious. He countered with creating and controlling nearly 10 billion living beings. How many do you think could do that in the endless ocean? The giant Naga's expression immediately hardened, and several legendary names instantly surfaced in its mind. Seeing her reaction, Lu Chang'an chuckled inwardly, but on the surface he became even more inscrutable. "Don't overthink it. This is not something you or I can get involved in. Sometimes being a good pawn is not necessarily a bad thing." That silly fish, Lalaya, was fooled by him in this way, and now it's the Naga's turn. Sure enough, the giant Naga's expression shifted slightly, unconsciously agreeing with his words. This level of matter was indeed not something she should delve into. Rashly getting involved would only drag her into a deadly predicament. She thanked him sincerely. "Thank you for reminding me, I understand." If she had only found Lu Chang'an interesting before, now she truly took him more seriously. Lu Chang'an smiled and said, "No need to be polite. I didn't say anything, did I?" But the more he said he hadn't said anything, the more she felt there was a deeper meaning in his words, as if he had already revealed many key hints. She released the snake's tail that was wrapped around Lu Chang'an and solemnly said, "My name is Fulan, and yours is Fulan." Lu Chang'an immediately heard Lalaya's soft exclamation in his mind. "Fran? The little princess of the Naga race." Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately said, "My name is Su Xian." Naga and mermaids are mortal enemies, so he certainly can't use the same name to deal with both. Since the other party is half human and half snake, it's quite reasonable for him to play the role of Su Xian for a while. Fran read it aloud softly. "Su Xian? What a strange name." Lu Chang'an smiled and said, "A name is just a code, isn't it?" Fran nodded and smiled. Then she tentatively asked, "So, how should we treat these humans from now on?" Lu Chang'an said with a profound expression, "Take it easy. Just be yourself." Fran said thoughtfully, "I understand." Next, she tentatively asked a few more questions. Lu Chang'an brushed them off with ambiguous and vague answers. It emphasizes the principle of free judgment, relying entirely on the other party's own imagination, and takes conspiracy theories to the extreme. Fran replied earnestly, "Thank you for your answer. In return, I will give you Mara to be your guard and servant." Lu Chang'an was startled and quickly refused. "No need. I have a lot of things to do, and it's inconvenient for others to follow me." This is certainly not just politeness. If Mara continues to follow him, wouldn't Lalaya never be able to show her face? When Coughlin heard that he had something to do, she immediately thought of words like mission, task, and pawn. She immediately changed her tune. "I understand. I was inconsiderate. By the way, didn't you just say your weapon was destroyed?" Lu Chang'an nodded. "Yes." Fran asked, "What weapon do you use?" Lu Chang'an replied, "A knife." As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword descended from the sky and floated silently in front of him. The knife was made of an unknown metal, its blade resembling solidified deep-sea waves, engraved with intricate patterns, both cold and luxurious. Fran said, This is the sword I used to wear. Now it belongs to you. Lu Chang'an reached out and gripped the hilt of the knife, an aura of murderous intent instantly enveloping his entire body. Soul-stealing. Durability, 1000. Attack, 150. Quality, gold, legendary. Effect, causes continuous bleeding damage to the injured person. Special feature, has a certain probability of triggering an execute effect. Upon seeing the attributes, Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. This was actually a legendary weapon. With a durability of up to 1000 and an attack power of 150, it also inflicts a bleeding effect and has a chance to trigger a finishing blow. This is not just an ordinary top-quality item, but the best of the best. Just as he was surprised, another prop floated in front of him. Communication conch. Durability, 100. Quality, purple, excellent. Effect, allows communication with a matched conch shell. Special feature, when it is blown, it summons nearby naga. Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. Falan wanted to maintain long-term contact with him. Chapter 26 Big Brother, do you have feelings for me? As Fran's massive figure was swallowed by the mist, a hint of relief finally appeared in Lu Chang'an's eyes. After handing him the conch shell, she chatted for a few more minutes before leaving. This time, he not only escaped a life-or-death crisis, but also obtained a purple item and a golden battle sword, far exceeding his expectations. As for the consequences of deceiving the naga, he didn't want to consider them for the time being. The weak have no right to talk about the future. Surviving the present is the most important thing. What happens in the future is for your future self to worry about. Lu Chang'an put the conch shell into his backpack. This thing is similar to a cell phone, and the naga probably have tracking capabilities, so he wouldn't take it out easily unless absolutely necessary. He immediately sent a message to Lalia. Leave this area as quickly as possible. He wasn't sure if Fran would turn back, so getting away as quickly as possible was the safest option. Lalia responded and immediately sped off. Along the way, the sea was littered with shattered rafts and mangled corpses of survivors. The naga were never benevolent. In their eyes, humans were merely weak playthings to be killed at will. If Lu Chang'an hadn't been so calm and had a few trump cards up his sleeve, he might be the one adrift at sea right now. Ultimately, the endless sea is a place where only the strong prey on the weak. Without strength, one is at the mercy of others. Not far away, a woman was soaking in the sea, desperately calling out to him for help. "Boss Lu, save me." Her vehicle was destroyed, but she was still alive. Lu Chang'an didn't stop or even glance at her again. He'd seen this kind of scene far too many times, and he'd seen many people turn on their rescuers, killing them and stealing their vehicles and supplies. This woman might not do that, but he wouldn't gamble with his own life. Seeing that he remained unmoved, the woman hurriedly shouted, "I have an A-level talent. I'll give you all the resources, and I can be your woman, your slave." Lu Chang'an remained unresponsive. He had no shortage of women, nor did he need slaves. Seeing that her attempts to bribe her had failed, the woman flew into a rage. "Lu Chang'an, are you even a citizen of Xia? You wouldn't even help your own people in distress. What kind of man are you?" When gentle persuasion failed, she resorted to moral blackmail. Unfortunately, Lu Chang'an didn't care about such things. Whether he was a man or not, he didn't need to prove it to a stranger. The woman completely broke down, cursing viciously. "Lu Chang'an, you stood by and watched me die. I curse you to never see me suffer." Before she could finish speaking, a water jet pierced her mouth and went straight into her brain. Lalia's angry voice echoed in Lu Chang'an's mind. A lowly subordinate dares to disrespect a superior. He deserves to die. She had been hiding underwater, already seething with anger, and now that she heard this woman insulting Lu Chang'an, she naturally couldn't stand it. Lu Chang'an smiled and said, "Why bother arguing with someone who is destined to die? The endless sea is dangerous enough. Without a vehicle and submerged in the water, one cannot survive for long." Lalia was silent for a moment. Then her tone, unusually low. "Am I really that useless? A queen like me, forced to hide in the sea like an insect, not even daring to breathe." Facing a formidable foe, she not only couldn't offer any help, but also had to rely on Lu Chang'an for protection, which was hard for her to accept. Lu Chang'an said calmly, "Don't be silly. You should understand what it means to assess the situation. If you can't even bear this little bit of grievance, how can you talk about protecting your people and rescuing your sister? Lalaya was still frustrated. But I'm useless. I have to avoid even a minor A-rank character. Lu Chang'an couldn't help but roll his eyes. Come on, right now, even D-level people would avoid you, let alone A-level people. These words dealt Lalaya a further blow. She whispered, do you despise me? Perhaps if you give me to Fran, you can win her favor and become her spouse. Lu Chang'an jumped directly into the sea. You stay here and don't move. Lalaya stopped moving. What? Lu Chang'an swam to her side, reached out and pinched her cheeks, pulling them forcefully to both sides. Lalaya protested in a muffled voice. It hurts. What are you doing? Lu Chang'an didn't let go. Silly fish, listen what you just said. Do you think I'd abandon you, who's been through thick and thin with me, to go find some nobody who treats me like a plaything? Do you think I'm that stupid? Hearing this, although Lalaya's face stung, her mood inexplicably improved. She whispered a reminder. She is the Naga princess. Lu Chang'an said irritably, and you call yourself the Mermaid Queen? Moreover, their souls are intertwined. Handing her over to Fran would be tantamount to suicide. She is also a crucial asset for his growth, and he cannot abandon her. Lalaya's dejection vanished instantly, and her tone regained some of its pride. Now you know how noble I am? Lu Chang'an glared at her. You think you can take advantage of me just because I've given you a little respect? Go pull the boat. After saying that, he turned and went back to the bubble. Lalaya wrinkled her nose at his retreating figure and muttered, he just likes to bully me. Even so, she still obediently pulled the blister along and continued on her way. Lu Chang'an returned to the bubble and took out a high-end barbecue grill to start grilling the meat. He needed to convert this sea monster meat into Lalaya's upgrade energy as soon as possible. Just as he was grilling the meat, Bubble suddenly jolted. He looked up and saw that the sea in front of him had changed. The once azure water had turned bluish-gray. This is the true, endless sea. He had completely left the beginner's area and officially entered a wider world. Here, there were more ferocious sea beasts and more abundant resources. Lu Chang'an narrowed his eyes slightly. The real test had only just begun. At this moment, Zhou Yuding sent a message. Big brother, look at the chat room, because you're arguing again. When Lu Chang'an opened it, he found that everyone inside was discussing him. Some were amazed by his dramatic increase in combat power in just a few hours, while others were incredibly envious, saying that others had given him blueprints to keep him afloat. Immediately, others countered that it was a fair trade. People exchanged resources for blueprints, and no one forced anyone. Lu Chang'an casually opened the combat power ranking list. First place, Lu Chang'an, score 101983. Second place, Muhammad, score 10121. Third place, Kamida Hajime, score 9654. Because of the upgraded facilities and the acquisition of the soul-snatching blade, his combat power directly exceeded 100,000, 10 times that of the second-ranked player. No wonder it attracted so much jealousy and quarrels. However, Lu Chang'an didn't care. His opponents were never these survivors. He replied to Zhou Yuding, ignore them. After thinking for a moment, he traded half a chilled watermelon over. Zhou Yuding had offended people several times while speaking up for him, and had even helped him obtain special blueprints. He hadn't had a chance to thank her yet. Lalaya happened to have half a watermelon left over from last night, and a new batch will be ripe soon, so I won't feel bad about giving it away. Zhou Yuding didn't receive it immediately, but sent 3 exclamation marks instead. After a while, she sent another message. Big brother, do you have feelings for me? Chapter 27 Private Issues. In the beginner's area, on a raft, a young girl stared at the chilled watermelon in the trading board, her delicate face full of surprise. In such extreme heat, half a chilled watermelon is practically a lifesaver. It's no exaggeration to say it can save lives. She swallowed hard, hesitated for a long time, and then tentatively asked in the chat, Big brother, do you have feelings for me? Lu Chang'an gave her something so precious for no reason, and that was the only thing that came to her mind first. But he replied almost instantly, Do you want or not? If not, I'll cancel the deal. His tone was cold and firm, without a trace of ambiguity. The girl immediately panicked. Yes, I want it. Then she quickly clicked accept. The transaction was complete, and half a watermelon was in her hand. A cool, sweet aroma wafted towards her, mixed with the moisture, filling her nostrils and making her let out a satisfied sigh. However, she didn't dare to linger. It was too hot, and she was afraid the coolness would dissipate, so she quickly put the watermelon into her backpack. She pursed her lips and asked again, "Big brother, why are you so good to me?" Lu Chang'an had reminded her to take precautions against the heat and be mindful of the moonlight, which is why she prepared supplies in advance to set up a sunshade. If it weren't for him, she might not have made it this far. Now he's brought her chilled watermelon, which makes her feel that he's really taking good care of her. Lu Chang'an replied, "I wasn't being nice to you. It was just a matter of mutual benefit." Upon seeing this, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. Being targeted by a powerful figure was not a good thing, but she also felt a little disappointed. After all, she wasn't bad. Her talent was that of an S-rank drafting master, capable of creating blueprints recognized by the system. This is why she can offer a considerable number of blueprints for sale. However, she knows that selling too many blueprints at once will definitely cause trouble, so she has always sold them in small batches. After thinking for a moment, she took the initiative to make a deal. "Thank you for the watermelon, but I can't take advantage of you. I'll trade you this instead." In a trade window, there is a build diagram, thatched hut. Lu Chang'an immediately accepted and then sent a message. "No matter how many drawings you have, I can accept them. Also, if you need anything, you can tell me." The girl tentatively said, "I don't have much food left." As soon as the message was sent, Lu Chang'an traded for a bunch of food, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, beef jerky, and even a few bottles of water. That's enough. Thank you." She quickly thanked him. Lu Chang'an only replied, "You're welcome. You deserve it." The girl stared blankly at the food and water in her hands. She suddenly realized that this man was indeed a trustworthy partner. The endless sea within the bubbles. Lu Chang'an looked at the construction plans he had just received, a look of joy flashing in his eyes. Building plan, thatched hut. Effects, provides shelter from wind and rain, keeps you warm, accelerates recovery, offers limited storage space, and provides protection. Materials needed, 100 thatch, 100 clay, 100 vines. He never expected that half a watermelon could be exchanged for house building plans. House building plans are the hardest to obtain among regular plans. In his previous life, he didn't build his first house until the following year. Although it's just a thatched hut, its effects are quite powerful. Not only does it provide a recovery bonus, but it also shelters from the wind and rain and regulates the temperature. The next disaster is extreme cold. With a house, the danger will be greatly reduced. More importantly, it provides shelter. As long as the house is not destroyed, the people and belongings inside will remain safe. However, the materials weren't easy to obtain. Thatch, clay, and vines were usually only found on islands. Lu Chang'an posted the purchase request on the trading house, while simultaneously instructing La Leia to keep an eye out for nearby islands. He valued Zhou Yuding highly. Many people could obtain building blueprints, but very few could consistently produce them, let alone rare blueprints for arrow towers and houses. He was almost certain that Zhou Yuding's talent was related to blueprints. Building a good relationship with her was essential. That's why Lu Chang'an was so quick to provide food when she mentioned being short of it. Of course, he didn't trade the roasted meat. That roasted meat was La Leia's rations. It could boost her energy and attributes, so he couldn't just give it away. Time passed slowly as they barbecued. As dusk fell, Lu Chang'an called La Leia back, hoisted the sails, and sent the bubble forward. "You've worked hard. Enjoy your meal." He opened the storage box, which was filled with all kinds of roasted meat. La Leia's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed in delight, "Wow, so much roasted meat." Lu Chang'an smiled faintly. "They're all yours." After eating for a while, La Leia suddenly noticed that Lu Chang'an was staring at her and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you watching me eat?" He's usually either dealing with private messages or making items. He rarely has time to relax like this. Lu Chang'an shrugged, "Because I'm a little bored." The materials were almost used up, so he couldn't continue practicing his talent for the time being. He could only practice his skills while watching her eat. La Leia quickly stopped eating. "Let's chat if we're bored." Lu Chang'an nodded. "I have some questions about your mermaid race." "What's the problem?" Lu Chang'an looked at her fishtail and asked seriously, "How do you mermaids give birth?" Lalaya's face flushed instantly, and she glared at him fiercely. "Don't you think this question is very rude?" Lu Chang'an looked eager to know, "But I'm just curious." Lalaya snorted. "Looks like you're really bored. Put away your curiosity. I refuse to answer such questions." She's a woman, after all. How could she possibly discuss such things with him? She couldn't very well tell him that some places are hidden beneath the scales. Lu Chang'an shrugged. "Then let's change the question. Can you mermaids turn into humans? That is, turn your fishtails into legs." The question wasn't so difficult to broach, and Lalaya replied, "Yes, but it's irreversible. Once you change your form, you can never go back. It's like giving up your original identity." Lu Chang'an suddenly realized, so the myths and legends are true. What legend? Lu Chang'an then told her a story about a mermaid who fell in love with a prince and eventually turned into bubbles. Lalaya scoffed after hearing this. "It's all human delusion. How can we noble mermaids fall in love with lowly humans?" As soon as she said it, she realized her mistake and quickly added, "I wasn't talking about you. You're different from them." Lu Chang'an didn't take it to heart, but suddenly asked, "Lalaya, do you think it's possible for me to leave the endless sea and return to land?" Lalaya fell silent. She couldn't answer that question. At the same time, another question arose in her mind. If one day Lu Chang'an really has to leave the endless sea, should she leave with him? Chapter 28. Another level up. Strength increases drastically. Forget it. I don't want to think about such profound questions. You eat first. I'll go find some sea creatures to test the knife. Lu Chang'an stood up and took out the soul-snatching blade. He hadn't really tested the weapon's power yet after getting his hands on it. Lalaya nodded, reminding him that the area was full of F-class sea monsters, so there wasn't much danger. Lu Chang'an leaped into the sea and, guided by Lalaya, quickly found a sea beast resembling a shark. The creature had sharp teeth and thick skin. If it were a stone axe, it would take at least several blows to break its defenses. But now he held the soul-snatching blade in his hand. With a single slash, Lu Chang'an severed the sea beast in two, instantly killing it. This wasn't due to the triggering of the finishing move's special properties. Rather, the soul-stealing blade itself was inherently sharp to this extent. Lu Chang'an was overjoyed. He knew the blade was strong, but he hadn't expected it to be this ridiculously powerful. He collected the sea beast meat and crystal core and immediately rushed to the next location. The moment the two met, he slashed out again, cleaving the sea beast in two once more. Next, the hunt became a fixed routine. Lalaya reported the location. Lu Chang'an arrived, drew his sword, collected the meat and crystal cores, and then continued to the next round. This cycle continued until midnight, only stopping when Lu Chang'an was mostly exhausted. When he returned to the bubble, he had brought back more than 300 crystal cores. This time, he hunted down more sea beasts by himself, and the two of them combined last night. While the surge in attributes was one reason, the effect of soul stealing was equally significant. After absorbing all the crystal cores, Lalaya's energy reached 653 points, 347 points short of leveling up. At this rate, one more round of killing would be enough to level up. Lu Chang'an was in high spirits and lay down to recover his strength. However, plans often change. Since the appearance of the soul-stealing sword, the profits from hunting sea monsters had surpassed those from roasted meat. He planned to rest for a while before going out to kill again, hoping to gather enough upgrade energy before dawn. However, Kolalea quickly asked him to lend her the soul-stealing sword so she could go and kill. She had her own ulterior motives. She wanted Lu Chang'an to conserve his energy so he could continue helping her improve her bloodline. She had already become somewhat obsessed with that feeling. Lu Chang'an didn't refuse. It was indeed the most reasonable arrangement. He handed the soul-snatching sword to her and reminded her, "Be careful to avoid the moonlight." Then he slowly fell asleep. Hours later, Lalaya's voice echoed in his mind. Lu Chang'an opened his eyes and saw her looking at him expectantly. "The quantity is sufficient." He turned his head and saw that there were many sea beast corpses piled up on the membrane. Lu Chang'an immediately got up and collected all the sea beast meat and crystal cores. After absorbing the crystal core energy, Lalia's upgrade progress was finally filled. Lu Chang'an did not hesitate and directly chose to upgrade. The next instant, a bright light rose, and the bubble expanded rapidly as if being inflated. The area of the diaphragm increased from 50 square meters to 400 square meters. Lalia also grew up once again, transforming from a 10-year-old child into a 15 or 16-year-old girl. At this time, she was graceful and elegant, and her figure was already showing a stunning outline. Her vehicle attributes have also changed. The Mermaid Queen has been upgraded to level 3. Her ocean affinity has been increased to 60% for both sailing speed and resource extraction, and her aquatic sensing range has been expanded to 3,000 meters. More importantly, the new feature, deep sea diving, consumes extra stamina to allow the bubble to travel into the seabed. Lu Chang'an was overjoyed. This was tantamount to turning a bubble into a submarine. Bubbles could already enter water, so it made perfect sense that they could now dive into the deep sea. However, the energy required for the next upgrade is a staggering 10,000 points. To continue leveling up quickly, F-rank sea beasts are no longer enough. He must venture into deeper waters. He then checked Lalia's physical attributes. Her physique, strength, agility, and spirit had all improved significantly, and her bloodline remained that of the S-rank sealed Abyss shark. The Abyss spirit and soul-stealing demonic sound are still present, but the latter two traits remain unviewable. In terms of skills, in addition to Water Shield and Water Arrow, a new skill, Azure Wave Chain, has been added, which can summon water chains to entangle enemies. Lu Chang'an's eyes widened in surprise. A single upgrade had increased all her base attributes by 100 points. As expected of the Mermaid Queen, her growth potential is truly astonishing. Coupled with the boost from her talent, all of Lalia's attributes are approaching 300 points. Although no new traits were unlocked this time, the newly added Azure Chains is a control skill. Now she has offense, defense, and control, and is growing into a true all-rounder. The next moment, powerful energy surged into Lu Chang'an's body, strengthening him once again. A sharp pain shot through him, but he forced himself to check his attributes. His constitution reached 275, strength 285, agility 286, and spirit a remarkable 291. Compared to Lalia, his stats were even more impressive and closer to 300. His mental attribute, in particular, is only 9 points away from breaking 300. In his previous life, it would have taken him 2 whole years to achieve such a level. Now, this rate of improvement is so fast that even Lu Chang'an himself can hardly believe it. He is even confident that if he were to encounter Mara again now, he would definitely be able to defeat her. If we use soul stealing, we might even have a chance to kill her. At this moment, Lalia stood in front of him, now only half a head shorter than him. She looked at Lu Chang'an and said softly, "I'll be taller than you soon." Lu Chang'an smiled and said, "Yes, the little silly fish is about to become a big silly fish." Lalia rolled her eyes at him. "You're the idiot." Lu Chang'an chuckled, seeing that she hadn't rested all night, and told her to get some sleep. Kalia lowered her eyes, her face slightly flushed, and asked him in a low voice if he had forgotten something. Lu Chang'an frowned slightly, not reacting for a moment. She gently reminded her, "You promised me." He suddenly realized that she was referring to purifying the bloodline. Lalia nodded gently, her blush deepening. Lu Chang'an coughed lightly, his gaze involuntarily sweeping over her already well-developed figure, before saying, "Don't worry, I won't forget. This time, I'm sure I can last more than a minute." Lalia lay down, pretending not to notice his gaze, her face flushed with a beautiful blush. Then what are you waiting for? Chapter 29, Is This Really Right? The next morning, Lu Chang'an woke up feeling hot all over, so hot that he could hardly breathe. It wasn't because Lalia was lying next to me, but because the weather had really gotten warmer again. Even though the sunshade could lower the temperature by 10 degrees, it still couldn't stop the heat. The actual temperature was probably close to 60 degrees Celsius. He turned to look at Lalia, who was still fast asleep, her fair and pretty face covered in beads of sweat. Lu Chang'an subconsciously reached out to wipe them away. She didn't wake up, but her cheeks quietly flushed. Lu Chang'an didn't pay attention and quickly focused his attention on the game interface. There were 3 unread notifications on the interface. The simple bet had increased his constitution by 2 points and his spirit by 1 point, bringing his spirit attribute 1 step closer to 300 points. In addition, there was a message just sent by Zhou Yuding. Big brother, the chat room is arguing again because of you. Lu Chang'an glanced at the time. The message had just been sent. He opened the world chat and, sure enough, saw 2 groups of people hurling insults at each other. Some people disagreed, saying that his score doubled overnight, and it was impossible for anyone to improve that quickly. Others countered that just because others couldn't do it didn't mean Lu Chang'an couldn't. Soon, the argument escalated into attacks on nationality. Some accused him of using shady methods, while others mocked his sour grapes attitude, suggesting he report him for cheating like Johnson did. Lu Chang'an opened the leaderboard and took a look. Whether it was the vehicle leaderboard, the combat power leaderboard, or the kill leaderboard, he was ranked first with a huge advantage. This is the root of the argument. Ultimately, some people just can't accept that he's become so strong. He didn't discuss these things with Zhou Yuding, but simply asked her, "The temperature has risen again. How are you now?" Zhou Yuding replied quickly, saying it was too hot. She felt like she couldn't breathe, and her chest felt a little stuffy. Lu Chang'an frowned slightly. This was already a sign that his body was overloaded with heat dissipation. If it dragged on for too long, cell metabolism would be affected and organ function might decline. He immediately traded over dozens of bottles of chilled seawater, reminding her to use the water to wipe her body every now and then to help cool down and to ask him for more if needed. This is one of the most effective ways to cool down that Lu Chang'an can think of right now. Zhou Yuding was deeply moved. To her, this wasn't just ordinary help. It was a true act of kindness in her time of need. Aside from her parents, she had almost never encountered such selfless generosity. Lu Chang'an simply said there was no need to be polite, as it cost him nothing. But Zhou Yuding replied earnestly, "But for me, this is a life-saving grace." After saying that, she put a blueprint in the transaction window before confirming the transaction. Lu Chang'an took a look and saw that the drawing was called a water extractor. Its function was to extract water from water-containing substances. The required materials included logs, copper ingots, glass, and coils. His eyes lit up immediately. This thing was practically an upgraded version of a freshwater extractor. With it, freshwater production could be further increased. He checked his materials and found he had just enough. Luckily, he knew glass was scarce and hadn't used it recklessly. Otherwise, he would be staring blankly at the blueprints now. However, he only had enough materials to make one. It would be a shame if it didn't mutate. Lu Chang'an looked at La Leia, who was still pretending to be asleep, reached out and rubbed her face and whispered, "I'll borrow your luck for a bit." Lalaya's face turned even redder, but she still didn't open her eyes. Lu Chang'an didn't expose him, but gave a low shout and directly selected to build. The next moment, a bright light flashed, and a new device appeared in front of him. It looks a bit like a juicer, with the main body being a container and a slot at the bottom. Lu Chang'an opened the information and found that its quality was actually purple and excellent. The water extractor has a durability of 50. Its basic function is to extract water from water-containing substances, but its additional feature is that it can extract energy from food. The review section even included the comment, "Extracting energy from food? Is that really true?" Lu Chang'an was overjoyed. He had actually succeeded. Moreover, this additional characteristic is crucial. This gives the sea monster corpses he collected earlier a new purpose. As long as the marine mammal meat is roasted and then put into a water extractor to extract energy, the efficiency and cost-effectiveness will be maximized. Lu Chang'an immediately took out some roasted meat and put it into the container. A moment later, a crystal core rolled out of the slot. He picked up the crystal core, his eyes filled with surprise. It really worked. From now on, he can make better use of the sea monster corpses, and he will no longer have to rely on the Laya to stuff them into his stomach piece by piece. Lu Chang'an couldn't help but burst into laughter, giving the Laya a big kiss on the cheek. "That's wonderful." As expected of the Empress, her luck is unbeatable. Lalaya's cheeks flushed red, and she quickly raised her hand to cover her face, but continued to pretend to be asleep. Lu Chang'an didn't expose her, and instead tested it with seawater. The results showed that this water extractor extracted fresh water several times faster than ordinary freshwater extractors. However, he doesn't plan to discard the freshwater extractor, because the extractor can also produce sterile table salt, which is also an indispensable and valuable resource for survival. There are no limitations on either type of equipment. They can coexist. As long as there is enough glass available in the future, it can be mass-produced to continue expanding the production of fresh water and salt. At this moment, Zhou Yuding sent another message, saying that she felt much better after using ice water. She changed her address for Lu Chang'an from elder brother to brother, clearly showing her growing closeness to him. Lu Chang'an replied that the drawings were very helpful to him. Zhou Yuding said that as long as she could help him, she was happy, and he could tell her what type of drawings he needed. These words made Lu Chang'an's heart skip a beat. Did she mean that custom blueprints were available? If that's the case, then her talent level is definitely not low. Lu Chang'an tentatively asked, "Is anything okay?" Zhou Yuding replied that it was theoretically possible, but she needed to know the general structure and function of the equipment. This was also a limitation of her blueprint creation. She had to understand the basic operating principles of the facility first. Lu Chang'an's eyes widened immediately. If these were the only restrictions, then she and he were a match made in heaven. Having learned from his previous life, he knew the structure and operation of many facilities. If he simply shared this information with Zhou Yuding, wouldn't she be able to replicate the corresponding blueprints? He suddenly realized that Zhou Yuding was probably second only to Lalaya in importance to him. Just then, Lalaya suddenly opened her eyes and said, "I sensed it. There's an island to the due north." Lu Chang'an immediately looked north, only to see clouds and mist swirling in the distance, obscuring the specific situation. He took out his treasure compass, and the pointer was vibrating violently. The treasure is on that island. Lu Chang'an was overjoyed. Resources and treasures had unexpectedly come together. Chapter 30: The Allure of That Kiss. As the clouds drew ever closer, Lalaya frowned slightly, reminding Lu Chang'an to be careful. The white mist had blocked her senses, and it likely concealed danger. Lu Chang'an wasn't surprised. It's normal for sea beasts to guard islands, especially places like this where treasures might be hidden. Even beginner-level sea areas are guarded by E-level sea beasts, let alone the true endless sea. Just as the bubbles were about to enter the white mist, Lu Chang'an decisively ordered, "Dive." Lalaya immediately manipulated the bubble to sink into the sea. The seawater was blocked out, and Lu Chang'an felt no stuffiness inside. He could also clearly observe the surface and seabed, with a much wider field of vision than a submarine. He asked Lalaya how exhausted she was. Lalaya replied that this level of exertion wasn't too fast, and she could probably sustain it for about an hour. Lu Chang'an nodded. The time wasn't long, but it was enough to handle any unexpected situations. Soon after, the two passed through the misty area and arrived near the island. The island gradually became clearer. It wasn't large, only about 1,000 acres, but it was lush with greenery, filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, and rich in resources. More importantly, there are birds here. As long as he can obtain feathers, Lu Chang'an can build arrow towers. Obtaining resources won't be easy. The island is inhabited by a large number of sea monsters that resemble frogs, but have thick scales covering their backs. The F-rank sea monster, the thick armored frog. They have thick skin and flesh, can attack with sharp claws and tongues, and their venom has a paralyzing effect. Lalaya sensed for a moment, her expression turning solemn. The island was home to a complete group of thick armored frogs, with over 500 F-level frogs on the outer perimeter, over 50 E-level frogs inside, and 2 D-level frogs at the core. This group consists of a large number of low-level cannon fodder, a sufficient number of mid-level fighters, and a few strong individuals. To obtain the island's resources and treasures, these armored frogs must be eliminated. Lu Chang'an frowned. The problem was that these weren't solitary sea monsters, but rather an organized group. If they made a move, the entire island would likely be alerted. Lalaya asked him if he wanted to leave. Lu Chang'an shook his head, deciding to observe first. The island held resources and treasures he desperately needed. He couldn't give it up so easily. He circled the island and found groups of thick-skinned frogs gathered in various places. Some were sunbathing, some were feeding, and others were fighting each other. The island was not large, and it would be almost impossible to sneak in without disturbing them. They can't fly, nor can they hide. Lu Chang'an's gaze fell on several armored frogs fighting each other, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He asked Lalia if the armored frogs loved to fight. Lalia nodded, saying that this was their group's custom. They would fight for food, mates, and status. Lu Chang'an smiled and suddenly asked her how long it had been since she last sang. Lalia was somewhat puzzled, but still replied that she hadn't sung since becoming Empress. The Empress's affairs were too busy, and she hadn't been in the mood to sing. Lu Chang'an then asked her to sing a song. Lalia blushed slightly. She had never sung in front of a man before, but seeing Lu Chang'an's insistence, she finally agreed. She sat on the diaphragm of the water bubble, her glistening fishtail gently slapping the waves. Her cherry lips parted slightly, and a clear, melodious voice drifted out. The song was ethereal and melodious, like an evening breeze caressing the waves, or moonlight flowing into the water, tender and moving. She sang in mermaid language. Lu Chang'an couldn't understand the lyrics, but he was still captivated by her beautiful voice. His inner turmoil seemed to be washed away, and he just wanted to quietly immerse himself in this heavenly music. However, his willpower was strong enough that he quickly broke free from the song. He looked at the island and saw that all the armored frogs were also showing expressions of rapture, their faces full of enjoyment, some even dancing to the melody. A smile appeared on Lu Chang'an's lips. This was the power of the soul-seizing demonic sound. It was indeed formidable. However, the effect was not quite what he had expected. He had originally thought that the armored frogs would be triggered by the song and turn on each other, causing them to fight. Now it seemed that they were merely calmed and controlled by the song. However, the outcome can also be used. As long as Lalia can keep them calm with her song, he can launch a surprise attack. But then I thought, he himself has a captivating voice. If he sang it, would it have a similar effect? Lu Chang'an immediately interrupted Lalia, preparing to sing a song himself. Lalia looked at him in surprise and asked if he could sing. Lu Chang'an was full of confidence, saying that he was the karaoke king and queen of the dormitory back in the day. Although Lalia didn't understand what karaoke king meant, she knew what king of singers meant, so her eyes showed a bit more expectation. Lu Chang'an cleared his throat and began to sing. There are some things I've forgotten, but I still remember one night when my mother asked me why I was unhappy today. The moment the singing began, Lalia's expression changed instantly. Not because it was beautiful, but because it was awful. The sound was like two gongs scraping back and forth against her ears, screeching and grating, making her inexplicably irritated. Seeing her strong reaction, Lu Chang'an was delighted and sang even more enthusiastically. 1 step, 2 steps, 1 step, 2 steps like the devil steps. Friction, friction, friction on this smooth ground. Friction. Lalia's expression gradually turned painful, even somewhat ferocious, as if she were forcibly enduring something. Her gaze shifted between clarity and confusion, but Lu Chang'an didn't notice. He was focused on the changes on the island. At this moment, the thick-skinned frogs on the island had become frenzied and chaotic, their aggression fully unleashed. Lu Chang'an's singing was like a fire, amplifying their innate fighting instincts to an extreme degree. Soon, one of the armored frogs couldn't resist and attacked its companion. The attacked frog immediately became ferocious and retaliated. Their reason was consumed, leaving only rage and slaughter. The battle quickly escalated, with blood splattering everywhere. The first skirmish was like lighting a fuse, instantly igniting the entire outer area. More and more armored frogs joined the melee, and the edge of the island completely transformed into a battlefield. Watching the armored frogs relentlessly slaughter each other, a gleam of joy flashed in Lu Chang'an's eyes. Compared to Lalia, his singing was far more like a true, bewitching, demonic voice. He decided to keep going and sang even more energetically. But at that moment, Lalia finally lost her patience. "Shut up," she yelled and pounced on Lu Chang'an, opening her mouth to bite him. Her eyes were glazed over. She only wanted to do anything to shut him up. Lu Chang'an was completely focused on observing the situation on the island and didn't even realize what was happening before she bit his lip. He stared in astonishment at Lilia, who was standing right in front of him. Lilia, however, was instantly jolted awake by the pain transmitted through her soul and regained her senses. The two locked eyes and were both stunned for a moment. Chapter 31, The Ruthless Resource Harvester. With a splash, Lilia flicked her tail and dived directly into the deeper sea. Lu Chang'an watched the direction she disappeared in, shaking his head and chuckling. He hadn't expected that the soul-stealing demonic voice would be indiscriminate, affecting even his own people. But upon reflection, hadn't Lilia's singing affected him before? He touched his lips. They were numb and swollen. That silly fish had sharp teeth and bit hard. It would be strange if they weren't swollen. The worst part was her temper. He hadn't even scolded her, yet she'd already sulked and hidden in the water, her face flushed with anger. Lu Chang'an muttered something to himself and turned to look at the island. Although the demonic sound had stopped, the armored frogs were still in a frenzy and hadn't stopped attacking. After a while, the island was piled high with the corpses of the armored frogs. It wasn't until a group of larger armored frogs rushed out from the island that the fighting groups were forcibly separated. These are all E-grade, thick armored frogs, the backbone of the island. Although the infighting has ended, the losses are irreparable. In a short period of time, more than half of the F-grade thick armored frogs have been lost, leaving less than 200, and most of them are injured. Lu Chang'an was secretly delighted. Although his lips were swollen and he couldn't sing for the time being, this number was no longer enough to defend the entire island. He could sneak onto the island and gradually devour them. As he had predicted, the thick armored frog defenses, now redeployed, had obvious weaknesses. Lu Chang'an easily made his way onto the island without alerting any of the guards. He took out his newly forged stone axe and began chopping wood, gathering fruits and vegetables, and collecting supplies. Lilia came to his side to help carry things, but she kept a tense expression and didn't say a word the whole time. Lu Chang'an didn't care, as long as she was willing to work. He didn't rush to go deeper into the island, but instead swept along the outer perimeter, hunting thick armored frogs and collecting resources at the same time. Rewards: 16 thick armored frog meat, 6 sharp claws, 2 grade F crystal cores. Rewards: 10 hot seek planks, hus mint leaves, 10 mint sins. Received: 10 iron ingots, 10 glass. Rewards: feathers *10, bird eggs *6, bird droppings *10. With a steady stream of resources coming in, the nearly depleted supplies were quickly replenished. Just as Lu Chang'an had nearly finished looting the outer perimeter of the island and the thick armored frogs were almost completely wiped out, the E-level thick armored frogs on the island finally noticed the anomaly and rushed over aggressively, surrounding him and Lilia. Lu Chang'an sneered. If it were yesterday, I would have had to retreat. But now, it's you who should be running away. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. The 2 thick armored frogs at the front immediately leaped up, flicking out their long, thin tongues in midair. Those tongues were covered in barbs and carried paralyzing toxins. Once they hit, the real killer wasn't the wound, but the poison. But the next second, a water shield appeared out of thin air, blocking the 2 tongues. Before they could react, 2 water arrows shot out, instantly piercing their bodies. After dealing with the 2 armored frogs, 2 more pounced. Lu Chang'an gave a soft shout. Lock! The seawater solidified into chains, instantly binding the one on the left. Almost simultaneously, the thick armored frog on the right was also bound by another chain. It was Lilia who had made the move. The 2 had thought of the same thing and coordinated perfectly. Lu Chang'an gave her an approving look. Well done. Lilia blushed slightly and immediately looked away. Lu Chang'an rushed forward and used soul steel to defeat the 2 armored frogs. He then charged directly into the thick armored frog formation. Water shields, water arrows, and azure wave chains were used in turn, easily slaying the thick armored frogs one by one. Now, with his extremely strong attributes and skill support, he is well-rounded in both offense and defense, and has no shortage of control. In addition, with the combat skills he honed in his previous life and Lilia's cover from the side, dealing with these armored frogs is a piece of cake. A moment later, all the thick-armored frogs were eliminated, and the only price Lu Chang'an paid was the expenditure of some physical strength. After collecting the frog meat and crystal cores, he entered the island. Compared to the outer areas, the island was much richer in resources. In addition to the usual supplies, he also found clay, thatch, and vines, materials for building thatched huts. Lu Chang'an once again transformed into a ruthless resource harvester, taking everything in sight into his pocket. Received: thatch *12, clay *16, vine *10. Received: mango tree seeds *5, glass *10. Received: stones *20, soil *16, coils *8. He worked from noon until evening, finally plundering all the resources on the island, except for the cave in the center of the island. That was the nest of 2D grade thick-armored frogs, and also where the treasure was located. Lu Chang'an didn't rush in. Instead, he secured all the resources first before preparing to deal with them. Seeing him looking towards the cave entrance, Lalaya couldn't help but remind him, "Don't be impulsive." Although she was still a little shy, she was worried that Lu Chang'an might barge in. Lu Chang'an smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't just go in." The situation inside the cave was unclear, so he certainly wouldn't rush in recklessly. Lalaya breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "What do you plan to do?" Lu Chang'an replied, "Don't go in, let them come out." Lalaya looked puzzled. His entire tribe had been slaughtered, and the two armored frogs hadn't even shown themselves. How was he supposed to force them out? Lu Chang'an did not explain, but simply took out a pile of firewood, wet half of it, and lit it at the entrance of the cave. Lalaya was even more puzzled. Did he intend to burn down the cave? But there wasn't nearly enough firewood, and it was all damp. Could it even catch fire? She soon saw the answer. The firewood wasn't burning properly, yet thick smoke billowed from the cave entrance, while the flames were small. Lalaya couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Lu Chang'an looked at her in surprise. "Can't you tell?" She shook her head blankly. Lu Chang'an chuckled and said, "Silly fish, I'm using smoke to bring them out." Lalaya still didn't understand. Lu Chang'an was about to tease her for not even having this much common sense. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that it was normal for her to be a deep-sea creature and not to have been exposed to smoke. Seeing his disdain, Colaria immediately showed a hint of annoyance. "Do you want me to bite you again?" After saying that, she remembered what had just happened and stole a glance at his lips. Seeing that they were still swollen, her cheeks flushed even more. She never imagined that she would bite his lips. What was the difference between that and a kiss? Just as she was lost in thought, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. Lu Chang'an immediately pulled her back a short distance. The next moment, two enormous figures burst out of the cave, each the size of a minibus. Class D sea monster, leader of the thick-armored frogs. Chapter 32, Full Power Unleashed, Overwhelming Victory. Gurgle. The two thick-armored frog leaders were extremely uncomfortable from the thick smoke. When they saw the culprit appear, they immediately erupted in anger and roared at Lu Chang'an in unison. As the roar resounded, a faint light appeared on their bodies. The next moment, the ground beneath Lu Chang'an and Lalaya's feet trembled violently. Lu Chang'an reacted extremely quickly, grabbing Lalaya and rushing to the side. Lalaya was startled and was about to ask him why when several sharp earth spikes suddenly shot out from where she had been standing. White skill ground spikes. Unlike F-class and E-class sea monsters that fight only on instinct, D-class sea monsters can mobilize energy and unleash skills, which is what makes them truly dangerous. Lalaya then realized that Lu Chang'an was protecting her. Her reactions on land were far less agile than in the sea. If she had been even a step slower, she might have been injured. She looked at Lu Chang'an, her eyes filled with emotion and joy. At this moment, Lu Chang'an suddenly sent her a message: Azure Wave Chains. Lalaya immediately understood. In the next instant, two light blue chains appeared out of thin air, binding the two thick-armored frog leaders respectively. Their coordination remained perfect, with almost no pause. The armored frog leader roared and struggled frantically, cracks quickly appearing on the chains. With their strength, the Azure Wave Chains could only hold out for a few seconds at most. But for Lu Chang'an, those few seconds were enough. He carried Lalaya to the beach, put her in the water, and whispered, Use your skills and songs to support me remotely. Lalaya cautioned him. Be careful. Lu Chang'an smiled confidently. Don't worry, just wait for me to come back. Seeing his still slightly swollen lips, Lalaya's cheeks flushed slightly, and she wanted to laugh, so she could only add, don't be careless. Lu Chang'an responded, took out the soul-snatching sword, and turned to walk back towards the two armored frog leaders. He wanted to test just how strong he had become. At this moment, the two thick armored frog leaders broke free of their chains, and their massive bodies leaped up at the same time, rushing towards him from midair like two buses. Lu Chang'an's lips curled up slightly. Instead of dodging or avoiding them, he charged towards them. Whoosh! The two leader of the armored frogs simultaneously flicked out their tongues. Their tongues possessed speed and power far exceeding that of ordinary E-rank armored frogs, tearing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. A direct hit would result in severe injury, if not death. But they were fast, and Lu Chang'an was even faster. This time, he didn't use the water shield. He simply swayed his body slightly and dodged the two attacks by the smallest of margins. These are combat techniques he honed in his previous life. Previously, limited by his physical attributes, many movements were impossible to execute. Now, with his attributes having skyrocketed, these techniques can finally be put to real use. Having been reborn, his fighting instincts have never been lost. Two tongues grazed his body, and Lu Chang'an's soul-snatching sword transformed into a cold light, slashing down with it. With two soft hissing sounds, the tongues of the two armored frog leaders were severed. The excruciating pain caused them to reveal a ferocious expression, and in their rage, their bodies glowed once more. Lu Chang'an smiled faintly. You have underestimated a martial artist's perception of the environment. As soon as he finished speaking, he shifted his footing, taking half a step to the left. A spike pierced through the ground from his right side, almost grazing his body, but missed again. Immediately afterwards, he increased his speed even further, easily dodging the spikes that appear behind him. Every skill has warning signs before it is activated, and truly top-tier martial artists can easily spot the flaws in them. For example, the Azure Wave Chains cannot be used to restrain him at all, because it requires formation before locking. By understanding this process, one can avoid it in advance. This is one of the reasons why Lu Chang'an practiced his skills so diligently. Only by honing his skills to the point of near perfection could he minimize the chances of being exposed. The two thick armored frog leaders were clearly taken aback and wanted to continue using their skills, but Lu Chang'an had already arrived in front of them. They could only swing their claws, trying to crush him. There are too many flaws. After speaking a low voice, Lu Chang'an ducked down and charged directly beneath one of the armored frog leaders. His soul-stealing technique lashed out from its weakest point, its abdomen. Laugh! The blade easily tore open the abdomen, and blood mixed with organs spilled onto the ground. The armored frog leader crashed heavily to the ground, struggled a few times, and then quickly fell silent. Lu Chang'an flicked the soul-stealing weapon in his hand and praised. As expected of a legendary weapon, it is indeed powerful. Using a legendary weapon against a D-class monster is still a case of overwhelming force. Of course, the reason this attack was so decisive was also because he accurately targeted the thick armored frog's weakest point. Crow. After its companion died, the remaining armored frog leader let out a mournful howl, and the light on its body suddenly surged. Lu Chang'an, however, withdrew his soul-stealing ability and charged directly at it. Large shards of spikes shot out from the ground one after another, but Lu Chang'an seemed to have eyes in his feet, dodging them every time in advance. He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the thick armored frog leader. The leader of the armored frogs had its tongue severed and could only attack with its claws. Lu Chang'an did not use weapons again. He wanted to try whether he could defeat it head-on without relying on the soul-stealing technique. He deftly dodged the sharp claws and punched the leader of the armored frogs in the chin. Shalt! Several streams of force entered its body through the fist, and after they overlapped, they suddenly exploded. In his previous life, Lu Chang'an had no divine weapons or powerful tools, so he could only constantly hone his skills and refine his techniques. This method of exerting power was one of the techniques he had figured out. Gurgle! The leader of the armored frogs cried out in pain, its massive body staggering back a few steps, but it was not fatally wounded. Lu Chang'an nodded. The strength is still not enough, but it is already much stronger than that of the same period. After all, at this time in his previous life, he was just a truly weakling. Seeing that he didn't take him seriously at all, the leader of the thick armored frogs became even more furious and pounced on him again. But its attack was easily thwarted by Lu Chang'an. Subsequently, it became Lu Chang'an's punching bag. Lu Chang'an kept trying various techniques on it. Shock, explosion, collapse, pull. Every punch and kick landed precisely, leaving the thick armored frog leader no chance to retaliate. In the distance, on the sea, Lalia watched Lu Chang'an beat up the leader of the thick armored frogs and couldn't help but purse her lips, some unpleasant memories surfacing in her mind. In a battle where they perished together in their previous life, she initially underestimated Lu Chang'an, but he relentlessly suppressed her with various combat techniques. Although she wasn't actually injured, the feeling of being beaten was incredibly humiliating and hurt her self-esteem. But putting all that aside, she had to admit that Lu Chang'an was truly strong. His fighting techniques weren't copied from others. They were entirely his own. Without anyone to teach or support him, he relied entirely on his own exploration and understanding through countless life and death battles. He seemed to be in a fog, yet he managed to forge his own path. Thinking of his unwavering will, Lalea suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. Just how far could Lu Chang'an go in this life? Just as she was lost in thought, Lu Chang'an finally ended his suppression of the thick armored frog leader. He punched it in the head, the force of which destroyed its brain. The massive body of the thick armored frog leader crashed to the ground, and there was no more sound. Lu Chang'an turned to look at Lalaya in the sea and sent a message with a smile. Come on, let's go see what treasures are hidden in the cave. Chapter 33, Evil God Sculpture. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as she entered the cave, Lalaya was choked by the remaining thick smoke and coughed repeatedly, her eyes welling up with tears. Looking at her disheveled appearance, Lu Chang'an laughed and said, Now you know what it feels like to be smoked, right? Lalaya nodded vigorously, finally understanding why the two armored frog leaders had been forced out of their burrow. Lu Chang'an handed her a damp cloth to cover her mouth and nose, which made her feel much better. She asked curiously, Is there some special medicine on it? Lu Chang'an answered seriously, It's not medicine, it's urine. Lalaya's face instantly changed, and she almost gagged on the spot. Lu Chang'an, however, laughed and said it was just ordinary water. Enraged, she bit his arm, causing them both to gasp in pain. Seeing Lu Chang'an grinning, Lalea finally felt a little better and gritted her teeth, saying, If you dare to tease me again, I'll take you down with me. Lu Chang'an rubbed his arm and casually said, Anyway, I'm going to die with you in this life. Lalaya spat at him. Pa, I don't want to die with you. She didn't want to die, and she didn't want him to die either. As they spoke, the two arrived at the deepest part of the cave. There was no treasure as they had imagined, only some animal remains and a shrine placed in a corner. Inside the shrine was a statue with a ferocious face. Lu Chang'an initially thought it was just decoration, but after checking its attributes, his expression immediately changed. Evil God Sculpture. Quality, Gold, Legendary. Effect, can contain the souls and faith of believers, ensuring they will never betray you. Characteristic 1, Divine Descent. Allows consciousness to descend into the body of a believer. Characteristic 2, Divine Summoning. Can summon followers to your side. Characteristic 3, Divine Punishment. Can punish or exterminate believers. Current number of believers, 0/10. This item needs to be bound before use. Do you want to bind it? Lu Chang'an chose to bind without hesitation. This thing is practically a divine artifact for controlling others. He can't fight alone forever. Sooner or later he'll need to cultivate helpers. But he has too many secrets, so he must be careful when recruiting. Now, with the Evil God Sculpture, this problem is directly solved. Although there were only 10 spots available for believers, that was enough for him. After all, he would only accept those who were truly valuable. After the binding was completed, the sculpture's appearance gradually began to resemble Lu Chang'an, but remained ferocious and evil. He didn't care. Looks are worthless compared to practicality. Even an evil god is still a god. Besides, he had just sung Skateboard Shoes. Wasn't that the god of shoes? Thinking of this, Lu Chang'an turned around and smiled at Lalea. Lalea looked puzzled. What? Lu Chang'an pointed to his face and asked, look at my smile. Doesn't it have 5 parts charm, 4 parts arrogance, 3 parts indifference, 2 parts mockery, and 1 part nonchalance? Lalea was silent for a moment, then couldn't help but complain. Why are there 5 extra points? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 add up to 15. Lu Chang'an calmly replied, because I have a big face. If others get 10 points, I get 15. Lalea turned and left without a word. Lu Chang'an stopped talking nonsense, put away the evil god sculpture, and quickly followed it out of the cave. After returning to the water tank, Lu Chang'an rubbed his hands together, preparing to tally up their spoils. Just then, he received a message from Zhou Yuding. Brother, I'm sorry, I may not be able to draw blueprints for you anymore. Let's turn back time slightly. In the beginner's area, a raft floats on the sea. Zhou Yuding sat under the sunshade, wiping her body with chilled seawater. Feeling the rare coolness, she was filled with gratitude for Lu Chang'an. If it weren't for him, she would have died long ago. During her days adrift, she had seen too many corpses. Some had died from the heat, some from dehydration, some had been dragged away by sea monsters while submerged, and others had died from festering sores all over their bodies due to prolonged immersion. Death has become the most common thing in this sea area. She was destined for the same fate, but Lu Chang'an repeatedly pulled her back from the brink of death. It's a pity they were too far apart. Otherwise, she would have clung to him no matter what. Just then, Zhou Yuding suddenly saw a large wooden raft approaching her from not far away. That was a level 3 raft, 1 level higher than hers. Her heart tightened, and she immediately tried to dodge. As a young and beautiful woman, she had encountered similar situations several times in the past few days. In the past, she could always use her superior raft level to outpace her opponents, but this time, her opponent was faster than her. Before long, the raft drew closer and closer. She could now clearly see 2 men standing on it, their faces contorted with a sinister and lewd grin, and their hands gripping gleaming knives. Zhou Yuding was immediately plunged into despair. She couldn't escape, she couldn't win a fight. Her fate seemed sealed. She opened her friends list and sent Lu Chang'an a final message. Brother, I'm sorry, I may not be able to draw blueprints for you anymore. Lu Chang'an quickly replied, what's wrong? Despite her fear, Zhou Yuding replied, I'm being watched. There are 2 of them, and they have weapons. Lu Chang'an paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, do you want to live? Think. She didn't hesitate at all. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chang'an sent another message. Then are you willing to give your soul and devotion to me and become my believer? Zhou Yuding stared blankly at those words. She didn't understand why Lu Chang'an would ask such a question at a time like this. Did he want to perform a ritual for her soul and guide it to heaven? But the other raft had already pulled up, and one of the men leered at her, saying, Little beauty, we've been watching you for a long time, and today we finally have our chance. Looking at that ugly and lewd face, Zhou Yuding, though she had never met Lu Chang'an before, suddenly felt that he was as tall and mighty as a god. Without further hesitation, she replied, I do. The moment she uttered those 3 words, she felt a momentary lapse in consciousness, as if something deep within her soul had been ripped away. But she didn't have time to think it through, because the 2 men had already jumped onto her raft. We're here. Little beauty, you and your supplies are all ours. Another man approached her with a knife, threatening her to hand over the supplies and not to resist. As Zhou Yuding watched them approach step by step, her heart sank, thinking that everything was over. Just then, she received another message from Lu Chang'an. Open your mind and don't resist, I'm coming. Zhou Yuding was completely bewildered and hadn't yet understood the meaning of those words when a powerful will seemed to descend from the sky and directly entered her body. At that moment, she felt as if she were being tightly embraced from behind. That embrace was warm and safe. Chapter 34, My Little Beauty, You're Mine Now. Looking at Zhou Yuding, who was pale and trembling, Xue Wen and Xue Wu had triumphant smiles on their faces. They had been watching her for several days and had already discovered that this girl was not only beautiful, but also had a lot of supplies and had even eaten watermelon. In this scorching, endless sea, watermelons are a rare commodity. They've robbed so many survivors, yet they've never seen one before, and they've been craving them for ages. However, Zhou Yuding remained vigilant. Whenever they got too close, she would slip away, preventing the two from ever making a move. Today, they finally gathered enough resources to upgrade the raft to level 3, significantly increasing its speed. This time, she couldn't escape. As they had predicted, they easily caught up with Zhou Yuding. In the brothers' eyes, her people and supplies were now all theirs. Xuewen smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, little beauty. We brothers know how to cherish women." He had expected Zhou Yuding to scream or kneel down and beg for mercy. But to his surprise, the fear on her face quickly turned into something strange. She stood up, looked at her long legs, then looked down at her body, muttering awkwardly, "I've lost a few ounces but gained a few pounds. It feels so strange." Xuewen was taken aback, and before he could figure out what she was talking about, he heard her shout again, embarrassed and annoyed, "Brother, don't do this, it's so embarrassing." Seeing this, Xuewen and Xuewu exchanged a glance, both seeing astonishment in each other's eyes. Had this woman gone mad with fright? Xuewen sneered, "Even if you're pretending to be crazy, you're not getting away today. Hand over the supplies obediently, and you'll suffer less." But Zhou Yuding wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she mimicked his tone and said, "Hand over the supplies obediently, and you'll suffer less." The two brothers were taken aback at first, then burst into laughter, finding this girl rather interesting. But the next moment, Zhou Yuding frowned, snorted coldly, and strode towards them. Shuo laughed and reached out to grab her. In his view, this woman posed no threat at all. Her so-called resistance was nothing more than flirting. They had observed Zhou Yuding over the past few days and found that she had never fought with anyone or killed any sea monsters. She usually only used a pen and never used a knife. Her talent could not possibly be that of a combat type. But the next moment, Xue Wu's smile froze. His determined grab was easily dodged by Zhou Yuding. Before he could react, Zhou Yuding was already in front of him, twisted her slender waist, and struck him with her knee. With a soft cracking sound, Xue Wu's expression changed drastically. The intense pain made him bend over, his hands instinctively clutching his abdomen. Zhou Yuding didn't stop and punch him hard in the throat again. The cracking sound rang out again, and Xue Wu fell backward in terror. Even as his consciousness sank into darkness, he couldn't believe that this seemingly delicate woman could be so ruthless and decisive. "Brother!" Xuewen roared in grief, raising the knife in his hand to slash at Zhou Yuding. Zhou Yuding cried out in alarm, "Brother, be careful!" She screamed frantically, yet her body easily dodged the blade, her movements swift and fluid, as if her mouth and body were not controlled by the same person. This bizarre scene both shocked and enraged Xuewen. Without further hesitation, he took out a musket from his backpack. This was the trump card that enabled the brothers to build their fortune, but they were reluctant to use it because they had fewer and fewer bullets to spare. Zhou Yuding exclaimed again, "A gun! It's a gun!" Xuewen cursed and raised his hand to fire. But just as he aimed, Zhou Yuding lunged forward and slapped his wrist. Bang! The gun muzzle flashed, and the bullet whizzed past Zhou Yuding's ear. Xuewen was shocked. "Impossible! How could you be faster than a bullet?" Zhou Yuding said calmly, "I don't need to be faster than a bullet. I just need to be faster than you." Of course, she couldn't dodge the bullets, but she managed to deflect them before Xuewen could actually aim. Xuewen sensed something was wrong and immediately retreated. But as she said, as long as she was faster than him, that was enough. Before he could create distance, Zhou Yuding's fist struck his throat hard. Click! Xuewen's throat was shattered, and he fell to the ground, his face filled with resentment and regret, and never made a sound again. The two brothers, who were so arrogant just moments before, were both dead in the blink of an eye. Zhou Yuding asked incredulously, "They're all dead?" Lu Chang'an nodded. "Yes, he's dead." Despite appearing to be mentally unstable, Lu Chang'an and Zhou Yuding actually share control of this body. Fortunately, Zhou Yuding trusts him enough that she doesn't try to seize control during battles. Zhou Yuding's voice was full of gratitude. "Brother, thank you. You saved me again." She originally thought she was going to die this time, but she never expected Lu Chang'an to appear in such an unbelievable way. Lu Chang'an picked up the musket that Shui Wen had dropped and said, "Don't be so polite. You are now my follower, so it is only right that I save you. This musket is a good weapon. It's effective at both medium and long ranges, and its power is considerable. As for ammunition, Zhou Yuding can solve that by drawing up the blueprints." Zhou Yuding asked curiously, "Brother, what is a believer?" Lu Chang'an thought for a moment. "You can think of it as me being the boss and you being the beast of burden, you being the employee." Zhou Yuding's eyes lit up. "So from now on, I'm yours?" Lu Chang'an said, "It's not entirely accurate, but that's a general way to understand it." Zhou Yuding blushed slightly. "Brother, you still say you have no feelings for me." Lu Chang'an said with a hint of helplessness, "Don't misunderstand. I'm just interested in your talent." Zhou Yuding countered, "Isn't that talent a part of me?" Lu Chang'an was silent for a moment. "Yes." She immediately laughed and said, "Isn't that it? Having ideas about my talent is the same as having ideas about me, isn't it? What's the difference between that and liking my personality or my talent?" Lu Chang'an opened his mouth, but was speechless for a moment. Zhou Yuding smiled, then sighed softly. "But we're so far apart now, aren't we? There are no coordinates at sea. How are we going to meet? Are we going to stay like this forever?" Lu Chang'an said seriously, "I was just about to tell you this. Would you be willing to share a vehicle with me?" Zhou Yuding's talent is very useful to him, but she herself has no fighting ability, so keeping her by his side is the most appropriate choice. Zhou Yuding's beautiful eyes lit up, and she immediately nodded. "I'm willing." Lu Chang'an said, "Okay, but you have to promise me one thing. Everything you see must be kept secret. If you leak even a little bit, I will kill you with my own hands." Zhou Yuding's expression hardened, and she solemnly swore, "I will definitely keep this a secret. If it is leaked, I am willing to fall into the deepest hell." Lu Chang'an responded, and then withdrew his consciousness. Zhou Yuding trembled, and the feeling of being tightly controlled vanished instantly. Has he left? A feeling of disappointment welled up inside her. But the next instant, a tremendous pulling force suddenly came. Zhou Yuding's vision blurred, and she vanished from her spot. Chapter 35 Actually, I'm a decent person. After a moment of disorientation, Zhou Yuding slowly opened her eyes. Before her stood a tall, handsome man. His gaze was deep, his expression cold and stern, and he exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect. As soon as she looked away, she was surprised to find herself inside a giant bubble. The bubble was filled with various facilities, and at the edge, a beautiful figure was splashing water with its fishtail. Zhou Yuding's eyes widened in shock. It was actually a legendary creature, a mermaid. The young man noticed her astonishment and said calmly, "Her name is Lalaya." Zhou Yuding looked at him again, hesitatingly asking, "Are you Brother Chang'an?" Although the bubbles on his skin practically confirmed his identity, she still wanted to confirm it with her own ears. The man nodded. "It's me." He was none other than Lu Chang'an. After emerging from his divine descent state, he used divine summoning to directly bring Zhou Yuding to his side. Zhou Yuding was overwhelmed with shock. He had actually managed to bring her here from the beginner's area. His methods were simply beyond her imagination. Lu Chang'an got straight to the point. "From now on, you'll live here and help me create the blueprints. I'll take care of you and provide for your needs." Zhou Yuding was overjoyed and proactively extended her hand. "Okay, please guide me in the future." Lu Chang'an shook hands with her. "It's a pleasure working with you." His broad and strong hand gave Zhou Yuding a sense of security. She couldn't help but look at Lalaya, her eyes full of curiosity. Lu Chang'an explained, "She's my companion spirit. You can think of her as part of my talent." He wouldn't tell anyone about Lalaya's true origins. Lalaya overheard their conversation and turned to look. When she saw Zhou Yuding's pretty face and curvaceous figure, especially her long, straight legs, she suddenly felt uneasy. Even though the other woman had no real strength, she felt inexplicably threatened. Zhou Yuding exclaimed sincerely, "She's so beautiful." Lu Chang'an nodded. "Yes, she's the most beautiful." Hearing this, Lalaya's mood improved considerably. At least he still had a conscience and hadn't grown tired of her. Zhou Yuding asked again, "Can she talk?" Lu Chang'an shook his head. "No, but she's very smart. If you gesture, she basically understands. Zhou Yuding immediately gave Lalia a thumbs up. Lalia, you're so beautiful. Lalia turned her head away, leaving Zhou Yuding with only the back of her head. Zhou Yuding's face immediately fell. She's ignoring me. Lu Chang'an suppressed a laugh and said, After all, we're not familiar with each other yet. It'll get better with time. Besides, looks don't matter to her. Zhou Yuding had no choice but to accept it. Lu Chang'an told her to familiarize herself with the surroundings first, while he went to an open space to build a thatched hut. With one more person in the group, it was natural to arrange accommodation. After the materials were consumed, a flash of light appeared, and a thatched hut came into view. Lu Chang'an checked the attributes and found that the house was of excellent purple quality. Not only could it regulate the temperature, but it could also accelerate the recovery of physical strength, energy, and injuries, and it also came with a private storage space. Even more outrageous is its absolute protection effect. As long as the durability doesn't reach 0, the interior is absolutely safe. As for its additional characteristic, all effects are increased by 50% when a man and woman live together. The review is even more shameless, directly referring to the thatched hut as a verb. Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. Putting aside that outrageous comment, these attributes were truly luxurious. The temperature regulation could create a difference of up to 30 degrees, so there's no need to fear scorching heat or freezing cold, and the recovery effect could even be stacked with the bed. If combined with restorative foods, he could even help Lalia upgrade her bloodline twice in one night. Thinking of this, Lu Chang'an decided he had to try it tonight. Perhaps he could help Lalia complete her bloodline upgrade soon. When Zhou Yuding saw the thatched hut appear, she came over to check its attributes. What she saw stunned her. The thatched hut was actually this powerful, especially the additional characteristic of allowing men and women to live together. It seemed rather improper. There are only her and Lu Chang'an in the bubble now. Does that mean they'll have to live together from now on? Wouldn't that exactly match the meaning in the evaluation? Although it's not entirely impossible, there has to be a process first. Seeing that her face was red, Lu Chang'an knew she must have misunderstood, so he built her another one. The new thatched hut was just as habitable, but it didn't have the mutation or that additional characteristic. He said, "You'll live in this room from now on." Zhou Yuding was slightly disappointed, but thinking that they lived so close, she quickly let it go. No rush, feelings can be cultivated slowly. Afterwards, Lu Chang'an furnished the 2 rooms with furniture and other items. However, he encountered trouble when building the beds. He dismantled them twice, only to find they were all mutated beds. The third attempt was the same, and the acacia bed comment made him even more ashamed. Seeing that he still wanted to dismantle it, Zhou Yuding quickly stopped him. "It's okay, I won't overthink it. Having more attributes is good too." Lu Chang'an coughed lightly and emphasized seriously, "Actually, I'm a decent person." Zhou Yuding nodded quickly. He's a decent man. Living together and sleeping in the same bed as a man, he was definitely a man. She knew men liked these things. Seeing how understanding she was, Lu Chang'an didn't press the matter further. He returned to his room, called Lalia over, and distributed the crystal cores to her. There were over 1,000 F-grade cores, over 100 E-grade cores, and 4 D-grade cores in total. Lalia tentatively asked, "Aren't you going to share some with your woman?" Lu Chang'an chuckled. "What do you mean by my woman? She's a companion and a subordinate, not my woman." This answer made Lalia inexplicably happy. She asked again, "Then won't we share with her?" Lu Chang'an said, "She contributed, so of course we'll share. But these are all things we worked hard for, so of course they're all yours, not hers." Lu Chang'an looked at her and said seriously, "You are the most important person to me. No one can compare to you. All resources will be given to you first. Only if you don't want them will others have a turn." Lalia finally couldn't help but laugh. A smile as beautiful as 100 flowers in bloom. So beautiful that it was impossible to look away. Lu Chang'an pinched her cheek. "You absorb the crystal core first. I'll go build the arrow tower." The materials were sufficient. He was about to possess his first special building. Lalia slapped his hand away, scolding, "Don't you dare pinch my face." Lu Chang'an smiled slightly, turned, and walked out. But just as he reached the door, he stopped again. "However, your smile is really beautiful. You should smile more often." Lalaya blushed instantly, completely unprepared for his sudden remark. She felt flustered and didn't know how to respond. Lu Chang'an smiled, walked to an open space, and chose to build an arrow tower. He threw in thick planks, bricks, clay, logs, iron ingots, nails, hemp rope, feathers, and F-grade crystal cores. The next instant, a bright light shone, and a tall arrow tower rose from the ground. Looking at its attributes, Lu Chang'an was momentarily stunned. Chapter 36, Special Facilities, Powerful Arrow Towers. Arrow Tower. Durability, 1000. Attack, 10 base arrows. Rate of fire, 30 rounds per minute. Range, 320 meters. Quality, purple, excellent. Effect, can fire arrows to attack enemies. Characteristic 1. There's a 50% chance that the arrow will be retrieved if it does not cause damage. Feature 2. Every 10 arrows fired, the next arrow will always have a special attribute. Feature 3. Can be fitted with crystal cores to fire energy arrows. Additional feature. Actively activates overload, increasing rate of fire and attack range by 50% for 10 minutes, with a 24-hour cooldown. Comment. You're telling me this is an arrow tower? Isn't this a cannon turret? As the reviews and complaints have pointed out, this arrow tower's stats are ridiculously high. Its firing rate of 30 rounds per minute is even more outrageous than the Zhuge repeating crossbow, and its range reaches a staggering 320 meters. More importantly, it can trigger a special attack every 10 arrows fired, and there is a 50% chance that the arrows that miss will be recovered. If equipped with a crystal core, it can even fire energy arrows. The final mutation is more like a burst skill. Within 10 minutes, the rate of fire and range increased dramatically. If activated at full power, calling it a turret wouldn't be an exaggeration. Of course, what was truly outrageous wasn't the blueprints, but Lu Chang'an's talent. Even if an ordinary person built an arrow tower, they could never achieve this level of strength. He even began to anticipate just how monstrous the cannon turrets he would build would be if he obtained the blueprints in the future. After reading the attributes, Zhou Yuding's eyes widened. Brother Chang'an, this arrow tower is too overpowered. As the creator of the blueprints, she knew best what the original arrow tower was like. But the one before her had stats that were far superior, and several of its features were completely beyond her comprehension. Apart from the name, it bore almost no resemblance to the arrow tower she had in mind. Lu Chang'an smiled and said, with such a large family and business, how can we not have some things to guard the house? After saying that, he built 3 more arrow towers. The 4 arrow towers were positioned at the 4 corners of the raft, forming a 360-degree defense with no blind spots. If it weren't for the large area required, he would have even wanted to place them along all 4 sides. Looking at the 4 towering arrow towers, Zhou Yuding's face was filled with pride. While others were still struggling to survive on small rafts, her man was almost turning a raft into a battleship. That's right, it's a man. Since she's already Lu Chang'an's woman, then of course he's her man. At this moment, Lu Chang'an suddenly said, Yu Ting, if you're free, help me with something. Zhou Yuding immediately perked up. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Lu Chang'an then created 3 more water extractors and casually said, help me stuff them with meat. Stuff with meat? Zhou Yuding looked blank, thinking he was going to make something like braised meat or lion's head meatballs. But when she saw Lu Chang'an stuff the roasted meat into the water extractor and actually extract crystal cores, she was completely dumbfounded. This is utterly absurd. She clearly created the blueprints, but after Lu Chang'an's intervention, the resulting facility became something completely different. Shocked and puzzled, Zhou Yuding checked the properties of the surrounding facilities. The sunshade even had its own cooling function. The fishing platform was fully automatic. The fishing rod was guaranteed to catch fish every time, and the storage box had huge space and also had a refrigeration function. After looking around, she was completely dumbfounded. Everything here was unbelievably better than the normal version. Lu Chang'an ignored her shock and continued working like an old farmer. The previous batch of watermelons and palm trees had ripened, so he harvested the watermelons, cut down the trees, and continued making planting boxes. Then he planted watermelons, mint, mango trees, palm trees, and coconut trees. He worked until the blood moon rose in the sky before finally stopping. Looking at the rows of neatly arranged planting boxes, Lu Chang'an felt a great sense of accomplishment. This finally gave it a semblance of a maritime survival base. However, he still lacks actual food crops. If he could obtain seeds for potatoes, rice, wheat, or similar crops, life on the raft would be much more stable. Of course, the struggle for survival has only just begun, and there will be many more opportunities in the future. He turned to look at Zhou Yuding and found that she had gone from shock to numbness, obediently stuffing meat into the extractor. Occasionally, she would stare at the machine curiously, as if trying to figure out how it worked. Lu Chang'an walked over and asked, "So, did you understand the principle?" Zhou Yuding shook her head. "No, this is unscientific and makes no sense at all." Lu Chang'an smiled and said, "This world is different from ours, so we can't apply our old common sense to it." Zhou Yuding looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. "You built all of these, didn't you?" Lu Chang'an nodded. There was no point in hiding this matter, and it was impossible to hide it anyway. Zhou Yuding's face immediately lit up with admiration. "You're amazing. Are you a god?" Lu Chang'an smiled and said, "Yes, for you." She pressed further. "The god of construction?" Lu Chang'an said in a serious tone, "No, an evil god." He thought Zhou Yuding would laugh, but to his surprise, she remained incredibly admiring. "So amazing." Lu Chang'an couldn't help but laugh. "Evil gods are powerful too?" Zhou Yuding became serious. "If you're the creator god or the supreme god, of course you can laugh at evil gods. But if you're just a weakling, how dare you laugh at a god? Who gave you the courage?" Lu Chang'an laughed heartily at her words and gave her a thumbs up. "Not bad. Worthy of being my #1 believer." Zhou Yuding leaned closer with a grin. "My lord, I've been so loyal. Will I get a reward?" She didn't actually want the item. She just wanted to use the opportunity to get closer to Lu Chang'an. If he let her make her own request, she would definitely say she wanted him to go shopping with her. But Lu Chang'an didn't do as she expected. Instead, he took 2 crystals from the extracted crystal cores and handed them to her. "You've been stuffing meat here for hours. This is your service fee." Lu Chang'an has always been fair in rewarding and punishing. Zhou Yuding didn't contribute to the extraction of crystal cores on Thick Armored Frog Island, so she naturally didn't get share. But this time, she did help with the extraction of the roasted meat crystal cores, so she should get one. Zhou Yuding took the crystal core, but her face was full of disgust. What use would I have for this? What she wanted was shopping and dating, not these 2 hard, unyielding crystal cores. Lu Chang'an cautioned, "Don't be foolish, this is a good thing. You can absorb the energy in the crystal core to improve your attributes and strengthen your body." Zhou Yuding immediately asked, "Then how do I absorb it?" Lu Chang'an explained, "You don't have any energy in your body right now, so you can only swallow it like food and absorb it through digestion. Once you can mobilize energy, you can hold it in your hand and absorb it directly." Zhou Yuding nodded in realization. "I understand." At that moment, both of them received a system notification. Announcement: Player Lu Chang'an has discovered the method for utilizing crystal cores. Reward: Silver Treasure, Chest, *1. Chapter 37 Moral Blackmal. I have no morals. Lu Chang'an shook his head and chuckled, not expecting to get a treasure chest this way. Actually, the use of crystal cores wasn't exactly a top secret. He remembered that in his previous life, the news spread a few days after the newbie protection period ended. Just then, Zhou Yuding suddenly reminded him to check the chat room. Lu Chang'an opened it and found it already in an uproar. Some were shocked that someone had finally figured out the use of the crystal core, while others shouted for him to announce it immediately, saying it was a matter of life and death for all mankind. Even more outrageous, some people stood on moral high ground to criticize him and demanded that he disclose the information free of charge. Even people from South Korea and Japan jumped in, each speaking with an increasingly self-righteous tone. Zhou Yuding couldn't help but retort in the chat room. "Why should I disclose it to you for free? Stop with the moral blackmail." Lu Chang'an sneered. He was least afraid of moral blackmail. What did the fate of all mankind have to do with him? Why should he disclose it publicly for free? Not only would it not be free, but he would also demand an exorbitant price. He directly opened the trading post and posted a sale listing in his shop. Crystal core usage instructions, price, 1 special blueprint. The chat room exploded the moment the message was posted. Some people cursed him for being obsessed with blueprints, some called him heartless, and others resorted to insults, as if his refusal to release the designs for free was a heinous crime. Lu Chang'an's face grew even colder as he looked at the furious comments. The angrier they got, the happier he felt. He closed the chat window and saw Zhou Yuding staring at the screen, her face flushed, arguing with those people. Lu Chang'an smiled and advised her, "Don't bother with them. What can those people do besides barking incompetently?" Zhou Yuding was still furious, finding these people disgusting. Lu Chang'an owed them nothing, so why should he release the information for free? Even if he were to release it, they should be grateful, not act as if it were their right. Lu Chang'an wasn't incapable of revealing the information. After all, the use of the crystal cores would be discovered sooner or later in a couple of days. However, revealing it voluntarily was completely different from being forced to do so by these people. If he were to reveal the information voluntarily, he could at least gain some reputation. But if he were forced to hand over the information, those people wouldn't be grateful. They would only mock him, saying he should have done it sooner, or even think he deserved to be scolded. Therefore, Lu Chang'an had no intention of paying attention to these people. He quickly put the matter aside and turned to discuss the production of the blueprints with Zhou Yuding. He asked Zhou Yuding what the current facilities were still lacking. Zhou Yuding didn't answer immediately, but instead asked him what kind of vehicle he wanted to build. Lu Chang'an did not hesitate and said he wanted to build the vehicle into a super warship that integrates living, entertainment, and combat. Zhou Yuding listened with some helplessness, saying frankly that it no longer resembled a warship, but more like a fortress, a stronghold, or even a mobile city. Lu Chang'an nodded, acknowledging that was only the ideal scenario. Zhou Yuding then focused on their current needs, believing that what they lacked most was power. Relying solely on sales would be too slow. She didn't know that Lalaya could also serve as a power source, but Lu Chang'an agreed with this assessment. After all, he didn't want to keep Lalaya as the boatman forever. As her strength increased, it would indeed be a waste to have her pull the bubbles. Lu Chang'an thought for a moment and said that he knew two kinds of power devices and could try the simplest one first, the steam paddle wheel. He then explained the general principles and external structure of the steam paddle wheel. Of course, he could only describe the outline and direction. He didn't know the truly in-depth mechanical details. But for Zhou Yuding, that was enough. She returned to her room, spread out a sheet of paper, and quickly sketched the approximate shape of the steam paddle wheel on it. Looking at the gradually taking shape on the paper, Zhou Yuding smiled and said that everything was going smoothly so far and she could continue drawing. Lu Chang'an immediately urged her to continue. However, Zhou Yuding lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly and said that she was already out of energy. Creating blueprints using her talent consumes stamina every second. The more complex the blueprint, the greater the stamina consumption. Lu Chang'an chuckled, telling her to rest first and not to push herself. Zhou Yuding quickly assured him that she would try her best to speed things up. Lu Chang'an nodded and left, but suddenly understood how Lalaya felt at the time. She clearly wanted to continue, but had to stop because of lack of energy, which was indeed not very pleasant. Of course, this only refers to bloodline purification, nothing more. When Lu Chang'an returned to his room, he saw Lalaya leaning back in her chair with her mouth bulging with crystal cores, looking rather cute. Mermaids are different from humans. They absorb energy through their mouths, which is the most efficient method. Lu Chang'an had checked her attributes. Her energy level had already exceeded 1,000 points, indicating that she hadn't stopped leveling up during this time. He smiled and advised her that absorbing so many crystal cores must be tiring and she could take a rest. Lalaya was secretly pleased, but outwardly remained calm, saying that she was the Empress and absorbing a few crystal cores was nothing to her. Lu Chang'an smiled, then led her to the bed, preparing to help her purify her bloodline. His attributes had improved considerably, and with the added benefits of the thatched hut, the bed, and the food, he should be able to purify it twice in one night. Lalaya blushed slightly, but still pretended to be indifferent as she lay down, turning her head to the side and covering her face with her long hair. Lu Chang'an came to her side, placed his hand on her chest, and activated the bloodline purification. The next instant, Lalaya's delicate body trembled violently, and her eyes widened abruptly. A powerful sensation swept through her body. She could clearly feel her bloodline gradually becoming purer. This change lasted for a full 3 minutes before ending. Lu Chang'an withdrew his hand and leaned weakly against her. With his attribute strengthened, he lasted longer than before. Lalaya didn't speak, but only half closed her eyes and reached out to hook her arm around his neck. After resting for a while, Lu Chang'an judged that his strength had recovered quickly, and he could probably purify it again in about 3 hours. Lalaya's voice was somewhat languid as she said that at twice a day, her bloodline would complete its evolution in 3 days at most. Lu Chang'an was equally filled with anticipation. The evolution of Lalia's bloodline would undoubtedly allow his strength to leap forward once again. Just then, he suddenly noticed the communication conch shell in his backpack vibrating slightly. Lu Chang'an's eyes narrowed. Princess Fran of the Naga tribe had contacted him. Chapter 38. The Bounty Order Crisis Approaches. After Lalaya hid in the deep sea, Lu Chang'an took out the communication conch. Fran's voice came quickly, her tone filled with dissatisfaction, asking him why he hadn't responded sooner. Lu Chang'an yawned and said it was late at night. Was it strange for a human to be sleeping? This worm has a strange temperament. You can't just go along with it. You have to confront it to get results. Sure enough, Fran's tone softened, and she apologized to him. Lu Chang'an didn't hold it against her and directly asked her what she wanted to see him about so late at night. Fran said she had reported Lu Chang'an's words to the Empress. After pondering for a long time, the Empress simply told her not to get involved and to act as if nothing had happened. Judging from this reaction, Lu Chang'an's previous guess was probably correct. He chuckled inwardly. The more cunning a person is, the easier it is to get caught up in their schemes. Lu Chang'an told Fran to do as he was told, to pretend nothing had happened. But Fran changed the subject, saying there was something else she needed to tell him. News had spread within the merfolk that someone had issued a secret bounty. Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat, and he pressed for details about the bounty. Fran said she didn't know the specifics, only that many powerful individuals were heading towards the sea area where he was. Lu Chang'an then asked who issued the bounty. Fran told him that there were no more than 5 people in the mermaid clan qualified to issue such bounties, and they were all important figures who governed their respective regions, including even the mermaid queen. Lu Chang'an immediately made a judgment in his mind. It was most likely someone from Karis's side. Fran couldn't help but ask if the mermaid he killed was of high status. Otherwise, the mermaid race wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Lu Chang'an just sneered, saying that since they had already killed him, who cared whether the other party was a big shot or a small shot? Fran reminded him that if he couldn't withstand the pressure, he could seek refuge in the Naga royal court. She was already being very kind by taking on this trouble herself. But Lu Chang'an resolutely refused. He would take full responsibility for his actions and wouldn't implicate others, much less be foolish enough to walk into a trap at the Naga royal court. However, he also requested that Fran provide some intelligence. He only needed to know when the enemy would arrive and their strength. Fran readily agreed. The Naga had extremely strong control over the nearby seas. They could quickly detect any foreign forces entering and report back to him immediately. Lu Chang'an smiled and thanked him. As long as he had intelligence, he could advance or retreat at will, fighting if he could win and retreating if he couldn't. Fran said that gratitude couldn't just be expressed with words. He had to take action. Lu Chang'an casually agreed, saying that he would definitely repay them once he got through this crisis. He knew perfectly well that he should only make verbal promises first. If he was really pushed to the limit, he would simply run away. What did Su Xian's promise have to do with Lu Chang'an? After a few more jokes, Lu Chang'an put away the conch shell, called Lalaya back, and told her about the bounty. Lalaya was instantly enraged, convinced that it must have been that bastard Karis who discovered her disappearance and sent people to intercept and kill her. Although they had long suspected that the traitor might be Karis, Lalaya was still heartbroken when the facts were laid bare. Being betrayed by one's own people and having a bounty placed on one's head was a bitter pill to swallow. Lu Chang'an put his arm around her shoulder and advised her that there was no need to torture herself for a traitor. Lalaya wanted to say something, but he interrupted her. He said, "Don't always focus on the people who betray you. You should also look at the people who will never betray you." Lalaya couldn't help but laugh and asked if he was praising her. Lu Chang'an said confidently. This isn't an exaggeration, it's the truth. Then he pulled Lalea down to lie down, telling her not to be angry anymore, and that she should rest instead of wasting her energy, so they could continue purifying their bloodline later. Once the bloodline completes its evolution, revenge may be within reach in the future. Lalea softly responded, leaning against him, secretly vowing to protect him and never let him get hurt. The next morning, Lu Chang'an yawned as he walked out the house, only to be met with Zhou Yuding's strange gaze. He asked her what was wrong, but Zhou Yuding tentatively asked what they had done the night before. She heard some strange noises last night, like Lalaya's suppressed moans. Lu Chang'an casually replied, "What else can I do but sleep?" Zhou Yuding's mind immediately wandered. Could a mermaid work too? But it didn't seem impossible in mythology. She then looked at Lu Chang'an, her expression becoming even more subtle. Last night, it only lasted 3 minutes in total, even though it happened twice, but it shouldn't have made him this tired, right? Could there really be something wrong with his health? Zhou Yuding coughed lightly and said she knew some massage techniques and could help him recover. Lu Chang'an waved his hand and said he was just exhausted and would be fine after a rest. Last night, he purified Lala's bloodline again, which was quite taxing. But Zhou Yuding earnestly advised him not to reject it, saying that he could still be cured while he was still young. Lu Chang'an looked puzzled and asked her what she was talking about. Zhou Yuding got impatient and bluntly said, "It's just that it's not quite right. 3 minutes is really too short. Aren't we usually calculating it in hours?" Lu Chang'an then realized what was happening and was both angry and amused, telling her to stop reading those nonsensical things. He was using his talent to help Lalea purify her bloodline, not what she thought at all. Zhou Yuding blushed instantly, awkwardly chuckling and saying the weather was nice today, before fleeing back to her room to draw blueprints. Lu Chang'an shook his head and chuckled. Did he look like such a useless man? Just then, he suddenly received a notification. Your item has been successfully sold. Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. The only item he currently listed was the instructions on how to use the crystal core. This meant someone had actually bought it with special blueprints. Chapter 39 is this combat power even human? Lu Chang'an opened the trading house and, sure enough, saw that the method for using the crystal core had been sold in exchange for a special blueprint. Construction blueprint, special incubator. Effect, can hatch eggs, increasing production. Require materials, 50 silver ingots, 50 clay, 50 hard plastic, 30 grade E crystal cores. Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. This was just in time. With the incubator, he could raise birds and obtain feathers steadily, which would be perfect for supplying the arrow tower with arrows. He's currently only missing some hard plastic and E-grade crystal cores. He's going to deeper waters today, so obtaining them shouldn't be too difficult. Just as he was about to close the trading house, he suddenly saw a person named Kimita Hajime also posting instructions on how to use crystal cores, priced at only 10 F-grade crystal cores. Lu Chang'an checked the transaction records and found that the person who had just bought his method was none other than Kimita Hajime. He sneered, immediately understanding the other party's plan. Buying him at a high price and then reselling him at a low price was clearly an attempt to steal his business and, incidentally, push him out of the market. The method for using the crystal core would be made public sooner or later, and Lu Chang'an was already quite satisfied with getting a special blueprint in exchange. But the Sakurajima people were trying to rip him off right after buying it. So he shouldn't blame Lu Chang'an for being ruthless. He directly relisted a product that could be sold repeatedly. How to use the crystal core price. 1 sea beast corpse, limited to people of Xia Kingdom only. A sea monster carcass is something most people can get their hands on these days. It's practically free. More importantly, this price is only for people from Xia Kingdom. Others simply can't buy it. This put Kamita in a very difficult position. The Sakurajima people would definitely force him to lower the price, but the sea monster's corpse was worthless to them. If Kamita follows suit, he will not only fail to earn crystal cores, but will also have to clean up other people's corpses. If he doesn't follow suit, he will be condemned as a sinner by his own people. For someone who wants to expand their influence and win over people's hearts, this is a fatal blow. As soon as the message was posted, Lu Chang'an was bombarded with transaction notifications, a dense barrage of messages. Annoyed, he simply turned them off. He then opened the chat room and found it completely in an uproar. The people of Xia praised Lu Chang'an, saying he was the pride of Xia, and also took the opportunity to mock the people of Sakurajima for being petty. Meanwhile, Sakurajima was besieging Kamita, calling him a profiteer, forcing him to lower prices immediately, and even questioning whether he wanted Sakurajima to fall behind Xia. Some people even asked for a refund on the spot after spending 10 crystal cores to buy the product. The chat room was buzzing with activity. The Chinese were elated, the Sakurajima people were fighting amongst themselves, and other countries were trying to curry favor with the Chinese, hoping to learn how to use the crystal cores. At this moment, almost everyone started to move because of Lu Chang'an's actions. Lu Chang'an simply smiled faintly and casually closed the chat room. He had many things to do and didn't have time to waste with these people. Let's turn back time slightly. On the other side, Kamita watched as the transaction notifications kept popping up, feeling extremely smug. In his view, Lu Chang'an's idea of making a fortune through the crystal core method was simply a pipe dream. Although the special blueprints were precious, he was only selling them for 10 F-grade crystal cores, and any normal person would know which one to buy from. As long as he obtains a large number of crystal cores, he can quickly increase his combat power and eventually reach the top of the combat power ranking. Thinking of this, Kamita became even more excited. He opened the battle power ranking list, wanted to see just how much his battle power had increased from the good stuff he got from opening the treasure chest yesterday. Soon he saw his name on the list. Second place, Hajime Kamita, rating 27311. Kamita couldn't help but burst into laughter. His combat power had suddenly increased by more than 20,000, propelling him directly to second place on the rankings. This was already an extremely remarkable achievement for him. More importantly, he felt that the gap between him and Lu Chang'an was narrowing. If he were given just a few more days, he could catch up with, or even surpass, Lu Chang'an. With a sneer on his face, he turned his gaze to the first place. He wanted to see how much Lu Chang'an's combat strength would increase in the next 2 days. He estimated that 1,000 or 2,000 would be quite a lot, and 3,000 would be the maximum. First place, Lu Chang'an, score 501,035. When Kamita Hajime first glanced at it, he was inwardly sneering. Only 50,000? Wasn't it 80,000 before? It seems Lu Chang'an must have suffered considerable losses these past 2 days. If things continue like this, it seems that crushing the other side underfoot is just around the corner. But when he compared the two numbers, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Why is Lu Chang'an's string of numbers longer than his? He carefully counted his own scores, and they were indeed in the 5-digit range. But when he counted Lu Chang'an's scores, they were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 6 figures? Kamita's expression changed instantly. He thought he was seeing things and counted again. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. 500,000. Lu Chang'an's combat strength is actually 500,000. Kamita was completely dumbfounded. He only had a combat power of 20,000 to rank second, but Lu Chang'an's was a whopping 500,000. Was this even the combat power a human should have? He refused to believe it, thinking it must be a hallucination. Maybe he hadn't slept well last night, and his eyes were playing tricks on him. He immediately washed his face, blinked hard a few times, and looked at the list again. The number remains clear, 500,000. How is this possible? Kamita slumped down, his face filled with disbelief. He simply couldn't understand how Lu Chang'an had managed to raise his combat strength to such an extent. This shouldn't be happening, and it's unreasonable. With such a huge gap, what can he possibly use to catch up? He even doubted that even if he were given another month, he might not be able to catch up with Lu Chang'an. Just then, a friend's message popped up. When Kamita opened the app, the other party immediately launched into a tirade of abuse, calling him a profiteer and demanding that he return the crystal cores. He looked completely bewildered, having no idea what had happened. The other party directly told him to go and see how much Lu Chang'an was selling for, and then see how much he was selling for. Kamita hurriedly opened the trading house, and when he saw the sale information posted by Lu Chang'an, his vision went black. Lu Chang'an only wanted a sea beast corpse. Is he crazy? What does he need this for? Kamita hurriedly opened the chat room again, only to find countless Sakurajima users cursing him furiously. Some were forcing him to lower the price. Some were accusing him of cheating his fellow countrymen, and others were even insulting his ancestors. He wants to lower the price, but where else can he lower it? If he doesn't lower the price, how will he develop his influence among the people of Sakurajima? But should he really return the crystal cores that have already been sold? He had barely gotten his hands on those crystal cores before, and hadn't even had a chance to warm them up. Most importantly, he had to pay with a special blueprint to buy this method from Chang'an. He had obtained that blueprint with great difficulty, and he hadn't even recouped his costs yet. As a result, almost all of humanity has obtained the method to use the crystal core for free, while he alone lost a special blueprint and was severely criticized. He tried to steal a chicken, but ended up losing more than he gained. He didn't make any money. He lost a fortune. At this moment, Kamita Hajime became a complete clown in everyone's eyes. Chapter 40. The sea beast corpse has exploded. In the evening, Chang'an sat in the house, his brows furrowed, his expression unusually serious. Zhou Yuding thought he was worried about the progress of the drawing, so she quickly comforted him. "Brother, don't worry. I will try my best to draw the drawings." Chang'an shook his head. "It's not about that." Zhou Yuding tentatively asked, "Is it because Lalia is not satisfied with 3 minutes?" Chang'an raised his hand and tapped her on the forehead. "How could she be dissatisfied? She's very satisfied." Zhou Yuding covered her forehead, even more confused. "What exactly is that?" Chang'an sighed. "I don't dare to open my shop now." Zhou Yuding was taken aback. What was there to be afraid of opening a shop? Chang'an explained helplessly that there were too many sea monster corpses, which had already filled the shop's warehouse to capacity. Once he opened the shop, the corpses would appear right next to him. Zhou Yuding was stunned. "Margin call? How much?" Chang'an pressed his temples. "More than 1 million." Zhou Yuding almost cried out. Chang'an smiled wryly. The number was now more than 1 million, and it was still rising rapidly. He clearly underestimated the number and purchasing power of the Xia people. The sea monster carcasses were indeed energy to him, but the problem was they had to be cooked before they could be extracted. Even if you include Zhou Yuding and Lilia, the 3 of them, exhausted and with arms aching from swinging, still couldn't handle so many corpses. Not to mention, if they opened a shop, the corpses would probably bury him first. Zhou Yuding frowned as well. "So many. What should we do?" Chang'an remained silent for a moment, never expecting that the biggest trouble he was facing was actually the sea monster corpse he wanted most. He turned to Lilia, who was sailing, and asked, "How do you usually dispose of sea monster carcasses?" Lilia quickly replied, "Eat them. Sea monsters are the food source for all deep-sea races." Chang'an nodded slowly. The thought of the corpses being the food source for all deep-sea races sparked an idea in his mind. If handled properly, these corpses might not be a nuisance, but rather a source of enormous profit. Just then, the communication conch shell in the backpack suddenly vibrated. Chang'an first gave Lilia a few instructions, then sent Zhou Yuding away before taking out the conch shell. Fran's voice came through. "Su Xian, I heard that the harpy has accepted the bounty from the merfolk and should be coming to find you soon. Harpies are monsters with the heads of women and the bodies of eagles. They are extremely fast, adept at manipulating wind energy, and greedy." In his previous life, Chang'an had also encountered this kind of monster. At that time, he was too weak and could only take a detour to avoid it. He asked Fran, "Do you know their numbers and strength?" Fran told him that the sea area where he was located was remote, with only 1 harpy outpost nearby, consisting of 200 harpies, and the commander was only a B rank. However, the commander couldn't possibly come personally, and they wouldn't all come. Fran estimated that what would come would be a small number of C rank, plus about 100 D rank. Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. If it was only the scale, with the soul-seizing technique and the arrow tower, they weren't without a chance of winning. He thanked Fran, chatted briefly for a few more minutes, and then ended the call. Afterwards, Chang'an summoned Zhou Yuding and Lilia, asking them to stop their work, conserve their energy, and prepare for the battle. When Zhou Yuding heard that the enemy was a D-level or even a C-level monster, she was completely stunned. Most humans had never even seen an E-level sea beast, yet they were about to face hundreds of D-level and C-level monsters. Chang'an thought she was scared, so he comforted her, Don't be afraid. We have a chance of winning. Zhou Yuding's eyes darted around, and she immediately covered her forehead, pretending to be about to fall. Lu Chang'an quickly stepped forward to help her. What's wrong? She leaned into his arms and whispered, It's okay. I get dizzy when I'm nervous. You can help me for a bit. She certainly didn't want to miss such a good opportunity to get closer to him. Before Lu Chang'an could speak, Lalea had already walked over and taken Zhou Yuding from him. Lu Chang'an smiled and said, Then let Lalea take care of you, and I'll go make the preparations. After saying this, he walked towards the arrow tower and replenished it with materials to ensure there were enough arrows. Important facilities needed to be protected, mature plants needed to be harvested, and immature plants needed to be moved indoors. After he left, Zhou Yuding stood up straight silently and exchanged a glance with Lalea. Looking into those clear, jewel-like eyes, Zhou Yuding instinctively felt that Lalea was hostile towards her and had already seen through her little scheme. She quickly probed, Lalea, what do you like? Delicious food or precious gems? Zhou Yuding knew very well that if she wanted to get close to Lu Chang'an, she had to get past Lalea first, so she wanted to bribe her so that she wouldn't ruin her plans again. Lalea didn't respond, but simply turned and walked to Lu Chang'an's side. The meaning seemed clear. She wanted nothing but him. Zhou Yuding was immediately troubled. It seemed that Lalea really didn't like her. When Lu Chang'an saw Lalea coming over, he casually asked, Is Yuding all right? Lalea nodded. Lu Chang'an didn't think much of it and continued with the crucial question. Can they pinpoint your exact location? Lalea replied, No, we can only know the approximate location through blood ties. Lu Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the location couldn't be precisely pinpointed, the situation was much more flexible. If they could win, they could fight. If they couldn't, they could retreat. Lalea, however, said seriously, If it really comes to the worst, I will lure them away. She wasn't worried about the harpies, but rather the powerful mare folk behind them. She had decided that she would rather be captured herself than be a burden to Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an reached out and grabbed her face, warning her in a deep voice, Silly fish, don't think that sacrificing yourself is noble. Your self-pity is incredibly foolish in my eyes. Don't forget, if you die, I won't live either. He moved closer to Lalea, staring into her eyes. So, even if we have to die, we'll die beside each other, understand? If they stay together, at least there's still hope for a comeback. If they separate, they'll truly have nothing left. Lalea looked into his eyes and listened to his domineering yet warm words, and her heart suddenly started beating much faster. She lowered her eyes and softly replied, Understood. Lu Chang'an stroked her cheek. That's a good girl. After speaking, he turned to look into the distance. In that sky, a dark cloud was approaching, and the silhouettes of birds could be seen faintly within it. Lu Chang'an narrowed his eyes slightly. They've arrived. Chapter 41, Su Xian is good. I admire him. Head due north, low speed. Lu Chang'an ordered Lalea. Lalea immediately jumped into the sea. If a fight broke out, the sea would be her territory. Lu Chang'an then looked at Zhou Yuding and told her to hide in his house. She had no fighting ability, and the small house was more heavily defended. It was the safest place for her. Zhou Yuding didn't hold him back. She just waved her fist at him and said, Brother, keep it up. Lu Chang'an smiled and nodded. Soon, the harpies spotted them. Upon seeing the merfolk's signature bubbles, they let out piercing screams and excitedly swooped down towards them. This is precisely why Lu Chang'an initially sailed at low speed. How could he lure them over if he didn't attract their attention? He glanced at the pursuing harpies and continued to command, Lalea, medium speed. The bubble immediately accelerated, heading north. Seeing their target trying to escape, the harpies cried out even more sharply, giving chase with all their might. A glint of light flashed in Lu Chang'an's eyes. Speed boost 2. This was the agreed-upon wording between him and Lalea. Lalea immediately understood and increased her speed slightly. Lu Chang'an observed the distance between them and smiled slightly. Maintain. Very good. Things are going even more smoothly than he expected. At the same time, a light suddenly appeared in the distant sea. Fran and Mara appeared in the water. The two were huge and slender, silently watching the battlefield. Mara didn't understand. Your Highness, why did we come here? Is this human really that important? In her view, a lowly human was not worthy of Fran's personal attention. There were clearly many noble bloodlines waiting for her to choose from in the royal court. Fran simply smiled and said, I don't know either, I just wanted to come and see. She was indeed very interested in Lu Chang'an and curious about how he would handle this trouble. If he really couldn't hold on, she wouldn't mind lending a hand. Mara looked at the bubble being chased with disdain. What's so interesting about being chased by a bunch of birdmen? Fran looked at him carefully for a moment, then suddenly laughed. You think he's running away? Mara was taken aback. Isn't that right? Of course not. Look at the speed of both sides. Mara stared back and forth between the bubbles and the harpies, still unable to figure out what was going on. Fran sighed and had no choice but to explain. He's using speed to disrupt the harpies' formation, causing them to become disjointed. Mara then took a closer look, and her eyes lit up. Sure enough, the faster ones had already surged to the front, while the slower ones were left behind, stretching the formation into a long line. But she quickly became puzzled. Why would he do that? Fran said, that way he won't be surrounded. At the same time, he only needs to face a small number of enemies at the very front. As soon as the words were spoken, the arrow towers on the water bubble activated. Arrows rained down on the harpy at the forefront. The harpy immediately flapped its wings, creating a gust of air that deflected the first arrow. But the next arrow followed immediately, and before it could defend itself, it was struck. It let out a piercing scream. One arrow wouldn't kill it, but it was enough to enrage it. But it soon discovered that the attack was far from over. Arrows rained down relentlessly. It dodged hastily, its body quickly stained crimson with blood. As a strong warrior in the outpost, it still tried to fight back. Just then, another arrow struck it, bursting into flames. The harpy screamed and plunged into the sea, where it fell silent forever. Mara's eyes widened. What kind of arrow tower is this? How can its firing rate be so fast? It's 3 or 4 times faster than a normal arrow tower. She had seen arrow towers before, so she knew what a normal rate of fire was like. This one in front of her was clearly not right. Fran also looked surprised. This guy is really unexpected. With a snap, another arrow struck the harpy, unexpectedly unleashing a bolt of lightning. The harpy let out a mournful cry and also plunged into the sea. Fran's eyes brightened slightly. First fire, then electricity. It seems the arrows fired from this arrow tower carry elemental energy. Mara was even more shocked. He can create elemental weapons? Is he a master craftsman? Regardless of race, anyone capable of creating energy weapons can be considered a master. Fran didn't make a definitive statement, only saying lightly, perhaps. After saying that, she turned and left. Mara was even more confused. Your Highness, didn't we just arrive? She really couldn't understand Fran's thinking. She insisted on coming over beforehand, but after only a short while, she wanted to leave again. Fran said calmly, there's nothing left to see. He won this battle, and he won it easily. Mara was puzzled. But hasn't the battle only just begun? Fran chuckled. Take a closer look. Isn't the speed of the bubbles always about the same as that of the harpy at the front? Mara quickly looked over and saw that it was true. The bubble maintained the same speed as the nearest harpy, preventing it from catching up while also keeping the distance between them. Fran said, both are at the same speed. The harpy can't catch him, but he can keep attacking with his arrow towers. If you were in his shoes, how do you think you would win? Mara immediately fell silent. If she couldn't catch up, she couldn't hit him. If she couldn't hit him, she would keep taking arrows. Even the strongest would be slowly worn down. So what follows is just a repetitive scene. There's no need to watch it. Mara couldn't help but snort. That guy is really cunning. Fran laughed. That's called wisdom. Would you compete with a harpy to see who can fly higher? Mara immediately shook her head. Of course she wouldn't do something so foolish. He can see his own strengths and also grasp the enemy's weaknesses and then use the most appropriate method to restrain the opponent. Fran looked back at the direction of the bubble. He is not simple. No wonder he was able to kill an important figure of the merfolk. Her eyes were full of admiration. She saw wisdom in Lu Chang'an, which was precisely what the Naga race lacked most. Mara was still somewhat unconvinced, but I always felt that, as a warrior, one should crush the enemy head-on. Fran swam forward. So you are a warrior. and he is not. Mara quickly caught up. Then what is he? Fran glanced one last time in the direction of Lu Chang'an and slowly said, Commander, or leader. He's very good. I admire him. Chapter 42, No Strange Sound Allowed. Gah! Another harpy screamed as it plunged into the sea, and a smile appeared in Lu Chang'an's eyes. The kite tactic was executed flawlessly, and the swarm of harpies was gradually worn down, leaving only 3 C-rank elites. However, these 3 are the most troublesome. They react extremely quickly, are protected by energy, and coordinate with each other, making it difficult for ordinary arrows to inflict fatal wounds. Therefore, ordinary arrows should be avoided. Lu Chang'an arrived at an arrow tower and placed dozens of crystal cores into the slot. The next moment, the arrow's surface glowed faintly, and its speed increased even more than before. With a whoosh, a harpy, caught off guard by the sudden acceleration of the arrow, hastily raised its wings to block it. They had used this tactic to deflect attacks before, but this time it completely backfired. The energy arrow pierced through its wings and plunged into its chest. The harpy shrieked, its body flashing with azure light, and a wind blade materialized out of thin air, shooting straight at the arrow tower's firing port. It wanted to destroy the core device of the arrow tower. Lu Chang'an snorted, stepped on the tower, and leaped up, his soul-snatching hand flashing with a bright cold light as he slashed at the wind blades. With a clang, the blade collided with the wind blade, which instantly shattered. A mere green skill was utterly ineffective against a golden weapon. The wounded harpy shrieked, its body blazing with light, and its speed suddenly increased as it lunged at Lu Chang'an, who was suspended in midair. It assumed that Lu Chang'an, with nowhere to gain leverage in the air, was doomed. But it didn't see the slightest panic on Lu Chang'an's face. Instead, he was still smiling. Just as it rushed forward, a chain formed from flowing water suddenly appeared in front of it. It was moving too fast to stop in time, and could only scream as it crashed headfirst into the chain before being trapped in midair by the azure wave chain. Lu Chang'an said calmly, "That's called anticipation." The words had barely left her lips when a cold, sharp light flashed, aiming straight for its neck. The harpy desperately gathered its energy into its neck, trying to withstand the blow. When the blade struck the neck, but was momentarily blocked by energy, only penetrating a small portion. Lu Chang'an raised an eyebrow slightly. Relying solely on weapons to kill a C-rank monster was indeed somewhat insufficient. But he has more than just weapons. Choc, explosion. With the simultaneous unleashing of dual force techniques, the soul-stealing technique instantly broke through the obstacles and cleanly severed the harpy's head. Seeing their companion killed, the remaining 2 harpies let out shrill screams and pounced on Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an landed back on the ground and chuckled softly. "What? You want to gang up on me? Did you ask my brother's opinion?" Overload status activated. The 4 arrow towers simultaneously lit up with white light, unleashing a barrage of arrows like machine guns. The 2 harpies screamed and used their wings and energy to protect themselves, but now they were firing energy arrows, far more powerful than before. Coupled with the constant barrage of special arrows, they were severely wounded in just a few dozen seconds. Their instinct was to flee, but Lu Chang'an and Lilia's azure wave chains blocked their escape route. Finally, under the relentless and fierce attack, both harpies perished on the spot. Thus, all the harpies that had attacked them were dead. Lu Chang'an immediately jumped into the sea to collect the corpses. The corpses had all fallen into the sea, and if left there too long, they would likely be swallowed by sea monsters. Received: Eagle Beak *2, Feather *10, Grade C Crystal Core *2. Received: Eagle Claw *3, Feather *10, Grade D Crystal Core *2. A moment later, he returned to the bubble with a bountiful harvest. In this battle, he obtained a total of 187 D-grade crystal cores and 6 C-grade crystal cores, which translates to a total of 24,870 energy points, enough for Lalia to level up. Zhou Yuding quickly came up to him, looking at him with admiration. "Brother, I knew you could do it. You're amazing." She had witnessed the entire battle. Lu Chang'an's control over speed and tactical arrangements were truly breathtaking. especially that leaping strike that killed the harpy. It was absolutely stunning. Lu Chang'an simply smiled and asked if she had finished absorbing yesterday's crystal core. Zhou Yuding froze immediately, then quickly waved her hand, saying that she hadn't even finished digesting one F-grade crystal core yet and felt uncomfortable from the fullness. If she were to take another D-grade one, she was afraid she would be overwhelmed. Humans' ability to absorb crystal cores also depends on talent. Lu Chang'an absorbs them quickly and utilizes them efficiently, while Zhou Yuding is much slower. This kind of thing can't be forced. It can only be improved through more practice in the future. Lu Chang'an didn't press her. After a brief chat, he took Lelia back inside. He handed her all the crystal cores and told her to absorb them quickly, as there would be a fierce battle in a few days. Lelia asked if someone else was coming. Lu Chang'an shook his head, saying that they had wiped out the harpies this time, and their commander would definitely not let it go. They would come knocking sooner or later. That was a B-rank monster, not easy to deal with. Upon hearing B-rank, Lelia's expression turned serious. Although B-rank and C-rank seem to be only one rank apart, the difference is actually enormous because B-rank not only has stronger attributes but can also utilize bloodline power. Just listen to Lelia's singing to know how powerful bloodline energy is. Lu Chang'an comforted her, saying that once she absorbed these crystal cores and enhanced her bloodline, she should be able to overpower her opponent. Lelia nodded, her face slightly flushed. Then let's purify our bloodline once. I'll absorb the crystal core after you've rested. Lu Chang'an agreed, but then specifically instructed, however, it's agreed that you can't make any strange noises. He was afraid Zhou Yuding would overhear him again. Lelia responded softly. Lu Chang'an placed his hand on her chest, and his innate power activated. Lelia's delicate body trembled, and she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. The next second, Lu Chang'an suddenly heard a noise coming from next door, as if something had been knocked over. Chapter 43. Another upgrade. All attributes exceed 1,000. The next morning, when Lu Chang'an opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Leia's exquisite and beautiful face. At this moment, her lips were puffed out, making her look exceptionally cute. Lu Chang'an casually opened her attribute panel and found that her upgrade energy had risen to over 9,800 points, just one step away from upgrading. He asked, "Have you been without rest?" Lelia gently shook her head. "No, I'm not tired." As the crystal core's level increases, the energy it contains also becomes stronger, and complete absorption cannot be achieved in a short time. Lu Chang'an smiled at her. "I've noticed you're becoming more and more obedient." Lelia immediately rolled her eyes at him. Lu Chang'an waited a moment and finally saw that her upgrade energy was full, so he immediately pressed the upgrade button. The next second, a bright light burst forth from Lelia's body. Within the light, her body began to change, growing from a teenage girl into a young woman of about 20 years old. Her features remained exquisite, but her figure became even more shapely, with a slender waist, supple curves, and an overall mature charm. At the same time, the space for the water bubble has expanded again, with the membrane area increasing directly from 400 square meters to 1,000 square meters. Her vehicle panel was updated accordingly, and the Mermaid Queen was upgraded to level 4. Ocean affinity was increased to 70% for sailing speed and 70% for resource extraction, and the range of her aquatic senses was expanded from 3,000 meters to 5,000 meters. Deep-sea diving remains available, but it consumes additional stamina to allow the bubbles to enter the seabed for navigation. The energy required for the next upgrade has now increased to 100,000 points. The changes to the vehicles weren't dramatic. The main improvements were in the existing stats. What truly shocked Lu Chang'an were Lelia's own attributes. Her physique, strength, agility, and spirit all surged, with her base attributes reaching over 660 points. With the shared bonus, each attribute exceeded 1,000. Lu Chang'an's eyes widened, almost thinking she was seeing things. A single upgrade had increased all 4 of her attributes by a full 500 points, more than her previous total attributes combined. As expected of the Mermaid Queen, her growth potential is ridiculously strong. And with Lu Chang'an's talent boost, all her attributes directly surpassed the 1,000 point mark. No new features were unlocked this time, either. The last two traits of the Abyss Shark bloodline remain sealed. However, a new additional skill, Water Spirit Swiftness, has been added, which can summon a water spirit to possess the user and increase speed. The importance of speed in combat goes without saying, and this support skill comes at just the right time. The ensuing pain was even more intense than before, but Lu Chang'an's nerve had already been trained to be extremely resilient, and he quickly gritted his teeth and endured it. He immediately opened his panel to check. Player Lu Chang'an, Constitution 1092, Strength 1090, Agility 1090, Spirit 1096. The talent remains the Master Craftsman. The traits include Abyss Spirit and Soul-Stealing Demonic Sound. The skills include Water Spirit Swiftness, and all items and equipment are displayed on the panel. Such attributes can only be described as luxurious. With all four dimensions approaching 1100 points, just looking at it is pleasing to the eye. Lu Chang'an no longer wanted to compare this life with his previous one, because after the next upgrade, his attributes would inevitably crush his past self in every way. Even if the next increase doesn't grow any larger and only stays at 500 points, it's still terrifying enough. However, the problem is also obvious. The next upgrade will require a full 100,000 energy points. Right now, he only has about 17,000 energy points left in his crystal cores. Even if we take down the Harpy outposts, we won't be able to fill the remaining gaps. Fortunately, the Harpies are just Karis's pawns. More enemies will arrive later. As long as they can continue to maneuver, there will be no shortage of crystal cores. Feeling the surging power within him, Lu Chang'an looked intently at Lalea. I'm full of energy now, why don't we give it a try? A faint blush rose on Lalaea's beautiful face, but she quickly refused. No, I'm going sailing. I don't know when it started, but she seems to have developed a belief that this kind of thing can only be done at night when she's sleeping and not at any other time. After the two stood up, Lu Chang'an suddenly realized that Lalea was already half a head taller than him. His face immediately lit up with relief. You've finally grown up. Back then, you weren't even as big as my palm, and I raised you by feeding you and changing your diapers. Lalaea's face was full of disgust. What do you mean by a handful of poop and a handful of pee? Disgusting. After saying that, she deliberately adjusted her height, becoming slightly shorter than Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an was somewhat surprised. Why did you shrink back? Lalea snorted softly. I like it. Then she left the house and entered the water. She simply didn't want the gap between her and Lu Chang'an to be too large, and the current situation was just right. After Lalea left, Zhou Yuding suddenly rushed in with a look of surprise. Brother, look at the leaderboard. Lu Chang'an was completely confused. What's wrong? Zhou Yuding urged. Take a look first. Lu Chang'an opened the panel and first checked the unread notifications. The single bed feature had been triggered, increasing his constitution by 3 points and agility by 4 points. As expected of a purple quality bed, the attribute bonuses are really impressive. In a good mood, he casually opened the vehicle ranking list. First place, Lu Chang'an, scored 215,712. Second place, Lewis, score 13,123. Third place, Park Jin-hee, score 12,123. Unsurprisingly, he still dominated the second-place finisher by a wide margin. Then he opened the combat power rankings. First place, Lu Chang'an, score 851,035. Second place, Kamita Hajime, score 27,311. Third place, Muhammad, score 20,121. There is absolutely no comparison between them. Lu Chang'an continued to open the kill leaderboard. He was still in first place with a score of 8,362. Second place was Chu Yueli with a score of 1021. Third place was Alasky with a score of 253. Upon seeing the name, Chu Yueli, Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. He quickly reopened the vehicle rankings and the overall combat power rankings, and looked from the top 3 down. Sure enough, he found that Chu Yueli was 5th on the vehicle rankings and 4th on the overall combat power rankings. Lu Chang'an narrowed his eyes. The strongest human in the previous life was finally beginning to show his talent. Chapter 44, Dragging My Best Friend Down With Me. Yes, this Chu Yueli was the strongest person recognized by humanity in the previous life. With her SS level talent, She swept through the sea monsters, slaying countless creatures and consistently holding the top spot on the combat power rankings. Her most famous battle was when she was besieged by two S-level sea monsters, ultimately managing to kill one and severely injure the other. At that time, the mainstream combat strength of humanity was only equivalent to C rank, yet she was able to kill S-rank sea beasts several ranks higher. After the news spread, her title as the strongest human was completely confirmed. However, none of this concerned Lu Chang'an. In their previous life, the two had no connection whatsoever. In this life, their only link was that he was plotting to steal the other's title. Lu Chang'an closed the leaderboard and then checked the trading post. The number of sea beast corpses in his shop was still increasing, having already exceeded 2 million, but the growth rate had clearly slowed down. He estimated that this acquisition would be almost over in a day or two at most. Then he glanced at the transaction information and found that Kamita had already adjusted the price to 1 F-grade crystal core. That guy probably felt that since he'd given up a special blueprint and been verbally abused, he had to find a way to recoup his losses. The price wasn't outrageous. The people of Sakurajima should be able to tolerate it. Lu Chang'an took one last stroll through the chat room, which was still bustling with activity. Some exclaimed that Lu Chang'an's combat power had increased again, while others felt it was normal for him to be far ahead. Still others noticed that the top 10 combined didn't even surpass him, and some even began to speculate whether his talent stemmed from eating the corpses of sea beasts to become stronger. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly. These people really had wild imaginations. He closed the game interface, looked up, and saw Zhou Yuding staring at him expectantly. She asked him if he had seen it. Lu Chang'an looked puzzled and asked her what she had seen. Zhou Yuding immediately reminded him. Chu-Yu-Eli. Lu Chang'an blinked, indicating that he saw it. And then what? Zhou Yuding pointed to herself proudly. My best friend. Lu Chang'an was genuinely surprised this time. He hadn't expected them to have this kind of relationship. Zhou Yuding told him that the two of them had grown up together since childhood, and Chu-Yu-Eli had even been her follower in the past. Lu Chang'an glanced at her, but couldn't see through her at all. After all, Zhou Yuding looked like she couldn't even kill a chicken, while Chu-Yu-Eli was the future, incredibly fierce and powerful human. Zhou Yuding puffed out her chest, looking proud. Lu Chang'an glanced at her and thought that although she couldn't compare to Lalaya, she was still pretty good. Zhou Yuding had been watching his gaze closely. When she noticed him peeking at her, she was overjoyed. She immediately moved closer to him, hugged his arm, and asked in a sweet voice, Brother, is our evil god cult still recruiting followers? Lu Chang'an was speechless for a moment, and asked her where this evil god cult came from. Zhou Yuding smiled, and said that the name sounded very imposing. Lu Chang'an chuckled. The name sounded anything but respectable. Then he guessed Zhou Yuding's intention. She wanted to bring Chu-Yu-Eli along as well. Zhou Yuding nodded quickly, saying that Chu-Yu-Eli had been destitute since childhood, was blind, and struggled alone in the endless sea, which was really pitiful. Lu Chang'an didn't know that Chu-Yu-Eli was blind, but to say she was pitiful was a bit of an exaggeration. After all, she was the future strongest human being. He earnestly reminded Zhou Yuding that such things couldn't be forced. To come to him, one had to first offer their soul and faith. Chu-Yu-Eli is indeed very strong and has great potential, but Lu Chang'an doesn't just look at strength when recruiting people. He is always cautious. Zhou Yuding's eyes lit up after hearing this, and she immediately asked if Chu-Yu-Eli could join them as long as she was willing to give up her soul and faith. Lu Chang'an smiled and simply said that was the theory. He knew in his heart that it was almost impossible to get a future powerhouse to unconditionally surrender his soul and faith. At least, he himself would never be willing to do so. However, he didn't want to reject Zhou Yuding directly, lest he dampen her enthusiasm. Since that was the case, he decided to let Chu-Yu-Eli reject her herself. Zhou Yuding, however, was overjoyed and sweetly called him brother, saying that she knew he cared about her. That voice was so sweet and charming that it stirred something in Lu Chang'an's heart. He smiled and told her to go ahead and get busy, as he also needed to get to work. Zhou Yuding obediently agreed, turned around, and went back to her room. She immediately opened her friend's list and sent a message to Chu-Yu-Eli, asking if she knew Lu Chang'an. Chu-Yu-Eli quickly replied, Of course I know. Who doesn't know the name of the strongest human? I even bought her crystal core cultivation method from Chang'an. Zhou Yuding then asked her if she knew what her relationship was with Chang'an. Chu Yueli pressed for details, and Zhou Yuding immediately replied, "He's your future brother-in-law." Chu Yueli sent a string of question marks directly. Zhou Yuding ignored all of that and began to enthusiastically introduce Chang'an, saying that he was powerful, loyal, kind-hearted, gentle, and a trustworthy person. Chang'an was naturally unaware that Zhou Yuding was desperately trying to brainwash Chu Yueli. At this moment, he was focused on the treasure chest. However, he wasn't examining the silver treasure chest he'd obtained last time, but rather the bronze treasure chest. As they gradually moved away from the beginner's waters, the level of supplies they caught with their fishing rods noticeably improved. The most noticeable change is that the treasure chests you catch now are no longer all made of wood or iron. Some are even starting to be bronze. 2 bronze treasure chests were placed in front of him at this moment, which was the first time he had obtained bronze treasure chests in this life. He currently has 1 silver treasure chest, 2 bronze treasure chests, and several iron and wooden treasure chests. Originally, he planned to save up more silver treasure chests and have Lalaya open them together, hoping to increase the chances of getting good items. But with the treasure chest right in front of him, he couldn't resist any longer. After a moment's thought, Chang'an gritted his teeth and decided not to wait any longer. Use it sooner and enjoy it sooner. He called Lalaya over and prepared to open a box. Lalaya looked at the 2 bronze treasure chests, curled her lip in disdain, and thought that there was nothing worth opening in such low-level chests. As it turned out, she did have the right to complain. After opening both bronze treasure chests, she only got some basic materials, not even a single blueprint. This made Lalaya a little annoyed. Chang'an waved his hand, telling her not to worry about it, saying that these were just snacks, and the real main course was the silver treasure chest. Lalaya, on the contrary, was a little nervous, worried that if she didn't get anything good, she would disappoint him. Chang'an smiled and comforted her, saying that opening a box doesn't always yield treasures. Getting something good is lucky, while not getting anything is the norm. That's true. Even high-level treasure chests can't always drop rare items. Hearing him say that, Lalaya relaxed. She nodded and reached out to open the silver treasure chest. The next moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth from a box. Chapter 45, The Legendary Egg. Rewards, 50 iron ore, 50 copper ore, construction blueprint, fence, unonached egg. Chang'an and Lalaya exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Iron ore, copper ore, and construction blueprints were just regular resources. The only thing truly gleaming with gold was that unhatched egg. Chang'an picked up the egg to examine it, and the information immediately appeared. Unhatched eggs. Race, unknown. Bloodline, unknown. Quality, legendary. Countdown to hatching. 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Upon seeing the legendary quality, Chang'an's eyes lit up. If he could successfully hatch it, it would mean a legendary pet. However, the problem was obvious. There were only 48 hours left for incubation. Once missed, there would be no more chances. Fortunately, he happened to have the incubator blueprints, and now he only needed a few pieces of hard plastic to build it. Without them, he would have been completely helpless. Chang'an looked at Lalaya and asked her with a smile what she guessed was inside the egg. Lalaya shook her head, saying there were too many possibilities and it was impossible to judge. Chang'an casually joked that maybe a little mermaid would hatch inside, and then it would be their child. Lalaya blushed and immediately retorted that mermaids don't lay eggs. She had barely finished speaking when she realized her mistake, spat in embarrassment and anger, and turned to plunge into the sea. Chang'an watched her retreating figure, chuckled softly, and then took out the fence construction plans. Construction plan. Fence. Effect. Animals can be raised within the fenced area. Materials needed. 100 logs, 100 iron ingots, 100 hard plastic. Fences are essential for keeping animals and pets, but they also require a lot of hard plastic. Chang'an glanced at the inventory. There were only about 30, far short of the demand. He quickly contacted Zhou Yuding and asked her to help with the acquisition. His own trading system was temporarily unavailable, so he had to rely on her channels. After arranging this matter, Lu Chang'an began to expand facilities. The water bubble, having been upgraded again, was much larger, and leaving it empty would be a waste. He first added arrow towers around it to further strengthen its defensive firepower. Next, he mass-produced planting boxes. With more space available, he increased the production of various plants. As temperatures continued to rise, palm leaves became increasingly scarce, while mangoes, watermelons, coconuts, and mint leaves were in high demand. He then acquired more than 10 water extractors. Although there was no meat to roast for the time, being to extract crystal cores, he could produce large quantities of fresh water first. In the endless sea, drinking water was a hard currency, not to mention the current high-temperature environment. After doing all this, Lu Chang'an vaguely sensed that his talent was about to level up. This discovery greatly excited him. As long as his talent level increased, his strength would inevitably experience a leap forward. Just as he was preparing to continue manufacturing and push forward with the upgrade, Zhou Yuding came over and handed him 150 units of hard plastic. Lu Chang'an was somewhat surprised. Although hard plastic is not an extremely rare item, it is still quite uncommon for humans at this stage. Zhou Yuding explained that these were given to her by Chu Yueli. Chu Yueli knew she was making acquisitions, so she sent them over directly. Lu Chang'an was even more surprised. He was currently in a higher-level sea area, and his fishing rod had been upgraded, yet he hadn't accumulated this much hard plastic. Where did Chu Yueli get it from? Zhou Yuding stuck out her tongue and said she forgot to ask, and as soon as the other party gave it to her, she quickly took it. Lu Chang'an then asked her if she had exchanged anything. Zhou Yuding shook her head, saying that they didn't need to argue about these things. Lu Chang'an, however, didn't intend to take advantage of her for nothing, since Zhou Yuding was the one helping him acquire the supplies. So he took out dozens of bottles of ice water, several chilled watermelons, some salt and palm leaves, and asked Zhou Yuding to give them to Chu Yueli. Zhou Yuding's eyes lit up, and she immediately delivered the items. She didn't forget to continue to curry favor with Lu Chang'an, saying that he had given her all of these things, and asking Chu Yueli if she was very generous. Chu Yueli simply replied that he was indeed generous, and asked her to thank him on her behalf. Zhou Yuding immediately seized the opportunity, saying that Lu Chang'an told her not to thank him, and that she had a hard time on her own and could come to him if she had any difficulties. After gathering the materials, Lu Chang'an immediately marked out an area next to the house to build a fence. A flash of light, and the fence was quickly completed. Fence. Durability, 100. Quality, blue, excellent. Effect. Allows you to keep animals. This time, no mutation was triggered, but Lu Chang'an wasn't concerned. The real key was the incubator. As long as the incubator mutated, that would be enough. Soon, another light shone, and the incubator was completed. Incubators. Durability, 300. Quality, purple, excellent. Effect. Can hatch eggs, increasing production. Additional feature. Hatching time halved. Review. Can any egg hatch? Can a fat boy or a little boy's egg? Lu Chang'an completely ignored the strange comment and placed the legendary egg into the incubator. The next second, a new countdown began. Incubation completion time. 35 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. He frowned slightly. If it weren't for the incubator's ability to have the incubation time, it would have taken a total of 72 hours to hatch. But the egg itself only had 48 hours left. Without the mutation, it wouldn't have enough time to hatch. At this moment, Lu Chang'an once again clearly felt the power of his talent. Watching the countdown decrease little by little, he suddenly thought that if he could raise his talent to level 3 before hatching, perhaps he could make the egg even stronger. So he immediately began mass-producing planting boxes and storage boxes. These things were already useful, the materials were plentiful, and they were all purple in quality, perfect for practice. Lu Chang'an concentrated his mind, completely immersing himself in the construction. Time slowly passed, and night soon fell. Laliaye quietly came to his side. He stopped practicing, a sense of joy welling up inside him. His long hours of crafting had brought him closer to leveling up. Perhaps all he lacked now was a moment of inspiration. In a good mood, Lu Chang'an picked up Lalaya and carried her towards a room. Lalaya blushed and asked him what he wanted to do. Lu Chang'an chuckled and teased. Of course, I want her to give birth to a little mermaid as soon as possible. Lalaya bit his shoulder in embarrassment and annoyance, saying, Dare to tease this, Emperor? You deserve punishment. Lu Chang'an gasped in pain, placed her on the bed, and pressed his hand against her chest. A light shone, and Lalaya let out a soft moan. Chapter 46. Simps never have a good ending. The next morning, Lu Chang'an stretched and walked out of his room. He was still a little tired, but his mood was exceptionally high. After his attributes surged, his stamina noticeably improved. Lalaya told him that with 2 more, or at most 3 more, his bloodline would complete its advancement. If he continued his efforts tonight, it would essentially be done. In addition, the pet egg will hatch tonight, and his talent will most likely upgrade today. After today, his strength will experience a real leap. The next dozen or so hours were crucial for Lu Chang'an. He first collected his fishing supplies, then harvested the mature plants and replanted them, and finally collected the fresh water and salt he had prepared. These things had become part of his daily routine. After finishing everything, he was preparing to practice building when Fran's message suddenly arrived. Su Xiang, the Harpy's outpost commander has been dispatched. Lu Chang'an's heart sank, and he immediately asked about the quantities. Fran quickly replied, 1 B grade, 5 C grade, and 150 D grade. Hearing this lineup, Lu Chang'an frowned. This attack was far stronger than the last one, both in terms of quantity and quality. C-rank and D-rank commanders were manageable, but with the addition of B-rank commanders, the trouble was immense. Class B is difficult to deal with, let alone a leader like this one, which commands all the Harpies. Try and slowly wear them down using kiting tactics like last time is basically unrealistic. Those who can be leaders are not fools, and in terms of speed alone, they may not be slower than them. Lu Chang'an asked, approximately how long will it take to arrive? Fran replied, if you stay still, you'll arrive in half a day at most. Lu Chang'an fell silent. Making Lalaya sail at full speed would indeed buy time, but she would have to move through the water. How would he then help her purify her bloodline? Moreover, the long voyage took a heavy toll on Lalaya. Even if her bloodline successfully advanced, it was uncertain how much of her combat strength she would retain. But if they stop now to rest and prepare for battle, whether they can defeat the B-rank Harpy commander is also unknown. Even if they win by fighting with everything they have, they shouldn't forget that the Naga are still lurking in the shadows. Once Lalaya is exposed, the consequences will only be more severe. Friends seemed to have something urgent to attend to, and quickly ended the call after giving a few brief instructions. Lu Chang'an put away the communication conch shell and began to think of a way to break the deadlock. If all else fails, the only option is for Lalaya to dive to the seabed with the bubbles. But this will still drain her energy, and she can't sustain it for long. It's not a sustainable solution. Just as Lu Chang'an was frowning, Zhou Yuding walked up to him and asked softly, Brother, are you having some troubles? Lu Chang'an didn't hide anything and told her the general situation. He originally thought Zhou Yuding would be worried, but to his surprise, she laughed after listening. If I solve this problem, how does my brother plan to reward me? Before Lu Chang'an could speak, Zhou Yuding interrupted, Don't mention things like crystal cores, weapons, or props. Lu Chang'an asked, somewhat puzzled, But these are all I have. You don't actually want that egg, do you? Zhou Yuding stretched out her fair finger and gently touched his chest, smiling as she said, I want you, brother. Lu Chang'an was taken aback. She wanted him? Did she crave his body? Before he could react, Zhou Yuding added, Come shopping and chat with me. Lu Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief, then found it strange. This is the endless sea. Where did this street come from? Zhou Yuding said sweetly, Let's just shop here. The important thing about shopping isn't which street you go on, but who you go with. Lu Chang'an agreed without hesitation. Accompanying her for a walk and a chat was nothing to him. Zhou Yuding quickly added, At least 2 hours, and you have to be fully engaged. You can't just go through the motions. Lu Chang'an nodded. Okay. Zhou Yuding extended her little finger. Then let's pinky swear. Lu Chang'an smiled and hooked his finger around hers. Pinky promise, never to change for 100 years. After the agreement was made, Zhou Yuding smiled sweetly and handed him something. Lu Chang'an took a look and his eyes lit up immediately. It was a construction plan called a steam paddle wheel, designed to power vehicles. The required materials included logs, iron ingots, copper ingots, plastic, nails, hemp rope, glass, clay, as well as gears, bearings, and tubing. Lu Chang'an was overjoyed. It was actually a steam paddle wheel. With it, they could free Lalaya from the sea. The steam paddle wheel could provide propulsion for the bubble, further delaying the Harpy commander's pursuit. In this way, Lalaya can conserve enough time and energy to focus on completing her bloodline advancement. Zhou Yuding asked with a smile, "So, can solve your problem?" Lu Chang'an's face lit up with surprise. "Didn't you say it would take 2 more days? How come it's so fast?" The steam paddle wheel has a complex structure and is very physically demanding, so Zhou Yuding's progress was not fast to begin with. She said proudly, "Of course it's because I'm diligent. As soon as my strength recovers, I immediately start making them. In addition, my physique has improved after absorbing the crystal core, and my stamina is even stronger." Over the past 2 days, Zhou Yuding had figured out that it was Lalaya who was propelling the bubble forward. She guessed that Lu Chang'an needed this, so she had been working overtime to finish it just now. Lu Chang'an gave her a thumbs up. "Very good, I like hard-working people." Zhou Yuding smiled and reminded him, "Then don't forget to come shopping with me when you have time." "I won't forget," Lu Chang'an said immediately. "I'll go prepare the materials. You help me purchase 20 units each of gears, bearings, and hoses. Be quick, even if the price is a little high. It doesn't matter." Lu Chang'an had all the other materials. He was only missing these 3. He was willing to pay a higher price to expedite the construction of the steam paddle wheel. Zhou Yuding immediately agreed. "I guarantee I'll complete the mission." However, instead of opening the trading post, she directly messaged Chu Yueli privately. "Shaoli, do you have any gears, bearings, or tubing?" Chu Yueli quickly replied, "Do you think I'm Doraemon? Someone who has everything." Zhou Yuding pleaded, "Please help me out. Just 20 units each. Your brother-in-law needs them urgently." Chu Yueli retorted without hesitation, "You treat him like your boyfriend, but does he treat you like his girlfriend?" Zhou Yuding replied, "Although I don't have it yet, it will be soon. Please give it to me quickly." Chu Yueli was speechless. "I'm really impressed by you. Simps never end well." Even so, she still sent a transaction request. Zhou Yuding immediately confirmed the transaction, thanked her with a smile, and said she would definitely repay her in the future. Chu Yueli only replied, "Come on, you should be thankful that you managed to get him." Zhou Yuding sent a cheering emoji, closed the chat window, and turned to run towards Lu Chang'an. "Brother, all the ingredients are ready." Chapter 47 Bloodline Advancement. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Chang'an looked surprised. So fast? Before he could even collect his other documents, Zhou Yuding had already completed the transaction. She smiled somewhat embarrassedly and said that she had only used a little trick. Lu Chang'an immediately understood. "You didn't go and make things difficult for Chu Yueli again, did you?" Zhou Yuding said matter-of-factly that Chu Yueli was her best friend, and of course she would turn to her for help if she encountered any difficulties. Lu Chang'an nodded, indicating that he would definitely thank Chu Yueli properly after this matter was resolved. Zhou Yuding quickly told him to thank only her. Lu Chang'an smiled and said, "One thing at a time." She should thank her, but Chu Yueli should also thank her. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuding's face lit up with a happy smile again. After gathering all the materials, Lu Chang'an did not rush to build. Instead, he first laid out storage boxes to ensure that no mutations were triggered before officially starting the construction. Soon, a bright light flashed, and the steam paddle wheel appeared before them. Its quality reached the purple excellent level, with a durability of 500, a speed of 48 kilometers per hour, and it could use crystal cores or coal as fuel. It also had the wave-riding property, meaning that waves would not affect its speed. Upon seeing this attribute, Lu Chang'an was overjoyed. Although its speed was slightly slower than Lalia's full speed, it could continue sailing as long as it had enough crystal cores. With a whoosh, the steam paddle wheel was installed, and 2 huge wheels immediately appeared on either side of the bubble. Lu Chang'an filled the fuel tank with F-grade crystal cores, and the next moment, the wheels spun rapidly, churning up seawater and propelling the bubble forward. This speed surprised Lu Chang'an. Lalia also noticed the anomaly and mentally inquired about the reason. After hearing the explanation, she returned from the sea to the bubble, approached Zhou Yuding, and extended her palm. In the palm of her hand lay a dazzling pearl. Zhou Yuding asked in surprise, "Is it for me?" Lalaya nodded. She understood that Zhou Yuding had been a great help this time, and although pearls weren't rare treasures, they represented her gratitude. Zhou Yuding accepted the pearl with a joyful expression. More than the pearl itself, she was pleased with Lalaya's attitude, which signified acceptance and recognition. Lalaya glanced at her, then turned and went back into the cabin. Zhou Yuding immediately pouted at Lu Chang'an, saying that Lalaya had given her a gift. Lu Chang'an smiled gently and told her that this was Lalaya's way of thanking her, and that they should get along well in the future. Zhou Yuding nodded emphatically, unable to hide the smile on her face. Lu Chang'an patted her head and said that they needed to prepare for battle, so she could move around freely. Zhou Yuding shook her head, saying that she had some inspiration and wanted to see if she could turn it into blueprints. Everyone was working hard to survive, so she naturally couldn't slack off either. Lu Chang'an told her to take a rest, then turned and went back to her dormitory. Watching his retreating figure, Zhou Yuding touched her head and smiled sweetly. It felt so good that her brother and Lalaya both accepted her. Several hours later, Lalaya suddenly opened her eyes. "You're here." The harpy had already entered her perception range. Lu Chang'an's gaze sharpened, and he asked how much longer it would take for them to catch up. Lalaya estimated it would be about an hour. Lu Chang'an stood up and said there was enough time. He had just helped Lalaya complete a bloodline purification a few hours ago, and after resting for a while, his strength had almost recovered, so he could perform purification again. This time, the outcome of the upcoming battle will be crucial. Lalaya nodded, took a deep breath, and lay down on the bed. Lu Chang'an ate some food to temporarily enhance his physique and speed up his recovery, then placed his hand on her chest and asked in a low voice if she was ready. Lalaya responded, "Let's begin." Lu Chang'an mobilized his innate power, and a bright light shone from his palm as he began to purify her bloodline. This time, however, Lalaya's entire body jolted violently, as if her blood was boiling. The comfort she had felt during the purification process vanished completely, replaced by a tearing pain, as if countless blades were slicing through her body. Lu Chang'an also felt the pain, and his expression changed drastically. He could endure it, but Lalaya was clearly struggling to bear it, her beautiful face filled with agony. He asked with concern, "Lalaya, can you hold on? If not, we can." Lalaya immediately interrupted him. "Don't give up. I can persevere." Now that things have come to this point, she will not give up halfway. With a deafening roar, the once clear sky suddenly erupted in a fierce storm, with massive dark clouds gathering and countless bolts of lightning flashing within them. The calm sea was whipped into towering waves by the gale, as if the end of the world had arrived. Fortunately, the steam paddle wheel has the ability to ride waves and is unaffected by wind and waves. Otherwise, these giant waves alone would have been enough to make the bubble lose its power. But at this moment, Lu Chang'an no longer cared about the weather outside. His entire attention was focused on Lalaya. He saw cracks appearing on her delicate skin, and she looked like a porcelain doll about to shatter. Lu Chang'an cried out in alarm, "Lalaya, that's enough, stop." He was about to stop the purification process when Lalaya grabbed his hand. Though her eyes were dim, they remained firm. "Continue. I can manage." In the short time it took to say that, the cracks on her body widened further, and blood seeped from them. Lu Chang'an said anxiously, "If this continues, something bad will definitely happen to her." At this moment, almost every patch of skin on Lalaya's body was intact, as if she would completely shatter at any moment. But she just looked at Lu Chang'an and said softly, "It's okay with you here. I'll be fine." Seeing his urgency, Lalaya felt a surge of relief. Lu Chang'an, however, still refused to continue, giving a low shout to stop. Just then, Lalaya suddenly leaned forward and sealed his lips with hers. Lu Chang'an's eyes widened, and a bright golden light shone between the two of them. On the sea, dark clouds gathered, a fierce wind raged, thunder roared, and giant waves surged, as if the entire sky and ocean were putting pressure on this tiny bubble. The next moment, a beam of golden light shot straight into the sky from the water bubble, turning the sky and the ocean golden. Amidst the golden light, the gale ceased, the dark clouds dispersed, the thunder subsided, and the giant waves calmed. Everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 48, Breaking the Taboo. Rewind slightly to the Naga royal court. Fran declined an invitation from a nobleman and turned to walk aside. Today was a gathering of the Naga royal family, the purpose of which was to select partners for eligible royal women, but she had no interest in it whatsoever. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Su Xian's situation. She wondered if the harpies had caught up with him. Just then, the royal court suddenly shook violently, throwing the entire venue into chaos. Many Nagas exclaimed that it was an earthquake. Fran's expression changed, her heart filled with disbelief. This was the Naga royal court, protected by the power of their ancestors. How could an earthquake have occurred here? Soon, a squad of guards arrived at the venue, and their commander announced to the crowd that, by order of the queen, the gathering was now over, and everyone should leave on their own. After dispersing the crowd, the commander approached Fran and whispered, "Princess, the queen requests your presence." Fran's heart tightened, and she immediately followed him to her mother's palace. Before she could even bow, the Naga queen asked directly, "Is the desolate sea near your territory?" Upon hearing desolate sea, Fran was startled. Su Xian was currently in that area. Had he already attracted her mother's attention? Without hesitation, she quickly replied, "Yes." The Naga queen solemnly ordered her to secretly investigate what had happened there. Fran tentatively asked if the tremor she had just witnessed was related to this matter. The Empress remained silent for a moment before speaking. A sea creature has broken a taboo. Fran was immediately horrified and pressed for details about what taboo it was. The Empress uttered only 4 words: bloodline advancement. Fran was shocked. After the great cataclysm a million years ago, the bloodline of the sea race had become completely fixed, unable to advance any further. A well-known ironclad rule among almost all sea races. The queen had ordered her to investigate secretly precisely because this matter was so highly unusual. Fran accepted the order and withdrew, secretly relieved that it seemed to have nothing to do with Su Xian. Meanwhile, in a room deep within the dark abyss, a beautiful figure suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with shock. She sensed an unusual movement coming from the distant south, a sea area connected to Lalaya. She couldn't believe that someone could break the taboo. She paced restlessly in the room. Reason told her that Lalaya's bloodline was already noble enough that it was impossible for her to advance any further, but the unease wouldn't go away. So she summoned her attendant and inquired about the progress of the bounty. The attendant reported that the powerful individuals who accepted the bounty had already set off, and the harpies were also searching for Lalaya's whereabouts, and would report back as soon as they had any news. Upon hearing this, she became even more furious, coldly rebuking them. What can those useless harpies accomplish? Immediately increase the bounty, mobilize more sea creatures, and find Lalaya's whereabouts within a month. At the same moment, powerful races such as the dragons, sirens, mirages, Shin turtle, urine, and tide callers also sensed this anomaly. Countless gazes began to fall upon this barren sea from all directions. Inside the thatched hut amidst the floodwaters, Lu Chang'an and Lalaya finally separated. A wisp of crystalline thread stretched between them. Lalaya, her eyes still somewhat dazed, quickly tore it off and wiped it away upon seeing it. Lu Chang'an looked at her with delight, discovering that her skin had regained its radiant whiteness, and there were no more wounds on her body. He asked Lalaya if she was all right. Lalaya nodded shyly and told him that her bloodline advancement was successful. Lu Chang'an immediately checked her attributes and found that the vehicle attributes hadn't changed much, but her personal attributes had increased dramatically. Lalaya's physique, strength, agility, and spirit all surged to over 1,600 points. With Lu Chang'an's boost, all her attributes were approaching 3,000. Her bloodline also transformed into the SS-level sealed Abyss Shark Emperor. Just looking at the stats made Lu Chang'an gasp in astonishment. What's truly terrifying isn't her attributes, but her unique traits. After advancing, Lalaya gained 3 more traits, bringing her total to 7, and also unlocked 2 previously sealed abilities while strengthening her existing ones. The Abyss Spirit grants her immunity to deep sea pressure and extreme cold underwater, and allows her to harness the power of the ocean to create massive waves. When facing a large number of enemies, she doesn't need to fight them one by one. A single wave can clear them out. The soul-stealing demonic sound can still disturb the mind and soul, causing enemies to fall into a coma, fear, confusion, or hallucination. The royal aura is more like an unreasonable weakening aura, as long as the bloodline is not SS level. Facing her will reduce all attributes by 20% and may also randomly inflict negative status effects. The most outrageous one is the Deep Sea Overlord. As long as she's in the sea, all of Lalaya's energy expenditure is halved, as is the damage she takes, and she can even heal herself with seawater. To defeat her in the sea, you must be far stronger than her, otherwise she's practically invincible. As expected of an SS-rank Abyss Shark King, her bloodline is ridiculously strong. Besides, Chang'an also granted her a healing skill through mutation. Although it pales in comparison to her other special abilities, its advantage lies in its ability to be used by others, serving as temporary healing in crucial moments. At this point, Lalaya's skill set was fully formed, encompassing attack, defense, control, support, and healing, an astonishingly comprehensive set. Chang'an looked at her attributes, his heart filled with admiration. However, he soon discovered that the attribute bonus seemed a bit off. After a quick calculation, it had actually reached 70%. Chang'an's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately returned to the message interface, where he indeed saw an unread notification. Your diligent practice has finally paid off, and your talent has been upgraded to level 3. Chapter 49. Attribute Surge. Strength Leaps Forward. He quickly opened his attribute panel. Player: Chang'an. Constitution: 2860. Strength: 2862. Agility: 2859. Spirit: 2865. Lucky: Invisible. Talent: Master Craftsman SSS. Characteristics: Abyssal Sea Spirit, Soul-Stealing Demonic Sound, Royal Intimidation, Deep Sea Overlord. Skills: Water Shield, Water Arrow, Azure Chains, Water Spirit Swiftness, Water Healing. Looking at this ridiculously luxurious set of attributes, Chang'an felt a surge of excitement and almost burst in his song on the spot. His current four-dimensional attributes had surpassed those of his previous life. However, thinking of the devastating power of his singing, he forced himself to hold back. After all, he didn't want to be bitten by both Lalaya and Zhou Yuding. After admiring it for a moment, he opened the talent panel. Master Craftsman, LV3. Effect 1. Everything you create, build, cultivate, or improve will have all attributes increased by 70%. Effect 2. 60% chance to trigger a benign mutation, resulting in new traits and skills. Effect 3. You can purify and enhance the bloodlines of the creatures you cultivate or breed. Effect 4. You can combine items you cultivate or create of the same type to obtain new items or species. Chang'an's eyes lit up. His talent had indeed been upgraded. It seemed that purifying Lalaya's bloodline was essentially using his talent power. This upgrade not only significantly enhanced the first two effects, but also added a synthesis ability. Although the outcome is unknown, in a sense, this is almost a divine skill. Because creating life is a power that only gods should possess. He closed the panel, cupped Lalaya's face in his hands, and couldn't help but say, "Lalaya, you're amazing." Lalaya slapped his hand away, frowning slightly. "I have something to tell you." Chang'an nodded, letting her speak. Lalaya's expression was serious. "It seems we've broken a taboo." Chang'an was immediately shocked. "No way. Don't tell me a mermaid can get pregnant just by kissing her." Lalaya's cheeks flushed slightly, and she glared at him fiercely. "What nonsense are you talking about? It's not that kind of taboo." Chang'an finally breathed a sigh of relief. But his relieved expression displeased Lalaya. "What? Is it hard for you to accept that it's related to me?" Chang'an quickly shook his head, explaining that he just felt that breaking the taboo in this way was a bit hasty, and he didn't even get any enjoyment. Before he could finish speaking, Lalaya bit him on the shoulder. Chang'an gasped and quickly shut his mouth. The silly fish, after its bloodline advancement, clearly bit much harder. Lalaya released him, and after a moment of silence, said, "Millions of years ago, a cataclysmic event occurred in the endless sea. Since then, the bloodlines of all living beings have been solidified, and they can never improve. Countless creatures have tried various methods, but not only have they failed to advance, they have also died miserably. Chang'an frowned. We didn't mention this before. Lalaya looked at him, her voice lowering slightly. That's what I wanted to say. I only remember this memory after I successfully advanced. Chang'an's heart sank. How could she have forgotten something so important? And why would she only remember it after she had succeeded? The only reasonable explanation is that her memory has been tampered with. He suddenly remembered the word seal in Lalaya's bloodline attributes. He had originally thought it was just due to the drop in strength after her rebirth, but now it seemed that things were far more complicated than that. What sent chills down his spine even further was the question of how many more of Lalaya's memories had been altered, and what their purpose was in doing so. Even his own memories, are they truly accurate? Was everything from his previous life really without flaws? Was his rebirth alongside Lalaya merely a coincidence? The more Chang'an thought about it, the more his scalp tingled, as if he were falling step by step into an abyss from which there was no bottom. At that moment, Lalaya reached out her soft little hand and gently cupped his face. Don't think too much. No matter what, I will stay by your side. Looking into her jewel-like eyes, Chang'an felt a warmth welling up in his heart. He smiled slightly. The past may be false, and the future may be illusory. But right now, we are real. He'd figured it out. Since he couldn't figure out now, he let it go for now. One day, the truth would come to light. The most important thing right now was to seize the moment. Lalaya nodded gently. I can feel the real you, and you can feel the real me. Can't you? Chang'an didn't answer, but simply met her gaze. At that moment, their hearts seemed to be very close. A moment later, Lalaya's expression suddenly changed. They're here. The harpy was closing in. Chang'an immediately stood up and reminded her that the Naga clan might be watching from the shadows, and told her not to show herself and to leave everything to him. Lalaya's brows furrowed with worry as she simply told him to be careful. Chang'an sensed her concern and smiled faintly. Don't worry, I'm stronger than you think. Lalaya raised her hand and waved it, enveloping him in a thick mist. The water spirit swiftly activated. Chang'an stepped out of the small house and looked up into the distance. Sure enough, a large dark shadow was rapidly approaching from the sky not far away, pressing down on them like a dark cloud. Those were a group of harpies. The leader was exceptionally large and imposing. It must have been a B-rank commander. Chang'an took out the soul-snatching sword, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Just then, Zhou Yuding suddenly waved and called to him from the doorway. She said that Chu Yuli wanted to see how he fought and wanted to watch the battle via video link. Chu Yuli brought this up herself. She was very curious about just how strong Chang'an was. Zhou Yuding also agreed, seeing it as a good opportunity for Chu Yuli to witness Chang'an's strength firsthand, laying the foundation for influencing her in the future. Chang'an didn't think much of it, only saying that he could, but hoped that Chu Yuli wouldn't tell anyone. After all, Chu Yuli had indeed helped a great deal in successfully building the steam paddle wheel and changing the situation, and he acknowledged that favor. Zhou Yuding was overjoyed and waved her little fist to cheer him on. Brother, you have to do your best. Show your strongest and coolest side. Chang'an nodded. In fact, he was at his strongest right now. The energy he had just received not only boosted his attributes, but also fully replenished his stamina. Combined with the water spirit swiftness buff cast by Lalaya, he was now at his peak, unleashing his full power. As the harpy drew ever closer, Chang'an gripped the soul-stealing blade tightly and whispered, Are you ready? This time, we're going to take the soul of the harpy leader. With a soft hum, the soul-stealing blade trembled slightly, as if in response to him. Gah! The harpy seemed to sense his hostility and provocation, letting out a piercing scream as it swooped down on him. The battle has begun. Chapter 50 The Shock of the Strongest. On the edge of a desolate sea, a small wooden boat is cutting through the waves. A tall woman with delicate features stood on the ship, but her eyes were covered by a strip of cloth. She was Chu Yuli, who had already broken through the beginner sea area and officially stepped into the desolate sea area, her progress ahead of most humans. She was born blind, but survival games gave her a new opportunity. Because the game interface appeared directly in her mind, she could see a lot of content related to the game. At this moment, she is having a video call with Zhou Yuding. Through Zhou Yuding's perspective, she is seeing the world for the first time. Xiaoli, your brother has agreed to let you watch, but you must promise not to tell anyone else. In the picture, Zhou Yuding looked pretty much as she had imagined, both beautiful and adorable. Xu Yueli nodded quickly. I don't know anyone else besides you. I won't say anything out of the blue. She knew Lu Chang'an was very strong, but she always felt that her own talent was the strongest. So she really wanted to see with her own eyes just how strong Lu Chang'an really was. Zhou Yuding flipped the camera, and a huge water bubble immediately appeared on the screen. Xu Yueli was immediately startled. The area of the bubble was dozens of times larger than her small wooden boat. Inside, there were not only small houses and trees, but also arrow towers, paddle wheels, and other facilities. Overall, it looked far more luxurious than her vehicle. She wondered why Lu Chang'an possessed such a configuration, since she had only reached this point through her SS level talent. Before she could think further, Zhou Yuding had already turned her gaze to the sky not far away. A large flock of birdmen came whistling in, the leader of which was particularly huge, with feathers that gleamed with a metallic sheen. With a flap of its wings, it created a strong wind that even stirred up waves on the sea. Ting Ting, what kind of monster is this? Xu Yueli asked hurriedly. Zhou Yuding replied, My brother said it's called the Harpy Commander. What level? Grade B. Xu Yueli gasped in shock. Just 2 days ago, she had fought with all her might to barely kill an E-rank sea beast, and had been quite proud of herself for a long time. She originally thought that no matter how strong Lu Chang'an was, he could at most deal with a D-level monster. But she never expected that he would be facing a B-level monster. Even with the support of arrow towers, it's still only a B-grade weapon. Just then, the Harpy leader let out a sharp cry, and her entire figure transformed into a streak of light, rushing straight towards Lu Chang'an. Watch out! Xu Yueli exclaimed in alarm. She couldn't even catch a glimpse of her opponent. That speed chilled her to the bone. Even with her SS level talent, she had no chance against such an attack. She couldn't help but feel a tightness in her chest for Lu Chang'an. How could he possibly withstand such a terrifying attack? Even if the arrow tower reacted in time, it might not be enough to save him. But the next moment, a cold glint suddenly flashed in front of Lu Chang'an. When a crisp, sharp sound rang out. Xu Yueli was shocked to see that the Harpy leader had stopped right in front of Lu Chang'an, its sharp claws almost touching him. What blocked it was the long sword in Lu Chang'an's hand. As the blade and claws collided, the energy shockwave spread outwards with a deafening roar. The strong winds caused the thatched hut to shake violently, and the unsecured sunshade next to it was blown away. The Harpy leader screamed and flew back into the air. Xu Yueli completely lost her composure. My God, he actually withstood a B-level monster's charged attack all by himself. She never expected that Lu Chang'an would not only block the attack, which she couldn't even see clearly, but also without using the arrow tower and without even being hurt. This means that he already possesses the strength to confront a B-level monster head-on. They entered the endless sea at the same time, so why is there such a big difference between them? At this moment, the situation on the field changed again. The Harpy leader, clearly enraged by its failed attack, reared up and screamed, its body radiating intense light as a massive vortex rapidly coalesced around it. The strong wind whipped up the seawater, and the sea surface instantly churned with waves, creating a terrifying spectacle. This is the power of its bloodline, the fury of the raging wind. Xu Yueli was shocked. She had thought that high-level monsters were just stronger in attributes, but what she saw before her completely overturned her understanding. A B-level monster is already able to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Faced with such natural power, humanity appears incredibly small. Her heart clenched again. Faced with such terrifying power, how could Lu Chang'an possibly cope? Zhou Yuding, equally worried, clasped her hands together and silently prayed for Lu Chang'an. However, under the tense gazes of the two, Lu Chang'an did not retreat even a step. He simply stood still, letting the wind whip his clothes around him, his entire being as steady as a rock. Xiaoli, am I seeing things? My brother is glowing. Zhou Yuding suddenly rubbed her eyes. Shu Yuli's voice was also filled with shock. No, you're not mistaken. He really is glowing. A bright blue light was emanating from Lu Chang'an's body. Shu Yuli had no idea what he was doing. But soon, the answer became clear. Boom! Whoosh! The surrounding seas seemed to be in a complete rage, with towering waves rising one after another, accumulating terrifying power. What on earth is going on? Shu Yuli was completely dumbfounded. Everything before her eyes was beyond her comprehension. Zhou Yuding suddenly exclaimed, "It's my brother! It must be my brother's power. Look at such huge waves, but we're completely unharmed." Shu Yuli was startled, and only then did she realize what was happening. That's right, they were right in the middle of the giant wave, yet they were unharmed. This could only be due to Lu Chang'an's methods. She was utterly shocked. Lu Chang'an could actually mobilize the power of the deep sea. Just who was he? Could an ordinary human really do that? Before she could come up with an answer, the harpy leader screeched again. The surrounding tornado detached itself and swept towards Lu Chang'an and Shui Pao. Wherever the gale passed, the seawater was torn apart, and the surface of the sea looked as if it had been plowed open with a huge rift. Shu Yuli and Zhou Yuding both gasped in shock. If they were caught in it, they would probably be torn to shreds in an instant. Amidst the horrified gazes of the two, Lu Chang'an suddenly roared, and a dazzling blue light erupted from his body. As if receiving his command, a giant wave roared up and crashed violently into the tornado. The next instant, the raging waves and the raging winds collided head-on. In an instant, the waves crashed and the wind howled, and the entire sea seemed to lose its color. Chapter 51 B-Rank Commander? D. Rumble. Zhou Yuding and Shu Yuli were surrounded by splashing water and the whistling wind in their ears. They couldn't see the battle situation. They couldn't see the overall picture. All that could be seen was a tall figure standing proudly, like a golden beam spanning the sea, standing firm amidst the giant waves and raging winds. They were all deeply shocked by the sight of that figure from behind. He wasn't imposing, but he brought them an unparalleled sense of security. It was as if nothing in heaven or on earth could crush him. They stared blankly at the scene, unable to recover for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, the splashing water finally subsided and the wind finally stopped. They then noticed that the harpy leader in the sky was soaked through and looked quite disheveled. Meanwhile, the harpies behind it were all soaking wet, and their numbers had been reduced by almost half. The remaining half were either crushed by giant waves or fell into the sea. Zhou Yuding was overjoyed. Brother won. We won. Shu Yuli sighed softly. Yes, he won. She was deeply shocked and couldn't forget what she had just witnessed. Gah! The harpy leader screamed and commanded her harpies to attack the bubble. She was unwilling to accept defeat. It is evenly matched with Lu Chang'an, and neither of them can defeat the other. However, if other harpies can pose a threat to it, it still has a chance of winning. The harpies launched a full-scale attack on the bubble. They had barely begun their operation when the arrow towers on the bubbles launched their attack. Arrows, gleaming faintly, rained down upon them. The harpies were all struck by arrows and fell into the sea with mournful cries. What? Shu Yuli was shocked again when she saw the arrow tower firing arrows so quickly. She knew they were powerful, but she never expected it to be this powerful. She even began to wonder if it was an arrow tower or a modern weapon. Zhou Yuding chuckled and didn't explain to her. She knew that Lu Chang'an had used an energy arrow and activated overload mode. This was done to quickly eliminate the harpies' remaining forces, avoid being surrounded by them, and minimize losses. Lu Chang'an's strategy was very effective. Under such a dense barrage of energy arrows, a large number of D-class harpies died. They have always been under the influence of the deep-sea overlords, so their mental state is already too good. The mass deaths of their companions have thrown them into disarray, exacerbating their psychological stress and causing them to exhibit abnormal states such as fear, desertion, and coma. This made their situation even worse, causing them to be lost even faster and making it impossible for them to organize an effective attack. Seeing this, the harpy leader knew that the situation was hopeless and that continuing the fight would only result in greater losses. She glared at Lu Chang'an resentfully and gave the order to retreat. They escaped. Brother 1. Zhou Yuding cheered as they left. Chu Yueli also breathed a sigh of relief. This thrilling battle had finally come to an end. Although Lu Chang'an failed to annihilate the harpies, he successfully defended the bubble and severely damaged their strength, achieving a great victory. However, at that moment, Lu Chang'an let out a soft shout. "Did I promise to let you go?" These words startled both women. Chu Yueli's heart skipped a beat, and she exclaimed in surprise. What is he trying to do? Does he still want to keep them? How is that possible? They can fly. In her view, he had won this battle, and all he needed to do now was consolidate his gains to remain invincible. However, if he were to attack rashly, he might expose a weakness that the opponent could exploit. As she said, harpies can fly, so how is he going to keep them? Just as she was in shock, Lu Chang'an made a move. He took a few steps, placed one foot on the arrow tower, and used the momentum to leap high into the air towards the direction of the harpy leader. The harpy leader was not angry, but pleased upon seeing this. If he stays in the water, it really can't do anything to him. But once he leaped into the air, his fate was no longer in his own hands. Unexpectedly, the battle, which was on the verge of defeat, took such a dramatic turn. Foolish humans, pay the price for your folly. Its entire body shimmered with bright light as it shot a massive wind blade at him. Elder brother, careful! Zhou Yuding and Chu Yueli exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Lu Chang'an was in midair and had no way to dodge. Just as the wind blade was about to strike Lu Chang'an, his figure suddenly flickered. He vanished from a spot and reappeared dozens of meters away in the next instant. Not only did they dodge the harpy leader's wind blades, they also closed the distance between them. Légendary skill, instant téléportation. This scene not only surprised Zhou Yuding and Chu Yueli, but also greatly alarmed the harpy leader, who hurriedly tried to launch another attack. But then, a chain made of water suddenly appeared and locked it firmly. Azure wave chains. It was both surprised and furious, its entire body surging with energy, and it broke free from its restraints. But it didn't expect that just as it broke free from one chain, another chain would descend from the sky and lock it up again. Skill combo, Lalaya's Azure Chains. The moment they made their move, Lu Chang'an had already reached a tacit understanding with Lalaya through soul communication, and their cooperation was still seamless. The harpy leader was furious and had to expend energy again to break free. However, at this moment, Lu Chang'an had already teleported behind it and was riding on its back. Chu Yueli was greatly alarmed upon seeing this. Does he want to subdue the harpy? That's incredibly audacious. What if it refuses to submit and takes him into the sky? That would be dangerous. If someone falls from a great height, even if the ground below is water, they will still die from the fall. The harpy leader thought the same thing. It flapped its wings and was about to take Lu Chang'an into the sky. It has energy protecting it, so Lu Chang'an definitely can't kill it in a short time. Once the two are high in the air, their fate is in the hands of the planet. But it miscalculated again. Lu Chang'an did not attack it. Instead, he leaned close to its ear and sang, "Baby, our relationship is like a drop tower, suddenly lifting me into the air and then crashing me down rapidly." Special feature, soul-capturing demonic sound. It suddenly felt as if countless muffled thunderclaps exploded in its mind, and an unnamed rage rose within its body, instantly destroying its reason. It only wants to tear everything apart and destroy everything. Its blood-red eyes danced in the air for a moment before it plunged headfirst into the sea. Just as Lu Chang'an sang, it suddenly soared into the sky and then plummeted down rapidly. It's just that instead of jumping off a building, it's jumping into the sea. The moment they fell into the sea, a smile appeared on Lu Chang'an's lips. The final killing move. Features, Deep Sea Overlord. While at sea, all energy expenditure is halved, damage taken is halved, and seawater can be used to heal injuries. The harpy falling into the sea is a nerf, while he is a major buff. The outcome is decided. The game is over. Chapter 52, the Empress was manipulated and became stupid. Elder brother. Seeing Lu Chang'an and the harpy leader fall into the sea, Zhou Yuding exclaimed and rushed to the edge of the bubble to look at where the two had fallen. The seawater was churning, clearly indicating that they were fighting in the water. This made the two women's hearts jump. This was close-quarters combat, extremely dangerous. A moment later, the harpy's head suddenly emerged from the seawater. Upon seeing this, the two women's hearts sank to the bottom. It's out, but what about Lu Chang'an? Zhou Yuding's eyes immediately reddened. Shu Yuli was also filled with regret. It's a pity, if only we hadn't chased after it. She still maintains that Lu Chang'an should stop while he's ahead. Pursuing them rashly would be too dangerous. However, at that moment, a hand suddenly emerged from the sea, grabbed its fur, and pulled it back into the sea. Both women were taken aback. Was Lu Chang'an all right? The seawater surged more violently, and a large amount of blood stained the surrounding water red. Their hearts jumped again. After waiting a while, a figure emerged from the water. Who else could it be but Lu Chang'an? Brother, you're all right. Zhou Yuding was overjoyed to see this. Lu Chang'an smiled at her. Of course it's nothing. That's great. Brother is indeed the strongest. Zhou Yuding clapped and cheered. Seeing Lu Chang'an jump onto the water bubble unharmed, Chu Yueli was somewhat dazed. She had thought Lu Chang'an's pursuit was an unwise and reckless act, but now it seemed that she had been narrow-minded and had underestimated him. His tactic was to chase it and drag it into the water. This is not recklessness, but confidence and courage. As it turns out, he did indeed have that ability. Lu Chang'an smiled at her and reduced the speed of the steam paddle wheel. Are we going to let the remaining harpies escape? Zhou Yuding glanced at the ordinary harpies scattering in all directions. If she slowed down, she wouldn't be able to catch them. Lu Chang'an nodded. If we don't let them go, how can we find their nest? According to Fran, these harpies had an outpost nearby. He guessed that there must be a lot of supplies among them. Since the harpy dared to attack him, he wouldn't hold back. Zhou Yuding looked at him in surprise. Brother, are you planning to raid their hideout? Lu Chang'an chuckled. How can you call it robbery? We are civilized people. We're just keeping them safe. Zhou Yuding giggled sweetly. Yes, their leaders are dead. We should help them manage things to prevent them from wasting resources. Lu Chang'an gave her a thumbs up. That's right. That's exactly the point. Zhou Yuding gave him a sweet smile. Chu Yueli smiled too. Although he was powerful and domineering, he was not difficult to get along with. Perhaps. No, there's no maybe. Chu Yueli, you can rely on yourself and don't need to depend on anyone. Lu Chang'an chatted with her casually for a few minutes, then jumped into the sea and cleaned up all the harpy corpses. With a bountiful harvest, he returned inside. Well done. Lalaya smiled at him. She had been following the battle closely and was very satisfied with Lu Chang'an's performance. It's nothing. Lu Chang'an waved his hand. Lalia rolled her eyes at him. Lu Chang'an smiled and took out the crystal core. There are 2 grade B, 8 grade C, and 200 grade D in total. A total of 48,000 energy points, plus the remaining 17,000 points. After Lalaya absorbs all of it, the total energy will reach 65,000 points, taking a big step closer to the 100,000 point upgrade threshold. However, as the crystal core level increases, it takes a lot of time and effort to fully absorb the energy within it. This is also why Lu Chang'an was so eager to free her from the driver's seat. Lalaya glanced at him. Did you do something to me? Lu Chang'an blinked. What can you do? All you have is a mouth, and your teeth are so sharp. I don't want to become a eunuch in the palace. I'm talking about talent and strength. Lalaya glared at him. Although she didn't understand what he meant, she could tell it wasn't anything nice. Oh, you mean this? Lu Chang'an coughed lightly. He just used her special abilities, using giant waves to counter the raging winds, along with the soul-capturing magic sound. And every time her strength increased, his strength increased as well. These things made her realize that something was unusual. Lalaya looked at him, waiting for his explanation. But instead of explaining, he looked completely matter-of-fact. Isn't this the proper thing to do? Strictly speaking, we are one person. When I use your ability, it's the same as using my own. Who says I'm the same person as you? Lalaya retorted. Although she knew there were still some things that weren't quite right. For example, he could use her abilities, but she couldn't use his. She didn't intend to pursue the matter further. Lu Chang'an smiled and handed her the crystal core. Absorb it as soon as possible. Lalaya looked at him with a deep, unsettling gaze. Are you using me as a tool to absorb energy and increase your strength? He kept feeding her roasted meat and making her absorb crystal cores, urging her to improve her strength. This made her feel uneasy. Although she knew she had to become stronger as soon as possible, she didn't want him to just be using her. They should be interdependent and need each other, not one-sidedly exploitative. Lu Chang'an didn't answer directly, but instead took her hand. "What's this?" She looked puzzled. "My hand. What do you usually use it for?" Lu Chang'an asked again. She frowned. "A lot. You'll need it for everything." What did he mean by asking that question? Aren't hands for doing things? Lu Chang'an nodded. "Is it used for doing things?" "Yes." "So you treat it as a tool?" A glint flashed in Lu Chang'an's eyes. "No, it's a part of me. I can't live without it," Lalaya said immediately. After she finished speaking, she looked at him with a look of realization and a hint of joy in her eyes. It turns out that he also considered her a part of him. He couldn't live without her. Lu Chang'an smiled without saying a word. "That's right, silly fish, get to work. However, I should remind Zhou Yuding in the future not to mention Piyue to her." Seeing that she obediently began to absorb the crystal core, Lu Chang'an went outside to repair the facilities. The battle just now did not directly damage the water bubble. However, the aftershocks still caused some damage to the facilities, requiring repairs. Time flew by, and just as he finished repairing the facility, Lalaya suddenly reminded him. "We're almost at the Harpy outpost." Lu Chang'an was overjoyed. He had finally found it. But then, Lalaya said again, "The Harpy leader's death has rendered the formation ineffective, and its coordinates have been exposed. A ship is heading there." Lu Chang'an sneered. "If you want to pluck my peaches, let's see if you have the luck." Chapter 53, 1 million battle power. The area where the Harpy sentry post is located. On a yacht, a young man put down his binoculars, his eyes filled with excitement. "There's an island ahead. I see a lot of supplies on it." As expected, Heaven is helping young Master Park. A voluptuous woman hugged his arm and rubbed her breasts against him. This man is none other than Park Chung-hee, who ranks third on the vehicle list. He was the son of a wealthy tycoon from the Great Cold Kingdom, and he was traveling in the Xia Kingdom when he transmigrated. Unexpectedly, he brought his yacht with him when he transmigrated. Thus, the yacht became his vehicle. Leveraging the advantages of yachts, it has thrived. Not only did he live a life of plenty, but he also seduced several women from the Xia Kingdom, living a life of having women on both sides. Because it was much faster than a regular vehicle, it arrived here first. Another scantily clad woman leaned closer with a seductive smile. "Young Master Park, this is truly the destiny of heaven." Park Chung-hee laughed loudly. "Isn't destined by heaven a phrase you Chinese people use to boast about? Why is it being used on me?" The scantily clad woman gave a fawning smile. "The people of Xia are just boasting, but young Master Park is different. You truly deserve the title." Her words made Park Chung-hee's smile widen even more. "If the people of Xia heard you say that, they would probably expel you from Xia citizenship." The woman who had spoken earlier quickly interrupted. "Use them to kick? We don't care. Mr. Park is our nationality." "Ha ha ha. Good. After I collect the supplies on the island, I'll definitely take good care of you all." Park Chung-hee was overjoyed. The scantily clad woman retorted. "Again? I can't take it anymore." "How could you not be able to handle it? Don't you Xia people have a saying? There is no land that can't be plowed, only oxen that die from exhaustion?" The woman scoffed. "They're just trash, not even a fraction as good as young Master Park." These words made Park Chung-hee laugh so hard his mouth twisted into a crook. "See? The men of our great Han Empire are stronger than the men of your Xia Kingdom. This is what you women said yourselves." A thought suddenly occurred to him. "But now the top spots on all three lists are occupied by people from your Xia Kingdom." The scantily clad woman looked on with disdain. "He's just a lucky loser. Given time, he won't even be worthy of carrying Mr. Park's shoes." Another woman immediately chimed in. "That's true. He only made a fortune by discovering the secret of the crystal core. In terms of both status and strength, he's not even worthy to be young Master Park's dog." "Ha ha ha." Park Chung-hee laughed heartily. Listening to them belittle Lu Chang'an was 100 times more satisfying than listening to the Hanrin and Sakurajima people. Because these are their own people. Seeing that he enjoyed listening, the two women immediately started to belittle Lu Chang'an, one sentence after another, like a comedy duo. Although they didn't know Lu Chang'an, they still talked nonsense, making up all sorts of details about his appearance, background, talent, and so on. Park Chung, he couldn't stop laughing. The two were spouting rumors with great enthusiasm when suddenly their expressions changed. Young Master Park, there seems to be something on the sea over there. Park Chung, he picked up his binoculars and looked over, only to see a huge bubble heading in their direction. Lu Chang'an, he exclaimed in shock. The blisters were Lu Chang'an's trademark. How could his direct competitor not know that? The two women snorted in unison. He must have come here for this island too. We must not let him steal our things. They have completely sided with him and are full of hostility towards Lu Chang'an. Park Chung, he immediately accelerated and rushed towards the island. He wanted to get ahead of Lu Chang'an and seize the island's resources, or at least take most of them. Two women opened a regional channel and called out to Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an, everything is about first come, first served. We took this spot first, so you can leave now. But Lu Chang'an did not respond, and the bubbles were getting closer and closer. This infuriated them. What, are you blind? Can't you see us talking? Get out of here. Are you really planning to bully us? Seeing that Lu Chang'an still did not react, the two became even more annoyed. Do you believe I'll expose you in the world chat room and let everyone see what kind of face this supposed #1 human expert has? I'm warning you. This is the ship of Park Chung-hee, the young master of the Great Han Kingdom. Offending young Master Park is the same as offending the entire Great Han Kingdom. You've offended the Great Han Kingdom, so you can just wait to die. The two of them went back and forth, constantly using the name of the Great Han Kingdom to intimidate and threaten Lu Chang'an. But Lu Chang'an didn't respond at all. He just drove the water bubble toward this place. Although Park Chung, he pushed his speed to the maximum, the distance between him and the water bubble was still decreasing. This shocked him greatly. Lu Chang'an's bubbles were so huge, yet they moved so fast. Seeing that intimidation and threats were ineffective, the voluptuous woman immediately took out a crossbow from her backpack. You can't reason with a damn ghost. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Her talent is B-level precision, making her best suited for ranged weapons. Park Chung, he was taken aback. Are you crazy? His overall combat strength is over 1,000,000. We can't possibly contend with him. After the advancement of the Lalaya bloodline, Lu Chang'an's combat power surged again, breaking through the 1,000,000 mark. The exposed woman was an arrow, upon which a faint light clung. What's there to be afraid of? With my talent, this arrow has an attack range of over 1,000 meters. As long as we control the distance, we can wear him down with its range and accuracy. Her talent is B-grade enchanting, which can add energy properties to items. Park Yung, he was caught in a dilemma. Lu Chang'an was clearly after the island, and the two were destined to clash. His yacht is known for its speed, which provides a basis for implementing kite tactics. No matter how powerful Lu Chang'an is, he can't catch up with them, and his combat strength is useless. But his combat prowess is not just for show. What if he has some special abilities? Young Master Park, have you forgotten how we repelled the D-level sea beast yesterday? No matter how powerful it is, can it be more powerful than a D-level sea beast? The woman asked again. Hearing her say that, Park Yung-hee's eyes lit up. His talent was ill-level poison, and it was with this kite tactic plus the poison on the arrow that he managed to drive away the D-level sea monster yesterday. Yeah, no matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than a D-class sea monster? Even if he's strong, can he withstand his potent poison? Okay, let's do it this way. He gritted his teeth and finally nodded in agreement. But as soon as they finished speaking, they suddenly noticed a white line appearing on the sea ahead. What is that? The voluptuous woman asked. No. Park Chung-hee's eyes were wide open, his face filled with terror. Young Master Park, what's wrong? The woman asked, puzzled. Park Chung, he didn't answer. He just frantically steered the rudder, changed direction, and fled in a panic. Young Master Park, what's wrong? The woman hugged his arm, trying to act coquettishly. Get out of here, you bitch. Park Chung-hee roared and kicked her away. She fell to the ground, her arm aching from the fall, but when she turned her head, she saw a wall rising behind them, instantly blocking out the sky. She blinked hard before realizing that it wasn't a wall. Instead, it was ocean waves, giant waves. She immediately understood why Park Chung-hee was so terrified. How could they possibly survive being hit by such a giant wave. As it hurtled towards her with overwhelming force, she trembled violently and shouted at Park Chung, "Hurry! It's coming! That's already the fastest!" Park Chung, he roared. As soon as the words were spoken, a giant wave crashed down on them like Mount Tai. No. Chapter 54, The Golden Legend reappears. After a dizzying spin, the voluptuous woman surfaced. She looked up and saw Park Chung, he struggling not far away. "Young Master Park, are you all right?" She swam quickly toward Park Young-hee. When Park Chung he saw her, his panicked face was filled with surprise and joy. "Quick, come save me." "What's wrong?" she asked quickly. "There's a sea monster in the ocean. It's attacking me. Please help me." Park Young-hee he thrashed about frantically, trying to float to the surface, as if something in the water was dragging him down. She looked out into the sea and saw a giant octopus pulling him towards the ocean by its tentacles, dragging him by the legs. She gasped and swam in the opposite direction without looking back. "Run. Otherwise, she'll be the next one dragged away." "You bitch, don't go. Didn't you say you'd love me for the rest of your life?" Park Chung, he cursed angrily. "Idiot," she muttered to herself, and swam even harder. What is love? Could it have saved her life? She loves whoever lets her live. A moment later, Park Chung-hee's shouting and cursing stopped. She turned her head and saw that the sea was calm, with no trace of his presence whatsoever. But at that moment, she discovered a large shadow beneath her. She trembled violently, too afraid to move, as the sea beast was already beneath her. Fear gripped her heart instantly. She knew she was doomed and frantically searched for anything that could help her. At this moment, a huge bubble came from not far away, and a tall figure was standing in the bubble. Who else could it be but Lu Chang'an? She was overjoyed. There was still Lu Chang'an, and Lu Chang'an could save her. She hurriedly opened the regional channel and sent a message. "Lu Chang'an, I was rude before. I was wrong. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Please give me a chance to atone for my sins. I'm willing to be your slave." Lu Chang'an did not reply. He simply stood there motionless. Only one person named Zhou Yuding replied. "You don't know you're wrong. You just know you're about to die." She panicked and quickly added, "Please, for the sake of us being from the Xia Kingdom, save me this once." Zhou Yuding. "Now you know we're all from Xia country? Why didn't you think of that when you were slandering him and even trying to kill him?" Zhou Yuding's reply this week shocked and angered her, but she didn't have time to argue with her, so she could only continue sending messages to Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an, respecting the elderly and caring for the young, and looking after women and children, is a tradition of our Xia people. You are a good man, and you cannot stand by and watch someone die. Zhou Yuding. Here we go again with the moral blackmail. When you were trying to curry favor with Park Chung-hee, why didn't you think about China's traditions? Now that you're about to die, you're bringing this up? She was extremely anxious, because the sea monster seemed to be making a move. Lu Chang'an, I know I was wrong. I'll dedicate myself to being your woman from now on. I have a B-level talent. It's very useful. Please, save me. Zhou Yuding, you're a withered flower, a wicked and malicious woman. Don't even mention being only a B rank. You wouldn't be worthy of being his woman. Not even an SSS-rank. She wanted to say something more, but suddenly felt a tentacle wrap around her ankle. She cried out, "Lu Chang'an, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. Are you even a man?" This time, she didn't see a reply, because she was pulled into the sea by an immense force, and her consciousness was plunged into eternal darkness. Lu Chang'an glanced at the woman, his eyes showing no emotion. Lalaya told him everything they said and did on the ship. Such a person deserves to die. He rushed to the island where the Harpy outpost was located, refused Lalaya's request to accompany him, and went ashore alone. The island is barren and has few resources except for a cave in the mountain in the center of the island, which seems to be their outpost. He used the same trick again, lighting wet firewood at the cave entrance, and thick smoke poured into the cave. Before long, the Harpy inside the cave screamed and flew out. He stood guard at the door, sending them off one by one to reunite with their leader. After his strength increased dramatically, these D-rank monsters posed no threat to him. Soon, the Harpies that had escaped were all wiped out. He extinguished the damp firewood, covered his mouth and nose with a damp cloth, and entered the cave. He followed the main road to a relatively large cave, where many animal bones were scattered, which should be where they gathered. At the very back, there's a small cave, but the entrance is a locked metal door. Others might be stumped, but Lu Chang'an was not. He immediately took out the master key and inserted it into the lock. Click-tap. With a soft mechanical click, the door opened. Well done. Lu Chang'an patted the master key and pushed the door open to go inside. The next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. The cave was filled with a large amount of resources, with all kinds of materials. He even saw starwood and mithril ingots. This is the main material for building the special facility called mailbox. In addition, there are large quantities of wood fruit piled up here, a crop similar to potatoes that can be used as a staple food. In addition, there are many plant seeds, such as apple, pomegranate, banana, grass, rice, etc. With these seeds, he could easily create a fruit and vegetable garden. At the very back of the cave, there was an exquisite box with a crown painted on it. Clearly, this is something related to the Harpy Queen. The box was locked, but that didn't stop him. He took out his master key again and easily unlocked it. He opened the box, and a golden light flashed. Inside the box is a legendary item. He quickly looked into the box and saw that it was a veil as thin as a cicada's wing. The Banshee's Veil. Quality, gold, legendary. Effect. After wearing, it can change one's appearance. Those whose bloodline is not higher than one's own cannot see through it. For female marine people only. Upon seeing the results, Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. This was practically tailor-made for Lalea. Because of the Naga's presence and the mermaid's pursuit, she cannot show herself. This caused some trouble for both of them, since she couldn't always hide in the house. He had many things he wanted her to do. If you have it, the problem can be solved perfectly. What's even more ingenious is that the requirement for seeing through it is having a bloodline level higher than hers. But now she's SS level, and only a great demon with SSS level bloodline can see through her true form. There are only a handful in the entire Endless Sea. With it, Lalea can be even more unscrupulous in serving him like a slave. She's practically a chosen working woman. He couldn't wait to send her a message. Lalea, I went through all sorts of trouble to get you something great. How are you going to reward me? Didn't you say I'm like your hand? Why are you asking your hand for a reward? All right, then reward me with your hands. Lalea. Chapter 55 Siren. Looking at the veil in her hand, Lalea was also filled with surprise and delight. With this, I can conceal my identity. Lu Chang'an smiled and said, wearing it will demonstrate its effectiveness. She nodded gently and put on the veil. The next instant, a beam of light flashed across the veil. Her image has undergone a dramatic change. Her once azure scales turned pure black. Her jewel-like eyes turned grayish-white. Her hair turned crimson, and her stunning beauty became much more ordinary. Overall, she is still a mermaid, but she is completely different from the former mermaid queen. She used to be beautiful and noble, but now she is evil and eerie. The two are completely unrelated. What is this? Lu Chang'an asked, somewhat surprised. I wasn't used to becoming another race, so I became a siren. Sirens? What's the difference between them and you? Lu Chang'an asked hurriedly. He knew about the sirens, but he always thought that sirens were mermaids, since the two looked very similar. They were originally one of us, but they couldn't withstand the corruption of the Abyss's power and became greedy, cruel, and bloodthirsty. This goes against our nature and often clashes with us. Eventually, they chose to defect, calling themselves sirens and taking pride in their black scales. Normal mermaids have scales of many colors, including blue, green, and red, but none of them are black. However, sirens only have black scales. This has become the biggest difference between the two sides. Lu Chang'an laughed and said, I see. Then your impersonation of the sirens is absolutely flawless. No one can find any fault with it. Both are from the same race. Mermaids can do it, and sirens can do it too. She can use her abilities without any scruples. No one could have imagined that this siren was the mermaid queen. Lalea was also overjoyed. From now on, I can fight alongside you. She could only watch from the sidelines today, which made her very upset. Things will be different from now on. She can fight alongside him. Lu Chang'an coughed lightly. She seemed to be overthinking things. From now on, unless the situation is dangerous, she will be the one to do the work and talk the talk. Fighting side by side? Not a chance. The wise use their minds, the foolish use their bodies, and the silly fish should do manual labor. Let's go. Let's go out, Lu Chang'an said to her. He harvested many seeds of the harpy outpost and needs to plant them all. As Zhou Yuding stepped outside, she was startled to see the drastically changed Lalaya. However, after Lu Chang'an's explanation, she quickly accepted it. I want to plant plants, so I need to fill the planting box with soil, Lu Chang'an said. Lalaya nodded immediately and did as he instructed. It seems that after becoming a siren, he also let go of the burden of being the mermaid queen. If it were in the past, she would never have done such a thing. How could she, the queen of the abyss, do such a thing? Right now, he's probably thinking, anyway, no one knows it's her, it's just a small favor, it doesn't matter. Seeing this, Zhou Yuding immediately stepped in to help. Although her hands were covered in mud and her body was drenched in sweat, her smile never faded. She grew up in a wealthy family and had never done anything like this before. I tried out, and it was quite interesting. In particular, it felt wonderful to be able to work alongside Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an didn't stop her. Participating in the construction would make her feel more home here. The three of them spent several hours planting all the seeds, and the planting boxes occupied a small portion of the space on the membrane. However, looking at the large number of planting boxes, they also felt a great sense of accomplishment. After this round of plants matures, they will basically be able to achieve food freedom. Lu Chang'an looked at the box planted with green grass, which had the shortest growth cycle and had already sprouted in such a short time. He can build fences, and once he has enough hay, he can raise cattle and sheep, thus securing a stable source of meat. Of course, this requires more space and more upgrades for Lalaya. He looked at Lilia with a smile in his eyes. This silly fish works quite hard and is very efficient. If it weren't for her, he would probably have been working until dawn if he were to do all this work by himself. You truly deserve to be called the chosen one. Thumbs up. Buzz. Just then, the incubator next to him suddenly started buzzing. He looked over and saw that the countdown to the completion of incubation was showing, with only a few minutes left. His eyes lit up, and he quickly brought the two women to it, waiting for the hatching to complete. Brother, what do you think will hatch? Zhou Yuding asked, her face full of curiosity. Lu Chang'an shook his head. It's hard to say, there are too many kinds of oviparous organisms. There are indeed many oviparous animals, including poultry such as chickens, ducks and geese, snakes, birds, and many insects. Is there anything you want? There's so many dragons, phoenixes, black tortoises, vermilion birds, and so on. Lu Chang'an immediately rattled off a string of terms. Lalaya rolled her eyes at him. These creatures are legendary mythical beasts. How could they possibly appear inside this egg? Lu Chang'an smiled. Everyone should have dreams. What if it really is a divine beast? Wouldn't we be able to take off? Zhou Yuding said sweetly. I don't know if you will take off or not, but I will definitely take off. Why do you say that? Zhou Yuding looked at him in surprise. The higher the grade of something, the more difficult it is to grow. If I were to get a divine beast, the consumption it consumes would probably give me a huge headache. Lu Chang'an chuckled. In order to raise creatures such as sea beasts and monsters, in addition to food, you also need crystal cores. The higher the grade, the more crystal cores are required. In his previous life, he had raised a purple quality sea beast, but its strength was never great because the number of crystal cores it required was outrageous. He'd throw his entire fortune into it, and he might not even hear a sound. Now he has to give all his crystal cores to Lalaya, so he doesn't have any extra to give her. Zhou Yuding laughed and said, if it really hatches into a divine beast, would you raise it? Lu Chang'an gritted his teeth and squeezed out a single word. Keep. Just kidding. That's a mythical beast. We'd raise it even if it meant selling everything we own. Zhou Yuding covered her mouth and laughed, while Lalaya looked at him. And what about me? Lu Chang'an coughed lightly. Then I will definitely work hard to earn money and support you and your child no matter what. Of course, he wouldn't neglect her upbringing. Nurturing her was nurturing himself. Lalaya blushed and spat at him. What mother and daughter? If you keep talking nonsense, believe me, I'll bite you. Lu Chang'an chuckled and said, go ahead and bite, I like to bite. Lalaya rolled her eyes at him. Although she didn't understand what he meant, it didn't sound like anything nice. Click! Just as they were talking, a crack suddenly appeared on the eggshell. At this point, The incubator's countdown timer reaches 0. Hatching is complete. Chapter 56 Divine Pets. Red Phoenix and Crimson Lawn. Under the watchful eyes of several people, a tiny body broke through the eggshell and emerged. This is a bird with red feathers that subtly shimmer with golden light, making it look beautiful and noble. Its eyes were clear and bright, and it locked onto Lu Chang'an at a glance, chirping softly at him. "What kind of bird is this? It's so cute," Zhou Yuding exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with delight. Lu Chang'an reached out and held it in his palm. "You can view the attributes and whether it's bound after binding it as a pet." "Yes." As he made his choice, a bright light shone from his hand. Unnamed bait. Level, 0. Race, Phoenix. Quality, Legendary. Type, Support. Bloodline, Crimson Phoenix S-rank. Trait 1, Awakening of Love. Whenever the master is accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman, the level increases by 1. Characteristic 2, Harmonious Union of Phoenixes. Can transform into armor for the wearer to wear, and transfer 50% of the attributes to the wearer. Trait 3, All birds pay homage to the phoenix. All birds with bloodline levels not higher than S rank will be suppressed by it, with all their attributes reduced by 15%. Additional trait, Phoenix True Flame. Can spew high-temperature flames for killing enemies or forging. Upon seeing its attributes, Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. The joke from before has come true. What hatched from the egg really is a mythical beast. It's actually a phoenix, and its bloodline is as high as S-class. Its features are also top-notch. Feature 1. It can level up when there is a stunningly beautiful woman by your side. This also means that it does not need to be fed with resources, does not need to take away Lalia's crystal core, and will not slow down her growth rate. Characteristic 2. It can transform into armor to provide itself with defense, and can also transfer half of its attributes to itself. It's important to know that mythical beasts have extremely high stats in their later stages of growth. Lalia's stats in her previous life were as high as hundreds of thousands. Even if its attributes are slightly worse, giving a few thousand points would be a huge boost. Feature 3 is simple and straightforward. It reduces attributes by 15% for any bird species. Furthermore, it doesn't conflict with Lalia's Sea Overlord skill. They can be stacked. Imagine if they were to face harpies as well. Before the fight even begins, their strength would be reduced by almost 60%. Isn't that just bullying people? No, it's just bullying birdmen. That's right, we're bullying you bunch of jerks. As for its additional properties, they're also very powerful. They can not only injure enemies, but also be used for forging. Don't underestimate forging. It will be very important in the future. Many materials need to be forged, and powerful weapons and armor also need to be forged. Forging requires fire, and the stronger the fire, the better the forging effect. With the Phoenix True Flame, he wouldn't need to spend time and effort searching for flames, saving him time and effort and getting it done in one step. Overall, this pet egg made him a fortune. He briefly explained its properties to the two women, who both widened their beautiful eyes in surprise. Zhou Yuding's expression shifted. "Hey, isn't it the legendary Red Phoenix?" The Red Phoenix is a mythical bird that symbolizes marriage and happiness. Lu Chang'an nodded and said, "It seems that's really the case." Zhou Yuding looked at him meaningfully. "It seems that my brother must have a lot of luck with women." Lu Chang'an chuckled. "With the two of you by my side, how could my luck with women not be good?" Zhou Yuding covered her mouth and laughed. He actually admitted that she was also one of his romantic interests. "That's great." Lalia rolled her eyes at him, thinking, this Empress is not someone else's love interest. However, she never considered whether Lu Chang'an was truly someone else to her. Lu Chang'an reached out and gently stroked the bird in his hand. "Since you're Hongwan, I will call you Xiaohong from now on." "No." Chirp, chirp. A person, a fish, and a bird all protested simultaneously. "What a name. It's so casual and cheap, completely unworthy of its status." Lu Chang'an thought for a moment. "Then shall I call you Red Boy?" "No." Chirp, chirp. This has once again met with strong opposition. Lu Chang'an racked his brains. Red Wolf. The man, the fish, and the bird all rolled their eyes in unison. He suggested several names, but they were all rejected by them. He shrugged. "I'm terrible at naming things, so you guys can do it." Without hesitation, Zhou Yuding said, "Don't overthink it. Let's just call it Hongwan." Lu Chang'an looked at La Leia, then at the birds, and neither of them objected. He coughed lightly and said to it, "Then that's settled. From now on I'll call you Hongwan." Chirp chirp. The red phoenix let out a joyful chirp, its body radiating a bright light. In the light, its body grew much larger, comparable to that of an ordinary seabird. Its feathers became brighter, and its appearance became more and more majestic. Your pet has entered its kitten stage. The attribute panel is now available. Please check it. Lu Chang'an opened its attribute panel and found that its level was 2. Feature 1 should have been triggered, classifying La Leia and Zhou Yuding as exceptional beauties and leveling them up by 2. All attributes are around 70, similar to La Leia at level 2. Red Phoenix, transform into armor, he commanded it. It let out a soft cry and transformed into a beam of red light that enveloped his body. The next moment, a red breastplate appeared on his chest, increasing all his attributes by 35 points. Its level is still low, so giving it a boost won't be significant. But he was still pleasantly surprised because a pair of tiny wings appeared behind him. He tried flapping his wings, and they did move, but his body didn't move. The wings were too small to lift him. But that doesn't matter. As long as Hongwan's level increases and his wings grow bigger, he can fly. Flight has always been a dream of humankind. Not to mention, in this endless sea, flight has always been an extremely important ability. If he had the ability to fly, he wouldn't have needed to rack his brains and use various tricks in his previous battles with the Harpies. At this moment, a notification pops up. Announcement: player Lu Chang'an is the first to obtain a pet. Reward: Silver Treasure Chest, *1. Upon receiving the notification, Zhou Yuding's beautiful eyes lit up, and she immediately opened the chat room, only to find it filled with a strong sense of sourness. Why is it him again? I'm sick of seeing the name Lu Chang'an. Can't you find someone else? I don't want to see him again. Damn it. How come all the good things happen to him? I'm not happy about it. His combat power has increased again. It seems this pet is very strong. Aren't there any other strong humans? It's really uncomfortable to see him swaggering around like that. You're not happy? Keep it to yourself. Zhou Yuding happily left a message and opened the battle power ranking. First place, Lu Chang'an, score 105-2361. Second place, Hajime Kamida, rating 38179. Third place, Chuyueli, score 38121. Lu Chang'an stood out with an outstanding score of 1.05 million, leaving everyone else far behind. Chuyueli gradually gained momentum and rose to third place, just one step away from second place. Her sweetheart and best friend are about to dominate the top 2 spots on the list, making her beam with joy. Just then, she suddenly felt the moisture around her become much heavier. She quickly looked up and saw that the entire bubble was surrounded by a thick fog. "What's wrong?" she asked Lu Chang'an quickly. Lu Chang'an narrowed his eyes slightly. A friend came to visit. Chapter 57, Innate Ox and Horse Sacred Body. Just as Lu Chang'an finished speaking, a huge head pierced through the mist and appeared above the water bubble. She was stunningly beautiful. She was none other than Fran. Upon seeing her, Zhou Yuding's beautiful eyes widened in shock. This was the first time she had ever seen such a huge creature. Lu Chang'an smiled at her and said, "Don't worry, this is my friend, Nagafran." "Hello." Zhou Yuding greeted Falan, then looked at Lu Chang'an with admiration. "My brother is really amazing. He actually managed to befriend a powerful sea creature." Fran nodded to Zhou Yuding, her gaze suddenly sharpening when it fell on La Leia. But upon seeing her black scales, her expression softened considerably. Siren, La Leia didn't answer her, nor did she give her a friendly look. The Mermaid Queen would never bother with such a minor enemy. Seeing that she was indeed unable to see through La Leia's disguise, Lu Chang'an immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "I rescued her at the Harpy's outpost, and in return, she will serve me. However, she has a rather eccentric temperament, so please don't mind her." Friend didn't seem to mind. "It's all right. Sirens are known for their unruly nature." She had a good attitude towards the sirens, for no other reason than that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. She examined the bubble again, finally fixing her gaze on him. I am truly amazed that your strength has improved so much in just a few days. In just a few days, he gained new teammates and new facilities, and his personal strength improved significantly. He even killed a B-rank harpy leader. This is all thanks to your help. Me? She was a little surprised. She hadn't helped him. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly. If you hadn't given me the soul-stealing sword, how could I have so easily killed the harpy commander? He deliberately attributed the credit to Duopo. Firstly, to get closer to Fran. Secondly, to appropriately conceal his true abilities and avoid arousing suspicion by growing too quickly. Sure enough, Fran smiled charmingly upon hearing this. While seizing the soul is important, your own talent and hard work are equally essential. Lu Chang'an, who had never gone along with her, said such a thing, which made her overjoyed. Seeing that the desired effect had been achieved, Lu Chang'an's smile faded. I wonder what brings you here today. Don't give too much color. 3 parts are enough. Any more, and it'll easily become a dystopian mess. Fran was a little disappointed. She had just started to find his words agreeable when he returned to his usual self. I've come to see you for 2 reasons. First, to visit you, and second, to ask if you've seen any unusual creatures in this area. Special creatures? What do you mean? Simply put, have you seen any sea creatures breaking through to a higher level? Breakthrough? Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the advancement of Lilia's bloodline had caused too much of a stir and attracted the attention of the Naga? Yes, have you seen it? Fran asked quickly. Lu Chang'an pretended to think for a moment before slowly shaking his head. No, I've been fighting the harpies the whole time and haven't had time to pay attention to anything else. Fran was slightly disappointed, but she did not doubt it. She had been following his battle with the harpies. It's all right. If you discover any powerful sea creatures, notify me immediately. Are you capturing the enemy? He asked tentatively. No, but it may be related to the rise and fall of all sea creatures in the endless sea. Lu Chang'an nodded, confirming that she was referring to the advancement of La Leia's bloodline. Fran hesitated for a moment, then reminded him, this sea area will not be calm recently, so be careful. Lu Chang'an understood the unspoken meaning in her words. Such a major event as bloodline advancement will inevitably attract the attention of various forces, and this sea area will become a melting pot of all sorts of people. I will. Lu Chang'an nodded to her. Fran gave him a few more instructions and then prepared to leave. Since Lu Chang'an was unharmed, and she was still investigating the matter of bloodline advancement, she could not stay any longer. Just as she was about to leave, Mara suddenly spoke. Your Highness, I wish to fight him again. She was very dissatisfied with her loss to Lu Chang'an last time and had always wanted to fight him again. These days, her strength has grown to sea level, and she is confident that she can defeat him. Fran looked at Lu Chang'an. Is it all right? She was somewhat interested and wanted to see just how strong Lu Chang'an really was. Lu Chang'an replied calmly. What benefit would I get from fighting you? You can hit me, but you have to pay me. You want benefits after fighting? You're disgracing the warriors. Mara roared. Lu Chang'an scoffed lightly. I never said I was a warrior. Warrior's glory? That doesn't exist. He's a survivor. What he needs are survival resources. Mara glared at him angrily and threw a bead at him. Beat me, and it's yours. Lu Chang'an took it and looked at its attributes. Mirage Pearl. Quality, purple, excellent. Effect, can release mirage energy to create fog. Mirage, 50 out of 100, can be replenished automatically after consumption, or can be replenished with crystal cores. He immediately smiled with satisfaction. It seemed this was the source of the surrounding mist. This is exactly what he needs. Now all of humanity knows that the blisters are his signature feature, which would lead to his whereabouts being exposed. He hadn't forgotten how Lilia had come to him in his previous life. Deal. He immediately agreed. Come on, use all your strength. Mara, sword in hand, was filled with fighting spirit. Lu Chang'an was about to respond when Lilia stepped in front of him first. She coldly told Mara, you are not qualified to challenge him. She won't hide behind Lu Chang'an forever. She'll fight this battle. Lu Chang'an smiled and took a step back. She fights, and I get the benefits. Lilia truly lives up to her reputation as having the innate divine body of a bull and horse. Lalaya stood in front of Lu Chang'an, her domineering aura directly impacting Mara, instantly weakening her attributes by 20%. The Emperor's majesty even made Mara take a step back. This greatly damaged her self-esteem. She roared and activated her berserk mode, brandishing her battle sword as she charged towards Lalaya. Lalaya was not afraid at all. She snorted and a thick chain appeared out of thin air, binding Mara. Azure wave chains. Mara was furious and struggled desperately. The chains immediately developed numerous tiny cracks and shattered completely after only a second. But that was exactly the time Lalaya needed. Instead of retreating, she leaped high into the air, the water arrow in her hand aimed straight at Mara. Instead of shooting the water arrow, she used it as a spear. As Mara broke free of her chains, she came to Mara. Faced with the water arrow's direct thrust, Mara quickly swung her swords to defend, holding 4 swords to her chest. When? Click! The water arrow and the sword collided with a loud bang. The next instant, the battle swords in Mara's hand shattered. The water arrow, however, continued its momentum and struck her chest directly. The outcome is decided. At this moment, both Zhou Yuding and Fran showed shock. Neither of them had expected Lalaya to be so strong. Mara was completely stunned, her face filled with disbelief. She never imagined that she couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lalaya. Lalaya dispersed the water arrows and turned to walk towards Lu Chang'an. If you ever speak disrespectfully to him again, this arrow will pierce your heart. Chapter 58, remember her name, BB Lab. After warning Mara, Lalaya turned and left. But then she saw Lu Chang'an winking at her. For some reason, seeing him like that made her want to laugh, and the aura she had just gathered instantly dissipated. She clenched her fists and glared at him fiercely. Leave your name, Mara shouted at her unwillingly. She planned to refuse. It was impossible for her to tell him her real name. At this moment, Lu Chang'an took over the conversation. Remember, her name is BB Lab. The moment those words were spoken, the entire room froze. Mara was utterly astonished. What kind of name was that? Did sea creatures even have names like that? Is this really the name a strong person should have? Fran looked at Lu Chang'an and, seeing his serious expression and the peculiar pronunciation of his strange name, couldn't help but feel a little amused. Zhou Yuding silently turned around, her hands clasped tightly together, her teeth clenched, and her whole body trembling slightly. She thought through all the painful things in her life before she managed to hold back her laughter. Lalaya's lips twitched slightly as she desperately resisted the urge to pounce on him and bite him. What a terrible name this bastard came up with. He's completely ruined the dignity of his queen. Mara's expression turned serious, and she shouted loudly at Lalaya. I lost this time, but I'll win next time. I'll challenge you again. BB Lab. She had originally spoken in a tough and defiant tone, but after mimicking Lu Chang'an's tone and calling out his name, her momentum instantly vanished. After saying that, he seemed to feel ashamed and plunged into the sea, quickly escaping. Fran smiled brightly. Looking forward to seeing you again, Su Xian. Goodbye. Lu Chang'an nodded, his attitude neither humble nor arrogant. Fran glanced at him again before leaving. Hee-ha! After they left, Zhou Yuding finally couldn't hold back her laughter. She leaned against the wall, laughing so hard she couldn't straighten up. Lalaya finally couldn't hold back any longer, pounced on him, and bit his shoulder. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. Are you a dog? Lu Chang'an cried out in pain. Who told you to give me such an awful name? I only blurted it out in a moment of panic. Should I tell them my real name? That doesn't have to sound so awful. Lu Chang'an quickly used his deceptive skills. With such a name, who could possibly associate you with a mermaid queen? Lalaya was taken aback, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make some sense. Lu Chang'an struck while the iron was hot. Think about it from another angle. If you were Karis, do you think you would choose such a name for yourself? Lalaya shook her head without hesitation. As an empress, she was proud and arrogant. If she were to choose a pseudonym, it would certainly have to be meaningful or at least somewhat normal. Why would she use such a strange and nonsensical name? Once she understood this, she released her grip on her lips. What you said makes sense, but next time you want to do something, you should discuss it with me first. The dignified empress has been fooled by Lu Chang'an again. Got it, BB Lab. Lu Chang'an rubbed his shoulder and grinned. How did this silly fish manage to bite him so hard without actually hurting him? There's no need to forbid it for being called that name. Lalaya retorted. Isn't this just to help you get used to it? Besides, we communicate through our souls. Others can't hear us. Lalaya glared at him. That won't do either. Fine, I won't call you that. Lu Chang'an shrugged helplessly. At this moment, Zhou Yuding, who had been laughing uncontrollably, finally calmed down a bit. But upon seeing Lalaya, she broke down again. Lalaya bared her fangs at him angrily. Look what you've done. Lu Chang'an coughed lightly. Everyone, be serious. I have something important to say. Upon hearing this, the two women immediately composed themselves and looked at him seriously. The Harpy outpost has been destroyed, and we are safe for now. Next, we need to focus on surviving the apocalypse. Zhou Yuding was somewhat surprised. The high-temperature apocalypse shouldn't have much impact on us, right? Since arriving here, she has only felt that the weather is a bit hot. Survival is not a problem. Lu Chang'an shook his head. I meant not now, but the upcoming 9 Nether Extreme Cold. 9 Netherworld Extreme Cold. Zhou Yuding exclaimed in surprise. Yes, the next apocalypse will be the extreme cold of the 9 Netherworlds, which will come as soon as the high-temperature apocalypse is over. We need to prepare in advance. Nearly half of the days have already passed with extreme high temperatures, and the extreme cold of the Netherworld is about to arrive. How cold is the 9 Nether Extreme Cold? Zhou Yuding asked. Lu Chang'an pondered for a moment. I don't know the specifics, but I think it probably won't be lower than minus 60 degrees Celsius. The temperature is already 60 degrees Celsius, so extreme cold of minus 60 degrees Celsius is certainly possible. Zhou Yuding's expression changed. With their current methods of keeping warm, even if the thatched hut raised the temperature by 30 degrees, they probably still wouldn't be able to survive. Brother, whatever you say we should do, I'll listen to you, she immediately declared. Lalaya nodded to him, indicating that she would follow his instructions. Lu Chang'an immediately assigned tasks. Yuding, you need to draw a few blueprints in the next few days. First, a stove. That is, a stove that can be placed indoors to make a fire for warmth. Second, the heated kong, a traditional heated brick bed. This needs no explanation. It is of utmost importance. Third, ice-breaking horns. These are structures installed on vehicles that can break through solid ice. The first 2 items ensure warmth and rest, while the last item ensures the water bubble can navigate normally. In extreme cold, the ocean freezes over, making navigation impossible without breaking through the ice. Navigation is extremely important for survivors, because without it, they cannot obtain supplies. Zhou Yuding's expression turned serious. I guarantee I will complete the mission. Lu Chang'an looked at Lalaya. Lalaya, your task is, first, improve your strength. Before the arrival of the 9 Nether Extreme Cold, absorb all the crystal cores you obtained this time, and it would be best to level up again. Second, find islands. Ideally, find islands with animals. Third, look for animals or marine mammals with fur. For example, sea otters, seals, etc. Lalaya's main tasks are to level up and search for winter supplies. Leveling up is self-evident. It's always a necessity. Searching for islands and animals is to prepare for surviving the extreme cold of the 9 Netherworld. There are supplies on the islands that will be needed to build facilities, while animal pelts can be used to keep warm. Understood. Lalaya replied immediately. Lu Chang'an said to them, my main task is planting. Plants can't grow in this extremely cold weather, so I need to plant as many plants as possible in these few days. First, we must ensure we have enough food. Second, we must ensure we have enough firewood for warmth. His arrangement was reasonable, and neither woman had any objections. As night fell, the group returned to their respective rooms. Lu Chang'an tried to purify Lalaya's bloodline again, but found that the purification was 100 times more difficult than before, and the effect was very weak. The physical strength required is dozens of times greater than before, and the time he can sustain it has returned to a few seconds. Seeing his tired and depressed appearance, Lalaya gently comforted him. It's okay, you're just not feeling well today. Don't put pressure on yourself, I don't mind. Take it slow. Lu Chang'an. Dear readers, if the number of requests for an update exceeds 200 and the number of gifts exceeds 30, an extra chapter will be added. Chapter 59, The Incompetent Husband. The next day at noon, Lu Chang'an, wearing a red phoenix hat, moved among various plants, harvesting, sowing, turning the soil, and watering, keeping himself extremely busy. Yes, it's the red phoenix star. It was very attached to him, especially to the top of his head. Whenever he wasn't resting, it would lie on it. He tried to drive them away several times, but it didn't work. Fortunately, it was extremely light and he could hardly feel its weight, so he didn't have to push it any further. Moreover, the red phoenix is a symbol of good fortune, and wearing it might bring good luck. "Brother," a sweet voice called out. He looked up and saw Zhou Yuding running towards him. She was covered in sweat, her t-shirt clinging to her body, outlining her graceful figure. The temperature was so high that she was still drenched in sweat, even though she was in a thatched hut. Lu Chang'an's gaze followed her as she ran. He had to admit, she had a really good figure. Zhou Yuding keenly noticed his gaze, her face flushed, and she took larger steps. Whether by coincidence or not, when she came in front of him, she tripped and fell towards him. He quickly hugged her, saying, "Be careful." Zhou Yuding exclaimed and hugged him tightly. At that moment, their eyes met and they embraced tightly. Lu Chang'an could feel the softness and elasticity of her delicate body, while Zhou Yuding could feel his strength and power. Hongwan looked at the two with satisfaction. With this divine beast, a symbol of marriage, here, it would be absurd if a lone man and woman didn't have something happen between them. Lu Chang'an guessed correctly. Wearing the red phoenix headdress can indeed bring good fortune and romantic luck. Are you all right?" He coughed lightly and spoke first. "It's all right." She leaned against him, her face filled with bliss. "Is this his embrace? It's so spacious and makes me feel so safe. If there's nothing else, get up." Although it felt good to hold her, he was busy and didn't have time to spare. Zhou Yuding responded, but remained motionless for a long time. Helpless, Lu Chang'an could only help her stand up straight. "Did you need something?" Zhou Yuding felt a little regretful, but she quickly cheered up. "Everything is difficult at the beginning. After this hug, it will be much easier to hug in the future. Here you go." She took out a drawing and handed it to him. Lu Chang'an looked over, and his eyes immediately lit up. Construction plan, fireplace. Effect, a mud brick bed that can be used for heating. Materials needed, 100 bricks, 100 dirt, 50 clay, 50 thick planks, 50 hay. "You finished drawing so quickly?" he asked in surprise. "Because I have one at home, I could draw it very quickly." Lu Chang'an gave her a thumbs up. "Well done. Thank you for your hard work." "It's not hard work," Zhou Yuding said with a sweet smile. Although she was familiar with the structure, drawing required physical exertion, so she hardly stopped for a moment and started drawing as soon as she regained her strength. This results in not only physical hardship, but also mental hardship. But all of this was worth it in the face of his praise. "Chirp, chirp." Hongwan chirped softly to her, as if praising her as well. Zhou Yuding looked at it, covered her mouth, and giggled. "Hongwan, you have a good eye for choosing spots." The red phoenix responded with a cheerful chirp, as if it were quite pleased with the response. Because all the materials were available, Lu Chang'an did not delay and immediately went inside to choose where to start construction. A flash of light appeared, and a heated Kong, a traditional Chinese bed stove, came into view. Heated brick bed, durability, 200, quality, purple, excellent. Effect, can be used to start a fire for warmth, and quickly restores physical strength and energy. Additional trait, the more opposite sex characters you have, the higher the probability of gaining attributes and the higher the points. Review, my bed is big and comfortable. Upon seeing its attributes, Zhou Yuding was momentarily stunned, then bit her red lips lightly, grabbed his sleeve, and gently shook it. "Brother, I'm willing to sacrifice something for your attributes." Lu Chang'an chuckled and brushed her hand away. "I don't care about such minor attributes. Brother, even a small mosquito is still meat. You should understand the principle of many grains make a tower." Zhou Yuding looked at him pitifully. She wanted to sleep on a heated Kong bed, and she wanted to sleep with him. "Of course I understand." Lu Chang'an shook his head and chuckled. "I originally planned for you to sleep here. But don't misunderstand, I was just trying to save resources. Heating a Kong, heated brick bed, requires a lot of resources, so there's no need for her to sleep on a Kong alone." "Thank you, brother. I'll go get ready." Zhou Yuding was overjoyed and didn't even hear the part about not misunderstanding her. Lu Chang'an slapped his forehead in exasperation. What was this girl going to prepare? All right, send some cooling items to Chu Yueli and remind her to stock up on winter supplies. He owed Chu Yueli a favor because of the steam paddle wheel incident, and now he could repay it. Okay. Zhou Yuding was thinking to herself how to get Chu Yueli to come over. After sending her back, he buried himself in the bushes again. In extreme cold, plants cannot grow, so stockpiling more food gives us peace of mind. A moment later, Lalaya's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. There's an island here, and I have already cleaned up the sea monsters on it. She entered the sea early in the morning, using her high speed and heightened senses to search for islands. I'll be right there. Lalaya truly lives up to her innate divine physique. Not only did she find the island, but she also cleared out the sea beasts, ready for him to harvest the resources. The efficiency and thoughtfulness are both top-notch. He rushed to the island where Lalaya was, and was surprised to find that there were sheep on the island. Sheep can be sheared, and the benefits of wool are self-evident. Although there are only 2 sheep, 1 male and 1 female, they're just right for breeding. After harvesting the island's resources, he caught them and put them in the enclosure. Since the fence hadn't changed, he decided to rebuild it after a moment's thought. Accompanied by a bright light, the mutated fence finally appeared. Fence. Durability, 200. Quality, purple, excellent. Effect. Allows you to keep animals. Additional feature. All animal production cycles are halved. Review. A true nuclear-powered beast of burden. Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. In the game, sheep could only be sheared once every 2 days, but after the production cycle was halved, they could be sheared every day. In this way, even 2 sheep would be enough to make warm clothes for the 3 of them. Now, the facilities for keeping warm include heated brick beds, wool for warmth, food from crops grown elsewhere, and plenty of firewood for heating. Surviving the extreme cold of the apocalypse should be no problem. Feeling cheerful, he put his arm around Lalaya's shoulder and kissed her on the cheek. Thank you, my lucky queen. Lalaya was incredibly lucky and always managed to surprise him. Lalaya pushed him away expressionlessly, turned around, and walked away. What else can you do besides spitting all over my face? That's what she said, but after she turned around, her face immediately turned bright red. Lu Chang'an was utterly astonished. He seemed to see several large characters appear above his head. An incompetent husband. Chapter 60 SS-rank talent. Several days later, in the desolate sea, on the wooden boat, Chu Yueli suddenly felt a little short of breath, so she quickly took out ice water to wipe her body. She breathed a sigh of relief. The discomfort had finally subsided. Despite possessing SS-level talent, she remained vulnerable in the face of this scorching heat. Temperatures have continued to rise these past few days, already exceeding 60 degrees Celsius. If it weren't for Zhou Yuding's help, she might already be dead. Thinking of Zhou Yuding, the image of that figure standing tall amidst the raging waves appeared before her eyes again. Although several days have passed, the scene from that day still lingers in her mind. His strength left an indelible impression on her. Xiaoli, what have you thought about that matter? At this moment, Zhou Yuding sent her another message. The thing she was referring to was the matter that led her to follow Lu Chang'an. These past few days, Zhou Yuding has been trying to persuade her to join Lu Chang'an like she did. She described many benefits, such as being able to live in a cool room, having chilled fruit to eat, and receiving crystal cores, etc. The treatment was excellent, and coupled with her slight admiration for Lu Chang'an, she was very tempted. But her inherent pride kept her from giving in. She didn't want to be a protected weakling. She wanted to make a name for herself through her own abilities. I still stand by my own opinion, she replied. Zhou Yuding didn't take it seriously and immediately changed the subject. Your brother told you to stock up on some warm clothing and supplies beforehand. Did you do it? Chu Yueli frowned immediately. For the past few days, she had been relaying Lu Chang'an's words, telling her to stock up on supplies for keeping warm. With temperatures nearing 70 degrees Celsius, why would anyone stock up on warm clothing and supplies to keep warm? Is he serious? Are you sure he's not joking? Or is she planning to use this method to deplete her own resources and force herself to do so? Although she didn't want to assume malice towards Lu Chang'an, She had witnessed the wickedness and ugliness of human nature in the past few days. In this endless sea, life is not even worth as much as a bottle of fresh water. To achieve their goals, they will stop at nothing and have long since abandoned morality and bottom line. Yeah, I've stocked up. She casually replied to Zhou Yuding, ending the conversation. She had her own ideas and judgment. Hoarding winter supplies? Impossible. She picked up her fishing rod and continued fishing. Not long after, the fishing rod moved, and she immediately reeled it in. There was a thud as something heavy fell into the cabin. A look of surprise immediately appeared on her beautiful face. It was the sound of the treasure chest. She quickly reached out and touched it, finding a hard shell and exquisite patterns. She immediately smiled. It was a black iron treasure chest. She immediately activated her innate ability and looked at the black iron treasure chest. The next moment, countless items appeared in her mind, ranging from the most common materials to exceptional or even legendary items. This is her SS level talent, a true projection, seeing through all illusions, pointing directly to the essence of things. At this moment, the treasure chest in her mind was a room filled with various things. All she had to do was choose one she wanted from among them. This is also why she was able to help Zhou Yuding obtain materials accurately in the past. She also relied on this talent to obtain good things from treasure chests and continuously grow stronger. Of course, the treasure chests she had encountered before were all quite ordinary, containing nothing particularly powerful. But this treasure chest seemed unusual. 2 items inside caught her attention. Thermostat. Quality, excellent, purple. Effect. Provide a small-scale, constant temperature effect. Requires energy replenishment. This heater is a perfect match for the warming tools that Chang'an just mentioned. But is it really necessary to carry such a useless thing in such hot weather? She frowned slightly and looked at something else. A halberd. Raging wave. Durability, 700. Attack, 200. Quality, gold, legendary. Effect. Causes continuous penetrating and bleeding damage to the injured person. Special feature. Upon hitting a target, it can absorb the target's energy and convert it into its own. This is a legendary halberd with extremely powerful attacks and a life-stealing characteristic, making it a divine weapon. On one side is a purple, useless heating device, and on the other side is a legendary, powerful weapon. Everyone knows which to choose. She chose the raging waves without hesitation. Holding such a powerful weapon, she was filled with pride, believing that one day she could be as powerful as Chang'an. No, he's even stronger than him. Whoosh! Just then, a strange fish suddenly leaped out of the water behind her and opened its mouth to bite her snow-white, slender neck. This is a Class D sea monster, extremely fast, with very sharp teeth. It can crush not only people, but even stones. She didn't panic, because the moment it appeared, everything about it had already appeared in her mind. She had a complete grasp of its attack intentions, methods, and routes. This is how she applies her talent in battle. It was also the reason she became the strongest human in her previous life. Once the enemy is seen through, all that remains is a methodical slaughter. She didn't turn around. She simply waved her hand, sending the raging waves behind her. The next instant, the sea beast, like a moth drawn to a flame, crashed headfirst into the tip of the raging waves. He died instantly. With a look of delight, she gently stroked the raging waves, their sharpness perfectly complementing her talent. What delighted her even more was that the raging waves absorbed energy from her as they struck the enemy, allowing her to replenish her own energy and enabling her to fight for extended periods. At that moment, she was very glad that she hadn't made the mistake of choosing the constant temperature heater. Otherwise, she would have missed this opportunity forever. After absorbing the crystal core of the sea beast, she wielded the raging wave and began her journey to hunt down the sea beast. Wherever she went, sea beasts were slaughtered. She grew stronger by using their crystal cores, and with her increased strength, killing sea beasts became even easier. This was a virtuous cycle, and she became so engrossed in it that she forgot herself. She stopped abruptly, not because she was tired, but because she felt the temperature around her dropping. Has the heat wave apocalypse finally passed? With a sense of doubt, she opened the chat room and, sure enough, found it filled with jubilation. It's getting colder. It's finally getting colder. Ha! I finally survived. Great. I thought I was going to die, for sure. Thank God for his mercy, I survived. The awful heat is finally over. Thank goodness. A smile appeared on her lips. Without the influence of high temperatures, her hunting operation could proceed more smoothly. Just then a gust of wind blew by. She felt not the coolness of a temperature drop, but the cold. She was filled with doubt. What was going on? Although the temperature has dropped, this is only the beginning. Why would she feel cold? She suddenly felt something fall on her head. She picked it up gently. It was soft and cool to the touch. These are snowflakes. Chapter 61, Chu Yueli's Redemption. Snowflake? How could that be a snowflake? It was unbearably hot just now. How could it possibly snow? It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. She tried to comfort herself with these words, but her face was turning pale. Her body could tell the truth. She could clearly feel the temperature plummeting. An idea uncontrollably surfaced in her mind. Was I wrong? Did I wrongly accuse Lu Chang'an? She shook her head vigorously, banishing the thought from her mind. No, it must be hallucinations caused by the heat. I might have heat stroke. She took out ice water and poured it over herself. The next instant, the ice stung her skin like steel needles. She shivered, her heart sinking to the bottom. At this time, more and more things fell on her. She reached out her hand and quickly received many. Soft and cool, it quickly melted in her palm. She searched her memory for a long time, but couldn't find anything similar except for snowflakes. With trepidation, she opened the chat room again. Something's not right. Why did the temperature drop so suddenly? What's going on? It's snowing. It's so cold. Does anyone have any warm clothes? I can change into water. Extreme heat is followed by extreme cold? What kind of beast came up with that? Oh no, I wasn't prepared for the cold. As Chu Yuli read these comments, her body grew colder and colder, but her heart grew even colder. These past few days, Zhou Yuding has been constantly reminding her to stock up on winter supplies. She not only ignored it, but even thought that Lu Chang'an was up to no good. But now, the extreme cold has truly arrived. As it turns out, Lu Chang'an had no ill intentions. He was genuinely trying to help her. Not only did she not appreciate it, she trampled on his kindness. At that moment, immense regret filled her heart. She betrayed his kindness. She missed out on someone who was genuinely good to her. Click, click. A faint sound came from behind her boat, which gradually lost speed and finally came to a complete stop. Why did you stop? Get moving. She anxiously adjusted the sails, hoping the boat could continue sailing. If the ship doesn't sail, she won't get supplies, and without supplies, the only outcome is death. No matter how she adjusted it, the boat remained completely still. She initially thought the boat had hit an obstacle, but after investigating, a terrifying truth was revealed to her. The sea is frozen over. No, it can't freeze. She desperately pounded the ice with her raging waves. But it was a drop in the ocean, requiring a great deal of effort to move the boat forward only a few meters. She sat in the cabin, panting heavily. The cold air stung her trachea. She was horrified to discover that her body temperature was rapidly decreasing. If this continues, she will die soon. She had no extra clothes, so she could only huddle in the cabin and wrap herself in palm leaves. The loss of mobility means she no longer has the possibility of acquiring resources, and her SS level talent becomes useless. But she had no choice. If she didn't do it, she would die soon. But even after doing so, her situation did not improve much. Palm leaves offer little insulation, and the cold air penetrates them like steel needles, piercing into her body. In pain, he took away her body heat. At that moment, regret devoured her heart like a venomous snake. Why don't you listen to Lu Chang'an? Why misunderstand his intentions? Why do we choose Nuteo instead of Hengwen Furnace before? Chu Yueli, you have such a high opinion of yourself, but in reality you're the most foolish and arrogant person. No, you're not arrogant. You're just insecure. You're afraid of being judged, afraid of others' pity and sympathy. So you desperately try to prove yourself and let others know that you are strong, not weak. But you are ultimately just a weakling. At that moment, she wanted to slap herself. Unfortunately, She gradually lost sensation in her hands and feet. She's about to collapse. At this moment, she had two paths before her. First, ask Lu Chang'an for help. Second, sell new Tao to buy supplies. She was too ashamed to face Lu Chang'an, so she asked him for help. She had previously dismissed his kindness, but now she had to ask him for help. She couldn't be so shameless. As for how many supplies could be obtained by selling the raging waves? In such extreme cold, who has any spare supplies? Even if we barely survive today, what about tomorrow and the day after? Moreover, new Tao was her choice, and selling it would mean completely negating herself. She sighed inwardly, opened her friend list, and traded new Tao to Zhou Yuding. What are you doing? Zhou Yuding asked in surprise. Please pass this on to Lu Chang'an. He is a true powerhouse, and only he can truly demonstrate its power. This was her choice, to hand over the raging torrent to a strong being worthy of it. The raging waves represent her pride and persistence. She will not sell them, but will choose to let Lu Chang'an carry them on. As for herself, she brought this upon herself and deserves to die. Then die. Zhou Yuding keenly sensed that something was wrong with her. Charlie, what's wrong? Did something happen? It's nothing. I just wanted to repay you for your help. She felt her eyelids were as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and drowsiness washed over her like a tidal wave. She was already suffering from moderate hypothermia, and her body heat was about to run out. No, this isn't like you. Tell me, what happened? Zhou Yuding felt increasingly that something was wrong with her. It's really nothing. I'm just a little sleepy, she texted, forcing herself to stay awake. Zhou Yuding immediately became alert. Now that extreme cold had descended, she was actually feeling sleepy, which was not right. What are you wearing right now? Do you have any heating equipment around you? Ting Ting, thank you so much for taking care of me all these years. It's just a pity that I can't continue walking with you anymore. If there is an afterlife, let's be sisters again. Chu Yueli's consciousness gradually faded. Zhou Yuding cried out in alarm. Don't worry, I'll go find my brother. He can save you. Brother, Chu Yueli murmured, a tall and imposing figure appearing in her mind. If there is an afterlife, I hope I can fight alongside you. As her consciousness was about to fade into darkness, Zhou Yuding sent her video call requests again and again. She used her last bit of clarity to connect the video call. A faint light appeared in her mind, and within that light, a familiar figure was looking at her with gentle eyes. Are you willing to offer your soul and devotion to me and become my believer? Believer, I misunderstood you before. Will you still accept me? She had lost the ability to think and could only answer based on instinct. That's not important. What's important is your own heart. My heart, she murmured. Your strength and courage make me admire you and become infatuated with you. So, do you want to follow me and have faith in me? Follow you, believe in you. She answered instinctively. Ido. Chapter 62, I dedicate my soul and body to you. Chu Yueli, who was fast asleep, suddenly felt a little cold and instinctively moved closer to the source of warmth beside her. This appears to be a person, muscular, warm, and full of power. She instinctively moved closer to him and eventually snuggled into his arms. At that moment, she was enveloped in warmth and a sense of security. She reached out and hugged him, hooking her leg around him, clinging to him tightly like an octopus. This is her favorite sleeping position. She's asleep like this, hugging her teddy bear when she was little. This will give her a sense of security and make her no longer afraid in the dark. Sure enough, a strong sense of security enveloped her. She felt as if she were hugging a small son, comfortable, safe, and warm. Her hand suddenly touched something furry and moving like a bird. Sweetie, go to sleep. She stroked it a few times, uttered a soft murmur, and was about to fall into a deep sleep. But at that moment, a familiar voice rang in her ears. Xiaoli, what are you doing? She was instantly jolted awake, her rationality returning in an instant. Ting Ting, you let go of my hand. Come over here. Zhou Yuding pried open her hands and feet and pulled her to her side. Ting Ting, where is this? Are you dead too? She asked hurriedly. She thought she was dead. Pa. What nonsense are you talking about? We're not dead. Zhou Yuding spat. This is Shui Pao, the heated Kong bed in my brother's room. What? Chu Yueli was shocked. Wasn't she about to die? How did she end up here? It was your brother who saved you. Zhou Yuding briefly recounted what had happened. She realized something was wrong and immediately asked Lu Chang'an for help. Lu Chang'an asked her to connect to a video call and inquired whether she would agree to become his follower. After she agreed, he summoned her and treated her, successfully saving her life. Chu Yueli remained silent, never expecting that in the end it would still be Lu Chang'an who saved her. "And what about just now?" she asked softly. "I was about to ask you the same thing. We were sleeping peacefully together, so why did you suddenly crawl into your brother's bed?" Zhou Yuding said, somewhat annoyed. "She's always been very proper, but she actually... hateful." A male voice rang in Chu Yueli's ear. "How dare you criticize others? You took all the blankets. How are they supposed to sleep?" They all slept on the heated Kong, a traditional Chinese bed stove, with separate quilts for each other. Zhou Yuding and Chu Yueli shared one. Zhou Yuding sleeps improperly, having rolled up all the blankets. Chu Yueli felt cold, so she subconsciously crawled into Lu Chang'an's blankets. That's how the incident just happened. Upon hearing his voice, Chu Yueli blushed immediately, feeling both ashamed and embarrassed, unsure of how to face him. She unwittingly ended up sharing a bed with him and sleeping in the same quilt. The one who spoke was naturally Lu Chang'an. Noticing Chu Yueli's embarrassment, he smiled at her and said, "Miss Chu, don't worry about it. We can shear the sheep again today and make you a quilt." Hearing his gentle voice, Chu Yueli's nose tingled, and she rose and knelt before him. "Thank you for saving my life." Lu Chang'an quickly helped her up. "Don't be so formal. You're Yuding's sister, not an outsider." Chu Yueli shook her head firmly. "From now on, I will dedicate my soul and body to you and follow you forever." She admired him, and he saved her life. She would be loyal to him forever. Zhou Yuding quickly said, "I only want the soul, not the body." Lu Chang'an smiled and helped her up. "Okay, then I wish us a pleasant cooperation in the future." Chu Yueli notet vigodu sin. Zhou Yuding hugged her tightly with great joy. "That's wonderful. From now on, we can be together forever." Chu Yueli smiled too. She was happy to be with her best friend. Chirp! Hong Wan suddenly let out a soft cry, and her whole body burst forth with a bright red light. Chu Yueli's joining her promoted her to a higher level. Lu Chang'an checked its attributes and found that they had all increased by 100 points, just like Lalea had before. In addition, its wings have grown considerably, although it still cannot fly, but it is not far off. "Sir, how should I address you?" Chu Yueli asked him. "Anything is fine. The name doesn't matter." "Then I'll call you Brother Chang'an, okay?" "No problem." "Brother Chang'an, my talent is SS level true projection." Chu Yueli truthfully told him about her talent. Lu Chang'an was taken aback. No wonder she was able to rise so quickly to become the strongest human in her previous life. No wonder she could wield a divine weapon like the raging waves. It turned out she had such a powerful talent. For her, random treasure chests are like self-selected treasure chests. It's no wonder she's so powerful. He remembered that he still had a silver treasure chest that he hadn't opened, so he took it out. "Let's see what's inside." Chu Yueli looked into the treasure chest and described its contents one by one. There are several blueprints, a wardrobe, a spinning wheel, and a bookshelf, and several props, all purple. The treasure chest contained quite a few items, but none of them were gold. The highest grade was only purple. Lu Chang'an frowned. So it turns out that not all treasure chests can yield legendary items. Chu Yueli et lai. Based on my observation, there are two types of treasure chests. The first type is the regular treasure chest, and the items you can get from this type of chest cannot be higher than the chest level. The other type is the rare treasure chest, which is the only type that can yield items exceeding the chest level. Lu Chang'an suddenly realized that the wooden treasure chest from which he obtained the treasure compass last time was a rare treasure chest, while the silver treasure chest in front of him was a common treasure chest. In other words, if you can obtain a golden treasure chest, regardless of whether it's rare or not, you're guaranteed to get a legendary item. Chu Yueli nodded. Yes. Lu Chang'an smiled and said, "All right, from now on, you'll be in charge of handling all the treasure chests we obtain." Okay. Chu Yueli was very happy. She now had a job of her own. Lu Chang'an didn't let her open the treasure chest. The blueprint for the ice-breaking horn could be completed tomorrow, and if any materials were lacking, they could be obtained from it. He took the raging waves out of his backpack and handed them to her. It's yours, keep it safe. Chu Yueli was stunned. You don't want it? This is a legendary weapon. You are its true owner, don't let it go to waste, Lu Chang'an chuckled. The weapon he practiced was a sword. Although the raging waves was good, he was not comfortable using it, and his combat power decreased instead of increasing. Besides, the soul-snatching sword was no worse than it. Even if he took it, it would just gather dust in his backpack. It would be better to enhance her combat power so that she could give back to everyone. Besides, she belongs entirely to him. So why distinguish between them? It's just a matter of transferring money from one hand to the other. Chu Yueli's delicate body trembled, and her heart was filled with emotion. Faced with such a powerful weapon, he remained unmoved. Such courage and such a noble character make him someone she should follow. Thank you. I will follow in your footsteps, and I will definitely not let it go to waste, she said with admiration. Lu Chang'an patted her shoulder with a big smile. Okay, I believe in you. He's a promising candidate for a nuclear-powered ox or horse. By the way, Brother Chang'an, I heard from Yuding that we believe in a god. Yes. Which god? Is it the god of war? Chu Yueli asked expectantly. Evil god. Chu. Chapter 63, I Want You. The following morning, Lu Chang'an pushed open the door and stepped out of the small house. Even though he was wrapped in a thick wool blanket, he still felt cold. Overnight, the entire world was frozen over. The bubbles froze into ice balls, and the churning ocean turned into an ice field. He went to the plant box and looked around. Not a single plant had sprouted. They cannot grow if the temperature is too low. He arrived at the Daitai site, but found no resources. The ocean is frozen over, making fishing impossible. He then went to the water extractor, but the water was frozen and it could not work properly. Fortunately, he only left one machine here. He moved the rest inside. Fortunately, he knew in advance that the extreme cold was coming. Otherwise, he would have been in a very difficult situation. He took out the disaster timer to check the situation. Current disaster, extreme cold of the netherworld. Duration, 2:28 to 21 to 43. Next disaster, shattered starfall. Countdown, 2:28:21:44. He frowned deeply when he saw the name of the next disaster. This disaster was something he had never experienced in his previous life. Judging from the name alone, it must have been caused by a meteorite falling from the sky. This is very disadvantageous for him because the bubbles are large and the probability of him getting hit is not low. The consequences of being hit by a meteorite would be unimaginable. Not only were the buildings completely destroyed, but people and animals were also in great danger of dying. Even Lalaya was seriously injured because she was the main body of the vehicle. Admittedly, Lalaya could take refuge in the sea with the bubbles, but with her physical strength, she could only last for a few hours, while the disaster would last for 10 days. He needs to find a solution within these 10 days. Fortunately, he has a ready-made plan, but it's not time to start it yet. He needs to wait for the extreme cold to brew for a while. Brother, dinner's ready. Zhou Yuding's voice came from behind. He responded and went back inside. Compared to the freezing cold outside, the interior was warm and cozy. Besides the thatch hut for temperature regulation, the stove is also crucial. Stove. Durability, 200. Quality, purple, excellent. Effects. Can be used for starting a fire for warmth and cooking. Additional feature. Fuel consumption halved. Review. Energy saving and environmentally friendly. You deserve it. Once lit, it can be used not only for warmth but also for cooking. At this moment, there was a pot on top with some vegetables and slices of meat inside, bubbling away and emitting a fragrant aroma. He gestured for the women to sit down, poured them a glass of juice, and raised his glass to Chu Yueli, saying, "Welcome Xiaoli to the team. I hope we can support each other and move forward together in the future." Zhou Yuding and Lalaya raised their glasses together. "Welcome, Xiaoli." Chu Yueli quickly stood up. "Thank you, everyone. I will do my best to contribute." Lu Chang'an smiled and said, "Don't be shy. Make yourself at home." Zhou Yuding pulled her to sit down. "Both my brother and Lalaya are good people and easy to get along with." Chu Yueli zetponde sopti. Eat it while it's hot. Lu Chang'an urged them to eat. Chu Yueli ate a piece of food, which was steaming hot. and her whole body felt warm. She took another sip of mango juice, and the taste was so sweet it warmed her heart. She opened the chat room and saw only a chorus of lamentations. "It's so cold. I'm freezing to death. Is there anyone kind enough to help me? I want to drink some hot water. Just one sip. Please, please, just one sip. I miss yesterday so much. It's better to be a little warm than to freeze to death. I feel extremely hot all over. Am I about to die? I'm cold, thirsty, and hungry. Someone please save me." She closed the chat room, her heart filled with admiration and gratitude for Lu Chang'an. If it weren't for him, perhaps she would be like those others, wailing on the brink of death, instead of sitting in a warm house, eating fragrant hot pot, and drinking sweet juice. No, if it weren't for him, she would already be dead, without even the right to wail. At this moment, she reaffirmed her feelings. To stay by your side for life, never to be separated. Afternoon. Lu Chang'an was practicing his skills when he suddenly heard Zhou Yuding cheer. He turned his head and saw her running towards him, her beautiful face full of joy. "Brother, the ice-breaking corner is finished." Lu Chang'an was overjoyed. With the ice-breaking horn and water bubbles, they could sail. He quickly took the blueprints. Construction plan, icebreaker corner. Effect, can break through sea ice. Materials needed, 300 titanium ingots, 300 iron ingots, 300 copper ingots, 100 metal bolts, 100 hemp ropes, 100 pieces of hard plastic. Upon seeing the required materials, he frowned. He didn't have any titanium ingots. He summoned Chu Yue and asked her about the materials in the treasure chest. The response was, only 50 units can be obtained, which is a significant shortfall. He pondered for a moment, and then instructed Zhou Yuding to exchange wool at the trading house. Wool is invaluable in these extremely cold and apocalyptic times. It can be a lifesaver. But he waited for several hours, and no one made a transaction. Zhou Yuding's private messages were either begging or discussing exchanging other items. No one mentioned titanium ingots at all. Lu Chang'an understood that it was unlikely that he could gather enough titanium ingots from humans, as titanium ingots were still too advanced for humans at this time. Even he, as the strongest human being, couldn't produce it, let alone others. However, the icebreaker was very important to him. Without it, the bubbles could not sail. Without navigation, there are no supplies. Without supplies, we can only sit and wait until our resources are depleted. There's only one way left to gather all the materials. He took out the communication conch shell and took the initiative to call Fran. In this sea area, only she has so many titanium ingots. The call connected quickly, and Fran's voice sounded slightly surprised. "So, Xian, why would you take the initiative to find me?" After giving him the communication conch, the two contacted each other a few times, but each time it was she who contacted him. He never took the initiative to contact her. "I've run into some trouble, and I need your help," Lu Chang'an said bluntly. "She's shrewd. There's no need for her to beat around the bush." "Oh, what kind of difficulty?" "I need titanium ingots," Lu Chang'an stated his needs. Fran hesitated for a moment before speaking. "We do have titanium ingots, but they belong to the clan, and I can't give them to you for free." "What do you want?" Lu Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as it can be traded, that's all that matters. It's just a matter of price. 30 grade B crystal cores." Lu Chang'an shrugged. "Sorry, no. He wouldn't have 30 B grade crystal cores. Even if he did, he would definitely have given them all to Lalaya to absorb." At this point, Lalaya's energy had reached 70,000 points, and she was just 30,000 points away from leveling up. 30 snake fruits. No. 30 highly venomous snake fangs. No. 10 moonstones. No. Fran asked helplessly, "What exactly do you have?" "It seems like I only have myself," Lu Chang'an casually joked, looking through his supplies and pondering what price to ask for. But at this moment, Fran suddenly raised her voice. "Then you're the one, deal." Lu Chang'an. Chapter 64, I Want Cigarette Cards. Evening. Lu Chang'an glanced at Lalaya beside him, and was about to speak when she interrupted him. "No need to persuade me. I won't stay." When Fran said she wanted him, she actually meant she wanted him to go to her palace and do something for her. Considering the large number of Naga there, and the potential danger if Lalaya's identity were exposed, he tried to persuade her to stay and wait for his return, but she refused. He put his arm around her shoulder. I know you're worried about me, but I'm not in any danger. Lilia blushed and pushed him away. I'm not worried about your safety. Then what are you worried about? Lilia stammered. I'm worried. I'm worried you'll betray me. Lu Chang'an smiled. How can an empress who can't even lie manage to govern her subordinates and subjects? I govern my subjects with love, Lilia said proudly. Lu Chang'an slapped his forehead. Relying on love? No wonder you were schemed against and betrayed. What kind of expression is that? Lilia said reproachfully. Never mind, when we get back to the Abyss, I'll teach you how to govern it, Lu Chang'an sighed. Lilia immediately refused. No, outsiders must not interfere in the affairs of the tribe. Am I an outsider? Lu Chang'an frowned. You're not a mermaid, so of course you're an outsider. Unless, Lilia hesitated. Unless what? It's nothing. Lilia blushed and quickly waved her hand. Speak quickly, or don't blame me for calling your name. Lu Chang'an opened his mouth. Compare. Shut up. Lilia glared at him angrily. She didn't want to hear that annoying name, BB Lab. Unless you marry me, you won't be considered an outsider. Lu Chang'an was stunned. Marry her? Become an adopted son-in-law? She's an empress, so marrying into the family doesn't seem to be a problem for her. He quickly shook his head. What a joke. She's a fish, and he's a human. Marrying her would be like living a life of widowhood. Definitely not. You, seeing him shake his head so readily, Lilia was immediately annoyed. But then, the ice on the sea broke open, and a head popped out. His Highness sent me to pick you up. It was Mara who arrived. Lu Chang'an put away his wool coat and jumped into the sea. Lilia rolled her eyes at him and followed him into the sea. As soon as he entered the water, Lu Chang'an felt a chill piercing his body like steel needles. Fortunately, he was physically strong enough to withstand it. An ordinary person would have frozen to death long ago. However, as we went deeper into the sea, the water temperature warmed up somewhat and came within an acceptable range. After swimming for a while, the group came to an open space where a special formation was arranged with stones. Teleportation array. The endless sea is so vast that it is impossible to travel by swimming alone, just as most humans would not choose to walk for long journeys. The easiest and quickest way is by sending it via teleportation. Of course, teleportation requires energy, and the consumption is not small. In his previous life, he had used it. It was a single-person, single-use fee for 1 grade A crystal core. Standing on the teleportation array, he felt a blur before his eyes and found himself in front of a palace. The palace covers a vast area and is magnificent in scale. Mara led the two inside, and a moment later they arrived at a huge hall. A huge figure was seated at the head of the table. It was Fran. This was the first time Lu Chang'an had seen her in full. Like Lilia, her upper body was that of a flawless woman, with skin as smooth as jade and undulating curves. Her lower body was a long, slender snake with white scales, which gave her a brighter appearance and less of a sinister feel. On both sides of the hall were bizarre and grotesque creatures with outstretched claws. There were shrimp, octopuses, turtles, and some abstract creatures that defied description. A seafood meeting? A question flashed through his mind. Upon seeing him, all living beings cast their gazes, the vast majority with disdain and contempt. Humans are nothing more than the lowest of creatures in the endless sea. Fran's eyes lit up, and she smiled at him. Su Xian, you finally arrived. Lu Chang'an ignored all the strange looks and remained calm and composed. Yes, I'm here. He didn't ask her why she had come to him. He wanted her to speak first so he could take the initiative. Come to my side. Fran beckoned to him. Lu Chang'an came to her side, and her figure slowly shrank until it was about the same size as his. Generally speaking, the strength of sea creatures is linked to their size. A large size can demonstrate strength and intimidate enemies. This is why she maintains her true size when she goes out. She leaned close to him and whispered, See those guys? The group of creatures she was referring to were, of course, the other beings in the hall. Lu Chang'an nodded. I saw it. These people are trying to become my spouses, and I hate them. Please help me get rid of them. Fran finally revealed her purpose. She had reached the age to choose a partner, and her mother had been helping her find one. But she didn't like them, and she couldn't disobey her mother, so she had to ask him, an outsider, to stir things up. Lu Chang'an turned and left. I still have soup simmering at home. Goodbye. These guys don't look like they're easy to mess with. If he does that, he'll definitely offend them. Of course, he didn't care whether he offended them or not. He just felt the reward was too low and not worth it. Don't go. Fran stretched out her snake tail, wrapped it around his waist, pulled him in front of her, and pressed her high breasts against him. What will it take for you to help me? Lu Chang'an was secretly pleased. Very good. We can talk about the price now. But his expression remained unchanged. I'm just a lowly human being, and I cannot afford to offend these powerful beings. What do you want? Fran asked. What do you have? Lu Chang'an asked back, wanting to see what cards she had up her sleeve. My Naga race is extremely wealthy. Whatever you want, I have it. Lu Chang'an said calmly, I want cigarette cards. What? Fran blinked in confusion. Lu Chang'an coughed lightly. Let me see your strength first. Fran nodded, and a faint light emanated from her body. The next moment, Lu Chang'an felt as if he were flying at lightning speed, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived at another hall. This is a warehouse with all sorts of materials and items piled up like mountains. They radiate various colors of light: green, blue, purple, and even gold. There's something legendary here. How am I? How strong am I? Fran asked proudly. After mentally reassuring Lalia that he was safe, Lu Chang'an nodded to her. It must be said that Fran truly lives up to her title as the little princess of the Naga race. She is incredibly wealthy. If you're willing to help me, besides the titanium ingots you need, you can also choose one item from here. Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. Oh, you can choose either one. Anything is fine. Lu Chang'an smiled, and he gripped the snake tail that was wrapped around him in his hand. Make a deal. Handshake. It's a pleasure to cooperate. When the snake's tail was grabbed, Fran trembled, and her face immediately turned bright red. Doesn't he know what a snake's tail means? Chapter 65, Feel the Fear of Being Dominated by Mathematics. When Lu Chang'an returned to the hall, the sea creatures all cast gloomy glances at him. Fran being alone with him can't possibly be anything good. Of course, they wouldn't think there was any romantic relationship between them, because the noble Naga would never look down on lowly humans. Lu Chang'an and Fulan exchanged a glance, then stepped into the hall and addressed them. You can leave now. Lilia translated his words, which immediately enraged the sea creatures, who erupted in a cacophony of strange cries. Lu Chang'an said loudly, Princess Fran only likes intelligent and wise strong people, but after my observation, none of you meet the criteria. The sea creatures were once again filled with indignation and expressed their dissatisfaction. You're not convinced? Fine, but you can stay here if you can answer one question correctly. Do you dare? Lu Chang'an asked. The sea creatures cried out in surprise, indicating that they should ask whatever they wanted. Lu Chang'an spoke. A few days ago, Princess Fran traded with other sea creatures, buying a pair of shoes for 60 F-grade crystal cores and then selling them for 80 crystal cores. The customer gave him 1 D-grade crystal core. His Highness didn't have any crystal cores to give change, so he asked a friend to exchange them for 100 F-grade crystal cores and gave the customer 20 crystal cores as change. Later, His Highness discovered that the D-grade crystal core was fake, and he gave his friend a real one in return. May I ask, how many crystal cores did your Highness lose in this transaction? When Lalaya translated the question, all the sea creatures stared at him in disbelief, including Fran. The hall, which was just like a vegetable market a moment ago, is now as silent as a cemetery. Lu Chang'an smiled faintly. You guys who fail math exams feel the fear of being dominated by math problems. After a moment of stunned silence, the sea creatures looked at each other, then lowered their heads and began to calculate, counting on their hands and feet. Octopuses do have some advantages because they have more tentacles. After twisting its tentacles into a pretzel shape, it suddenly roared. Lu Chang'an thought it had the answer, but who knew it would say, No, Princess Fran doesn't have legs. Why would she need to buy shoes? Lu Chang'an lifted his foot, grinned at him, and said, Look, what's this? The octopus was immediately stunned. Puff. Hee-ha. Fran laughed so hard she almost fell over. This guy is amazing. Where did he find this question? After a moment, the sea creatures scratched their fins and cheeks, unable to find a solution. Having no other choice, the octopus shouted at him. How much do you want? Lu Chang'an looked around at them. If I tell you the answer, you won't have a chance. They looked at each other, feeling both ashamed and indignant, yet helpless. Lu Chang'an waited a moment, and seeing that no one spoke, he then spoke. We lost 80 F-grade crystal cores. How is that possible? Didn't we lose 100 crystal cores? The sea creatures protested. Not only them, but Lalaya and Fren also looked puzzled. Lu Chang'an laughed and said, I did lose 100, but didn't I also get 100 from them in the first place? So the debt is offset. Fren suddenly realized, so I only lost the initial 60 crystal cores and the 20 crystal cores I gave to the customer later, for a total of 80 crystal cores. Lu Chang'an clapped loudly. Well said. As expected of Princess Fran. Her wisdom is unmatched by any sea creature. These words made Fran cover her mouth and laugh, looking at him meaningfully. What wisdom? It still can't solve your problem. The sea creatures looked at each other, none of them able to utter a word. In the end, it was the octopus that asked Fran, where did this human come from? If they want to stay, they can only do so by fundamentally denying Lu Chang'an's legitimacy. But to their surprise, Fran replied directly, Su Xian is my personal attendant, and what he says is my will. The sea creatures looked at each other in surprise, not expecting Lu Chang'an to have such a high status. If his words are equivalent to Fran's will, doesn't that mean they're doomed? The octopus immediately hissed. How dare he, a lowly human, become His Highness's personal attendant? I will not allow it. Its words caused the other sea creatures to join the clamor. Not only will it disagree, but they won't agree either. Lu Chang'an smiled faintly. So, in the end, you want to fight, right? That's right. In the endless sea, the strong reign supreme. The sea creatures were full of confidence. All right, let's fight. Lu Chang'an shouted. Don't be impulsive. These are all A-grade. Lilia quickly reminded him. Fern also transmitted her voice to him. These guys aren't very bright, but they're all quite strong in combat. Hearing him say that, all the sea creatures laughed. This lowly human dared to provoke them. He was simply courting death. The octopus excitedly waved its tentacles, trying to tear him to pieces. But at that moment, they heard Lu Chang'an say again, Come on, anyone under 25, come fight me. These words startled all the sea creatures. Why can't you be over 25? Lu Chang'an said meaningfully. Since I'm only in my early 20s, of course I need to find opponents of similar age. What? You guys aren't planning to bully the younger ones, are you? Having always been morally blackmailed by others, today he's going to blackmail others for once. After he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent once again. The endless sea has existed for centuries. Which of them hasn't lived for hundreds or thousands of years? In your early 20s? You probably haven't even finished infancy. The phrase bullying the weak acted like a tight band around their necks, leaving them powerless to fight back. Fran was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter again, her body shaking with uncontrollable joy. She initially thought he was being a bit arrogant and reckless, but she never expected him to have this trick up his sleeve. He started by exploiting their age, using the big bully tactic to completely control them. Perhaps this tactic won't work in other places. Sea creatures don't care about face, let alone morality. But this is her territory, and if they resist, she has every reason to intervene and drive them away. She only wanted a smart young mate, but now they couldn't even compare to her servants. So let them go back to where they came from. Even if her mother intervened, she would never admit she was in the wrong. Unless, of course, her mother is willing to disregard the dignity of the Naga royal family and allow her to marry a worthless man who is worse than a servant. Originally, she struggled to refuse them directly. Now, Lu Chang'an presented her with a sharp sword. Unless these sea creatures can send someone in their 20s to defeat Lu Chang'an, she will remain invincible. This method is truly ingenious. Lalaya, standing to the side, also smiled. This bastard is shameless, wicked, and full of evil intentions. However, she likes it. The sea creatures looked at each other, wanting to retaliate, but couldn't find any excuse. They were all so frustrated they were about to explode, yet they were powerless to do anything about it. The octopus, in particular, turned completely red. It glared fiercely at Lu Chang'an, then waved its tentacles and flew away. He swore in his heart that he would kill every human named Su Xian from now on. With it taking the lead, the other sea creatures could only leave in resentment. Soon, there was no more sea creature in the hall. Lu Chang'an looked at Fulan. Is your highness satisfied? Very satisfied. You can come with me into the treasure vault to choose things. Friend smiled broadly, then suddenly changed the subject, but only you. The implication is, Lalaya cannot go in with them. Lu Chang'an didn't mind and immediately agreed. But Lalaya frowned at her, her sixth sense telling her that Fran was deliberately trying to get rid of her. She wanted to be alone with Lu Chang'an. Chapter 66, Another Deception, Emptying the Treasure Vault. Palace Treasury. Received 300 titanium ingots. Lu Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief as he put the titanium ingot into his backpack. Once he returned and built the icebreaker horn, water bubbles would be able to resume navigation. Now, what he needs to do is choose another good item from the treasure vault. He walked through the treasure vault, his gaze sweeping over the materials and items one by one. Seeing the light in his eyes, Fran smiled and said, "It seems you really like the things here." Lu Chang'an made no attempt to hide his feelings. Of course, these are all good things. There are indeed many good things here, some of which he had never even heard of. Fran's voice suddenly took on a seductive tone. "Want it? You'll give it to me if I want it?" Lu Chang'an retorted. Fran extended her snake tail, wrapped it around his waist, and pulled him to her side. "If you promise me one thing, everything here is yours." "What?" Fran reached out and gently stroked his cheek. "Come to my side and be my true personal attendant." She had always admired him, and after what had just happened, she liked him even more. She has many capable fighters around her, but none of them are intelligent. She genuinely wanted him by her side to help her. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly. "Madam, this joke is not funny." His change in addressing her from Your Highness to Madam was a subtle reminder. Calling her Your Highness is just playing along. It's not that they genuinely treat her like a princess. Know your place and don't have unrealistic expectations. "I'm not joking," Fran said anxiously. Lu Chang'an interrupted her. "Don't forget, I still have my mission. Don't cause trouble for the Naga race." This is his talisman. As long as it's with him, she won't force herself to do anything. Sure enough, Fran immediately recalled that earth-shattering scheme. She helplessly lowered her hand and sighed. "I understand." Lu Chang'an untied her coils and held the snake's tail in his hand, playing with it. "Why don't you tell me what the best thing here is? Searching for items one by one is tiring and time-consuming. It's better to let her explain." Fran blushed and quickly retracted her tail. This guy verbally rejected her, yet he flirted with her repeatedly. It's really despicable. For the Naga, a snake's tail is equivalent to a human's buttocks. Lu Chang'an played with her snake tail several times, which was actually harassing her. Of course, Lu Chang'an was unaware of this. "I'll take you to my collection room. All the good stuff is there." She gave him a deep look and led the way. His unconventionality and intelligence made her exceptionally tolerant of him. Before long, the two arrived at a secluded room. There aren't many items here, but every single one is a masterpiece. The worst is purple. 10,000-year-old Xuanjia, dragon saliva grass, illusion dispelling pearl, dream dust. Lu Chang'an's gaze suddenly stopped on something. Colorful feathers. Quality, purple, excellent. Effect, legend has it that it is a feather dropped by a divine bird, containing unique energy. Yes, this is the main material used for special building mailboxes. No wonder he couldn't find it. It turns out it's a purple material. With it, he built a mailbox so that Lalaya could contact her sister. But he was a little reluctant to choose it directly. After all, there were many legendary treasures here. He made no choice for the time being and continued to look at the treasures. Before long, his gaze fell upon another prop. The craftsman's hammer. Durability, 5,000. Attack, 150. Quality, gold, legendary. Effect, can be used in combat and forging. Feature 1. 20% chance to stun the target upon hit. Feature 2. There is a certain chance to improve the quality of the crafted item during forging. Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. It could be used not only in combat, but also for forging. He now possesses the Phoenix True Flame. All he needs is a hammer to forge tools. We absolutely must get it. But what about the colorful feathers? Should we just give up? He frowned, caught in a dilemma. No. Children make choices. Adults want it all. He glanced at Fran beside him, his mind racing. Have you made your choice? She asked him. He held the craftsman's hammer in his hand. This is the one. Fran nodded. Good eye, it's the best thing here. It's really good. Now that you've made your choice, let's go. Just as she was about to leave, Lu Chang'an stopped her. Wait a moment. I have something to say. Fran looked at him with a puzzled expression. Do you think the endless sea has been normal lately? He carefully considered his words before starting to deceive. Fran immediately shook her head. The sudden appearance of humans, extreme heat and cold, and the breaking of taboos are all extremely abnormal. Have you ever thought about why? Fran shook her head again. She had no clue whatsoever, so naturally she couldn't find out the reason. Lu Chang'an feigned hesitation, and after a long while, he finally spoke. I have some guesses. Would you like to hear them? Fran nodded without hesitation. Of course she wanted to hear it. Lu Chang'an's expression was unusually solemn. I believe this should be a calamity that sweeps across the entire endless sea. A calamity? Fran looked on in surprise. Yes, this is a calamity that has swept across all races in the endless sea. No one can remain unaffected. Even the strongest races may be wiped out, and the Naga are no exception. What? How is this possible? Fran exclaimed in surprise. Natural disasters are coming. Although the extreme heat and cold have not affected the Naga, other races have been affected to varying degrees. Lu Chang'an asked her. Besides, this time it didn't affect the Naga. But what about next time? And the time after that? Fran frowned. But this shouldn't be enough to wipe out the Naga. Lu Chang'an continued to guide. When disaster strikes and resources are scarce for all ethnic groups, what do you think they will do? Fran's face was ashen. Without a doubt, it was a race that had plundered the wealthy. The Naga were the first to be targeted. Lu Chang'an sighed softly. Haven't you ever thought about why so many sea creatures want to mate with you? Is it simply because of your excellence? Fran's expression changed again. No wonder so many sea creatures have been coming to her door to seek mates lately. Because they coveted the Naga's wealth. In fact, the killing has already begun. It is currently limited to low-level sea beasts, but it will gradually spread to high-level sea beasts and even to all races. No race can remain uninvolved. After the carnage, the order of the endless sea will be completely altered. The old overlords will be annihilated, and new overlords will rule over everything. Lu Chang'an suppressed the smile in his heart and decided to experience the charm of the prehistoric fantasy novel. A great calamity befalls the world. A struggle for destiny ensues. A war between races rages, and those who are listed on the altar are bestowed with godhood. Fran's expression kept changing. She wanted to refute his alarmist claims. But a series of unusual events recently have indeed made her sense some crisis. Coupled with his previous performance and mission, she became increasingly convinced that it was true. Why are you telling me all this? Is there anything I need to do? She asked. Lu Chang'an gazed into her eyes. I don't want to die in this disaster, nor do I want to become someone else's pawn. I need friends, I need comrades in arms to fight alongside me. Fran quickly asked, do you want to form an alliance with the Naga? No, not with the Naga, but with you. Lu Chang'an naturally wouldn't escalate the matter to the level of the entire Naga race. Yes, you can't tell anyone about this, and you definitely can't tell your mother. First of all, she might not believe it, and even if she does, it will cause a series of unforeseen events. Therefore, I will secretly arrange a backup plan for you, so that you can turn the tide if the Naga are in real danger. If there is no danger, that would be best. Fran nodded slowly. All right, let's form an alliance. What do you suggest I do? Invest. You need to build a force outside of the Naga, so that you can take the enemy by surprise. A glint of light flashed in Lu Chang'an's eyes. That makes sense. But how do I get started? A lot of people are watching me. Isn't there me? I can build up my strength and become your solid support. Fran frowned slightly. Then what should I do? Investor. You provide the resources, I'll provide the manpower. We'll be a perfect match. Lu Chang'an extended his hand to her. Fran pondered for a while. She knew Lu Chang'an's abilities. He had gone from being weak to killing a B-level harpy leader in just a few days. In addition, he is very intelligent. So, It is inevitable that he will grow up to be successful. She wanted him to stay by her side because she valued his abilities and future potential. If we can form an alliance with him and become friends, that would indeed be a good choice. She took a deep breath, finally made her decision, and reached out to shake his hand. Okay, let's form an alliance. As an investment, you could take everything in this room. Lu Chang'an's lips curled up. He had the item in his hands. Thank you for your generosity. You will receive the greatest reward. However, I can't just give you my things for free. I need to put you through the test. That's to be expected. How will you assess me? Defeat me in a month. She looked at him earnestly. She is an A-level character. Only if he can defeat her will it mean that he has the strength to step onto the stage of the Endless Sea. Lu Chang'an smiled faintly. I will definitely defeat you in a month. Chapter 67, What does Su Xian's affair have to do with me? Lu Chang'an? What did you say? Lalaya looked at Lu Chang'an in surprise. She gave you her entire collection? They were on their way back when Lu Chang'an told her about the results of their battle. Lu Chang'an smiled and nodded. Lalaya's eyes were filled with flames of anger. What did you promise her? That you would marry her? She simply couldn't understand what, besides him, was worth sacrificing so much for. Lu Chang'an chuckled. Of course not. Why would I give up marrying an empress like you to marry a princess? Lilia felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't what she had imagined. Why is that? Lu Chang'an described how he persuaded Fran. Lilia stared at him speechlessly. This bastard's mouth could really turn black into white and the dead into the living. However, the thought that he had lied to the Naga made her feel inexplicably better. At least he didn't lie to her like that, did he? However, regarding the battle a month from now, it will be very difficult to defeat her. Rank A is 10 times stronger than Rank B, and she is also the Naga princess, with considerable strength. She was somewhat worried. The Harpy leader was only the weakest of the B rank, while Fran was a Naga princess, an A-rank expert in every aspect. There's still a month left. We might not be weaker than her. Lu Chang'an suddenly smiled. Even if we really can't beat her, we just won't go. What does Su Xian's promise to her have to do with me? Lu Chang'an. Lalaya was taken aback, then burst out laughing. This guy is truly shameless. But why does she like it so much? The two chatted and laughed all the way back to the water bubble, where Zhou Yuding and Chu Yueli greeted them. Hong Wan also flew out and comfortably perched on his head. Brother, how did it go? Did it go smoothly? Zhou Yuding asked. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly at her. With me in charge, how could I possibly fail to handle it? Brother is so amazing. Zhou Yuding said sweetly. Chu Yueli smiled and said, Brother Chang'an is indeed reliable. Lu Chang'an took out the materials and prepared to build the ice-breaking corner. To ensure the mutation, he first used storage boxes as padding and only chose to build after no mutation occurred. A bright light flashed, and a huge ice-breaking horn appeared. Ice-breaking corner. Durability, 3000. Quality, purple, excellent. Effect, can break through obstacles on the sea surface. Additional trait, violent impact. Deals significant damage to the target while consuming durability. Comment, a massive ram is approaching. Get out of the way. Seeing this imposing ice-breaking corner, Zhou Yuding exclaimed. So big, so thick. Brother is amazing. Cough, cough. Lu Chang'an coughed twice quickly. Keep it low-key. We can talk about this in private from now on. Zhou Yuding suddenly realized something, and her pretty face turned bright red. Let's go. Lu Chang'an pressed the start button for the steam paddle wheel. Click. The steam paddle wheel turned, the icebreaker cleaved through the ice on the sea surface, and the bubbles slowly began to rise. Shaoli, from now on, the harvest from Datai will be in your hands, Lu Chang'an said to Chu Yueli. Okay. Chu Yueli nodded immediately. Zhou Yuding quickly took out a drawing and gave it to him. It's not just Datai. I rushed this out while you were out. Lu Chang'an looked over. Construction plan, collection network. Effect, can be placed at the edge of a vehicle to collect supplies. Materials needed, 20 plastic, 20 hemp rope, 10 iron ingots. His eyes lit up. This thing was like a fishing net. It could automatically collect resources when placed in water. He immediately took out the materials and made it. Collection network. Durability, 100. Quality, purple, excellent. Capacity, 34. Effect, Allows for the salvage and collection of supplies floating at sea. Additional feature. Has a certain probability of triggering a critical hit and obtaining 10 times the resources. Comment. Fisherman. You're making me look stupid. Such powerful attributes. Brother Chang'an, the facilities you created are all so powerful, Chuyueli exclaimed. Zhou Yuding said sweetly, Of course, brother is a god. Lu Chang'an smiled at her and said, Yuding, you did a great job. I'll give you a reward. What is it? A loving hug. Zhou Yuding asked expectantly. Lu Chang'an took out a dress that shimmered with gold light and handed it to her. Zhou Yuding took it, and her beautiful eyes widened immediately upon seeing its attributes. Starlight dance dress. Durability, 500. Defense, 100. Quality, gold, legendary. Effect. Wearing it while dancing allows for rapid stamina recovery. Women only. This is actually a golden piece of equipment. Brother, the gold equipment is too valuable. I can't accept it. She quickly shook her head. Lu Chang'an smiled and said, Take it. You're the most suitable person here. You can't expect me to wear a skirt, can you? This dress is one of Fran's collections, and it's perfect for her. It can quickly restore her stamina, greatly improving her efficiency in drawing blueprints. Thank you, brother. Zhou Yuding was deeply moved and gave him a kiss on the cheek. She knew how valuable legendary equipment was. The kiss immediately drew a warning look from Lalaya, but her attention was focused on Lu Chang'an, and she didn't notice. I'll go change. She ran into the house, her face flushed. Lu Chang'an shook his head and chuckled. He just wanted her to improve her work efficiency. He really didn't mean anything else. He made a large number of collecting nets and surrounded the bubbles. With these, he should have no shortage of basic materials. Shaoli, I'm entrusting them to you from now on, Lu Chang'an said to Chuyueli. No problem, Chuyueli readily agreed. Lu Chang'an thought for a moment, then took out a pair of earrings and handed them to her. You can wear this. Chuyueli took the earrings, and their properties immediately appeared in her mind. Azure Heart. Quality, purple, excellent. Effect, allows for free breathing underwater after wearing. For women only. Let's give it to Lilia or Ting Ting instead. She quickly declined. Lu Chang'an pressed her hand down. Ting Ting is inside. While you have to work on the edge of the water every day, you might have to fight in the water in the future, so you should wear it. He wasn't simply delivering gifts. He wanted them to align with their work. Chuyueli possesses considerable combat strength, and if she could breathe freely underwater, her combat power would be even more fully unleashed. Thank you, Chuyueli said softly. She would remember all the kindness Lu Chang'an had shown her. At this moment, Zhou Yuding approached Lu Chang'an. Brother, is it pretty? Lu Chang'an looked at her, and his eyes lit up immediately. The dance skirt was short and form-fitting, perfectly highlighting her exquisite figure. Her full breasts, slender waist, and long, shapely legs all deeply attracted his gaze. He was about to speak when Lalaya suddenly pushed her into the house. It's cold, let's go back inside. Lalaya, you can talk? Zhou Yuding asked in surprise. This was the first time she had ever heard Lalaya speak. Lalaya usually communicates with Lu Chang'an through their souls, which is inaudible to outsiders. Lalaya, with a stern face, pushed her back into the house. Lu Chang'an shook his head and chuckled. He used a collection net as a padded tool, and then made a mailbox. A beam of light first appeared in his hand, followed by a burst of dazzling golden light. Golden Legend. Chapter 68, Constructing a Legendary Facility. Lu Chang'an was also surprised. Could it be that he had built a legendary facility? He quickly looked at the mailbox's properties. Mailbox. Durability, 1000. Quality, gold, legendary. Effect. Allows communication with any address in the endless sea. Additional feature. Real-time communication. Comment. Okay, email, huh? You've lost all your sarcasm. Lu Chang'an was overjoyed. It truly was a legendary facility. The golden legend he built with his own hands. He felt that his talent and experience had improved significantly, and he was not far from leveling up. At that moment, a notification suddenly popped up in front of him. Announcement. Player, Lu Chang'an, has constructed humanity's first legendary facility. Reward. 1 golden treasure chest. Chuyueli was shocked. Brother Chang'an, You've built a legendary facility? Lilia and Zhou Yuding also came out of the house, their faces filled with shock. Unlike others, each piece of the Golden Legend possesses extremely powerful and magical abilities. Lu Chang'an nodded. With a combination of factors, gold was produced. Yes, the ability to build a legendary mailbox is the result of a combination of factors. First of all, this is a special facility, which is inherently superior to ordinary facilities. Secondly, the materials used are of high quality. Starwood and mithril ingots are rare materials, and the colorful feathers are a purple material that Fran can collect. Finally, his talent caused the mailbox to mutate, improving its quality. The combination of these three factors created humanity's first gold-level legendary facility. The girls looked at him with admiration, including Lalia. Even in the entire Endless Sea, there are not many who can forge legendary items. Among the entire merfolk, only 2 master craftsmen have ever created legendary items. If this were to be revealed, he would surely be fought over by various tribes. Zhou Yuding's expression suddenly changed. Brother, look at the chat room. Lu Chang'an opened the chat room and saw messages scrolling rapidly. The tallest facility I built is white, and he's actually a legendary gold one. Did he cheat? How could he create a golden legend in just a few days? Why? Why does he get all the good things? They actually rewarded me with a golden treasure chest. There must be something good inside. With such strength, shouldn't you help your compatriots in distress? Boss Lu, could you please enable private messaging? Brother, so many people are looking for you. They're sending you private messages, Zhou Yuding said. Because she spoke up for Lu Chang'an several times, many people speculated that there was a relationship between them. Since Lu Chang'an doesn't allow private messaging, they have no choice but to contact her. Ignore it, Lu Chang'an said calmly. He knew exactly what those people wanted to do. Beg, ask for travel tips, or try to use moral blackmail. He looked at Lilia. We can communicate anytime. Have you thought about what to write? Lilia pursed her lips and nodded gently. She had been contemplating writing this letter to her sister for a long time. Lu Chang'an took out linen and charcoal sticks for her to use as paper and pen. Thank you. She took it and went into the room. He then looked at Zhou Yuding. Yuding, your next task is to draw up the blueprints for the anvil. He possesses the phoenix flame and the craftsman's hammer. All he needs is an anvil to forge. Leave it to me. I promise I'll give you the blueprints tomorrow. Zhou Yuding said confidently. With the help of the starlight dance dress, her drawing efficiency increased significantly. Lu Chang'an took out a golden treasure chest and handed it to Chu Yueli. Shally, let's see what's inside. Chu Yueli activated her innate power to examine the contents of the treasure chest. The next moment, a look of surprise appeared on her face. There are many high-grade materials, numerous construction blueprints, and a special blueprint, a training room. There are also 2 golden weapons, a bow and a dagger. Lu Chang'an quickly asked, what is the training room for? Practicing skills and developing talents in this environment can have a synergistic effect. Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. This is it. All 3 of them possess advanced talents, and the benefits of each talent level increase are enormous. Special facilities that can accelerate talent leveling are invaluable to them and cannot be missed. Although Zhou Yuding could draw special blueprints, she didn't know the characteristics of the practice room and didn't know where to begin. Trying each one individually would take too long, so it was better to just use a ready-made one. The golden weapons were nice, but nobody used bows or daggers, so they were just for collecting and there was no real need for them. A glint of light flashed in Chu Yueli's hand, and a special blueprint appeared. Lu Chang'an took the blueprint and looked at it. Building blueprint, special training room. Effect: you can gain bonuses by practicing skills and developing talents within this environment. Materials required: 200 bricks, 200 clay, 30 starwood, 20 illusion-dispelling beads, 20 dream dust, 20 mithril ingots, 20 star sand, 10 ambergris. Upon seeing the materials required, Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up immediately. Because he wants all of these materials. The pearl of delusion, the dust of dreams, the star sand, and the ambergris are all items in Fran's collection. I didn't expect to need it so soon. His efforts to persuade Fran were worthwhile. He immediately took out the materials. first using the collected net as a padding before building. Just like when he built the mailbox, first his talent's mutated light flashed, then a dazzling golden light flashed. Practice room. Durability, 1000. Quality, gold, legendary. Effect. Practicing skills and developing talents here will grant a 50% bonus. Additional feature. There is a chance to enter an enlightenment state, gaining a large amount of proficiency. Comment. Seriously, are you cheating? Upon seeing its attributes, Chang'an couldn't help but laugh. Even without triggering enlightenment, the 50% bonus alone makes it priceless. More importantly, the reconstruction of the legendary facility caused his talent experience to surge again, bringing him to the brink of upgrading. Looking at the training room, the two women were filled with admiration. Brother, the attributes of his training room are too strong. Zhou Yuding exclaimed. Chu Yuli nodded vigorously. The assessment is very accurate. It really feels like I've been given a cheat code. Chang'an smiled at them. I will build a furnace inside. You will all use your talents there from now on. The two women readily agreed, as this was a good thing for both them and Chang'an. At this moment, Lalaya came out of the room, holding a linen cloth covered with writing. Chang'an asked her, Are you ready? She nodded gently. Then, send it out. Chang'an opened the mailbox. She took a deep breath and put the letter in the mailbox. The next instant, accompanied by a flash of light, the letter vanished. Lalaya felt a little nervous and murmured to herself. Little sister, please make sure you receive this. Chapter 69, What else can you do besides spitting all over my face? A dark abyss, the ancestral home of mermaids. When, with a loud bang, the spear in the hand of a beautiful mermaid was knocked away, and a sharp blade was placed against her snow-white, slender neck. You're daydreaming again, the old man scolded. She apologized with shame. I'm sorry, teacher. The elderly fish put away its weapon. Alina, you've been spacing out a lot these past few days. Have you heard something? Teacher, please tell me, is my sister really missing? She was as beautiful as Lilia, and was her sister, Alina. Ever since she overheard the news of Lalaya's disappearance, she has been restless. The old mermaid sighed softly. Since you've already heard, there's no point in hiding it anymore. Yes, the queen has disappeared. Alina's face turned pale. How could this be? My sister is the empress. How could she disappear? Lalia is extremely powerful and is also an empress. She can't understand how she could have disappeared. We don't understand this either, the elderly fish said, his face full of confusion. Alina took a deep breath and said to her, Teacher, I want to end my training. You want to go see her? Yes, my sister is in danger, and I cannot stand by and do nothing. Please allow me, teacher, Alina said resolutely. The old fish pondered for a moment, then finally nodded. Fine, you won't be able to cultivate in peace here anyway, go. Alina is Lilia's sister. Perhaps we really can find her. Thank you, teacher. Alina turned and left. She arrived at her residence, tidied up, and prepared to leave. But when she opened the door, she found a strange box by the door. What is this? She frowned slightly. She had lived here for a long time and was certain that there had never been such a thing at the door. Not even before she came in. She realized something was wrong, so she tentatively opened the box. There was a piece of cloth in the box and nothing else. She picked up the cloth and unfolded it, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Several words were clearly written on it. To Uruzi. Orisi is a nickname between the sisters, and only they know it. This is a letter that Lalaya wrote to her. She immediately retreated back inside, and only continued reading after confirming that no one else was there. In her letter, Lalaya first reassured her that she was safe, and then said that she needed to leave temporarily for some special reason, and told her not to worry. She was then told not to tell anyone about this, and not to trust anyone. She was told to stay in the ancestral land and cultivate in peace, and that she would return as soon as possible. Finally, he also told her the purpose of the strange box at the door. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly replied to her, telling her about her situation. She put the letter in the box, and then a flash of light appeared, and the letter disappeared. She stood there, anxiously awaiting a reply. A desolate sea filled with bubbles. After sending the letter, Lalaya waited anxiously by the mailbox. Lu Chang'an picked up a blanket and draped it over her. It's cold outside. Why don't we go inside and wait? Feeling the warmth of the blanket and the concern in his words, Lalaya felt a warmth in her heart. Thank you, I'm not cold. I understand how you feel, but your health is more important. I'll wait with you for another 10 minutes, and we'll go inside as soon as the time is up, Lu Chang'an said. Okay. She couldn't refuse his concern. 10 minutes passed in a flash, and the mailbox remained silent. Let's go back inside, Lu Chang'an said. I think. She hesitated, wanting to wait a little longer. But before she could finish speaking, he swept her up in his arms. No, you don't want to. Her face flushed instantly, but just then, the mailbox emitted a light. A letter has arrived, she exclaimed. Lu Chang'an opened his mailbox and, sure enough, found a letter inside. He took out the letter and handed it to her. She quickly unfolded it, her face beaming with joy. It's a reply from my sister. She's all right. I told you she was all right. Lu Chang'an smiled, carrying her back into the house. She looked at the letter over and over again, momentarily forgetting to get out of his arms. But she has already told the teacher that she wants to come out and find me. What should I do? Should I let her stay in our ancestral home? Lu Chang'an immediately shook his head. No, if I were Karis, I would definitely have someone keep an eye on her. She clearly said she was going to come out to find you, but then suddenly stayed. If you were Karis, what would you think? She must have found out something, and she's no longer worried, Lalaya said immediately. Yes, that would actually put her in danger. What should we do? Lalaya asked anxiously. Lu Chang'an fell into thought, his hand unconsciously stroking her delicate body. She didn't pay attention at first, but gradually she realized something was wrong. His hands seemed to have a magical power, making her body gradually warm up and her breathing become heavy. She tried hard to control herself, but she couldn't concentrate at all. At this moment, Lu Chang'an suddenly spoke up. Is she smart? How's her acting? If she's a good actress, she could be asked to cooperate in the acting to deceive Karis. He waited a while, but didn't hear her reply. He looked at her and saw that her eyes were slightly narrowed, her cheeks were flushed, and she looked somewhat dazed. What's wrong? Why is your face so red? Oh no, nothing. Maybe it's just a bit hot in the room. What did you say? She quickly snapped out of her daze, avoiding his gaze. I'm asking, how good is your sister's acting? Can she fool Karis? Lalaya frowned slightly. My sister is very naive. Lu Chang'an slapped his forehead. That's it. Even you said she's naive. The kind of person that can be called naive by a silly fish is probably the kind who gets sold out and still helps the seller count the money. What do you mean? Lalaya bared her teeth at him. Damn it. Do you want to get bitten again? I mean, have her pretend to be looking for you and quickly escape from Karis's control. Lalaya felt a pang of guilt. Was it because of my letter that she was put in danger? Lu Chang'an shook his head. Didn't she already plan to come to you? Your letter will only make her more vigilant, and she won't be easily deceived by Karis. She quickly got out of his arms. I'll write her a letter right away. Is there anything else I should be careful about? Lu Chang'an nodded. First, keep a straight face and don't chat with anyone. It's best not to have more than 3 sentences in a conversation. Too much talk leads to mistakes, and this is to prevent her from giving herself away. Second, whatever anyone tells her, listen to it in reverse. If they tell her to go east, she'll go west. If they tell her to eat, she'll travel. This is to prevent her from being deceived. Third, if you're being chased, run to the Naga territory and call yourself Fran. Remember, try not to get captured. If you stir things up, we will have a chance to get her out of danger. Finally, agree on a time and address for future communication. Delete all emails after reading them. The mailbox doesn't need to be accessed. It will automatically disappear after a certain time. Lilia quickly wrote the letter and sent it after receiving a reply from Alina confirming its authenticity, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. She looked at him, and remembering how Zhou Yuding thanked him, her face flushed slightly, and she leaned over to kiss him. But at this moment, Lu Chang'an pushed her away with a look of disgust. What else can you do besides spitting all over my face? After saying that, he laughed to himself, finally able to return those words to her. A gentleman takes his revenge even after 10 years. Cool. Lilia was both embarrassed and angry, and bit his shoulder. Ouch. Ouch. That hurts. Are you a dog? Chapter 70, The Obedient Mermaid. A Dark Abyss. A figure was practicing martial arts, wielding the sea god's halberd. Every move she made was incredibly powerful, causing the entire sea to surge and churn. She was none other than the mermaid, General Karis. Her appearance was no less than that of Lalaya, but she had a fierce look between her brows, which made people fear her. She shouted and slammed the Poseidon's halberd heavily into the ground, causing the earth to shake and creating a deep crater. She believed she was no less capable than Lalaya in any way, but the queen was not her, which made her extremely dissatisfied and resentful. Owner, at that moment, a mermaid appeared behind them. Speak. She put away the Poseidon's trident. The royal court is now under our control. However, during the time Lalaya was missing, she quickly took control of the royal court. Just what? But people don't believe us. We can only suppress it for 3 months at most. After 3 months, I'm afraid. The subordinate hesitated. Lalaya was very popular, and although Karis had the power of a weapon, she could not last long. 3 months is enough. I will definitely find her. Karis scoffed. Yes, news has come from the ancestral land that Alina, upon learning of her disappearance, has resigned from her position as teacher. A cold smile appeared on Karis's face. That idiot. It would be a problem if he didn't do anything. She was the one who leaked the information so that Alina would leave the ancestral land, making it easier for her to take action. As long as Alina is in my grasp, I'm not afraid that Lalaya won't obediently submit. Should we take men and capture her? The subordinate asked. Karis shook her head. No need. Making a big fuss about arresting her will only exacerbate the turmoil in the royal court. She's just as foolish as her sister. All we need to do is get Fiona to lure her to the Mana Trench. Fiona, Lalaya's personal maid. She had long coveted the throne, and Fiona was someone she had placed by Lalaya's side. With an inside man, she naturally knew what kind of personality Alina had. To put it nicely, they are simple-minded. To put it bluntly, they are incredibly foolish. Fiona is Lalaya's personal maid, so Alina will definitely believe her words without a doubt. If she goes to the Mana Trench, it's a place where all sorts of people mingle, and you can find all kinds of crazy people. She disappeared there, and no one could find any trace of her. Yes, master. I will go and inform Fiona immediately. Karis thought for a moment. By the way, is there any news about the forbidden technique being broken? No. None of the races know what happened. Not even the Naga. Karis didn't care. This kind of thing wouldn't have a quick result, and it wasn't something urgent for her. What she really cared about was something else. How's it going with finding her? The octopus and the Shin turtle clans have gathered in the nearby waters, and we believe there will be results soon. Karis tightened her grip on the Poseidon's trident. Notify me immediately if you discover anything. Yes, master, the subordinate replied, bowing and retreating. Karis gazed southward, her eyes cold and brooding. Lalaya, I will take everything away from you. The ancestral home of mermaids. Alina bid farewell to her teacher and had swum not far when she saw a figure approaching from ahead. Is this Miss Alina? Alina looked up and saw a familiar face. Fiona, Lalaya's personal maid. Upon seeing an acquaintance, her heart leaped with joy and she wanted to greet them. But remembering the instructions in Lalaya's letter, she quickly composed herself. Fiona, it's you? Fiona quickly said, I was passing by, and you looked familiar from afar. When I got closer, I realized it was indeed Miss Alina. Her words were full of flaws. The queen was missing, and as her personal maid, she was not staying at the royal court, but instead came to this ancestral land and coincidentally met Alina. Who would believe it if I told them? Alina's letter. She didn't find anything amiss, but following Lalaya's instructions, she didn't say a word and turned to leave. Fiona quickly stopped her. Miss Alina, where are you going? Most people would be wary if they heard her ask that question. At such a critical time, why would she reveal her whereabouts to outsiders? But Alina was no ordinary person. She put on a stern face. Go find your sister. After saying this, she thought to herself, I've already said 2 sentences. I can only say one last one. Hearing her say that, Fiona rolled her eyes. Miss Alina, I vaguely heard someone mention that someone saw Her Majesty near the Mana Trench. If you go there, you might run into her. Thank you. Alina's eyes lit up, and she immediately rushed towards the Mana Trench. As she watched her departing figure, a cold glint flashed in Fiona's eyes. She took out a communication conch shell. Please inform the master that the matter has been settled and that the idiot has gone to the mana trench. What she didn't know was that after swimming for a while, Alina suddenly realized that, as Lalaya had instructed, she had to go in the opposite direction from everyone else. She checked the direction and headed in the opposite direction of the mana trench. Fiona put away the communication conch shell and returned to the royal court, awaiting Karis's reward. Alina is crucial to Karis. Capturing her would be a major achievement, and a reward is essential. Time flew by, and night soon fell. After a long and arduous wait, she finally saw the figure she had been longing for. "Welcome, Lord." She rushed forward, but before she could finish speaking, she was slapped and sent flying. She slammed her head against the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. Karis came up to her, grabbed her by the neck, and lifted her off the ground. "Master, why?" she asked with difficulty. Karis's face hardened. "Where did Alina go?" "Ma, nai, trinch." "Nonsense. My men waited for her at all the teleportation points all day, and they didn't see anything. You're not telling me she's planning to swim there, are you?" Karis snapped. She had laid ambushes on all the teleportation arrays, waiting to capture Alina as soon as she went to the mana trench. I don't know," Fiona said, her face also filled with shock. She never imagined that Alina would not go to the mana trench. "Tell me everything that happened." Fiona quickly recounted the entire conversation between the two, including every word of their dialogue, and even their expressions. After listening to her story, Karis was also bewildered. According to Fiona, Alina showed no abnormalities. She was anxious to find her sister, so she had a stern face and didn't say much. Even as she left, she happily thanked her. Given her foolishness, it was impossible for her to act so convincingly. "Master, could it be that someone is secretly guiding her?" Fiona asked. "Shut up. Do you think I wouldn't notice someone secretly contacting her? And who could make this idiot so smart? Don't make excuses for your incompetence." Karis roared and snapped her neck. Fiona never expected that instead of receiving a reward, she would die at her hands. Karis threw away her body in a rage. "What on earth is going on? Why isn't everything going according to my plan?" Chapter 71, The First Forging by Humans. The next day, Water Bubble's practice room. "Are you ready?" Lu Chang'an asked. "Chirp, chirp," Hongwan replied. Lu Chang'an took out an iron ingot and placed it on the anvil. This morning, Zhou Yuding gave him the blueprints for building the anvil, and he immediately built it. Anvil. Durability, 1500. Quality, purple, excellent. Effect, base used during forging. Additional trait, has a certain probability of improving the quality of forged items. Review, please hit me hard. With an anvil, he could forge. This was his first attempt at forging. Lu Chang'an pointed at the iron ingot. Phoenix True Flame. Hongwan immediately spat a flame at the iron ingot. The next moment, Lu Chang'an froze. The iron ingot disappeared, having been directly vaporized by the Phoenix True Flame. Chirp, chirp. The red phoenix raised its head and let out a proud cry. It's as if she's saying, "Look, how amazing I am." Lu Chang'an patted its head. "I'm here to forge it, not for you to destroy it." Chirp, Hongwan acknowledged. "Let's lower the temperature this time." Lu Chang'an took out another iron ingot. Hongwan spewed flames again. This time, the iron ingot was not vaporized. It was simply melted into molten iron. "No, the temperature is still too high. Let's lower it by another 30%. Lu Chang'an took out another iron ingot. Hongwan spewed flames again. The temperature was just right this time, and the iron ingots turned orange-red. "Keep it at this temperature." Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out the craftsman's hammer to forge it. This was his first time forging, and he didn't know any techniques. He relied entirely on intuition. A moment later, a bright light flashed. "It's done." Lu Chang'an was overjoyed and quickly checked its attributes. Iron slag. Durability, 5. Quality, gray poor. Efficacy, none. Additional feature, recycling price, plus 30%. Review, I collect junk. The sarcastic comments made Lu Chang'an's lips twitch slightly. He hadn't expected his first work to be a piece of junk. But that's okay. He has plenty of perseverance. He can just keep going. At this moment, a notification appears. Announcement: player Lu Chang'an has completed the first forging in human history. Reward: silver treasure, chest, *1. He ignored the announcement in the chat room, focusing all his energy on forging his skills. Soon, a second piece appeared, this time not made of slag, but of iron bars. He had intended to forge a knife, but in the end, it never came to fruition. Having learned from his previous 2 experiences, he became much more skilled the third time. Although it still failed to take shape this time, the iron bar was much thinner and had taken on the shape of a blade. He saw his own progress and became more serious and dedicated. The 4th time, the 5th time, the 10th time, the 20th time. On his 30th attempt, he finally made a breakthrough. Blade. Durability, 5. Attack 1. Quality, white, standard. Function, allows for simple cutting. Although it hasn't mutated, it's now capable of simple cutting. He picked up the blade and tested its sharpness on a piece of wood. But the result made him frown. It had chipped while cutting wood. No wonder the attack only has 1 point and can only perform simple cuts. It's actually quite weak. He tried several more times, but the result was the same each time. This made him frown deeply, wondering where the problem lay. Logically, the weapon shouldn't be so soft. At this moment, Chu Yueli, who was organizing the collected supplies, said to him, "Brother Chang'an, why didn't I hear the quenching sound? Have you forgotten? Quenching is a heat treatment process that involves heating metal to a specific temperature and then rapidly cooling it. It is used to significantly improve the hardness, strength, and wear resistance of materials." Lu Chang'an slapped his forehead, realizing he was still an amateur and had forgotten such an important detail. After forging, it needs to be quenched and then tempered. Only by treating it in this way can the metal become stronger and more resilient. He immediately fetched a bucket of water and, after forging, added quenching and tempering processes. With a bright white light, the attributes of the blade he obtained changed drastically. Blade. Durability, 20. Attack, 6. Quality, white, standard. Effect. Can be used to cut or injure enemies. Additional trait. Has a certain probability of causing bleeding effect. Evaluation. Finally, I'm not useless anymore. Seeing its attributes and ratings, Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. He had finally succeeded. Although its attributes are average, it's still a normal knife. He's found the right direction. He gave Chu Yueli a thumbs up. "Thanks, Shaoli, you've helped me a lot." Chu Yueli blushed slightly and quickly shook her head. "I don't know anything about forging. I was just saying it offhand." She didn't really know anything about forging, but she felt that Lu Chang'an's forging skills didn't match her impression. So she asked casually, and she didn't expect it to be true. "Your casual remark is like a ray of sunshine to me," Lu Chang'an said with a smile. "Once I've mastered the skills, I'll prioritize crafting equipment for you." Chu Yueli gave him a sweet smile. "Thank you, Brother Chang'an." She did not refuse again. The first piece of work Lu Chang'an gave away was of a very special meaning. This is a special treatment that even Malaya and Zhou Yuding didn't receive. Lu Chang'an smiled at her, and then threw himself back into forging. Time slipped away quietly as he focused on his work, and soon night fell. On this day, Lu Chang'an forged hundreds of blades. Although most of them were white, there were occasionally some green ones, which was a huge improvement for him. Chu Yueli's face showed a hint of admiration. "Brother Chang'an, aren't you going to rest?" Hong Wan can't take it anymore. She listened intently to the sounds of him forging, almost without stopping for an entire day. Even a divine beast like Hong Wan was already exhausted, yet he remained focused and earnest. This impressed her greatly. Not to mention ordinary people, even she couldn't do it. One more time, and then take a break. Lu Chang'an took out an iron ingot and had Hong Wan heat it until it turned orange-red before starting to forge it. His expression was extremely focused, and a faint white light emanated from his body. Each strike carried a unique rhythm and power. Laugh. He quenched the blade in water, and then had Hong Wan temper it with a low-temperature flame. After he finished these processes, a bright light suddenly burst forth from his hand, and the blade also shimmered with a purple light. His eyes lit up, and he quickly looked at its attributes. Sharp blades. Durability, 300. Attack, 50. Quality, Purple, excellent. Effect, can be used to cut or injure enemies. Additional feature, high probability of causing bleeding, penetration, tearing, and other effects. Comment, I admit I laughed a bit too loudly earlier. He smiled with relief. The purple blade was a reward and affirmation for his hard work. Just then, another notification appeared before his eyes. Your diligent practice has finally paid off, and your talent has been upgraded to level 4. With rigorous training and the support of the practice room, his talent finally leveled up. Chapter 72, Talent Upgrade, Heaven-Defying Synthesis. The moment he received the notification, he felt a surge of power coursing through his body. He could clearly feel himself growing stronger. He quickly opened his attribute panel. Player, Lu Chang'an. Constitution, 3190. Strength, 3152. Agility, 3145. Spirit, 3153. Lucky, invisible. The entire index broke through 3,100 points, which is truly impressive. This attribute already puts him miles ahead of his previous life. After admiring it for a while, he opened the talent panel again. Master Craftsman, LV4. Effect 1. Everything you create, build, cultivate, or improve will have all attributes increased by 80%. Effect 2. 70% chance to trigger a benign mutation, resulting in new traits and skills. Effect 3. You can purify and enhance the bloodlines of the creatures you cultivate or breed. Effect 4. You can combine items you cultivate or create of the same type to obtain new items or species. Although no new effects appeared, the values of Effect 1 and Effect 2 both increased significantly. In particular, the amplification effect is almost 100%, and mutation probability has reached as high as 70%. Seeing Effect 4, he had a sudden inspiration. I was too busy preparing for the extreme cold and apocalypse to try it out. I just made so many blades. Can't we just combine them? He took out 2 unmutated white blades and merged them together. A flash of light appeared, and a saw materialized in his hand. Saw. Durability, 30. Attack, 12. Quality, green, excellent. Effect, can be used for logging and injuring enemies. Additional effect, can deepen or tear wounds. Comment, shouldn't we synthesize a 2-star blade? Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. The 2 blades, which were originally useless, had become a useful tool after being combined. This means that the defective product he forges in the future will be turned into valuable items, preventing the waste of materials. He continued to combine the remaining ordinary blades and obtained many things. Spatulas, chopsticks, kitchen knives, spoons, etc. Although most of them are ordinary white quality items, they're still quite practical. He then tried to combine the 2 green blades, resulting in a green hidden dart. He thought for a moment, and then combined the remaining 4 green blades together. A flash of light appeared, and he received a blue scepter. A slight smile played on his lips. Sure enough, merging multiple items of the same type would improve the quality of the resulting item. I wonder if I can combine multiple purple items to create a gold item. Gold items require high-quality raw materials, while he can craft purple blades using ordinary materials. If possible, that would be a huge profit. His thoughts began to diverge. Forged objects could be merged, and so could the plants and animals he cultivated. In the future, he will likely be surrounded by all sorts of strange plants and animals. He might even one day be able to create a divine beast. As expected of an SSS-level talent, it is indeed powerful. Chirp! The red phoenix let out a weak, soft cry and perched on his head. It burned completely, not a single drop remained. Lu Chang'an patted its head. That's all for today. Get some rest. Hong Wan responded softly and went straight to sleep. Lu Chang'an took out the silver treasure chest he had just obtained and handed it to Chu Yueli. Shall we see what's inside? Chu Yueli took the treasure chest and activated her talent to examine it. It's just an ordinary silver treasure chest, nothing good inside. But at that moment, a layer of light appeared on her body. Her face lit up with surprise. Brother Chang'an, my talent has been upgraded. She had been hunting sea monsters for a while, which greatly increased her talent experience. She gained some more in the training room these past 2 days, and finally leveled up today. Has anything changed? Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. I can see so much more now, even my destiny. She looked at Lu Chang'an excitedly. Brother Chang'an, I can see you. She could see him, though it wasn't quite the same as seeing him with her eyes. She reached out her delicate, white hand and gently stroked his cheek. Brother Chang'an, that's strange. Yours is actually in color. In her eyes, Lu Chang'an was made of colorful substances and was dazzling. Just as Lu Chang'an was about to say something, her expression suddenly changed, and she slowly looked up at the roof. No, she wasn't looking at the roof. She was looking at the sky. What's wrong? Lu Chang'an asked. She frowned slightly. You are bound by a line that leads all the way to the sky, to the horizon. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Chang'an led her to the bedroom and showed her Zhou Yuding and Lalea. She sized up the two women. Tingting is just an ordinary person. Lalea is so beautiful. She's a mermaid, and she's even wearing a crown. Hearing her immediately reveal Lalea's identity, Lu Chang'an understood her innate abilities. Do they have wires? He asked. No. Lu Chang'an remained silent. What did the line, which only he possessed, represent? He vaguely sensed something, and his expression turned slightly cold. What line? Zhou Yuding asked the two of them curiously. It's nothing. Xiao Li's talent has leveled up, and she can see people now. Lu Chang'an gently squeezed her little hand. He didn't want anyone else to know about this until he figured it out. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but rather that he instinctively sensed danger, and the fewer people who knew, the better. Chu Yueli immediately understood and said to Zhou Yuding, Tingting, I can see you now. That's great. Zhou Yuding was overjoyed and quickly pulled her aside to confirm. Lalea came up to him and looked into his eyes. Is something on your mind? She could sense his emotions. They seemed somewhat heavy. Lu Chang'an gave a perfunctory reply and quickly changed the subject. I encountered some difficulties with forging, but nothing serious. How about you? How was your day? After freeing her from the voyage, her main task became exploring the seas and hunting sea monsters to absorb crystal cores. She shook her head. Not good. The temperature is too low, and there are too few sea creatures. The extreme cold of the 9 netherworlds had a significant impact. Many sea creatures either froze to death or went into hiding. Her gains were minimal. Lu Chang'an smiled at her and said, Don't worry. In 2 days we'll make a fortune. Lalea looked at him in confusion, not understanding what he meant. He didn't explain, but simply stretched and laid down on the heated Kong, a traditional Chinese bed stove, patting the empty space beside him. It's time to rest. Come and sleep with me. Lalea blushed and glared at him. What do you mean? I'll sleep with you. I'm not your servant. Hearing this, Zhou Yuding exclaimed sweetly and ran towards him. Brother, let me do it. Lalea narrowed her eyes slightly, flicked her fishtail, and blocked her path, stopping her in her way. She then leisurely lay down next to Lu Chang'an. She let out a soft hum. Damn it, this is me making you serve me. Chapter 73 Special Events for All Humanity. The next day, in the training room, Chu Yueli waved her hand in front of Zhou Yuding's eyes, interrupting her gaze. Stop fooling around. Zhou Yuding quickly pushed her hand away. Chu Yueli said helplessly, You've been looking at this for hours. Aren't you tired of it? Ever since Lu Chang'an started practicing forging, she has been staring at him blankly. Zhou Yuding rested her chin on her hands, her eyes shining. You have no idea how handsome my brother is. His eyes are so focused, his face is so handsome, his muscles are so smooth and powerful, especially those 8-pack abs. Chu Yueli's heart skipped a beat. Abs? You mean he's not wearing any clothes? Although she could see Lu Chang'an, what she saw was different from what ordinary people saw. Yeah, he's been hammering away, sweating a lot. The sweat drips down his chest and onto his abs, so sexy, full of hormones. Zhou Yuding said, her face full of fascination. Because forging can both gain talent experience and improve forging skills, Lu Chang'an started practicing early on. Chu Yueli suddenly felt a surge of impulse and wanted to see Lu Chang'an at this moment. She quickly shook her head, suppressing the impulse. Take a look at your private messages and chat room first. Private message? What's wrong? Zhou Yuding opened her private message. However, she noticed that many people were messaging her privately, specifically asking to contact Lu Chang'an. These people are not ordinary people. They're all top-ranked figures on the leaderboard. What do you need him for? She asked a man named Donald. This person is currently ranked 3rd on the combat power list. Donald replied immediately. Humanity is in a very difficult situation right now, and we humans must unite to save ourselves. Therefore, we plan to establish a human mutual aid alliance and would like to invite Mr. Liu to join us. A human mutual aid alliance? Zhou Yuding murmured. If such an organization could really be established, that would be a good thing. Chu Yueli said to her. They invited me too, and even said they would give me a seat in the House of Lords. Zhou Yuding nodded, walked over to Lu Chang'an, and reached out to wipe the sweat from his brow. Brother, are you tired? Do you want to rest for a while? Not tired. Lu Chang'an shook his head. With each swing of the hammer, he takes a step forward on the path to becoming stronger, and he cannot afford to slack off. While gently wiping his sweat, Zhou Yuding told him what had happened. After listening, Lu Chang'an sneered. A human mutual aid alliance? It sounds nice, but isn't it just about self-interest? This organization also existed in my previous life. They used the guise of mutual assistance, but in reality, they were engaged in extortion, blackmail, and plunder. In the current environment, he is barely able to take care of himself. So where would he find the energy to help others? Even if we had the resources, how much could we possibly help? This time they survived thanks to his help. But what about next time? Are they expected to rely on him for the rest of their lives? I see. Zhou Yuding nodded. I'll go and refuse them now. Lu Chang'an said calmly. Tell them that if they want me to join, then let me be the leader and I can make all the decisions. Zhou Yuding immediately relayed his words to Donald. Donald flew into a rage. Isn't your appetite a bit too big? At most, we'll give you the position of speaker. Chu Yueli also asked him, are there any plans or measures for mutual assistance? Not yet. We'll discuss it again once the personnel are confirmed. After they relayed the situation to Lu Chang'an, he sneered. There's no mutual aid plan, but the official positions have already been drawn up. I want to be the leader, but they think I'm too ambitious. It's very clear what they want. Chu Yueli nodded. All they want is profit. They don't want to help others at all. These guys are still fighting for power and profit even now. Zhou Yuding said with disdain, firmly rejecting Donald. Donald was furious. I advised him to think it through. No matter how strong he is, he's just one person. Can he possibly fight against all of humanity? Stop trying to glorify yourselves. Do you think you can represent all of humanity? Zhou Yuding retorted angrily and added him to her blacklist. She thought the matter was over, but unexpectedly, a large number of defamatory comments appeared in the chat room. We wanted to form a human mutual aid alliance, but Lu Chang'an verbally abused us. He's supposed to be the strongest human being, yet he won't even help ordinary people. That kind of person deserves to die. He doesn't even deserve to be called a human being. With great power comes great responsibility. Such a heartless person is worse than an animal. Strong individuals like Mr. Donald are the true pillars of humanity. They won't even help their own compatriots. Are they even human? Zhou Yuding and Chu Yueli were both furious. These guys not only distorted the truth, but also turned the tables and lumped together people who didn't know the facts to attack them. They tried their best to defend themselves, but they were no match for these people, and their words were instantly drowned out by the public's condemnation. Seeing this, Lu Chang'an advised, there's no need to argue with them. The more we argue with them, the happier they'll be. It's helping them build their reputation. But I can't swallow this. Zhou Yuding pouted. Chu Yueli nodded vigorously. That's right. We must teach them a lesson. They couldn't bear to see him being slandered and insulted like this, and they couldn't swallow their anger no matter what. Instead of wasting words with them, it's better to practice your talent more. Lu Chang'an remained calm throughout. He knew very well that all evaluations and reputations were meaningless. Only ability was the true measure of success. Zhou Yuding came to his side and hugged his arm. Brother, I know you don't care about these things, but you can't let them smear you like this. Chu Yueli thought for a moment, then came to his side and, like Zhou Yuding, hugged his arm. Brother Chang'an, Ting Ting is right. You can be indifferent, but you can't let them slander you or let them be so arrogant. Feeling the two women's hot figures, Lu Chang'an shook his head and chuckled. Since you all say so, then I will. Before he could finish speaking, a series of notifications simultaneously appeared before their eyes. A sudden event encounters all of humanity. The Arena of All Races, Part 1. The Arena of All Races opens. Humanity must select 3 representatives to participate in a competition. This round's opponent: Octopus Clan, Tier B. Winning reward: none. Losing penalty: 30% random death of all humans. Please register within 10 minutes, otherwise you will be randomly selected. Upon seeing this information, everyone showed surprise, including Chang'an. A sudden event affecting all of humanity, which did not occur in a previous life. Moreover, this is a series of unexpected events, because this is only the first one, and there will definitely be more come. This sudden event is disgusting. There's no prize for victory, but 30% of the chance of failure is lost. Zhou Yuding exclaimed, her eyes wide. Chu Yueli then looked at Chang'an. Brother Chang'an, should we sign up? Chapter 74 Arena of 10,000 Races. Chang'an looked at the virtual panel in front of him. There's a huge countdown timer above, and below it are 3 empty contestant name fields. I'll sign up. He nodded. The reason he chose to sign up was not because he cared about all of humanity, but because he did not want to entrust his fate to others. If a contest is lost, 30% of humans will die, and who knows if he will be among that 30%. Proportionally speaking, he, Zhou Yuding, and Chu Yueli will most likely die, which he cannot allow. Okay, I'll sign up too, Chu Yueli said without hesitation. She is keeping her promise, following in his footsteps, and fighting alongside him. As the 2 registered, their names appeared on the virtual panel. Me too, Zhou Yuding quickly said. Ting, don't make things worse. Chu Yueli quickly stopped her. Chang'an and she were ranked 1st and 2nd on the combat power list, so it was understandable that they participated. Zhou Yuding had no combat power, so her participation would be suicide. Chang'an also said to her, Yuding, just cheer us on. Xiaoli and I are 2 of the 3, which is enough to win. All right. Zhou Yuding took out 2 bouquets of flowers, took off her coat, revealing a star-studded dance skirt. Go, brother. She actually started dancing the cheerleading routine. She had a hot and tall figure, a slender waist, and long, beautiful legs. Her dancing was truly a feast for the eyes, and even Chang'an couldn't take his eyes off her. Chu Yueli explained to him. Ting has been learning dance since she was a child and has won many national awards. Chang'an nodded, found a stool, and sat down to seriously appreciate her dance. Zhou Yuding originally just wanted to liven up the atmosphere, but seeing that he liked it, she put on her real skills and showed him her beauty to the fullest. She was an excellent dancer, and she was also deeply in love with him. Every move she made, every smile she gave, was filled with deep emotion, and she exuded amazing charm. Chang'an stared at it intently, unable to look away. Just as Zhou Yuding was dancing gracefully, the chat room had already erupted into chaos. Where's Donald? Where are the members of the Human Mutual Aid Alliance? Sign up now. Yeah, you were criticizing Chang'an so harshly just now, but wasn't he the first one to sign up? You keep saying you're doing this for humanity, but now that we need you, where are you? It seems Zhou Yuding was right. You guys are just using the guise of mutual aid to fleece people. Pah, you lowly thing. How dare you compare yourself to Chang'an? With the registration countdown nearing its end, the 3rd person to register still hadn't shown up. This led them to direct their anger at Donald and his gang. He's ranked 3rd on the overall combat power list, with the 1st and 2nd ranked already on it, yet he's acting like a coward. What's even more infuriating is that this guy just now acted like he had the world in his heart and was full of compassion for humanity, but he hurled insults at Chang'an. But when it was actually his turn to go up, he pretended to be dead. At this moment, they finally understood why Chang'an was unwilling to join them, because he had long seen through their true colors. They also truly understood who truly cares about all of humanity. Compared to Chang'an, they were all like a group of rats hiding in the sewers. Filthy, base, and foul-smelling. But no matter how much they cursed him, Donald simply wouldn't show his face. Are you kidding me? His opponent in the competition is a B rank. He can't even handle a D rank. How could he possibly survive fighting a B rank? It's better to hide among everyone and take a chance. Given a 100% mortality rate and a 30% mortality rate, he naturally knew which to choose. As for having a bad reputation, it doesn't matter. They'll forget about it after a while. If all else fails, we could just have our brother step in. Amidst countless criticisms and condemnations, the registration countdown slowly reached 0. No one signed up until the very end. Under everyone's gaze, the last name field started scrolling rapidly, beginning to display a randomized list. Soon, the scrolling speed slowed down, finally stopping on a name. Donald. At this moment, the chat room erupted in jubilation. Haha, he was randomly selected by random picks. He deserves it. Even God couldn't stand seeing you act like a coward. He had planned everything, but he hadn't anticipated that he would be randomly selected. Is he regretting it terribly? He should have just signed up already. Donald stared at his name in the name column, his eyes wide, completely stunned. Just as that person said, he really didn't expect to be randomly selected. This is a 1 in a billion chance. He has never been so lucky in his life. If he had known it would end like this, he would have pretended to be something he never expected. No, I can't pretend to be something I'm not. Because this will kill you. I'm quitting. I don't want to participate, he shouted, trying to withdraw from the competition. Then all he got in response was a notification. Teleportation imminent. Please prepare. 3, 2. No. I haven't agreed to participate yet, he cried out in terror. Before he could finish speaking, his vision blurred and his body felt a chill. He found himself in an unfamiliar sea. He looked closely and saw that he was soaking in the seawater. Not far away, there was a masked man and a beautiful woman with eye bags. It was Lu Chang'an and Chu Yueli. Lu Chang'an didn't want unrelated people to know what he looked like, so he just grabbed a mask and put it on. Donald quickly swam to Lu Chang'an's side and smiled obsequiously at him. Boss Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lu Chang'an glanced at him, but ignored him. He quickly tried to please her. Boss Lu, I have offended you in the past. It was my fault. I apologize to you and hope you will forgive me this time. Chu Yueli snorted coldly. That's not what you said before. Donald slapped himself. That was because I had a foul mouth. I deserved it. The slap was forceful, and the sound was crisp and loud. After slapping him, his smile became even more obsequious. Boss Lu, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. This is a crisis for all mankind, and we need to work together to overcome it. He slapped himself repeatedly and waved the banner of human destiny in order to get Lu Chang'an to save his life. What he didn't know was that everything happening in the arena was being broadcast live to all of humanity. Everyone could see his ugly face clearly. Now you know you want to share the same boat with us? Weren't you going to share the same boat with your human mutual aid alliance? Chu Yueli sneered. That's just something to fool fools. Who doesn't know that you are the true backbone of humanity? Donald exposed the true nature of the human mutual aid alliance. At that moment, they were subjected to a torrent of abuse in the chat room. The so-called Human Mutual Aid Alliance ended as soon as it began, and no one will believe in such organizations anymore. Unless it was founded by Lu Chang'an. At that moment, a prompt appeared. The competition begins. Chapter 75, Chu Yueli's Despair. The competition begins. Players take turns battling. The game is lost if 2 players die. With the notification appearing, Donald was teleported directly to the center of the sea, where a light barrier enveloped him. No, I'm not ready, he shouted to those around him. Whoosh. His response was a tremendous roar of water. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a giant octopus emerging from the water. It is dark red overall, and its body is as big as a small mountain. Its tentacles are thick and covered with dense suckers. Its body surface is covered with sticky liquid. A pair of eyes stared intently at him, filled with ferocity and cruelty. I'm not ready. Let them go first. Donald roared desperately. How could he possibly be a match for such a huge and terrifying octopus? But his roar didn't result in a replacement. Instead, it triggered an attack from the octopus, which brandished its enormous tentacles and charged at him at incredible speed. His soul seemed to leave his body. He desperately swam to the edge of the light screen and pounded on it. I surrender. I surrender. He knew he had no chance of winning in a direct confrontation, so he planned to surrender to save his life. This scene caused everyone watching the live stream to erupt in a chorus of curses. Coward wimp. Such a coward dares to boast about human solidarity. Bastard. They keep talking about fighting for humanity, yet they don't even have the courage to resist sea monsters. You are a disgrace to humanity. You don't deserve to be called a human being. However, their shouts and curses had no effect on Donald, just as Donald's surrender had no effect on the course of the game. His surrender was to no avail. The octopus swiftly caught up behind him, extended a tentacle, wrapped it around his neck, and lifted him out of the water. No, don't kill me. He struggled frantically, reaching out to Chang'an. Save me, please, save me. I'm willing to pay any price. Before he could finish speaking, the octopus put him into its mouth. The entire scene was deathly silent, save for the sound of the octopus chewing. Squeak, squeak. As it ate, it stared at Chang'an with bloodthirsty eyes, as if to say, "You're next." Match 1, Octopus Clan wins. At that moment, the entire chat room fell silent. The chilling sound of chewing sent the hearts of all humankind sinking to the bottom. If we lose another game, humanity will be completely defeated and 30% of the population will die. Can humanity win the next round? This was not only their question, but also Chu Yueli's. She turned to Chang'an with a helpless expression, a hint of bewilderment on her beautiful face. This octopus is so strong. Can she really win? So far, the strongest sea monster she has personally killed is only a D rank. Even if her talent is upgraded and her combat power is improved, C rank is already her limit. But now, she has to face a B level that is 10 times stronger than a C level. Even with her strong will, she couldn't help but experience negative emotions when facing such a powerful opponent. Chang'an noticed her unusual behavior and reached out to cup her face in his hands. Don't overthink it. Just give it your all and be at your best. Leave the rest to me. His palms were burning hot, and the heat spread through her cheeks and throughout her body, filling her with strength. His words were like a lighthouse in the fog, dispelling the gloom in her heart and illuminating the path ahead. She nodded emphatically to him. I will. As soon as she finished speaking, a flash of light appeared, and she appeared inside the light screen. When the octopus saw her, a ferocious glint flashed in its eyes, and it brandished its tentacles as it attacked her. She didn't panic, but instead took out raging waves and activated her talent. True projection. Every move and intention of the octopus was clearly visible in her mind. She can clearly spot the flaws and weaknesses in its movements and deal with them calmly. Then, a scene that surprised and delighted countless people unfolded. Facing the octopus's attack, Chu Yueli not only remained unharmed, but also miraculously made her way through the encirclement of tentacles to reach it. At that moment, they cried out in their hearts, "The opportunity has come. Kill it quickly." Chu Yueli seemed to hear their thoughts. She let out a sharp cry and thrust her raging wave of energy towards the octopus's eyes. She knew her attributes were far inferior to its, and only by using raging waves to attack its vitals could she achieve an effect. Her idea was good, but she underestimated the octopus's abilities. A spear made of water appeared out of thin air and shot towards her. Blue skill, water spear. The water spear was incredibly fast, reaching her in an instant. If she didn't dodge, she could blind the octopus, but she would also be seriously injured or even die. She had no choice but to dodge. However, this dodge resulted in the loss of the initiative. The octopus kept shooting water spears at her, forcing her to dodge constantly, while a faint glow appeared on its body surface. Chang'an's gaze sharpened, and he loudly reminded, "Be careful, it's mobilizing the power of its bloodline." His words left the people watching the live stream completely bewildered. What was the power of bloodline? They had never encountered a Class B sea monster before, so naturally they didn't know what it was. Chu Yueli had witnessed his battle with the Harpy leader and knew he understood. However, she was currently busy dodging the water spears and couldn't afford to interrupt him. After she finally managed to completely neutralize the water spear, she discovered that several turbulent eddies had appeared around her. This is the power of the octopus race's bloodline, a raging vortex. A tremendous pulling force emanated from the vortex, continuously dragging her towards it. She struggled desperately, but to no avail. The vortex expanded rapidly, and she was unable to break free. Soon, she was caught in the vortex and spun around with it. Fortunately, she was wearing the azure heart earrings that Lu Chang'an had given her, which allowed her to breathe underwater. Otherwise, she would have already choked on water and suffocated. Even though she could breathe, her situation was dire. The rapid spinning left her mind in chaos, and she was almost unconscious. At that moment, a warning signal suddenly rose in her mind, and a tentacle coiled towards her. She tried to dodge, but her body was completely out of her control. The next instant, the tentacle wrapped around her foot and lifted her out of the water. But this doesn't mean she's saved. Rather, she's trapped in a deadly situation. The octopus was lifting her up and bringing her to its mouth. It wants to follow Donald's example and eat her. She tried to struggle, but her body remained out of control. As the stench grew ever closer, her heart sank to the bottom. She used her talent to look at Lu Chang'an, her heart filled with sorrow. "I'm sorry, I've let you down. I still couldn't do it. If there is an afterlife, I will follow you again." At this moment, the octopus had already lifted her above its mouth. It released its tentacles, and she immediately fell into its mouth. Feeling the movement of the air, a tear slid down her cheek. "Farewell, Brother Chang'an." Chapter 76. Brother Chang'an, please don't do this. Don't want. Zhou Yuding, who was watching the live stream, gasped in shock and burst into tears. Unable to enter the arena or watch the live stream, Lalaya's face turned pale, and she clenched her fists tightly. The usually bustling chat room was now deathly silent. No one spoke. Everyone stared intently at the live stream, their eyes filled with fear. If Chu Yueli dies, it means that humanity has lost this competition. Death is imminent. Amidst their terrified and desperate gazes, Chu Yueli's body suddenly trembled, and she miraculously adjusted her posture in midair. Then, he slammed the raging waves heavily onto the octopus's mouth. When, with a crisp sound, she not only stopped falling, but also used the recoil to fly far away, escaping the octopus's attack range. At this moment, all of humanity rejoiced. Chu Yueli is not dead. They still have hope. At this moment, Zhou Yuding was both crying and laughing. Xiaoli was not dead. That was wonderful. Seeing her like this, Lalaya breathed a sigh of relief. Amidst their delighted gazes, Chu Yueli spoke. "Brother Chang'an, is that you?" Then she answered herself, "It's me." Her strange behavior left all of humanity bewildered, except for Zhou Yuding, who was both surprised and delighted. It was her brother who possessed her. She recognized the scene immediately, finding it so familiar. Yes, it was Lu Chang'an who helped Chu Yueli resolve the crisis. At the critical moment, he used divine intervention to bring his consciousness into her body. Chu Yueli immediately understood what he meant by "leave the rest to me." It's so good to have him around. Lu Chang'an moved his hands and feet in the water and touched various parts of his body. Chu Yueli blushed deeply. "Brother Chang'an, please don't do this." This was the first time in her life that a man had touched her body. "Don't be angry, I'm just getting familiar with my body, so it will be easier to fight," Lu Chang'an explained. Chu Yueli zet ponde sopti. She wasn't annoyed or angry. She was just shy. Seeing the delicious food that was about to be eaten fly away, the octopus was furious. It quickly swam to her and attacked, waving its tentacles. "Watch out!" Chu Yueli exclaimed in surprise and quickly tried to warn him to dodge. Before she could even finish speaking, Lu Chang'an had already perfectly dodged its attack. She was utterly astonished. How could he, without her talent, evade attacks when he couldn't see? Lu Chang'an noticed her confusion and smiled faintly. Humans have 5 senses. If we exclude sight, we still have other senses. Chu Yueli immediately realized that he had controlled the battle situation by relying on his hearing, touch, and even smell. This impressed her greatly. He could easily master the ability that she had been unable to acquire since she was blind at a young age. "Your strategy is correct. Its attributes are far superior to yours, and you are no match for it in a head-on confrontation," Lu Chang'an added. "But you haven't fully utilized your advantages." "My strengths? My talents?" she asked quickly. "No, it's a raging torrent." As he spoke, the raging waves slashed at one of the tentacles. "Shalt!" Laugh. With a soft sound, The octopus's tentacles were severed. Chu Yueli was shocked. She hadn't expected him to be able to sever its tentacles with the raging waves. She could sense that the instant his hand reached out during the raging wave slash, he used an extremely skillful technique to amplify his power many times over. While the raging waves were sharp, the technique of exerting force was even more important. Take a close look. Lu Chang'an said something to her, and then used the raging waves to cut off one of its tentacles again. The octopus was in so much pain that its whole body was convulsing, and its body had changed color. It struggled and resisted frantically, its tentacles attacking relentlessly, one water spear after another. But when the tentacles struck, he easily severed them. When the water spears shot at him, he easily dodged them. The octopus that had previously seemed invincible was now so weak in front of him. The exquisite skill captivated Chu Yueli. That effortless, overwhelming performance sent all of humanity into a frenzy of celebration. Ha ha, I knew that being second on the power ranking wouldn't be so simple. Yueli is so amazing. From now on, you'll be my goddess. He suddenly seems much stronger. Could it be that he's been possessed by Boss Lu? It looks like it, but it doesn't matter as long as we win. Yeah, anyway, she was already Boss Lu's woman. Zhou Yuding was so happy, she stomped her feet. Brother is so amazing. I knew nothing would go wrong with him around. Her beloved had heroically saved her best friend from disaster. She couldn't imagine anything more joyful. Lelia smiled too. Although this guy had many flaws, he was indeed reassuring. Amidst their surprised gazes, Lu Chang'an severed most of the octopus's tentacles, leaving only 2 for Chu Yueli to practice on. Having lost most of its tentacles, the octopus was like a tiger without claws and teeth, completely at Chu Yueli's mercy. Chu Yueli studied very diligently and had great talent, so she quickly mastered the basic skills. Of course, to reach Lu Chang'an's level, one needs long-term hard work as well as extremely high talent and comprehension. Unwilling to accept defeat, the octopus tried again to mobilize the power of its bloodline. However, Lu Chang'an struck it on the head with his halberd, almost knocking it unconscious. Not only was its spell casting interrupted, but it also suffered a backlash from its bloodline power, rendering it unable to move. By the time it came to its senses, all its tentacles were severed, its body was covered in wounds, and it had lost all means and possibilities to turn the tide. Finally, after enduring dozens more stabs from Chu Yueli, he died unwillingly. Before its corpse disappeared, Lu Chang'an quickly dug out its crystal core. Lalia is in dire need of crystal cores for her upgrade, so there's no reason for him to let her go. The once arrogant octopus not only died, but was also reduced to a punching bag for learning skills, and its crystal core was taken away, completely draining it of all its value. Match 2, humans win. A notification appeared before Chu Yueli's eyes, asking if she wanted to stay and continue to the next match. Lu Chang'an chose to refuse. Her physical strength was greatly depleted, and there was no need to take the risk. Besides, he hasn't even made an appearance yet. If he wins this match, they will have one. With a beam of light, she was teleported outside the light screen, and Lu Chang'an also left her body. His departure left her feeling inexplicably lost and empty. She instinctively wanted to get closer to him and let him fill her heart. Just then, Lu Chang'an suddenly looked into the distance. The 2 octopuses there were tightly entwined, and then the stronger one slowly swallowed the other into its belly. After devouring its companion, it grew even larger, its entire body radiating a red glow, making it look extremely terrifying. To ensure victory in the final battle, it chose to devour its companions. Although it still hasn't reached grade A, its attributes are much stronger than those of a regular grade B. Below grade A, it is invincible. Chapter 77, Full Power Unleashed, Divine Skill. With a flash of light, Lu Chang'an and the octopus were transported to the arena. The chat room erupted in an uproar upon seeing the enormous, ferocious-looking octopus. No way, this octopus is twice the size of the last one. My god, is this still B rank? Could it be almost A rank? Is such a monster truly something that humans can contend with? Oh no, is Lu Chang'an going to lose? Soak in water. After hearing Zhou Yuding recount the situation, Lilia's beautiful face was filled with worry. This octopus is probably very close to being A-grade. What should we do? Can my brother win? Zhou Yuding asked anxiously. Lilia clenched her fists and remained silent. Although Lu Chang'an had defeated a B-rank harpy leader, the harpy leader was only at the initial B rank, while this octopus was already close to a rank. If converted into attributes, the harpy's attributes are around 1 or 2,000, while the octopus's are 8 or 9,000. The difference between the two is huge, and they are not even comparable. If she could join the competition, the two of them working together might be able to put up a fight against it. However, her role is that of a vehicle, and she cannot follow Lu Chang'an into it. Why aren't you saying anything? Seeing that she didn't speak, Zhou Yuding's face turned even paler. Lilia lowered her eyes. Trust him. At this moment, there was nothing she could do but believe him. She suddenly felt a pang of regret. Why didn't she spend more time with him usually? Why do I always have to wait until night to get close to him? Why don't I talk to him more? Zhou Yuding knelt down and clasped her hands together. Gods and Buddhas, I am willing to offer everything. Please bless my brother with safety. Inside the arena, Lu Chang'an stared intently at the giant octopus not far away. Feature 3, Royal Aura. Activate. An invisible force swept from him toward the octopus. The octopus, which was baring its fangs and claws, suddenly felt a weight on its body, and a strange sense of fear rose in its heart. Its strength, which was originally at its peak, was instantly reduced by 20%. This enraged it greatly, and it charged at him with waves. Lu Chang'an remained calm and reached out to cast a pale blue light around himself. Growth skill, water spirit, and swiftness. His speed has been greatly improved. Call. At that moment, one of the octopus's tentacles slammed down on him with tremendous force, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. With such immense force, a human being struck by would almost certainly die. Careful! At that moment, countless people shouted at the same time, their hearts pounding in their throats. Lu Chang'an remained expressionless and nimbly dodged to the side. Boom! The tentacles slammed into the water, creating a spray of water everywhere. Using the splash as cover, Lu Chang'an leaped out of the water and charged towards it by stepping on the tentacles. The slippery mucus on the tentacles seemed to have no effect on him. This scene shocked many people. No one expected him to do such a thing. Bold, confident, and imaginative. The octopus hadn't expected him to do that. A fierce glint flashed in its eyes as it shook one tentacle and reached out to grab him with its other tentacles. However, Lu Chang'an's body was extremely stable. Not only was he not shaken off, but he also nimbly dodged the grasping of those tentacles. The octopus was enraged and suddenly swung its tentacles. Lu Chang'an was forced to leap high into the air. Now, a smug glint flashed in the octopus's eyes. Countless spikes, made of water, emerged and pierced towards him. Blue skill, water spike. No! Countless people exclaimed in terror. Lu Chang'an was in midair and unable to gain any leverage, so being hit was inevitable. Just then, a shield suddenly appeared beneath Lu Chang'an's feet. This is a skill he has practiced countless times, the water shield. The water shield was very thick and sturdy, and water spikes could not pierce it at all. Lu Chang'an used the thrust generated by his attack to get closer to the octopus once again. This left countless people dumbfounded. He actually used the water shield as a skateboard, using the opponent's attacks to close the distance between them. Such courage, such boldness. At this moment, many people vaguely understood why he possessed such formidable combat power. Bang! Bang! The octopus was enraged and wildly swung its arms, sending a barrage of water spears hurtling towards it. Get out of the way! Countless people exclaimed. Hide! There was nowhere to hide. The water spears were so numerous that they almost completely obscured the space where Lu Chang'an was located. Lu Chang'an didn't try to dodge. Many water arrows suddenly appeared in front of him. Call out! The water arrow pierced the air and shot towards the water spear. Bang bang! The water arrow collided with the water spear, and both exploded into a mist. Attack with attack, and defeat attack with attack. Countless people stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with shock. He dared to use such a risky method. Wasn't he afraid of making a mistake? Mistakes? Of course not. Moments later, all the water spears exploded into a mist. While remaining unharmed, Lu Chang'an significantly reduced the distance between himself and the octopus, and was now very close to it. Watching this scene, one word flashed through the minds of countless people. Incredible skill. Yes, water arrows and water shields are not uncommon in the endless sea. They don't know their growth skills, but no one has ever been able to use them to such an extent. This is no longer a skill, but an art, even a craft. The octopus became even angrier upon seeing this, and a bright light appeared on its body. The entire sea surface churned instantly, and countless giant waves were forming. The power of the octopus bloodline, a raging torrent. A bright light also shone from Lu Chang'an's body. Special ability, Abyssal Sea Spirit. Activate. As he activated his bloodline properties, the surging waves subsided instantly. How could the mere bloodline of the Octopus clan compare to the SS-rank Abyss Shark King? The octopus's bloodline power was broken, and it felt both fear and anger. It stopped its water spikes, brandished its tentacles, and attacked like a storm. It left Lu Chang'an powerless, and then crushed him with its attributes. Oh no! Countless people exclaimed again. Lu Chang'an has no point of leverage in the air. Danger. Lu Chang'an's lips curled up slightly, and in the next instant, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When it reappeared, it was already in front of the octopus's eyes. Golden skill, instant teleportation. At that moment, everyone was startled, and the octopus was especially horrified. From the start of the battle, Lu Chang'an was either dodging or using leverage, never revealing his teleportation ability. Now unleash it, catching it completely off guard. It was too late for it to defend itself. The soul-snatching sword in Lu Chang'an's hand flashed with a cold light and struck its eye. Several power generation techniques appear simultaneously. Salt, collapse, explode, boom. With a loud bang, its eyeballs exploded and blood and mucus splattered everywhere. Its body trembled violently as it fell into the sea. The blow not only shattered its eyeballs, but also severely damaged its brain. Upon witnessing this scene, the humans cheered in unison. But Lu Chang'an looked wary. It was not dead. Chapter 78, offering one's body as a sacrifice to the underworld. Wow. Amidst the tremendous sound of rushing water, the octopus stood up again. It seemed extremely angry, its entire body a dark red. However, it did not immediately attack Lu Chang'an, but instead stuffed one of its tentacles into its mouth. Lu Chang'an thought it was going to use some trick, but he didn't expect it to swallow its own tentacles. After eating one tentacle, it seemed not to be satisfied and ate another. This action surprised everyone, who didn't understand what it was doing. Lu Chang'an felt uneasy because it was emanating an ominous aura. He had a premonition that something bad would happen if he didn't stop it. He swung the soul-snatching sword in his hand and charged towards it. Boom! At this moment, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened, and faint thunder rumbled in the sky. Lu Chang'an teleported to the octopus and slashed fiercely at its injured eye socket with the soul-stealing sword in his hand. To his surprise, the blade stopped just 1 centimeter away from him, as if an invisible force was blocking it. Click, click. The octopus ate with great relish, making a crunching sound as it chewed. As it moved, the entire arena turned pitch black, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the space above it trembled, as if something was striking it from behind. This sight filled everyone with terror, and they all sensed that something was wrong. What's going on? Is this octopus about to unleash a powerful attack? It looks like something terrifying is about to emerge. Damn it, it seems like Boss Lu can't stop it. Lu Chang'an, you must hold on. Our lives are in your hands. After Zhou Yuding relayed the situation to Lalia, she immediately exclaimed in surprise. It is sacrificing itself to summon the vengeful spirits of the Octopus clan. What is a vengeful spirit? Zhou Yuding asked quickly. A monster surpassing S-class, formed from the resentment of deceased Octopus clan members. Lalia's face turned pale. The octopus had actually sacrificed itself to defeat Lu Chang'an. Zhou Yuding was shocked. What should my brother do? Do everything you can to stop the octopus sacrifice, Lalia urged. But after she finished speaking, she was plunged into boundless anxiety, because what she said was as good as nothing at all. Didn't Lu Chang'an know he had to stop it? Her heart sank to the bottom, and her whole body trembled slightly. Zhou Yuding's face also turned pale. A monster that surpasses S level? What level is that? She quickly opened her friend's list and sent a message to Lu Chang'an. But I received a notification. The recipient is in a special state. Message delivery failed. Her breathing almost stopped. Outside the competitive waters, Chu Yueli used her innate ability to look at the octopus and saw that the energy on its body was rapidly gathering into the void. She immediately understood its intention and hurriedly shouted to Lu Chang'an, "Brother Chang'an, it's sacrificing its life to some powerful being." Upon hearing this, Lu Chang'an made no further move, but instead quietly gripped his knife and floated in the water. Creak, creak. The octopus continued chewing. The tremors in the void grew more intense, and even some tiny cracks appeared in space. Faced with all this, Lu Chang'an remained quietly with his eyes closed, as if he were asleep. This greatly worried the people watching the live stream. What is he doing? Quickly, find a way to stop him. Why aren't you moving? Are you just going to give up like this? You can't give up. You represent countless lives. Get moving now. Otherwise it will be too late. Their shouts could not rouse Lu Chang'an. He remained quietly with his eyes closed. At this moment, the octopus stuffed another tentacle into its mouth. Click, click, click. The cracks in the void grew larger and larger, and space was about to collapse. This caused countless people to gasp in alarm. Although they didn't know what was going to happen, they instinctively sensed a crisis. They called out to Lu Chang'an anxiously, hoping he would wake up and resolve the current crisis. But Lu Chang'an remained unmoved. At this moment, not only were they anxious, but Zhou Yuding was also anxious. Brother, get moving. Lalia clenched her fists so tightly that she didn't even notice her nails digging into her flesh. Don't give up. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Chu Yueli's whole body was trembling slightly. Even through the light barrier, she could feel how powerful the thing about to emerge from the void was. She bit her lip hard, silently shouting to Lu Chang'an, "Brother Chang'an, cheer up. You can do it." Time slipped away, quietly amidst their tension and fear. After swallowing one tentacle, the octopus stuffed another tentacle into its mouth. As it moved, countless bolts of lightning streaked across the sky. Click! With a soft sound, the space finally gave way, and a huge hole appeared. A blood-red eye appeared in the cave, gazing towards the arena. That eye was filled with resentment, pain, madness, and a glimmer of longing. A thirst for killing, a thirst for destruction. Looking into those eyes, everyone felt a profound sense of despair. What kind of monster is that? Even a single glance from it is terrifying. Just watching the live stream lower my stats by 30%. This is impossible. What is it? It's over. Lu Chang'an is finished, and so is humanity. Lu Chang'an, what are you doing? What on earth are you doing? No one understood what Lu Chang'an was doing. At this moment, a surge of anger overwhelmed him. In real life, he would have been drowned in criticism long ago. In fact, not only them, but even Lalia, Zhou Yuding, and Chu Yueli, who were closest to Lu Chang'an, could not understand his behavior. Why didn't he resist? Why didn't he take any action? Is he really planning to give up? At this moment, only the octopus was happy. Its single eye was filled with excitement and pride. Once the last tentacle is eaten, the god will descend in full. The octopus clan will win this battle, and their clan will prosper. Just as it was about to put the tentacle into its mouth, Lu Chang'an suddenly opened his eyes, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. It instinctively sensed something was wrong and blocked all the energy in front of it. Lu Chang'an's eyes gleamed with unparalleled determination and brilliance as he slowly swung his sword at it. The underworld. This was what he relied on in his previous life to perish together with Lalia. He merged all his energy and spirit into one and unleashed the most powerful strike. This is a fatal blow with no way out. If the enemy doesn't die, so will I. Once the blade is drawn, the enemy will surely perish. He wasn't silent or asleep just now. He was concentrating and gathering all his power. Laugh! The blade energy cleaved through the seawater and slammed into its energy shield. The next instant, a blinding light erupted, obscuring the entire sea area. Chapter 79. You are our hero. I love you. The blinding light slowly dissipated, and everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene. Lu Chang'an remained in a chopping posture, and the octopus was completely unharmed. They were completely bewildered and had no idea what had happened. Just then, Lu Chang'an's body fell backward and lay softly on the water's surface. This scene plunged their hearts into despair. Lu Chang'an has lost. Humanity has lost. Panic, fear, and pain instantly gripped their hearts. Some people cursed and swore. Some prayed to gods and Buddhas, and some trembled with fear. Zhou Yuding collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Lilia's face turned pale, and she suddenly felt a sense of relief. It wouldn't be bad to die with him. Whoosh! Just as this scene of human suffering unfolded, a straight, thin line appeared on the octopus's body, from which blood and mucus dripped continuously. What's going on? Everyone stared intently at the scene. The next instant, the octopus's body suddenly split in two along the thin line, falling into the sea and splashing up a huge spray of water. What happened? How did the octopus die? They were all stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. At this moment, the space that was unable to replenish energy was quickly repaired. Boom! Behind the shattered void, the giant blood red, I was filled with resentment and unwillingness. It desperately attacked the space, but the space continued to repair itself uncontrollably. Before long, the hole was completely repaired. The space trembled slightly a few times before finally returning to complete calm. At this moment, the light screen in the arena disappeared. Chu Yueli swam to Lu Chang'an's side as fast as she could. Brother Chang'an, are you all right? Lu Chang'an looked exhausted. Crystal core. Seeing that he was still thinking about the crystal core, Chu Yueli was relieved and helped him to the octopus's corpse to take the crystal core. Everyone stared blankly at everything until the prompt appeared, at which point they finally came to their senses. Match 3. Humans win. In an instant, the chat room erupted in excitement. Haha, we won. We won. I knew Boss Lu wouldn't lose. Long live Boss Lu. Lu Chang'an, you are a hero of humanity. I love you. From this day forward, anyone who dares to say a bad word about him is my enemy. Zhou Yuding burst into tears of joy. Thank goodness, my brother is all right. Lilia leaned weakly against the wall. That bastard, he's such a worry. Although she was complaining, her smile was exceptionally beautiful. At this moment, a series of messages appeared before everyone's eyes. The winner of this round of the arena of all races, human race. Humans win, no penalty. Contribution settlement. Donald, 0. 注意 2.8%. Lu Chang'an, 97.7%. MVP of this match, Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an received 10 medals of honor. Chu Yueli received honor medal *1. Chu Yueli saw the message and was about to ask Lu Chang'an about the medal of honor when she felt a weight in her arms. He actually fell asleep in her arms. Feeling his even breathing, a tenderness flashed across her face. You've worked hard, get some rest. I don't know how much time passed. While fast asleep, Lu Chang'an felt as if he were lying on a cloud, soft, fragrant, and indescribably comfortable. He gently stroked the clouds, adjusted his sleeping position, and made himself more comfortable. Bang, bang, bang. But at that moment, a series of sounds entered his ears. This looks like a heartbeat, and it's getting faster and faster. This is probably what is meant by heart pounding like a deer. The moment this thought crossed his mind, he was jolted. Wasn't he in the arena? How could he hear a heartbeat? As sleepiness receded like the tide, he quickly opened his eyes. What came into view was a patch of delicate, snow-white skin, and her own hand was covering it. He quickly sat up and found himself on the heated Kong bed in the room. In front of him, Chu Yueli was looking down with her cheeks flushed. Zhou Yuding was winking at him with a teasing expression, while Lilia was looking at him expressionlessly. He quickly recounted what had happened. He had probably fallen asleep in Chu Yueli's arms. After being teleported back to the bubble, Chu Yueli was afraid of waking him, so she didn't put him down but kept holding him. The soft clouds he had just been resting his head on and gently stroking were probably hers. No wonder her heart was beating so fast and her face was so red. Cough. He coughed lightly, feigning nonchalance. How long have I been asleep? It's been several hours, and it's already dark. Zhou Yuding sat down next to him, looking at him with a face full of adoration. Brother, that last strike you delivered was so powerful. Does it have a name? It's called the Underworld. Wamquan. Why is it called that? Zhou Yuding asked, puzzled. Chu Yueli and Lilia also showed expressions of listening intently, which was also their question. Because this strike embodies all my energy and spirit, if I cannot send the enemy to the Yellow Springs, then I will have to go to the Yellow Springs myself. The women suddenly realized why he had fallen asleep in Chu Yueli's arms. That explained it all. Lilia's previously stern face softened considerably. I'll let it go since you didn't do it on purpose. Zhou Yuding looked terrified. Fortunately, this strike was powerful. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lilia and Chu Yueli nodded in agreement. Lu Chang'an frowned slightly. To be honest, I didn't expect the Octopus clan to have such bizarre methods. Whether it was devouring its own kind or sacrificing itself, it was all beyond his expectations. A race that can survive for millions of years in the endless sea must have extraordinary abilities, and this sacrificial method is one of the Octopus clan's trump cards, Lilia reminded them. Lu Chang'an sighed softly, realizing that no ancient intelligent race should be underestimated. Brother Chang'an, what is the Medal of Honor? Chu Yueli asked softly. You can think of it as a special kind of currency that can be used to purchase items in certain places. Medals of Honor are valuable items. In his previous life, he encountered a mysterious merchant who sold top-quality items, including legendary gold ones, but unfortunately, they could only be traded using Medals of Honor. That golden item costs 10 Medals of Honor. In other words, he obtained a golden legendary item from this special event. Thinking of what he had gained, he took out 2 crystal cores from his backpack and handed them to Lilia. One of these 2 crystal cores is a regular B-grade crystal, while the other was formed after absorbing its companion and contains twice the energy of a regular B-grade crystal. In other words, after absorbing these 3 crystal cores, she will be able to level up again. This special event made him realize once again the importance of rank. If we could have been 1 level higher, we certainly wouldn't have won so hard. Lilia had the same idea, and she took the crystal core and immediately began to absorb it. Brother Chang'an, thank you for saving me before, Chu Yueli said again. Lu Chang'an waved his hand and yawned. No need for such formalities among our own people. It's getting dark. Everyone should go to sleep. Although he slept for several hours, it was not enough to fully replenish his energy and spirit. He still felt somewhat sleepy. Chu Yueli nodded, moved closer to him, and gently pulled him into her arms. He saved her and treated her so well. It's only right that she does these things. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly and drifted off to sleep again. In his dream, he saw those soft, fragrant clouds again. Chapter 80 Rare Treasure Chest, Strange Seed. The following morning, when Lu Chang'an woke up from his dream, he felt as if he were holding a warm and soft jade in his arms. He opened his eyes and was greeted by a stunningly beautiful face. It was Lilia. Lilia looked at him. Aren't you disappointed to see it's me? Of course not, Lu Chang'an smiled. On the contrary, I'm very happy because the most beautiful woman in the world is in my arms. TCH, I don't believe a word you men say. Lilia curled her lip, her face full of disdain, but a hint of joy flashed in her heart. You should be able to sense whether I'm being sincere or not. Lilia rolled her eyes at him. Why don't you ask where Chu Yueli went? Lu Chang'an smiled without saying a word. When she left, he had a vague feeling that he should get up and organize the supplies for collecting nets and fishing rods. Why aren't you answering? Lilia frowned slightly. Lu Chang'an moved closer to her, looking at her with a teasing expression. Why do you keep mentioning Shaoli? Are you jealous? Lilia scoffed. Me jealous of you? Looking at her beautiful face and lovely expression, Lu Chang'an kissed her on the cheek. Her eyes widened instantly, and her face flushed red. What are you doing? Lu Chang'an smiled. Hormones are higher in the morning. Huh, if you're lustful, just admit it. Why make up excuses? She glared at him. Lu Chang'an held him, one hand gently stroking her smooth, delicate back. I thought about a lot of things when I made that cut yesterday. What? The heat from his hands made her delicate body tremble slightly. Lu Chang'an narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm wondering if I'll die if this strike doesn't kill it. What will you do if I die? Lalaya was taken aback, not expecting him to think of her at such a time. She had thought he was fearless and reckless, but it turned out he had feelings for her. At that moment, a deep sweetness welled up in her heart. She hummed softly. Idiot, how could you be thinking about these things at such a critical moment? Don't you know that being distracted in the face of the enemy is a major taboo? Or meant as a reprimand came out with a coquettish tone. Lu Chang'an sighed softly. Of course I know, but knowing and doing are two different things. I can't shake off the ties in my heart. When faced with life and death, no one can remain calm and composed, and he was no exception. Hearing him reveal his true feelings, Lalaya's heart began to beat faster. We were lucky to escape unscathed this time, but we can't let this happen again next time. We must be fully focused in battle. I'll try my best. Lalaya gazed in his eyes. Not just try, but definitely. Promise me you'll do it. Seeing the concern and sincerity in her eyes, Lu Chang'an nodded. Okay, I promise you. The two were very close, their breaths mingling. Looking at her stunningly beautiful face, Lu Chang'an moved slightly closer to her. Her breathing immediately quickened, her cherry lips parted slightly, her long eyelashes trembled gently, and her eyelids slowly drooped. Lu Chang'an felt a surge of warmth in his heart and slowly moved closer to her. Her breathing became more rapid, her beautiful eyes were tightly closed, and one small hand hooked around his neck. Brother Chang'an, are you awake? Just then, Chu Yuli entered the room. The two were startled at the same time and separated as quickly as lightning. Lalaya pulled the wool blanket over her face. Lu Chang'an coughed lightly. Yes, I just woke up. Is there something you need? Look, Chu Yuli took out a treasure chest. A silver treasure chest? That's nice. Lu Chang'an replied casually, pondering how to get her out of the way. This isn't an ordinary treasure chest. It's a rare one. Chui et glim et sitten li. Lu Chang'an did become somewhat interested. Can you see what's inside? Besides the usual things, there's also a cloud of mist containing countless possibilities, and it's constantly changing, Chu Yuli said, describing what she had seen. Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up, and he patted Lalaya beside him. The treasure chest has been opened. Lalaya threw off the blanket, her face as red as the sunset. She didn't look at him and took the silver treasure chest from Chu Yuli's hands. Chu Yuli's expression shifted. The crown on Lalaya's head is glowing. Lu Chang'an quickly looked at Lalaya with expectant eyes. Under his gaze, Lalaya opened the treasure chest. The next instant, a dazzling golden light flashed. Rewards, 50 titanium ingots, 50 titanium crystals, 50 mithril ingots, 1 strange seed. Lu Chang'an quickly looked at the items, skipping over the titanium ingots, titanium crystals, and mithril ingots. The seed was the key. Strange seed. Quality, gold, legendary. Effect. After planting, a special plant will grow. His eyes lit up immediately. Wasn't this the plant version of an unhatched egg? The last egg hatched into a mythical beast like the red phoenix. What kind of plant will this strange seed yield? Not bad. Lalaya glanced at the strange seed and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint him. Lu Chang'an pulled her close and kissed her on the cheek. As expected of the Empress, she's incredibly lucky. He understood that this was not luck, but something related to her throne as Empress. Perhaps it relates to things like fortune, power, or other somewhat ethereal concepts. Lalaya blushed and glared at him before going to the side to absorb the crystal core. What an insolent bastard. Doesn't he know where he's from? There are other people around. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly and carefully put away the strange seed. I'll plant it after the extreme cold passes, and hopefully it will bring some surprises. Just then, the communication conch suddenly vibrated slightly. His expression shifted slightly as he took it out. A slightly hurried voice came from the conch shell. Su Xian, the harpy, the octopus, and the black tortoise are all coming for you. Her words sent a chill down their spines, and Lu Chang'an frowned slightly. How many of them are there, and what is their strength? The leaders are all A rank, each with 3 to 5 B rank deputies. In terms of numbers, there are 500 harpies and over 200 octopus turtles. Lu Chang'an sneered. To deal with me, you actually sent 3 A-level soldiers and over 1,000 troops. With their current strength, they can only handle 1 A-level monster, even if they fight with all their might. If 3 A-level monsters join forces, they will surely be defeated, not to mention the nearly 1,000 monsters in the army. Lalaya clenched her fists, her pretty face tense. She knew that these people had come to find her. I can temporarily hold off the octopus and the black tortoise, but you'll have to rely on yourself to defeat the harpy, Friend said quickly. Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. Thank you. I owe you a favor. If it were just a harpy, things would be much simpler. All right, then I'll wait until you're alive to repay my debt. The harpy will meet you by tomorrow morning at the latest. Fran reminded him a few more times before quickly ending the call. Lu Chang'an put away the communication conch shell, and seeing Lalaya looking worried, he smiled at her. I can handle it, trust me. Seeing his warm smile and confident eyes, Lalaya, who was originally nervous and uneasy, instantly calmed down. She gave him a sweet smile. I believe in you. I always have. Chapter 81. The Mermaid Queen upgrades again. Her strength leaps forward. In the afternoon, in the practice room, pay attention to technique. Don't just throw out all your power at once. Instead, unleash in batches, in layers, and continuously. Chuyueli said as she threw a punch. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly replied, Okay, I'll give it a try. She seemed to be having a conversation with herself, but in reality, Lu Chang'an was possessing her and guiding her. Because he needed to conserve his energy to deal with the harpies that might come at any time, Lu Chang'an did not choose to forge or practice skills. Seeing that he rarely had free time, Chuyueli asked him to give her some pointers on how to exert force. Because teaching by example is the best way, Lu Chang'an used a spirit summoning technique to let her experience it herself. Chuyueli tried several times, but she still couldn't get it right. This surprised Lu Chang'an somewhat. Didn't you perform quite well in the arena yesterday? I'm rather forgetful, so I need to practice more. Her voice carried a hint of shyness. Lu Chang'an didn't say anything, but continued to maintain his divine state, constantly guiding and instructing her. Her face always had a faint blush and a smile. This state continued until evening, when Lu Chang'an suddenly left. I have some things to do. You practice on your own for a while first. After he left, Chuyueli sat down and let out a long sigh of relief. His face showed a mixture of satisfaction and a faint sense of disappointment. At this moment, Zhou Yuding leaned closer to her. Shaoli, when did you become so forgetful? I remember you had a very good memory. Chuyueli blushed slightly. It's probably because I've been under a lot of pressure lately. Really? You wouldn't be making up an excuse to let your brother possess you, would you? Zhou Yuding looked at her suspiciously. Chuyueli quickly shook her head. Of course not. Why would I do that? Zhou Yuding looked at her intertwined fingers and frowned deeply. Shaoli, you twist your fingers when you're nervous. You're not lying, are you? Chuyueli's heart skipped a beat, and she chuckled awkwardly. How could that be? Why would I lie to you? She did lie. Zhou Yuding was right. She pretended not to be able to learn and deliberately let Lu Chang'an's consciousness spend more time with her. Fearing that Zhou Yuding would pursue the matter, she quickly changed the subject. Brother Chang'an, what are you rushing off to? Hearing her ask that, Zhou Yuding's attention was immediately diverted. Perhaps something happened to Lalaya. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly noticed that the bubbles were trembling slightly. She quickly went to the window and looked out, only to see that the area of the blister was increasing. Her beautiful eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, It's a vehicle upgrade. Yes, Lu Chang'an left in a hurry because Lalaya was about to level up. He returned to the room and saw that Lalaya was shimmering with a bright light. He immediately chose to upgrade. The next instant, Lalaya's body suddenly grew larger. Her figure became even hotter and sexier, and her whole body was full of strange charm. The area of the water bubble is also changing dramatically, from 1,000 square meters to 2,000 square meters. Her attributes also underwent a huge change. Vehicle, Mermaid Queen, Tier 5. Trait 1, Ocean Affinity. Sailing speed, plus 80%. Resource extraction, plus 80%. Trait 2, Soul Symbiosis. Shares attributes, skills, and life essence. Feature 3, Hydra Sensitivity. Can sense information from the surrounding ocean up to 8,000 meters away. Feature 4, Deep Sea Diving. Consumes additional stamina to allow the bubble to enter the seabed for underwater navigation. Characteristic 5, Water Spirit Protection. Can consume additional stamina to generate protective power from water bubbles. Upgrade Energy 0/1 000 Upon seeing these attributes, Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. Not only did the values increase significantly, but the sailing speed and resource extraction rate also increased from 70% to 80%, and the perception distance jumped from 5,000 meters to 8,000 meters. There's also a new feature, Water Spirit Guardian. The membrane of the blister originally had no special function, but now it has a protective effect. This not only enhanced the bubble's defenses, but also made him more capable of dealing with the impending apocalypse. He quickly looked at her personal attribute panel again. Name, Lalaya. Constitution, 3712 plus 2970. Strength, 3,667 plus 2,934. Agility, 3,701 plus 2,961. Spirit, 3,689 plus 2,952. Lucky, Invisible. Bloodline, Abyss Shark King, SSS-rank sealed. Upon seeing her attributes, he was overjoyed. This upgrade directly increased his attributes by as much as 2,000 points, and with the talent bonus, it became 3,600 points, bringing his total attributes to over 6,600 points. This is more than twice as strong as before. As expected of an SS-level bloodline, its growth potential is unparalleled. The characteristics remain unchanged, still being the same for Abyssal Sea Spirit, Soul-Stealing Demonic Sound, Royal Intimidation, and Deep Sea Overlord. And in terms of skills, there's now one more item. Additional skill, Water Frenzy. Absorbs the essence of water, increasing all attributes by 50%. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. Upon seeing this skill, Lu Chang'an couldn't help but laugh. This is a rare burst-type skill. Although it can only improve the user's base attributes and not his talent bonuses, its effect is still powerful enough. Taking Lalaya as an example, after using this skill, her attributes can reach 8,500 points, which is very close to the 10,000 point mark. Don't forget, she can also suppress her opponent's attributes by 20%. In other words, even against an opponent with 10,000 attribute points, she can still outstat them. More importantly, while most burst skills have side effects, this one doesn't. After using it, she can maintain her normal combat strength. As expected of a mutated skill resulting from an SSS level talent, it is indeed powerful. In his moment of joy, powerful energy flowed into his body, and he could clearly feel his body becoming stronger. Muscles, bones, internal organs, and the 5 senses are all growing at an extremely rapid pace. A moment later, after the energy dissipated, he opened his interface. Player, Lu Chang'an. Constitution, 6802. Strength, 6,783. Agility, 6,755. Spirit, 6,776. Lucky, Invisible. Compared to Lalaya, his attributes are stronger and more luxurious. Looking at his own attributes, he suddenly realized something. Lalaya's attributes are clearly divided into his base attributes and his talent bonuses, but he doesn't have those. Does this mean that when he uses Water Fury, he increases the power of this attribute by 50%? If that's the case, his attributes will approach 10,000 points in his maximum burst state, which is already A-grade attributes. Just then, Lalaya suddenly revealed a cold expression. The Harpy is here. Chapter 82, A Complete Domination, the Frustrated A-rank Commander. Lu Chang'an led the women outside and saw a large patch of dark clouds flying in from afar. Of course, those weren't real dark clouds, but a large flock of harpies. The leader was enormous, with a wingspan of tens of meters, looking about the size of a passenger plane, and its presence was astonishing. Chirp, chirp. Upon seeing it, the red phoenix let out a defiant cry. Lu Chang'an gently patted it. We'll defeat him in a moment. The red phoenix sang softly, transforming into a beam of red light that became his armor. Chu Yuli's arrival brought her to level 3. After transforming into armor, it was no longer just a breastplate, but a vest that protected her chest and abdomen. The wings behind him had grown a bit bigger, but they still couldn't carry him as he flew. Lalaya, you'll be in charge of defense during the battle. You can test the defensive strength and energy consumption of the bubbles as needed. He began assigning tasks. Understood, Lalaya nodded. Lu Chang'an then looked at Chu Yuli. Shaoli, you'll be in charge of controlling the arrow tower and protecting Yuting in a bit. Yes. Chu Yuli immediately accepted the order. Brother, are you planning to fight that A-level commander alone? Zhou Yuting asked. Both Lalaya and Chu Yuli looked at him. Lu Chang'an smiled faintly. It's not about risking our lives, but we must show our style. The girls all looked at him with puzzled expressions. Show your style. What does that mean? Before Lu Chang'an could answer, the harpy leader had already arrived above them. It looked down at them, its eyes full of disdain. You are the ones who killed our people? Lu Chang'an did not answer, but simply gave a thumbs-down gesture. Intelligent races all know what such a gesture means, and the harpy leader was no exception. It let out a roar and swooped down at him. The battle began instantly. A cold glint flashed in Lu Chang'an's eyes. Wayaloha, activat. Red Phoenix Trait 3. All birds pay homage to the Phoenix, open. 2 invisible waves instantly enveloped the entire area. All harpies, including A-rank commanders, saw their attributes plummet by 35%. The harpy leader was both shocked and furious. She never expected that her strength would be weakened so much at the very beginning of the battle, leaving her with only a little over 60% of her full strength. Of course, this did not scare it away. On the contrary, it aroused its ferocity. With a flap of its wings, a streak of blue air cut through the air and shot towards him. Blue skill, Wind Slash. Lu Chang'an gave a soft shout and activated the Water Fury. A surge of frenzied power poured into his body, causing his attributes to skyrocket, all exceeding 10,000 points. A powerful force emanated from his body, causing both Lalaya and Chu Yuli to show expressions of shock. A slight smile played on his lips. As expected, all the attributes were his own and did not affect the bonus. He leaped into the air, shooting towards the harpy leader. He took out the soul-snatching sword and slashed back at the incoming wind with a powerful strike. Boom! The moment the blade made contact with the wind slash, a loud explosion rang out, and the soul stealer easily shattered the wind slash. He kept dying, continuing to rush towards it. The harpy leader let out a shriek, and a bright light appeared on its body, with several huge vortexes appearing around it. The power of bloodline, the fury of the raging wind. A B-rank harpy commander can only condense one vortex, while this one can condense several, making it far more powerful. Lu Chang'an snorted softly, and in a flash, he disappeared from his original spot and appeared above it. He naturally wouldn't give it the chance to unleash its bloodline power. Try this, he shouted, using the power of the red kite to spew phoenix flames at it. An airflow barrier immediately appeared around its body, attempting to block the phoenix true flame. But it never expected that, in the face of the domineering phoenix true flame, this barrier would be as thin as paper and be directly burned through. Its body was also set ablaze, engulfing it in flames. GAA. The harpy leader let out a screech, forcibly interrupting the release of her bloodline power, and tried to escape while fighting the fire. Did I say you could leave? Lu Chang'an scoffed. Azure wave chains. A huge chain bound it, rendering it unable to move. Although it only lasted for less than a second before it broke free. That 1 second was enough for Lu Chang'an to do a lot of things. He teleported above it again, took out the craftsman's hammer, and smashed it heavily on its head. It suddenly felt a violent shock in its mind, and everything went dark. Feature 1. 20% chance to stun the target upon hit. It's still a grade A product, and the dizziness effect only lasts for less than a second. But in that short time, Lu Chang'an swung his hammer again. Bang! The dizziness property was triggered again. It had just recovered from dizziness when it fell into dizziness again. Just as it finally regained consciousness, Lu Chang'an's hammer arrived again, triggering its first characteristic and causing it to become dizzy once more. Fortunately, the dizziness was not triggered again the next time, and it finally regained consciousness. However, it then realized that its body was falling rapidly. It tried to flap its wings, but found that it couldn't fly at all. It quickly turned its head and saw that its right wing had been burned bald, and all the feathers had been burned off. Lu Chang'an deliberately made it lose its ability to fly. Despicable and shameless humans. It screamed in frustration as it plunged into the sea. It possesses powerful attributes, advanced bloodline power, and high-level skills, yet cannot utilize them effectively, which makes it feel incredibly frustrated and on the verge of exploding. But its frustration had only just begun. The sea was Lu Chang'an's home turf. Consumption was halved, injuries were halved, and it could even heal itself. Meanwhile, it was being suppressed in every way. The one-sided beating began. Upon seeing this, Lalaya, Chu Yueli, and Zhou Yuding all showed expressions of surprise and delight. They had thought this battle would be very difficult, but to their surprise, Lu Chang'an suppressed the Harpy commander throughout the battle with almost no effort. Only now did they realize what he meant by showing off his style. This is his unique style, the style of a strong person. Whether it was Chu Yuli, Zhou Yuding, or even Lalaya, they all showed expressions of admiration. You should know that this is a genuine A-level monster. GAA. Upon seeing their leader fall into the water, the remaining harpies let out urgent cries and rushed toward the bubbles at breakneck speed. Stop them! Lalaya stepped forward and stopped several B-rank harpies. Chu Yueli wielded the raging waves, manipulating the arrow towers while simultaneously eliminating any stragglers. The battle immediately intensified. At first, the two sides were deadlocked. Kolea and Chu Yueli were ultimately only two people, while there were hundreds of harpies. Unable to be in two places at once, the situation gradually became unfavorable for them. After holding out for several minutes, one of the arrow towers was destroyed. This became a domino effect, with more and more arrow towers being destroyed, and the situation becoming increasingly precarious. Left with no other choice, Lalaya had to activate water spirit protection, but this took a heavy toll on her stamina, and she couldn't sustain it for long under the attack of hundreds of harpies. Just when the situation was extremely critical, Lu Chang'an emerged from the sea, dragging the unconscious harpy leader, and shouted at the harpy. Stop if you don't want it to die. Chapter 83, asking for an exorbitant demand. The harpies, who were originally planning to break through the bubble in one fell swoop, let out angry hisses when they saw Lu Chang'an dragging the commander. Lu Chang'an aimed this soul-stealing technique at the heart of the response demoness. Step back. The harpies were extremely unwilling, but since their leader's life was in his hands, they had no choice but to retreat for fear of harming him. This made both Lalaya and Chu Yueli breathe a sigh of relief. Chu Yueli, her face filled with sorrow, apologized to him. Brother Chang'an, it's all my fault. Please punish me. Lalaya also spoke up in shame. It's my fault for not doing a good job. Lu Chang'an fought an A-level leader alone, but they couldn't even handle these lackeys, which made them feel ashamed. Lu Chang'an smiled at them. You have done very well. There are only 2 of you, while there are 500 of them. These were his true feelings. No matter how capable they were, there were only 2 of them. However, through this battle, he also discovered his weaknesses. First, Lalaya had no weapons and lacked the means to inflict mass destruction. If she can inflict significant damage on low-level harpies, the course of the battle will change considerably. Second, there are too few people. As the area of the bubble expands, they alone are simply unable to protect all directions of the bubble. Recruiting staff needs to be put on the agenda. His words of comfort brought gratitude to both women. We lost quite a few arrow towers this time, which is a huge amount of materials, Zhou Yuding sighed. Both Lalaya and Chu Yueli showed expressions of heartache. Lu Chang'an laughed and said, Don't worry, we can make back all our losses 100-fold. The girls all looked at him with puzzled expressions. How did he earn that much? Lalaya, you'll be the translator. Lu Chang'an gave Lalaya an order, then kicked the harpy leader in the head. It slowly awoke, and upon seeing its surroundings, It flew into a rage and struggled to get up. Lu Chang'an slammed a hammer into its forehead. Behave yourself. It immediately became dizzy, and after it recovered, it hissed a few times. Lalia translated. It said, "Kill it if you want, don't humiliate it." Lu Chang'an asked, "What is your purpose?" "Of course, we must make the murderers who killed our people pay the price." Lu Chang'an stared at it. "Is this only one of the purposes?" It looked surprised but didn't say anything. Lu Chang'an made the red phoenix revert to its bird form and smiled at it. "Hong Wan, would you like to eat roasted bird meat? Let's burn off all its feathers first." Hong Wan, in coordination, unleashed a burst of phoenix flame. The harpy leader trembled and cried out in grief and indignation. "Despicable, shameless, vile human being. You can't do this." It was an A-level powerhouse, and a succubus at that, with a natural love of beauty. How could it accept having all its feathers burned off? "As long as you tell the truth, I will not only let you go, but I will also give you a reward." The harpy leader didn't care about any merit. She didn't believe he could give her any, but she cherished her feathers. "I have been sent by the queen to find the merman fugitive in exchange for food." Lu Chang'an laughed upon hearing this. Just as he had expected, the harpies were lacking food. Extreme cold descended, freezing the sea surface. This was a huge blow to the harpies, as their main food source was sea creatures in shallow waters. Now that the sea is frozen, they're unable to break the ice to hunt, and naturally, they are short of food. This is also why he chose to wait a few days before making arrangements, because after being hungry for a while, they will be more eager for food. "You're on the bubble right now. Have you seen the mermaid fugitive?" he asked. It glanced at Lalia, then slowly shook its head. It could still distinguish between sirens and mermaids. "So, do you think you can get food in exchange?" Lu Chang'an coaxed. It still shook its head, saying that even if they captured Lalia, the merfolk would not acknowledge her. "Then what are you going to do?" It looked completely bewildered, having no idea what to do. Lu Chang'an smiled. "I do have a batch of freshly killed sea beasts that I'm planning to deal with." It scoffed. "You have sea creatures? How many? How many sea creatures can a human produce?" "A few dozen at most." Lu Chang'an held up 5 fingers. "What? 5 heads? Are you kidding me?" It looked at it with disdain. 5 heads weren't enough for it to eat. Lu Chang'an shook his head. "It's 5 million. The number of these celestial sea beasts has gradually increased. Yesterday, he saved humanity, and many people deliberately made several transactions to express their gratitude to him. This increased the number of sea monster carcasses piled up in his warehouse to a staggering 5 million. What? 5 million? The harpy leader's eyes widened in disbelief. It's important to know that the total number of harpies is only about 1 million, and 5 million sea monsters would be enough for them to survive for a very long time. "So, are you interested?" Lu Chang'an asked. The harpy rolled her eyes. "I have no idea whether you're telling the truth or not. You can ask Princess Fran of Naga about my integrity." It certainly knew the name Fran. After all, this was her territory. Since he instructed it to inquire with Fran, it probably wasn't a lie. After thinking for a moment, it finally spoke. "This matter is too important for me to make a decision on my own. I need to report to the queen." He persuaded it to ask the harpy queen about this matter. "I understand that you want to report to the queen, but before that, there is one more thing you need to do." "What?" "Make compensation to me." Lu Chang'an looked directly at it. "What? Compensation?" It was completely astonished. Lu Chang'an sneered. "What? You've damaged my facilities and frightened my companions. Don't you want to compensate me?" "But you have also killed many of my own kind," it roared. "Weren't you the ones who started the fight? If you hadn't attacked us, would we have fought back?" Lu Chang'an retorted. Ew. It roared in fury, but could not utter a word. After all, they were the ones who struck first. "Whether you want to make compensation or not is up to you. I'll only wait 1 minute. If you don't agree, I'll have no choice but to sell the sea beast to someone else," Lu Chang'an said coldly. It was both shocked and furious. If it delayed important matters because it didn't want to pay compensation, the harpy queen would definitely not forgive it. "How do you want compensation?" It could only ask through gritted teeth. 10 grade A crystal cores, Lu Chang'an demanded outrageously. In fact, all the losses combined amount to at most 1 B-grade crystal core. Moreover, the compensation has already been received because Lalia killed 2 B-rank harpies. It immediately flew into a rage. Damn it! Where did I get so many A-grade crystal cores from? Grade A sea beasts are no ordinary sea beasts. Each one has a powerful background, making it extremely difficult to obtain their crystal cores. Therefore, Grade A crystal cores are exceptionally valuable. Lu Chang'an said to La Leia, "Kill it, take the crystal core, and then trade with other races." Upon hearing this, it was greatly alarmed and quickly said, "I can offer compensation, but all I have in my assets are 5 Grade A crystal cores." Faced with the choice between death and financial ruin, yet the possibility of achieving merit, how could he not know which option to choose? Lu Chang'an smiled faintly. Deal. Chapter 84, The Naga Princess's Quirks. Watching the Harpy leader's disheveled figure as she left, Zhou Yuding asked, "Brother, he shouldn't renege on his debt and run away, right?" After discussing a series of matters, Lu Chang'an let it go. Lu Chang'an shook his head. If it doesn't run away, it will at most lose some property. But if it does run away, it is very likely to lose its life, which is a matter of great importance to the survival of the species. Will they agree to the deal? Of course, they don't have many good options. In the extreme cold, food is scarce for all races. No one but us will sell them food. Zhou Yuding said with a grin. Then wouldn't it be a good opportunity for us to fleece them? That's what we're going to slaughter. A glint of light flashed in Lu Chang'an's eyes. In a few days, once the extreme cold passes and the sea thaws, these sea monster carcasses will be worthless. Zhou Yuding covered her mouth and laughed. Brother is so naughty, but I like it. I like it too. Chu Yueli whispered in agreement. Zhou Yuding gave her a suspicious look. Lu Chang'an smiled and looked at La Leia. How was my performance just now? Not bad. A hint of admiration flashed in Lalia's eyes. She was more than satisfied with his performance. She even had a little bit of admiration for him. However, fearing he might become disrespectful, she reminded him again. But it's only at the first level, so its strength is limited. They have no concept of attributes, and use rank to measure the difference in level within the same grade. Taking rank A as an example, anything with attributes between 10,000 and 100,000 is considered rank A. Attributes of 10,000 are Tier 1, 20,000 are Tier 2, and so on. At lower levels, a difference of 1 rank doesn't make much of a difference, but as levels increase, the difference of 1 rank becomes extremely significant. Each tier in A level differs by 10,000 points, while S level differs by as much as 100,000 points. What rank were you at your peak? Lu Chang'an asked. 7th rank. Lu Chang'an gave her a thumbs up. Awesome. He knew she was strong, but he didn't expect her to be this strong. With over 700,000 attribute points, she was practically invincible. Lalia looked at him intently. You will definitely be stronger than me. This was her honest opinion. She had complete faith in him. Lu Chang'an patted her shoulder. So, you have to keep going? The stronger she is, the stronger he becomes. The harder she works, the stronger he becomes. Keep it up, innate divine body of ox and horse. Lalia looked at him with a puzzled expression, wondering what this had to do with her. Lu Chang'an naturally wouldn't explain to her. He went to the arrow tower and repaired the damaged parts one by one. They also extracted crystal cores and materials from the dead harpy, obtaining a total of 7 B-grade crystal cores, 54 C-grade crystal cores, and over 100 D-grade crystal cores. He gave all the B-grade crystal cores to Lalia, distributed the C-grade crystal cores to Zhou Yuding and Chu Yueli, and placed the D-grade crystal cores in the arrow towers to enhance their attack power. Lalia now requires a whopping 1 million units of energy to upgrade, so there's no point in absorbing anything below B rank anymore. The cost effectiveness is too low. Giving it to Chu Yueli and Zhou Yuding would be perfect. The communication conch shell vibrated immediately after the crystal nuclei were separated. He took it out, and Fran's voice immediately came from it. You defeated the harpy leader? Yes. It contacted you to ask about me. Yes. It asked you if it was credible, and of course I said yes. I didn't expect you to grow so fast. You're already able to defeat an A-level opponent. Fran's voice was full of surprise. She thought it would take him a while to have the strength to defeat an A-level opponent, but she didn't expect that he could do it in just a few days. Lu Chang'an smiled faintly. Just lucky. Excessive humility is arrogance. All right, I'd like to know what rank are you? Lu Chang'an asked directly. Fran chuckled. What? You're getting cocky just from defeating a tier 1A rank. At least give me a goal to strive for, right? Alright then, I'm about to reach the 8th rank. You'll have a tough time defeating me. Fran's voice carried a hint of arrogance. Of course, she has reason to be proud. Having such strength in just 1,000 years is extremely rare in the entire Endless Sea. Indeed impressive. Lu Chang'an raised an eyebrow. Defeating her within a month would indeed be difficult, but it's not impossible. Of course, if we really can't win, we can just run away. What does Su Xian's promise do you have to do with me, Lu Chang'an? Keep trying. I'm waiting for you to defeat me. Fran giggled. By the way, what happened between you and the harpy? She was somewhat curious as to why the harpy would ask him if he was trustworthy. It's nothing, I just want to do some business with them. He briefly explained what had happened. Our tribe also lacks food, and you have such a good thing, but you don't think of me? Fran's voice was somewhat resentful, even though they were the closest of companions. Lu Chang'an laughed and said, What? Do you want me to trick you? You're planning to trick them? Tell me quickly, how? Fran suddenly became interested. Don't worry, you'll know in a few days. Lu Chang'an kept everyone in suspense, and Falon pressed him for an answer several times without success. What a jerk. Doesn't he know how curious people are? She muttered. Lu Chang'an ignored her complaints. What do the octopus and the black tortoise say? I've kept them occupied for now, so they won't be able to bother you for the next few days. Okay. Lu Chang'an thought for a moment. What do you think the price of a sea monster carcass should be? He planned to find out the market price from her. The price corresponds to the level of the sea beast. However, since all races are currently facing food shortages, doubling the price shouldn't be a problem. Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. The 5 million corpses he had, even if they were all F-grade, would be worth 10 million F-grade crystal cores, which is equivalent to 100 A-grade crystal cores. Of course, this is just the market price. His appetite goes far beyond that. I've helped you so much, stopping the octopus turtle, giving you information, and speaking well of you. Shouldn't you repay me in some way? Fran asked again. Lu Chang'an's eyes flashed. Are you planning to get a piece of the pie? Would you be willing to share? Fran asked back. No, Lu Chang'an said bluntly. Fran sighed. You really have no conscience. I've helped you so much. Don't you even want to give me anything in return? Everything else is negotiable, but supplies are not available. Lu Chang'an's attitude was unusually firm. No one can take away the resources I've painstakingly accumulated. Fran giggled and said, I don't want these things. I want to see with my own eyes how you trick them. Her curiosity about Lu Chang'an far outweighed her curiosity about the supplies or crystal cores. Your tastes are really strange, Lu Chang'an remarked. Then it's settled. I'll be here to watch your negotiations. Fran ended the call with a series of silvery laughs. Lu Chang'an smiled faintly. I'm also looking forward to the negotiations. Chapter 85, Plucking the Harpy Queen's Hair. Lu Chang'an thought he would have to wait 2 days for the harpies to give him a reply, but to his surprise, the harpy leader returned early the next morning. The feathers on its wings were somehow repaired, but its complexion was still very poor. If you lose everything, you're bound to be in a bad mood. It dropped a bag for Lu Chang'an. There are 5 grade A crystal cores inside. I owe you nothing. Lu Chang'an accepted it with a smile. You truly keep your promise. The harpy leader was greatly annoyed. What if he breaks his promise? He'll disrupt a major clan affair, and the queen will kill him. He took out a crystal ball, looking rather annoyed. Her Majesty the Queen will contact you shortly. I hope you will show her respect. This crystal ball is similar to a communication conch shell, capable of transmitting sound and images. Lu Chang'an smiled faintly. Of course, I always respect those who deserve respect. To earn his respect, you must first be worthy of it. The harpy leader stood to one side, her face cold, and said nothing more. Fran is here, Lalaya suddenly whispered to him. Sure enough, a short while later, a clear voice rang out. It seems I've arrived just in time. Along with this sound, a slender figure appeared and gracefully approached. It was Fran. She did not grow to gigantic size, but remained the size of a normal person. She approached Lu Chang'an with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling as she looked him over. You've become so much stronger in just a few days. Thanks to you, Lu Chang'an said with a smile. You have such a sweet tongue. Friend gave him a charming smile and pulled out a chair to sit down. As soon as she sat down, the crystal ball emitted a bright light, and a figure was projected from it. This was a stunningly beautiful woman with a pair of pure white wings behind her, and her appearance was somewhat similar to that of a legendary angel. "Greetings, your majesty." Upon seeing her, the harpy leader immediately bowed. She is the harpy queen, named White Feather. 100 years ago, when I met her, she was an S-rank, second tier. Lalia transmitted to him. Bayu's gaze swept over Fran and Lalia before finally landing on him. She didn't speak, seemingly waiting for him to bow. Lu Chang'an didn't say anything, but just looked at her with a playful expression. "How dare you? You've seen the queen." The harpy leader roared in anger. But before he could finish speaking, Fran lashed him away with her tail. Bayu snorted coldly. "Your Highness's actions seem somewhat impolite." The harpy leader was one of her people, and Fran slapped it away in front of her, which was disrespectful to her. Fran flicked her tail and yawned. "I haven't been getting enough rest lately, and I can't stand people yelling in my ear." Such an arrogant attitude clearly shows that he doesn't take Bayu seriously. Of course, she also had enough to back her up. The harpy was nothing compared to the Naga. "Then your Highness should take care to rest." Bayu was annoyed, but he could only suppress his anger. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly and gave Fran a thumbs up. Fran returned his smile with a charming smile. The exchange of glances between the two men secretly annoyed Bayu, and she said coldly, "Su Xian, I heard you have 5 million sea monster corpses?" His words were full of arrogance and lacked any politeness. "Yes, Bayu," Lu Chang'an said calmly. He will respond in the same way she treats him. Bayu was furious that a lowly human dared to call her by her name, but out of respect for Fran and because she needed his help, she could only suppress her anger. "At what price are you planning to sell it?" Instead of answering, Lu Chang'an asked, "At what price do you plan to buy it?" He will not relinquish the initiative. Bayu coldly replied, 10 grade A crystal cores. She wouldn't reveal her hand first. Lu Chang'an turned to Falon. "Your Highness, I've heard that your tribe is also short of food. I wonder if your Highness would be interested." "Of course, that's exactly why I came here," Fran said with a smile. Bayu was secretly annoyed. She knew the two of them were acting, but she still had to speak up. "How much do you want?" Lu Chang'an sneered. "The quantity is indeed 10, but they are not crystal cores, but legendary items." As soon as he said this, the others all looked at him with astonishment. What he wants is not the crystal core, but a legendary item. 10 legendary items. Bayu's face immediately darkened. "Su Xian, are you joking with me?" Legendary items are called legendary because of their rarity. Their value cannot be measured by A-grade crystal cores. Even if the Harpy clan could produce 10 legendary treasures, they would still be severely weakened. Lalia and Fran quickly gave him meaningful glances. The price was far too high, and Bayu wouldn't agree to it. Lu Chang'an seemed oblivious to their glances and simply spoke. "If you think this price is too high, then what do you think would be a reasonable price?" 100 grade A crystal cores. Bayu quoted the market price. 7 legendary items. Lu Chang'an made another offer. Bayu retorted angrily. "How can mere food be measured by legendary treasures?" Lu Chang'an sneered. "I thought you were a benevolent emperor, but I never expected that you would disregard the lives of millions of your people for a few inanimate objects." The accusation of disregarding the lives of his people caused Bayu's expression to change drastically. This was an infamy that no ambitious and aspiring emperor could bear. Moreover, the Harpies are not a monolithic entity. Many ambitious individuals secretly covet her throne. If this gets out, it will severely damage her prestige and could even trigger a rebellion. "I do care about the lives of my people, but that's not a weapon for you to blackmail me." "Do you really think I need to make a deal with you?" she said sternly. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly. "Even the Naga don't have enough food. Who do you think can sell you millions of sea monsters? Besides, as far as I know, both the Naga and the mermaids are preparing to buy food in large quantities. If you were the seller, who would you sell to?" Bayu's expression changed several times upon hearing this. She knew that all the tribes were short of food, and there were indeed very few sellers, and the quantity they sold was also small, which was far from enough for her. If both the mermaids and the Naga need to buy food, it will be a huge crisis for her. Because the harpy has a bad reputation among the sea creatures. If there were a seller, they would definitely choose the naga or the mermaid, not her. However, she never expected that Lu Chang'an was talking nonsense, and even spreading rumors in front of Falon. Fran didn't expose him, which she interpreted as tacit agreement. 1. No more than that, she said through gritted teeth. She finally relented and changed the exchange from crystal cores to legendary items. Lu Chang'an shook his head. 5 items, no less than that. 2 items. That's my bottom line. Baiyu said angrily. Every legendary item was her precious possession, and giving it away was like a knife to her heart. 4 items. That's my bottom line. Lu Chang'an said coldly. 2 items. No more than that. Baiyu roared. If you don't agree, fine. I'd rather bear the infamy than be robbed by you. 4 items. If you don't want to give them, then forget it. Lu Chang'an gritted his teeth. Human, aren't you afraid that we will use the full strength of our race to attack you? Baiyu threatened. Lu Chang'an sneered. I'll be visiting Princess Falon soon. Come on over if you dare. I want to see if Her Highness will kick me out first, or if you'll all starve to death first. You, shameless. Baiyu roared in fury. Likewise, Lu Chang'an retorted. Seeing the two staring at each other like fighting cocks, Fran couldn't help but laugh. How about this? You each compromise and give us 3 items. Baiyu gritted his teeth, pondered for a moment, and finally became interested. 3 items it is. If you refuse, then let's fight to the death. Okay, 3 items it is, but I have one condition. Explain. I need a wide-range defensive item. I am outnumbered and need to protect myself. Lu Chang'an's eyes flashed. This was his true purpose. He only wanted to exchange these sea monster corpses for a defensive item. Anything extra would be pure profit. Baiyu did not refuse the request and quickly agreed. In a fit of rage, she was about to hang up the call. Wait a minute. Lu Chang'an called out to her again. What else do you want? Baiyu roared in anger. When your subordinate flew out just now, he crashed into my arrow tower. You have to compensate me with 10 A-grade crystal cores. Lilia needs 5 more A-grade crystal cores to upgrade, so I'll just give them to her. Fine. Su Xian, I'll remember you. Baiyu said angrily, then cut off the call. Lu Chang'an laughed when he saw this. He had plucked all the feathers off the Harpy Queen. This is a huge windfall. The Harpy Queen's hatred? What does what Su Xian did have to do with Lu Chang'an? Chapter 86, a decision that risks a lifetime of happiness. Seeing the call end, Fran asked Lu Chang'an curiously, Are 3 items your bottom line? Lu Chang'an chuckled. Of course not. I originally only wanted 1. Fran was taken aback, then burst into laughter. His acting was so convincing that even she had been fooled. After a while, she stopped smiling and said, You're such a bad guy. It's not that I'm bad, it's just that she's too stupid, Lu Chang'an said with a smile. Fran suddenly looked at him with a half-smile. So in your eyes, am I just as stupid as she is? You're not even as good as her, he thought to himself. However, his face was full of sincerity. Your Highness's words have hurt my feelings. I sincerely consider your Highness a friend. Lilia turned around, pretending to tidy up her things. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to hold back her laughter. Fran extended her snake tail, coiled it around his waist, pulled him close, and bared her sharp fangs at him. If you dare to lie to me, I'll bite you to death. Lu Chang'an smiled and lifted her snake tail, playing with it in his hand. We are the closest of partners. Why will we lie to you? The sensation from the snake's tail made Fran's delicate body tremble slightly. Her face flushed, and her fierce appearance vanished instantly. I'll trust you this once. You can always trust me, Lu Chang'an chuckled. Then let me ask you, you said I'd find out how you tricked Baiyu in a few days. What exactly did you mean? She looked at him curiously. Lu Chang'an frowned slightly, deciding to reveal some of the truth to her. After all, if she hadn't stood up for him today, he wouldn't have achieved so much. The extreme cold will dissipate in a few days, and the sea will thaw. Hee hee ha. Fran laughed so hard she was doubled over, unable to straighten up. The thawing of the sea means that the harpies can obtain food and do not need to buy it. Baiyu was completely tricked into losing 3 legendary items this time. When she finds out the truth, she'll probably be furious. After she finished laughing, Lu Chang'an's expression turned serious. That's not the point. The point is the next few days. What happened in the next few days? Stars will fall from the sky into the sea, triggering a series of disasters. You must prepare in advance, Lu Chang'an said in a deep voice. Fran was taken aback. Are you serious? The fall of a star is an unusual event no matter how you look at it. Yes. Lu Chang'an put his hand on her shoulder. But I hope you won't tell anyone that I was the one who revealed this, okay? It's best not to let others know that you can predict natural disasters. Don't others know? Fran looked at Lilia. Lu Chang'an nodded to her. Yes, I only told you. He didn't tell her. She saw it herself. His trust warmed Fran's heart, and her face became serious. I won't tell anyone. Lu Chang'an nodded with satisfaction. The naive young girl was easy to fool. Fran thought for a moment. I will tell my mother in another way that if it is true, I will receive a reward, and we will split it equally. Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. This was an unexpected delight. However, this wouldn't show on his face. I'm telling you this only to keep you safe, not for a reward. These words deeply moved Fran. The sea creatures around her were either afraid of her, fawning over her, or harboring ulterior motives. None of them had ever cared for her or looked after her so sincerely. She was about to say something when her expression suddenly changed. Sometimes she listened intently, and sometimes her lips moved slightly, as if she were communicating with someone. A moment later, she looked at him with a disappointed expression and said, Something has come up in my clan, and I need to go back. Lu Chang'an smiled and said, Clan affairs are important. I'll see you off. The two approached the edge of the bubble, where Mara was already waiting in the water. Fran stopped, seemingly wanting to say something, but then stopping herself. Lu Chang'an noticed, If you have anything to say, just say it. If you're willing to follow me, I can give you anything you want, Fran said, revealing her true feelings and trying to recruit him once again. This was no longer just a simple recruitment. She wanted to keep him by her side. He was novel and interesting, and he cared for her so much and treated her so well that she wanted to keep him. Lu Chang'an sighed softly. Full on, everyone has their own mission. If I could, I wouldn't want to be wandering around like this either. Fran paused for a moment, then asked, If you complete your mission, will you agree to my request? Lu Chang'an laughed. You know, I've never been against being a kept man. Puff. Fran couldn't help but laugh. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, Remember, 1 month from now, defeat me by any means necessary. Don't worry, I will. Lu Chang'an nodded. Fran gave him a deep look, then turned and jumped into the sea. Mara quickly followed. Your Highness, is His Majesty really going to publicly choose a spouse for you? Yes. Fran's expression darkened. Her mother had been trying to find her a spouse, but she kept making excuses to avoid it. Last time, she even used Lu Chang'an to drive away a large number of suitable candidates. This greatly displeased her mother, who then decided to choose a spouse for her herself. I just informed her about this. Did you agree? Mara asked hurriedly. I can't disobey my mother's orders, Fran sighed softly. Her mother has a domineering personality, and once she's made up her mind, it's unchangeable. If she says she'll find her a spouse, then she absolutely must. Fran's eyes lit up. However, I've secured a glimmer of hope for myself. What? Her face was full of anticipation. If you want to become my spouse, you must defeat me. Mara's eyes widened. You mean Su Xian? Fran's eyes held a hint of longing and determination. I believe in him. He can definitely do it. After seeing Fran off, Lu Chang'an waited another day. The next morning, the unfortunate harpy leader reappeared. I have come to trade with you on His Majesty's orders, it said to Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an brought it to a vast, empty ice field, and then, with a slightly excited heart, opened his shop. In an instant, countless sea monster corpses appeared out of thin air, piling up the entire ice field like a small mountain. Looking at the mountain of sea beast carcasses, Lu Chang'an smiled from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't easy. They finally made their move. He had been unable to open his shop due to the overflow of sea monster carcasses, but now he has finally been able to. The harpy leader was also quite excited. It had been starving for several days and was finally going to have a good meal. It took out a bracelet and put all the sea monster corpses inside. Then it tossed another identical bracelet to Lu Chang'an. Everything you need is inside. Having said that, he didn't want to stay a moment longer and spread his wings and flew away. Lu Chang'an looked at the bracelet in his hand, and his eyes immediately lit up. Nice one. Chapter 87 in Proper Clothes. Space Bracelet. Durability, 500. Capacity, 100 slots. Quality, Gold, Legendary. Effect, similar items can be stacked, and the items will not spoil. As expected of a legendary item, it has 100 slots of space. With it, you can carry important items with you, and you won't have to run back and forth when you encounter resource-rich islands. Currently, there are 2 items and 10 grade A crystal cores inside. One of the items is a stone tablet. Boundary marker. Durability, 50,000. Quality, Gold, Legendary. Effect, using a crystal core activates a defensive barrier. The barrier's durability depends on the crystal core's energy, with a maximum of 50,000 points. Upon seeing its attributes, he was overjoyed. With it, the bubble has extremely strong defensive capabilities. Even a fully powered Lalaya would take a long time to attack with 50,000 durability points. It should be no problem to deal with Starfall. More importantly, as long as the crystal core exists, it has the ability to continue operating. He currently has 15 A-grade crystal cores, which, after accounting for the upgrade needs of Lalaya, should be enough to support her through the natural disaster. With delight, he looked at another prop. Pearl Strapless Bra. Durability, 500. Defense, 100. Quality, Gold, Legendary. Effect, reduces damage taken by 20% when attacked. Women only. He blinked. It was indeed an extremely powerful defensive piece of equipment. However, its design was quite daring, being entirely woven from pearls and covering a very limited area. Just imagining wearing this is enough to stir my emotions. What's inside the bracelet? Lalaya asked him. He subconsciously looked towards her chest. Lalaya immediately felt his gaze, and her face flushed instantly. She scolded him playfully. I'm asking you a question. Lu Chang'an withdrew his gaze and coughed lightly. There are 2 items inside, one of which is a piece of protective gear specifically for women. I plan to give it to you to use. Thank you. When I return to the merfolk, I will return something of equal value to you. Lalaya felt a warmth in her heart. The fact that she was the first person to be thought of when there was something good made her very touched and happy. However, its design might be a bit unusual, so you should be prepared, Lu Chang'an said, laying the groundwork for the future. What's the big deal? As long as it works, that's all that matters, Lalaya said dismissively. You said it yourself. Lu Chang'an reminded her, handing her the pearl-embroidered bodice. She took a look, and her face immediately turned bright red. She hadn't expected that his unique design meant this. Although she has a hot figure, her clothing is relatively conservative. Where did you get these indecent clothes from? She scolded. Lu Chang'an winked at her. Hey, you said it yourself. The design doesn't matter. As long as it works, that's fine. Put on. I would never wear something like that. Lalaya spat. How can a dignified empress dress so revealingly? Where's Her Majesty? Lu Chang'an said with a serious expression. You're wrong. We're in a precarious situation right now, and we can't afford to miss any opportunity to become stronger. Lalaya gritted her teeth. You just want to see me make a fool of myself, don't you? Lu Chang'an shook his head. Of course not. We are one. It won't do me any good if you embarrass yourself. I just hope you are safe. His words warmed Lalaya's heart. She gave him a soft hum and jumped into the sea, only returning a while later. She wore it underneath, which was a win-win situation. However, her clothes were now soaking wet and clung to her body, revealing every detail. The beautiful scenery stirred Lu Chang'an's emotions and made him daydream. Lalaya followed his gaze and immediately blushed. Take your eyes away. Lu Chang'an smiled and said, Sorry, I can't move it. Lalaya was both embarrassed and annoyed, so she leaned in and took a bite out of him. Ouch, that hurts. Are you a dog? A moment later, a blister appeared. Buzz. As a layer of light appeared on the boundary marker, enveloping the entire bubble, a smile appeared on Lu Chang'an's face. With the boundary marker in place, the safety of the water bubble has been greatly improved, and it should be able to survive the apocalypse caused by the asteroid impact without any problem. The next step is to improve our own capabilities. He assigned the women their next tasks. Lalaya focused on absorbing crystal cores to upgrade as soon as possible. Chu Yueli combined absorbing crystal cores with collecting resources. Zhou Yuding prioritized improving the arrow tower blueprints while absorbing crystal cores as a secondary task. He himself, while practicing forging, explored how to enhance his own strength. Actually, there's a direction we should be taking now. Hiring people, preferably women. Once there are enough people, the defense of the water bubble will improve, and the Red Phoenix can also be upgraded, and maybe it will be able to fly. The problem is how to recruit them. He needs outstanding women he can trust, and most people don't meet his requirements. He can certainly recruit through chat rooms, but the most crucial question is how to select the people he needs from the applicants. He can't possibly evaluate each one individually. The two safest methods now are: one is to have Zhou Yuding and Chu Yueli recommend reliable people. The other is for him to select a partner based on his memories from his previous life. After a moment's thought, he decided to take a two-pronged approach. He told the two women about his plan, and after discussing it for a while, they selected a few candidates and then tried to contact them. Lu Chang'an himself opened the chat room and spoke. Is Su Rong from the western city of Xia Kingdom there? If so, please message me privately. Su Rong was his first mate in his previous life, and they worked together for 2 years. When he was surrounded, everyone else scattered and fled, but she stayed by his side and fought to the death with him. Her talent is that of an S-level mechanical master, and she is also extremely beautiful, which should fit Holwan's definition of a peerless beauty. His words immediately caused a stir in the chat room. Holy crap, am I dreaming? Is this Boss Lu himself speaking? Brother Lu, I'm your fan. I'll always support you. My God, I actually saw the real Boss Lu. I guess I finally made something of myself. Brother Lu, my name is also Su Rong. Look at me. Hey boss, I'm from Xiqing. Is there anything I can do for you? Lu Chang'an opened his private messages, and a flood of information came in instantly. As usual, most of the people around him were beggars, but there were also those who tried to get close to him, express their gratitude, and hoped to join his group. He patiently checked each item one by one. Time passed slowly, and just as his patience was about to run out, he received a message. Excuse me, what can I do for you? He quickly looked at the sender, who was none other than Su Rong. He perked up and quickly replied, I think you perfectly fit my requirements, and I'd like to invite you to join me. Is that all right? She has always been a straightforward person, and she doesn't like to beat around the bush when she speaks or acts. Therefore, he also speaks his mind directly. Sure enough, she was a decisive person, and he quickly received a reply. Chapter 88, I will dedicate my soul and body to you. A bamboo raft on the edge of a desolate sea. A beautiful woman was staring blankly at the private message chat box. She is Su Rong. She read the message Lu Chang'an sent her several times before she finally realized that he was trying to recruit her. A look of confusion and melancholy flashed in her eyes. She couldn't understand why the strongest human being knew her and even wanted to recruit her. She wasn't opposed to his invitation, but unfortunately, reality made it impossible for her to accept it. She quickly replied to him with a message. Thank you for your appreciation, but I'm sorry, I cannot agree to your request. Lu Chang'an quickly replied. Why? Just as she was about to answer, she heard a soft cough. She quickly closed the chat window and looked to her side, only to see that her younger sister had already opened her eyes. After entering the game, she found her younger sister, Feng Lan. But Feng Lan was injured and on the verge of death, and she had been taking care of her until this point. This is also why she rejected Lu Chang'an. She couldn't abandon him. Xiaolan, you're awake? How are you feeling? She asked quickly as she stepped forward. Feng Lan gave her a forced smile. It feels great. You must be hungry after sleeping for so long, right? Here, have something to eat. Feng Rong took out a piece of bread, tore off a small piece, and fed it to her. Feng Lan didn't eat. She just gently shook her head. Sis, I'm not hungry, you eat. She knew that Feng Rong had barely eaten anything since the extreme cold began, so she gave all the food to her. She must have been very hungry, so he still gave her all the food. I just ate. I'm not hungry. Feng Rong put the bread into her mouth. Feng Lan turned her face slightly away, her eyes reddening. Sister, don't lie to me. I know you haven't eaten anything these days. I really ate. I'm not hungry at all. Feng Rong quickly replied. Glug glug. Before she could finish speaking, a loud sound came from her stomach. Feng Rong's expression froze, and Fong Lan's tears immediately streamed down her face. Fong Rong quickly comforted her. Xiaolan, you're injured and need nutrition. It's okay if I'm a little hungry. I'll make you something delicious to eat when you're better. Sister, I'm not going to get better. Fong Lan's face was full of dejection. What nonsense are you talking about? It's just a minor injury. You'll be fine soon. Fong Rong said anxiously. Fong Lan sobbed. I know my own situation. Don't waste resources on me. She could clearly feel her injuries worsening and her life force constantly slipping away. Xiao Lan, cheer up. You'll get better. Fong Rong cried out anxiously. Sister, give up. I'm beyond saving. An unnatural flush suddenly appeared on Fong Lan's face. But you still have a future. Don't let me hold you back. No, you'll get better. Fong Rong burst into tears. Actually, I wasn't asleep just now. I saw Lu Chang'an's message in the chat room. Sister, he's looking for you. He wants you to join him, right? Fong Lan asked. No, he just asked me a question. Fong Rong quickly shook her head. Don't lie to me. What questions does he have for you? We learned our method of absorbing crystal cores from him. Fong Lan looked at her intently. No, why would anyone be interested in me? Don't overthink it, Fong Rong denied. Fong Lan silently opened her private chat and sent a message to Lu Chang'an. I'm Fong Rong's younger sister. Are you planning to recruit my sister? Yes, Lu Chang'an replied quickly. She must have rejected you, right? How did you know? Because she has me as a burden. She wants to take care of me, so she can't join you. But it's okay. I'm going to die soon, and she'll be free soon. Fong Rong noticed her unusual behavior. Xiaolan, what are you doing? Fong Lan did not answer her, but continued to send messages to Lu Chang'an. Brother Lu, please don't blame my sister for refusing you. She just can't let go of me. After I die, she can serve you. She's a very good person, beautiful, capable, and loyal. I hope you'll treat her well and help her survive, okay? What's wrong? Lu Chang'an asked. I was accidentally injured, but that's not important. Please promise me you'll treat my sister well, and I'll silently pray for you both, Fong Lan pleaded earnestly. The two girls lost their parents at a young age and have relied on each other since childhood. She is very worried about their future. And what about yourself? Are you willing to die like this? Lu Chang'an asked. I'm not reconciled. I want to fight alongside her. But I can't. My life is coming to an end. Fong Lan's tears streamed down her face. Of course, she wanted to stay with Fong Rong, but she was powerless to fight against death. Seeing her like this, Fong Rong burst into tears. Xiao Lan, don't give up. Your injuries will heal. I will definitely save you. Fong Lan gave her a poignant smile. Sister, you must take good care of yourself after I leave. Lu Chang'an is a true strong man. Following him will help you live longer. No, I don't want to be with anyone. We sisters will always be together. Fong Rong shook her head desperately. Sister, don't be sad. I'm just keeping you company in a different way, Fong Lan said with a gentle smile. As she smiled, the blush on her face quickly faded and the light in her eyes dimmed rapidly. She was about to die. Upon seeing this, Fong Rong panicked. She opened her private chat and sent a message to Lu Chang'an. Mr. Lu, please save my sister. If you can save her, I'm willing to be your slave, your lover, your servant, anything. She couldn't think of anyone besides Lu Chang'an who could save Fong Lan, and she would do anything to save her. She immediately received a reply from Lu Chang'an. I can save your sister, but the price is that you give me your soul and devotion, become my believer, and worship me forever. Without hesitation, she replied, I do. I am willing to serve you, to believe in you, and to offer you my soul, my body, and everything I have. The instant the message was sent, she suddenly felt something being pulled from her soul. At the same time, Fong Lan, who was about to die, also received a message from Lu Chang'an. I can give you life, and I can let you and your sister be together forever. But the condition is that you need to give me your soul and devotion, become my believer, and believe in me forever. Fong Lan replied without hesitation. I'm willing. I'm willing to give you everything. My soul, my body, my life, anything. As long as you treat her well. She didn't believe Lu Chang'an could save her, but she was willing to give anything as long as it was for Fong Rong's good. The moment the message was sent, a dark hole suddenly appeared beside the two of them, and a powerful pulling force pulled them in against their will. Chapter 89, First Love. Fong Lan felt a moment of dizziness, and it took her a while to come back to her senses. What catches the eye is a handsome and resolute face and a broad chest. At this moment, she was lying in a man's arms. She stared at him blankly, wondering if she was already dead. Otherwise, why would you see such a handsome man, and why would you feel warm and cozy all around, without feeling any cold? At this moment, the man rushed to the bedside and placed her on it. The scalding heat emanating from beneath her made her even more certain that she was dead. Otherwise, how could she have ended up sleeping on a Kong, a heated brick bed? "Excuse me," the man said to her, reaching out to unbutton her clothes. She tried to stop them, but she had no strength in her hands or feet. The next moment, her clothes were undone, exposing a large expanse of her cleavage to the man's eyes. She was both ashamed and anxious, but she was unable to speak or move her body. She had 2 fatal wounds, one on her chest and one on her lower abdomen, both in relatively private areas. At that moment, the man actually reached out and placed his hand on her chest. Her body trembled violently, her heart filled with shyness. Why would I encounter such a thing even after I've died? Could it be that I secretly yearn for these things? That's possible. She's never been in a relationship before. Just then, she suddenly felt a strange sensation coming from his hand, warm yet with a hint of coolness and a peculiar comfort. She stared straight at him. His chiseled profile and resolute eyes seemed to be etched into her heart, making her heart beat faster. Before she knew it, she had regained some strength and asked softly, "Will we be together from now on?" She thought they were doing something only lovers could do, and that after doing it, they would be a couple. He smiled slightly. "Yes. They will fight side by side from now on. Of course they will be together." His smile made her blush involuntarily. "But I have no experience, and I don't know anything." "It's okay, I can teach you." He could teach her everything, even though she had no combat experience or experience surviving at sea. As he spoke, he moved his hand from her chest to her lower abdomen. He is using water healing to treat her wounds. Her delicate body trembled slightly, her face flushed, and she quickly pressed his hand down. He gave her a questioning look. She turned her gaze away and murmured, "Don't do this, I can't accept it." She was ultimately a shy and innocent girl, unable to go all the way upon meeting. At the very least, they should have started with holding hands and hugging. He removed her hand. "Don't worry, I'll be very careful and won't hurt you." He thought she was afraid of pain, so he offered words of comfort. "No." Before she could finish speaking, his hand pressed against her lower abdomen. She let out a soft moan, a faint blush rising to her skin. Her heart pounded like a deer's. "I've given him my complete innocence. Will he think I'm too easy? How do you feel?" "Does it hurt?" he asked. "No, it doesn't hurt." She quickly shook her head. Not only did it not hurt, but it also felt warm and cool, indescribably comfortable. "That's good." He smiled slightly. She glanced at him furtively and whispered, "My name is Fong Lan. What's yours?" "Lu Chang'an." He is naturally Lu Chang'an. After summoning them, he immediately began treating her. She widened her eyes in surprise, looked him over with some astonishment, and then couldn't help but laugh. "It really is an image I imagined. I even used the name of the strongest human being." Thinking of this, she suddenly sat up, leaned close to him, and carefully examined him. "What's wrong?" Lu Chang'an asked. She reached out and cupped his cheek, laughing playfully. "He truly lives up to his reputation as my dream man. He's handsome from every angle." Lu Chang'an chuckled. "Don't move around. Your injury hasn't fully healed yet." "Injury?" She looked down at her chest, which was smooth and untouched, without a single wound. But she misunderstood Lu Chang'an's meaning. He was referring to the injury in her abdomen. This made her even more certain that she was dead. She shyly leaned closer to him and gave him a light peck on the lips. He looked at her in surprise. A captivating blush rose to her cheeks, and her eyes became hazy. "So this is what kissing feels like." Lu Chang'an looked at her in surprise. What was wrong with this little girl? Her face flushed. She snuggled into his arms and hugged him tightly. His broad, strong, and warm embrace gave her a great sense of security. "Is this what a hug feels like?" "It feels so good," she sighed contentedly. "Fong Lan, you might have misunderstood." Lu Chang'an realized something and wanted to explain. However, before he could finish speaking, she covered his mouth with her small hand. Don't say anything yet. I just want to lean against you quietly. This moment was peaceful and beautiful for her, and she wanted to savor it quietly. Lu Chang'an chuckled, knowing she had misunderstood, but now was indeed not the time to tell her the truth. It would be too awkward. She would find out herself after the treatment was over. He focused his mind on activating the healing power of water, and her severe injuries were healing rapidly. After a moment, she slowly spoke. Brother Lu, can we just go on like this for the rest of our lives? Fong Lan, you've really misunderstood. You're not dead, Lu Chang'an said quickly. She suddenly looked up at him and said reproachfully, That's not what I want to hear. What is that? Lu Chang'an blinked. If I tell you, it won't be interesting for you to say it again, she pouted. Lu Chang'an was somewhat helpless. The misunderstanding seemed to be getting deeper and deeper. She cupped his cheek and said sweetly, Tell me, I want to hear it. I really don't know what you want to hear. Lu Chang'an blinked. Just keep pretending to be stupid, she scoffed, then blushed and said, Listen carefully, I'll only say it once. Okay, go ahead. You said, I like you, I love you. Her face was flushed. Having just begun to experience love, her heart was completely devoted to him, and having already accepted that he was dead, she had cast aside many of her reservations. Lu Chang'an smiled wryly. Fong Lan, you've really misunderstood. Fong Lan interrupted him with a slight frown. That's not what I want to hear. She didn't want to hear anything else. She just wanted to hear him say that he liked her. But I have to say it. Lu Chang'an was about to reveal the truth. At this moment, Fong Lan bit her lip lightly, then suddenly leaned close to him and sealed his mouth with her cherry lips. Lu Chang'an's eyes widened. Just then, the door was pushed open and Fong Rong barged in. Xiao Lang. Upon hearing her voice, Fong Lan's body trembled violently, and her beautiful eyes widened suddenly. Her eyes were filled with shock and shyness. Chapter 90. The twin sisters return to their hearts and unlock flight ability. Rong, your sister's much better now. She just needs some extra nutrition, Lu Chang'an said to Fong Rong as he stood up. The way that Rong was called so affectionately and familiarly made Fong Rong feel a little dazed. For some reason, even though this was their first meeting, she felt as if she had known him for a long time, feeling both close and familiar with him. Okay. Thank you so much. She quickly thanked him. You two chat for a while. I'll go prepare accommodations for you. Lu Chang'an left, leaving them alone. In his previous life, he had seen her weeping over a portrait many times. He didn't know the reason at the time, but now he finally understands that the girl in the portrait is Fong Lan. Xiao Lan, how are you feeling? Fong Rong quickly came to Fong Lan's side. Sister, tell me I'm dead, and this is all an illusion, Fong Lan said hurriedly. Fong Rong examined her wound and saw that her skin was delicate and without any marks. She immediately breathed a long sigh of relief. Don't talk nonsense, he saved you. No, he saved us. If Fong Lan dies, she might not have the motivation to live. Fong Lan covered her face. Sister, I'd rather be dead. The thought of what she had just done made her want to die. It was so shameful, so embarrassing. How could she face him after this? Don't worry, he won't tell anyone. Fong Rong reassured him. Won't he look down on me? Think I'm frivolous? Fong Lan asked again. Fong Rong smiled. Would a frivolous woman be a virgin who has never been in a relationship? Hearing her say that, Fong Lan felt a little relieved. After the two women explained the situation, they discovered that they had both become followers of Lu Chang'an. Sister, are we all his now? Fong Lan asked with some joy. If you're his woman, then it's a completely different story. Isn't it perfectly natural to do whatever you want your man? Fong Rong nodded gently. The thought of seeing him again filled her with a gentle joy. Should we express our feelings to him? Fong Lan asked tentatively. Yes, Xiaolan. Remember the vow we made. Also, he is your savior. We will repay him for the rest of our lives. Fong Rong said earnestly. She is a person who keeps her promises and always does what she says. Since she has promised to give everything to Lu Chang'an, she will do so. Don't worry, sis. I'm not ungrateful. Besides, she didn't say what came next. Besides, she and he had already kissed and hugged, and it was impossible for her to have any other relationship with any other man besides him. Okay, let's go find him. The two sisters arrived at the door and saw that Lu Chang'an had already built a house and was furnishing it with daily necessities. This room will be your dormitory from now on. You can tell me if you need anything, Lu Chang'an said to them. The two women exchanged a glance and then knelt down before him. Thank you for saving us. From now on, we will serve you wholeheartedly. Chirp, chirp. At this moment, the red phoenix let out a clear and melodious cry, and its whole body burst forth with a bright red light, and its entire body suddenly grew much larger. The addition of the two women elevated it by 2 levels. Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat, and he opened her attribute panel. Red Phoenix. Level 5. Race, Phoenix. Quality, Legendary. Type, Support. Bloodline, Crimson Phoenix S-rank. Body Constitution, 1576 plus 1261. Strength, 1727 plus 1382. Agility, 1876 plus 1501. Mental Strength, 1759 plus 1408. Characteristics, Omitted. Additional trait, Phoenix True Flame. Can spew high-temperature flames for killing enemies or forging. Additional trait, Divine Purification. Can dispel all negative status effects. Looking at its attributes, he was overjoyed. The attributes had increased significantly, and it could finally be of some help. The 50% attribute bonus was quite considerable. In addition, a new mutation trait has been added, which can dispel all negative status effects. This is a very practical and powerful support skill. Red Phoenix, transform into armor, he whispered. With a soft cry, the Red Phoenix transformed into a beam of red light and entered his body. The next instant, a red suit of armor appeared on his body, protecting his entire torso, and knee and shank armor also appeared on his legs. Although it didn't cover the entire body, it basically covered the vital areas, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities. But what he was most looking forward to wasn't the armor, but the wings. Call! With a thought, a pair of red wings appeared behind him. Its wings were much larger and stronger than before. He went outside and leaped into the air with all his might. At the peak of his leap, he tried to flap his wings. The powerful lift generated kept him suspended in the air. He tried to fly forward again, but his body was wobbly and he couldn't control his balance at all. He almost fell, but after only a few tries, he got the hang of it. Soon, you'll be able to fly freely and flexibly in the air. He couldn't help but laugh. From that moment on, he had the ability to fly, making him stronger in combat, more adaptable, and more survivable. The women came outside and watched him fly through the air, their faces filled with admiration. Zhou Yuding, brother is so handsome. Chu Yueli, brother Chang'an has become stronger again. Fong Rong, truly worthy of being the strongest human being. Fong Lan, he's handsome and strong, he's so charming. Lalaya, vanity. Under their adoring gazes, Lu Chang'an enjoyed the thrill of flying for a while before landing in front of them. Hong Wan removed her armor and perched on his head. Hong Wan, you're so grown up now, why don't you stop sitting on my head? He laughed. Hong Wan has grown so much that his head can no longer fit inside. Chirp! The red phoenix let out a soft cry, and its body shrank back to its original size, fitting perfectly on his head. It would rather shrink than leave his head. Lu Chang'an shook his head and chuckled. Seeing that all the women had left, he decided to introduce them to each other. Hello everyone, my name is Fong Rong. My talent is S-level Mechanical Master, which allows me to set up and assemble mechanisms. Fong Rong introduced herself with a graceful and generous demeanor. The uses of mechanical arts are wide-ranging, especially in defense. In addition, many ruins contain numerous traps that require mechanical masters to dismantle. Furthermore, Lu Chang'an added a lot of explanation about mechanical masters. Fong Rong looked at him in surprise, wondering why he was so familiar with her talent. No, it wasn't familiarity with her talent, but familiarity with her. He knew her city, her name, even her talent. Apart from Fong Lan, no one knew these things. As if sensing her confusion, he gave her a smile. Seeing his smile, her heart skipped a beat. His smile made me feel incredibly warm and at ease, as if I had known him for a long time and could entrust my life to him. Amid her confusion, Fong Lan introduced herself. Hello everyone, my name is Fong Lan. I am Fong Rong's younger sister, and my talent is SS level. Chapter 91, an SS level talent picked up unexpectedly. My talent is SS level infinite enhancement, which can enhance all objects. SS level talent. Lu Chang'an exclaimed in surprise. His initial intention in saving Fong Lan was for Fong Rong's sake, but he never expected that she would have an SS level talent. Fong Lan nodded. Yes, as long as it's not a living being, I can enhance it. Lu Chang'an handed her the soul-snatching sword. Try strengthening it. Wow, it's a legendary weapon. Fong Lan exclaimed, her face filled with admiration and amazement. Her best prop is only green, while he has a golden legend. No wonder he is the strongest human. She possessed this soul-stealing ability. Glug glug. But the next moment, a rumbling sound came from her stomach. Her injuries had just healed, and coupled with the fact that she hadn't eaten for a long time, she didn't have enough strength to activate her talent. Glug glug. Fong Rong's stomach was also rumbling. She had been hungry for even longer than Fong Lan. Both women blushed at the same time. Lu Chang'an rubbed his stomach. I didn't eat anything this morning. I'm starving. Let's eat first. The two women looked at him with gratitude, and he took the initiative to admit that his stomach was rumbling and that he was trying to help them out of the predicament. Lu Chang'an led the women into the thatched hut and put vegetables and meat slices into the pot on the stove. Before long, the pot boiled, and a fragrant aroma filled the air. The rich aroma made Fong Rong and Fong Lan swallow hard. They struggled to even get a piece of bread, but Lu Chang'an not only had plenty of food, but also meat and vegetables. The difference was simply too great. However, this also made them even more grateful to and admiring of Lu Chang'an. He not only saved them, but also gave them such a comfortable life. Lu Chang'an poured them a glass of juice and raised it to them, saying, Welcome Rong Rong and Xiaolan to the family. This will be your home from now on. The three women, including Lilia, raised their glasses together. Welcome Rong Rong and Xiaolan. The two women quickly stood up, overwhelmed by the crowd's enthusiasm. The girls were all young and had great personalities, so they quickly became acquainted. Fong Lan and Zhou Yuding were kindred spirits and quickly struck up a conversation, chatting away happily. Fong Rong secretly glanced at Lu Chang'an, hesitating to speak several times. Lu Chang'an smiled at her and said, Don't be nervous. You can say whatever you want. I don't know why, but I feel like I know you well. Have we met somewhere before? Fong Rong asked, voicing her doubts. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly. Perhaps we were destined to meet in our previous life. The previous life? Fong Rong blushed slightly. She remembered that several suitors had used this excuse to confess their feelings to her in the past. Of course, she didn't accept them. Don't believe me? You can ask me some questions about yourself. Fong Rong thought for a moment. Do you know my preferences? Preferences? Lu Chang'an thought for a moment. You like the color red. You like listening to music and reading books. Your favorite musician is Zhou Junjie. Your favorite book is The Dream of the Red Chamber. And your favorite snack is French fries. Fong Rong's eyes widened in shock. He was absolutely right. These were her most private hobbies, and no one except Fong Lan knew about them. But how did he know? Lu Chang'an smiled and continued. Although you usually wear trousers, you actually prefer skirts. You like to sleep on your left side, you like to listen to scary stories before bed, and you like to collect all kinds of bottles. Upon hearing this, Fong Rong was completely stunned. He had been right about everything again, and some of these things were even unknown to Fong Lan. For example, she liked skirts. Fong Lan also liked skirts, so she gave her all the pretty skirts and lied that she preferred wearing trousers. She looked at him in disbelief, and in her heart she began to accept his statement. If they hadn't lived together, how could he know so much? This also explains why I feel an inexplicable affinity and trust towards him. What was our relationship in our previous life? She asked softly. Lu Chang'an bluntly stated, a confidant with whom I would share life and death. The two never spoke about their feelings for each other, but she stayed with him until the very last moment of his life. Fong Rong remained silent. If there truly was a past life, she must have loved him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have told him her secrets. Of course, this could just be a joke on his part. After all, she had already offered him her soul, and he might have gotten some information from it. That being said, she was already his. Regardless of their relationship in their previous life, in this life, he was her refuge and her support. She raised her glass to him, a gentle smile in her eyes. Cheers to our destiny. Lu Chang'an clinked glasses with her. Cheers to fate. The two drank their juice in one gulp, looked at each other and smiled, their understanding and warmth palpable. Seeing this, a hint of sadness flashed in Lalaya's eyes, but she said nothing. After the meal, having regained her strength, Fong Lan accepted the soul-stealing technique and used her talent. She held the soul-snatching sword. An array of light emanated from her body. The next moment, her body went limp and she was about to fall. Lu Chang'an reacted quickly and caught her, asking, "Are you all right?" Fong Lan's face flushed slightly. "It's nothing. I'm just a little exhausted." She leaned against him and handed him the soul-snatching elixir. Lu Chang'an took the soul-snatching sword and looked at its attributes. Soul Steel +1. Durability 1000 +50. Attack 150 +5. Quality Gold Legendary. Effect causes continuous bleeding damage to the injured person. Special feature has a certain probability of triggering an execute effect. The effects and characteristics remain unchanged, but the durability has increased by 50 points, and the attack has increased by 5 points. It may not seem like much, but her talent can be strengthened indefinitely. Once her stamina recovers, she can strengthen it again. In just a few days, the attack power of the Soul Stealer will double. If we think about it another way, even a great quality weapon can be upgraded multiple times, and its attack power can eventually reach or even surpass that of a legendary weapon. Moreover, its applicability is extremely wide. Not only can it enhance items and weapons, but it can also enhance facilities. If his vehicle were not the Lalaya, it could also be enhanced. As expected of an SS level talent, truly formidable. If she hadn't died young in her previous life, her name would surely be among the strongest humans. Moreover, this created a wonderful synergy with his talent. She increased her attribute values, and he bestowed new characteristics upon her. This could be described as a powerful alliance, a perfect match. "How is it? Are you satisfied with my talent?" Fong Lan asked him sweetly. Lu Chang'an shook his head slightly. Fong Lan's expression tightened. She thought he was dissatisfied with her talent. "My talent is only level 1 yet, but it will definitely be more powerful after I level it up." Lu Chang'an smiled at her and said, "It's not just satisfaction, it's a pleasant surprise, far exceeding my expectations." Fong Lan chuckled and gently patted his chest. "Don't speak so suddenly, you scare me to death." Seeing the two smiling faces, Lalaya lowered her eyes and silently turned to leave. Chapter 92, A Kiss That Seals the Deal, Dragon Ruins. Night. Lu Chang'an returned to the house with a faint smile on his face. In the afternoon, he spent the whole time discussing with Fong Rong things like the defense of the bubbles and the arrangement of mechanisms. With her mechanical skills, the bubble's combat power had increased by more than 1 level. During this period, Fong Lan enhanced Soul Stealing 3 times, increasing its attack power by 20 points. He gained a great deal in that half day. He went inside and saw Lalaya lying on the Kong, a heated brick bed, absorbing the crystal core. He stretched and lay down next to her. To his surprise, she moved aside, as if deliberately trying to distance herself from him. He raised an eyebrow slightly and moved closer to her. Unexpectedly, she moved away again. He smiled slightly, moved closer to her, and put his arm around her waist. "What are you doing?" Lalaya scolded. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Why are you avoiding me?" Lu Chang'an asked. "I'm afraid your confidant will misunderstand." Lalaya snorted, emphasizing the word confidant. Lu Chang'an was taken aback, then turned her around to face him. "Are you jealous?" "TCH, I won't be jealous of you." She looked away. Seeing her like this, Lu Chang'an laughed. She really was jealous. No wonder she had been sullen all afternoon. Seeing that he was still smiling, Lalaya felt annoyed and was about to turn away and ignore him. Lu Chang'an held her tightly in his arms and then kissed her bright red lips. At times like these, 1,000 words are no match for concrete actions. Lalaya's body trembled violently, her beautiful eyes wide open. She never expected Lu Chang'an to do this. Under his passionate advances, her mind went blank, her beautiful eyes gradually closed, and she responded to him shyly. After a long while, their lips parted. A shimmering thread stretched between them. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were filled with a dreamy look. Lu Chang'an gently stroked her face. Silly fish, to me, no one in this world is more important than you. I can lose everything, but I cannot lose you. I can have nothing, but I cannot live without you. Their souls were intertwined, inseparable. Moreover, she was his reliance for becoming stronger. Her importance to him was unparalleled. Hearing his words, Lalaya felt a surge of warmth and emotion, and overwhelmed with emotion, she gave him a kiss. After a long time, until they were almost out of breath, the two finally separated. Her beautiful face was flushed. You don't overthink it. I just don't want to be taken advantage of. You kissed me, so I'll retaliate and get my revenge. Even now, she remains arrogant and stubborn, maintaining a non-existent imperial dignity. Lu Chang'an couldn't help but laugh. Are you still angry now? The emperor, will not get angry over such things. Lalaya scoffed. He showed her his importance in his heart through his actions, so how could she still be angry? Lu Chang'an reached out and tugged at her cheek. If it's true, that would be great. I'm just afraid you silly fish will keep it to yourself. Lalaya slapped his hand away and scolded him. How dare you be so disrespectful to the emperor? Lu Chang'an kissed her on the lips. Is this considered rude? Of course it counts. If you do it again, don't blame me for being impolite. Lalaya said coquettishly, blushing. Lu Chang'an smiled mischievously and pouted as he leaned closer to her. Lalaya immediately opened her mouth and bit his shoulder. Ouch! 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 You're such a dog. The next morning, Lu Chang'an stood by the broken ice corner, gazing into the distance. The apocalypse is coming, when countless meteors and fireballs will fall. If you are on an open, unobstructed sea, you will be in danger and at a disadvantage. The horror of a meteor shower lies not only in the destructive power of the meteor itself, but also in the explosion and impact it generates when it falls into the sea. While boundary markers can certainly withstand damage, it's unwise to try and withstand them head-on. Avoiding them is always the best option. The best way to avoid it is to find deep-sea trenches or areas with many reefs, because these can absorb the shock waves and energy of a falling meteorite. Good morning, Brother Lu. A slender figure came to his side. He turned his head and saw that the person who came was Fong Rong. At this moment, her face was rosy and her complexion was much better than yesterday. Good morning. Did you sleep well last night? He asked. Okay, that's good. The Kong is very warm, not cold at all. Fong Rong's eyes were full of gratitude. If it weren't for him, she would probably still be struggling in the extreme cold right now. That's good. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly. Fong Rong glanced at him, somewhat surprised. Brother Lu, why are your lips a little swollen? I got bitten by a dog. Lu Chang'an chuckled. The dog he was referring to was, of course, Lalaya. She seemed to really enjoy biting him, not only his shoulders, but also his lips. Fong Rong looked puzzled. Were there dogs in the bubbles? Why couldn't she see any? What's even stranger is why the dog bit his mouth. Buzz. A vibration suddenly came from Lu Chang'an's backpack. He thought it was the communication conch, but he didn't expect that the vibration was from the treasure-hunting compass. It had been quiet for the past few days, but I didn't expect it to make a move now. He took it out and looked at it, and saw that its pointer was trembling violently, which meant that there was treasure not far away. He immediately adjusted the position, guiding the bubble along the direction of the pointer. A short while later, his eyes lit up, and he instructed Fong Rong. Rong, go and wake everyone up. What happened? Fong Rong asked quickly. Lu Chang'an pointed into the distance. Can you see anything different over there? Fong Rong looked around, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. The lighting seems a bit abnormal, much brighter than other places. You're not mistaken, it's brighter than other places. How so? Lu Chang'an smiled slightly. This means there are relics in that sea area. The sea area where the ruins are located emits a special light. Fong Rong's eyes lit up. Are there many treasures in the ruins? Lu Chang'an nodded. There are many resources and treasures. However, the returns and risks are proportional. Fong Rong responded and called all the women over. Chu Yueli used her innate ability to look at the sea ahead and immediately exclaimed, "Brother Chang'an, I saw a dragon floating in that sea." Her words sent a chill down everyone's spine. Dragons were legendary mythical beasts, incredibly powerful. Even the lowest ranking dragon was not something an ordinary person could handle. Lu Chang'an frowned slightly. "I thought it was an ordinary ruin, and I was even planning to show it to you. Since it's a ruin related to dragons, then you can wait for me on the bubble. Anything related to dragons is a high-level relic with an extremely high risk factor." Lalia said calmly, "I'll go with you." Lu Chang'an looked at her, and she returned his gaze with a resolute look. He smiled and nodded. "Okay." Fang Rong also spoke up, "I'll go too." Just as Lu Chang'an was about to refuse, she added, "Brother Lu, didn't you say yesterday that there are many traps in the ruins? Since this is a high-level ruin related to dragons, there must be traps, right?" Lu Chang'an frowned. She was right, but this ruin was really dangerous. "I want to do my part for everyone," Fang Rong said earnestly. Lu Chang'an sensed her determination and slowly nodded. "Okay." Chapter 93, This is My Man. Moments later, in the sea area of the ruins, Lu Chang'an took the soul-stealing weapon, which had been enhanced to the next level, from Fang Lan and looked at Lalia and Fang Rong. "Are you ready?" Lalia nodded. She was already prepared. Fang Rong then thanked Zhou Yuding and Chu Yueli again. For her safety, Zhou Yuding lent her the Starlight Dance dress, and Chu Yueli lent her the Azure Heart. This made her very grateful to them. After all, both items were very rare, and the Starlight Dance dress was even a legendary item. No need to be polite, we're all family. Zhou Yuding waved her hand dismissively. "Wait for us here. If anything happens, message me immediately." Lu Chang'an gave them a few instructions, then had Hong Wan transform into armor and led the two women into the sea. As soon as she entered the sea, the icy cold water almost froze Fang Rong. Lu Chang'an quickly pulled her into his arms. The heat emanating from the red phoenix armor instantly dispelled the cold. Fang Rong leaned against him, her eyes filled with shyness and gratitude. He always offered the warmest help when she needed it. What surprised her even more was that his swimming skills were extremely good, no less than those of Lalia, who was a mermaid. This made him even more mysterious and powerful in her eyes, as if he were omnipotent. The group quickly descended and soon arrived at a huge door made of an unknown metal, which looked incredibly heavy. Just as Lu Chang'an was about to step forward to push, Fang Rong quickly stopped him. "There's a mechanism on this door. You can't just push it open with brute force." Lu Chang'an put her down. She fiddled with the door for a while, pressing several places in succession, and then, with a gear-like sound, the door opened automatically. "Well done." Lu Chang'an gave her a thumbs up. Without her, they might not have even been able to get into the ruins. This is the role of the master mechanic. Fang Rong returned his smile with a gentle smile. She was happy to be able to help him. The group entered the room, and the doors suddenly closed, plunging them into complete darkness. Lu Chang'an took out a homemade torch and lit it. The torches burned brightly, but their light could not penetrate the darkness and could only illuminate a small area. Using the torchlight, Lu Chang'an surveyed his surroundings and discovered that it was a huge cave with massive skeletons scattered around and huge claw marks on the walls. It seems a brutal battle took place here, and one of the sides was very likely that of a dragon, he said. "Judging by the size of these skeletons, they are at least grade A," Lalia added. "Keep a close watch, just in case there are still survivors inside. I'll lead the charge, Rong Rong in the middle, and Lalia at the rear." Lu Chang'an assigned the tasks. Fang Rong quickly said, "I can't walk in the middle. I need to identify the mechanisms, and you will block my view." Lu Chang'an frowned slightly, "But it's more dangerous to walk in front." "It's okay. I can protect myself." Fang Rong showed no fear. Lu Chang'an thought for a moment, then simply pulled her into his arms with one hand. "Let's do it this way. It provides a good view and allows me to protect you immediately." Fang Rong blushed and nodded gently. This method couldn't be better. She glanced at Lalia secretly, and only felt relieved when she saw that she didn't react in any particular way. "I thought there was something going on between the two of them, but it seems I was just overthinking it." In fact, she misunderstood. Lalia knew that Lu Chang'an had no ulterior motives. It was simply the best choice of the moment. The three of them moved forward slowly, and Fong Rong actually discovered several traps and mechanisms. This made Lu Chang'an and La Leia somewhat relieved. Bringing Fong Rong along was indeed a wise choice. After walking for a while, they came to a cliff. It was pitch black below and in front of them, and they could not see anything. Lu Chang'an picked up 2 small stones from his side, threw one towards the bottom of the cliff and the other towards the opposite side, but neither of them echoed back. It felt as if there were bottomless abysses both on the other side and below. He frowned slightly. Perhaps we can only fly over and check the situation. Lalia frowned, looking at him with concern. My intuition tells me there is great danger in the darkness. Fong Rong quickly added, Brother Lu, maybe we shouldn't go? Compared to unknown ruins and treasures, Lu Chang'an's safety is the most precious thing. Lu Chang'an smiled faintly, turned around, and spread his wings. If you don't even have the courage to face danger, how can you survive in the apocalypse? Darkness may blind my eyes, but it cannot blind my heart. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged headlong into the darkness. Watching his retreating figure, a hint of admiration flashed in Fong Rong's eyes. He's so handsome and manly. Lalia's eyes also held admiration, as well as a hint of pride and arrogance. This is her man. Papa, he's not my man. At most, he is just my bodyguard. Yes, personal bodyguards. The thought of the word intimate made her face turn slightly red. That stinky guy is way too close. However, she didn't reject it at all. In fact, she liked it very much. You rascal, you better stay safe. In the darkness, Lu Chang'an remained suspended in the air, his gaze filled with a hint of solemnity and doubt. After entering the darkness, he flew forward for a long time, but he still couldn't reach the other side of the cliff. So he flew in the opposite direction, but after flying for even longer, he still couldn't return to the starting point. He knew he must have entered some kind of special scene, such as an array or barrier. He opened the friend system and sent a message to Fong Rong. Sure enough, he received a notification. You're currently in a special situation and cannot send messages. He didn't panic, but calmly analyzed the situation before him. Whether it's an array, a barrier, or anything else, maintaining this special scene must require energy, so there must be something like a strategic eye nearby. Finding it will break the formation. So where is this key point of the formation? He pondered for a moment, and a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. With a flap of its wings, it swooped down. Anyone who sees this bottomless cliff will feel that it is very dangerous and will subconsciously avoid it, let alone actively enter to explore it. The people who set up the formation took advantage of this and placed the key point of the formation here. He swooped down for a moment, but it was still pitch black all around him and he couldn't see anything. But he did not waver in the slightest. That is, he resolutely plunged downwards. A moment later, a small red suddenly appeared in front of him. He guessed right. The key to breaking the deadlock lies below. With delight, he increased the speed of his dive. As he swooped down, the red dot grew larger and larger until he finally saw clearly that it wasn't a red dot at all, but a blood red heart. Chapter 94, Encountering the Dragon, Diamond Treasure Chest. The heart was enormous, dozens of times the size of a human heart. It was covered with blood vessels, which seemed to be beating slightly. Just as he was surprised, a dark figure suddenly shot towards him. His expression shifted, and he immediately swung his knife to strike. When, with a loud bang, the powerful force sent him flying several meters through the air. He looked up and saw a shadow disappear into the darkness, making it impossible to see what it was. Lu Chang'an closed his eyes and hovered in midair. Since eyesight is useless, then concentrate all your energy on other senses. At this moment, no sound could escape his ears, and he could feel the movement of air on his skin. Just then, a dark shadow shot towards his head from above. The next instant, his figure vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already several meters above him. Instant téléportation. The moment it appeared, he swiftly slashed forward with a soul-stealing sword in his hand. Puff! With a soft sound, the dark figure was struck and injured. It immediately retreated and hid back in the darkness. Perhaps realizing that Lu Chang'an was not easy to deal with, it did not make another move, seemingly waiting for him to reveal a weakness. Lu Chang'an is in the light, while they are in the shadows. Sooner or later, when his physical strength is exhausted and his energy is waning, time will be on their side. Lu Chang'an knew this too, and seeing that it didn't move, he took the initiative to descend. Since it wouldn't make a move, he would provoke it to do so. It couldn't possibly let him get close to the heart. Sure enough, as he descended, a faint commotion arose around him. His lips curled slightly upward, and he suddenly sped up. His acceleration alarmed it, and it suddenly appeared behind him and launched an attack. He was prepared and turned around instantly, his soul-snatching sword flashing with a cold light as he slashed out. Stack! Collapse! When, with a loud bang, the shadowy figure suddenly felt a strange power coming from blade. It cannot be resolved, and the body immediately stiffens. But at that moment, the soul-stealing slash came again. It had no chance to dodge, and its wing was directly severed. It let out a sharp cry, plummeted downwards, and crashed heavily to the ground. Lu Chang'an landed with it, opened his eyes, and by the red light emanating from its heart, he could see its appearance clearly. It resembles a bat, with fleshy wings, fine scales covering its body, sharp teeth and claws, and no eyes. Béranque, tiers 8 monster, dragon scalba. The dragon-scaled bat struggled to its feet, opened its mouth, and emitted a silent shriek at him. Blue skill, soul scream. This is a sonic attack. There is no way to defend against it. But Lu Chang'an did not intend to defend himself. He opened his mouth and sang loudly. Hakimi, North and South green beans. Mambo, Lalaya's second trait. Soul-stealing melody. Attack against attack, sound against sound. Puff. The soul-stealing demonic sound is several levels higher than the blue skill. It poured into the dragon-scale bat's ear, causing 2 clouds of blood mist to burst out of its ear immediately. The dragon-scale bat pounced to the ground, clutching its head and rolling around frantically. The soul-stealing demonic sound triggers an abnormal status, confusion. Without hesitation, Lu Chang'an teleported in front of it, raised his knife, and severed its head. The dragon-scale bat, whose attributes are slightly stronger than his, is no match for him at all. He put away its crystal core, went to the heart, and examined it carefully. Unknown heart. This is the heart of an unknown creature, and it seems to contain a special kind of energy. It was still pulsating slightly, and with each pulsation, wisps of black mist would seep out and dissipate into the surrounding area, which must be the reason why this place was so dark. He used the soul-snatching blade to make a cut on it, but it didn't even leave a mark, let alone hurt it. Its strength far exceeded his expectations, considering that the Soul Stealer's attack power was 175 points at this moment. He immediately realized that it was a rare treasure in itself. For example, integrating it into a mechanism or forging it might have miraculous effects. He tried to put it in his backpack, but failed. However, he succeeded when he used the spatial bracelet. Only legendary spatial artifacts can collect it, which speaks volumes about its quality. After he took the heart, something subtle seemed to change around him. Not only did the darkness lessen, but he could even faintly hear conversations coming from above. Without hesitation, he immediately flew upwards. Before long, he saw the cliff he had just seen. The special scene has indeed disappeared. At this moment, Lalaya and Fong Rong were talking, and the topic was naturally him. Although it was called a conversation, it was mostly Fong Rong asking Lalaya about him, including his preferences, personality, past, and even his criteria for choosing a partner. I like well-behaved and gentle girls. He smiled and landed in front of the two of them. Brother Lu, you're back. Are you all right? Fong Rong was overjoyed to see him. Lu Chang'an nodded and smiled at her. Don't worry, I'm fine. Lalaya rolled her eyes at him and transmitted her voice. If you don't come back soon, she might ask me to set you up with someone. Lu Chang'an smiled at her and said, Then I should thank you properly. Lalaya flashed him her sharp teeth. Are you serious? If he dares to tell the truth, she'll pounce on him and bite him to death. Lu Chang'an coughed lightly, changing the subject, and said to them, The problem has been solved. You should be able to go now. The two women looked across at each other, and Fong Rong's eyes lit up. It doesn't seem so dark anymore. Come on, let's go over there. Lu Chang'an picked them up, one in each arm. Lalaya glared at him, while Fong Rong blushed slightly. The two goddesses had different expressions, but both leaned against him obediently. Lu Chang'an flew forward with the two women for a short while and arrived at the other side of the cliff, where there was still a door. Just as Lu Chang'an was about to land, Feng Rong quickly stopped him. "Be careful, there are traps not only on the door, but also on the ground in front of us." Lu Chang'an was startled and carefully flew to a safe location before landing on the ground. Feng Rong skillfully deciphered the mechanisms, leading them step by step to the door. This made Lu Chang'an realize once again that he had brought the right person. If it weren't for her, even if he hadn't been injured by the traps, he wouldn't have been able to enter the ruins. A moment later, Feng Rong unlocked the mechanism and pushed open the door. Lu Chang'an looked inside and immediately frowned. Inside the door was a huge cavern, and at its deepest point, a creature was coiled up. It has a huge body covered in scales, with horns on its head, long whiskers around its mouth, and mane on its back, and a majestic appearance. This is unmistakably a dragon. It really is a dragon. Feng Rong exclaimed. "Are we going to have to fight it? Even if I have to fight it, I have to try." Lu Chang'an looked at the dragon beside him, his gaze burning with fervor. Feng Rong followed his gaze, and her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. There was a treasure chest there, but it wasn't the familiar color of gold, silver, or bronze. Instead, it shone with iridescent colors, like a diamond. This is a treasure chest of a higher grade than the golden treasure chest. Chapter 95, The Evil Dragon Nail. Strike while the iron is hot and kill it. Lalia pulled Lu Chang'an aside and advised, "Don't be impulsive. Even the weakest dragon is born at A rank and can break through to S rank without any hindrance after reaching adulthood. They can only defeat low-level A rank opponents even with their best efforts. They are still far from being able to challenge a dragon." Lu Chang'an smiled and said, "I'm not acting impulsively. Normally, what you said is correct, but the current situation is not normal. Look at its neck." Lalia looked down at the dragon's neck and saw a huge nail driven into its throat. The evil dragon nail. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly. In dragon legends, dragons who commit crimes are punished by driving a nail into their reverse scale, causing them to suffer day and night. The dragon before us has its scales nailed in place. This will not only cause it pain, but also seal away most of its power. If that's the case, they might still have a chance to win. No wonder this place is full of traps and formations. It turns out to be a place where dragon prisoners are held. Lu Chang'an asked, "This evil dragon nail is only half driven in. What would happen if it were fully driven in?" "Severely injure it, or even kill it outright." Lu Chang'an nodded. "You use the soul-seizing demonic sound in a moment, and I'll take the opportunity to drive the nail in." Lalia immediately agreed. Lu Chang'an looked at Feng Rong, who quickly said, "Be careful. I'll be watching from the doorway from a distance." This was indeed the best solution, so Lu Chang'an didn't say anything more. He took a deep breath and walked into the cave with Lalia. The moment they stepped into the cave, the dragon immediately cast its gaze upon them. After recognizing the two of them, it closed its eyes and pretended to sleep. These two lowly and weak reptiles didn't even deserve a second glance from it. Its disdain was exactly what Lu Chang'an wanted, and he nodded to Lalia. Lalia understood and immediately began to chant softly. Her ethereal and melodious voice softened the atmosphere in the hall. In comparison, Lu Chang'an's singing voice is the true bewitching magic, while hers is more like a sacred sound that cleanses the soul. The song drifted gently, and a look of comfort appeared on the dragon's face. It quickly fell asleep and even started snoring. A glint of light flashed in Lu Chang'an's eyes as he took out the craftsman's hammer. The fury of the water. His attributes immediately surged. The next instant, he appeared in front of the evil dragon nail, wielding the craftsman's hammer in his hand and smashing it down fiercely. When, with a loud bang, the dragon nail was blasted in a small section. Roar! The immense pain immediately roused the dragon from its slumber, causing it to let out a tremendous roar. It looked at Lu Chang'an, its eyes filled with savagery and ferocity. This lowly human dared to harm it. He's asking for death. It opened its mouth and breathed a dragon's breath at him. Red Phoenix. Phoenix true flame. Lu Chang'an shouted, swinging the craftsman's hammer again to smash the evil dragon nail. The red phoenix let out a soft cry and spewed out phoenix flames to resist the dragon's breath. Unfortunately, its level was still very low, and the phoenix true flame was completely unable to withstand the dragon's breath, retreating step by step, only slightly delaying the time it took to attack Lu Chang'an. But Lu Chang'an wanted just that brief moment. He struck the evil dragon nail with his craftsman's hammer again, driving it in a little further. Laugh. A large amount of blood gushed from the dragon's wound, soaking him completely. He didn't have time to wipe away the dragon blood, so he immediately used teleportation and escaped just as the dragon's breath was about to hit him. Pain and rage drove the dragon mad, and it immediately gave chase. It was incredibly fast, arriving in front of Lu Chang'an in the blink of an eye, and swung its claws down to grab him fiercely. Its claws possess immense power, and their swings even produce the sound of wind and thunder. Lu Chang'an dared not confront him directly and teleported away once again. At this moment, Lalia had already condensed several water arrows and shot them at it, but it still ignored everything and kept chasing after Lu Chang'an. Several water jets hit it, but had no effect other than creating a few splashes of water. Its scales have strong resistance, and ordinary attacks are completely ineffective. Lalia's expression darkened, and she used the Azure Wave chains again. But the result made her feel even more depressed. The Azure Wave chains, which used to be so effective, had stopped working. The only thing that can suppress it is the power of bloodline, through singing. Lu Chang'an quickly sent a message. Lalia nodded and began to sing again. Sure enough, the sound directly affected the mind, rendering the scale's defense useless, and the dragon's movements immediately became sluggish. Lu Chang'an seized the opportunity and smashed the evil dragon nail with his hammer again. Roar! It roared in agony. At this moment, the dragon nail had penetrated half again as far as before, causing it enormous damage. It abandoned its pursuit of Lu Chang'an and headed straight for Lalia, determined to crush this annoying, stinky fish first. But just as it turned towards Lalia, Lu Chang'an's voice boomed in its ear. Draw a dragon on your left and a rainbow on your right. It felt an unnamed fire instantly engulf its entire body, its heart filled with hatred for Lu Chang'an, wishing it could crush his bones to pieces. Lalia was mentally prepared, and having been with him every day, she developed some resistance to his singing. She realized this was an opportunity. In suppressing her displeasure, she fired a series of water arrows at the evil dragon nail. Ding, ding, ding. The water arrow hit the dragon nail precisely, driving it even further in. Dragon blood gushed out, and the dragon roared in agony once more. Seeing that his singing was effective, Lu Chang'an sang again. Draw a rainbow with me on the left, and then draw a dragon on your right. Pain already filled its heart with negative emotions, and coupled with his singing, it instantly lost its mind and pounced on Lu Chang'an without regard for anything. Lalia's beautiful eyes lit up. Knowing that her skills were ineffective against it, she stopped attacking and instead conjured a water shield in front of it, blocking its vision. The two were of one mind, and the moment the water shield appeared, Lu Chang'an teleported in front of it and smashed the craftsman's hammer in his hand hard against the evil dragon nail. Puff! The evil dragon nail drove in another section, and a large amount of dragon blood gushed out. Lu Chang'an and Lalia's eyes lit up at the same time. If they could continue like this, they would wear it down in no time. However, the dragon, constantly tormented, completely lost its mind. It now had only one thought: to kill these two lowly reptiles at all costs. It raised its head and let out a long howl, its body radiating purple light. Ignoring the evil dragon nail and its injuries, it forcefully mobilized the power of its bloodline. 9 heavens, thunder prison. Run! Lu Chang'an was shocked and teleported to Lalia's side, wanting to take her away with him. However, it was too late. Purple lightning instantly engulfed the entire space. Chapter 96: Dry Wood and Raging Fire. Lovers finally united. Sizzle. A burst of lightning flashed. Lala was held in Lu Chang'an's arms and couldn't see anything, but she could feel immense pain. The pain did not come from her own body, but from Lu Chang'an. He shielded her with his own body, taking the brunt of the attack. Let me go. I'm Yufine. She tried to break free from his embrace. Silly fish, don't be silly. He hugged her tightly. You can't help me take the damage even if you come out. Your defense isn't even as strong as mine, so don't move around. Lightning strikes indiscriminately. Even if it didn't do it, he would still suffer such damage. Besides, he also has Hongluan's armor for protection. It's better for one person to be injured than for both to be injured. She leaned against him, her delicate body trembling slightly. She could feel his pain, and that's why her heart ached so much. She would rather be the one who gets hurt. Time slowly passed, and the power of the lightning finally dissipated. How are you? She exclaimed as she stepped out of his arms. His clothes were torn, his skin was charred, and his body was covered in fine wounds, making him look like a blood-soaked figure. He smiled at her, then collapsed backward, his body limp. She caught him quickly, her heart aching with pain. I'm Fine. I'll deal with that dragon first, he said weakly. She nodded emphatically, laid him flat on the ground, and then picked up the craftsman's hammer and went to the dragon. At this moment, it suffered a backlash from the evil dragon nail and was on the verge of death. Go to hell. She let out a sharp cry, swung her hammer, and slammed it heavily onto the evil dragon nail. Roar. The dragon let out a painful roar. Mermaid, stop. I am from the dragon clan. Do you want to offend the entire dragon clan? Lilia swung her hammer down again, her eyes filled with murderous intent. I don't care if you're a dragon or a god. Anyone who dares to hurt him will die. Lu Chang'an had always had a smooth life and had never been injured, nor did she have any particular feelings. But only now, seeing his battered and bruised appearance, did she truly understand her own heart and what place he held in her heart. She will not forgive anyone who dares to hurt Lu Chang'an, no matter who it is. The dragon roared in exasperation. Are you insane? You dare to slay a dragon for a lowly human. Aren't you afraid that the mere folk will be wiped out because of you? Lilia's eyes were filled with determination. You, a mere sinful dragon, dare to represent the dragon race. Even if the dragon race truly blames me for this, I will never regret it. She kept hammering the dragon nails, refusing to stop no matter how much it threatened her. A moment later, all the dragon nails were driven in. You will regret this. It let out a mournful cry, and its consciousness plunged into eternal darkness. Announcement. Player Lu Chang'an has achieved the first ever kill of a legendary creature by a human. Rewards. Title Dragon Slayer. *1. Honor Medal *10. Seeing that it was dead, Lilia hurriedly returned to Lu Chang'an's side, only to find that he had fallen into a deep sleep. She quickly used water healing techniques to treat his wounds. Fang Rong rushed in, her beautiful face filled with worry and heartache. Is Brother Lu all right? The lightning that filled the cave had truly terrified her, and the sight of Lu Chang'an being electrocuted made her heart pound even harder. He should be fine. I'm treating him, Lilia replied. The healing effect of water was remarkable. Lu Chang'an's wounds healed quickly, and his complexion returned to its rosy hue, which relieved both women. But soon, the two noticed something was wrong. Lu Chang'an's face could no longer be described as rosy. It was flushed red, almost purplish. What's wrong with Brother Lu? Fang Rong asked anxiously. Lilia was also extremely anxious. His condition was clearly not right. At this moment, Hongluan removed his armor, and the two women then realized that not only was his face red, but his entire body was flushed. Because his clothes were burned, the two women noticed that certain parts of his body looked very different from usual. Both women blushed at the same time. Lilia suddenly recalled the scene of the previous battle, when Lu Chang'an was covered in dragon blood when he smashed the evil dragon nail. I know. He was drenched in dragon blood and didn't clean it off in time, so the dragon blood seeped into his body, she said quickly. Will this cause any problems? Fang Rong asked. Dragon blood can enhance his qualities and improve his physique. Fang Rong frowned slightly. Isn't this a good thing? Lilia bit her red lips lightly. But this also has some side effects, because dragons are inherently lustful. While the dragon blood helped him improve his physical fitness, it also ignited his desires, which led to his current unusual behavior. Fang Rong blushed and secretly glanced at his body. What should we do? Relieve it as soon as possible, otherwise it may cause damage to his body. The two women exchanged a glance, then blushed and looked away. The answer to how to resolve this is already quite obvious. But who can help him? And how can they get out of this predicament? Just as they hesitated, Lu Chang'an looked pained, and blood flowed from his nostrils. The two women were shocked, and Fong Rong immediately said, "We can't wait any longer, I'll do it." As she spoke, she reached out to unbutton her clothes. She was indeed a virgin, but she couldn't watch Lu Chang'an fall into danger. He saved his sisters and treated them extremely well. Besides, she was already his, her soul, her body, everything about her belonged to him. It was only natural and expected that she would save him. Lalaya gritted her teeth, then suddenly looked behind her in surprise. "Careful!" Fong Rong quickly turned her head, but as soon as she turned her head, she saw nothing and felt a jolt in her neck, and immediately fell into a coma. Lalaya knocked her to the ground. My guard. I've come to his rescue myself." She ambushed Fong Rong as she turned around because she wanted to save him herself. She came to Lu Chang'an's side, her face as red as the sunset. Scenes of their time, together, flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern. His goodness, his badness, his smile, his mischievousness, his repeated silly fish, and his screams when bitten, all made her expression more and more gentle. Blushing, she removed her clothes, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "You jerk, consider this a debt I owed you in my past life." After saying that, she offered him her fragrant cherry lips. Before long, the room was filled with spring. The red kite, hiding her eyes behind her wings, peeked at the two through the gaps. Should I tell her that I have divine purification that can dispel all negative states of the master? Forget it, let's not do it. She can still help her master by doing this. Besides, I am Hongwan, and it is my mission to help my master find beautiful women. Is this what it means to be deeply in love, like dry wood meeting a raging fire? No, I can't look at it too much. I'm still a little female bird. Just one more look, just one more look. Chapter 97, The Dragon Slayer. A huge upgrade. Lu Chang'an had a dream in which he turned into a reef, standing in the sea and enduring the baptism of storms and raging waves. Whether it's a raging, powerful wave or a calm, peaceful ripple, it remains unmoved. During this process, he also heard a song that sounded like a lament, like weeping. The voice sounded familiar. He felt like he'd heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't quite place it. Just as he was about to hear clearly, he suddenly noticed a deadly whirlpool appearing on the sea surface, frantically sucking away everything around it, including him. He suddenly opened his eyes and quickly checked his body. Fortunately, everything was normal. The clothes were missing. They must have been burned by lightning. He quickly took a piece of clothing out of his backpack and put it on, then looked around. Lalaya was lying beside him, while Fong Rong lay a little further away. Both women were in stable condition and fast asleep, but Lalaya was covered in sweat and her face was flushed. He checked on her condition and saw that she was just a little weak, so he was relieved. Chirp, chirp. The red phoenix let out a soft cry and flew to his head. He took a couple of steps and suddenly felt something was wrong. He felt incredibly relaxed, as if a long-suppressed pressure had finally been released. He opened his attribute panel, and his eyes immediately lit up. Player, Lu Chang'an. Constitution, 7812. Strength, 7,797. Agility, 7,765. Spirit, 7,786. Lucky, invisible. Trait, bathe in dragon blood. Your body is strengthened by dragon blood, increasing stamina recovery speed by 100% and all elemental resistances by 20%. His attributes all increased by 1,000 points, bringing him close to the 8,000 point mark. In addition, he has an extra characteristic, which is also extremely powerful. It goes without saying how important physical strength is for survivors. Doubling his stamina recovery speed means he has more energy to devote to work or training, allowing him to acquire more resources and a higher talent level. The all-elemental resistance greatly enhanced his defense. If he had had this trait before, he wouldn't have been electrocuted so badly. He never expected that being drenched in dragon blood would have such benefits. He had really struck gold. He noticed he still had unread notifications, and when he opened them, he saw they were system announcements. Needless to say, The Medal of Honor went without saying. He turned his gaze to the title. Dragon Slayer. Quality, Gold, Legendary. Effect, increases damage and intimidates enemies. Trait 1. All damage increased by 20%. Dragons receive an additional 10% increase. Trait 2. Intimidate all sides. Active skill, reduces the target's attributes by 10% and randomly inflicts at least one negative status effect. Cooldown, 12 hours. A smile appeared on his lips. This was actually a legendary title with extremely powerful characteristics. The damage increase from Trait 1 is quite impressive, reaching as high as 30% against dragons, making it much easier for him to deal with dragons in the future. Characteristic 2 is an active skill that not only reduces enemy attributes, but also inflicts at least one negative status effect, making it extremely useful. It was definitely worth the risk he took. He turned off the control panel, went to the dragon's side, and began collecting resources. Rewards: Dragon Blood * 200, Dragon Bone * 200, Dragon Tendon * 10, Dragon Meat * 100, Dragon Scale * 100, S-Grade Crystal Core * 2. The dragon is a treasure trove, useful for forging, building, and cooking, and he accepted it all with a smile. Moreover, its strength is indeed S-rank, and it contributed 2 crystal cores to him, the energy contained in which was enough for Lalia to advance several ranks. Bite. After the dragon's corpse vanished, the evil dragon nail fell to the ground. He picked it up. Evil dragon nail. Durability, 10,000. Attack, 50. Quality, Gold, Legendary. Effect, Dragon Clan exclusive ceiling item. Special feature, ignores dragon scale defense and breaks through the power of dragon bloodline. He nodded to himself, pleased that it was indeed an artifact specifically designed to seal dragons. It was extremely effective against them. He put it away carefully, thinking it might come in handy in the future. Finally, he arrived at the diamond treasure chest that shone with dazzling light. Its surface is engraved with intricate and exquisite patterns, making it look noble and magnificent. Instead of opening it immediately, he chose to take it back to the bubble and hand it over to Chuyueli to examine. This is the highest level treasure chest that humanity has ever encountered in both lifetimes of survival. It cannot be wasted. After collecting her spoils, Fong Rong slowly woke up, and Lalia also coincidentally woke up as well. Brother Liu, are you alright? Fong Rong asked hurriedly upon seeing him. Liu Chang'an smiled and helped her up. It's nothing, I was just stunned by the electric shock. Fong Rong wanted to ask him about dragon blood, but Lalia suddenly interrupted her. Fong Rong, did you see who attacked you? Fong Rong was taken aback. No. Were you also ambushed? Lalia's face was serious. Yes, I was also ambushed. I just woke up. She subconsciously didn't want him to find out that the two of them had become intimate. What's going on? Liu Chang'an looked at her. We were checking on you just now, but you were ambushed and knocked unconscious. Everyone, check your own condition, he said quickly. The two women checked themselves, but found nothing unusual. Liu Chang'an frowned slightly. There was nothing unusual, and the dragon corpse treasure chest was still there. This whole thing seemed a bit abnormal. He took the red phoenix ornament off his head. Hong Wan, have you noticed? He wanted to ask Hong Wan, but Lalia quickly stopped him. Hong Wan just shielded you from a lot of electric shocks and was injured herself, so she probably didn't see anything. Hong Wan couldn't refuse his orders. What if he confessed about her? Liu Chang'an looked at her suspiciously. Why do I feel like you're a little guilty? Lalia glared at him. What nonsense are you talking about? Would I ever harm you? How could that be? Liu Chang'an chuckled. Forget it. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Let's go back. Lalia breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. She didn't want him to find out, because she was afraid he wouldn't be able to accept it, which would cause an irreparable rift in their relationship. After all, he was human, and she was a merman. They were not of the same race. Until she was sure he could accept her, she chose to maintain the current relationship for the time being. Even though she was an empress, she still fell into a state of anxiety and insecurity. Liu Chang'an led the two women to the entrance of the ruins. Looking at the claw marks on the wall, he seemed to be deep in thought. A thought struck him, and he looked behind him, But the place was empty. There was nothing there. He did not linger and left with the two women. Shortly after they left, a slender, ethereal figure slowly rose from the bottom of the cliff, silently watching the direction in which they had departed. Chapter 98, Beyond Legends, Immortal Treasures. Blister. Zhou Yuding, Chu Yueli, and Fong Lan stood guard by the ice-breaking corner, rubbing their hands and stamping their feet, their little faces red from the cold. After receiving the announcement that Lu Chang'an had killed a legendary creature, they came here to await their return. However, after waiting for quite a while without seeing anyone, they became somewhat anxious. "Is my brother all right?" Zhou Yuding asked, her brows furrowed as she looked at the still sea. Fong Lan pursed her lips, her eyes filled with fear. She couldn't imagine how she would survive if something happened to both Lu Chang'an and Fong Rong at the same time. Chu Yueli shook her head firmly. "Don't worry, Brother Chang'an will be fine." Although she was worried about Lu Chang'an, she had an almost obsessive faith in him deep down. Zhou Yuding and Fong Lan nodded and continued to wait patiently. After waiting for a while, they still hadn't heard from them. They wanted to send a message to ask, but they were afraid of distracting them. After thinking it over, Zhou Yuding suggested, "Why don't we go down and take a look?" Fong Lan nodded quickly. Chu Yueli thought for a moment and said, "If you're not feeling well, just wait here. I'll go down and check on you." "But didn't you lend your azure heart to Rong Rong? Wouldn't it be dangerous to jump down like this?" Zhou Yuding asked hurriedly. The seawater was extremely cold, and if she couldn't breathe underwater, she could easily have an accident. "It doesn't matter." Chu Yueli didn't care. The slight chill couldn't stop her from helping Lu Chang'an. She immediately jumped into the sea. But at that moment, a figure suddenly rushed out of the sea and caught her while she was in midair. "Their bodies aren't up to par, but yours are." "Brother Chang'an, you're back." Chu Yueli leaned against him, feeling both shy and happy. This person was Lu Chang'an. He returned to the bubble and put down Fong Rong and Chu Yueli. Zhou Yuding and Fong Lan also greeted them with delight. Brother Lu, you're back." Lu Chang'an smiled at them. "Yes, you're back. Why didn't you wait inside in this cold weather?" Zhou Yuding said sweetly, "We received the announcement and thought you would be back soon. Some things have been delayed. Let's go practice our skills," Lu Chang'an said to them. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned to look at Lalaya, who had just returned to the bubble. "Why are you moving so slowly today? Are you injured?" Her movements seemed slightly hampered, especially when swimming, her tail swaying somewhat weakly. "No, I'm just a little tired." Her face flushed. "Why do you feel weak? Don't you know?" Of course, Lu Chang'an really didn't know. He came up to her and picked her up in his arms. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, both embarrassed and flustered, with everyone watching. "This is preferential treatment for the wounded." Lu Chang'an smiled and ran towards the training room, eager to know what was inside the diamond treasure chest. The reason for choosing the training room was that it would give Chu Yueli an experience bonus when she observed it. It's important to know that opening the unique diamond-level treasure chest will grant her a large amount of talent experience, which will be even more substantial with the support of the training room. The group arrived at the training room, where Lu Chang'an took out the diamond treasure chest. The women exclaimed in unison, for they had never seen such a treasure chest before. Lu Chang'an looked at Chu Yueli. "Shall we see what's inside?" Chu Yueli nodded immediately and used her innate power to look at the treasure chest. She stared at the treasure chest for a long time without saying a word, but fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. This means it will be very difficult for her to see through the treasure chest. After a long while, just as everyone was getting a little impatient, Chu Yueli suddenly spoke. "I saw it. What's inside?" "Two orange items." Everyone's spirits lifted, and Lu Chang'an quickly asked, "What level is orange?" "It's marked as immortal." Lalia's expression changed. "Immortal level? That's the treasure of a great clan that has been passed down for millions of years in the endless sea. Each one possesses unparalleled power." "Do merfolk exist too?" Zhou Yuding asked curiously. Lalia didn't hide anything. "Yes, it's said to be in the ancestral land, but I don't know exactly what it is. It will only appear in the world when the entire clan faces life or death." Lu Chang'an nodded and looked at Chu Yueli. "What are these two items?" "I can't see the specific attributes. I can only see the shape. One is an axe, and the other is a wind chime." Lu Chang'an fell into deep thought. An axe must possess formidable offensive power, but the problem was no one knew how to use one. If he were to acquire an axe, he would have to completely reconstruct the entire combat system and operational concepts. While it's not impossible, it can't be accomplished overnight, making it very inefficient. It's hard to guess what that wind chime is. It's probably more functional than lethal, so its applicability should be quite high. I'll choose the wind chimes, he decided. Chu Yueli nodded and opened the treasure chest. In an instant, an orange beam of light shot straight into the sky, causing the entire space to tremble slightly. A notification suddenly appeared. Immortal-grade items will trigger extraordinary celestial phenomena. Should we conceal them? Lu Chang'an did not hesitate and immediately chose yes. The immortal-level item will definitely attract powerful monsters, and he is not a match for them for now. With his choice, all the strange phenomena disappeared. This relieved everyone. Chu Yueli took out the wind chime, which seemed to be made of glass, sacred and beautiful. Lu Chang'an quickly looked at its attributes. Spiritual charm. Durability, never wears out. Quality, orange, immortal. Effect, a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, containing extraordinary power of heaven and earth. Trait 1, enlightenment, passive. Listening to the bell's sound has a chance to trigger a sudden insight, accelerating comprehension and enhancing one's knowledge and combat abilities. Caractéristique 2, illusion dispelling, aura. All illusions, hallucinations, and mental manipulation techniques are ineffective against the user and their surrounding area. Characteristic 3, strong luck, passive. Enhances fortune, brings good luck and avoids misfortune, and averts disasters. Characteristic 4, summoning souls, active. Activating the bell's sound can draw souls back to the body, reversing life and death. Cooldown, 30 days. Upon seeing its attributes, Lu Chang'an's eyes widened in shock. Its durability is infinite, and it has as many as 4 special abilities, each with an extremely powerful effect. Feature 1 can actually trigger sudden enlightenment and accelerate the process of understanding, which is highly compatible with the function of the training room. If you hang it in the training room, your skill proficiency and talent experience will skyrocket like a rocket. Feature 2 is extremely practical. Some sea areas are shrouded in mist, and many marine creatures are highly skilled in mental techniques, such as mermaids and mirages. With it, you can completely ignore psychedelic and psychotic methods. Feature 3 goes without saying. It helps to avoid misfortune and turn danger into safety, making it a necessity at all times. Feature 4 is the most overpowered. It can actually bring the dead back to life, making it like having an extra life. As expected of an immortal-level treasure, its functions are indeed powerful. Lu Chang'an bound it to himself and then hung it under the eaves of the training room. Ring ring. A gentle breeze blew, and a melodious bell rang. The group of people were all jolted and fell into a state of sudden enlightenment. Chapter 99, Sudden Enlightenment, The Power of Lightning. A ringing sound rang in Lu Chang'an's ears, startling him and plunging him into a profound state. He felt as if he had returned to the ruins, where the dragon once again unleashed its bloodline power. 9 heavens, thunder prison. Time stretched out infinitely at this moment, and countless currents filled the entire space. He could clearly see their shapes, routes, distribution, and even their composition. He carefully observed them, felt them, and experienced the numbness and pain they caused when they struck him. Gradually, he could no longer feel the pain, and his whole being seemed to disappear. He became electricity, or even electrons, running through the air. Rumble. After an unknown amount of time, a muffled clap of thunder rang out, jolting him awake from this mystical state. He looked around and found himself in a training room, with the women outside looking at him with surprise and delight. "Brother, you're awake?" Zhou Yuding asked tentatively. "What's wrong? Why are you all outside?" he asked, somewhat bewildered. "Because you were covered in electricity just now, we were all stunned. And the lightning in the sky also seemed to have been summoned by you." The women nodded in agreement, their faces still showing lingering fear. Lu Chang'an was taken aback and raised his hand. Crack! Bright electric light immediately flashed from his fingertips. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly opened the attribute panel, only to see that he had gained another trait. Trait 2. Lightning Affinity. You have mastered the power of lightning. Lightning damage resistance plus 50%. Just as expected, he really did master the power of lightning. Seawater has a high conductivity, which allows it to perfectly combine with the power of lightning. In the future, his methods will become more diverse and more lethal. In addition, he has become a nemesis of lightning-type attacks. Dragon Bloodbath increases his lightning resistance by 20%, and Lightning Affinity increases it by another 50%. With a lightning resistance of up to 70%, he can basically ignore them. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the spiritual energy hanging under the eaves. As expected of an immortal-level treasure, its power was indeed formidable. He welcomed the women in and told them about it, and they all smiled with delight. "Brother Lu is so amazing," Fong Lan exclaimed with admiration. The women all nodded in agreement. It was truly astonishing that they could comprehend the power of lightning in this way. Lu Chang'an smiled at them and asked, "Did you find anything?" They had just entered a state of sudden enlightenment. Fong Rong said softly to him, "The talents of all four of us have increased by 1 level. The girls' talents have all improved, and Zhou Yuding's energy consumption for drawing blueprints has decreased by 30%. Shu Yueli can see more things. She can already see some large natural objects, such as the ocean and the sun. Fong Rong's mechanical skills consume less stamina and allow her to set up more mechanisms. Fong Lan also requires less stamina to perform an enhancement. They are all geniuses." Lu Chang'an gave them a thumbs up. Their improved talent level greatly boosted the team. After praising them, he looked at Lalia. "I haven't made any special breakthroughs. I've just improved my control over magic a bit." Lalia waved her hand gently. As she moved, numerous water jets appeared throughout the room, layer upon layer, almost filling the entire space. Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. He could also handle something of this scale, but not as effortlessly as she did. It seemed that she had made great strides in mastering these skills. With her around, dealing with groups of monsters becomes much easier. This volley of arrows attack will surely cause heavy casualties among the enemy. Although this expedition to the ruins was somewhat dangerous, the rewards were extremely rich and greatly improved the entire team. You should know that he also has a heart in his backpack. If they study it thoroughly, they will definitely benefit greatly. "Everyone has made progress. That's wonderful. We'll have a big meal later," he said to the women with a smile. The women cheered in unison, and Zhou Yuding asked, "Brother, what kind of feast is it?" Lu Chang'an gave her a mysterious smile. "You'll find out soon enough. I guarantee it will be a feast you've never imagined in your life." His words piqued their curiosity, and when it was finally time to eat, they were stunned by what Lu Chang'an said. "Brother, you said this is dragon meat?" Zhou Yuding's eyes widened. Except for Lalia, the other girls all had the same expression. What is a dragon? A mythical beast from legend. But now, Lu Chang'an is telling them that the divine beast is right in their pot. This is unbelievable to them. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly, picked up a piece, and put it in her bowl. "Try it and you'll see." Zhou Yuding looked into the bowl. Dragon meat soup. Quality, gold, legendary. Effect, a broth with immense energy. Additional feature, randomly adds certain attributes. Review, I'm not tempted at all, really. What? This soup is of gold quality. Zhou Yuding was startled, and she tried to take a small bite. Her eyes widened instantly. The taste was secondary. The key was that a warm current immediately surged through her body after she ate it. The next moment, she received a notification. Eat high-energy foods to improve your physical condition by 2 points. Just 1 bite, increase my constitution by 2 points, which is much more efficient than absorbing crystal cores. Now you know, right? Lu Chang'an smiled at them. Don't just stand there, eat it while it's hot. As he spoke, he picked up a bowl and filled it with a large amount for Lalia. Lalia nodded her thanks, and although she tried her best to appear calm, she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. After the meal, each of the women gained dozens of attribute points. Because Lu Chang'an had been enhanced by the dragon blood, he actually gained the least. However, with Lalia as his cheat code, the two combined boosted his attributes by 100 points. Of course, since this is the first time eating it, the gains are the greatest, The gains will decrease as you eat more. After the meal, the women left one by one, leaving only Lu Chang'an and La Leia in the room. He suddenly looked at her and said, "Take off your clothes." Her face flushed instantly. What do you want to do?" "Of course I'll do those things. You know what I mean?" Lu Chang'an chuckled at her. "I don't understand." La Leia's heart skipped a beat. Had he found out? Lu Chang'an rubbed his hands together, grinning mischievously as he approached her. La Leia leaned against the wall, her hands tightly clasped together, her heart pounding with anxiety. "What should we do?" "He's coming." "Refuse?" "No, that won't do." "Forget it. I'll just do nothing and let him take the initiative." Just as the two were about to get close, Lu Chang'an suddenly chuckled. "Just kidding. I was just trying to wipe off some dragon blood for you to help strengthen your body." La Leia was greatly disappointed. "No need. My bloodline is no worse than that of the dragon race. Dragon blood not only has no effect on me, but it will also make my bloodline impure." Lu Chang'an also looked disappointed. He had originally hoped to increase his attributes again. However, it's not too bad that it can strengthen the bodies of the other girls. He thought for a moment, then went outside, intending to give the dragon blood to them. Watching his departing figure, La Leia felt a little annoyed. "You jerk, I gave you a chance, and you still couldn't do it." She took out the crystal core and began to absorb energy, but she vaguely felt that she had forgotten something. What could be related to dragon blood? Chapter 100, A Sudden Confession. Lu Chang'an had just stepped outside when he ran into Zhou Yuding. "Brother, I was just looking for you." Her beautiful eyes lit up. "What's up?" Zhou Yuding handed him a drawing. Building diagram. Special multiple arrow towers. Multiple arrow towers. Automatically fires a large number of arrows to attack enemy units within a 500-meter range. Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. She had actually drawn an improved version of the arrow tower. He immediately took her to the edge of the bubble and built a multi-tiered arrow tower. Multiple arrow towers. Durability, 3,000. Attack, 15 base arrows. Rate of fire, 60 rounds per minute. Range, 900 meters. Quality, Gold Legendary. Effect, can fire arrows to attack enemies. Feature 1. There is a 60% chance to retrieve an arrow if it does not deal damage to an enemy. Feature 2. Every 10 arrows fired, the next arrow will always have a special attribute: fire, poison, explosion, multi-hit, etc. Feature 3. Can be fitted with crystal cores to fire energy arrows. Additional feature. Can be actively activated in overload state, which increases rate of fire and attack range by 50% for 15 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. Evaluation. Arrow tower? No, this is a naval cannon. Lu Chang'an was overjoyed, as all the attributes of this multi-arrow tower had been significantly improved compared to before. Its durability has increased from 1,000 to 3,000, making it several times more difficult to destroy. The attack power of ordinary arrows has also increased from 10 points to 15 points, which is a 50% increase. Even more impressive is that its rate of fire has doubled, from 30 rounds per minute to 60 rounds per minute, and its range has increased nearly threefold, reaching 900 meters. The probability of trait 1 has been increased from 50% to 60%. The duration of the additional trait has been increased by 50%, and the cooldown time has been reduced by 50%. Its power has increased several times compared to before. No wonder its quality is legendary gold. Lu Chang'an gave her a thumbs up. "Well done." "It's all my duty." Zhou Yuding smiled radiantly. Looking at her pretty face, Lu Chang'an thought for a moment and led her into the room. Incidentally, because he built dormitories for Feng Rong and Feng Lan, Lu Chang'an also built one for Zhou Yuding and Chu Yueli to show fairness. At this moment, Chu Yueli was collecting supplies and was not in the house. Lu Chang'an said to her, "Take off your clothes." Zhou Yuding blushed deeply, bit her red lips lightly, and shyly took off her coat. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. Just as she was about to take off her underwear as well, Lu Chang'an stopped her. "That's fine." Zhou Yuding looked at him with some surprise. "Is this okay? Don't I need to take my pants off?" Lu Chang'an chuckled as he took out the dragon blood. "I'm just planning to help you improve your physical attributes. Don't get the wrong idea." Zhou Yuding's face immediately showed disappointment. Lu Chang'an smiled and smeared some dragon blood on her arms, neck, and abdomen. How are you feeling? He asked. I feel a little hot. What about the attributes? Nothing has changed. Lu Chang'an frowned slightly. It may not be working yet. Let's wait a while longer. After waiting a while longer, the change finally occurred. Zhou Yuding's skin turned completely red, and her whole body glowed with a rosy light. How are you feeling? He asked quickly. It's hot, so hot. Zhou Yuding's starry eyes were half closed, her gaze filled with a dazed look. What about the attributes? Nothing has changed, it's so hot. Zhou Yuding murmured, throwing herself into his arms. He wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, her small mouth covered his, and she even stuck out her little tongue. Although Lu Chang'an did not reject such things, after all, he was a normal man. But the key point is that Zhou Yuding's condition is clearly not right, and he cannot put her in danger just because he is indulging in momentary pleasure. He quickly pushed her away and said to Hongwan, use divine purification on her. The red phoenix let out a soft cry and breathed a flame at her. The next instant, her abnormal state vanished, and her eyes regained their clarity. Once she regained her senses, she felt both ashamed and embarrassed, and dared not look at him at all. Yuding, have your attributes changed? Lu Chang'an asked. Zhou Yuding shook her head again. Lu Chang'an fell into deep thought. With the same dragon blood, he had clearly gained 1,000 points in attributes and an additional trait. So why was she completely unaffected and even had an abnormal status? Could it be that my constitution is special? He pondered for a moment, but could find no other reason besides this. I'm sorry, I underestimated things. Lu Chang'an apologized to her. She quickly shook her head. It's not your fault. I actually am very willing. Having said all that, she had no way out. She mustered her courage, looked up at him, and spoke her heart. Brother, whatever you ask me to do, I will do it willingly. I'm willing to give everything for you, even my life. This is not because you saved my life, nor because you gave me a good life. It's because I love you. She laid her cards on the table. She no longer hid her feelings and boldly confessed her love to him. Looking into her sincere and beautiful eyes, Lu Chang'an slowly spoke. Yuding, if what you yearn for is the simple and sweet love of peacetime, I can't give you that. Faced with her confession, he was honest with her. This is a world of survival, not the one before. Zhou Yuding looked at him intently. Brother, I don't want anything. I just want to stay with you and watch over you until the last moment of my life. Her words made Lu Chang'an sigh slightly. But you know, Lalea, he wanted to tell her that he would not abandon Lalea. But before he could finish speaking, she silenced him with her lips. After a long while, until she could no longer breathe, she finally let go of him. I just want to be with you. Nothing else matters. Having said that, Lu Chang'an stopped being coy. After all, this was a survival world where death could come at any moment, and mutual consent and enjoying the present moment were the most important things. He picked her up and carried her towards the heated Kong, a traditional heated brick bed. He's no saint. With such a stunning beauty before him, how could he not be moved? Zhou Yuding let out a soft moan and buried her head in his chest, feeling both joy and nervousness. But at that moment, the communication conch shell in the backpack vibrated. He was somewhat annoyed and didn't want to answer, but it kept vibrating. Zhou Yuding chuckled. Answer it. Maybe Princess Falan has something important to say. Lu Chang'an took out a communication conch shell, his tone unfriendly. You'd better have something important to say. Did you kill a dragon? Fran asked gravely. Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately denied it. How could that be? I don't have that kind of ability. Fran breathed a sigh of relief. You're right. It seems I was too nervous. What happened? A dragon has been killed in your sea area, and the dragon race is coming to investigate. It's all right, let them come. They won't kill innocent people indiscriminately, will they? Lu Chang'an pretended to be relaxed. As long as you didn't kill them, they won't make things difficult for you. What I want to say is that I need to entertain the dragons. The octopus and the black tortoise can't hold them off any longer. They'll find you soon. How long? It could happen at any time, at the latest by tomorrow afternoon. Chapter 101, The Dragon Clan's Intentions, The Power of Merger. Lu Chang'an carefully put away the communication conch shell, his brow furrowed. Compared to octopuses and black turtles, dragons are the greatest threat. having bathed in dragon blood and eaten dragon meat. They must all carry the aura of the dragon race. Once the dragons come to investigate, they will definitely find out. How can we solve this problem? Seeing him frown, Zhou Yuding felt a pang of sympathy and gently massaged his temples with her small hand. Don't worry, brother. You can definitely handle it. Lu Chang'an chuckled. That's the dragon clan. I can't beat them. If a prisoner whose power is greatly diminished due to being sealed is this difficult to deal with, then the dragon race at its peak would be even more formidable. Then let's escape to La Lia's hometown. Lu Chang'an shook his head. It's not that easy. The endless sea is too vast to escape it. He suddenly stopped speaking because he had realized something. Only a few hours passed between him killing the dragon and receiving Fran's message. It's impossible for the dragons to accomplish so much in such a short time. To obtain information, make decisions, send out personnel, and arrive at the desolate sea. Clearly, the dragons didn't appear in the desolate seas specifically for this matter. They should have set off long ago. The question is, since dragons live in the far north of the endless sea, what made them travel thousands of miles to this desolate southernmost sea? For words flashed through his mind. Breaking the taboo. His eyes lit up. Yes, this was the only thing that could attract the dragons to the desolate sea. The deaths of the dragons were merely a matter of chance. If that's the case, then he has the leverage to deal with the dragons. Because the breakthrough in breaking the taboo was his doing. After figuring this out, he felt a sudden sense of clarity. Brother, what's wrong? Zhou Yuding asked quickly when he didn't speak. Lu Chang'an pecked her lips. Thank you. But I didn't do anything, Zhou Yuding said, feeling both embarrassed and pleased. Lu Chang'an stood up. Having you by my side is the greatest help you can give me. Zhou Yuding was filled with joy. Brother, are you leaving? I want to upgrade all the ordinary arrow towers into multi-arrow towers. Lu Chang'an nodded. The enemy could come at any time, and he needed to be fully prepared. Zhou Yuding quickly got up and put a raincoat on him. This is a protective measure for going out at night, made of palm leaves. The workload is quite heavy. You don't need to wait for me, Lu Chang'an said. Because the water bubble is larger than before, there are more arrow towers that need to be built, demolished, and rebuilt, and it may not be completed in a short time. Zhou Yuding looked at him tenderly. Brother, you've worked hard. She longed to be with him, but she also knew priorities. The team's survival was the most important thing. Lu Chang'an nodded to her, then turned and left the room. Zhou Yuding was mesmerized as she watched his retreating figure. Lu Chang'an's prediction was correct. By the time he replaced all the arrow towers with multi-arrow towers, it was already past midnight. The mass production of legendary gold-level facilities, coupled with the boost from spiritual energy, significantly increased his talent experience. He glanced at the multiple arrow towers and decided to go back inside to rest. But at that moment, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. What happens if you use merge on multiple arrow towers? The moment the thought appeared, it immediately occupied his mind. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to give it a try. He placed his hands on the two arrow towers and merged them together. A white light emanated from his hand. The two arrow towers became transparent and then slowly merged together. The next moment, a peculiar building appeared. It was much larger and more robust than the arrow tower, and the launching platform was not a crossbow, but a ballista that could rotate flexibly. Ballista tower. Durability, 6,000. Attack, 40 base crossbow bolts. Rate of fire, 50 rounds per minute. Range, 1,600 meters. Quality, gold legendary. Effect, can fire crossbow bolts to attack enemies. Feature 1. There is an 80% chance to retrieve a crossbow bolt if it does not deal damage to an enemy. Feature 2. Every 5 bolts fired, the next bolt will always have a special attribute: fire, poison, explosion, multi-hit, etc. Feature 3. Can be equipped with crystal cores to fire energy crossbow bolts. Additional feature, can be actively activated in overload state, which increases rate of fire and attack range by 50% for 15 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. Comment: you still say this isn't a naval gun? Upon seeing its attributes, Lu Chang'an's eyes widened immediately. Not only has its durability doubled, but its attack power has also more than doubled, while its rate of fire has only decreased slightly and its attack range has increased significantly. In addition, Trait 1 and Trait 2 have been greatly improved, with the recovery probability increased to 80% and the probability of special attribute arrows also doubled. It can be said that its destructive power has increased several times compared to before. This delighted him, and he then crafted another ballista tower, intending to combine them. However, they have been unable to come together for a long time. It seems his talent level is not high enough to continue the synthesis. However, he was not discouraged. If he could build enough ballistic towers, his talent would be close to being fully upgraded. His idea was correct. After he built all the ballista towers, his talent experience was indeed not far from breaking through. However, these ballistic towers also depleted his supplies, leaving him penniless once again. But looking at these ballista towers, he smiled faintly. He had to admit, they were excellent value for money. You didn't sleep all night? Lalaya came to her side. Aren't you the same? Lu Chang'an winked at her. Can't you sleep without me by your side? Lalaya rolled her eyes at him, her face slightly flushed. He was right. She really couldn't sleep without him by her side. Seeing that he was busy, she didn't disturb him, but silently absorbed the crystal cores all night. The two chatted for a while, and then the other women arrived one after another. Lu Chang'an patted the ballista tower and asked them, "What do you think of them?" They checked the ballista tower's attributes and were all shocked. Its power far exceeded their expectations. As a review stated, its power is not much different from that of a naval gun. "Brother, you're amazing," Zhou Yuding exclaimed, her face filled with amazement and admiration. She thought her multi-arrow tower was powerful enough, but it was nothing compared to the ballista tower. Feng Rong was also full of amazement. It's hard to imagine what level of monster could withstand such an attack. Just then, Lalaya's expression suddenly changed. "They're here." Lu Chang'an smiled faintly. "You've come at the perfect time. Let's use you to test the power of the ballista tower." Chapter 102, The Power of Merging Arrow Towers. Boom! An octopus broke through the ice and emerged from the ocean. It is enormous, with numerous tentacles, and looks majestic and imposing. Looking at the bubble not far away, his eyes were filled with ferocity and hatred. Its name is Sertun, the octopus noble whose plans were ruined by Lu Chang'an that day. It had been searching for Lu Chang'an all day, and after some twists and turns, it finally found his trail. He waved his tentacles, about to give the order to attack. But at that moment, a giant black tortoise emerged from beside it. Don't be impulsive. They were able to defeat the harpy, so they must be quite formidable. Loss. Don't compare us noble octopuses to those stupid birds, it retorted angrily. Los, the youngest son of the king of the black tortoises. The two races have a good relationship and are quite close. Princess Fran's sweetheart is no good for nothing. Los urged again. He doesn't even have the courage to fight us. He's just a complete waste. Sichuan ignored its advice and gave the order to attack. More than 300 octopuses simultaneously sped up and rushed towards the bubble. Seeing this, Los had no choice but to let the Xian turtle join the attack. The two races, one attacking and one defending, could only exert their maximum combat power by maintaining a unified pace. 500 sea beasts moved simultaneously, causing giant waves to rise across the entire sea. They rode the waves, their power astounding. Just as they approached within a kilometer of the bubble, there were loud bangs as huge arrows pierced the air and shot towards them. Defense. Los roared. The black tortoises responded in unison, and their shells glowed. Thump. Click. The arrows struck them, and they broke apart with dull thuds. Both Sichuan and Los were filled with disdain at this scene. It was nothing more than common tricks, not worth mentioning. Boom! But at that moment, a series of explosions suddenly rang out in the arena. They were startled and quickly looked over, only to see that some of the arrows had exploded after hitting the target. No, it's not just explosions, but also abnormal conditions such as freezing and poisoning. Of course, this wouldn't cause any harm to the Xian turtles, since they are the most offensive sea creatures and wouldn't be so vulnerable. The problem is that these attacks have a huge impact on the movements of the black tortoises, slowing them down considerably and making it impossible for them to get close to the bubbles. In this way, they become sitting ducks, constantly attacked without any ability to fight back. Sirchuan was somewhat annoyed and wanted to order everyone to advance, but Los firmly stopped him. Let's wait and see. Perhaps they can't sustain this kind of attack for long. Sirchuan could only wait for the time being. A moment later, the battlefield indeed changed. It wasn't that the intensity of the bubble's attack decreased, but rather that the Xian turtles suffered casualties. Under such relentless attacks, the sea-level Xian turtle was unable to withstand them at all. Their shells could not endure the repeated blows of explosions and frost, and they shattered one after another. Once their shells shatter, they're no different from ordinary sea creatures and are injured and die from crossbow bolts. Dive into the water, Los immediately ordered. The black tortoise dived into the sea, and the power of the arrows was immediately reduced. Sertun laughed and immediately summoned the octopus tribe to approach from underwater. The bubbles seemed to realize that such an attack was futile, so they stopped. A savage glint flashed in Sirchuan's eyes. Attack. Tear apart these lowly humans. Don't let them escape. It was worried that the bubbles would escape, but to its surprise, the bubbles not only didn't run away, but slowed down, seemingly waiting for them on purpose. Aha! Foolish humans. Sirchuan laughed triumphantly. Amid his laughter, the octopus and the black turtle caught up with the bubble. They intended to smash and overturn the bubble, but to their surprise, an invisible force seemed to be protecting it, and all their attacks were blocked. At the same time, the arrow towers, which had just stopped, roared again, unleashing their fiercest attack on them. At such close range, the octopus and the black turtle were mixed together and had no way to cooperate with each other. The black tortoise, with its superior defense, was able to protect itself, but the octopuses were in a much worse situation. They instantly became sitting ducks, each enduring a barrage of attacks. Casualties soon followed. Their bodies were pierced by bullets, their tentacles were blown apart, and blue blood and fluid splattered, creating a scene of death. Damn it! Damn it! Sirchuan's eyes widened, and his entire body turned red. Such a huge loss caused him great pain. There's a defensive barrier on the water bubble. Continuing will result in even greater casualties. Retreat immediately. Los exclaimed in alarm. Sirchuan roared at it. Shut up. How can there be no casualties in war? We just need to break through that barrier. At this moment, he was like a gambler. When faced with losses, he didn't think about getting out in time, but rather about increasing his investment to recoup his losses in one go. He might listen to Los normally, but the person opposite him was Su Xian, and he wanted to prove to Fran that he was better than him. If I retreat in such a sorry state now, won't I never be able to hold my head high in front of him again? Won't Fran never even look at me properly again? Los was unwilling, but if they acted against it, they would only lose even more miserably. Helpless, it could only endure it. The battle continues, with octopuses and turtles risking their lives to attack the bubbles. But its barrier was like a mountain, and no matter how they attacked, it remained completely unmoved. Conversely, each round of attacks from the arrow towers can inflict considerable casualties on them. They had hoped that the arrow towers' attack would slow down, but after a while, their attack showed no signs of slowing down. On the contrary, their casualties increased, and soon more than half of them were killed or wounded. Sirchuan, retreat. We can't win this battle. Los said urgently. Sirthan slapped the surface of the sea with his tentacles and roared. Shut up. We haven't lost yet. We still have a large number of B-rank warriors. Even a B-rank could not withstand such an attack. Losarjuth. With the large number of C-class enemies killed, the remaining firepower was shifted to the B-class enemies, which also couldn't hold out for long. If B-grade can't handle it, then A-grade. Sirchuan revealed its enormous figure from the sea, intending to take matters into its own hands. Sirchuan, are you insane? You're not a warrior. Los exclaimed in alarm. They were all nobles of the tribe. How could they personally go in a battle? Coward, if you're scared, then leave. I don't believe they have any way to stop two A-ranks like us. Sirchuan roared and charged towards the bubble. Los's expression shifted for a moment, but he still followed. Sertun was right. One was an A-rank level 3 and the other an A-rank level 2. Humans couldn't stop them. Sirchuan rushed to the water bubble, but a figure blocked its path. Nine-leak fish, are you looking for me? Chapter 103 Hidden Ultimate Move, Demonic Melody Duet. Sirchuan looked at the man and saw that he was wearing a red suit of armor and had a pair of fiery red wings on his back. Who else could it be but Lu Chang'an? Of course, in its own mind, he was Su Xian. Go to hell. Enemies meeting are bound to be furious, and its tentacles immediately lashed out at Lu Chang'an. It is a Tier 3, Grade A, with attributes reaching 30,000 points. Even a simple attack is incredibly powerful. These tentacles are fast and heavy, emitting a piercing shriek as they slice through the air. Lu Chang'an did not have the agility to teleport and dodge the attack. Lalaya's Trait 3, Royal Intimidation, activate. Dragon Slayer Trait 2, Intimidate all sides, activate. An invisible wave emanated from him, instantly enveloping Sirchuan. Sirchuan felt a sudden heaviness on its body, and its combat power was reduced by 30%, causing its strength to drop directly from the 3rd rank of A to the 2nd rank. But that wasn't the end. Its body suddenly turned a dark green. It's poisoned. The toxins are eroding its strength. It is gradually becoming sluggish and weak. Despicable. It roared in fury, its energy exploding instantly. Countless spikes made of water emerged from the sea and pierced towards Lu Chang'an. Blue Skill Water Spike. Having previous experience fighting the octopus tribe and possessing the senses of a top martial artist, Lu Chang'an calmly dodged the water spikes. During this process, he activated Water Frenzy, causing his attributes to surge by 50%. With the addition of the attribute boost from the Crimson Phoenix, his total attributes were approaching 15,000 points, just half a tier away from the 2nd tier. He teleported to Certain Side and slashed fiercely at its eyes with his Soul Reaper. Sirchuan was startled and quickly waved his tentacles in front of him to block. A glint of light flashed in Lu Chang'an's eyes, and the soul-stealing sword in his hand was immediately covered in lightning. The next instant, the soul-stealing blade struck the tentacles with tremendous force. Sizzle. A powerful burst of electricity instantly spread throughout Sirthan's body, but perhaps this electricity wouldn't cause it much damage. But what Lu Chang'an wanted was not its harm, but the momentary numbness. It was in that instant that he was able to teleport in front of it and strike its eyeball hard. Pop! Its eyeballs burst open, and a large amount of blood mixed with flesh splattered everywhere. Roar! The intense pain jolted Sirthan out of its paralysis, and it let out a painful howl as its energy suddenly burst forth. Lu Chang'an immediately teleported away. Damn it, you deserve to die. Pain and rage nearly drove Sirchuan completely insane. It frantically channeled its bloodline power, determined to kill Lu Chang'an. A dark blue light emanated from its body, and the entire sea was instantly engulfed in raging waves. Countless dark clouds gathered in the sky, and large raindrops began to fall. The power of the octopus race's bloodline, the rain of erosion. This is no ordinary rainwater. It is highly corrosive acid rain that will quickly turn flesh and blood into blood if it gets wet. Let's see how you resist. Sirchuan roared. Lu Chang'an smiled faintly and teleported back into the bubble. Why should I stubbornly resist? Come on, you take the hit. Let's see how long you can last. This infuriated Sertan, but it couldn't move the rainwater to the bubbles because some B-rank octopuses and tortoises were still alive, and Los was also locked in combat with Lalia. If the erosion rain is moved there, it will accidentally harm them. It could only come to dissipate the rain of erosion, join forces with Los, and plan to launch a joint attack. What should we do? Lala returned to Lu Chang'an's side, her brows furrowed deeply. Lu Chang'an can deal with Sertun, but she can only rely on her bubbles and arrow towers to contend with Los. Once they join forces, they will be difficult to deal with. Do you still remember that move? Lu Chang'an asked her with a smile. Lalaya's expression shifted. You mean that? You must have practiced before, right? Lu Chang'an asked. Lalaya blushed slightly, but still nodded. Come on, let's use it. This is our secret weapon that we've been preparing for a long time. Lu Chang'an said earnestly. His words made all the women look expectant and nervous. I wonder what special tricks you've prepared, brother, that will be able to eliminate them. Zhou Yuding asked hurriedly. Chu Yueli said earnestly, it's definitely possible. Feng Rong and Feng Lan nodded in unison. Lu Chang'an was so powerful that his prepared ultimate move must have earth-shattering power. At this moment, Lu Chang'an turned around and said to them, "Step back a bit, so you don't get hurt in the process." The women's expressions changed, and they quickly retreated. Was the power really that great? It actually managed to injure their own people. Lu Chang'an looked at them, still dissatisfied. "Step back a little further, preferably to the entrance of the practice room." The girls dared not be careless, and quickly retreated to the door of the training room. Lu Chang'an nodded in satisfaction and looked at Lalia. "Are you ready?" Lalia looked a little embarrassed, but still nodded. "Ready." "They're here." Lu Chang'an's eyes sharpened, and he took a deep breath. The atmosphere at the scene immediately became tense. Seeing his appearance, not only were the women a little nervous, but Sirchuan and Los were also on guard, feeling that he was about to unleash a terrible move. Just then, they heard Lu Chang'an open his mouth and sing loudly. "They betrayed my love, forced me to leave, and when I finally learned the truth, tears streamed down my face." His actions stunned everyone, including Sirchuan and Los. While they were still stunned, Lalia blushed and sang, "You betrayed my love, and you've incurred a debt of conscience. No matter how much emotion you give, you can never buy it back." This is the move that Lu Chang'an came up with in a wildly imaginative way. A soul-stirring duet of enchanting sounds. Because they share the same characteristics, sing the same song, and more importantly, their souls are intertwined and their spirits resonate. This allowed their voices to blend perfectly, complementing and harmonizing each other, amplifying the original captivating power of their music several times over. At this moment, all the sea creatures, whether they were Sertun and Los or ordinary octopus turtles, went into a frenzy. They started attacking each other. Even Sirchuan and Los were attacking each other. Even the women were affected, their expressions showing struggle. Ring ring. Ling Yun's bell rang, dispelling their strangeness. This is also why Lu Chang'an asked them to retreat to the entrance of the training room, because spiritual energy can break through mental attacks. It's a success. Lalia looked at Lu Chang'an with surprise. She felt quite ashamed when practicing this song, but she didn't expect it to be so effective. Strike while the iron is hot and kill it. Lu Chang'an teleported to Los's side and slashed at it with his soul-stealing sword. At this moment, it was in a frenzied state and had no awareness of defense whatsoever. The moment it struck, the blade of Soul Stealer suddenly emitted a bright light, and its killing properties were triggered. The next instant, Los's head was severed, a large amount of blood gushed out, and the huge, headless body fell into the sea. Rank A, Tier 2 dead. Chapter 10 for the first person to extort sea beasts. The loud crash of Los's body falling brought Sirchuan back to his senses. A look of fear flashed in its eyes. After hearing the singing, it hadn't even had time to react before it lost control. This ability filled it with immense dread, and coupled with Los's death, it was filled with terror. It brandished its tentacles, submerged in the water, and fled at top speed. Lu Chang'an raised an eyebrow slightly. "Want to leave?" "Not so easy." He plunged into the water and chased after it. It was extremely fast, and Sirthan had no chance of escaping. Frightened and enraged, it had no choice but to stop and fight him. It originally intended to use the deep sea to kill Lu Chang'an, but never expected that the deep sea was its true home ground. He completely ignored its attacks, and even traded injuries with it on several occasions. But his injuries were able to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. What made it even more uncomfortable was that his stamina seemed inexhaustible, and electric currents kept attacking it. But this place is all seawater, so it can't even hide and can only be constantly shocked by electricity. Most importantly, it was poisoned from the very beginning, and the toxins were constantly eroding it, making it weak. Time is on Lu Chang'an's side. Dragging this out will only lead to his death. Laugh. After Lu Chang'an severed another tentacle, it finally sent him a message. "Human, stop." Lu Chang'an looked at him calmly. "So you can communicate with humans. I thought you were just seafood. Let me go. I can give you anything you want." It was filled with resentment, but there was nothing it could do. If the beating continued, it would surely die. To survive, it had no choice but to back down. "Oh, anything I want." Lu Chang'an raised an eyebrow. Yes, I'll give you anything you want. Lu Chang'an smiled. I want your octopus clan's immortal level treasures. Sirchuan looked utterly astonished, even thinking he had misheard. What did you say? I want your octopus clan's immortal level treasure. Are you crazy? Sertu nearly jumped up. That's our clan's most prized treasure. The immortal level treasure is their clan's most precious possession. Even if Lu Chang'an captured their king's entire family, it wouldn't make a difference. Didn't you say yourself that you'd give me anything I wanted? Lu Chang'an scoffed. Sertun retorted angrily. Impossible things are obviously not included. Change your request. Then let's exchange it for 10 or 8 legendary treasures, Lu Chang'an said, settling for second best. 10 or 8 pieces. Why don't you just rob them? Sertun was practically going crazy. He had thought Lu Chang'an was a lowly human with little knowledge, but he hadn't expected him to have such a big appetite. He wanted either an immortal level treasure or 10 or 8 legendary treasures. Lu Chang'an raised the soul-stealing sword in his hand. Unwilling? Then I'll just have to ask you to die. Stop. Sirchuan quickly stopped him. Legendary items are rare treasures. My family has one, and I can give it to you. Lu Chang'an sneered. 1 piece? Are you trying to fob me off like a beggar? Although he didn't know what a beggar was, Sertun understood what he meant. 2 items. That's all my family has left. 3 items. No discussion. Lu Chang'an said firmly. Bah, you greedy and shameless human. Kill me. Sirchuan roared in fury. Lu Chang'an teleported in front of it, his soul-stealing sword crackling with arcs of electricity as he slashed at its head. Then go die. In fact, he was already satisfied with the 2 golden legendary items, but how would he know if he didn't try them out? Seeing that the soul-snatching blade was about to strike him, Sertun felt his soul fly away and hurriedly shouted, 3 items it is. Lu Chang'an stopped and raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, didn't you say you could only offer 2 items? It actually worked. This octopus clan is indeed extraordinary. They obtained 3 legendary items simply by detaining a nobleman, while the Harpy Queen only brought out 3 items. We can only offer 3 items, even if we give them everything. If you want more, just kill me. Sirchuan glared at him angrily. Lu Chang'an smiled faintly. All right, I'm not an unreasonable person. 3 things it is. I'll just accept the loss. After all, suffering a loss is a blessing. Hearing this, Sertun was furious, but he had no choice but to hold back in order to save his own life. Lu Chang'an took it back to the vicinity of the bubble. By this time, the main force of the Xian turtle and the octopus had been almost completely wiped out, with only a very few still barely clinging to life. Go and inform them to deliver the goods to Fran. I will release you once I receive the goods. A-level or even S-level octopuses to attack him during the transaction, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Sirchuan had no choice but to comply, sending 2 surviving octopuses back to deliver the message. Don't just stand around doing nothing. Help me collect the corpses of the dead octopus and the black tortoise. Lu Chang'an wasn't going to waste such good labor. Sirchuan glared at him angrily. It was not a slave. Lu Chang'an sneered at him. Of course, you could try to run away and see if we can catch you. As for the poison in your body, without my antidote, you can only wait to die. Lalaya could sense it. Its every move was imperceptible to her. Moreover, many of its tentacles had been cut off, and it was also poisoned, which greatly reduced its speed. There's no way they can escape. You despicable and shameless. Sirchuan roared in fury. But no matter how angry it is, it can only rage helplessly. Its life is in someone else's hands, and it can only obey. After sending it off to collect the corpse, Lu Chang'an returned to the water bubble. As soon as he stepped into the water, the women surrounded him, anxiously asking about his condition. Don't worry, I'm fine, he smiled at them. Seeing that he was indeed all right, the women were all relieved. After hearing his deal with Sirchuan, all the women smiled. Fanlan Zitge, sweetly. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that such a thing could happen. Fong Rong chuckled. Extorting sea monsters like this, I'm afraid only Brother Lu could pull it off, right? Lalaya glanced at him. Who could be as bad as him? Although she was saying some sarcastic things, her tone was extremely affectionate, as if she were scolding her husband. Lu Chang'an laughed and winked at her. There's a saying in my hometown, women don't love men who aren't a little bad. You think I'm so bad, so you must love me a lot, right? Lala blushed and rolled her eyes at him. Rumble. Just then, a muffled sound came from the sky. Everyone looked up at the sky, but there were no dark clouds, so it wasn't thunder. Instead, it was a sound of explosions and shattering. Before long, the sky turned bright red, as if flames were burning. Lu Chang'an narrowed his eyes slightly, as if preparing for the next apocalypse. He took out the disaster timer and saw that the countdown to the shattered sky starfall was less than 48 hours. Chapter 105, The Dragon Clan Invades. Let's turn back time slightly. Fran Palace, banquet hall. At the main table, the two sat facing each other, with Naga offering them delicacies from time to time. Fran, who was the host, was not among the two. She stood behind a female Naga, looking respectful. This person was none other than her mother, the Naga Queen. Sitting opposite her was a burly woman with a muscular build. The horns on her head identified her. Dragons. To welcome her arrival, the Naga Queen personally came to greet her. She treated her to delicious food and drinks, which she thoroughly enjoyed. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, she tentatively asked, Lord Xian, did you come to the desolate seas this time because of the murder of your noble family members? This dragon's name is Xian, a single character, which is also a characteristic of the dragons of the Endless Sea. Xian snorted coldly, spitting out a string of sparks from his nostrils. Of course, it dares to kill a dragon. It must experience the wrath of the dragon race. The Naga Queen suddenly asked Fran, Fran, this is your territory. Do you have any clues? Fran quickly replied, Mother, my seas are inhabited only by a weak group of humans. They certainly cannot harm the dragons. If I must find a suspicious target, I think it should be... She hesitated for a moment when she said this. What is it? Xian looked at her. Fran quickly replied, It's that sea creature who broke through to the next bloodline. Her words silenced the Naga Queen and Xuandu. She's right. Anyone with the power to kill a dragon is definitely not weak, which makes them suspicious of his motives. Rumble. Just then, a loud bang suddenly came from the sky. The scene was slightly chaotic, and Fran quickly sought out Mara to inquire about the situation. Your Highness is an anomaly in the sky, Mara replied. Let's go check it out on the water. The Naga Queen stood up. The group arrived at the water surface and saw that the sky was a deep red, as if something was burning. Upon seeing this, they all frowned, sensing an ominous atmosphere. Xian frowned deeply. She had lived for tens of thousands of years and had never seen such a sight. The Naga Queen looked at Fran, and a strange light flashed in both women's eyes at the same time. They all remembered Lu Chang'an's warning. A star would fall into the sea, triggering a series of disasters. Now it seems highly likely that this will happen. A few days ago, after Lu Chang'an told Fran about the matter, Fran immediately went to the Naga Queen and told her about it. Under her persistent persuasion, the Naga Queen made some responses, but she didn't pay much attention to them. In retrospect, those preparations may not have been in vain. Fran felt a surge of secret delight. He hadn't lied to her after all. It seemed she'd have to reward him properly later. The red sky remained for quite some time before returning to normal. The Naga Queen invited Xian to continue the banquet, but she declined. Thank you for your hospitality, Your Majesty. However, avenging my people is more urgent. We shall meet again another day. After saying that, he flew away. Watching her departing figure, the Naga Queen narrowed her eyes. Francine, do you think what she said is true? Fran hesitated for a moment. There must be something being concealed. Perhaps there's a problem within the dragon race, the Naga Queen speculated. Fran didn't respond. This was not something she could get involved in. The two returned to the palace, when Mara suddenly announced, Your Majesty, the Octopus clan requests an audience. Is there something you need? Mara recounted what had just happened. Fran couldn't help but laugh. This guy actually dared to extort the Octopus clan. But he's already able to defeat Sertan? Perhaps he really can defeat himself. When the Naga Queen saw her smile, a thoughtful look flashed in her eyes. Perhaps the reason she resists her spouse is this human being. How should I deal with this? Several hours later, blisters appeared. Rewards, 200 turtle meat, 2 turtle shells, 2 grade A crystal cores. After collecting Losa's body, Lu Chang'an showed a satisfied expression. This time they reaped a great harvest, with 2 grade A crystal cores, over 100 grade B crystal cores, and several hundred grade C crystal cores, enough for them to use for a long time. There's also plenty of meat, which is good whether you eat it yourself or trade it. This meat is of high quality. Roasting it will increase your attributes, making a hot commodity in the trading market. However, with current human resources scarce and purchasing power insufficient, any transactions will have to wait until the extreme cold apocalypse has passed. At that moment, the communication conch shell vibrated. Once connected, Fran's alluring voice rang out. "You're really bold, daring to extort even the Octopus clan." He smiled faintly. "This is not extortion, but a fair trade. It attacked me first, but was no match for me, so it offered to exchange something for its life." Fran giggled. "All right, you're right. I didn't expect you could even defeat them. There are many things you haven't thought of," Lu Chang'an said meaningfully. "That's great news. I hope you can keep surprising me," Fran said with a smile. "By the way, you should release Sichuan now." "What? You're not thinking of taking their things and then killing them, are you?" Lu Chang'an raised an eyebrow. "Am I that kind of person?" "That's just the kind of person you are." Fran giggled. "Cutting weeds and eliminating roots is your style." She was right. Lu Chang'an had originally planned to kill Sertun. "I'm a kind person," Lu Chang'an said with a slight smile. This made Fran laugh heartily, and she only stopped after a while. "All right, enough joking. You should release it. The Octopus clan hired my mother as an arbitrator, and they promised to give you something in return. You need to release the person in return." Lu Chang'an shrugged. "All right, it seems I have no choice but to keep my word this time. But don't worry, my mother also said that if the Octopus clan attacks you again, it will be declaring war on the Naga, and they won't dare to do anything." Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. He wanted to kill Sertun to prevent future troubles. Unexpectedly, the Naga Queen took the initiative to step forward, which was much more effective than killing Sertun. But why did she do this? Was she trying to win him over? "All right, I'll release it now. Please thank your mother for me." He waved to Sichuan, who, as if granted a pardon, ran off in a flash, not daring to linger for even a moment longer. "Don't mention it. The Octopus clan will deliver the goods in the next couple of days, and I'll have Mara give them to you then." "Thank you. By the way, the dragons have started searching for the killer of the dragons. If you encounter her, be sure to avoid her immediately," Fran instructed. "I'm afraid it's too late." Lu Chang'an shook his head. "What's wrong?" He looked up and saw a figure flying towards him at high speed. "Xian has arrived." Chapter 106 Dragon Knight, Crystal Palace. Lu Chang'an put away the communication conch shell and looked up at the sky. Xian's figure was already not far away in an instant, coldly scrutinizing him. He met her gaze without flinching. Seeing this, Lalia stood beside him. "Be careful. This is an elite member of the dragon race, the fire dragon Xian, a 7th tier S-rank expert. S-rank, 7th level, was her peak strength in her previous life." Lu Chang'an nodded. At this moment, Xian spoke up. "So it was you who killed my clansman?" "No, I just happened to witness its death." Lu Chang'an naturally wouldn't admit it. "How dare you talk nonsense?" Xian roared, waving his hand and unleashing a burst of energy at him. Boom! Click! The energy struck the barrier generated by the boundary marker, and the barrier, with a durability of up to 50,000, shattered with a deafening roar. Lu Chang'an gasped in shock. The barrier that so many Xian turtle octopus had attacked without being able to budge was actually broken by her, with a single hand. This is an absolute crushing defeat. The two sides are not even on the same level, and they don't even have the right to fight back. He quickly said, "We can't even block a single attack from you. How can we possibly kill the dragons?" His question made Xian frown slightly. Indeed, they were so weak that it was impossible for them to kill the dragons. In fact, she knew nothing about the ruins. She could only vaguely sense that dragons had died nearby. "Then why do you all exude the aura of the dragon race?" she shouted. That's why she was able to find them so quickly. "I was quite close when it died, and I got covered in blood." Lu Chang'an reached out and put his arm around Lalia. "She's my woman. We're intimate every day, so it's normal for her to have some of my scent on her." Lalia blushed upon hearing this. His excuse perfectly matched the truth. Xian landed beside him, sniffed his neck and chest. Lu Chang'an blinked. Had he been given a top-tier lung treatment? After a moment, Xian stepped back slightly, his gaze relaxing a little. Lu Chang'an was not lying. He had fused with dragon blood, and his aura emanated from his body. The ability to fuse with dragon blood implies a connection to the dragon race, which significantly reduced her hostility. "Tell me who killed it?" he asked. "He's an oddball." A glint flashed in Lu Chang'an's eyes as he uttered the prepared statement. He said the taboo was too strong and that materials were needed, so the only option was to kill it. Upon hearing him mention the word taboo, Xian was deeply shaken. She grabbed him and pulled him in front of her, shouting at him. "What taboo? Explain it in detail." "I was tricked after all." Lu Chang'an chuckled inwardly, but feigned a look of reminiscence on his face. "I asked him about it, but he said that he didn't tell me for my own good, because knowing too much would put me in danger." He spoke very vaguely, but Xian became more and more convinced that the taboo he mentioned was breaking through the bloodline. "Who is he? What's his name? What race is he?" she demanded. "He is also human, and his name is..." Lu Chang'an glanced at her. "In Jiping. Are dragons so great? How about learning about dragon knights?" "In Jiping? What a strange name," Xian muttered. "Where is he?" "I don't know. He killed the dragon and left that day." "But..." Lu Chang'an pretended to hesitate. "But what?" Xian quickly pressed for an answer. "But he said we clicked, and he'll come looking for me again in a while." Lu Chang'an's lips curled up slightly. "He is the only clue to breaking the taboo. To know how to break the taboo, one must not touch him. Not only must one not touch him, but one must also ensure his safety." "What?" Xian was immediately shocked. "Is what you said true?" "I have no reason to lie to you," Lu Chang'an said sincerely. Xian scrutinized him carefully for a moment, then suddenly said, "Then come with me." She wanted to control him. Lu Chang'an blinked. "But what if he doesn't come looking for me after I leave with you?" Are they idiots? Seeing that he was being controlled, they still foolishly went to his doorstep. They're not even close friends or family. Xian frowned immediately. He was right. Doing it this way was indeed useless. The best course of action is to wait patiently for him to come looking for Lu Chang'an before meeting him. "Didn't he say a specific time?" she asked. Lu Chang'an remembered carefully, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He seemed to have said that there were several other materials to collect, which would take at least a month, and at most 3 months. This is a relatively reasonable time frame. Too long, and the other party will lack patience. Too short, and they won't have enough time to grow. 3 months is just right. It's enough for him to grow, and it's also within the other party's tolerance. Sure enough, Xian breathed a sigh of relief after hearing about the time. 3 months is still enough time. "Find me a room. I'll live here from now on," she said to him. Lalia was stunned when she heard this. Lu Chang'an actually turned the menacing thug who came knocking on his door into his bodyguard with just his words. "That's just too incredible." Lu Chang'an smiled. He found an open space and built her a thatched hut. Xian looked at the thatched hut with extreme disgust. "How can I, a member of the dignified dragon clan, live in this dilapidated house?" Lu Chang'an spread his hands awkwardly. "It's not that I was being negligent on purpose. You see, we're living in thatched huts. I don't have any blueprints for building high-class houses." Since a luxury house wasn't a necessity, he didn't ask Zhou Yuding to design the house. "Here you go." Xian waved his hand and handed him a blueprint. Lu Chang'an took it, and his eyes lit up immediately. Building plan, special crystal palace. Effect, a sturdy and comfortable house. Materials required, 2,000 amethyst, 2,000 red crystal, 1,000 celestial wood, 500 dream dust, 500 mithril ingots, 500 stardust, 500 titanium crystal. This is actually a special blueprint. However, this requires far too many materials, and they are of extremely high quality. He shook his head at her helplessly. "It's not that I'm unwilling to make it. It's just that we don't have enough materials." Clang! She tossed a huge box over. "The materials are all inside. Help yourself." Lu Chang'an opened the box and was immediately enveloped in a dazzling array of jewels. Inside, there were all sorts of high-grade materials, as well as many legendary treasures. Everyone says the dragon race is wealthy, and it's no exaggeration. However, he was not greedy. He only selected the materials needed for construction and didn't touch anything else. This made Xian, who had been observing him, nod in approval, and his trust in him increased slightly. Honesty and integrity, without greed, are excellent qualities. Lu Chang'an dismantled the thatched hut, then took the materials and began to rebuild. The next instant, a series of lights flashed across his body. First came the mutated light, followed by a burst of golden light. This was the light of the facility's grade. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Crystal Palace was a legendary facility. Finally, a great light shone from his body. This is the radiance of a talent upgrade. Chapter 107 Talent upgraded again. New Doomsday arrives. Lu Chang'an first looked at the Crystal Palace, which was magnificent and radiated a mesmerizing light under the sun. Crystal Palace. Durability, 200,000. Quality, gold, legendary. Results, sturdy and comfortable. Special effect 1. Constant temperature. The indoor temperature remains constant at 25 degrees Celsius. Special effect 2. Rest. Stamina, energy, and injury recovery plus 100%. Special effect 3. Privacy. No one may enter without the owner's permission. Special effect 4. Shelter. Absolutely safe until durability reaches 0. Special effect 5. Fortify. Increases the durability of all facilities within a certain range by 50%. Additional feature. The female resident's affection for the builder increases daily. Comment. No way. You actually built a real Crystal Palace. Looking at such luxurious attributes, Lu Chang'an was full of surprise. With a durability of up to 200,000, even a boundary marker is nothing compared to that. Not to mention its constant temperature. In front of it, high temperatures and extreme cold become a joke. Double the stamina recovery speed is incredibly useful. Furthermore, the hold the line ability increases the durability of surrounding structures by half, making it truly formidable. This additional characteristic is even more incredible. Living inside will increase the dragon's affection for him. This means that as long as he lives there long term, the dragon's affection for him will skyrocket. The implications are self-evident. I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me unless Ian Jeeping comes. Xian packed up the materials box and went inside. Don't think she'll actually fall asleep. This is just an excuse for her to lull Lu Chang'an into a false sense of security. She still had some doubts about Lu Chang'an's words, and in the days to come, if he revealed any flaws, she would not hesitate to take action. Looking at her imposing figure, Lu Chang'an and La Leia exchanged a glance and both breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis has been temporarily averted. Of course, they all knew this did not mean they were safe. If they could not defeat her 3 months later, their chances of survival were still slim. Lu Chang'an opened the talent panel. Master Craftsman, LV5. Effect 1. Everything you create, build, cultivate, or improve will have all attributes increased by 90%. Effect 2. 80% chance to trigger a benign mutation, resulting in new traits and skills. Effect 3. You can purify and enhance the bloodlines of the creatures you cultivate or breed. Effect 4. You can combine items you cultivate or create of the same type to obtain new items or species. Effect 5. You can enhance the traits of the creatures you raise or breed. He was overjoyed. His attribute enhancement had reached 90%, and the mutation probability had reached 80%, which further strengthened his power. In addition to the usual enhancements, there are new effects which can actually strengthen the characteristics. For example, Lalaya's trait, Royal Intimidation, has always been one of his most important means of dealing with enemies, as the 20% attribute reduction can lower the opponent's level by a whole tier. If he can upgrade it, its power will be even greater. With delight, he opened his attribute panel. Player, Lu Chang'an. Constitution, 8202. Strength, 8,197. Agility, 8,101. Spirit, 8,145. Lucky, invisible. The increase in power brought his total attributes to over 8,000 points, officially placing him in the 8th tier of B grade. Overjoyed, he pulled Lalaya into the house and pushed her onto the bed. What are you going to do? Her face flushed red. Lu Chang'an chuckled and leaned closer to her. Of course, it's about doing something that will make us both very happy. Lalaya blushed deeply. What's wrong with you? It's still daytime. Everyone's waiting for us. To ensure the safety of the women, Chang'an had them wait inside the house. It's okay. Let's keep our voices down. They won't hear us. Chang'an reached out and placed his hand on her breasts. You rascal. Lalaya's eyes were full of seductive charm. But the next moment, she felt a familiar sensation in her chest, somewhat similar to bloodline purification, yet not quite the same. What are you doing? She asked, puzzled. It will help you enhance the power of your special ability. Hearing him say that, Lalaya was not pleased but annoyed, and she glared at him irritably. What an insensitive jerk. A moment later, Chang'an was completely exhausted. He quickly looked at her panel. Trait 3, Royal Intimidation, can exert pressure on marine creatures of S-rank bloodline and below, reducing all their attributes by 20.5% and randomly inflicting negative effects such as confusion, fear, and stun. It was a success. Although it was only 0.5%, it was a real improvement. Just 20 sessions will result in a 10% improvement. When combined with the Dragon Slayer title trait, that would be a massive 40% reduction. If the opponent is a bird and you add the Red Phoenix's 15% suppression, that's 55%. All attributes are reduced by more than half. That's incredibly powerful. Seeing her pouting lips, Chang'an kissed her. Her body trembled, and she immediately closed her eyes, completely absorbed in the moment. After a long while, their lips parted. She looked at him with hazy eyes, wondering whether she should tell him about it. But before she could make a decision, there was a knock on the door. The women, worried about their safety, came to inquire. She could only put the problem aside for the time being. Chang'an explained the situation to them, and the women exclaimed in surprise, admiring his actions immensely. After resolving the mystery, their lives returned to normal. The following evening, Mara delivered 3 items, and the octopus tribe's ransom arrived. Thorn Staff. Durability, 800. Attack, 120. Quality, Gold Legendary. Effect, reduces the cost of casting skills by 20%. Special feature. After a skill hits a target, there's a certain chance that the target will be immobilized by being entangled in thorns. Chang'an gave it directly to Lalaya, a weapon she had never possessed. Lalaya was delighted, not because of the gift itself, but because it was a gift from him. Black Jade. Durability, 1000. Quality, Gold Legendary. Effect, when worn, increases the power of the mechanism by 30%. Chang'an gave it to Feng Rong without hesitation, since only she was suited to mechanical arts. This made her gaze towards him even more tender. Purple Bead Necklace. Durability, 800. Quality, Gold Legendary. Effect, increases stamina recovery speed by 30% when worn. For women only, he gave Feng Lan this necklace that could accelerate stamina recovery, so that she could enhance it more often with more stamina. Feng Lan was overjoyed and kissed him on the cheek, drawing the attention of all the women. Time quickly moved to the last day of extreme cold, and Chang'an sailed into a reef area. Boom! As the countdown drew near, the sky turned fiery red, and vibrations continued to occur. Finally, a huge crack appeared in the sky, like glass about to shatter. Xian also emerged from the Crystal Palace, gazing at the sky, and murmured, "The sky is falling." Chapter 108, A New Natural Disaster, Hellish Demon Insects. Chang'an checked the disaster timer, and the moment the countdown reached 0, a tremendous roar came from the sky, followed by countless holes appearing, and one after another, huge fireballs fell from the sky, crashing into the sea. Whoosh! Amidst the piercing scream of the falling fireball, the entire world was illuminated by the flames. Everyone was stunned by what they saw, including Chang'an. He had never seen such a spectacular scene. Boom! In their sight, a fireball fell not far from the water bubble, splashing up a lot of water and steam. Then a huge wave crashed in, nearly knocking the bubble over. This was not the end, but the beginning. Wave after wave of fireballs rained down. The surrounding sea was churning, and the mist obscured the sun. Fortunately, he had prepared boundary markers in advance and came to this reef area. Because the reef blocked the energy of the eruption, the bubble was saved. Otherwise, even with the protective barrier, the sheer size of the waves would have left them in a very sorry state. Even so, in this first round of attacks, they still paid the price of one grade A crystal to support the consumption of the boundary marker. Of course, this is already quite good compared to other humans. The chat room was filled with wails of despair. Help! My boat has been smashed to pieces. I've lost my vehicle. It's so hot. The water is too hot. Can someone help me? The waves are too big. The boat is going to capsize. Help! My hand has been smashed. Although everything was alright for the time being, Chang'an was in a bad mood because he saw an extremely bad message on the disaster timer. Current disaster, shattered starfall. Duration, 239 to 55 to 43. The next disaster, a blood-red night. Countdown, 239:55:44. The next disaster will be eternal night. You should know that there is a blood moon at night. What kind of impact would a blood moon that lasts for 10 consecutive days have on humans and even all the creatures in the endless sea? Moreover, the word blood red precedes eternal night, which means that it is definitely more than just an ordinary night. Brother Chang'an, Chuili Sudali et Kalim. What's wrong? Chu Yuli pointed at the rising steam. This isn't just simple water vapor. There's something inside. What is that? A special kind of insect, somewhat like a scorpion, with a sharp stinger, huge mouth parts, and 3 pairs of eyes on its head. Xian suddenly spoke up. It's a soul-eating worm. Lalia gasped in shock. A hellish monster. A soul-eating worm? What is that? Chang'an asked. Lalia's face was full of solemnity. This is a terrifying monster, said to come from hell, that feeds solely on souls. Once it has devoured enough souls, it will multiply rapidly. They are formless and invisible, impossible to defend against. The endless sea has appeared twice in history, each time causing massive deaths. Chang'an glanced at the billowing water vapor and saw that it was indeed trying to invade the barrier. He quickly looked at the boundary marker and saw that the crystal core that had just been replaced had already consumed half of its energy. Get out of here, away from the moisture, he said immediately. He originally thought the shattered sky starfall was just damage caused by meteorites, and never expected that there would be something like the soul-eating worm. Aside from its energy shield, this thing is extremely difficult to defend against. Ordinary people simply cannot defend against it. The difficulty of this life seems to be several times greater than that of the previous one. In my previous life, I survived for at least 3 years without encountering a disaster of this magnitude. He took out the communication conch and contacted Fran. What? Are you here to take credit? Fran's voice carried a hint of delight. His prediction was completely correct, which earned her praise from her mother. Chang'an said in a deep voice, Be careful. There are soul-eating insects among these meteorites. What did you say? Fran's voice suddenly became sharp. She also knew about the soul-eating worms. Chang'an told her about his discovery and emphasized that it was a mysterious conclusion. Wait a moment. I'll go inform Mother. Fran did not hesitate. A moment later, a dignified female voice rang out from the conch shell. Su Xian, I am the Naga Queen. Tell me what you have discovered. Chang'an didn't explain further, but simply handed the communication conch to Xian. Xian said in a deep voice, It is the soul-devouring worm. I will not mistake it. The Naga Queen's voice became extremely solemn. Understood. I will report this matter. Su Xian, the Naga tribe will remember your contribution this time. This is not just a problem for the Naga race, but concerns all races in the entire endless sea. Chang'an thought for a moment, opened the chat room, and said, Attention everyone. The meteorite carries deadly poisonous insects. Please stay away from them and water vapor. He wasn't acting out of a misplaced compassion to save people. He was simply trying to slow down the reproduction rate of the soul-eating insects. Otherwise, if their numbers exploded, he would also be implicated. He now holds a high position among humans, and his words immediately garnered everyone's attention, with everyone doing their best to stay away from the meteorite's impact point. He turned off the panel and looked at Xian. Senior, what are the weaknesses of this soul-devouring insect? And how should we deal with it? Xian did not hide anything. They are extremely fragile individually and can be destroyed at will. But they are all in a soul state and ordinary methods cannot detect them at all. So, how did you discover them, senior? Xian looked at Chu Yueli. I have Dragon Clan treasures on me, so I have a certain connection to them. Combined with her description, I'm certain it's them. Lu Chang'an was slightly puzzled. He instinctively sensed that she seemed to be hiding something. Of course, he wouldn't press her for details. And even if he did, she wouldn't tell him. He looked at Chu Yueli and said, Little Li, you've had a hard time these past few days. Only she can see the soul-eating worms, so the patrol work can only be entrusted to her. Chu Yueli's face was solemn. This is what I should do. She vowed in her heart that she would protect him and everyone else's safety. Also, be careful. The soul-eating worm can control the body of a creature after it has devoured its soul, Xian added. This made Lu Chang'an frown deeply. It seems that he needs to be more careful in the future and always keep Chu Yueli by his side, no matter who he meets, and verify her identity first. Aside from these 2 points, the soul-eating worm is no different from an ordinary worm and can be easily killed. Xian glanced at Lu Chang'an, then turned and walked into the Crystal Palace. Watching her departing figure, Lu Chang'an narrowed his eyes slightly. She was far from being as rough and reckless as she appeared. It seemed she was hiding some secrets. Just then, a notification suddenly popped up in front of him. Your total journey has reached 10,000 nautical miles, earning you the unique title, Pirate King. Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. After so many days, he had finally obtained the title that belonged exclusively to Chu Yueli in his previous life. He looked at its attributes and was immediately overjoyed. Chapter 109 One Piece, the most heartfelt confession. One Piece. Quality, Gold, Legendary. Effect, Strength increases with mileage. Next level, 0/20,000. Characteristic 1. Vehicle speed, plus 50%. Trait 2. True Sight. You can detect nearby enemy units and obtain their data. The greater the difference in strength between you and the target, the more detailed the data. Looking at these attributes, his face was full of surprise. A 50% increase in vehicle speed is a significant bonus, and the benefits are self-evident. The second ability, True Sight, is extremely useful. It can detect nearby enemies and obtain their information. This means that he can clearly distinguish who is hostile to him. He immediately donned the title of Pirate King and then activated True Sight. The next moment, his vision changed slightly, and the women around him were radiating light. All the women were green, except for Lalaya, who was gold. Of course, both green and gold are friendly units. He then turned to look at the water vapor around him, and suddenly a large number of red dots appeared in front of his eyes. Red indicates hostility. He selected a red dot and immediately saw its shape. It has sharp barbs and hooks on its tail, ferocious mouthparts, and 3 pairs of eyes on its head. At the same time, several lines of information appeared. Soul-eating insect. Strength, Tier C, Level 1. Skills, Soul Devour, Corpse Puppet. Weaknesses, Fire, Lightning. Lu Chang'an was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that the Eye of True Sight could not only see the target's strength, but also its skills and weaknesses. With it, the soul-eating worms were no longer a threat to him. He controlled the Phoenix True Flame and the power of lightning, suppressing them completely. No wonder Chu Yueli was able to firmly hold the title of the strongest human in her previous life. It turns out that this title is so powerful and highly compatible with her talent. In addition, its strength can increase with mileage, showing strong growth potential. That's really impressive. He approached the edge of the bubble and fired a bolt of lightning into the mist. Crackling sound. A series of electrical hums rang out, and the fog immediately thinned considerably. The weakness of the soul-eating insects was indeed electricity, but it was a pity that they did not leave behind any crystal cores after they died. Chu Yueli asked in surprise, Brother Chang'an, you electrocuted so many soul-devouring insects, and you can see them? Lu Chang'an smiled slightly at her. I used some tricks to be able to see it. He owes his abilities to her. Brother Chang'an is amazing. Chu Yueli's beautiful face was full of admiration. She was able to see the soul-eating worm only because of her SS level talent, but he could see it too. Isn't that amazing? Her praise and admiration made Lu Chang'an's face flush slightly. He coughed lightly. Don't leave the blister for the next few days. I will arrange for people to take turns on night watch. The barrier is of utmost importance now and needs to be monitored constantly, with the readiness to replace the crystal core at any time. The women all agreed. Afterwards, the women each took on their respective duties, while he himself transformed into an old farmer and began cultivating various plants. The extreme cold has ended, and plants can finally be cultivated again. In addition to the various plants he had previously acquired, he also planted the strange seed he had obtained last time in the soil. In a maximum of 12 hours, he would know exactly what it was. After planting the plants, he put the 2 sheep into the enclosure. During this time, they lived in the thatched hut. Although they weren't disturbed, they didn't grow much either. Now that they're inside the enclosure, they can not only grow bigger, but also reproduce. After finishing these tasks, he went to the training room to practice forging. His backpack contained many high-level materials, such as dragon scales and dragon tendons. He needs to further improve the forging techniques to make them function properly. The girls are all working very hard, and the team's overall strength is gradually improving. Night fell quickly. Lu Chang'an returned to the house and saw Leia staring blankly with her brows furrowed. He quickly asked, "What's wrong? Is something on your mind?" She is his #1 servant, and he absolutely cannot let her be bothered by other things, which would cause her work efficiency to drop. Leia sighed softly. "I'm a little worried about my sister." The appearance of the soul-eating worms made her somewhat worried about Alina. Did she reply? Lu Chang'an asked. They had arranged a new location last time, so Leia wrote to them a couple of days ago. Not yet. Leia's eyes dimmed. Tomorrow is the time they agreed on, but she still hasn't received a reply. Lu Chang'an reached out and cupped her cheeks. Don't worry. No news is good news. It proves she hasn't fallen into Karis's hands, right? Looking into his eyes, she suddenly felt much more relaxed. Indeed, if she were caught by Karis, she would definitely use her to coerce herself. Thank you, you're right. I was overthinking it, she said softly. Lu Chang'an smiled and said, Given our relationship, do you still need to thank me? He had intended to send her off to absorb the crystal core, but to his surprise, she asked with a serious expression. What is our relationship? This question put him in a difficult position. He couldn't very well say that she was his beast of burden, but what else could he say? Companion, partner, comrade in arms? It seems that there are some shortcomings. He smiled slightly and threw the question back at her. What do you think? Leia snapped. Now it's my turn to ask you a question. Answer me quickly. Lu Chang'an shrugged and told the truth. To be honest, I don't know either. Don't know. Leia frowned, clearly dissatisfied with his answer. Lu Chang'an nodded. Yes. Saying partner or companion isn't quite enough. Saying family is a bit pretentious. Saying lovers. What's wrong with my lover? Her heart raced. He laughed and said, You know I'm a bit timid, mainly because your teeth are too sharp, and I'm afraid I'll hurt myself. Hurt yourself? What are you talking about? Leia looked completely bewildered. Lu Chang'an coughed lightly and pointed downwards. Leia blushed instantly, and she pounced on him, both annoyed and furious. I'll bite you to death today. Lu Chang'an quickly covered her mouth. But there's one thing I'm sure of. That is, I can't live without you. Leia paused, stopped what she was doing, and stared straight at him. No matter what our relationship is, companion, family, or lover, I can't let you go. I can't live without you. Lu Chang'an said earnestly. A warm feeling welled up in Leia's heart, and her gaze towards him was full of tenderness. This was the answer she wanted. It wasn't flashy or romantic, but it moved her deeply. Overwhelmed with emotion, she didn't bite him, but instead slowly moved closer to him. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to kiss him. But at that moment, the communication conch shell began to vibrate. She quickly turned her back, feeling utterly disappointed and depressed. Damn it, so close. Lu Chang'an chuckled and reconnected with Fulan. Su Xian, you have done a great service for us this time, and your mother has decided to give you a big gift. Fulan's voice was full of charm and joy. Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. What amazing gift. Don't you have a grudge against the merfolk? Yes, what's wrong? Would you like a real mermaid female slave? Lu Chang'an frowned slightly. Oh, you have mermaids. Of course, and her identity is quite extraordinary. How unusual. The sister of the mermaid queen. Chapter 110 Followers, Little Mermaid. The Palace of Fran, the prison. Lu Chang'an followed Falan to the outside of his cell, where a figure covered in blood was huddled inside, trembling slightly. "What's his name?" he asked her again to confirm. "Alina. She is Lalaya's sister, Alina." After escaping Karis's pursuit that day, she headed towards the place she had arranged to meet Lalaya. But to her surprise, her neighbor of many years reported her to Karis, forcing her to flee in panic. With nowhere else to turn, she had no choice but to follow Lalaya's instructions and flee into the Naga territory. But the Naga were hostile to the mermaids, and she was captured not long afterward. She continued to follow Lalaya's instructions, insisting that she was Fran. She was very powerful and called herself Fran, so the Naga people dared not make a decision on their own and sent her to see the Naga Queen. At that moment, the Naga Queen was at Fran's palace, and Alina was sent there. The Naga Queen quickly discovered her identity through an inside contact among the merfolk. However, since the soul-eating insect had just appeared, she had no intention of dealing with it, so Fran suggested that she be given to Su Xian as a reward. The Naga Queen agreed without much thought, as the intelligence was very important and deserved a reward. This is how the current situation came about. It has to be said that Lu Chang'an's plan worked. If she hadn't run into the Naga's waters, she would definitely have been captured by Karis. If she hadn't referred to herself as Fran, she wouldn't have been brought here or even died. Lu Chang'an nodded, opened the cell door, came to Alina, and reached out to lift her chin. What came into view was an incredibly beautiful face, less dignified than Lalaya, but more charming and innocent. She glared at him fiercely, then opened her mouth and bit his hand. She has a habit of biting people, just like Lalaya. It really was her sister. He pushed her face away, dodging her bite. He looked her up and down, noticing that her body was covered in wounds and blood. "Why do you look so sickly?" She was very strong, so he crippled her to prevent her from hurting anyone. Lu Chang'an frowned slightly. "Then what use is she to me?" Fortunately, he was afraid that Lalaya would be too impulsive, so he didn't bring her along. Otherwise, she would have been very angry. "Don't worry, I can still do the basic things. It won't affect my ability to serve you." Lu Chang'an felt very sorry for her. She was originally an S-level expert. If she were by his side, wouldn't she be a top-notch henchman? Perhaps even Xian wouldn't need to be afraid of her anymore. Fran looked at him tentatively. "Don't you like her? She's the mermaid queen's sister." He had been hunted by the merfolk for some time, and both the harpies and the octopus turtles were acting on the orders of the merfolk. She wanted to find an opportunity for him to vent his anger, which is why she made that suggestion. "No, I was just thinking about how to control her." "That's easy. I've already prepared it for you." Fran picked up his finger, gave him a seductive look, and then gently bit his fingertip. Seeing this scene, Lu Chang'an felt a surge of warmth in his heart. "Your blood is delicious." Fran smiled and took his finger, dripping a few drops of blood onto Alina. "What are you doing?" Lu Chang'an asked. "Blood pact. From now on, she is your blood slave, and you can do anything to her." Fran unleashed a burst of energy toward Alina. The next instant, light shone from both her and Lu Chang'an. Alina let out a painful scream, and a complex inscription appeared on her forehead. "Isn't this a bit unnecessary?" Lu Chang'an frowned slightly. After all, she was Lalia's sister. Only in this way will she not betray you, and only then can we feel at ease letting you take her away. Lu Chang'an said no more. If he wanted to take her away, he could only make the contract work first, and then figure out how to break it when they got back. Before long, the blood pact was completed. A prompt appeared before his eyes. "You have gained a follower." A thought struck him, and he opened the panel, where he found a new section, Followers. He opened the Followers section, where Alina's name was displayed. He opened her profile. Name, Alina, crippled. Constitution, 6. Strength, 5. Agility, 2. Spirit, 20. Lucky, invisible. Bloodline, abyssal shark discarded. Hiss. Looking at her attributes, Lu Chang'an couldn't help but take a deep breath. No wonder the Naga Queen entrusted her to him with peace of mind. It turns out that she had been completely crippled, and even her bloodline had been destroyed. All right, she's completely yours now. You can do whatever you want with her. Fran looked at him curiously, as if wondering what he would do to her. Lu Chang'an looked at Alina and saw that she was glaring at him fiercely, showing no sign of yielding. He smiled slightly. Even now, she's still so stubborn. It's quite amusing. She's the Mermaid Queen's sister. Of course she's different. Fran smiled slightly, then leaned close to his ear and whispered, "But whatever you do, don't let her carry on your bloodline." Lu Chang'an blinked in confusion. "I'm human, and she's a mermaid. Is that okay?" Fran looked at him in surprise. "Don't you have a siren with you? How come you don't even know that? We have a purely cooperative relationship." Lu Chang'an coughed lightly, sounding slightly guilty. Fran burst out laughing, her laughter shaking her whole body. "I never expected you to be so naive. I thought everyone around you was your partner. Please, I'm very busy, okay? Where would I find the time to do this?" Lu Chang'an rolled his eyes, not expecting to be ridiculed for this. Fran's smile faded. "Naga, mermaids and humans come from the same origin. Although their forms are different, they can still intermarry. Apart from their legs, they're almost the same. Aren't they all just scales?" Lu Chang'an asked, puzzled. "What's underneath the scales?" Lu Chang'an suddenly realized and looked at her lower body. She blushed instantly and smiled charmingly at him. "That's right, me too." Lu Chang'an coughed lightly and quickly averted his gaze. "Please thank the queen for me. I really like this reward. Are you planning to go back?" Fran asked, sounding somewhat disappointed. Lu Chang'an nodded. "Yes, there are soul-eating insects everywhere. I need to get away quickly." Fran nodded in understanding. It wasn't just him. The entire endless sea was busy. She looked at him expectantly. "Remember our promise from a month later. I'll be here waiting for you." Lu Chang'an picked up Alina and smiled slightly at Fran. "Don't worry. I will definitely defeat you." After saying that, he turned and left. Looking at his back, Fran blushed. He stared at her with such a daring gaze, yet she only felt shy, without any displeasure. Why is that? Chapter 111. Please, sister, bestow him upon me as my spouse. Not far from the water bubble. Lu Chang'an smiled and looked at Alina. "Can you give in now?" She had been biting it ever since he picked her up. Of course, her current strength is even less than that of an ordinary human, so she naturally cannot harm him. Naga's lackey. Alina glared at him fiercely and mumbled something, but she didn't budge. Lu Chang'an looked at her. "Are you sure you want to provoke me? You are my blood slave. I can torture you or even kill you at any time." He has the power to decide her life and death, and can make her die in agony. "Kill me," Alina growled. She was somewhat clumsy and simple-minded, but she never bowed down to the enemy. Lu Chang'an shook his head. "Kill you? Don't you want to see your sister anymore? Don't try to threaten me with my sister. She can live just fine without me." Alina still refused to give in. "But if you die, your sister will be heartbroken." "No, she will be proud of me. I haven't disgraced her." Alina's face was full of determination. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly, and suddenly found her rather cute. "Evil human, don't even think about threatening me." Alina glared at him. "If I told you that your sister is also in my hands, what would you do?" He suddenly felt playful and wanted to see her reaction. "Huh, you think you can catch my sister?" she said with disdain. "Lalaya is countless times more powerful than her. How could she possibly be captured by a weak human?" Lu Chang'an took out something. "Look what this is." Alina looked over and immediately trembled, her eyes widening, because those were Lalaya's scales, and they carried her aura. "Where is she? What have you done to her?" she asked, both shocked and furious. "She's in my room. What I do with her is entirely up to your performance." Lu Chang'an chuckled maliciously. His acting was exaggerated, and his story was full of holes, but Alina believed him. Her eyes were bloodshot. "I'll do anything as long as you don't hurt my sister." "Anything is fine. Anything is fine." Alina nodded. Lu Chang'an pointed to his mouth. "Then give me a kiss." Without hesitation, Alina leaned in and kissed him. This silly girl is even sillier than her sister. Lu Chang'an sighed inwardly, pressed her forehead, and pushed her away. "What's wrong?" Alina asked, puzzled. "It's nothing. How did you end up here with Falon?" Lu Chang'an asked about her past. She gave a general account of the situation, omitting, of course, the fact that she was somewhat sensible and had communicated with Lalaya. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang'an raised an eyebrow slightly. The Naga Queen certainly has some clever methods. "What?" Alina was taken aback. "Giving you to me is not only a way to thank me and win me over, but also a way to use the blood pact to make me break with the merfolk forever." It's killing two birds with one stone. Lu Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly. Of course, he wasn't opposed to it. Otherwise, Alina would have been dead for sure. Similarly, this also shows that the Naga Queen values him quite a bit. Otherwise, why would she care whether he would side with the merfolk? Alina looked at him blankly, completely unable to understand what he was saying. You didn't do anything to my sister, did you? She asked worriedly. Not yet, but who knows in the future, Lu Chang'an said with a smile. Her expression hardened. You can do whatever you want to me, just let my sister go. They're all coming for you? She might get angry and bite you. Lu Chang'an couldn't help but laugh. He and Malaya are capable of doing many secretive things. No, that won't happen, Alina quickly replied. Lu Chang'an's expression shifted. Whether it's true or not, you can ask her yourself. Ask her yourself? Alina looked at her, puzzled. But soon, a familiar figure appeared before her, breaking through the waves. Younger sister. Her eyes widened, staring at her in disbelief. Sister? The person who arrived was none other than Malaya. Lu Chang'an put Alina down and silently left, giving them space. Behind them came the sound of two women crying. After going through so many hardships, they were finally reunited and wept with joy. Lu Chang'an returned to the water bubble and went straight to the plant area. It has been 12 hours since the strange seed was planted yesterday. Sure enough, it had already sprouted new buds. He quickly looked at its attributes. Moon laurel. Growth, infancy. Quality, gold, legendary. Effect. Legend has it that this is a magical plant from the Moon Palace. Characteristic 1. Moon essence. Can absorb moonlight for rapid growth. Characteristic 2. Sacred tree. All surrounding plants grow at a rate increased by 100%, attracting birds. Trait 3. Spirit fruit. After reaching maturity, the fruit can increase attributes or talent experience. Additional characteristic. Osmanthus fragrance. The floral scent can accelerate physical strength and injury recovery. Upon seeing its attributes, Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. It doesn't need any extra fertilizer. It can accelerate its growth simply by absorbing moonlight. This saves a lot of trouble and eliminates the need to compete with others for resources. In addition, it can double the growth rate of plants, which is incredibly useful, essentially doubling his crop yield. Its fruit can even improve attributes or talent experience, which makes it incredibly valuable and applicable at all times. Finally, its additional properties even gave its aroma a wonderful effect, accelerating stamina recovery, and the meaning of stamina is self-evident. It can be said that with it, plants become more cost-effective for him. Just as he was overjoyed, Lalaya returned with Alina, both women with red eyes. Upon seeing him, Alina blushed slightly and bowed. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were my sister's guard. I've been very rude, please forgive me. Guards? Lu Chang'an was taken aback and looked at Lalaya. Lalaya looked at him pleadingly. She didn't know how to introduce him, and she wanted to maintain the dignity of the queen and her sister, so she told him that he was her bodyguard, the kind who was very close to her. He shook his head and chuckled, not exposing her lie. It's okay, I was just joking with you, so we're even now. Hearing him say that, Lalaya breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, Sister, everything here belongs to him. You must show him respect. Alina nodded. I understand. He saved my life, and I will repay him properly. Although she was naive, she had strong likes and dislikes. It was Lu Chang'an's scheme that allowed her to escape the pursuit, and it was he who went to the Naga tribe to rescue her. She was grateful to him. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly. No need to be polite. We're all on the same side. He and Lalaya are close, and she is Lalaya's sister, so aren't they on the same side? Lalaya looked at him with tenderness in her eyes. She understood what he meant, and her heart warmed. Alina, however, was somewhat conflicted. She felt he meant. The two signed a blood pact. She was his servant, therefore she was one of his own. That is indeed true, but she is, after all, Lalaya's sister. How can she be allowed to serve as a slave to her guards? Isn't that an insult to her sister? She thought for a while before coming up with a compromise. She steeled herself and said to Lalaya, Sister, I have a favor to ask of you. You say, Please, sister, grant him to me as my spouse. Chapter 112, such a great back. It's a shame not to use it for a tattoo. What? Lilia and Lu Chang'an exclaimed in unison upon hearing this, never expecting that Alina would make such a request. Please, sister, grant him to me as my spouse, Alina repeated. In fact, her idea was very simple. The fact that she became Lu Chang'an's blood slave is unchangeable, and in order to let outsiders know, she needs to find a way to cover it up. After much deliberation, she concluded that becoming his spouse was the best solution. Once they were married, even if he mistreated her, outsiders would only see it as a sign of her weakness, and it wouldn't implicate Lilia. No, Lilia refused decisively. Lu Chang'an is her man, well, her personal bodyguard. How could she give him to someone else as a spouse? Why not? Alina asked, looking bewildered. You're still too young. It's not the right time yet, Lilia said, making an excuse. Alina frowned slightly, but I'm already 20,000 years old. Other people are already grandmothers at 20,000 years old. Lu Chang'an chuckled. These two silly fish were ancient living fossils. You're seriously injured now and should focus on recuperating. You cannot have a spouse, Lilia said, offering a different excuse. Alina quickly replied. Then we can make an agreement first. The effect is similar for fiancé, so it's perfectly feasible. But to her surprise, Lilia still refused outright. No. Why? Alina frowned. Because, Lilia pondered deeply, because he is human, and you are a mermaid. Moreover, you are the sister of the mermaid queen, and can only marry a mermaid noble. Sister, didn't you say before that I could choose whoever I wanted as my spouse, and that no one could force me? Alina asked anxiously. Lilia bit her lip. That was before. It's not possible now. Elder sister. Shut up. Don't say another word. Lilia snapped. Seeing the two arguing, Lu Chang'an quickly said to Alina, Thank you for your kindness, but I already have a lover. Alina quickly replied, I don't mind. I'm mine, Lilia said angrily. Lu Chang'an coughed lightly and continued speaking to Alina. Miss Alina, please rest assured, I will not treat you as a servant, nor will I reveal this to anyone. Lilia quickly reassured her, Don't worry about it. Once I regain my strength, I can break your blood pact. Seeing the two's stance, Alina had no choice but to temporarily abandon the idea. Lu Chang'an showed her around the water bubble and introduced the other women to him. The women were beautiful and generous, and the naive girl quickly blended in and got along very well with them. Seeing this, Lilia breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at him gratefully. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would never have seen her again. Lu Chang'an smiled faintly. I already said we're on the same side. No need to be so polite. Lilia's eyes were full of tenderness. Although he sometimes made her angry, he had never disappointed her on important matters. By the way, is there any way to restore her bloodline and strength? He asked. Lilia said somberly. It's unlikely. Her foundation and bloodline have been destroyed. Don't be discouraged. As long as you're alive, anything is possible. Lu Chang'an comforted him. Lilia smiled at him. Thank you. I'm already very grateful that she's still alive. She thought Lu Chang'an was just trying to comfort her, but in reality, he was genuinely trying to find a solution. Alina is also an S rank, and if she can recover, it will greatly enhance the team's strength. He first used water healing to heal her injuries, and then tried to give her a crystal core to absorb, but her body was unable to retain the energy. He fed her another piece of dragon meat, but her attributes didn't increase at all. He even had Hongwan use a divine purification on her, but it still had no effect. Thank you. It's all right. I'm already happy to be alive and see my sister. Alina was deeply moved by his actions and thanked him profusely. Lu Chang'an smiled. I believe there's always a way out, and there must be a way to cure you. Thank you, Alina said gratefully. Lu Chang'an fell into deep thought. It seemed that ordinary methods would be ineffective. The only way to cure her is to start with her own talent. However, whether it's attribute bonuses, trait mutations, or bloodline purification, it all requires that she be someone he personally nurtured or cultivated. So, how do you transform her into a creature he cultivates? The vehicle is the Lilia and cannot be changed. You can collect multiple pets, but how do you collect her as a pet? Should we simply ask her if she's willing? Wouldn't this be too hurtful to her pride? After all, she's an intelligent being and Lilia's sister. He pondered carefully, and finally a word came to mind. Improvement. Anything that has been cultivated and improved by him falls within the influence of his talent. When applied to living organisms, this is called modification. But what constitutes modification? Surgery? But he hadn't studied surgery, and doing something reckless might harm her. Her body was too fragile to withstand any trauma. He scrutinized her closely, from her full head of beautiful hair, her slender neck, her high, firm waist that seemed impossible to encircle, all the way to her beautiful fishtail. His gaze made Alina blush instantly. She thought something was wrong with her and quickly checked herself. Just as she turned around, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Don't move." Alina froze in her tracks. Chang'an came up behind her and gently stroked her smooth and delicate back. Alina's delicate body trembled slightly, and her face flushed red. Lalaya slapped his hand away and glared at him angrily. "What are you going to do?" "Perhaps I have a way to restore Alina's strength." "Are you making excuses? You think touching my back will restore my strength?" Lalaya scolded. "You've misunderstood. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. I'm just confirming something." "What's up?" Chang'an smiled. "Such a nice back. It would be a shame not to use it for a tattoo." Lalaya. "Alina?" "Come on, Alina, lie down on the bed." Chang'an took out a steel needle. Tattooing was the easiest transformation for him. It was just a matter of writing or drawing on his own. He had studied calligraphy and painting for several years during summer school in elementary school. In particular, even if she fails, it won't have a big impact on Alina. At most, she'll only suffer some minor injuries. Alina blushed, but still obediently laid down on the bed. "Do you have any favorite quotes or things?" Chang'an asked. "Even if it's a tattoo, it has to be something she likes." Alina thought for a moment. "Does my sister count?" Lalaya quickly refused. "No. What kind of person would you be to have me tattooed on the back?" "Then whatever you like is fine with me." Alina didn't have any particular preferences. Chang'an's eyes lit up. "Great, then leave it to me. I guarantee it will surprise everyone." Chapter 113. Transformation successful. Mermaid becomes dragon. A few hours later, the women surrounded Chang'an, each with a look of surprise on their faces. Fong Lan blinked. "My goodness, Brother Lu's drawing is so realistic." Zhou Yuding looked at him with admiration. "I knew my brother was very talented, but I never imagined he was so good at drawing." Fong Rong sighed softly. "He can actually draw such a complex pattern so well." Lilia stared wide-eyed at the pattern on Alina's back, having initially thought that Chang'an had simply tattooed some simple designs on his own. "I never expected it to be so exquisite and so lifelike." The tattoo he gave Alina was the totem of the Xia people, a five-clawed dragon. It has a majestic appearance and a graceful posture, full of power and beauty. Amidst their amazed and adoring gazes, Chang'an tattooed eyes onto the five-clawed dragon. The finishing touch. At the same time, he received a notification. Please use fresh blood to activate and improve it. He took out the soul-snatching sword, cut his palm, and poured his blood onto the tattoo. He thought it was just a few drops of blood, nothing serious. But the next moment he felt something being pulled out of his body, and he became extremely weak. At this moment, Alina also underwent a tremendous change. She radiated a dazzling light that made it difficult for everyone to open their eyes. Only Chu Yueli stared at Alina with a look of utter shock. "Alina is changing. How is she?" Lalaya asked hurriedly. Before Chu Yueli could even react, Alina let out a shout that sounded remarkably similar to a dragon's roar. Lilia gasped. Alina had turned into a dragon? "How is this possible?" a voice exclaimed beside her. She turned her head and saw Xian Zheng staring at Alina in shock. She actually came too. Under their shocked gazes, the light emanating from Alina gradually faded. At this time, her image had undergone a significant change. The scales on her tail changed from fish scales to dragon scales, and they were extremely noble and dazzling gold. A pair of small and cute horns also grew on her head. Chang'an's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked at her attribute panel. Name, Alina. Level 1. Physical fitness, 100 plus 90. Strength, 200 plus 180. Agility, 50 plus 45. Mental state, 30 plus 27. Lucky, invisible. Bloodline, Abyssal Shark Dragon, S rank. Characteristic 1. Abyssal Sea Spirit. Immune to deep sea pressure and extreme cold. Can breathe freely underwater, and can harness the power of the ocean to create giant waves. Trait 2. Mighty power to stabilize mountains. When in water, strength attribute plus 100%. Trait 3. Deadly Dragon Breath. Can unleash dragon breath, dealing massive damage to the target. Trait 4. Transformation from shark to dragon. All attributes increase by 100% for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Additional skill, Shatter Gold. Deals massive damage to the target. Upon seeing her attributes, he was immediately overjoyed. It worked. Not only were the attributes greatly enhanced, but even the bloodline was repaired. Her attributes far surpass those of Lalaya at level 1, and she emphasizes constitution and strength, which is very much in line with her personality. Reckless. Its bloodline has also changed, possessing characteristics of both sharks and dragons. Trait 1 is self-explanatory, exactly the same as Lalaya's. Trait 2 is a perfect match for her, granting her explosive power when fighting in water. Trait 3 is a unique skill of the dragon race, a powerful, wide-area attack. Trait 4 allows her to transform, doubling her strength for a short period. The additional skills further enhance her destructive power. These traits and skills are a perfect match for her, allowing her to unleash her full attack power. It is foreseeable that once she levels up, she will become an exceptional fighter. Sister, how are you? Lalaya rushed forward to ask about the situation. Alina glanced at Lu Chang'an furtively and said, I'm fine. Just now, she could clearly feel Lu Chang'an's blood seeping into her body, transforming her body, healing her injuries, and giving her a new life. Her blood now flows in his veins, which gives her a special feeling and bond with him. Lalaya checked on her, and, seeing that she had indeed recovered, looked at Lu Chang'an with gratitude and emotion. Thank you. Lu Chang'an smiled and said, There's no need for formalities between us. You and Jinlongju can chat first, and I'll talk to Senior Xian for a bit. When they heard him mention golden dragon fish, the women were taken aback for a moment, then burst into giggles. Alina's scales turned golden, and being a combination of mermaid and dragon, wasn't she just a golden dragonfish? Lalaya and Alina were both completely confused. After the women explained it to them, Lalaya scolded him playfully. Don't call Alina that. Alina quickly stopped her. Sister, it's okay. It's not a nasty nickname, as long as he likes it. Amidst the laughter of the women, Lu Chang'an forced himself to cheer and invited Xian. Senior, may I have a word with you in private? He could tell that Xian seemed to have something to say. What had just happened had given her a huge shock. Xian nodded to him. Come to my place. The two entered the Crystal Palace. This was Lu Chang'an's first time entering such a place. He had originally intended to take a look around, but the place was empty and there was nothing there. I always sleep directly on the floor, Xian explained, then asked him, what did you do to her? Why does she have dragon blood? Lu Chang'an had anticipated this. Yin Jiping gave me a pill that day, saying it was a semi-finished product he made on a whim, and asked me to help him test it. I was afraid it was poisonous and didn't dare to eat it. But as you can see from her condition, she was completely ruined. I thought I'd try anything as a last resort, and it actually worked. Master Yin, you've already taken the blame for the previous ones, so why not take the blame for this one too? He has the ability to purify bloodlines, so it's reasonable for him to concoct this kind of elixir, right? Xian suddenly realized that it was indeed impossible for ordinary people to do this, but it was not too difficult for someone who could break through the bloodline taboo. I see. But why is her dragon aura somewhat different from ours? Because that was the divine dragon of the Xia kingdom, not the dragon race of the Endless Sea. Of course, he certainly wouldn't say that out loud. Didn't I just say? That's only a semi-finished product. Who knows what's mixed in with his medicine? I wouldn't have used it if I had no other choice. These words completely dispelled Xian's doubts. After a moment's thought, she took out the large box again, rummaged through it for a while, and then took out a few herbs. Although her bloodline is not pure, she is still considered a subspecies of dragon. Let's give her this. Lu Chang'an took a look, and his eyes lit up immediately. Chapter 114 Extra Large Light Bulb. Dragon's Bloodgrass. Quality, Gold, Legendary. Effect, increases the purity of dragon bloodline. I thank you on behalf of Alina, Senior. Lu Chang'an said with a smile. As expected of a wealthy woman from the Dragon Clan, she used legendary herbs right away. Go on, I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me unless it's absolutely necessary. Xian yawned. He hadn't had a good night's sleep since he arrived here. Lu Chang'an did not disturb them and immediately took his leave. As soon as he stepped out the door, Hongwan flew to him and excitedly circled around him. With Alina joining her, her level increased. Lu Chang'an opened its attribute panel and took a look. Red Phoenix. Level 6. Race Phoenix. Quality Legendary. Type Support. Bloodline Crimson Phoenix S-rank. Body Constitution 3076 plus 2769. Strength 3227 plus 2905. Agility 3376 plus 3039. Spirit 3259 plus 2933. Characteristics omitted. Additional trait Phoenix True Flame. Can spew high-temperature flames for killing enemies or forging. Additional trait Divine Purification. Can dispel all negative status effects. Additional trait Phoenix Rebirth. Can be reborn from the ashes after death. Cooldown 30 days. He smiled faintly and leveled up again. Not only did all his attributes increase by 1,500 points, but he also gained the Phoenix Rebirth trait, making him look more and more like a phoenix. Transform into armor, he said. The Red Phoenix let out a joyful cry and transformed into armor to adorn his body. After the upgrade, the armor has a wider coverage area, basically covering the entire body. Its wings are also wider and more powerful, and with just a gentle flap, it can fly a long distance, requiring much less effort than before. He removed his armor, played with it for a while, and then went to the plant area. He took a seed from the dragon bloodgrass and planted it in the soil, hoping to see if he could grow dragon bloodgrass. His stamina was needed to enhance Lalaya's bloodline and traits, as well as for forging, building, and merging. There was no extra energy left for Alina. If dragon bloodgrass can be planted in large quantities, it will not hinder its growth. After planting the dragon bloodgrass, he saw that it was already evening, so he helped Alina build a thatched hut. He returned to the room and saw Lalaya and Alina talking. He said to Alina, I've built you a house. You can go and rest there. Alina immediately shook her head. No need. I've always lived with my sister. Lalaya's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly said, Sister, he needs to treat my injuries. You should go and rest first. If she lived with her, how could she possibly be intimate with Lu Chang'an? No, how could she possibly help Lu Chang'an improve her strength? It's all right, I won't bother you. Alina shook her head. Lalaya quickly said, But you'll distract us if you're here. Alina shook her head again. I promise I won't make a sound. But Lalaya was getting anxious. Alina's eyes suddenly reddened. Sister, have you been distancing yourself from me? How could that be? Lalaya hesitated, unable to finish her sentence. Just what? Lalaya had no idea how to explain, and her face turned red. Seeing her like this, Lu Chang'an smiled. He rarely saw her so embarrassed. Hearing his laughter, Lalaya glared at him reproachfully. You tell me. She really didn't know what to say, so she could only throw the question at him. Alina looked at him with a questioning gaze. Lu Chang'an coughed lightly. His skin wasn't as thin as hers. Because our healing method is quite special, it requires us to hug each other for a long time. Lalaya blushed instantly. She hadn't expected him to say it so directly. Alina was slightly puzzled. Although she didn't know why they were using such a strange posture to heal, she still shook her head and said, It's all right, I won't bother you. Lalaya wanted to say something, but Lu Chang'an hugged her tightly. Don't bother explaining. One lie requires countless more to cover it up. Let her find out herself. She glared at him and said reproachfully, Then how am I supposed to maintain my authority as an older sister? Silly fish, she's tens of thousands of years old. Do you still want to control her? Besides, she's not rebellious. Why would you need to be authoritative? Lu Chang'an carried her to the bed. No, I am the queen, her sister. Lalaya still couldn't bring herself to say it. But before she could finish speaking, he pulled her into his arms. His broad, warm embrace immediately calmed her down. Having spent so much time together, She had long since become inseparable from his embrace. It had become a habit, a dependence, an addiction. She slightly raised her eyes and saw Alina looking at her curiously, her face flushed. "You can rest over there." After saying that, she closed her eyes and snuggled into his arms. "Forget about prestige. Let's just leave it at that." Alina responded and lay down beside her. She had just recovered from her serious injuries and soon fell into a deep sleep. Chang'an gently stroked her smooth, delicate skin, a playful glint in his eyes. "Someone told me that mermaids and humans are physiologically the same except for their legs. Is that true?" Lalaya's heart skipped a beat. "What are you trying to say?" Chang'an didn't speak, but his palms slid downwards. Her face flushed instantly, and she quickly grabbed his hand. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Chang'an leaned closer to her, gazing into her eyes. No, she didn't dare to look him in the eye and quickly turned her head away. Chang'an pinched her chin to turn her head and gently pressed his lips to hers. She quickly lost herself in his passion and slowly loosened her grip on his hand. Since that incident, her resistance towards him has gradually decreased. Chang'an's hand continued to explore downwards, and the temperature between the two instantly rose. But at that moment, Alina, who was sleeping, seemed to be having a nightmare. She muttered, "Stinky Naga," and slammed her fist on the heated brick bed. It's worth noting that her strength reached 380 points with Chang'an's support, and she also possessed a destructive skill like shattering gold. How could this fragile, heated brick bed withstand her punch? It collapsed instantly. The two, who were engrossed in their activities, fell into the Kong, a heated brick bed. Without warning, their bodies and faces covered in soot. "Sister, Chang'an, are you all right?" Alina woke up as well and was startled. She quickly pulled the two of them out of the Kong, a heated brick bed. "Sister, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Seeing that Lalaya's face was smeared with black ash, she quickly reached out to wipe it off for her. But she didn't notice that her hands were also covered in black ash, and when she wiped them, she evenly smeared a layer of black ash all over Lalaya's face. Chang'an glanced at Lalaya, whose face was covered in soot, and couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. "I wonder if I can return it to Fran." Chapter 115 Enlightenment in Forging, Creating a Golden Weapon. Early the next morning, Chang'an went to the plant area to check on the condition of the laurel and dragon's bloodgrass. To his delight, the moon laurel, having absorbed the moonlight all night, had grown considerably and, at this rate, would soon reach maturity. The dragon's bloodgrass has also sprouted, and with the combined effect of the mutated planting box and the tying laurel, it will mature in at most one more day. "Good morning, Brother Chang'an." A slender figure came up behind him. "Good morning, Shaoli," Chang'an said to her with a smile. She was none other than Chu Yueli, who got up early to collect resources. Of all the blisters, she was the first to appear. "Brother Chang'an, did you not sleep well last night?" she asked softly. "Something unexpected happened." Chang'an chuckled. After that incident last night, they couldn't sleep and didn't sleep well. After all, the sisters have a lot to talk about after their reunion. "If you don't mind, you can come and rest here." She gently brushed her hair back, and a charming blush appeared on her beautiful, fair face. Chang'an chuckled. "What you said seems a bit ambiguous and could easily be misunderstood." "No ambiguity. It means exactly what you understand it to be." She turned around and scurried away like a startled rabbit. Watching her retreating figure, Chang'an smiled slightly. What a lovely girl. After harvesting the sown plants, as usual, he went to the training room to practice forging. After practicing for a period of time, his forging skills have improved considerably, and forging ordinary items is no longer a challenge for him. But what he wanted was not just a regular blacksmith, but a master forger. Ring ring. Just as he was fully absorbed in the moment, a clear, crisp sound of a wind chime reached his ears. His mind jolted, and he entered a profound state of enlightenment. Every hammer blow, every strike, every quenching process replayed in his mind again and again. Every hammer blow, its force, angle, rhythm, and landing point, every quenching moment and technique, every tiny detail is meticulously captured. He clearly saw the impact of these details on forging and on forging quality. He was immersed in this mystical feeling, forgetting himself, forgetting everything, focusing only on forging, until he was jolted awake by a few lines of prompts. You have learned the skill. Forging Mastery, Purple. Forging Mastery. Your forging skills are superb, and the quality of your forged items is extremely high. Announcement. Player Lu Chang'an has achieved the first ever skill mastery in human history. Reward. Silver Treasure Chest, *1. He opened his eyes and saw several beautiful eyes. All the women were looking at him nervously. What's wrong? He asked. Brother, you've been forging iron all day without eating, drinking, or resting. It's quite frightening, Zhou Yuding said quickly. The other girls nodded in agreement. Lu Chang'an looked out the window and saw that it was indeed completely dark. He smiled at them and said, Don't be nervous. I've just entered a state of enlightenment. The women breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that he was unharmed. Lu Chang'an took out an iron ingot, wielded the craftsman's hammer, and skillfully began to hammer it with the help of the phoenix flame. Seeing his movements, the women were all stunned because they felt a special rhythm, natural and effortless. Alina looked at Lalaya in shock. Sister, I've only ever felt this way with Master Ji-san. Ji-san is a master blacksmith among the merfolk, who once forged legendary weapons. Lalaya quickly shook her head at her, signaling her not to disturb him. Alina nodded quickly and covered her mouth. After waiting for a moment, Lu Chang'an suddenly stopped, and a dazzling golden light flashed from under his hammer. At the same time, another announcement appeared. Announcement. Player Lu Chang'an has constructed humanity's first legendary facility. Reward. 1 golden treasure chest. The women gasped in unison, and Zhou Yuding clapped her hands and said, Brother, you can actually forge a legendary weapon. That's incredible. Fong Lan exclaimed with admiration. Brother Lu is amazing. Chu Yueli and Fong Rong nodded together, their faces filled with admiration. Alina exclaimed in shock and excitement. My God, he really forged a legendary weapon. Lalaya's eyes were filled with pride. Yes, he did it. Lu Chang'an smiled faintly and looked at the forged knife. Unnamed weapon. Durability, 2000. Attack, 200. Quality, gold, legendary. Effect. Causes massive tearing damage to the injured person. Special feature. Has a certain probability of triggering an execute effect. Additional trait. Has a certain probability of inflicting negative status effects such as fear and confusion on the target. Comment. You think having stronger stats means it's not a pirated copy. As the reviews say, this knife is a counterfeit because it was made according to the Soul Stealer's design. However, it has stronger attributes with higher durability and attack than Soul Stealer, and its additional characteristics can also inflict negative effects. Both in terms of lethality and characteristics, it far surpasses Soul Stealer. Let's call you Soul Slayer, Lu Chang'an named it. In fact, he was not at all surprised that he could create legendary weapons. After gaining enlightenment on the skill of forging mastery, his forging skill level had already reached the purple excellent level. Combined with his talent, the quality-enhancing properties of the craftsman's hammer and anvil, forging legendary items became a natural progression. Although not every forging attempt will yield a legendary item, the probability is quite high. Tell me the weapons you want, and I will forge them for you, he said to the women. All the women showed surprise and delight, and Alina was overjoyed as she had never owned a legendary weapon in her entire life. She whispered to Lalaya, Sister, he's really amazing. You absolutely must keep him here. A master blacksmith capable of forging legendary weapons is a top talent in any race. Lalaya glanced at him but didn't say anything. Of course she'll keep him. No one can take him away. Seeing that she didn't speak, Alina thought she was having some kind of trouble and quickly said, Sister, are you worried that you can't win him over? You can give me to him as a spouse. I'm willing to make that sacrifice. She still hadn't completely given up on her plan from yesterday. Lalaya rolled her eyes at her. What nonsense are you talking about? I was just thinking about something else. Lu Chang'an overheard their conversation and couldn't help but smile. When he looked at Lalaya, his eyes lit up because she was shimmering with a faint light, a sign that she had enough energy to upgrade. He opened Lalaya's attribute panel and saw that she had enough upgrade energy to upgrade. He was overjoyed. Great! He could finally level up. He took Lalaya outside and chose to upgrade. Chapter 116. Another upgrade, power greatly increased. The moment he chose to upgrade, a bright light shone from Lalaya's body. Her body grew larger again. Her figure became even hotter and sexier, and her beautiful face was full of majesty and a powerful aura. The area of the water bubble has increased dramatically, reaching as much as 7,000 square meters. Her attributes also underwent a huge change. Vehicle, Mermaid Queen, Tier 6. Trait 1, Ocean Affinity. Sailing speed plus 90%. Resource extraction plus 90%. Trait 2, Soul Symbiosis. Shares attributes, skills, and life essence. Feature 3, Hydrosensory. Can sense information from the surrounding ocean up to 12,000 meters away. Feature 4, Deep Sea Diving. Consumes additional stamina to allow the bubble to enter the seabed for underwater navigation. Characteristic 5, Water Spirit Protection. Can consume additional stamina to generate protective power from water bubbles. Upgrade energy, 0.5 million. As a vehicle, its stats have been significantly improved, with its speed and resource extraction rates increasing from 80% to 90%, and its sensing range leaping from 8,000 meters to 12,000 meters. Overall, it is faster, has more data collection capabilities, and a wider sensing range. He then looked at her personal attribute panel. Name, Lalaya. Constitution, 6800 plus 6120. Strength, 6,701 plus 6,031. Agility, 6,727 plus 6055. Mental strength, 6,722 plus 6,050. Lucky, invisible. Bloodline, Abyss Shark King, SSS-rank sealed. Upon seeing her attributes, he was pleasantly surprised. Her stats had increased by as much as 3,000 points, reaching 12,000 points with his talent boost. Under her influence, his attributes also experienced explosive growth, with all attributes approaching 14,000 points. In addition to the 4 traits, Abyssal Sea Spirit, Soul-Stealing Demonic Sound, Royal Intimidation, and Deep Sea Overlord, she also has a 5th trait. Trait 5, Mermaid King's War Song. Increases all attributes of all friendly units by 30%. This feature is an absolute weapon in group battles. It doesn't just affect living beings, but also buildings and structures, making it incredibly powerful. In addition, this upgrade also resulted in a mutation, giving her an extra skill. Additional skill, Water Clone. Summons a clone while the main body becomes invisible. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown, 2 hours. Upon seeing this skill, his eyes lit up. He summoned a clone and became invisible. It was incredibly effective whether used for a surprise attack or a quick getaway. He immediately used the skill, and an identical version of himself appeared, so much so that even the most familiar Lalaya couldn't tell the difference. Of course, this is just an appearance. Their essence is completely different. It is composed of water elements, and will turn into seawater if attacked. It also has no intelligence and needs to be controlled by him. However, its merits outweigh its flaws, and it is more than sufficient to deceive the enemy. He gave her a thumbs up. Well done. This upgrade allowed him to reach a new level of strength, officially entering the A-level category. Lalaya returned his gentle smile. She was happy to be able to help him. Lu Chang'an strolled around the bubble, planning how to use the open space. During this process, he subconsciously checked the information about the soul-eating insects around him. Soul-eating insect. Strength, Tier C, Level 2. Skills, Soul Devour, Corpse Puppet. Weaknesses, Fire, Lightning. Dislikes, Vetervid, Kaiming Flower, Mint. He frowned slightly. In such a short time, they had actually advanced from the first level of C to the second level. Such an upgrade speed was too fast. In just a few days, they would be able to advance to the B level. With an overwhelming number of B-class enemies, the destructive power will increase exponentially. But to his surprise, he saw even more information and learned about the things they hated. It seems to be because his strength has improved. After all, the title of One Piece has the attribute that the greater the difference in strength, the more information one can obtain. Of the things they dislike, he didn't have any clear-sighted grass or calming flowers, but he had plenty of mint, which he had been growing all along. He originally thought that mint would be useless after the high-temperature apocalypse, but he didn't expect it to still have such an effect. He tried throwing a mint leaf at them, and they immediately scurried away. It really worked. He pondered for a moment, and an idea popped into his mind. He immediately opened his shop and listed 2 items. Information about the soul-eating worm and the mint are both priced at 100 energy. The energy required for Lalia's upgrade has increased dramatically, and it would be difficult for them to fight on their own, so they will have to mobilize the power of all humanity. Similarly, doing so can slow down their rate of growth, allowing them to eventually survive this apocalypse. The price of 100 energy was also determined by him. The current average level of humanity is E level, with a few elites reaching D level. They can easily afford 10 E-grade crystal cores or 1 D-grade crystal core. He opened the chat room and spoke. I've updated the store, which is helpful for this apocalypse. You can check it out. His remarks immediately received a warm response. Boss Liu has actually gathered information about the monster. He's really impressive. Thanks for sharing. 100 energy points is such a great price. Thanks, Boss Liu. Our chances of survival are much better this time. As expected, the strongest human, this guy is amazing. Because of his victory in the last arena, he gained the affirmation and support of many people. Of course, some people criticized him for overcharging, and some even demanded that he publish it for free. These people were already drowned in the spittle of the crowd, without him even having to lift a finger. In just a few minutes, the mints he put on the shelves were sold out. He put out a second batch of mint on the shelves, then returned to the training room, intending to make planting boxes and grow mint on a large scale. But while reviewing the materials, he suddenly frowned because he noticed a problem. Insufficient soil. Because there's no way to manufacture them for the time being, they can only be obtained from islands, and his reserves are not many. He posted an acquisition notice, but received few responses. At present, only a few people can grow their own crops, and even those who can't sell them, since soil means food and crops. When the women saw him frowning, they asked him why. After he spoke, all the women frowned. The soil had to be obtained from the island, but there were no islands around, and Lalia could not go out to sea to explore. After all, the outside is full of soul-eating insects, and going out would likely result in an attack. Things seemed to have reached a stalemate. Lu Chang'an smiled and said, "It's all right, we can't force it. If it really doesn't work out, we can only wait for now." He took out the silver and gold treasure chest he had just received as rewards and showed them to Chu Yueli what was inside. The silver treasure chest was unremarkable and offered no surprises. But when she saw the golden treasure chest, she suddenly smiled. "Brother Chang'an, there's a solution to your problem." Chapter 117 Bad Guy, you love me. What? Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. It's a special blueprint that can create soil, Chu Yueli replied. Lu Chang'an was overjoyed. I'll take it. If soil could be created, then he could maximize crop productivity and no longer be constrained by soil. Chu Yueli immediately took out the construction plan, and Lu Chang'an looked at it. Construction blueprint, special soil creation machine. Effect, creates fertile soil. Require materials, 200 titanium crystals, 200 red crystals, 200 celestial wood, 200 dream dust, 200 mithril ingots, 1 grade C crystal core. Upon seeing the materials needed for construction, Lu Chang'an frowned slightly, because he lacked red crystals. However, he knew who had it. Mysterious. When I helped her build the crystal palace, I saw that there were still a lot of red crystals in her chest. The problem is, how do I bring it up with her? Asking directly? Definitely not. She's only interested in things that can be exchanged. Lu Chang'an pondered for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. The crystal palace was completely empty. There was no furniture, not even a bed, chair, or wardrobe. Xian was sleeping directly on the floor. If I make a set of furniture for her, I should be able to exchange it for some red crystals. Without hesitation, he went to the crystal palace gate and shouted, "Senior, I have something to discuss with you." He called out several times before Xian Kai, looking exhausted, opened the door. "What's the matter? Ain't Jiping is here?" "That's not it," Lu Chang'an said truthfully. "I'm short of some red crystals, and I plan to use." Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Xian tossed out a large box, yawned, and walked back into the house. "Take it yourself. I'm going to sleep now." Lu Chang'an was a little stunned. He didn't expect her to be so easy to talk to. He hadn't even mentioned the terms of the exchange yet, and she had already agreed. A thought flashed through his mind. Could this be the benefit of increased goodwill? He didn't take more than what was needed for construction, then returned the box to her and built her a set of furniture, making her pillows and blankets out of wool. After doing all that, he turned and left. As he closed the door for her, he noticed she was lying on the bed and covered herself with a blanket. She looked relaxed, with a faint smile on her lips, clearly quite satisfied. He smiled slightly and closed the door. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the saying, having an elder in the family is like having a treasure, was very true. If it weren't for her, he would have had to worry about where to get the red crystal. Once he had the materials, he immediately began construction. In a burst of bright light, a machine resembling a blender appeared. Soil manufacturing machine. Durability 1000. Quality gold legendary. Effect creates fertile soil. Require materials: animal carcasses, mud, plants, water. Additional trait: has a certain probability of increasing production by 50%. Comment: did you mix gold nuggets into your soil? Chang'an pondered for a moment. Mud and sand were easy to deal with. He could just dig them out from the seabed. Plants were no problem either. He had plenty of palm leaves. Water was naturally not an issue either. However, he found the creature's corpse somewhat troublesome, since he had already sold all the sea beasts he had accumulated to harpies. Incidentally, the harpy left behind the crystal ball used for communication, and it seems the harpy queen has been trying to contact him these past few days. He probably realized he had been tricked and wanted to confront them, but they ignored him. If there are no carcasses, are we supposed to hunt them ourselves? Or pay a price to buy them? Buzz. At this moment, the barrier above the water bubble emitted a buzzing sound. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the soul-eating insects were attacking again. Soul-devouring worms? His heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the raw material already in hand? He immediately went to the edge and unleashed his lightning power on them. Crackling sounds. A loud bang rang out. The power of the lightning was too strong, and a swarm of soul-devouring insects was electrocuted into ashes. Chang'an quickly adjusted his strength, and after several attempts, he finally mastered the power to electrocute them while preserving their corpses. He put the bodies into the machine, along with palm leaves, mud, and water. Buzz. With the hum of the machine, a lump of soil was produced in a short time. He quickly looked at it. Fertile soil. Quality: purple, excellent. Effect: nutrient-rich soil. Characteristic: plant growth rate plus 30%. He immediately smiled. His newly made planting box could increase the growth rate by 70%, the soil by 30%, and the laurel by 100%, which together made up 200%. His plants grew twice as fast, which meant that mint that would normally take 2 days to mature could be harvested in just half a day. The soul-eating insects, which were originally harmful and had no benefit whatsoever, had become raw materials for making money, truly turning waste into treasure. He transformed into a generator, mercilessly electrocuting a large number of soul-eating insects, and then went to the seabed to dig up a large amount of mud and sand. After doing all that, he found Alina and taught her how to use a water extractor to purify seawater, how to use a soil maker to make soil, and how to put the soil into planting boxes. One of the reasons she was chosen was that she was the only one who was free among the group, and she was also very strong. Alina readily accepted the task. She didn't want to be a parasite who only ate and did nothing. So having something to do was the best thing ever. After giving his instructions, Chang'an returned to the house. He went to Leia and smiled at her. Now nobody wants to be a third wheel. This is another reason, to get her away and create opportunities for him and Leia to be alone. Leia blushed. What light bulb? What do you want to do? Chang'an leaned closer to her and lifted her chin. You should know very well what I want to do. Leia's breathing quickened, her full chest heaving. I don't know. Chang'an didn't speak, but simply pressed his lips to hers. Her delicate body trembled, and she instantly collapsed into his arms, responding to him passionately. After a long while, their lips parted and a glistening thread appeared between them. Chang'an smiled at her and said, So, do you understand now? Leia, panting, looked away. I, your majesty, out of consideration for your continued protection of me, will. What? Chang'an turned her head, and looked into her eyes. Lalaya blushed deeply, overcome with embarrassment. I'll let you be insolent this once, but this is the last time. Lu Chang'an laughed heartily, picked her up, and carried her to the bed. She buried her head in his arms, her heart overflowing with happiness and sweetness. From this day forward, they will truly be one, both in soul and body. You bad guy, she whispered. Love me. A captivating and soul-stirring voice rang out, stirring the heart and soul. Chapter 118, What did you guys do last night? The next morning, Lu Chang'an opened his eyes, and what came into view was Lalaya's stunningly beautiful face. He slowly moved closer to her lips, only to see her eyelids suddenly tremble and her face turn slightly red. He sent a message with a smile. What? Still pretending to be asleep. Lalaya opened her eyes and gave him a seductive glare. Just do what you're supposed to do. Don't disturb my rest. Lu Chang'an raised an eyebrow at her. You know what I want to do. Lalaya blushed even more and said coquettishly, hurry up and go. Although the two eventually got together, they were not entirely satisfied because of Alina. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly, gently kissed her forehead, and got up to leave. Although the relationship between men and women is wonderful, he has a very strong will and will not become addicted to it. Watching his departing figure, her eyes were filled with tenderness. At this moment, Alina came over and said, Sister, your injuries must be very serious. The sound of Lu Chang'an leaving woke her up. Lalaya was taken aback. What did you say? If it's not serious, then why were you moaning all night? Before Alina could finish speaking, she was covered by someone else's hand. Don't say anything. You absolutely mustn't tell anyone about this. Oh, I won't tell. Alina nodded, then suddenly sniffed her hand. Sister, your hands smell like him. It's so strong. Lalaya blushed deeply and quickly withdrew her hand. This was an accident. Don't worry about it. Alina quickly asked, Sister, where did you touch? I want to touch it too. I like its taste. Because she was saved by his blood, she was extremely sensitive to his scent and had a special fondness for it. Ifargat. Lalaya blushed deeply. She couldn't possibly tell her the truth. Please think about it again. Alina said quickly. Enough talk. Hurry up and absorb the crystal core. Lalia put on a stern face, displaying her elder, sisterly authority. Alina quickly responded and didn't ask any more questions. Lalaya brought her hand to her nose and sniffed it lightly, her face instantly turning bright red. She silently cursed herself inwardly. That wicked thing. Achoo! Lu Chang'an, who was checking the growth of the laurel tree, sneezed. He rubbed his nose, not paying any attention, and simply looked at the moon laurel tree in front of him with delight. In just one night, it grew much bigger and was already half a meter tall. At this rate of growth, it won't be long before it grows into a towering tree. He turned to the dragon's blood grass, and his eyes lit up immediately upon seeing it. Dragon's blood grass. Quality, gold, legendary. Effect, increases the purity of dragon bloodline. Additional trait, increases potency by an additional 50%. Review, 1 tablet is equivalent to 5 tablets previously, more for the same price. Ignoring the madman's comments, he was overjoyed. Not only had he successfully grown dragon bloodgrass, but its medicinal effects were also half again as strong as the original. It was indeed powerful. The grass seeds were immediately removed and replanted, then put away the remaining dragon bloodgrass to give to Alina later. He then harvested a batch of plants and planted mint in most of the planting boxes. His mints had already been sold out, and many people were urging him to restock. He put the freshly harvested mints on the market and checked his earnings. He had accumulated over 1 million energy points. At this rate, we should have enough resources to upgrade Lalaya in 3 days at most. Whoosh! Boom! At this moment, numerous meteorites fell from the sky once again, causing the entire sea to boil. The water bubble remained unharmed under the protection of the barrier, but Lu Chang'an frowned deeply. Meteorites have been falling continuously for the past 2 days, with each falling more numerous and more powerful than the last. He was somewhat worried that, eventually, his barrier might not be able to withstand the pressure. As Lalaya levels up, the bubble becomes larger and can withstand more attacks. Of course, if he had to choose, he would still choose to upgrade. Strength is always the most important thing. After dealing with the plants, he went to the training room and began to forge weapons for Zhou Yuding, Feng Rong, Feng Lan, and Alina. Give the dragon's blood grass to Alina so she can take it. The women were not skilled in close combat, and cold weapons were not suitable for them. He thought for a moment, then took out the musket, which he had seized from that thug when he rescued Zhou Yuding. He disassembled the musket, figured out how it worked, and measured the dimensions of all the parts before he began to replicate it. Soon, the first replica was produced. Musketeer, durability, 50, attack, 15, rate of fire, 10 rounds per minute, range, 250 meters, quality, green, excellent, effect, can launch projectiles to attack enemies. Additional characteristic, has a certain probability of causing wound tearing. Review, this toy looks pretty realistic. As usual, he ignored the sarcastic comments, broke it down into parts, examined each part carefully, identified the problems, and made improvements for the next time. Such a serious attitude quickly yielded positive results. By the fourth production, its quality had reached blue. However, Lu Chang'an was not satisfied and continued to build, think, and build again. Finally, on the 10th attempt, its quality reached purple. This greatly encouraged him, and he wanted to make a final push to reach the legendary level. He crafted 30 or 40 weapons in a row, but still couldn't reach the legendary level. After thinking about it carefully for a moment, he realized that the problem wasn't with his craftsmanship, but rather that the forging technique of the musket was too crude to reach the legendary level. However, this did not stump him. Besides forging, he had another unique skill. Merge. He combined the two purple muskets to obtain a musket with upgraded attributes, but the attributes remained purple. He combined the other two muskets once again and obtained an enhanced purple musket. He then combined the two reinforced muskets to obtain a deep purple musket. He persevered and synthesized another deep purple musket. Finally, he combined the two dark purple muskets. A dazzling golden light flashed, and a uniquely designed musket appeared. Its lines were sleek, its overall color silver white, giving it a very sophisticated look. Musketeer, durability, 1000, attack, 150, rate of fire, 30 rounds per minute, range, 800 meters, quality, gold, legendary, effect, can launch projectiles to attack enemies. Special feature, has a certain probability of increasing rate of fire by 50% for 1 minute. Additional feature, unlimited ammo. Comment, good, an unlimited ammo, Desert Eagle, huh? Lu Chang'an was overjoyed to see this. It was unlimited ammo. This was awesome. Even if the three women have no combat ability, they could be turned into artillery emplacements with it. As expected of being made from 8 purple muskets, its power is truly formidable. He then combined 4 more swords, giving 3 to Zhou Yuding, Feng Rong, and Feng Lan, and keeping the last one for himself. If it weren't for its strong recoil, he would have even wanted them to dual-wield it. The 3 women were overjoyed to receive the musket. Zhou Yuding, having already confessed her feelings to him, gave him a kiss as a token of her gratitude. Her action startled both Feng Rong and Feng Lan. Feng Rong hesitated for a moment, then came up to him, stood on tiptoe, and gently kissed him on the lips before covering her face and running away. Chapter 119, Raising Dragons, starting today. Lu Chang'an watched her departing figure, shaking his head and chuckling. But at that moment, Feng Lan also came to him. He quickly said, Xiaolan, there's no need for this. Brother Lu, you can't be biased, okay? Feng Lan grinned at him. Lu Chang'an was speechless. So, if he didn't kiss her, he would be considered biased? Seeing that he didn't speak, Feng Lan tiptoed and kissed him on the lips, then ran away with a giggle. Lu Chang'an smiled helplessly at this quirky little girl. He was about to continue practicing when he looked up and saw a pretty figure standing in front of him. It was Chu Yueli. She gently bit her red lips, her face flushed with a captivating blush. Shall you, he asked. Brother Chang'an, could you give me a C-grade crystal core? She asked softly. Among all the women, she absorbed the crystal cores the fastest, and her combat power increased the fastest. Now she can face sea-level sea monsters directly. Okay. Lu Chang'an did not hesitate and took out more than 10 pills for her. She simply took one and kissed him on the lips. Why only take one? So that I can kiss it again next time. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Chang'an clicked his tongue. It seems that the prevailing social atmosphere has been somewhat distorted. Chirp, chirp. The red phoenix on his head let out 2 soft cries. You think this isn't a bad thing? Lu Chang'an asked. Chirp, chirp. Otherwise, it would be too oppressive and have a negative impact on their mental health? Lu Chang'an nodded. Okay, I understand. At that moment, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from next door. He was startled and rushed over. Upon entering the room, one could see that Alina was radiating a bright light. Lalaya quickly came to his side. She just took Dragon's bloodgrass. Lu Chang'an nodded. Yes, he should be about to break through. As he spoke, Alina let out a long cry, and her aura surged. He felt a jolt. A familiar sensation appeared, and his attributes seemed to have increased slightly. He quickly opened her profile panel. Name, Alina. Level 2. Constitution, 200 plus 180. Strength, 300 plus 270. Agility, 60 plus 54. Mental state, 40 plus 36. Lucky, invisible. Bloodline, Abyssal Shark Dragon, S-rank. Characteristic 1, Abyssal Sea Spirit. Immune to deep sea pressure and extreme cold. Can breathe freely underwater, and can harness the power of the ocean to create giant waves. Trait 2, Mighty Power to Stabilize Mountains. When in water, Strength attribute, plus 110%. Trait 3, Deadly Dragon Breath. Can unleash dragon breath, dealing massive damage to the target. Trait 4, Transformation from Shark to Dragon. All attributes increased by 110% for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Additional trait, Benefits Owner. Shares 50% of all attributes with its owner. Additional skill, Shatter Gold. Deals massive damage to the target. After leveling up, all of her attributes improved, including her physical strength and even her special abilities. The strength bonus of Trait 2 has been increased to 110%, and the all attributes bonus of Trait 4 has also been increased to 110%. Most importantly, she has gained a new feature. She can share 50% of all her attributes with him. This means that she became a smaller version of Lalaya, his second accessory. It seems that we can't neglect her training in the future. Fortunately, the upgrade resources she needs are mainly Dragon Bloodgrass. Otherwise, she would be really difficult to raise. It seems that after raising fish, I'll start raising dragons from today. Sister, Master, I've become stronger. Alina looked at her hands, her face beaming with joy. Lalaya was taken aback. What did you call him? Master, Alina said matter-of-factly. Driven by the blood pact and the mutation of blood, her perception of him has changed. Lalaya frowned immediately. How can this be? Why not? He is my master. Alina asked, puzzled. Seeing that Lalia was about to get angry, Lu Chang'an put his arm around her shoulder. Let her call me whatever she wants. Your sister is all grown up now. You can't keep controlling her forever. But Lalaya wanted to argue. What's with the buts? Do you expect her to call me brother-in-law? Lu Chang'an winked at her. She immediately blushed slightly and glared at him. Don't even think about it. Just because I've favored you once doesn't mean I have to marry you. Lu Chang'an laughed loudly. You're dreaming. If you want to marry me, you'll have to give me a dowry of 388,000 yuan, plus a car, a house, and all the hardware. You'll have to hand over all your salary after we get married. Lalaya rolled her eyes at him, but in her heart she was secretly making plans. She knew about cars and houses, and the hardware was 5 legendary items, all of which she could provide. But what is the betrothal gift? And what is 388,000? Is it the number of crystal cores? Or the number of servants? That bastard. Marrying him will come at a hefty price. After chatting with the 2 women for a while, Lu Chang'an returned to the plant area because the mint was ready to be harvested. He put the harvested mint on the store shelves, and it was sold out instantly. He opened the chat room and saw that it was extremely lively. Boss Lu, it's gone again? I didn't manage to get one. Seriously, guys who already bought it, can you please stop fighting over it? I'm sorry, I had no choice but to grab it because the effect was just too good. That's right, those soul-eating insects ran away as soon as they smelled the scent. Because the first buyers discovered the effects of mint on the soul-eating worms, mint became scarce due to their influence. Lu Chang'an said he was powerless to do anything about it, because he had already done his best. Apart from some essential grains, fruits, and dragon's bloodgrass, he has devoted all his production capacity to mint. Whoosh! Boom! At this moment, countless meteors fell from the sky again, this time in greater numbers and with greater power, putting even more pressure on the barrier. Previously, he only consumed 1 crystal core every 2 days, but now the consumption has doubled to 1 core per day. This intensified his sense of foreboding. He looked out of the bubble and saw that the water vapor was even denser, and the level of the soul-eating insects had increased again, reaching the 4th rank of sea. Yes, in just 12 hours, they advanced 2 levels, even with his best efforts in cultivating mint. It's hard to imagine how much they would grow in a few days if left unchecked. Putting aside everything else, just consider the endless stream of B-rank monsters. What a sight that must be. What worries him even more is whether the soul-eating insects will still be around a few days later, after the deadline for the Shattered Sky meteor fall has passed. If it still exists, is it possible for it to overlap with the Crimson Night? If that were the case, it would be catastrophic for the entire Endless Sea. Just as he was pondering these things, a series of prompts popped up in front of him. A sudden event encounters all of humanity. The Arena of All Races, Part 2. Chapter 120, Re-entering the Arena of 10,000 Races. A sudden event encounters all of humanity. The Arena of All Races, Part 2. The Arena of All Races opens. Humanity votes for the strongest to participate in the competition. This round's opponent, Mirage Clan, Level A. Winning reward, Doomsday Delay, extends the next Doomsday by 10 days. Losing penalty, 50% random death of all humanity. Please vote within 10 minutes, otherwise a random selection will be made. Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. This reward was quite substantial, as it could postpone the apocalypse by 10 days. These 10 days without disaster were crucial for everyone, allowing for rapid development. However, the punishment for failure is severe. Half of humanity will perish. The women also received the message and gathered around. Choose me, everyone, Lu Chang'an said to them. He couldn't entrust such an important battle to someone else. He had to keep his destiny in his own hands. The Mirages are a race that is extremely skilled in illusion magic, so you must be careful. Lalia's face showed a hint of worry. As a vehicle, she cannot enter the arena to fight alongside him. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly, walked to the front of the training room, and took off the spiritual energy. With it, all hallucinations, illusions, and mental manipulation techniques become ineffective, and it can even improve one's fortune and bring good luck while avoiding misfortune. Of course, this does not mean that he is invincible, because the power of the Mirage itself should not be underestimated. After all, it is an A-class sea beast. Lala looked intently at Lu Chang'an, her lips parted slightly, and she began to sing the war song of the merfolk. Trait 5, Mermaid King's War Song. Increases all attributes of all friendly units by 30%. With her blessing, his total attributes reached around 18,000 points. He transformed the Red Phoenix into armor, and its 50% attribute bonus brought his total attributes to 22,000 points. He held the spirit in his hand, took out the soul-slaying blade, put on the mask, and ate some food that temporarily boosted his attributes, making thorough preparations. Brother, keep going. I'm waiting for you to come back. Zhou Yuding gave him a big hug. Okay, I will. Lu Chang'an hugged her. With her taking the lead, the other women, including Alina and Lilia, hugged him and offered their blessings. You must come back. Lilia hugged him tightly and whispered in his ear. Lu Chang'an gently stroked her fragrant back and conveyed a message to her. There are still many poses we haven't unlocked yet, and I can't bear to leave and never come back. The two were newlyweds. How could he not be reluctant to part with them? Lilia blushed slightly and glared at him, but still sent a message. If you dare to lose, you're never allowed to touch me again for the rest of your life. Although it was a threat, the words were full of tender affection. Lu Chang'an laughed loudly. I will work hard for my happiness. 10 minutes passed quickly, and Lu Chang'an, with a 99.9% vote share, topped the voting list and became the representative of humanity without any suspense. However, humanity is not optimistic about this battle, and the chat room is filled with dejection. Boss Lu, you absolutely must win. If we lose, half of humanity will die. The problem is the opponent is an A level. Can Boss Lu beat them? This is too difficult. The stats for an A-rank character are over 10,000. How am I supposed to fight this? The mirages are not ordinary creatures. In mythology, they are dragons. Although they all agreed that Lu Chang'an was the strongest human, they were all pessimistic when faced with the A-level mirage. A-grade C beasts possess attributes exceeding 10,000, making them no match for humans at this stage. Moreover, the Shun is actually a Jiao, a legendary race second only to the dragons in power. Lu Chang'an's chances of winning are slim, and the future of humanity is bleak. A flash of white light appeared, and Lu Chang'an found himself in an unfamiliar sea area. On the other side of the sea, there was a gigantic creature. Its body was as long and thin as a snake, but it had 4 legs and a red mane around its neck. It was a clam. He immediately used the One Piece special ability to check its attributes. Mirage. Strength. Grade A Tier 5. Skills. Illusion Strike. This is actually a level A 4th tier Mirage. No wonder we can only see so little information about it, and we can't even see its weaknesses. But for him, that was enough. As if sensing his probing, the Mirage let out a roar, and a large amount of mist appeared out of thin air. Purple skill Dream. This is a kind of illusion that can trap the target in a dreamlike illusion from which they cannot escape. A glint of light flashed in Lu Chang'an's eyes as he changed his title to Dragon Slayer. Lalia's Trait 3, Royal Intimidation, activate. Dragon Slayer Trait 2, Intimidate all sides, activate. An invisible ripple flashed by, and the Mirage's attributes instantly decreased by 30%, dropping directly from A rank, 5th tier, to A rank, 3rd tier. Besides reducing attributes, the ability to intimidate all sides can also inflict status effects on the target. Because of the presence of the spiritual energy, Lu Chang'an's fortune greatly increased, directly causing the Mirage to trigger 3 negative states: poisoning, weakness, and fatigue. Roar. The clam was both shocked and enraged, and countless gases spewed from its body. Bloodline skill, Phantom Dragon Mirage. This Mirage is the foundation of the Mirage race. Wherever it goes, all creatures that come into contact with it will fall into an eternal dream and die in their sleep. Lu Chang'an's strange abilities made it feel deeply threatened, so it directly unleashed its trump card. The mist, mixed with mirages, spread rapidly toward Lu Chang'an. At that moment, everyone watching the live stream felt their hearts clench in a knot. Get out of the way. This thing is definitely poisonous. You absolutely must not touch them. Damn it. This stuff is gas. How am I supposed to get out of it? Quick, kill that mirage. Don't let it make a move. As they said, whether it's a dream or a mirage, it can spread in the air and even in water, so Lu Chang'an has nowhere to hide. He didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he stood still and let the gas surround him. Seeing this, a hint of smugness flashed in Shun's eyes. The outcome is decided. Even if Lu Chang'an held his breath and covered his mouth and nose, it was useless. Because its mirage can seep into his body through his skin, without special means, he will remain in a deep sleep forever until he dies. It won this round. Seeing this, the viewers of the live stream turned pale as if they had seen the bottom of a pot, and the chat room was filled with groans of despair. It's over, it's over. Lu Chang'an has been infected. Why don't you dodge it? What are you doing standing there like a wooden statue? We're all doomed now. Half of us are going to die. Damn it. I'm not reconciled. I don't want to die. Lu Chang'an, I trusted you so much, yet you have disappointed me so much. Amidst their wails, a series of pleasant ringtones suddenly sounded in the video. The voice seemed to be coming from Lu Chang'an. Everyone frowned. What's the point of ringing the bell at a time like this? However, the next moment, something unexpected happened. Chapter 121, Desperate Situation. The Light of Destruction. Amidst a series of pleasant ringing sounds, Lu Chang'an's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next instant, it appeared behind the mirage. The mirage was startled and couldn't understand why Lu Chang'an was unharmed despite being affected by the illusion and mirage energy. But now is not the time to think about these things, so it immediately dodged. Unfortunately, it was too late. The water quality is in terrible condition. The power of lightning. Lu Chang'an shouted loudly, and the soul-slaying blade in his hand tore through the air and slashed fiercely at the back of its neck. Sizzle. The power of lightning instantly paralyzed its muscles, and the tearing property of the Soul Slayer took effect, tearing a large chunk of flesh from its neck, causing blood to gush out. Everyone watching the live stream stared wide-eyed at this sight. They never expected that Lu Chang'an was unaffected by the mirage. In fact, he used it to lull the mirage into a false sense of security before launching a surprise attack. At this moment, those who had just been angrily criticizing Lu Chang'an all showed expressions of shame. They thought Lu Chang'an was incompetent and that he had given up. In fact, this was his tactic. Compared to him, they are like clowns, serving no purpose other than spewing filth. Roar. The immense pain caused the mirage to roar. It endured the numbness and lashed out at Lu Chang'an with its tail. Purple skill, strike. Although its name is ordinary, its power is extremely strong. Not only is it incredibly strong, but its speed has also been greatly enhanced. Water shield. Lu Chang'an gave a low shout, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, and a thick water shield blocked his way. He wouldn't let such a good opportunity pass, and swung his knife again at the wound he had just inflicted. Now, they have to compete in speed and courage. If Lu Chang'an hits first, Shen will be further injured and completely put at a disadvantage. If Lu Chang'an is hit first, he will not only miss this opportunity to attack, but will also be seriously injured. This is a high-stakes gamble. Whoever loses will be severely injured. The consequence of severe injury is death. At that moment, everyone's heart was in their throat, whether they were watching the live stream or the women on the water bubble. Under their tense gazes, the clam's tail struck the water shield with a dull thud. After a brief stalemate, the water shield was blasted apart by a powerful force, turning into countless water droplets. The mirage tail continued to lash out at Lu Chang'an with ferocious force. Not good. At that moment, everyone gasped in surprise. The women on the water bubble were filled with terror, their bodies trembling slightly. Bang! The next instant, the mirage tail struck Lu Chang'an hard, producing a loud bang. Lu Chang'an spat out a mouthful of blood and flew far away. No! Countless people gasped in shock, and the women's eyes filled with tears. Many pessimists showed signs of despair, their minds filled with utter hopelessness. Lu Chang'an has lost. Humanity will be reduced by half. Human extinction is imminent. Call. Just then, Lu Chang'an suddenly spread his wings and stopped in midair. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a hint of joy in his eyes. Ah! The next instant, the mirage let out a painful howl as a large amount of flesh and blood exploded from the back of its neck, creating a horrific wound that almost severed its neck. Blood gushed down, staining the entire sea red. It turns out that before the snake's tail struck Lu Chang'an, his soul slash had already hit it. It was the water shield that bought it that sliver of time, allowing it to hit first. This strike drew upon the power of lightning, and simultaneously employed his own martial arts technique. Choc, collapse, explosion. At this moment, he used Water Frenzy, which gave him a power level of 33,000, making him almost as strong as Mirage. With the added power of lightning, martial arts skills, and the soul slash, the resulting destructive force is extremely astonishing. Although he was also hit by the Mirage tail, the attack was greatly reduced in power by the Water Shield and the Crimson Phoenix armor, leaving him with only minor injuries. Such an extreme reversal left the viewers of the live stream stunned. The dramatic shift from despair to elation was so fast and exciting that they didn't even have time to react. At this moment, Lu Chang'an moved again. He shook the soul-slaying blade in his hand and teleported to the front of the Mirage once more. Strike while the iron is hot and kill it. But at that moment, the Mirage suddenly let out a roar, and violent energy surged from its body, rushing in all directions. Lu Chang'an felt an immense force coming at him, and quickly summoned a water shield to block it. Despite his best efforts to maintain it, the water shield did not break, but he was pushed away by the force and moved away from the mirage. In that short time, the mirage made a new move. It opened its mouth and spat out a radiant bead. This is a mirage pearl, a condensation of mirage power, possessing various magical functions, similar to the golden core or demon core in many cultivation novels. The mirage pearl that Lu Chang'an won from Mara was made by it. Then, the mirage opened its mouth and bit the mirage pearl to pieces. A tremendous force erupted from its body, and the severe injury on the back of its neck was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Oh no, it's planning to take him down with it," Lalia exclaimed. Alina also looked very anxious. After losing the mirage pearl, the mirage will die quickly. It chooses to shatter the mirage pearl to heal its injuries, and then drag its master down with it. Just as they said, the mirage's injuries were instantly healed, and its entire body radiated an incomparably powerful aura. The shattering of the mirage pearl brought about a tremendous boost, making it now comparable to a 7th-tier A-grade pearl. Lu Chang'an was taken aback. He began to sing, attempting to distract it with his soul-capturing demonic sound. Roar. However, its strength has greatly increased at this time, and since it is also a mental-type specialist, it is naturally not afraid of the soul-seizing demonic sound. It roared, directly interrupting Lu Chang'an's singing. The soul-capturing demonic sound, which had always been invincible, suffered its first defeat. If it weren't for the spiritual energy protecting him, he would probably have been stunned by that roar. The mirage took a deep breath and then spat out a huge black beam of light at him. The Mirage Clan's secret technique, Light of Annihilation, requires burning one's bloodline to activate. It is about to die, and bloodlines are no longer needed. Lu Chang'an subconsciously tried to teleport to dodge, but was surprised to find that his body was locked by an invisible force, making it impossible to teleport or dodge. He gritted his teeth, conjured another water shield in front of him, and used all his mental energy to continuously increase the water shield's defensive power. Buzz. The light of destruction struck the water shield, producing a buzzing sound. The two sides were locked in a stalemate, and the entire space seemed to tremble slightly. But this stalemate lasted less than a second before a winner was decided. The Light of Annihilation violently tore the water shield apart, and then struck Lu Chang'an without any hindrance. Lu Chang'an's body melted away quickly, like a snowflake falling into water. A moment later, the light of destruction finally dissipated, and Lu Chang'an was no longer present. The people watching the live stream were deathly silent. The girls on the water bubble were stunned, speechless. Chapter 122, Rank A, 5th tier dead. The mysterious merchant. Everyone was stunned as they stared at the empty sea. Lu Chang'an, on whom they had placed so much hope, simply vanished, or rather, he was vaporized. At that moment, they were utterly despondent, and the chat room was filled with regret and angry curses. I knew this useless guy was no good. I shouldn't have chosen him. What kind of bullshit claim is this, the strongest human being? I knew it was unreliable. Oh no, what should we do? I don't want to be the other half. Lu Chang'an, you've ruined us. The women on the water bubble were all in tears, and Zhou Yuding even fainted. Lu Chang'an was their pillar of support. Without him, their world completely collapsed. Alina clutched her heart, her face filled with sorrow and confusion. She didn't know why, but her heart was throbbing with pain, as if it were being pierced repeatedly by countless sharp blades. Lilia felt a sudden darkness before her eyes, and the world spun around her. You promised I would come back. You untrustworthy bastard. Roar. The mirage in the arena let out a loud roar, filled with exhilaration. It gave everything and finally killed Lu Chang'an. With that roar, its aura rapidly declined. It awaits that will to declare its victory, to proclaim that the Mirage clan has gained the favor of the gods. But it waited quietly for a while, without making any move. This made it realize something was wrong, and it felt uneasy. It looked around, but couldn't find the problem. Just then, a figure appeared not far away. Oh dear, that was really dangerous. Upon hearing the sound, the Mirage shuddered and looked in the direction of the sound. It saw a figure flapping its wings and floating in the air. Who else could it be but Lu Chang'an? How could this happen? At this moment, the Mirage's eyes showed extreme shock. It had witnessed the light of destruction strike Lu Chang'an and watched it dissolve in the light of destruction. But why did he appear in front of it, completely unharmed? Compared to its shock, humanity crawled out of the abyss of despair. Countless people wept with joy, and the chat room was filled with jubilation. Ha ha! I knew Boss Lu wouldn't die so easily. Those of you who are just cursing Boss Lu, don't you feel ashamed? I'm sorry, I just complained about Lu Shan. It was my fault. I admit my guilt. Ha! This is the strongest being among humankind. The women were also pleasantly surprised by the sight of the water bubbles. Fong Rong and Fong Lan hugged each other and cheered. That's great. Brother Lu is all right. Chu Yuli woke Zhou Yuding up, and the two embraced and wept. Alina suddenly felt her heart stop hurting. The heart-wrenching pain had vanished. Lalia's face was filled with both joy and shame. Joy that Lu Chang'an was unharmed. Shame that she herself had failed to live up to her potential. She and Lu Chang'an were souls fused. If he were truly dead, how could she still be alive? Furthermore, she possessed the ability to create a water clone, yet she hadn't noticed Lu Chang'an using it. Yes, Lu Chang'an noticed the abnormality of the mirage and used his water clone technique to successfully avoid a fatal blow. Inside the arena, Lu Chang'an smiled faintly at Shun. You probably don't understand why I survived, do you? Want to know? The mirage let out a low growl, genuinely wanting to know. When you go to hell, you can ask your gods. Lu Chang'an shouted and teleported in front of it, slashing fiercely at it with the Soul Slayer in his hand. It roared and stretched out its claws to swat at him. When? The blade collided with the claws, producing a loud bang. The next instant, blood splattered, and the Mirage's claws were severed and sent flying high into the air. Without the Mirage Pearl and the power of its bloodline, how could it possibly contend with Lu Chang'an? The moment it made its desperate gamble with the light of annihilation, its fate was sealed. Only one of them can survive. But now Lu Chang'an is not dead, so what is it that is dead? Lu Chang'an let out a low shout and swung the soul-slaying sword heavily towards its neck. It let out a defiant roar, swung its tail, and launched another fierce attack at him. Lu Chang'an responded in the same way as before, conjuring a water shield to protect himself. Bang! The Mirage tail struck the water shield, just as it had before. But unlike last time, the water shield shattered instantly, only delaying it for a moment. This time, however, it remained unmoved. Its strength was waning too rapidly. Even a powerful strike couldn't break through the water shield. On the contrary, Lu Chang'an's condition remained unchanged. The soul-slaying blade, with its incredibly ferocious sharpness, struck the neck. Roar! It let out a roar and retreated frantically. Although it escaped being beheaded, its neck was still severed in half by Lu Chang'an. It spewed a large amount of mist at him again, trying to drag him into a dream. But Lu Chang'an simply shook the spiritual energy in his hand, and everything was resolved. It was angry, it was resentful. No matter how angry or unwilling you are, it cannot change the fact that you failed. Lu Chang'an appeared in front of it instantly and slashed at the wound on its neck. This strike was no longer in doubt. There were no obstacles left. The next instant, the enormous Mirage shot into the sky. A rank, 5th Order Mirage dead. This scene filled countless people with ecstasy, and the chat room instantly erupted in excitement. Ha ha! We won! We won! We won! As expected of Boss Lu, I would call him the strongest. What big Boss Lu? Show some respect. He's God Lu. That's right, the god of land is our protector. From now on, I will be the most devout follower of God Lu. Long live God Lu. On the water bubble, the women laughed and jumped around, their faces full of joy. That guy's such a headache. Lelia sighed. Although she was complaining, her eyes were full of pride and self-satisfaction. This is her male, bodyguard. Amidst their jubilation, a series of messages appeared. The winner of this round of the arena of all races, human race. Humans win, gaining one more chance to postpone the end of the world. After this round of apocalypse ends, humanity will have a 10-day grace period. Please make good use of this time. Contribution settlement. Lu Chang'an, 100%. MVP of this match, Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an received 20 medals of honor. After the information was released, this special event came to an end, and the live broadcast also ended. Lu Chang'an also breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't won this battle easily. If it weren't for Lalaya's recent level up and the acquisition of the water clone skill, the consequences would have been unpredictable. He took the crystal core of the mirage and was about to leave when a strange wind suddenly blew across the sea. Then, a cloud of black mist condensed. A small boat emerged from the black mist, carrying a man completely concealed in a black cloak, with 2 points of green light flickering beneath the hood. Such a bizarre scene should have symbolized danger, but Lu Chang'an was not alarmed but rather delighted. He had seen it in his previous life. Mysterious Merchant. Chapter 123, The Second Immortal. Lu Chang'an flew onto the small boat, and the mysterious merchant immediately looked at him. "Young man, what would you like to buy?" His voice was dry and hoarse, which, combined with his green eyes, made him seem particularly eerie. However, Lu Chang'an was not affected. "That depends on what you have." The mysterious merchant took out a black bag and handed it to him. Lu Chang'an opened it and saw about a dozen props and weapons inside, mainly purple, with only 2 gold weapons, a knife and a sword. He glanced at their attributes, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Although they were gold, they were far inferior to the soul-slaying sword. "Young man, it seems you're not interested in them?" the mysterious merchant asked. Lu Chang'an handed the bag back to him. "Boss, we've known each other for a long time, so don't try to fool me with these counterfeit goods." The mysterious merchant smiled eerily. "An old acquaintance? Did we know each other in a past life?" Lu Chang'an was startled, unsure whether he was joking or serious. Did he know about her rebirth? "All right, since we're old acquaintances, I'll show you my prized possession." The mysterious merchant changed the subject, taking out an exquisite box and handing it to him. Lu Chang'an opened the box and saw that it emitted an orange light. His heart skipped a beat. Orange Immortal. This is a token with an ancient design, neither gold nor jade. He quickly checked its attributes. God King's Decree. Durability, never wears out. Quality, Orange Immortal. Effect, can advance the rank of a deity statue. Lu Chang'an was somewhat puzzled. That's it? This is an immortal level treasure? It has no special features and doesn't look particularly special. The mysterious merchant let out a dry laugh. "Young man, don't underestimate it. If you have something like a statue of a deity, it can enhance its quality." Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately thought of his evil god statue. It's a legendary item. If its quality is further improved, wouldn't it become an immortal item? "So, young man, are you interested?" the mysterious merchant asked again. "What's the price?" Lu Chang'an was tempted. Not many. The mysterious merchant held up a finger, which was withered and decayed like a dead branch. 10 medals of honor?" Lu Chang'an asked tentatively. The mysterious merchant chuckled. "Young man, you're quite the joker. 10 coins are only enough to buy 1 legendary item. Since we're old acquaintances, I'll give you a discount. 100 coins. 100. Lu Chang'an shrugged helplessly. "I only have 40 in total." "That's okay. We can pay in installments." Lu Chang'an was taken aback. Is that even possible? He truly hadn't expected that he could pay in installments when buying things from the mysterious merchant. If we are sincere enough in our dealings, what is impossible? Lu Chang'an looked at him suspiciously. "You're not trying to trick me, are you?" His understanding was somewhat unbelievable to me. The mysterious merchant chuckled. "What? Do you think an immortal grade item isn't worth 100 of them?" "No, that's not it." Lu Chang'an looked him over carefully. "It's just that I feel you're being too proactive. You're being overly solicitous for no reason, and there's something fishy going on. Young man, you have a strong sense of vigilance. However, you are right. I'm actively selling it. After all, it has been sitting in my hands for hundreds of thousands of years. You should know that excess inventory is not good for merchants." Lu Chang'an slowly nodded, accepting his explanation. "Okay, I'll pay you 40 coins first, and I'll pay you back together once I've collected the rest. Deal, it's yours now." The mysterious merchant's voice carried a hint of joy. Lu Chang'an solemnly put away the God King's token, said goodbye to him, and left the arena. Throughout the entire process, Neither party mentioned the possibility of defaulting on the debt, because they all knew that this was impossible. It wasn't because Lu Chang'an was honest, but because the mysterious merchant was powerful enough. As he departed, the mysterious merchant's small boat gradually disappeared into the black mist, leaving only a soft whisper. Lu Chang'an, don't make me lose money. A flash of light appeared, and Lu Chang'an appeared on the bubble. Elder brother. Brother Chang'an. Brother Lu. With a few soft cries, several figures bumped into his arms. Lu Chang'an smiled and patted their backs. Don't be nervous, I'm fine. Brother Lu, you have no idea. We were so scared just now. Sister Yuding even fainted. Fong Lan chattered as she told him what had just happened. Lu Chang'an's gaze swept over them one by one, and their affection deeply moved him. Finally, his gaze fell on Lalaya's face, and he conveyed a message to her. Silly fish, why are you like them? Our lives are intertwined. If you're okay, it means I'm okay too. Lalaya rolled her eyes at him. Fong Lan is just exaggerating. I didn't do that at all. Lu Chang'an winked at her. Silly fish, you're just admitting it without being asked. How could he not understand her personality? Pa, don't be so arrogant. Lalia spat at him. It seems I misplaced my trust. I thought you would care about me, but I didn't expect you to be so heartless. Lu Chang'an sighed. You. Lalia was a little anxious, but didn't know how to explain. How could she not care about him? Seeing this, Lu Chang'an laughed and blew her a kiss. It was just a joke. Lalia rolled her eyes at him. Lu Chang'an smiled, comforted the women, and led them to the training room, where he took out the Divine King token. After hearing about its origin, all the women showed surprise, including Lalia. The mysterious merchant is one of the most mysterious beings in the entire endless sea. No one knows his true face, nor does anyone know his strength. Alina quickly added, tens of thousands of years ago, a powerful sea race coveted it and sent more than a dozen S-rank or higher experts to besiege it, but the entire race was wiped out overnight. This gave Lu Chang'an a deeper understanding of his mystery and strength. After the conversation, he took out the evil god statue and used the God King's decree on it. The next instant, an orange light appeared from the statue of the evil god and shot straight into the sky. The entire space was trembling slightly, and the ocean seemed to be boiling, churning wildly. At the same time, Lu Chang'an received a notification. Immortal-grade items will trigger extraordinary celestial phenomena. Should we conceal them? He quickly selected yes. At such a sensitive juncture, he didn't want to be targeted by those old monsters. The orange light quickly dissipated, and he hurriedly looked at the statue of the evil god. Its appearance had changed drastically. Its features were now very clear, and it was exactly the same as his. The ferocious expression that had been there before was gone, replaced by an eerie smile. If you stared at it, you could even hear faint laughter. He shook his head and looked at its attributes. Upon seeing this, they were immediately taken aback. Chapter 124 Advancement of the Evil God Statue. Strengthening of Willpower. Evil God Sculpture. Durability, never wears out. Quality, orange, immortal. Effect, can contain the souls and faith of believers, ensuring they will never betray you. Characteristic 1, Divine Descent. Allows consciousness to descend into the body of a believer. Characteristic 2, Divine Summoning. Can summon followers to your side. Characteristic 3, Divine Punishment. Can punish or exterminate believers. Characteristic 4, Divine Wish. Can absorb the power of prayers to strengthen its master. Additional trait, Divinity. Can absorb other divine essences to strengthen itself. Current number of believers, April 10th. Current wish strength, 1,031,255. Looking at the attributes of the evil god sculpture, Lu Chang'an was somewhat surprised. It had indeed become an immortal level item. In terms of attributes, it gains a new divine wish, which allows it to absorb the power of prayers. Additionally, it can absorb other divine essences to strengthen itself. The concept of divinity is too abstract and ethereal for him to care about. What he cares about is the power of will. How should we use the power of will? When his attention was focused on his willpower, his attribute list opened. His attributes and characteristics numbers even showed a green upward arrow. He tried clicking the arrow on his physique and saw that his attributes increased slightly, while his willpower decreased slightly. His eyes widened in surprise. He could actually add points using the power of will. He now has 1,000,000 units of willpower, so isn't he about to take off? However, he soon realized he was overthinking it. After an attribute increases by 10 points, each additional point requires 10 points of willpower. After increasing by 100 points, 100 points of willpower are required. The same applies to the following periods. The amount of willpower required increases by 1 digit for each additional digit. A cunning survival game. It's clear that it doesn't allow people to achieve success overnight. He thought for a moment and realized that besides his attributes, he also possessed 2 other characteristics. Trait 1. Bathed in dragon blood. Your body is strengthened by dragon blood, increasing stamina recovery speed by 100% and all elemental resistances by 20%. Trait 2. Lightning affinity. You have mastered the power of lightning. Lightning damage resistance plus 50%. After a moment's thought, he found the best way to use his willpower. Focusing on a single attribute was too wasteful. The most profitable approach was to allocate points evenly. He increased his 4 attributes by an average of 1,000 points, and then increased the values of 2 other traits by 10%. As a result, his 1,000,000 points of wish power were directly reduced to less than 400,000. He added all the remaining points to his physique, which increased by another 390 points. At this moment, his personal attributes are. He opened his attribute panel, and his eyes immediately lit up. Player: Lu Chang'an. Constitution: 15,594. Strength: 15,296. Agility: 15,139. Spirit: 15,098. Lucky: invisible. Trait 1. Bathed in dragon blood. Your body is strengthened by dragon blood, increasing stamina recovery speed by 110% and all elemental resistances by 30%. Trait 2. Lightning affinity. You have mastered the power of lightning. Lightning damage resistance plus 60%. All sectors broke through 15,000 points. Stamina recovery speed increased by 110%, and resistance to lightning damage reached 90%. Such attributes were something he could never have imagined in his previous life. How could he not be strong enough? As expected of an immortal level item, it boosted his attribute value by 4,000 points on his first encounter, with all his stats increasing by 30%. He calmed himself down, carefully observed the evil god statue for a while, and roughly understood how this power of will was obtained. Only those who express strong feelings towards him can be considered as wishful thinking. For example, they all hope that he can win in the arena of all races. However, this was already the after effect of the power of will, since he had already won at this point. If you had acquired it before the war, the income would have been even greater. This made him start to think about whether he should conduct pre-war mobilization in the future to stir up human emotions. Wow, brother, this statue looks just like you. If this continues, will you really become a god? Zhou Yuding looked at the evil god statue, then at him, her face full of amazement. The other women nodded in agreement. Lu Chang'an chuckled. What? You all want me to become an evil god too? So what if it's an evil god? An evil god is still a god. Fong Lan said sweetly. Shu Yueli nodded. Yes, one can only have the mind to distinguish between good and evil, but not the power to do so. Fong Rong said meaningfully. Besides, I don't think you're evil at all, Brother Lu. Her subtext was, you could be even more wicked. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly and looked at Lalia. Have evil gods ever appeared in the history of the endless sea? Lalia and Alina looked at it and shook their heads. They didn't know. Some. Just then, a voice rang out from the doorway. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Xianzheng walking in, yawning. Lu Chang'an stood up and smiled at her. Senior, why are you up? Xian sat down in his seat. You always make such a commotion. How could I possibly sleep? She was sleeping when she was awakened by the noise of the evil god statue advancing. Perhaps you can't feel it from a distance, but she's right next to you. How could you not feel it? Sorry to disturb your sleep. Lu Chang'an brought her some fruit. What kind of evil god were you talking about earlier? She picked up a slice of watermelon and took a bite. About 500,000 years ago, an unparalleled madman emerged from the endless sea. He challenged strong opponents everywhere and set a record of 1,000 undefeated matches. But his actions were erratic, and he committed many evil deeds, ultimately provoking the entire sea race to unite against him, igniting an unprecedented war. And the result? Zhou Yuding asked quickly. As a result, the sea race's powerful warriors suffered heavy casualties, but the evil god also disappeared without a trace and has not appeared again since. Chu Yueli frowned slightly. Is the evil god dead? It's unclear. All the survivors of that great battle are tight-lipped about it, and outsiders will never know what happened. They may be dead, or they may be alive. The women nodded slowly, and Lu Chang'an pondered for a moment. What exactly did the evil god do to incur the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people? He seduced the spouse of a powerful man. Huh? The women were all stunned upon hearing this. They had assumed that the evil god must have killed many people and committed many evil deeds, but they never expected this answer. Don't even mention you. I was surprised when I heard it. But it's the truth. Our dragon race also has victims. Xian looked at Lu Chang'an meaningfully. Lu Chang'an smiled wryly. Don't look at me like that. I would never seduce someone else's wife. Don't you think you look alike? Xian asked. But there are many people who look alike. Xian nodded. That's true. But you have one more major thing in common. What? The evil god is a human. Chapter 125 Mermaid Invasion. Meanwhile, in the Naga royal court, I've long heard that General Karis is a rare beauty, and now that I've seen her, I can confirm that her reputation is well-deserved. Friend looked at Karis with narrowed eyes, her tone cold. Because of the appearance of the soul-eating worms, the various intelligent races of the endless sea decided to discuss countermeasures together, including the merfolk. However, the mermaid queen did not come. Instead, it was General Karis who arrived. Karis glanced at her, not looking at her directly. Your Highness is no less impressive. The two races are mortal enemies, and besides, Karis considers herself the mermaid queen, aiming to be the Naga queen, while Fran's status is not qualified. Fran sensed her disdain and stopped talking, simply leading the way. I heard that not long ago our queen's sister accidentally wandered into your territory and was captured by you. Karis said, a large part of the reason she came here was to go back to Alina. Fran raised an eyebrow slightly. General, where did you hear this rumor? We have never captured any mermaids. Alina had already been given to Lu Chang'an, so naturally she wouldn't admit it. Karis's voice turned cold. Princess Fran, please understand, she is an important figure in our mermaid race. Detaining and imprisoning her without authorization is a provocation against the mermaid race. She said this to threaten and intimidate Fran by using the diplomatic relations between the mermaids and the Nagas. Fran sneered. General Karis, I understand what you mean. But we didn't do it, and that's that. Don't try to threaten her with this. If she had made this decision on her own, she might be a little afraid of her. But since it was her mother who made the decision, she naturally has nothing to fear. Karis gave her a cold look. Very well. I hope your Highness will still be so composed when I find a human named Su Xian. How could she have come to demand people without any preparation? The Naga had an inside man among the mermaids, and the mermaids certainly had one too. Hearing her say that, Fran's eyes were filled with coldness and murderous intent. Is the general threatening us, Naga? Hearing that she was going to harm Lu Chang'an, she was filled with anger and an uncontrollable murderous intent. Karis sneered, I'm just telling you a fact. If you don't hand Alina over to me, I'll go find her myself. Alina's fate was tied to her throne, and she would never compromise or give it up. After making those harsh remarks, Karis walked away, ignoring Fran. Fran was both shocked and furious. If she really attacked Su Xian, the only person in the entire Naga kingdom who could stop her was her mother. But right now, she was busy with the soul-eating insects and had no time to spare. She instinctively reached out to contact Su Xian, but a sudden sense of alarm rose in her heart. Karis is extremely powerful and skillful. It shouldn't be difficult for her to locate Su Xian using the communication conch. If I contact him now, it will be tantamount to exposing him. Once she understood this, she suddenly calmed down. The The soul-eating worm is a matter of great importance concerning all sea creatures, and Karis cannot and will not ignore it. After all, she came representing the merfolk. Otherwise, the merfolk would not let her off the hook. The most likely scenario is that they will simply send someone to look for him. As long as she doesn't personally intervene, things will be different. She can find ways to resolve, delay, or obstruct the situation. She made up her mind to let her mother keep her in check, and she would handle the rest. She sighed and looked into the distance. I wonder what that guy is doing and whether he can understand her good intentions. Blister. Achoo. Lu Chang'an sneezed loudly and rubbed his nose. Could it be someone thinking about you, brother? Zhou Yuding said with a smile. Lu Chang'an glanced at the group of women. Which of you has been secretly thinking about me? All the women laughed, and Lalaya rolled her eyes at him. Have you forgotten your old flame from the Naga tribe? Lu Chang'an shrugged. They're not as old as you. Lalaya was furious and bit his shoulder. Ouch, that hurts. Lu Chang'an cried out in pain. The women couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Alina licked her teeth with her tongue. For some reason, she felt her teeth were itchy and she wanted to bite him. At this moment, Xin yawned. You guys have fun. I'm going back to sleep. Senior, let me see you off. Lu Chang'an quickly stood up, taking the opportunity to get rid of Lalaya. The two arrived at the Crystal Palace, and Xin comfortably laid down on the bed. Just as Lu Chang'an was about to take his leave, she suddenly spoke. That golden arowana has good potential. Remember to nurture it well. Hearing her mention this, Lu Chang'an's heart stirred. Senior, I've planted quite a lot of dragon blood grass. Will it be of any help to you? She must be looking for Yin Jiping to purify her bloodline, but dragon blood grass has the same function. No, she denied decisively. My bloodline is pure and doesn't need purification. Then how can I help you, senior? Lu Chang'an probed again. Xin yawned again. I don't need any help. Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the one who needed to find Yin Jiping was not her. Who needs help? Dragon. Emperor Huff. Xian murmured, then fell into a deep sleep. The words Dragon Emperor made Lu Chang'an's heart skip a beat. No wonder Xian was so concerned about Yin Jiping. It turned out that the Dragon Emperor needed help. I don't know what exactly is wrong with the Dragon Emperor. Of course, this was none of his business, and he was too lazy to get involved. After leaving the Crystal Palace, he went straight to the plant section where the mint was ripe. On his way to the plant area, he checked on the soul-eating insects again. Perhaps because of the large-scale cultivation of mint, they stayed far away from the water bubble, not daring to approach it. In addition, they have been upgraded to the 5th rank of sea. The speed of this improvement was even greater than he had anticipated. Humans suffered minimal losses due to his intervention, but it seems the sea creatures suffered heavy casualties, which allowed the soul-eating insects to improve so rapidly. Just then, Lalaya's voice rang in his mind. I have discovered a large number of sea creatures coming towards us. What race and what strength? They have all kinds of races and all kinds of strengths from E to B. They don't seem to be in good condition. Their expressions are blank and their movements are stiff. Lu Chang'an glanced at the soul-devouring insects around him and understood. We planted a lot of mint, which kept the soul-eating worms away. That's how we got the sea monsters under our control and launched an attack on us. I see. I'll go out with Alina. No need. Let Chu Yueli lead everyone to fight. They also need to practice and get familiar with using muskets. Clear. Lu Chang'an narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you know what I'm most worried about? What? They are countless independent individuals, yet they know how to divide labor and cooperate. Some surround and monitor us, while others control the sea monsters. Lalaya asked in surprise, You mean something is directing them? Tell me, do the soul-eating insects have a king? Chapter 126, Everything is entrusted to him. Several hours later. Bang! Bang! Zhou Yuding fired several shots and finally killed the B-level sea monster. The women all cried out in unison and surrounded Lu Chang'an. Brother, aren't I amazing? Brother Lu, how accurate am I? Brother Lu, I can almost always hit its eye with every shot. Brother Chang'an, have my combat skills improved? In the battle just now, Lu Chang'an did not make a move, but left the sea monsters to them. Using the barrier and arrow towers, they easily wiped out the sea monsters. Lu Chang'an smiled at them. You are all excellent. Your marksmanship is superb, and Xiao Li's combat skills have also improved significantly. With a little more practice, she will be able to stand on her own. He was very satisfied with the women's performance. With more practice and the defensive measures on the water bubbles, they will be able to handle opponents below rank A. Although their primary function is production, they cannot be without any fighting ability. Zhou Yuding giggled. Brother, we behaved so well. Are you going to do anything for us? How about I treat you to dragon meat tonight? Lu Chang'an said with a smile. Upon hearing this, all the women showed bitter expressions. They had been eating dragon meat for the past few days, and although it could increase their attributes, they were getting tired of it. Can we change to another one? Fong Lan asked tentatively. So how will you reward me? Fong Lan chuckled. How about we each give each other a sweet kiss? Lu Chang'an chuckled. Is this a reward? Do you think everyone wants one? As soon as he finished speaking, all the women showed expressions of anticipation. Seeing their expressions, Lu Chang'an was about to speak when Malaya suddenly walked over. There is an island not far away. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. It's been a long time since we've encountered an island. Everyone get ready. If there's no danger, we'll land on the island. Having spent so much time at sea, they also need to experience the feeling of having their feet on solid ground. The women all nodded in agreement. They longed for a sweet kiss more than to land on the island. Lu Chang'an distributed a large amount of mint to the female supporting characters. With them around, the soul-eating worms would not approach. Before long, they arrived near the island, only to be surprised to find that the area around the island was clear and free of any soul-eating insects. It seems there are things they dislike on this island too, Lelias said. Lu Chang'an smiled and said, it would be better if it were tranquilizing flower and clear mind grass. Both of these are rare medicinal materials that can be used to make medicine. Alchemy is also an extremely important life skill with a wide range of applications, including healing, detoxification, saving lives, and combat. In his previous life, there was an A-level talent pharmacist in his fleet who was of great help to him. The island is not large, only of medium size, but it is covered with lush vegetation and you can see traces of small animals. This delighted Lu Chang'an. Bringing them back to the water would greatly enrich the variety of resources on the ship and be very helpful in building a small ecosystem in the future. Brother Chang'an, I saw a huge snake on the island. It has 3 heads, Chuyuli suddenly said. She could see the essence of things. Clearly, a formidable 3-headed serpent lurked on this island. Alina scoffed, I hate snakes. She loathed the Naga and naturally hated snakes as well. Everyone watch your step, especially in the grass and trees, Lu Chang'an reminded the women. The women all agreed. Before long, the bubbles stopped beside the island, and the group went ashore. Looking at the lush plants in front of him, Lu Chang'an was overjoyed. Sure enough, there were many species here that were not found on the water lily. He once again transformed into a ruthless resource harvester, relentlessly reaping resources. The women wanted to help him, but he refused, because they don't get any bonuses when gathering resources, while he does. At this point, Lelia's bonus had reached 90%, almost doubling. Rewards: 20 horse chestnuts, 10 oak seeds, 20 apple seeds. Received: peach tree seeds, *20, peach *30, strawberry seeds, *20. Received: 40 titanium crystals, 30 electronic components, 30 circuit boards, 10 coils. Sister, why does he want these things? Alina asked. Lu Chang'an even wanted some of the most basic, readily available plant seeds, which puzzled her greatly. After a moment's hesitation, Lelia finally spoke. He may have some very bad worries. Her words aroused curiosity among the other women, and Alina quickly pressed for an answer. What are you worried about? This world will one day cease to exist. Lelia frowned slightly. Although Lu Chang'an had never talked to her about this, she could vaguely sense his feelings. These words shocked all the women. Lu Chang'an was actually worried about the world being destroyed. Chuyueli hesitated for a moment, then slowly spoke. If the current trend continues, disasters will continue, and one day the world will not be able to hold on. Of the girls, she had the sharpest senses and the clearest mind. The women looked at each other, and a hint of shame appeared in their eyes. Lu Chang'an protected them so well that they forgot they were still in a world of survival. In such a world, anything is possible, They were so comfortable that they forgot that danger was everywhere. However, this only made them more grateful to and admiring of him. Who wouldn't want such a powerful person by their side? Zhou Yuding smiled gently. I'm not very bright. I can't think that much. I'll do whatever my brother tells me to do. This sentence brought a relieved smile to all the women's faces. Yes, leave everything to him. Even life and death are in his hands. They lacked ability. They were far inferior to Lu Chang'an in both intellect and strength. All they could do was follow his orders and live and die with him. At that moment, even Lalaya felt the same way. She even envied them a little because they only needed to think about him, unlike her, who had to think about the entire mermaid race. Only Alina looked puzzled. She couldn't understand why the world, which had been doing well, couldn't hold on. Where do you think you're going? At this moment, Lu Chang'an suddenly shouted. The women looked over and saw him suddenly pounce and grab a rabbit in his hand. The rabbit struggled fiercely in his hand, but to no avail. Little brat, you think you can escape from me? Don't even think about it. Lu Chang'an grabbed its ear and laughed at it. Pooh! But to his surprise, the rabbit suddenly spat at him. This left him dumbfounded. He truly hadn't expected it. Upon seeing his disheveled appearance, the women burst into laughter. Laughter echoed across the island, lingering for a long time. Chapter 127 Mixed Doubles. Several hours later, Lu Chang'an looted all the resources around the island, obtaining a large amount of supplies. They collected all sorts of plants, fruits, and seeds. They also harvested some small animals, such as rabbits, chickens, cows, sheep, and pigs. It can be said that this island doubled the abundance of his resources. At this point, all they had left to explore was the cave in the center of the island. When they arrived at the cave, their eyes lit up. A large expanse of flowers was growing there. They are a pale, pinkish-white color and have a fragrant aroma. Tranquilizing flower. Lu Chang'an was overjoyed. No wonder the soul-eating insects dared not approach. It turns out there were indeed tranquilizing flowers here, and in such large numbers. Without hesitation, he immediately pocketed them all. Looking at the large amount of supplies and tranquilizing flowers piled up in his spatial bracelet, he felt a great sense of accomplishment. These alone make this island trip incredibly profitable. He looked around the cave and addressed the women. Lalaya and I will guard the entrance. The rest of you, step back. Their fighting strength is too weak to participate in tough battles. The women immediately obeyed the order and retreated to the edge of the battlefield. Lu Chang'an had already gained experience dealing with caves, skillfully piling firewood at the cave entrance and lighting it. Soon, thick smoke billowed into the cave. A moment later, something rushed out from it. It wasn't the three-headed snake, but a dense swarm of ordinary snakes, all of them venomous. They tangled together and surged toward the cave entrance. Red Phoenix, Phoenix True Flame. Lu Chang'an commanded Red Phoenix. With a soft cry, Hongwan spewed Phoenix flames toward the cave entrance. Those venomous snakes turned to ashes in an instant. Before long, as many ordinary venomous snakes died, a dark shadow suddenly shot out of the cave towards Hongwan. Red Phoenix, transform into armor. Lu Chang'an immediately gave the order. As soon as he spoke, Hongwan immediately transformed into armor and merged with him. At this moment, the dark figure that had missed its target revealed its true form. A giant snake nearly 100 meters long. Its body is blue. It has 3 snake heads and a pair of fleshy wings on its back. Lu Chang'an was currently wearing the title Pirate King and immediately gained its attributes. 3-headed winged snake. Strength, Tier A, Level 3. Skills, Venom, Ice Spike, Fireball Slam. Lu Chang'an raised an eyebrow slightly, not expecting it to be a Tier 3 monster. This was the strongest wild monster he had encountered so far. All the A-rank monsters we encountered before were members of intelligent races, but this one is a purely wild monster. This also means that there are many benefits to gain from killing it. He immediately changed to the title of Dragon Slayer. Lalaya's Trait 3, Royal Intimidation, activate. Dragon Slayer Trait 2, Intimidate all sides, activate. An invisible ripple flashed by, and a mirage's attributes instantly decreased by 30%, dropping it directly from A-rank 3rd tier to A-rank 2nd tier. In addition, it has an extra abnormal state, slow. Such a huge weakening enraged the three-headed winged serpent, and its left head immediately opened its mouth and spat out a scorching flame at him. Purple skill, Fireball. Buzz. A water shield was placed in front of Lu Chang'an, blocking the flames for him. The water shield wasn't cast by him, but by Lalaya. Lu Chang'an smiled faintly, teleported in front of the three-headed winged serpent, and slashed at its vital spot. The three-headed winged serpent was enraged. Its right head opened its mouth and shot out an ice spike that hurtled towards him. A water arrow appeared out of nowhere, collided with it, and exploded into a shower of ice shards. It was Lalaya again who intervened and thwarted its attack. Lu Chang'an smiled faintly. With helpers around, things were indeed much easier. He didn't need to defend. He only needed to attack. He slashed fiercely at its vital spot with the soul-slaying sword in his hand. Hiss! It let out a frantic, panicked screech and quickly retreated. But as soon as it retreated, it was unable to move, as a chain of water had locked it in place. It was Lalaya again who made the move, using the azure chains. Although it struggled to break free of the chains, it had already missed its best chance to escape, as the blade of the soul-slaying sword was already upon it. Choc, explosion, collapse. Even a 5th-tier A-grade mirage could hardly withstand a strike, let alone a 3rd-tier A-grade creature like this. A huge, gruesome wound appeared at its vital spot, and blood splattered instantly. The attack of lightning paralyzed its entire body, causing it to crash heavily to the ground. After landing on the ground, it tried to get up and escape. But then a large clump of thorns suddenly sprouted from the ground and bound it. The thorn staff has a unique property. It has a certain probability of immobilizing the target by entangling them in thorns. A good opportunity. Lu Chang'an teleported to its front again and struck its vital spot with the soul-slaying blade. Blood splattered, and its snake body was almost completely severed. It let out a mournful cry, and the snake's head spat out a large amount of venom at him. This is its final blow. A huge water shield blocked his way, protecting him from all the venom. Its body swayed, and it fell to the ground, dying unwillingly. Lu Chang'an turned around and gave Lalaya a thumbs up. Silly fish, well done. Throughout the battle, the two cooperated extremely well. She relieved him of any worries, allowing him to unleash his full potential. Without her help, he could certainly win, but it would have taken him a lot of effort. However, the three-headed winged snake was unlucky and encountered a mixed doubles attack from them. Lalaya rolled her eyes at him, but she was secretly delighted. This seamless teamwork, this feeling of fighting alongside him, made her very happy. Lu Chang'an smiled faintly and turned to look at the three-headed winged serpent. Through this battle, he discovered the difference between wild monsters and powerful monsters, their foundation. Those born into intelligent races possess a wider range of resources, such as skills, items, and secret techniques. Wild monsters, however, lack these. They can only fight based on instinct. This is why he won this battle so easily. He crouched down and collected its carcass. Rewards: 10 venomous snake fangs, 40 snake meat, 30 snake blood, 2 snake gallbladders, 2 grade A crystal cores. After getting up, he instructed the women to wait where they were and then went into the cave. A lair guarded by an A-level monster must contain good stuff. The cave was filled with a foul stench and contained many venomous snakes. He made the red phoenix breathe fire all the way as he walked deeper into the cave. It took him quite a while to finally reach the deepest part of this place. To his surprise, he found a nest with 4 snake eggs inside. He collected them all and then asked the women if they wanted to keep them as pets. This three-headed winged snake has 4 skills, 3 different attributes, and can also fly, making it a good helper in combat. After taking the snake eggs, he wandered around the nest again and finally found a statue in a corner. This is a snake statue that looks somewhat similar to a 3-headed winged serpent, but it only has 1 head. Its form is majestic and imposing. Just then, he suddenly sensed something amiss with the evil god sculpture in his backpack. After taking it out, he received a notification. Demonic core discovered. Damaged. Absorb it. Chapter 128 New Skill. Ice and Fire Dual Realms. Upon seeing this notification, Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. He had previously thought that the probability of encountering a god was extremely low, but he hadn't expected to encounter one so soon. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to absorb it. The next instant, light suddenly burst forth from the evil god sculpture, and a small piece of colorful crystal was drawn out from the winged serpent statue and merged into the evil god sculpture. The light on the evil god sculpture shone even brighter, while the winged serpent statue shattered into pieces. As the light faded, Chang'an looked at the evil god sculpture and saw a faint radiance flowing across its surface, giving it a touch of liveliness and majesty. He quickly looked at its attributes. Evil god sculpture. Durability, never wears out. Quality, orange, immortal. Characteristics, omitted. Additional trait 1, divinity. Can absorb other divine essences to strengthen itself. Additional trait 2, power of ice and fire. You can wield the power of ice and fire. Current believers, April 15th. Current vow power, 8,008,731. He was overjoyed, never expecting to gain an additional attribute, power of ice and fire, which allowed him to control the power of ice and fire. He opened his right hand, and a small ball of flame immediately emerged from it. The flame was scorching and domineering, yet he felt no pain whatsoever. He threw it to the ground. Boom! A burst of flames erupted, instantly turning the ground charred black, with many areas even vitrifying. Although its power is not as great as the Phoenix True Flame, it is still quite formidable. Then, with a thought, a ball of cold energy appeared in his palm, which he struck towards the ground. Click, click. With a soft sound, the floor and walls inside the cave were covered with a layer of frost. This delighted him greatly, as he now had 2 more extremely powerful methods at his disposal. If he could acquire some relevant skill books, his combat power would be even stronger. He suppressed his excitement and continued to examine the attributes of the evil god sculpture. In addition to the additional features, the maximum number of followers has also been increased from 10 to 15, which is extremely beneficial for him to expand his team. The final act is the highlight, as the winged serpent statue contains over 8 million acts of willpower accumulated over a long period. Without hesitation, he immediately added them evenly to the 4 attributes, increasing each attribute by 2,000 points, reaching a total of 17,000 points. Feeling the surge of power within him, Chang'an laughed as he walked out of the cave. This trip to the island not only yielded a large amount of supplies, but also obtained the tranquilizing flower, and their strength also increased dramatically, making them very wealthy. Meanwhile, the women were waiting for him outside. Seeing how happy he was, Lalaya asked curiously, "What good stuff did you get?" Chang'an laughed and said, "Give me a kiss, and I'll tell you." Lalaya rolled her eyes at him. "Say it if you want, otherwise forget it." To her surprise, Alina kissed him on the cheek. This made both Chang'an and Lalaya look at her sideways. She seemed to realize she had acted impulsively and lowered her head, her face flushed. "But I really want to know." Lalaya glared at him with annoyance. Chang'an coughed lightly. "I was just kidding. You could just ask me whatever you want to know." Alina quickly looked at him with a curious gaze. Chang'an smiled faintly, opened his right hand to them, and a ball of flame emerged from it. The women all gasped in amazement. Chang'an then opened his left hand, and a ball of icy energy swirled in his palm. The women gasped in amazement once more, and Zhou Yuding couldn't help but exclaim in a sweet voice, "Brother, is this the legendary combination of ice and fire?" Chang'an winked at her. "Looks like you know a lot." Zhou Yuding was taken aback, and seemed to realize something as well. She quickly blushed and waved her hand. I don't understand anything." Although she had never seen a real one, she had read many novels while staying at home and knew quite a bit. The women all looked at them with surprise, wondering what they were talking about. Lalaya, also curious, sent him a message asking, "What do you mean by those 2 heavens?" Chang'an explained it to her briefly, then smiled and said, "I'd actually quite like to give it a try. How about—" Lalaya blushed and glared at him. "Bah, keep your filthy thoughts to yourself. I would never do such a despicable thing." Chang'an smiled slightly and didn't force her, since there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. He took out the snake eggs and asked the women, These are the eggs of that three-headed winged snake from earlier. Would you like to raise one? It can keep you company and also enhance your combat strength. None of the women particularly liked snakes, but considering that it could enhance their overall fighting strength, they all nodded in agreement. Lu Chang'an originally intended to take them to relax on the island for a while and feel the comfort of being on solid ground. Unfortunately, the constant falling meteorites made the area very unsafe, so he had to give up. After returning to the water bubble, Lu Chang'an instructed the women to place the snake eggs in the incubator, where they would hatch in 2 days. He then opened the trading post and posted a message asking to buy a skill book. To maintain secrecy, he didn't specify what kind of skill books they were, only saying that he wanted all skill books of blue rank or higher. This purchase request immediately sparked a discussion in the chat room. Lu Xun is going to buy skill books. Do they want all kinds of Lu Xun? That's too broad. That's right, after all, he's my god Lu. Unfortunately, I don't have any spare skill books. Lu Chang'an waited for a while. The purchase request had a lot of views, but no transactions were made. He wasn't surprised. Skill books meant combat power, especially blue level or higher skill books. Most people would learn the skills themselves after obtaining them and rarely sell them. He harvested a batch of mints and put them on the shelves of his shop. Then they began planting the plants they had just obtained from the island, as well as calming flowers and dragon's blood grass. They then built several fences and put the small animals inside. Time passed quietly as he worked diligently, and dusk soon fell. Looking at the new plant buds and various animals, he felt a great sense of accomplishment. Outside the bubble, the despair of the apocalypse is spreading, but inside the bubble, hope is overflowing. If one day the whole world is destroyed by the apocalypse, this might be the last paradise for life. Just as he was feeling sentimental, Zhou Yuding found him. "Brother, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" she asked sweetly. Lu Chang'an chuckled. "Then let's hear the bad news first. The bad news is, you asked me to draw the construction plans for the Crystal Palace, and I failed." Zhou Yuding stuck out her tongue. Lu Chang'an was very envious of the Crystal Palace's attributes, so he thought he should ask her to make a low-end version. After all, he didn't have that many rare materials. Lu Chang'an smiled and nodded. "It's all right. So what's the good news?" "The good news is that I've drawn an advanced version of the Crystal Palace." Lu Chang'an. Chapter 129 Special Set Blueprint. Floating City. "Brother, please take a look." Zhou Yuding handed him the construction plans. Lu Chang'an quickly took it. Construction Blueprint. Special Floating City. City Lord's Mansion. Effect: the core building of the floating city, with powerful functions. Required materials: 5,000 azure stone, 5,000 glazed tiles, 5,000 purple gold, 2,000 red crystal, 2,000 celestial wood, 5,000 mithril ingots, 5,000 star sand, 5,000 titanium crystal. The blueprints for the whole set, he couldn't help but exclaim. A set of blueprints is a collective term for a group of buildings, similar to a set of equipment. Combining them together can unleash more powerful attributes. Zhou Yuding smiled at him and said, "Brother, you really have a good eye." Lu Chang'an shook his head and chuckled. "The items are definitely good, but I can't even afford to build the Crystal Palace, let alone this. Although we don't have enough materials right now, we should always have dreams. What if they come true?" Zhou Yuding squinted at him. Lu Chang'an smiled and put away the construction plans. "That's right. You should always have dreams, and there will definitely be opportunities to realize them. Brother, I created such amazing blueprints. Are you going to reward me?" Zhou Yuding asked expectantly. "What reward do you want?" Zhou Yuding didn't speak, but blushed and gently closed her eyes. What she wants is self-evident. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her rosy lips. Her body trembled, and she was quickly lost in his passion, responding to him fervently, chasing after him, and entangled with him. After a long while, knowing that she couldn't breathe, he finally let her go. Looking into her dreamy eyes, Lu Chang'an smiled. "So are you satisfied with this reward?" Her starry eyes were half closed, her beautiful eyes filled with affection. "Satisfied, but I want more." With such a warm invitation, Lu Chang'an naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony and pressed his lips to hers once again. After a long while, the two finally separated. She leaned gently against his chest, her eyes closed, a charming blush on her cheeks. Lu Chang'an didn't say anything. He just held her quietly. At this moment, there are no words, yet is peaceful and warm. After a long while, she murmured, "Brother, if this is a dream, please never wake me up." Lu Chang'an smiled. "Even if you know it's fake, you don't want to wake up? Well, if this is a lie, please never tell me the truth. I'm willing to be deceived by you." Lu Chang'an held her tightly. "This is not a dream, nor a lie. You and I are real. Everything is real." Zhou Yuding hugged him back, her face full of bliss and happiness. If only time could stand still at this moment. "I don't think it's a good idea." Lu Chang'an shook his head. Zhou Yuding opened her eyes and looked at him in surprise. Lu Chang'an leaned close to her ear. "How can that be? We still have many important things to do." How could she not understand his meaning? Her face immediately turned bright red, and even her snow-white neck was tinged with a blush. At that moment, Chu Yueli's voice called out to her from not far away. She pulled away from his embrace and gently bit her red lips. "I've been waiting for my brother." After saying that, he ran away without looking back. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Chang'an revealed a faint smile. "Time will not stop, but I will lead you to live on and create countless beautiful moments with you." After she returned to the training room, he turned his attention back to the construction plans for the floating city. Just by looking at the description, you can tell that it is extremely powerful, but the raw materials are too numerous and too demanding, some of which he had never even seen in his previous life. To gather all of these, one would probably have to raid the treasure vaults of some powerful, intelligent races. A wise and powerful family. He muttered something to himself, and an idea popped into his mind. In the past, such a thing would have been almost impossible, but now it may not be impossible. Under pressure from the soul-eating insects, most intelligent races gathered at the Naga royal court to discuss solutions. If he comes up with an effective solution at this point, he might be able to obtain these materials. He immediately took out the communication conch and contacted Fran. The communication was quickly established, and Fran's alluring voice rang out. "Who is this? With so many beauties, aren't you busy enough? Why did you remember me?" Her teasing tone was full of affection and joy. Lu Chang'an smiled faintly. "Isn't it because I need your help with something?" Fran retorted. "So you only think of me when you need something, and then you just ignore me when you don't?" These words made her a little angry. After all, Lu Chang'an was treating her like a tool, but she just couldn't resist his charm. Countless people fawned over her, but he was different. He didn't take her seriously. "This shows that we see you as a capable person, not as a useless pretty face," Lu Chang'an replied. Fran's anger turned to joy. He had actually acknowledged her ability, which surprised and delighted her. "Speak. What do you want from me?" She coughed lightly, completely unaware that her emotions were being manipulated by him without her realizing it. "It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask if there's been a result regarding the soul-eating insects." "No, we can't see them. We can only defend against them passively. All races have suffered heavy losses in the last few days." Fran's voice was heavy. The leaders of various ethnic groups held emergency consultations for several days, but failed to reach an effective conclusion. "Don't you know the weaknesses of the soul-eating worms?" Lu Chang'an asked curiously. "If we knew its weaknesses, we wouldn't be so helpless." Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. "So that's how it is. What if I knew?" "Su Xian, are you serious?" Fulan's voice was full of tension. "Of course, I wouldn't joke about something this important." "Wait a moment. I'll go find Mother," Fran said immediately. A short while later, a mature voice rang out from inside the conch shell. "Su Xian, you say you know how to deal with the soul-eating worms?" "Yes. I hope you understand that this is a major event for the entire Endless Sea. Of course, I won't speak carelessly on such an important matter. I trust you completely, but other sea creatures might not. I can demonstrate it myself in front of you. Of course, I also hope that the Queen understands that this is not free." "What do you want?" Chang'an said. "My requirements are not high." Lu Chang'an reported the materials needed to build the floating city. Of course, he did indeed multiply the quantity by 10 when reporting it. "You've requested rare materials, and in such large quantities." The Naga Queen's voice was grave. She too was startled. Lu Chang'an smiled faintly. "Your Majesty, compared to these external things, life and death are the most important, aren't they?" "You're right. I'll have Fran pick you up first thing tomorrow morning. I hope you won't disappoint me. Okowo. Chapter 130 Senior, please don't do this. After putting away the communication conch shell, Lu Chang'an went to the training room. He needs to make some preparations before meeting with the leaders of various ethnic groups tomorrow morning. He made a mortar and pestle to crush the calming flowers and mint. He intends to use them to exchange for a large amount of precious materials, so naturally he cannot let outsiders easily discover what they are. He took out a calming flower and a mint, crushed them together, then mixed the powder together with some water. The next instant, a white light emerged from his hand. Useless medicine. Quality, gray poor. Effect, none. Comment, congratulations, you've created another piece of trash. He scratched his head, thinking that combining the two things that soul-eating insects hated would create a powerful insect repellent, but it turned out to be completely useless. It seems that the two things cannot be mixed, at least not in such a simple way. He tried several methods, but none of them worked. This silenced him. Even if they were simply turned into powder, they would still be recognized. He thought for a moment, then got up and went to the Crystal Palace, knocking on the door. He was looking for Xian because of the problem with his aura. The merfolk sent this time is led by Karis, who is exceptionally sensitive to Lilia's presence. If she discovers them, they will be in danger. The door opened quickly, and a tired-looking Xian appeared behind it. Has Ian Jeeping appeared? No. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you for help with. Xian didn't make any special gesture, but simply welcomed him in. What's up? Lu Chang'an immediately told everyone about the medicine. Xian didn't take out her large suitcase, but instead rummaged through it and pulled out a book, which she tossed to him. I don't understand potions. You'll have to find the answer yourself. Lu Chang'an looked down. I'm not a medicine god. Quality, gold, legendary. Effect, it records the life's wisdom of a master alchemist. His eyes lit up immediately. This was actually a legendary book. Unlike skill books, which can be read repeatedly to learn skills, what skills one learns depends entirely on one's own comprehension. Thank you very much, Senior. I will copy it down in a moment. He expressed his sincere gratitude. It's okay. Just return it to me after you've read it. Xian yawned. Is there anything else? Lu Chang'an thanked her again and told her about the aura. Simple. Just cover it up with another strong aura. Lu Chang'an blinked. But where can we find another kind of strong aura? Xian didn't say anything, but simply pulled him into her arms and rubbed her chest against him. Senior, stop. I am suffocating. Lu Chang'an said, his voice strained. Xian nuzzled against him for a while before stopping. Call. Lu Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. This was too fierce. He almost couldn't breathe. Senior, is this all right? Xian leaned closer and sniffed him. What exactly did you and that fish do? Why is her scent so strong? Lu Chang'an coughed lightly. I would like to ask for your help, Senior. How could their love not be intense if they were inseparable every day? Xian thought for a moment, then pressed his head down and stuck out his tongue, licking back and forth on his face and neck. Lu Chang'an was shocked. Senior, please don't do this. Xian ignored him, spitting all over his face before stopping. She leaned closer and sniffed him, a satisfied look on her face. Now it's ready. Lu Chang'an chuckled. Senior, there's no need for that. Xian lay back down on the bed and waved to him. I'm going to sleep. Close the door. May you have sweet dreams, Senior. Lu Chang'an thanked him again and turned to leave. Xian watched his departing figure and smacked his lips. The taste is all right. It's fragrant and sweet. When Lu Chang'an returned to the training room, the girls all turned to look at him, with Lilia and Alina looking particularly shocked. What did you and her do? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would suspect you're a dragon. Lilia asked, I will be meeting with Karis tomorrow, and I asked you to conceal my presence. Lu Chang'an gave a brief explanation of the reason, but of course, he did not mention the method Xian used. Both women looked worried. He would be in danger if Karis found out. Don't worry, the Naga Queen won't reveal my information. Also, I will wear a mask. This was something he had agreed upon with the Naga Queen. She wouldn't reveal his information. The two women were relieved. Lu Chang'an took out I'm Not a Medicine God and studied it carefully. With the help of spiritual energy and the training room, he quickly mastered the skills of potion making, though only the green ones. As he studied until dawn, the green pharmacology textbook turned blue. He He wanted to continue his studies, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough time. He could only wait until he had more free time to continue studying and upgrade his skills. However, his blue collagen skills were enough for him to find a solution to the problem. Peace lily and peppermint have opposing effects. One calms the mind, the other invigorates. Forcibly combining them will cause their medicinal properties to cancel each other out. To resolve this, a neutralizing agent needs to be created. He found a hollow grass and several common plants in the warehouse, which could be used to synthesize a neutralizing agent. Before long, the neutralizing agents were ready. Then he added them to the calming flower decoction and finally added the peppermint decoction. A bright light flashed and a new potion appeared. Unnamed drug. Quality, purple, excellent. Effect, repels and kills certain insects. Additional trait, duration of drug effect plus 50%. Comment from a southerner. Where can I buy this? Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. He took out a piece of sea monster meat, coated it with medicine, and then threw it into the air. To his delight, the surrounding soul-eating insects immediately scattered. Those that couldn't dodge in time and were touched by the potion fell directly to the ground, struggled for a moment, and then died. The medicine was even more effective than he had imagined, so he immediately named it Dichlorvos. As dawn approached, Lu Chang'an changed his clothes and put on a mask. He had just changed his clothes when he received a message from Fran saying that she was waiting for him at the bottom of the sea. Because of the soul-eating worms, she cannot appear on the surface of the sea. Lu Chang'an gave the girl some instructions, then jumped into the sea. After diving to the bottom of the sea, he indeed found Fran. Who are you? A dragon? Upon seeing him, Fran immediately became wary. He exudes the aura of a dragon, a stark contrast to the character Su Xian. Lu Chang'an chuckled strangely. Little beauty, you haven't even heard of my name, lone wanderer Tian Boguang. Fran, who had been on guard, suddenly burst out laughing. Lu Chang'an looked puzzled. What are you laughing at? Even if you turn to ashes, I'll recognize you the moment you open your mouth, Fran said with a smile. Why is that? Lu Chang'an asked, puzzled. Mara whispered, because His Highness often listens to your voice to relieve his boredom. Lu Chang'an. Chapter 131, The Sea Clan's Grand Gathering, The Mermaid General. Several hours later, at the Naga Royal Court, Lu Chang'an's face was a little pale under the mask. Not because he was intimidated by the grandeur of the Naga Royal Court, but because the continuous teleportation had exhausted his physical strength. Yes, using the teleportation array requires stamina. Although the array is enhanced, the tearing force during teleportation still needs to be absorbed to some extent. Short-distance teleportation wasn't a serious issue, but continuous long-distance teleportation was extremely noticeable. If his attributes hadn't reached 17,000 points, his body simply wouldn't have been able to sustain it. The fact that it took so long to teleport from Fran's territory to the Naga Royal Court shows just how vast the endless sea is. How are you? Do you need to rest for a while? Fran asked with concern. He nodded. No problem. He wanted to hurry up and leave the blister, but he still had something on his mind. Fran nodded and led him to the main hall where the various tribes held their meetings. Thousands of sea creatures waited outside the hall. They looked very different, including ordinary fish and various extremely abstract creatures. These are all from minor clans and are not qualified to enter the hall, Fran explained. What criteria define a small clan? Lu Chang'an asked curiously. There are no S-class or the quantity is less than 1 billion. Lu Chang'an clicked his tongue in amazement. Good heavens, a number less than 1 billion is called a small clan. No wonder humans are looked down upon by many sea creatures. Even though they number in the billions, it doesn't count as a large-scale population, and they don't even have an S-class or an A-class population. How many Naga do you have? More than 100 billion, or 3 or 400 billion. Nobody knows the exact figure. Fran shook her head. The endless sea is too vast, making precise measurements extremely difficult. Besides, once the quantity reaches a certain level, it's just a number. The number of top-level powerhouses is what matters most. As they talked, the two entered the hall, where there were far fewer people than outside, only a few hundred. A round table was set up in the hall, and a dozen people sat around it, including the Naga Queen. These dozen or so people are representatives of the most powerful race in the Endless Sea. The rest sat on the periphery of the core area, all representatives of the major clans. He even spotted the Harpy Queen among them. The commotion of the two entering drew everyone's attention, and they all turned to look at them. More precisely, they cast their gazes toward Lu Chang'an. They underestimated his weak strength, but the strong dragon aura emanating from him made them quite wary. The Naga Queen was also shocked, not expecting him to use this method to conceal his aura. More importantly, she recognized the dragon's aura. It belonged to Xian, who had left not long ago. The question is, why are they together, and why does he still smell so much of her? Their gazes did not bother Lu Chang'an. He first exchanged a glance with the Naga Queen and nodded slightly in greeting. Then he turned his gaze to Karis, who was standing to the side. This is a beautiful mermaid, whose appearance is almost on par with Lalia's. Unlike Lalaya, her brows were full of strength and coldness, revealing her domineering and ruthless nature. At that moment, she was also looking him over, and their eyes met. Karis's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, she felt a sense of familiarity in his gaze, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Lu Chang'an's gaze did not linger on her for long, lest he reveal any flaws. He glanced at the remaining people, and finally his gaze returned to the Naga Queen. He entered the hall, clasped his hands in a respectful greeting, and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress. You are from the Dragon Clan?" The Naga Queen pretended not to recognize him. Lu Chang'an nodded. "I have a long-standing connection with the Dragon Clan, and can be considered a descendant of the dragon." He neither answered yes nor no, only saying that he had a connection with the dragon race. It highlights an ambiguity, meaning it can be said in any way. However, he wasn't lying. The people of Xia are all descendants of the dragon. Of course, this dragon is not the same as that dragon. At this moment, a creature with a dragon's head and a turtle's body spoke. He wasn't lying. Lu Chang'an looked at it in surprise. Fran explained to him in a low voice. He is an elder of the Gyu's clan, skilled in mind reading, and able to detect lies. Lu Chang'an was shocked. Mind reading? That's amazing. The old man smiled at him and said, "That's right. It's that amazing." Lu Chang'an didn't dare to think too much, immediately cleared his mind, and looked at the Naga Queen. The Naga Queen nodded. "I heard you know how to deal with soul-eating worms?" "Yes." "Can you prove it?" Lu Chang'an took out DDT. "As long as you apply this medicine to your body, the soul-eating worms will not come near. If you spray it, it can also drive away and kill the soul-eating worms." The Naga Queen pointed to an open space to the side, where a transparent barrier appeared, with dozens of black insects flying around inside. "I've dyed these soul-eating insects. If you can go in and survive, I'll believe you." Lu Chang'an nodded. "Okay." He was about to go in when Karis suddenly spoke. Maybe he has some secret technique to kill the soul-eating worms and replace them with an ordinary sea creature. Her statement was accepted by many, since these powerful individuals all had ways to kill the soul-eating worms. The soul-eating insect is characterized by its formlessness and intangibility, making it difficult to detect. Once this characteristic is lost, it becomes much easier to deal with. The Naga Queen looked at Fran. "Go and capture a few sea beasts." Fran immediately accepted the order and left. Before long, she returned with more than 10 low-level sea beasts. If even these low-level sea creatures are unharmed, then his medicine must be effective. Lu Chang'an smeared some DDT on a sea beast, and Fran threw it into the barrier. Everyone looked nervously at the barrier. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed, and the sea monster was still unharmed. Not only was it unharmed, but the soul-eating insects within the barrier all fell to the ground and died. This scene brought a look of surprise to them all. A smile appeared in the eyes of the Naga Queen. Su Xian is indeed reliable. She added dozens more soul-eating insects, replaced them with sea beasts, and continued the experiment. The final result was that all of the dozen or so sea monsters that had been coated with the medicine survived, without exception. Everyone was overjoyed. A way to deal with the soul-eating worms had been found. The Naga Queen smiled and looked at Lu Chang'an. "Could you please release the formula for this medicine?" Lu Chang'an smiled and said, "As long as you pay me, I am willing to share the formula." "Oh, what kind of payment do you want?" Lu Chang'an immediately multiplied the materials needed by the city lord's mansion of the floating city by 10. Everyone gasped in shock upon hearing this, for these were all rare materials, and in such large quantities. Karis scoffed. What if we don't accept? Lu Chang'an smiled faintly and said, Then I can only pray for your clansmen. Karis stared at him coldly. But if you don't hand over the formula, we'll torture you to death. As soon as he said this, many sea creatures cast cold glances at Lu Chang'an. Chapter 132, The Plan Succeeds. Karis is crushed. These sea creatures have a simple mindset. Who would pay for something that can be done for free? As for offending the dragons, there are so many of them, and Karis is their leader, so she'll definitely take the blame first if anything goes wrong. Lu Chang'an smiled nonchalantly. It's all right. It's worth it to exchange my life for the lives of your hundreds of billions of sea creatures. These words startled the sea creatures. What if they forced him to his death? How would they deal with the soul-eating worms? Karis's face also darkened. I don't believe you're not afraid of death. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly. You can give it a try. You. Karis's face was full of anger, but she was helpless. She is not yet the queen of the mermaids. If she really forces him to his death, causing the soul-eating worms to run rampant, wouldn't she become a sinner against the mermaids? The elder of the Gyu's tribe then spoke up. Gentlemen, I advise you not to act rashly. He has no fear in his heart. His words made everyone understand that Lu Chang'an was telling the truth, and that he was truly not afraid to perish together with his people. The Naga Queen was secretly pleased to see this. She had thought it would take a lot of persuasion to convince them, but Su Xian had performed so well. She immediately said, Everyone, we are all leaders of our clans, and we should prioritize the well-being of our entire clan. Although what he wants is much, it is acceptable if it is divided equally among the thousands of sea creatures. What do you all think? Everyone fell into thought, but it was the elder of the Gyu's clan who spoke first. I agree. With his addition, representatives from other major clans expressed their approval. Soon, the representatives of the major clans at the round table all agreed, except for Karis, who remained silent with a dark expression. Lu Chang'an sneered. If some sea creatures disagree, that's fine. They can simply withdraw. But don't blame me for not warning you. If the soul-eating worms can't find a way out among the other sea creatures and use you as their entry point, that would be bad. These words shocked everyone present. Those who had been hesitant before immediately agreed. The soul-eating insects are like water in a plate. Once the plate has a hole, they will swarm in and rush into the hole all at once. Karis suddenly looked at Lu Chang'an and said through gritted teeth, Mermaids agree. At that moment, she suddenly realized how utterly detestable he was, just as much as Lalaya. Under such pressure, all the sea creatures chose to agree. The Naga Queen immediately approved. All right, it's settled then. Leave the recipe here, and once we've successfully prepared it, we'll deliver it to you within 3 days at the latest. Lu Chang'an nodded and handed her the recipe he had written down beforehand. All right, you may leave now. The Naga Queen nodded. Lu Chang'an turned and left. But at this moment, Karis spoke again. Stop. Lu Chang'an looked at her indifferently. What? Does the great general intend to go back on his word in front of everyone? Since when have the mere folk, who sing praises of beauty, become a treacherous, fickle, and despicable race? Karis was furious. If this accusation were true, the reputation of the merfolk would be completely ruined. Of course, she originally had the same idea, wanting to incite everyone to deny it, since she had the formula in hand anyway. However, she dared not mention it again at this moment. Otherwise, the reputation of the merfolk would be completely ruined, and she would never be able to ascend to the throne of Empress. After all, the merfolk would not agree to a treacherous and fickle person becoming queen. She snapped, Stop talking nonsense. I'm asking you, are you Su Xian? Is Alina with you? Lu Chang'an scoffed, What's Su Xian? I'm not Su Xian. How could he be Su Xian? He is clearly Lu Chang'an. Karis snapped. You still dare to deny it? Your close relationship with Fran is none other than that of Su Xian. Lu Chang'an looked helplessly at Elder Guze. Elder, you be the judge. Am I lying when I say I'm not Su Xian? His actions made both the Naga Queen and Fran worry for him. Guze closed his eyes slightly, and after a moment he slowly spoke. He wasn't lying. He really wasn't Su Xian. These words left Karis speechless. If she didn't admit it, Wouldn't that be questioning Gu Zhe's abilities and character? Thank you for clarifying things for me, Elder. Lu Chang'an cupped his hands in greeting to Elder Gu Zhe, then glanced at Karis indifferently. It is said that the merfolk are a pure and kind race, but after seeing them now, I'm afraid that's an exaggeration. After saying that, he flung his hand away and strode off without looking back. That bastard! Looking at his retreating figure, Karis was furious. He repeatedly smeared her, but she had no chance to retaliate. Once this gets out, her reputation and public image will plummet. She had already incurred widespread discontent due to her forceful control of the royal court, and this incident will undoubtedly worsen her situation. She secretly vowed that if she ever saw him again, she would tear him to pieces. Lu Chang'an walked out of the hall, and Falan quickly followed, looking at him with admiration. Didn't you see? Karis was almost going crazy just now. This was the first time she had ever seen a mermaid suffer such a huge loss. The way Lu Chang'an had left Karis speechless was incredibly cool. Lu Chang'an chuckled. She deserves it. If she hadn't harbored ill intentions, how could this have happened? This was the truth of his words. If Lalaya were in this situation, she would definitely weigh the pros and cons and make the most rational judgment. Even if she was dissatisfied, she wouldn't harbor any ill intentions. Anyway, you are very powerful. Even my mother might not be able to suppress her. Fran's eyes were full of stars. Lu Chang'an smiled without saying a word. By the way, how did you manage to fool Elder Gu Zhe? She asked curiously. The highest level of lying is telling the truth. When you believe something to yourself, it is true. Lu Chang'an said with a profound expression. Fran was impressed, but didn't understand, her face full of admiration. The two arrived at the entrance of the royal court, and Lu Chang'an turned around to gaze at the magnificent city. What's wrong? Fran asked. It really is a bustling and beautiful metropolis. Lu Chang'an sighed softly. Fran smiled. What? Do you want to stay? I'll talk to my mother, and she'll agree. She would be more than happy if he chose to stay. Lu Chang'an shook his head. I really want to stay, but unfortunately, I don't belong here. You can belong here, Fran quickly advised. Lu Chang'an turned around. Falan, do you believe me? I believe you, Fran replied immediately, without hesitation. If you trust me, please find a way to get the Naga people to leave this place. Fran was startled, her face full of confusion. Why? I have a feeling. Soon, this place will change drastically, and all the beauty and prosperity of this metropolis will vanish like smoke. Lu Chang'an frowned deeply. A complete change? In what way? Only death and destruction. Chapter 133 Enlightenment, Legendary Potionist. Watching Fran leave in a daze, Lu Chang'an sighed softly. When he arrived at the gates of the Naga royal court, he suddenly had a premonition. When he turned around, all he saw was boundless death and destruction. The feeling was so real that he couldn't doubt it. In truth, he hoped deep down that his premonition was false. It wasn't just because he had a good relationship with the Naga, but also because he was considering his own interests. If even a few top-tier clans in the endless sea suffer annihilation, how badly will the situation collapse? What kind of dangers will the survivors face? He shook his head, suppressing the strange feeling in his heart. Let your future self worry about the future. He should focus on the present. He returned to the bubble, and the women immediately came to greet him. Seeing that he was all right, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Did you see her? Lalaya asked. This she was referring to as naturally Karis. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly at her and recounted what had happened. Hearing him repeatedly humiliate Karis, Lalaya smiled brightly, and Alina clapped and cheered. However, you've offended her, and she probably won't let you off the hook, Lalaya said with some concern. Lu Chang'an laughed and said, It's as if I could get along with her peacefully without this incident. Don't forget, you are my woman. Lalaya blushed and said reproachfully, What do you mean, your woman? You're clearly my man, my guard. All right, whatever you say goes, Lu Chang'an said with a smile. Alina quickly said, Master, if my sister won't be your woman, I will. Alina, this is none of your business. Go eat your grass. Lalaya scolded. Alina looked at Lu Chang'an pitifully, hoping he would plead for her, as the taste of dragon blood grass was really not good. Lu Chang'an patted her head. Go quickly, Dragon Bloodgrass is actually better than Crystal Core. At least it won't hurt your teeth. I will obey my master. Alina enjoyed his caresses and immediately ran to the training room to nibble on grass. Lalaya rolled her eyes at him. Looks like what I say won't have any effect on you anymore. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly and put his arm around her shoulder. We are one. Are my words your words? Lalaya huffed. Who says I'm one with you? Lu Chang'an chuckled strangely. But last night you were clearly calling me brother while... Before he could finish speaking, Lalaya interrupted him. Pa, I'm ignoring you. I'm going to absorb the crystal core. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly, chatted with the women for a while, and then went to the plant area to harvest the mature plants and sow new seeds. He put the newly harvested mint on the shelf and noticed a reply under the message about buying skill books. Yilan, God Lu, will you accept this fireball? Lu Chang'an clicked on the information about the fireball technique. Fireball. Quality, blue, excellent. Effect, consumes fire energy to deal damage to the target. Cooldown, 30 seconds. It's a fairly standard fire-type skill, but he doesn't have any fire-type skill books right now, so using it as a temporary solution is fine. He immediately messaged her privately. How much is Fireball? The other party quickly replied, I've never sold before, so I don't know the price. You can decide for yourself, Mr. Lu. What do you need? Lu Chang'an asked. Mint. Are you trying to use mint to drive away the soul-eating worms? Yes. Mint dries out easily, and once it dries, it won't frighten the soul-eating insects anymore. But I'm not good at fighting, so I can't kill too many sea monsters. After a moment's thought, Lu Chang'an traded a bottle of dichlorvos to the other party. Just apply some to your body. It lasts longer than peppermint. Oh my god, a purple potion. Thank you so much. Touched. Ding Lan sent several messages to express her gratitude. Lu Chang'an smiled faintly and did not reply. He learned the fireball spell and then launched it at the soul-eating worms in the air. Boom! A fireball shot out from his hand and exploded in the air. Those soul-eating insects that were close by were blasted into pieces. Those that were farther away were ignited by flames. And those that were even farther away were injured by the shockwave. He nodded. Instant cast, area damage, with a slight knockback effect. It's suitable for clearing mobs or interrupting spell casting. He went to the practice room, took out, I am not a medicine god, and continued to study it. He watched with great focus, his experience in pharmacology steadily increasing, and he quietly advanced to a purple skill. But Lu Chang'an, engrossed in his studies, didn't notice, still immersed in the ocean of pharmacology. Ring ring. At this moment, the Lingyun hanging under the eaves emitted a series of melodious bell sounds. Lu Chang'an was deeply shaken, becoming the author of this book and experiencing his entire life. He started as an apprentice, gradually rose to the level of a master, and was eventually revered as the god of medicine. Information about countless medicinal herbs appeared in his mind, and a wealth of pharmacological knowledge gathered in his heart, opening up a new world for his pharmacological knowledge. He didn't know how much time had passed before he finally snapped out his days. What caught my eye were the concerned faces of the women. You're awake. He looked outside and saw that it was already daylight. A whole night had passed. I was just engrossed in my book for a moment, don't worry. He noticed the women looked tired. You've been keeping me company all night? It's good that your brother is all right. Everyone stayed, even though you were like this. Zhou Yuding breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chang'an smiled at them. Don't worry, I'll be fine. If you see me like this again, just go to sleep. The women all agreed, but clearly none of them took it seriously. If the situation were to repeat itself, they certainly wouldn't leave. Lu Chang'an opened his skill panel and took a look and was immediately overjoyed. Pharmacy became the field of pharmacy masters, and quality became gold. He quickly prepared a bottle of dichlorvos, and the moment the potion was ready, a dazzling golden light appeared. DDT. Quality, gold, legendary. Effect, repels and kills insects. Characteristic 1. When used on soul-eating insects, the efficacy is increased by 100%. Characteristic 2. Can conceal one's own aura. Additional trait. Duration of drug effect plus 100%. Comment. Insect. Where did this living llama come from? Just as he was excitedly checking the properties of DDT, an announcement appeared. Announcement. Player, Lu Chang'an, has concocted the first legendary potion in human history. Reward: 1 golden treasure chest. Upon seeing this, all the women showed expressions of surprise and delight. Brother, the first legendary potion. Amazing. Brother Lu, you're amazing. Brother Lu, you're really amazing. You only read this book for 2 days. Shu Yueli had intended to praise him as well, but her expression suddenly changed, and she looked up at the top of his head in horror. What's wrong? Lu Chang'an noticed her unusual behavior. Shu Yueli's face showed a hint of fear. There's an eye watching you from the sky. Chapter 134, Obtaining Another Immortal Treasure. What kind of eyes? Lu Chang'an asked. Shu Yueli opened her mouth, about to say something, but suddenly looked somewhat bewildered. Xiaoli, what's wrong? Lu Chang'an asked hurriedly. Shu Yueli was startled. Nothing happened to me. Didn't you just say something about eyes? Shu Yueli's pretty face was full of doubt. Eyes? What eyes? I didn't say eyes. Lu Chang'an looked at the women and saw that they all looked puzzled. Brother, I didn't hear Xiaoli mention anything about her eyes, Zhou Yuding said. The women all nodded in agreement, including Lalaya. Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat, but he still smiled and said, It seems I misheard. It is clear that something has altered their memories, and if he continues to dwell on this point, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. This also reminded him that some powerful being beyond his comprehension was watching him. He took out the golden treasure chest he had just obtained to distract them. Shu Yueli took the treasure chest, her face immediately lighting up with surprise. This is a rare treasure chest. Lu Chang'an immediately looked at Lalaya. It's up to you. Lalaya took a deep breath and reached out to take the treasure chest. Shu Yueli leaned close to Lu Chang'an and whispered, Lalia's crown is so shiny. Lu Chang'an knew that the Empress's authority and fortune were taking effect. Under his expectant gaze, Lalaya opened the treasure chest. A bright orange light flashed, and a small bottle appeared in her hand. Lu Chang'an looked at its attributes, and his eyes widened immediately. Jinro, precious bottle. Durability, never wears out. Quality, orange, immortal. Effect, a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, containing extraordinary power of heaven and earth. Trait 1, elixir, passive. Produces 1 drop of elixirs daily, which accelerates plant growth and restores plants to their full potential upon consumption. Trait 2, strong water, passive. Carrying this item enhances control over water-type abilities. Trait 3, fire suppression, passive. Can suppress all fire-based energy. Feature 4, capacity, active. Can store any liquid within it. Upon seeing its properties, Lu Chang'an was overjoyed. Putting aside everything else, the fact that it could produce a drop of spiritual liquid every day was enough to prove its power. Because this elixir can restore a person to full health, its power in battle is self-evident. Moreover, his ultimate move, Yellow Springs, requires consuming all his energy and spirit. With this, as long as he takes a drop after casting it, he will immediately be full of energy again. This turned Huang Quan's forbidden ultimate move, which he could not use lightly, into a regular move that he could use once a day. The significance of this to him is self-evident. Additionally, his second ability, Strong Water, enhances his water-type abilities, which greatly benefits him. His third ability, Fire Suppression, makes him immune to fire-type energy. Finally, the fourth trait, Hydrogen, is quite interesting. It can store all liquids, which might be surprisingly effective in certain situations. As expected of an immortal level item, it is indeed powerful. He bound it, then pulled Lalaya into his arms and kissed her on the cheek. As expected of my lucky goddess, well done. Lalaya blushed and said reproachfully, Be serious. Everyone's here. Although the tone was one of annoyance, the words were full of joy. Shu Yueli asked expectantly, Brother Chang'an, what about me? Lu Chang'an laughed heartily, pulled her close, and kissed her on the cheek. The same as you. He is not concerned about scarcity, but about inequality. He needs to treat everyone fairly, at least in public. Shu Yueli blushed deeply, her brows furrowed with joy. Just then, the communication conch shell vibrated. Lu Chang'an quickly picked it up, and from inside came Fran's slightly pleased voice. Su Xian, Your prescription has been successfully prepared. Although it's not as potent as yours, the effect is still quite good. The medicines prepared by ordinary pharmacists do not have mutation properties, so their effects are naturally not as strong as those prepared by ordinary pharmacists. It's good that it works. He smiled faintly. The materials that each sea creature needs to provide have been allocated, and I will deliver them in 3 days. Lu Chang'an glanced at the legendary grade dichlorvos on the table and smiled slightly. Okay, I'll wait for you to come. I'll give you a small gift. Fran's voice was full of surprise. What gift? I can't tell you yet. You'll find out when the time comes. Lu Chang'an ignored her repeated questions and hung up the phone. Want to know what the gift is? Then hurry up and urge all tribes to send it over as soon as possible. It must be said that he was quite skilled at getting oxen and horses to work. What gift are you planning to give her? Lalaya asked. She was somewhat unhappy. After all, Nagas and mermaids were mortal enemies. Lu Chang'an picked up the legendary gray dichlorvos. Of course, it's this one. This is a legendary potion, and you just give it away like that? Lalaya pouted. Zhou Yuding chuckled. Lalaya, you don't actually think he's delivering something, do you? Isn't that right? Lalaya asked, puzzled. Zhou Yuding said sweetly. Of course. He sent such a good potion because he wants Fran and even the Naga Queen to advertise for him. Fong Lan clapped her hands. I understand. How could those leaders not be tempted by such a good medicine? Once they are tempted, Brother Lu's business will come. Lalaya looked at Lu Chang'an in surprise. Is it true? Lu Chang'an smiled. Of course, otherwise why would I send the medicine? In fact, he did this for 3 reasons. In addition to making money and urging Fran to work, he also wanted to thank her and the Naga Queen. Although the Naga and the mermaids had a grudge, they didn't have one against him. On the contrary, they had given him a lot of help along the way. Yesterday, when he faced Karis in the royal court, the Naga Queen was secretly helping him. Sending them 2 bottles of potion is a way to express his feelings and also get them to advertise for him. Why not? You swindler. Lalaya rolled her eyes at him. Lu Chang'an reached out and pinched her cheek. I work my heart out to earn money for our family, and you call me a profiteer. Lalaya made a move to bite, and Lu Chang'an quickly withdrew his hand. Seeing his fearful look, Lalaya chuckled. What are you laughing at? Lu Chang'an asked. Mind your own business. Lalaya glared at him and pulled Alina back into the house. She was in a great mood, simply because he had just said, for the sake of our family, which meant that he considered her his wife. How could she not be happy? At this moment, the communication conch vibrated again. He thought Fran had come to ask about the gift again, but she nervously said, We just discovered that Karis is missing. You must be careful. Chapter 135 Dragon vs. Mermaid, S-Class Showdown. The next day, deep in the desolate sea, a beautiful mermaid was swimming forward, while the lowly sea creatures around her huddled in a corner, not daring to move. This mermaid is Karis. After finalizing the plan to deal with the soul-eating worms, she left without saying goodbye, all in order to find Su Xian and win back Alina. Su Xian's features are quite distinctive. He rides a water bubble unique to the merfolk, a fact known to both the Harpy Queen and the Octopus Clan chief. This made her search much easier, and she sent all her men out to explore the desolate sea. A full day had passed since she sent someone out, but there was still no news, which made her somewhat anxious. 2 days ago at the Naga royal court, that scoundrel named Tian Boguang damaged her reputation, and she must take back Alina to the merfolk as soon as possible. Just as she was feeling agitated, her communication conch shell vibrated. She quickly answered the call, and her subordinate's excited voice came through. General, we've found the bubble. Wait for me. I'm coming right now. Karis was overjoyed and immediately sped off in the direction her subordinate was heading. She moved extremely fast and arrived at her subordinate's side in no time. Without her subordinates needing to explain, she had already spotted the enormous bubble. She snorted and immediately rushed towards it. When she got close to it, the arrow tower on it suddenly fired arrows at her. She snorted coldly, and an invisible aura spread out, blowing all the arrows away. She wanted to enter the bubble, but found that there was a barrier blocking her way. She reached out, and a huge trident of the sea god appeared in her hand. She gently thrust forward with the trident of the sea god, and the barrier was punctured like a bubble. She landed at the door of a thatched hut and saw a handsome, young human emerge from it. Upon seeing her, he was greatly surprised. "Who are you?" She pointed her trident at him. "Hand over Alina." The man looked confused. "What Alina? I don't know her." A cold glint flashed in Karis's eyes. "I'm only giving you one chance. If you say it again, I'll kill you." She was never a patient person and didn't have time to waste words on him. At worst, she would just kill him and let him find his own way. What a boastful tone. At that moment, a figure yawned and walked out of the house. She was tall and muscular. It was Xian. That young man was naturally Lu Chang'an. To welcome Karis's arrival, he had all the women hide in the Crystal Palace. They couldn't force their way into the Crystal Palace, and he had also used DDT on them to conceal their presence, so Karis couldn't sense them. He and Xian stayed outside for the time being. As for whether Xian will protect him, there's no need to ask. Putting aside the fact that her relationship with him was getting better and better, the very existence of Yin Jiping made her feel compelled to protect him. Xian was his trump card to deal with Karis. Karis looked at Xian, her brows furrowed. Dragon race? Xian opened his sleepy eyes and looked her up and down. So they were mermaids. The merfolk and the dragons have no enmity. As long as you hand over Alina to me, I will let it go, Karis said coldly. For both emotional and rational reasons, she could not give up. Xian snorted coldly, spitting out a string of sparks from his nostrils. Don't tell me there's no Alina here. Even if there were, I wouldn't give her to you. Dragons are proud by nature, and Karis's rude words greatly displeased her. Are you trying to start a war between the dragon race and the merfolk? Karis's face was extremely gloomy. You, a nobody, can represent the merfolk? Xianfen refused to back down. Karis flew into a rage, and the Poseidon's trident in her hand shone brightly. I'll say it one last time. Hand Alina over to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. She had a bad temper, but Xian's temper was even worse, so she took action directly. She appeared in front of Karis in an instant, slapped her so hard she flew away, and then flew off herself. The two landed in the sea, revealed their true forms, and began a fierce battle. Both of them belonged to the warrior class. As soon as they started fighting, the sea surface was immediately churned up with huge waves, the entire sea area was turned upside down, and even the entire space was shaking. This gave Lu Chang'an a very direct understanding of the combat power of an S-rank. If he were to face an S-rank now, he would probably be instantly killed. He replaced the crystal core of the boundary marker and then went to the Crystal Palace. Upon his arrival, the women surrounded him, anxiously inquiring about his condition. Don't worry, they're all S-rank 7th level. Xian should be fine. Besides, this is Naga territory. They'll definitely come to stop them, he reassured him. Hearing him say that, the women felt somewhat relieved. Looking at the surging waves and the two enormous figures, the women were all secretly astonished. Such power was beyond human capabilities. Similarly, they admired Lu Chang'an even more because he was facing monsters of this level. After the bubble had been traveling forward for several hours, Lalaya suddenly spoke. The Naga are here. Lu Chang'an came to the bow of the ship and saw several 1,000-meter-long shadows passing by on the sea surface. The last one to appear was much smaller. It was Fran. Lu Chang'an released the barrier, allowing her to come onto the water bubble. Are you all right? She looked him up and down anxiously. Don't worry, with Senior Xian here, I'll be fine, Lu Chang'an said with a smile, touched by her concern. Seeing that he was indeed all right, Fran finally felt relieved. Then you guys go first. I'll handle this. Wait a minute. Lu Chang'an called out to her. Since you're here, I'll give you the gift first. Fran looked at him with anticipation. Lu Chang'an took out 2 bottles of legendary grey dichlorvos and gave them to her. This is an upgraded version of the potion. It's very effective against soul-eating insects and can also mask your own scent. Remember to apply it regularly. Fran was utterly shocked. This is a legendary potion. Yes, what's wrong? Fran stared at him, her eyes wide. You gave me a legendary potion? Yes, that's right. Lu Chang'an blinked. Fran gave him a deep look, then chuckled. Thank you. This is the most precious gift I've ever received. Lu Chang'an smiled and waved his hand. No need to be polite. She helped him so much and even gave him the soul-snatching sword. It's only right that she reciprocate. Fran extended her snake tail, coiled him in front of her, and whispered in his ear. To thank you for your gift, I want to give you something in return. What? Fran didn't answer, but instead opened her mouth and bit his shoulder, leaving 2 distinctive teeth marks. What are you doing? Lu Chang'an asked, his face full of confusion. Fran didn't say anything, but jumped into the water and quickly left. He returned to the Crystal Palace, puzzled, and all the women noticed the mark on his shoulder. Lalaya and Alina's expressions both changed. What does this mean? Lu Chang'an asked them. Alina quickly explained. Master, this is called the Mark of Love, a mark used by Nagas to declare their possession of each other. Chapter 136, She lusts after my body. She's shameless. Lu Chang'an was stunned. He never expected that this mark would have such a meaning. He only wanted her wealth, but she was only interested in his body. Bah, she's despicable. Is there any way to erase this? He asked hurriedly. It seems not, but she'll disappear on her own once she stops loving you. Lu Chang'an smiled and said, All right, I'll explain it to her when I see her again. Why talk about feelings when everything's fine? It's just a waste of money. Let's talk about mutual benefit. It's a win-win situation for everyone. They waited for a moment, and the waves on the sea gradually calmed down. Soon after, Xian's figure descended from the sky and landed on the bubbles. Lu Chang'an quickly went to greet him. Senior, are you all right? Of course I'm fine. That small fry is far from being able to hurt me, Xian said with an arrogant expression. Lu Chang'an immediately praised. That's right, with a senior as strong as you. How could she possibly be your match? Xian was pushed out to shield him from disaster, and he didn't give anything in return, so he had to give Xian enough emotional value. Sure enough, Xian felt completely comfortable after being patted. By the way, how was this matter resolved in the end? He asked quickly, seeing that the time was right. The Naga chased that small fry away and ordered her not to enter Naga territorial waters. Does she agree? If she dares to disagree, she won't be able to leave even if she wants to, Xian said with a disdainful look. The Naga and the mermaids were mortal enemies, but they had to temporarily unite because of the soul-eating worms. If Karis dared to cause trouble, they would be looking for a legitimate reason to keep her here. Lu Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. At least while in the Naga's territorial waters, he didn't have to worry about Karis coming to find him personally. As for when we reach the mermaids' territorial waters, we'll talk about that then. That should be a few months from now. Come closer, Xian beckoned to him. Lu Chang'an didn't understand her meaning, but he still came to her. To his utter surprise, she suddenly pulled him into her arms and rubbed her head against his. Senior, what are you doing? Lu Chang'an asked in astonishment. I found that rubbing against each other like this last time was actually quite comfortable. Xian released him and yawned with a satisfied look on his face. I'm going to sleep. Don't wake me unless it's something troublesome. After saying this, she returned to the Crystal Palace, lay down on her bed, and quickly fell asleep. Lu Chang'an was speechless. If it were a soft, sweet little girl, hugging and rubbing against her would be fine. But this tough, muscular girl? Never mind. I'll just take it as a thank you for her help. The King Kong Barbie is not bad either. Although it's a bit too hard, at least it's quite big. Yes, he has big muscles. With Xian falling into a deep sleep, everyone's lives returned to normal. As the afternoon approached, 4 new lives were born on the bubble. The pet egg of the 3-headed winged snake has hatched. Unnamed bait. Level, 0. Race, 3-headed winged serpent. Quality, excellent. Type, offensive. Bloodline, spirit wind-winged serpent, grade A. Characteristic 1, ice soul. Possesses extremely low temperatures, capable of freezing targets. Characteristic 2, fire blast. Controls explosive high temperatures that can burn targets. Characteristic 3, extremely poisonous. Spits out an incurable poison that can kill the target. With an A-grade bloodline, it possesses 3 mid to long range attack methods, can fly, and can form a long-range attack force with several girls, creating a bubble-like structure. They are currently at a low level and can obtain energy by eating, which does not conflict with the resources needed by the women, making them very cost-effective. Perhaps because they are now pets, they look cuter and less ferocious and are very popular with women. They discussed it and named them Dai Dai, Meng Meng, Kiki, and Han Nin. Chirp! The red phoenix that had been perched on Lu Chang'an's head glanced at them and let out a soft cry, as if comparing itself to them. Lu Chang'an smiled and gently poked its neck. No one can compare to you. Chirp, chirp. Hongluan's voice was full of joy, as if praising him for his good taste and for being a good master. Master, what about me? Alina suddenly asked him. Lalaya quickly replied, You're not a pet. But that's me. Alina looked completely bewildered. Lu Chang'an smiled. Lalaya glared at him reproachfully. Lu Chang'an laughed even louder, but his joy turned to sorrow as he was mercilessly bitten by Lalaya. Ouch, that hurts. Are you a dog or something? Evening arrived quickly, and Lu Chang'an received another call from Falan. Your legendary potion is too effective. The soul-eating insects don't even dare to get close, let alone attack. A little bit is enough to kill them. Lu Chang'an smiled and said, It's good that it works. Do you still have this medicine? Many Sea Tribe leaders want it. Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. The leaks had arrived. There are no ready-made medicines, but we can make them as long as we have the materials. Okay, I can bring the materials to you. Do you have any requirements? To make a legendary potion, you need 10 times the amount of raw materials. In addition, I want 1 S-grade crystal core as payment for each bottle. This is exactly what Lu Chang'an wanted, to obtain a large amount of materials and use them to hone his talent. In addition, each bottle requires an S-grade crystal core. This price may seem high, but it is the appearance fee that a legendary potion master should pay. If they ask for too little, others might question it. Not everyone has the ability to make legendary potions. Okay, I'll pass it on to them, Fran agreed without any surprise. In her mind, this was only natural. There was a success rate to making potions, and not every bottle could become legendary. 10 times the amount of raw materials was not an exaggeration. In fact, 1 out of every 10 bottles refined is of legendary quality, which is an extremely rare occurrence. Then I'll wait for your good news, Lu Chang'an said with a smile. I gave a bottle of the medicine to my mother, and she raved about you. Fran gave the medicine to the Naga Queen and told her that it was a gift from him, which made the Naga Queen very happy. She is trying to win the support of the Naga Queen for him. Your Majesty flatters me. Fran paused for a moment, then said, Also, I told her about your premonition. What did she say? Lu Chang'an was somewhat surprised, not expecting her to actually say it, since it was just his premonition and there was no reason for it. She said she would take it seriously. Lu Chang'an smiled, surprised that the Naga Queen actually believed him. By the way, how is your strength now? Fran asked again. I'll be close to rank A, level 2 soon, Lu Chang'an said truthfully. His growth rate is fast, but Fran is about to enter the 8th level of A rank, and the gap between the two is still quite large. This made Fran slightly anxious. She even began to think about how to help him grow quickly and hold back during their battles. She thought for a moment and made a decision. I'm very happy that you gave me a gift today. I'll give you a gift in return next time we meet. Lu Chang'an was somewhat surprised. A return gift? What are you going to give me? You'll find out when the time comes, Fran giggled, keeping him in suspense as she had done before. Lu Chang'an chuckled. All right, then I look forward to seeing you next time. Trust me, I won't let you down. Chapter 137 Fran's Gift. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. That morning, Lu Chang'an arrived at the plant area, and his eyes lit up. The laurel tree had already grown to over 3 meters tall, with its lush, layered green leaves and glossy, thick surfaces that shimmered with a warm sheen, already beginning to take shape. He had previously observed that the light of the blood moon was completely absorbed under its tree. Once it fully matures, it can essentially ignore the blood moon and move freely under the tree. He glanced at the soul-eating insects not far away, his gaze filled with seriousness. Under his intervention, the soul-eating insect's advancement speed has slowed down considerably, only advancing 1 rank in the past few days, reaching sea level 6th rank. But they have become significantly more ferocious and aggressive. Previously, they only attacked sea creatures in shallow waters, but now they have ventured into the deep sea. Obviously, they wouldn't do that without pressure. As for where the pressure comes from, it should be from a higher level of will. This reaffirmed his belief. The soul-eating worms have a ruling king. Your old flame is here, Lalia's voice echoed in his mind. His eyes lit up. They finally arrived. He replied, Before you say she's my old flame, can you wipe away what belongs to me from your body first? Lalia spat at him in embarrassment and anger. Fran arrived amidst their flirtatious banter. As soon as she got into the water, she used her tail to pull him in front of her, her alluring eyes fixed on him. Have you missed me these past few days? Chang'an shrugged. You know I'm very busy. You can't be too compliant with her when dealing with her. She immediately pouted. I don't believe you. You must be lying to me. Chang'an untied her snake tail and casually took it in his hand to play with it. Did you bring everything? He grasped her sensitive tail, and her body trembled instantly, her eyes filled with tears. Would you ignore me if I didn't have those things? This tone and manner of speaking seem a bit off, like that of a couple deeply in love. Chang'an wanted to explain, but considering that the goods hadn't arrived yet, he could only cooperate. How could that be? Given our relationship, it wouldn't be a problem for you to stay here. Fran's eyes lit up. Really? Su Xian, never lied to my own people, Chang'an said with a righteous and stern expression. If I really come someday, you won't kick me out, will you? Fran asked tentatively. Chang'an shook his head decisively. Of course not. Fran smiled sweetly and took out a ring for him. All the materials you need are inside. In addition, there are raw materials for 235 bottles of potions and S-grade crystal cores. Chang'an accepted it. Overjoyed, he'd struck it rich. He originally thought he would need at most a few dozen bottles of medicine, but he didn't expect it to be more than 200 bottles. Not counting the raw materials, this is more than 200 S-class crystal cores. Fran chuckled when she saw his wide eyes. Don't be surprised. The Endless Sea is rich in resources and has many powerful and wealthy sea creatures. It's worth preparing a legendary potion for someone important. This is just the result of a small-scale spread. If it expands further, you'll likely be overwhelmed. Chang'an smiled at her and said, Please thank Her Majesty the Empress for me. If it weren't for the Naga Queen, this matter probably wouldn't have been resolved so quickly. Aren't you going to thank me? Fran looked at him expectantly. Chang'an chuckled. We're on the same side. No need for formalities. Fran smiled with delight. He considered her one of his own. Chang'an took out all the materials from the ring and put 235 bottles of potion into it from the space bracelet. Fran's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. You've already configured it? Chang'an nodded. The soul-devouring insects are everywhere, so I naturally need to make more preparations. He has been concocting potions for the past few days, partly to stock up on supplies and partly to hone his talent. After days of continuous practice, his talent and experience have increased rapidly, and he has already completed more than half of his upgrade progress. Thank you for your hard work. Fran accepted the ring. It's not hard work. Chang'an shook his head and chuckled. After handing over her official duties, Fran winked at him. I said I wanted to give you a gift in return. Guess what I brought you? Chang'an shrugged. I'm not a worm in your stomach. How would I know? Just try to guess. Fran said sweetly, shaking his arm. Mara, standing to the side, looked astonished. His Highness was actually acting coquettishly towards him. Weapons? Armor? Bait eggs? Chang'an had no choice but to guess, but several of his guesses were incorrect. Seeing that he really couldn't guess, Fran chuckled and handed him something. It's this one. Chang'an looked over and saw that it was a book. I am not the god of swords. Quality, gold legendary. Effect, it records the life's wisdom of a master swordsman. Author's note, my knife is cold, but colder than the knife is my heart. He never expected that there would be a sequel to Dying to Survive. What does the author's note mean? Are you Gulong? This is the culmination of the life's work of an SSS-rank expert from our Naga race. Since you also wield a sword, I believe it will be of some help to you, Fran explained. Chang'an sincerely thanked him. Thank you, it's very precious. This is his honest opinion. The insights of a strong person are much better than simple skill books because they impart systematic knowledge and experience rather than simple skills. I'm glad you like it. Feeling his sincerity, Fran was overjoyed. She had carefully prepared a gift that he liked, and her sincerity had been reciprocated. How could she not be happy? Wait a moment, I'll go make a copy. Chang'an was about to turn around. Fran quickly stopped him, saying, No need, the clan has copies. Chang'an looked at her in surprise. What did she mean? Her clan kept a copy, but gave her the original? You can ponder this slowly. There's no rush, Fran said again. Looking at her delighted eyes, Lu Chang'an suddenly felt the book in his hands grow heavy. A sentence flashed through his mind. The hardest thing to bear is the favor of a beautiful woman. Without realizing it, I seem to owe her quite a lot. Thank you, Your Highness, he said sincerely. Didn't you say we're family, and there's no need to be polite? Friend looked at him playfully. Lu Chang'an chuckled. I was being too polite. Come to think of it, I've been to your place so many times, but I've never stopped. Won't you show me around? Lu Chang'an smiled and said, please. In the following time, he took her on a detailed tour of the water bubble and then introduced her to the other women. She adopted a very humble attitude, and apart from Malaya and Alina not giving her a friendly look, the other women had a pleasant conversation with her. Several hours later, she reluctantly took her leave, as she needed to return as soon as possible to report back. The two stood at the bow of the boat. She blushed and lowered her eyes. I'm leaving. Aren't you going to say goodbye? May Your Highness have a safe journey. She looked up at him. You know, that's not what I want. Your Highness, actually, he wanted to tell her that he had no improper thoughts about her. But before she could even speak, she suddenly pulled him close, pressed her lips to his, and offered him a sweet kiss. A moment later, she released him and jumped into the water, her face flushed. Watching her departing figure, Lu Chang'an touched his lips. The trend is a bit off. Forget about that for now. Let's build the City Lord's mansion in the floating city first. Chapter 138. Another upgrade, greatly enhanced strength. He took out the building plans, intending to build the City Lord's mansion, but encountered problem. The space is not big enough. He originally thought that simply demolishing the thatch hut would suffice, but now he discovered that even that wouldn't be enough space unless the plant area was also demolished. But the plants are his current livelihood, and if they are removed, he will lose his biggest source of income, which will be a net loss. He opened Malaya's attribute panel and was immediately overjoyed. She only had 50,000 energy left to level up. After patiently waiting for several hours, Malaya finally absorbed enough energy. He immediately chose to upgrade. A bright light shone from Malaya's body, and her aura surged. The area of the water bubble has increased dramatically, reaching more than 50,000 square meters, several times larger than before. He quickly checked her profile. Vehicle, Mermaid Queen, Tier 7. Trait 1, Ocean Affinity. Sailing speed plus 100%, resource extraction plus 100%. Trait 2, Soul Symbiosis. Shares attributes, skills, and life essence. Feature 3, Hydra Sensitivity. Can sense information from an area of up to 20,000 meters in the ocean. Feature 4, Deep Sea Diving. Consumes additional stamina to allow the bubble to enter the seabed for underwater navigation. Characteristic 5, Water Spirit Protection. Can consume additional stamina to generate protective power from water bubbles. Upgrade energy, 0.10 million. As a vehicle, its stats have been significantly improved, with its travel speed and resource extraction rates increasing from 90% to 100%, effectively doubling. Her perception range has also increased from 12,000 meters to 20,000 meters, which is equivalent to a medium-sized prefecture-level city being completely within her perception range. Overall, as a vehicle, its capabilities are unparalleled. He then looked at her personal attribute panel. Name, Lalaya. Constitution, 12800 plus 11520. Strength, 12,701 plus 11,431. Agility, 12,727 plus 11455. Spirit, 12,722 plus 11,450. Lucky, invisible. Bloodline, Abyss Shark King, SSS-rank sealed. He immediately widened his eyes. Her attributes had increased by 6,000 points, and all her attributes had broken through 12,000 points. With the bonus from his talent, they reached 24,000 points. The power of the SS-level bloodline has finally begun to show. She didn't unlock any new features this time, but she gained an additional one. A good partner. Increases all experience gained for your partner by 30% and reduces all resource consumption by 30%. Upon seeing this attribute, Lu Chang'an was overjoyed. As his talent level increases, he needs more and more experience, and the acquisition rate increases by 30%, which will save him a lot of time and speed up his leveling up. The resource consumption reduction is even more amazing. The higher the construction level, the more precious the materials required and the greater the consumption. Directly reducing it by 30% will save him a lot of materials. Fortunately, he waited for Lala to upgrade before rebuilding the City Lord's mansion. Otherwise, he would have wasted 30% of the experience bonus and consumed 30% more resources. She truly deserves the title of virtuous wife, and her help to him has indeed been immense. Her upgrade also significantly boosted his strength. Player: Lu Chang'an. Body constitution: 31,012. Strength: 30,896. Agility: 30,567. Spirit: 30,012. Lucky: invisible. Trait 1: bathed in dragon blood. Your body is strengthened by dragon blood, increasing stamina recovery speed by 110% and all elemental resistances by 30%. Trait 2: lightning affinity. You have mastered the power of lightning. Lightning damage resistance plus 60%. Yes, all his attributes have broken through the 30,000 mark, officially entering the third tier of A level. Now, with his full power unleashed, he can face off against a 6th-tier A-rank opponent head-on, and is only one step away from Fran's 7th-tier A-rank opponent. If she advances another level, even to the 8th rank, I will still be able to defeat her. This won't take too long, because he just obtained 235 S-class crystal cores, and Lalia has no shortage of energy to upgrade. The women gasped in amazement as they looked at the bubble that had grown so large. Lu Chang'an took a deep breath, took out the construction blueprints for the City Lord's mansion, and selected to build it. Accompanied by a bright light, a magnificent mansion appeared before everyone. The city is surrounded by towering vermilion walls, with imposing double-eaved gate towers, and courtyards lined up one after another. The corridors and eaves are decorated with carved beams and painted rafters, showcasing the majesty of the City Lord. He quickly looked at its attributes. City Lord's Mansion. Durability, 1 million. Quality, gold, legendary. Effect, an important component of the floating city. Special effect 1, constant temperature. The indoor temperature remains constant at 25 degrees Celsius. Special effect 2, rest. Stamina, energy, and injury recovery plus 100%. Special effect 3, privacy. No one may enter without the owner's permission. Special effect 4, storage. Includes 10,000 storage slots. Special effect 5, shelter. Absolutely safe until durability reaches 0. Effect 6, enhanced. Increases all attributes of nearby friendly units by 20%. Special effect 7, majesty. Reduces all attributes of nearby enemy units by 20%. Floating city effect. Not activated, 2 buildings can be activated. Additional feature, compatibility. Small and medium-sized buildings and facilities can be integrated into the residence. Review. I'm not envious at all. By the way, do you need a butler? Looking at the lavish special effects, Lu Chang'an took a deep breath. Good heavens, the durability is directly 1 million. There are 7 original special effects alone, and each one is extremely powerful. Even more incredible is that effects 6 and 7 give your side a 20% buff and weaken the enemy by 20%, creating a huge difference. Moreover, this weakening effect can be combined with the traits of Lalaya and the Dragon Slayer. The combined effect of weakening the enemy's attributes by half is truly outrageous. The mutation bonus is also very useful, allowing existing facilities to be incorporated, such as training rooms and crystal palaces. In addition to its other functions, the City Lord's Mansion also serves as accommodation, office space, and entertainment. It has a large number of rooms available, and anyone can prepare whatever they wish to do. He led the women on a tour of the City Lord's Mansion, and their faces lit up with delight. Oh my God, are we going to live in a place like this from now on? This is practically a garden. It's so beautiful. I was stuck in a single room during peacetime, but I never imagined that I would be able to live in a mansion after the apocalypse. This place is nice, but it's too big. It's too luxurious for just a few of us to stay here. Their words reminded Lu Chang'an that now that there was a City Lord's Mansion, there would inevitably be cities in the future. So, where would the residents of these cities come from? And how would they be managed? Lalaya must be good at management. After all, she is the Empress, but she alone is not enough. Perhaps he should start recruiting talent. Chapter 139, Let the Dragon Clan Live in the Water Bubble? Rewind 2 days to the time of the Black Tortoise King's court. The king of the Black Tortoise looked at Karis, whose face was unpleasant, and asked cautiously, I wonder what brings you here, General? Karis acted as if he owed her a lot of money, which made him uneasy. Karis glanced at him upon hearing this. Nothing, just came to see what a piece of trash looks like. The king of the Black Tortoise was taken aback upon hearing this, even doubting whether he had misheard. General Karis, what did you say? Karis raised her voice. I said, I'm here to see what trash looks like. The king of the Black Tortoises said in a gentle but angry tone. General, we have no grudge against each other. Why are you insulting me like this? Insult you? Karis scoffed. When did I insult you? You call me trash. Isn't that an insult? Oh, is that considered an insult? Isn't that what everyone says? The king of the Black Tortoises roared in fury. What? Everyone says so. Your child was killed, yet you didn't dare utter a single word. Aren't you a useless piece of trash? Karis sneered. The child she was referring to was Los, who had gone to cause trouble for Lu Chang'an with Sertun last time. He was the youngest child of the Xian Turtle King. Hearing her say that, the king of the Black Tortoise roared in anger. Do you think I don't want to? But that human has a very close relationship with Fran. With her around, what else can I do? This is the predicament of small clans. They must consider the opinions of larger clans before doing anything. Offending a powerful clan can have dire consequences. He's just an unloved offspring. What are you afraid of? Karis said coldly. As long as you capture that human, my merfolk will back you up. That was her purpose in coming here, to use the Xian Turtle's hand to capture Lu Chang'an. Not long ago, she was driven away by the Naga, and she couldn't swallow her anger. She also couldn't give up on Alina, so she came here. She cannot enter the Naga's sea, but the Xian Turtle can. If they can capture Lu Chang'an, everything will be easy. Her words moved the king of the Black Tortoise, who also longed to avenge his child. Previously, he had to swallow his anger because of Fran's restraint. But now that Karis is so supportive of him, this is his best opportunity. He thought for a moment before speaking. General, the merfolk are quite far from here, but we are neighbors with the Naga. His lack of refusal meant that the matter was open to discussion, which, frankly, meant he wanted some benefits. 10 S-grade crystal cores, Karis announced her price. The king of the Black Tortoises pondered for a moment. General, the soul-devouring insects have been rampant lately, and our clan is short-handed. What do you think? The implication is, the price isn't enough, we need to increase it. Karis looked at him coldly. Add another legendary weapon. The king of the Black Tortoises was overjoyed and immediately replied. Good. With the general's words, we have confidence. We will definitely capture that human. Karis said coldly. Let me remind you, that human himself is a piece of trash, but he has an S-rank, 7th-tier fire dragon by his side, whose strength should not be underestimated. The king of the Black Tortoise said fiercely, I will have the ancestral elder of the clan take action. Please rest assured, General. The Xian Turtle clan's highest combat strength is S-rank, 7th level. He risked everything for this operation. It was both to avenge Los and for the S-class crystal core and that legendary weapon. Karis nodded in satisfaction. When do we make our move? Within 3 days. I will go and invite the Grand Elder. The king of the Black Tortoise immediately departed. Watching his departing figure, a cold glint flashed in Karis's eyes. You lowly human, let's see who can save you this time. Blister, your house is quite nice. Xian looked around the city lord's mansion with curiosity and said to Lu Chang'an. He had just arranged everyone's accommodations and moved the training rooms and other facilities into the city lord's mansion. Then he called her up and asked if she wanted to move the Crystal Palace in. I obtained the blueprints by chance, and I poured all my savings into them, Lu Chang'an said modestly. Xian thought for a moment. Where do you live? Lu Chang'an pointed to the central room in the inner courtyard. Of course, this is not only his residence, but also the residence of Lalaya and Alina. Lalaya was his woman, so it was perfectly acceptable for her to live with him. However, Alina had shamelessly clung to him. She used both coquettishness and whining to finally get Lilia to agree. The room to his left was occupied by Chu Yueli and Zhou Yuding, while the room to his right belonged to Fong Rong and Fong Lan. The city lord's mansion has many rooms, and they could have each had their own room, but they were used to living like this, so they continue to do so. All right, I'll put my crystal palace behind your house. Xian nodded. She doesn't rule out living with him. Great. Lu Chang'an was overjoyed and immediately moved the crystal palace over. With such a powerful person living next door, he felt much more at ease. Even if I move in, your room is still too spacious. Xian looked it over. Yes, it takes up half the space of the bubble, with dozens of rooms, enough to house 200 people. Xian yawned. If you find Ian Jeeping, I can get 200 men for you. Lu Chang'an was taken aback. Senior, you don't mean you're planning to let the Dragon Clan move in, do you? Yes, some of the younger ones in our clan have been wanting to go out and see the world for a long time, so coming here is quite appropriate, Xian said frankly. Lu Chang'an was somewhat tempted. Hundreds of dragons. That was an extremely powerful force. With them around, no one would dare to make a move against him. The problem is, they won't listen to his management. If they really move in, the order and industry of Shueipao might be destroyed by them. This is a double-edged sword with equally obvious advantages and disadvantages. Okay, I'll try to contact him. He thought for a moment and then agreed. However, he wouldn't let them move in until he was absolutely certain he could subdue them. He wouldn't want to get himself into trouble. Okay, then it's up to you. I'm going to sleep now. Xian yawned and walked towards the Crystal Palace. However, just as she was about to push the door open, she suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Lu Chang'an asked. Xian's face darkened. Someone is spying on us in the dark. Lu Chang'an frowned slightly. Could it be that mermaid Karis again? No, it's not her. This feeling is, Xian patted his head. I remember now, it must be that old guy from the Xian Turtle Clan. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of waves appeared on the distant sea, and two enormous black turtles emerged from the water. The enormous black tortoise, as massive as a mountain, spoke. Xian, I didn't expect you to still remember me. How have you been? Lu Chang'an looked at them and immediately narrowed his eyes. One is an S-rank, 7th order, and the other is an A-rank, 9th order. Chapter 140, The Advantage of Playing at Home. Xian leaped into the air. Old man, what are you doing here instead of at the Xian Turtle ancestral land? This human killed the prince of my Xian Turtle clan. I have come to bring him back to the clan for trial, the Xian Turtle elder replied. Xian scoffed. That little turtle was sent by someone to cause trouble. He was too weak and got killed. Didn't he deserve it? Say what you will. I must take him away today. Elder Xian Turtle roared. As soon as it finished speaking, it launched an attack on Xian. The other Xian tortoise beside it attacked the water bubble. This was their plan. The Xian Turtle elder held off Xian, while another A-level, 9th rank Xian Turtle broke through the water bubble and took Lu Chang'an away. Xian was startled and shouted sharply, Despicable! That's called tactics. Do you think I'm like you, all brawn and no brains? The Xian Turtle elder's voice was full of smugness. Xian was furious and was about to intercept the other Xian Turtle, but was stopped by the Xian Turtle elder. Stay here. Your opponent is me. Xian was both shocked and furious. He wanted to go to the rescue, but it held him tightly. If he insisted on rescuing it, he would definitely get hurt. Just then, she suddenly heard Lu Chang'an's voice. Senior, leave it to me. You just need to kill that old tortoise. Humans who are like ants dare to say such things. Look, this stupid dragon can kill me. The Xian Turtle elder's face was full of disdain. However, as soon as the words were spoken, 3 waves of pressure struck it in succession, instantly weakening its attributes by half. Its strength plummeted from S-rank 7th level to S-rank 3rd level. Even worse, he seemed to be affected by some kind of negative force, and his thinking and movements became slower. But that wasn't all. Xian's aura surged continuously, directly rising from the 7th rank of S level to the 8th rank. How is this possible? It exclaimed in disbelief. Elder, I'm being suppressed by some unknown power, another Xian Turtle exclaimed in surprise. Its strength also dropped from A level 9th rank to A level 4th rank. Xian looked at Lu Chang'an and saw that he was wearing armor and his aura was actually at the 5th level of her rank. She finally relaxed, cracking her neck and clenching her fists until they popped open. You old codger, come on, I'll see how you're going to stop me. Xian, we Xian Turtle and the Dragon Clan have never had any. The Xian Turtle elder panicked, trying to quell Xian's anger. It can only exert the power of S-rank level 3 at present, while Xian is already level 8. The two are not on the same level at all, and cannot fight each other. Now you know you're wrong? Too late. Xian shouted and immediately attacked it. Boom! A one-sided beating began. Fortunately, the Xian Turtle is known for its defense, and the Xian Turtle Elder can hold on for the time being. Lu Chang'an withdrew his gaze and looked at the A-rank, 9th tier Xian Turtle in front of him. They've started over there. Let's start too. At this moment, he activated Royal Aura, Intimidate All Sides, and the City Lord's Mansion's Majesty trait directly having their attributes. This is the advantage of playing at home. As for himself, due to the influence of the water's fury and majesty, all his attributes rose to 50,000 points, entering the 5th rank of a level. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of it, slashing down heavily with the Soul Slayer in his hand. The black tortoise was greatly alarmed, and a thick curtain of water blocked its way, protecting it completely. Purple skill, Sigh of Water. When the soul-slaying sword struck the water wall with a crisp sound, but failed to achieve its goal. The black tortoise let out a strange laugh, seemingly mocking his incompetence. Lu Chang'an chuckled slightly. Is it that impressive? Let's see your treasure. He took out the True Dew bottle and pointed it at the Sigh of Water. Gather! As he spoke, the Sigh of Water was smoothly drawn into the bottle. Like the water shield, it is a skill, but it is also composed of water. As long as it's water, the True Dew bottle can collect it. That's the power of an immortal level item. The black tortoise stared in shock at the bottle in Lu Chang'an's hand. It never expected that such a treasure existed in the world. Still looking? I'm coming to take you down. Lu Chang'an sneered, teleported in front of it, and slashed at it again. Its body shone brightly, with a thick curtain of light covering its surface. The power of Bloodline hold fast. Fearing its skills would be broken again, it used its Bloodline power. Break! The Soul Slash landed heavily on a light barrier, unleashing techniques such as shock, collapse, and explosion simultaneously. Boom! A muffled sound rang out, and its light barrier thinned slightly, but remained unharmed. As expected of the Xian Turtle, which is known for its defense, its defensive capabilities are indeed formidable. However, it's important to know that Lu Chang'an's Soul Slash isn't just a physical attack. It also includes mental attacks. Additional trait. Has a certain probability of inflicting negative status effects such as fear and confusion on the target. The special ability was triggered, and an inexplicable fear welled up in the Xian Turtle's heart. It turned around and ran away. Its bloodline characteristic is called Stabilization, which only takes effect when it remains stationary. Running away is equivalent to releasing the power of its bloodline. Lu Chang'an naturally wouldn't let this rare opportunity slip by. He teleported to its side and slashed heavily at its neck. Shock, explosion. A large amount of blood and flesh splattered out, as the tearing attribute of the Soul Slayer created a huge wound on its neck. It screamed as it snapped out of its terror, pulling its head back into its shell in an attempt to protect itself and heal its wounds. Its shell is extremely hard, making it very difficult to break open by force. This is also an important reason why the Xian Turtle Clan has been able to establish itself in the Endless Sea. You think I can't deal with you just because you're hiding? Lu Chang'an sneered. After fighting Los that day, he discussed countermeasures with Lalia. Dumb, cute Coco, silly. Venom serve. The women immediately directed the 4 three-headed winged snakes to come to the front of the Xian Turtle's shell and spray venom at its head. It's important to know that their venom is extremely potent and can be stacked. When the layers of venom are stacked too high, even an S-class attacker wouldn't be able to withstand it. The 4 three-headed winged snakes of the same species accumulated venom incredibly quickly. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen layers had already formed. The black tortoise was truly panicked. If this continued, it would surely die. After waiting a while, it finally couldn't resist anymore. It suddenly poked its head out and bit at the 4 small snakes, wanting to eat them all. But Lu Chang'an, who was already on guard, would not let him succeed. He immediately stood in front of them, his soul-slaying blade slashing fiercely at the head of the Xian turtle. When the soul slash struck its head squarely, the moment it hit, the blade suddenly emitted a bright light, triggering its killing properties. The next instant, its head was split in two, and a large amount of blood gushed out. It didn't even have time to scream. Rank A, 9th tier dead. Chapter 141, losing both wife and army. No. Upon seeing it die, the great elder of the black tortoise let out a heartbroken cry. That is its bloodline, its offspring. You old geezer, where are you looking? Already at a significant disadvantage, it immediately revealed its weakness when it lost focus. Xian grabbed its neck with a claw, tearing out large chunks of flesh, and blood splattered everywhere. I'll fight you to the death. Elder Xian turtle roared. Its entire body emitted a bright light, as if it were ready to perish together with others. Behave yourself. However, under Xian's fierce attack, it couldn't even lift its head and could only passively take the beating. After struggling to hold on for a while, his injuries worsened, and he could only retract his head and limbs into the tortoise shell. Lu Chang'an flew to Xian's side and asked her, "Do you need any help?" Although the venom of the 4 small snakes might not be very effective against the Xian turtle elder, after all, its original level was S-rank, 7th level, it was still somewhat useful. No need. Watch me. Xian opened its mouth and spewed a thick, scorching flame at it. She is a fire dragon, and fire is her innate skill. It has extremely high temperature and strong, penetrating power. The great elder of the Xian turtle's shell instantly turned bright red, and the surrounding seawater evaporated instantly. After being scorched for quite some time, the shell of the Xian turtle elder began to melt. Its body was almost cooked. If this continues, it will surely die. It finally panicked and began to beg for mercy. Lord Xian, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. Xian ignored him and continued roasting the turtle. Lu Chang'an sneered. You don't know you're wrong. You just know you're going to die. After a while, the great elder of the black tortoise let out a painful wail. Lord Xian, human sir, please spare my life. I'm willing to compensate you. Whatever your demands, I'll accept them. Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. Tell me, what price are you willing to pay to buy your life? Killing this old tortoise would at most yield 2 S-grade crystal cores and some tortoise meat, but if used to demand ransom from the Xian turtle clan, that would be a different story. I'd trade 5 S-class crystal cores for my life. Lu Chang'an sneered. 5? Are you trying to fob me off? 20, not 1 less. All right, 20 it is. Elder Xian turtle gritted his teeth and agreed. The crystal nucleus is good, but its life is more important. I haven't finished speaking yet. Besides the crystal core, there are 5 other legendary items, Lu Chang'an added. Upon hearing this, the great elder of the Xian turtle trembled inwardly. My lord, our entire clan doesn't possess 5 legendary treasures. Would one be acceptable? That bastard Sertun can produce 3 items. Yet you, the dignified elder of the Xian turtle, can't even produce 5? Lu Chang'an sneered. My lord, my Xian turtle clan is inherently weak and slow-paced, so naturally we cannot compete with other sea races. Our foundation is far inferior, the Xian turtle elder pleaded. Lu Chang'an didn't waste any more words with him, but simply said to Xian Dao, Senior, burn it to death. Xian increased the intensity of the flames again, and the Xian turtle elder roared in agony. I promise you. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang'an was overjoyed and gave Xian a look. Xian immediately understood and stopped the flames. The great elder Xian turtle finally breathed a sigh of relief. Its organs were almost cooked. Any later, and it would have died. It has survived for so long entirely because it is good at hiding, surrendering to save its life, and being able to bend and stretch. Send someone to fetch the item. We'll only wait for you for half a day. Once that time is up, you can prepare to go to hell, Lu Chang'an said calmly. The great elder of the black tortoise was greatly alarmed and quickly summoned a black tortoise to return to the clan and report the news. The black tortoise king's court. The Xian turtle king was hosting a banquet for Karis, his face beaming with a greedy smile. "General, when will the crystal core and the legendary treasure arrive?" Karis glanced at him. "Are you sure you can capture that human?" The Black Tortoise King hurriedly said, "General, rest assured. This time I have sent the Grand Elder and the Commander of the Guards. The Grand Elder is an S-rank 7th level expert, and the Commander of the Guards is an A-rank 9th level expert. Taking down the human will be too easy for them." Hearing him say that, Karis nodded inwardly. With the Xian Turtle Elder holding off Xian, it wouldn't be difficult for the Guard Commander to break through the bubble. "Don't worry, as long as you bring the person, the things will be given to you immediately." King Xian Turtle was overjoyed. He pondered whether to keep these things in the clan or in his private collection room. Just then, a black tortoise rushed in. King Xian Turtle was overjoyed and quickly asked, "Did the Grand Elder send a message?" "Yes, the Grand Elder has sent a message." "Have they been taken prisoner?" "Yes, captured." Upon hearing this, the Xian Turtle King and Karis exchanged a glance, both revealing expressions of surprise and delight. "Where is that human?" the Xian Turtle King asked hurriedly. "They're watching the Grand Elder." "What is the Grand Elder waiting for? Why not bring him back?" "The Grand Elder wants 20 S-grade crystal cores and 5 legendary treasures." Upon hearing this, both the Xian Turtle King and Karis were taken aback. "What did you say? What does the Grand Elder want?" The Black Tortoise repeated what it said. The Xian Turtle King was dumbfounded. "What did you say? What does the Grand Elder need these for? Didn't he capture that human?" "No, it's because the Grand Elder was captured by that human. If we don't give him something, he'll be killed." "What?" the Black Tortoise King and Karis exclaimed in surprise. "The commander was killed by that human, and the Grand Elder was no match for the Fire Dragon and was captured." "How is this possible?" King Xian Turtle was shocked. "Your Majesty, I dare not lie. If you do not believe me, you can go and see for yourself. But they have only given us half a day. If we do not obtain the item, they will kill the Grand Elder." "Huh?" The Xian Turtle King was shocked. He thought he could easily obtain the crystal core and legendary items this time, but he never expected that the Grand Elder would be captured instead. Karis's face immediately darkened. She hadn't expected this outcome. She snorted coldly and turned to leave. "General, you can't leave." King Xian Turtle hurriedly called out to her. "What are you doing? Are you going to stay and watch us make fools of ourselves?" Karis said coldly, "No, our Grand Elder was captured because he was doing something for you. You have to give me the things." King Xian Turtle hurriedly said, "The Grand Elder must be saved. Karis must share the losses." "Have you finished your business?" Karis roared. "I don't care. This is the kind of thing that only happens when we're helping your merfolk. Your merfolk must take responsibility." King Xian Turtle was also furious. He was truly enraged and summoned a large number of guards, who surrounded Karis. Karis was furious, but even though she was strong, she couldn't possibly fight her way out of the Xian Turtle Royal Court all by herself. After a brief standoff, Karis was both shocked and furious, yet helpless, and could only take out a spatial ring and throw it on the ground. Then, she glared at him coldly, her lungs practically bursting with anger. They tried to capture Lu Chang'an but failed, wasting not only time, but also a lot of resources. He tried to steal a chicken, but ended up losing the rice instead. He lost both his wife and his army. Chapter 142, A Stunning Strike, Shattering the Void. Half a day later, blisters appeared. The Xian Turtle King looked at the miserable-looking elder with shock in his eyes. He never expected that the strongest member of the Xian Turtle clan would be in such a sorry state. Wasn't Xian only at the 7th level? How come he was able to beat him so badly? "Hey, where's the stuff?" Xian asked him. He jolted awake, quickly regaining his senses, and tossed her storage ring. "They're all inside." Xian didn't even look at it before tossing the ring to Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an checked the inside of the ring and found that it indeed contained 20 S-grade crystal cores and 5 legendary grade items and weapons. He asked the Black Tortoise King, "Answer me one more question, and I'll let you go." "Go ahead and ask." "Who sent you?" Lu Chang'an asked the crucial question. "Karis came a couple of days ago, and they came today. This shouldn't be a coincidence." The Black Tortoise King snorted coldly, about to reprimand Lu Chang'an. After all, he was the king of the Black Tortoises. How could he be questioned by a human like this? But the elder spoke first. It is Karis of the Mermaid clan. It was truly terrified of being roasted by the mysterious flames. It really was her, Lu Chang'an said coldly. Where is she now? The Grand Elder quickly looked at the Black Tortoise King. The Black Tortoise King was displeased, but he answered honestly, she's gone, and I don't know where she went. Lu Chang'an looked at Xian, indicating that they could be allowed to leave. Xian coldly said to them, Get out. If you dare to come again, your Xian turtle form has no reason to exist. Elder Xian Turtle felt as if he had been granted a pardon and immediately turned and ran. The Black Tortoise King gave Lu Chang'an a deep look before leaving as well. Although he hated him, with the Dragon Clan around, he dared not act recklessly. As for Los's grudge, it's not important. He has thousands of descendants. He can avenge it if he can, and let it go if he can't. He naturally understood the choice between ensuring the continuation of the race and having an heir. He caught up with the Grand Elder and asked a question that had been lingering in his mind. Elder, you are also an S-rank 7th level cultivator. Why did you suffer such a crushing defeat? The Elder was still shaken. That human was strange. He possessed some kind of mysterious power that had weakened our strength by half. The Xian Turtle King gasped in shock. Weakening by half? What kind of heaven-defying ability is this? No wonder the Grand Elder couldn't defeat Xian. Even if an SS-level expert came, he could only obediently take the beating. Don't reveal this to anyone, especially not to Karis, said the Xian Turtle King. Karis made them suffer such a huge loss this time. She won't get away with it either. If she causes trouble again next time, she'll be the one who suffers. The Xian Turtle clan has finally gotten their revenge. Seeing the Xian Turtle leave, Lu Chang'an took out the crystal core and the legendary item. Senior, let's split the spoils this time. He was so lucky to have her this time. Without her, he would have been in real trouble. Therefore, he was willing to share the spoils with her, and with the benefits, she would be happy to continue to help next time. Xian shrunk his size, yawned, and waved his hand. No need, I don't even want these things. Consider it rent for my stay here. Lu Chang'an wanted to persist, but she landed directly in front of the Crystal Palace gate. I'm going to sleep now. Don't bother me unless it's important. Lu Chang'an smiled and said, Thank you, Senior. Xian yawned, walked into the Crystal Palace, and quickly fell asleep. Lu Chang'an arrived at the training room and addressed the women. We've made a small fortune again this time. Come on, let's divide the spoils. Zhou Yuding quickly said, Brother, we didn't contribute anything, so we won't divide it. The women all nodded. Indeed, they hadn't done anything. Didn't you send your pets in a battle? Lu Chang'an gave each of them an S-grade crystal core. He made a fortune from the potions, and now Lalaya has no shortage of crystal cores. This S-grade crystal core is enough for them to use for a long time. The women couldn't refuse and had no choice but to accept. Next are 5 legendary items, one of which is a golden mirage bead, which provides better concealment for vehicles and is a superior replacement for the currently used purple mirage bead. A set of women's armor with impressive defensive capabilities and the ability to breathe underwater, which is a perfect match for Chu Yueli, so Lu Chang'an gave it to her directly. He also gave her a pair of claws that fit Alina perfectly. Besides these, there was a bow and an axe, which the women could not use, so Lu Chang'an could only put them away and wait for the right person to use them. Brother Lu, then you have nothing at all? Fong Wan asked him. The women all nodded in agreement. He had put in a great deal of effort in the battle, but had gained nothing in return. Lu Chang'an smiled and said, If you gain something, I gain something too. It's the same for you. Zhou Yuding chuckled. Everyone heard it. My brother's treating us like his women. The words were somewhat ambiguous, especially the phrase his woman, which was full of suggestive connotations. Upon hearing this, all the women turned to look at him, their eyes filled with shyness, joy, and anticipation. Lu Chang'an coughed lightly. You all go do your work. I'm going to the training room to read. He couldn't deny it. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a blow to them? He could only change the subject. However, they saw this as a tacit agreement, and they couldn't help but beam with joy. He went to the training room and took out, I Am Not the God of Swords, to study it carefully. This book does not record knife techniques or any particular skill, but rather the author's lifelong experience and insights in using knives. Lu Chang'an himself was a swordsman, and his swordsmanship focused on practical combat and technique, but lacked in theory and artistic conception. The existence of this book perfectly fills the gap in his knowledge in this area. As he watched, he compared his observations with his own experiences and soon became completely absorbed in the moment. This time, Ling Yun did not trigger the state of enlightenment, but he entered the realm of enlightenment through his own comprehension. He seemed to transform into a swordsman, venturing alone into the endless sea, challenging the strong time and time again. Even in defeat, he remained humble and undeterred, gradually refining and enriching his swordsmanship. Time passed with each failure and battle. He went from being repeatedly defeated at the beginning to winning more often than he lost, and finally to being virtually invincible. His swordsmanship matured day by day, reaching perfection. He finally found his own path and became invincible for a time, earning the title of Sword God from the Sea Tribe. In a daze, he seemed to see a towering figure, raising his long sword and slashing the sky with the most ferocious strike. I want to break free of this cage. I want to sever these shackles. To hell with God. I just want to be a real living being. With his strike, the heavens and earth trembled, the deep sea roared, and the world was turned upside down. Lu Chang'an felt a chaotic scene before him, as if something had broken or opened up. He tried desperately to open his eyes, but he couldn't see anything. He seemed to faintly hear the figures murmur. It's fake, it's all fake. Chapter 143, Comprehension, Undying Blade Intent. As things shattered, he felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss, a place of darkness and nothingness, with nothing else at all. Chang'an, brother, wake up. Brother Chang'an, wake up. After an unknown amount of time, in a daze, Lu Chang'an seemed to hear a series of calls. They seemed to be very far away, yet also very close. The sounds were familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard them before. Chang'an, it's me. Lilia, you should wake up. At that moment, a gentle and pleasant voice rang in his ears. Lilia. Upon hearing the name, his heart skipped a beat, and countless images flooded back, memories surging like a tide. Lilia, he cried out, suddenly opening his eyes. What came into view was a beautiful face. It was Lilia. He was surrounded by many people, including Alina, Zhou Yuding, Chu Yueli, Fong Rong, Fong Lan, and even Xian. What happened? Lu Chang'an asked, somewhat bewildered. You're finally awake. Lilia breathed a sigh of relief. If you hadn't woken up, our home would have been destroyed. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang'an looked around and saw that the training room had been completely destroyed, and the surrounding buildings were covered with crisscrossing knife marks. What's going on? He asked, startled. Brother, you don't know. You just entered a state of enlightenment, and then countless sword energies shot out from your body. This blade energy is far too fierce. We simply cannot get close. Fortunately, Senior Shin appeared in time and stopped these sword energies. Otherwise, our city lord's mansion would probably have been chopped down by you. The women all told him what had happened. He then realized that he had become so dangerous while trying to comprehend the sword technique. He checked the attributes of the city lord's mansion and found that its durability had dropped considerably. Have you mastered some powerful combat technique? Shin asked. All the women turned to him with concern. He opened his personal list and saw that there was a new feature listed under his characteristics. Trait 3, Undying Blade Intent. Blade damage plus 50%, and damage plus 1% for each strike performed in a single battle. He took a deep breath. A 50% damage increase was indeed strong, but nothing beats what came after. Each strike increased damage by 1%, and this was cumulative. In other words, each of his strikes was stronger than the last, and in the end, he could even kill a god. This only reflects what can be represented numerically. There are other things that cannot be represented numerically. He tossed a watermelon into the air, and then, with a thought, a blade of light appeared out of thin air, splitting the watermelon in two. He reached out and took the watermelon, giving half to the women and the other half to Xian. Wow, brother is so handsome. What is that? Is it sword energy? Zhou Yuding exclaimed with admiration. Lu Chang'an shook his head. No, this is intent, the intent of the sword. This is what the data doesn't show. He can now use his mind as a blade to slash through the air. Of course, This is physically and mentally taxing. In a life-or-death struggle, weapons are still the primary means of combat. As soon as he said this, Lilia, Alina, and Xian all looked at him with surprise. "What's wrong?" he asked, puzzled. Intent is an extremely high level for martial artists. Most S-rank experts cannot even touch it. "I didn't expect you to have comprehended it," Lilia explained, her beautiful eyes filled with amazement and admiration. "This is my male, personal bodyguard." "I didn't expect that," Lu Chang'an smiled. Xian looked at him with admiration. Even among the dragon race, very few can master intention. Even she had never mastered the power of intention. Yet he had. She greatly admired his talent and comprehension. Chu Yueli looked at him with admiration. "I knew it. Brother Chang'an is the strongest." Lu Chang'an chuckled. "If I were the strongest, and that old tortoise came looking for trouble, I wouldn't even need to lift a finger. I could just smash its shell to pieces." "Brother Lu, how long have you been cultivating? How old is that old tortoise?" Fong Rong said. Fong Lan chimed in. "That's right. That old tortoise must have lived for tens of thousands of years, right?" "No, it's been hundreds of thousands of years," Xian added. Zhou Yuding laughed and said, "After several 100,000, what kind of strength will you have, brother?" Lu Chang'an chuckled. "It's strength that's just hanging on the wall." All the women laughed upon hearing this. Lu Chang'an thought for a moment and asked Xian, "Senior, have you ever heard of a powerful Naga who could shatter the void with a blade?" Xian blinked in confusion. "Really? As far as I know, although many Naga people use knives, none of them have ever been particularly outstanding." Lu Chang'an fell silent, recalling Chu Yueli's earlier account of seeing the eyes. It seemed the information about that Naga had also been altered. His words bothered him greatly. "I want to break free of this cage. I want to sever these shackles. To hell with God. I just want to be a real living being. It's fake, it's all fake." Perhaps hidden within, this is the great secret of this game, and even of this world. Of course, he won't delve into these things now, because he's not qualified yet. Even a powerhouse, at least at the SS level, couldn't solve this problem. So how could a mere A level possibly attempt to explore it? Rushing in would only be courting death. I read so many amazing things in the book that I thought the author was at least an SSS level powerhouse. He casually made up an excuse. "No, SS rank is the strongest in the endless sea." Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. "No way. Is there no SSS level?" Legend has it that there was such a thing, but it seems that something happened that caused all the SSS level powerhouses to disappear. Since then, no SSS level powerhouses have ever appeared again. Xian explained simply that, in fact, her desire to find Yin Jiping was also related to the SSS level. Lu Chang'an suddenly realized that, if nothing unexpected happened, this Naga swordsman must be an SSS rank expert. Perhaps his actions were related to the disappearance of SSS rank experts. He didn't delve any further into it, because it was too far removed from his life and irrelevant to him. What he needs to do now is to gather resources, improve his strength, and gradually break free from the influence of the apocalypse and even the game on him. Boom! At that moment, a booming sound suddenly appeared above the water bubble. Lu Chang'an initially thought he had been hit by a falling meteorite, but to his surprise, what was attacking the barrier was not a meteorite, but a swarm of soul-eating insects. The leader of the soul-eating insects was much larger than the ordinary soul-eating insects, with a body length of tens of meters. He immediately checked its information. Royal soul-eating insect. Strength, tier A, level 2. Skills, soul eater, corpse puppet, spikes, venom, pounce. Weaknesses, fire, lightning. Dislikes, vetervid, kaiming flower, mint. Lu Chang'an was shocked. A soul-devouring insect of grade A, level 2, and a member of the royal family. This means that the soul-eating insects must have a king. Even it's right nearby. Chapter 144, The Soul-Devouring Insect, Royal Family. Lu Chang'an took to the air, and the soul-devouring insects immediately launched an attack on him. He paid no attention and casually sent the attacking soul-eating insects to hell with a few slashes. Upon seeing this, the royal soul-devouring worm hissed and pounced towards him. Lu Chang'an casually slashed again, and a deep wound immediately appeared on the royal soul-devouring worm. He had always fought against opponents much stronger than himself, and this was the first time he had encountered such an easy opponent. The royal soul-devouring worm let out a mournful cry and nearly fell into the sea. It barely managed to steady itself and staggered backward as it fled. Lu Chang'an did not stop it, but followed it secretly. Half an hour later, he followed it to a special sea area where the concentration of soul-eating insects was extremely high. They were so tightly packed together that they filled the entire sea area so completely that even he couldn't see what was inside. This is clearly not normal. Instead of acting rashly, he took out the communication conch and contacted Fran. "Why are you looking for me instead of helping your woman count her spoils?" Fran teased, but her voice was filled with joy. Any communication from him would bring her joy. "It seems you're very well informed," Lu Chang'an said with a smile. He knew he couldn't hide his affair with the Xian turtle from her, but he didn't expect her to find out so quickly. "Of course, this is my territory," Fran scoffed. In fact, she had always been paying close attention to him, and she would find out about anything that happened to him very quickly. If it weren't for Xian's presence, she would have had to step in to confront the Xian turtle's provocation. "All right then, does the Lord know why I came to see you this time?" Lu Chang'an asked. "I don't know. I'm not a parasite in your stomach." Lu Chang'an smiled and said, "The matter I'm about to discuss is of great importance. You can't make the decision yourself, so please have your mother do it." "You look down on me?" Fran retorted angrily. "Really? You can make that decision." "We definitely can." Lu Chang'an smiled slightly. "All right, I now have a very high chance of discovering the king of the soul-devouring insects. Tell me, what should I do?" "What? The king of the soul-eating insects?" Fran exclaimed in shock. "Yes." Lu Chang'an's voice carried a hint of mockery. "So, please make the decision." Fran was immediately caught in a dilemma. Such a major matter concerning the entire endless sea is not something she can decide on her own. Lu Chang'an laughed and said, "All right, go find the Empress. We just need to make sure the message is communicated properly. The rest is beyond our control." His words were very skillful, both relieving Fran's embarrassment and placing the two of them on the same level, thus bringing them closer together. Of course, he was also making his stance clear. He was willing to tip off others, but he would never participate. Anyone with a brain knows that the soul-devouring insect king is an S-rank creature and must have many guards around him. It's not something he can get involved in. Since it concerns the entire endless sea, let these guys do their part. After all, the endless sea belongs to them. "Okay, be careful. Don't get caught. I'm going to find Mother right now." Fran felt a warmth in her heart, and her voice was full of tenderness as she gave him her instructions. "Don't worry, I value my life." After waiting for a moment, Lu Chang'an heard the Naga Queen's voice through the communication conch. "Su Xian, it's me." "Your Majesty," Lu Chang'an replied. "Describe what happened." Lu Chang'an did not hide anything and told her the whole story. Upon hearing this, the Naga Queen immediately said, "You should step back a little now. We will use the communication conch as a base to build a temporary teleportation array." Lu Chang'an put on the mask and stepped back a distance as instructed. A moment later, unusual energy fluctuations appeared around the conch shell, and a peculiar pattern appeared above it. Before long, dozens of figures emerged from among them, including Fran and the Naga Queen, as well as a squad of Naga elites. "Su Xian, are you all right?" Falon quickly checked on him. "It's nothing." Lu Chang'an shook his head, only glancing at the team of Naga elites. His intuition told him that they were very strong. If not as strong as Xian, they wouldn't be much weaker. Fran noticed his gaze and whispered to him, "This is the ancestral land guard of our Naga race, and the lowest rank is S." Lu Chang'an suddenly realized that his intuition was correct. The Naga Queen certainly took it seriously, even bringing out her strongest elite troops. However, the elite team did not launch an attack immediately. Instead, they split into two groups. One group built a large teleportation array on the spot, and the other group scouted the situation of the soul-eating insects. This made Lu Chang'an look at the Naga Queen with new respect. She was thoughtful and deliberate in her actions, neither rash nor greedy for credit. She truly deserved to be the queen of the Naga clan, whose lineage has endured to this day. After waiting for several hours, they finally discovered the situation. It's uncertain whether the interior of the sea area is home to the king of soul-eating worms, but it's certain that there are S-class worms in that area, and quite a few of them. Regardless of whether it is the king of the soul-eating worms, this stronghold must be taken down. The Naga Queen's face was full of determination. This is the Naga territory, and they will pose a serious threat to the Soul Eaters. Lu Chang'an nodded. That's right. However, Your Majesty should not act rashly. We should wait for the other sea creatures to arrive before discussing it, since this is a matter for all sea creatures. The Naga Queen gave him a gratified look. Indeed, you are right. This concerns all the sea creatures, and I certainly cannot act rashly. He was giving her a way out, allowing her to openly and legitimately seek help from other sea creatures. She used a secret method to notify the various sea creatures who were on their way. However, due to the long distance, even with a teleportation array, it would take 2 days for them all to arrive. Lu Chang'an was not going to be foolish enough to stay here for 2 days. He had many things to do and immediately took his leave. The Naga Queen thought for a moment. Su Xian, I hope you can be there when the final battle begins. Lu Chang'an looked at her in surprise. Your Majesty, my strength is too weak to be of any help. The Naga Queen shook her head. Although you are not strong enough yet, you are someone who can create miracles time and time again. With you here, I will feel more at ease. Lu Chang'an has proven his ability through a series of actions. His value cannot be measured by strength alone. Even S-rank experts are not as strong as him. There are many S-class powerhouses, but only he can do what he did. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly. Very well, since the Empress has invited me, how could I refuse? I will come in 2 days. What is about to erupt here is a brutal interracial battle, which will undoubtedly be extremely intense. He might be able to take advantage of the situation and gain some benefits. After saying goodbye to them, Lu Chang'an turned and left. Watching his departing figure, the Naga Queen said to Fran, You have good judgment, but you lack the courage. Fran was taken aback. What did Mother say? If I were you, I wouldn't let him have the strength to get out of bed. Chapter 145, accidentally hitting the secondary vehicle, making the best of a mistake. Lu Chang'an returned to the bubble and told the women what had happened, and they all looked surprised. Even La Leia was no exception. After all, this is a rare event in history where powerful members of various sea tribes fight together. I wish I could see it with my own eyes, Zhou Yuding said, her face full of anticipation. The women nodded in agreement. They wanted to see such a grand spectacle as well. I can video chat with you, but only one person can be connected at a time, Lu Chang'an said with some helplessness. The women were somewhat helpless, as there was no group chat in the game, making it impossible to share videos with multiple people. Take this with you. Xian yawned as he walked in and tossed something to Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an took it and saw that it was an exquisite brooch. Secret brooch. Durability, 100. Quality, purple, excellent. Effect, enables the transmission of images and sound to the projection bead. He looked into her hand and saw that she was indeed holding a translucent bead. She reached out and touched the bead, and it immediately emitted a bright light, projecting a 3-dimensional image, exactly where the needle was pointing. Lu Chang'an chuckled. Senior, how do you have something like this? This is a hidden camera device. Xian waved his hand. I don't know either. It's just in my box. I probably just put it in there when I was free. But it came at just the right time. It'll give you a good show live. Lu Chang'an smiled and pinned it to his chest. Fong Lan's eyes lit up, and she asked Xian, Senior, can the images here be copied? Xian thought for a moment, then walked back to the Crystal Palace and carried out a large pile of stones. This thing is called a photograph stone, and it can preserve images. Fong Lan was overjoyed. That's wonderful. Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Lan, do you want to use it to make money? Fong Lan clapped her hands. That's right. Such a grand event should be of great interest to many people, right? If it were sold, there shouldn't be a shortage of buyers. Lu Chang'an laughed and said, You really are a business genius. Since you have this idea, then I'll leave this matter to you. Yes, I will definitely do my best. I will help you make a lot of money. Fong Lan was overjoyed, as this was her first independent task. It's not helping me, it's helping yourself. Lu Chang'an smiled. Remember to share the profits with the senior. This whole system belongs to him. I understand. Fong Lan nodded quickly. Xian waved his hand and took 2 watermelons. They weren't anything special to begin with, so consider this your payment. Such an exchange is too unfair to you, senior. In that case, I'll cover all your food and drink here from now on, Lu Chang'an said with generosity. In reality, while he was grateful to her, he also intended to further bind her to him. She is powerful, possesses various treasures, and has the dragon clan standing behind her. It would be entirely beneficial to maintain a good relationship with her. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Xian didn't think much of it. She was a straightforward person by nature, and with her growing affection for Lu Chang'an, she naturally wouldn't refuse. Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat, and he tentatively asked, "Is there anything you'd like to eat, senior? If you have any ingredients, I can make it." He was testing her to see if she had any good ingredients. You know, anything that catches the eye of the dragons is no ordinary item. Xian thought for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. She went back into the house, this time bringing a bag and placing it in front of him. "I want to eat this kind of rice." Lu Chang'an grabbed a handful of rice grains, his eyes immediately lighting up. Lingmi. Quality, gold legendary. Effect. Increases energy and randomly increases attributes after consumption. His test was right. The money actually came out. Indeed, having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. More importantly, these spirit rice grains still have their husks on, meaning they can be grown. He could easily cultivate it on a large scale and make it a staple food for everyone. In this way, everyone has another way to become stronger, instead of having to fight to the death for crystal cores. Now that the apocalypse of the Shattered Sky Starfall is about to end, he can start planting mint. "Senior, this rice is good, but there's too little of it. I'm afraid it won't be enough for one meal. Why don't I plant it myself and make sure you can eat it every day," he said quickly. Xian looked at him with surprise and delight. "Are you serious?" "Of course," Lu Chang'an said sincerely. "When have I ever lied to you? Except for Yin Jiping, who was forced into it." "Okay, then I'll wait a while." Xian agreed readily. Just then, the mint and calming flowers ripened, and he immediately harvested them all and then planted the spirit rice. However, he received a notification as soon as he planted it. Insufficient soil fertility prevents growth. This made him frown. He was using purple soil, yet it was still not fertile enough. Was only golden soil the right choice? He roughly knew how to create the golden soil. It was simply a matter of using the corpses of higher-level sea beasts. He took out the meat from the A-level 9th-tier Xian turtle he had killed not long ago and tried it, but found that it still couldn't produce legendary-level soil. It seems that only S-rank corpses can be used to create legendary soil. Where do S-class corpses come from? He immediately thought of the upcoming great battle between the sea creatures and the soul-devouring insect king. If you pick up corpses there, you might find something of value. He could only temporarily put aside his idea of eating spirit rice and wait quietly for 2 days. However, he didn't sit idle. Instead, he produced a large quantity of dichlorvos, hoping to make another profit in 2 days. Xian was not asleep at this time, but instead chatted with Lalaya and Alina. Lu Chang'an thought for a moment and went to Zhou Yuding's room. The two had not yet had a proper conversation since they became engaged. She didn't lock the door, which made him realize that she had left the door open for him. He walked to the bedside and saw that she was sleeping with her back to him. He quietly lay down behind her and pulled her into his arms. She seemed surprised, but quickly calmed down when she realized it was him. He gently nibbled on her earlobe, his large hands slipping inside her clothes. "Have you missed me?" Her delicate body trembled violently, and she let out a soft moan from her nose. This soft moan ignited a fire in Lu Chang'an's heart. He pulled the blanket over them and lowered his head to kiss her cherry lips. She was a little shy, but responded to him warmly. A moment later, accompanied by a soft moan, she hugged him tightly. "Brother Chang'an, I'm finally yours." Hearing that voice and that unique address, Lu Chang'an was deeply shaken. "It's actually Chuyueli. Oh no, we hit the secondary vehicle by mistake. What should I do? Should I tell her it's a misunderstanding? No, this would cause her immense harm. No woman could tolerate such humiliation. It seems we have no choice but to continue with this mistake." Chapter 146, The Great Battle, is about to begin. The next morning, in the plant area, looking at the 5 or 6 meter tall, lush Tainaz manthus tree, Lu Chang'an was filled with joy. If this trend continues, it may not be long before its branches and leaves can cover the entire bubble, and then we will no longer have to fear the moonlight at night. Moreover, it already shows signs of flowering, so the day it bears fruit is probably not far off. At that time, there will be spirit fruits for fruit and spirit rice for staple food, and one can gain a great boost simply by eating them. Just thinking about that kind of life makes me feel great. Brother, a sweet cry rang out at that moment. Lu Chang'an coughed lightly and nodded to her. You're up. Brother, did you come looking for me last night? Zhou Yuding asked quickly. Lu Chang'an nodded. Yes, but you're not here. I went to chat with Fong Lan last night. Zhou Yuding said somewhat dejectedly. Brother, if I'm not in my room, I'm either in the practice room or with Fong Lan. You could just call me next time. Okay, I understand. But it's nothing much. I just wanted to chat with you casually. Zhou Yuding looked at him gently. But for me, chatting with my brother is the most important thing. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly. Okay, then I'll send you a message directly next time to arrange a time and place. Great. Zhou Yuding's eyes lit up. Just then, Chu Yuli walked over from the side. Zhou Yuding looked at her and saw that she was staggering and looked exhausted. She rushed over and helped her up. Shally, what happened? Are you hurt? Chu Yuli blushed. It's nothing, I just twisted my ankle. Then let your brother heal you, Zhou Yuding said quickly. His water healing is extremely effective, with immediate results. Chu Yuli quickly shook her head. No need. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Lu Chang'an was about to treat her injuries, but she refused. Some injuries can be treated, while others do not. Really? But you don't look well. Didn't you go to bed early last night? Zhou Yuding looked at her with concern. Chu Yuli was a little embarrassed. I didn't sleep well last night. I had some insomnia. Insomnia? Haven't you always slept very well? I don't know why last night. Maybe. Chu Yuli wasn't good at making excuses and was at a loss for words. Lu Chang'an added with a smile. Maybe it's because we sparred a bit. A sparring match? Zhou Yuding's eyes widened. You guys even sparred last night? Lu Chang'an laughed and said, Yes, I saw that everyone was free, and I also had nothing to do, so I asked her to spar for a little while. Chu Yuli's face flushed instantly. What do you mean, a short while? It was almost the entire night. And what was the result? Zhou Yuding asked. In the end, Lu Chang'an smiled. It was a draw, and we both had a great time. Chu Yuli's face burned like a rosy cloud, and she couldn't even lift her head. Zhou Yuding laughed and said, Brother must have gone easy on you, right? How could someone as strong as Lu Chang'an possibly be evenly matched with Chu Yuli? Lu Chang'an smiled mysteriously. It's all right. Everyone went easy on us. His words made Chu Yuli tremble. Just thinking about the scene last night made her want to crawl into the ground. Zhou Yuding suddenly realized this is the best outcome. It avoids hurting feelings, and we should do it this way in the future. Lu Chang'an laughed heartily. I have no problem with it. It all depends on what Shaoli has to say. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuli stomped her foot, quickly covered her face, and ran away. Zhou Yuding was startled, thinking that Chu Yuli had lost face and was depressed, so she quickly chased after her. Watching their departing figures, Lu Chang'an smiled slightly. These days are wonderful. If only there were no apocalypses and monsters. After harvesting and planting the plants, Lu Chang'an went to the training room and began to bury himself in making dichlorvos. The great battle against the soul-eating worms is about to begin, so it's always good to be well prepared. Even if he doesn't use it, it's good for practicing his talent. After these days of practice, his talent is one step closer to being upgraded. Seeing how serious he was, the women all worked together to do the same. Time flew by, and it was already evening of the second day. At this point, his talent was very close to being upgraded. Just as he was working hard to forge and make medicine, Alina surprised him first. She, who had always been eating grass, has leveled up. He quickly opened her profile panel. Name, Alina. Level 3. Constitution, 300 plus 270. Strength, 400 plus 360. Agility, 100 plus 90. Mental state, 80 plus 72. Lucky, invisible. Bloodline, Abyssal Shark Dragon, S rank. Characteristic 1, Abyssal Sea Spirit. Immune to deep-sea pressure and extreme cold, can breathe freely underwater, and can harness the power of the ocean to create giant waves. Trait 2. Mighty power to stabilize mountains. When in water, strength attribute plus 120%. Trait 3. Deadly dragon breath. Can unleash dragon breath, dealing massive damage to the target. Trait 4. Transformation from shark to dragon. All attributes increased by 120% for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Additional trait, benefits owner. Shares 60% of all attributes with its owner. Additional trait, dragon's might. Suppresses all non-dragon enemy creatures, weakening their attributes by 10%. Additional skill, shatter gold. Deals massive damage to the target. Upon seeing her attributes, Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. Her attributes had improved once again, and the momentum seemed even stronger than that of the former Lalea. This was expected, as dragons are known for their strength, even though they are both S-class. Secondly, her skill effects have been enhanced again, involving a full increase in percentage values, with attribute sharing increased to 60%. Although her current attributes are not strong, her future is promising. What delighted him most was that she had gained a new mutated trait, Dragon's Might, which could weaken the attributes of surrounding enemies by 10%. This is extremely useful for him. With multiple buffs stacked, the enemy's damage is reduced by up to 60%. This number is outrageous. If this continues, is it possible that my blisters will become an outrageously forbidden area in the future? All the monsters that come here instantly turn into weaklings with only 10% of their attributes. For example, if Karis came knocking on her door one day, and after a barrage of suppression, her attributes would be reduced to only 10%, directly dropping her from S-rank 7th level to A-rank 7th level. Just thinking about that scene is exhilarating. Of course, the premise is that his own strength at that time must be at the 7th level of a rank. Just as he was envisioning the future, the communication conch suddenly vibrated. He quickly answered the call, and Fran's voice came through. Su Xian, the powerful figures from all the major sea tribes have arrived and are about to launch their attack. Lu Chang'an's eyes lit up. Okay, I'm coming right now. The decisive battle is finally about to begin, and his time to fish in troubled waters has finally come. Chapter 147, The Great Battle Begins, Jenga. When Lu Chang'an arrived at the sea area where the soul-devouring insects were located, he saw that it was teeming with sea creatures, both familiar and unfamiliar, completely surrounding the area. Mother has been waiting for you to launch the attack. Friend looked at him with a face full of joy. Lu Chang'an chuckled. I'm not that important, am I? Don't underestimate yourself. Your mother absolutely believes in you in this matter. Lu Chang'an smiled and said, Then I am truly flattered. Please thank Her Majesty the Empress on my behalf. Just as the two were talking, the Naga Queen, who was discussing matters with the leaders of various races in the distance, glanced at him and nodded slightly. Karis looked over at him, her eyes filled with rage, as if she wanted to devour him alive. If it weren't for the formidable enemy at hand, she might have already rushed over and attacked. Lu Chang'an nodded and returned to the Naga Queen, ignoring Karis's gaze. If you're so capable, just give me a good slap on the head and see if Xian can teach you a lesson. Before long, the Naga Queen issued the order to attack. But the sea creatures did not attack. Instead, they flung out a large amount of dust. What is this? He asked, somewhat curious. This is a revealing powder, specifically designed to break invisibility. It's a powder that only high-level sorcerers can make, and it's very expensive and produced in extremely limited quantities, Fren explained. He stroked his chin. It seems that all the ethnic groups have invested a lot this time. This battle concerns all the sea creatures, and we cannot afford to lose it. Fran's gaze held a hint of seriousness. This battle was equally important for the Naga. As the developing powder dispersed, the situation in the entire sea area gradually became clear. This place is teeming with soul-eating insects of all sizes. In the very center of the sea, there are hundreds of enormous creatures, each hundreds of meters long. Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately used the one-piece special ability, True Sight, to look. Royal Soul-Eating Insect. Strength, S-rank Tier 2. He took a deep breath. Sure enough, These were all royal members of the soul-devouring insects, and their levels were all S rank. This also means that there must be a soul-devouring insect king, and it is very likely that it is in this sea area. Ugh! The conch shells that were about to attack were blown, and the allied sea creatures charged towards the soul-eating worms. The soul-eating insects were not unprepared either. They immediately formed a battle formation to meet the attack. At the same time, invisible fluctuations spread outwards. Soul-devouring insects from the surrounding sea immediately swarmed towards this place. Although their level was low, their numbers were almost endless. Moreover, they are not in this area of the sea, and they are not contaminated with any developing powder. They are invisible. The battle instantly intensified, with the light of various skills and bloodline powers illuminating the sky. Roars and screams echoed through the heavens. The entire sea area was turned upside down, with towering waves, as if it were the end of the world. Chang'an put on the secret stealing brooch and broadcast the battle live to the women while carefully observing the sea creatures, recording their bloodline power and fighting style. At the same time, he was thinking to himself how to deal with them if he encountered them in the future. Several hours later, seeing the soul-devouring insects die in large numbers, the royal soul-devouring insects finally couldn't sit still any longer. They charged out together and launched an attack on the Sea Creature Alliance. Their arrival immediately piqued Chang'an's interest. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He quietly approached the battlefield, preparing to pick up the corpses. "What are you going to do?" Fran quickly stopped him. "I'll go take a closer look and see if there's anything I can do to help," Chang'an explained. Fran shook her head. "No, it's too dangerous over there. You can't go." "Don't worry. I value my life more than you do. Why would I risk my life?" He smiled faintly and quietly headed towards the battlefield. Fran was worried and quickly followed. As the two approached the battlefield, an S-rank soul-devouring insect was knocked away and landed right in front of them. "Watch out!" Fran exclaimed in alarm and quickly grabbed him to run away. He quickly grabbed her. "It has lost most of its fighting power. Perhaps we can give it a try." The soul-eating insect was already on the verge of death and had no ability to resist, so he could use it to practice his sword skills. Before Fran could say anything more, he had already teleported in front of the soul-devouring insect, his long sword, imbued with a strong, undying sword intent, slashing fiercely at it. Puff! The soul-eating insect's body was extremely tough. When he slashed at it, it only made a soft sound, leaving just a mark on its body without any other injury. This is the difference between A level and S level. Under normal circumstances, he can't even break through the opponent's defense. Fortunately, he is not a normal person either. With the blessing of the undying blade intent, his destructive power will become stronger and stronger. Sure enough, the next cut left a deeper mark. His eyes lit up, and he raised his knife to slash again. After more than 10 cuts, he finally managed to break through its skin. This spurred him on, and he began chopping at top speed. In just a few dozen seconds, he unleashed over 100 slashes, doubling the power of his blade. At this moment, with a single strike, he was able to tear a piece of flesh from the soul-eating insect. A few minutes later, his undying blade intent had accumulated hundreds of layers, and the power of his strike was several times that of before. The soul-eating insect, already on the verge of death, could no longer withstand the blows after being slashed so many times and died completely. At the very moment of its death, a prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Announcement: Player Chang'an has achieved the first kill of a human S-rank monster. Reward: Diamond Chest *1. Chang'an's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected there to be a diamond treasure chest. He quickly collected the corpse of the S-class soul-eating insect and then found his next target. At this moment, his undying sword intent had not disappeared. It was still ongoing, which meant that he could continue to stack it. Only then did he realize just how incredible the skill he had mastered was. Its description reads a battle, and it's clear that this battle is far from over. He found an S-rank soul-eating worm and attacked it together with a Naga warrior. Of course, the Naga warriors were the main attackers, while he only waited for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The Naga warrior was somewhat annoyed. What was a weak A-rank human doing getting involved in a battle between S-rank powerhouses? Wouldn't it be better to just quietly talk about love with Princess Fran? But out of respect for Fran and the Naga Queen, he could only endure it. After stacking up for a while, his lethality gradually increased, eventually attracting the hatred of the soul-eating insects. He decisively retreated, switched to another pile, and, after attracting aggro, continued to change targets. He was so engrossed in Jenga that he lost track of time. It wasn't until a particular event occurred that he snapped out of it. He killed the S-rank soul-devouring insect, which was in good condition, with a single strike. At that moment, everyone in the audience stared at him in astonishment. Chapter 148, Soul-Devouring Insect King, SS-rank. Su Xian, Falon stared at him, her eyes wide open. Not only her, but also the Naga around him, other sea creatures, and even the Naga Queen all cast astonished glances at him. Lu Chang'an checked his status, and was amazed to find that his undying blade intent had reached 2,000%, which was 20 times its original power. In his normal state, he is a Tier 3A rank, and his 20 times destructive power is comparable to that of an S rank. It is reasonable for him to kill the S rank soul-eating worm with one strike. Don't look at me. I'm just relying on my weapon. You guys continue, he quickly said. If everyone focuses on him, who will deal with the soul-eating worms? What if the soul-eating worms also notice him? Wouldn't that be disastrous? After saying that, he put the Soul Slayer back, put away the corpse of the soul-eating insect, and replaced it with a purple sword. He planned to continue stacking his undying blade intent, and then go find trouble with Karis. He certainly wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. After switching to a lower-level sword, his lethality decreased significantly, allowing him to happily continue stacking sword intent. Seeing his lethality suddenly drop, many people actually thought it was a problem with the knife and stopped paying attention. In the following period, he carefully controlled his lethality, only slashing and never stealing kills to avoid attracting attention. Even so, because of his variable, the rate of death and injury of the soul-eating insects suddenly accelerated, and the soul-eating insects quickly fell into a disadvantageous position and gradually collapsed. Several hours later, Lu Chang'an came up behind a soul-devouring insect and slashed at it. He didn't use his full strength in this strike, but even so, a sharp sword intent shot out from the blade, directly severing the head of the soul-devouring insect. The Naga warrior was the one who had looked down on him before. Upon seeing this scene, he immediately opened his mouth wide in astonishment. He fought the soul-eating insect for a long time, but failed to defeat it, while this weak human killed it with just one slash. How is this possible? At this moment, he even began to doubt his own existence, wondering if he had been parasitized by the soul-eating worm, and if even his perception had become distorted. Shouldn't it be me, not him, who should be the one pursuing romance? The problem is, who should I talk to? Princess Fran? But she only had eyes for him and didn't even glance at him. Just then, a sharp cry rang out. The shriek seemed to explode directly in their minds, causing all the sea creatures to clutch their heads in pain, with some of the weaker ones even falling into a state of dizziness. Lu Chang'an also felt a strong dizziness in his mind, but at this moment, the spiritual energy in his arms emitted a faint light, which made him recover. He immediately realized that this was not just a scream, but also a powerful mental attack. Boom! After the shriek, there was another earth-shaking tremor, and the sea began to churn. Something is about to come out. Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. He quickly collected the corpse of the soul-eating insect, then grabbed the still dizzy Fran beside him and fled to the outer perimeter. As soon as he arrived at the outer perimeter, he saw an extremely huge soul-devouring worm appear in the sea. It had a ferocious appearance and was several thousand meters long. He quickly checked its attributes. Soul-devouring insect king. Strength, SS level. There was a huge gap in strength between the two, so much so that he could only see the most basic information. But that's enough. As expected, there is a soul-devouring insect king here, and its strength is actually SS level. Without hesitation, he immediately shouted, "This is the soul-devouring insect king, SS rank." After shouting, he continued to flee without stopping. As far as he knew, there were no SS-level experts among the sea race, and the soul-devouring insect king was invincible. If he didn't run now, he might not be able to escape. Just then, the soul-devouring insect king let out another shriek. Lu Chang'an felt the scene before him change, and he found himself in a dark space. Where am I? Is this a hallucination? He touched the spirit in his arms, but there was no reaction, so it didn't seem to be a spiritual power. At this moment, he received a private message from Zhou Yuding. Brother, Senior Xian said, this is the domain of the soul-devouring insects. Domain. Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. The so-called domain is a special power that only SS-level powerhouses can master. Each area has a unique effect. Enemies entering it will be greatly weakened, while the owner of the area will be strengthened. How do we escape? He asked hastily. Only the caster can dispel it, or kill it. Zhou Yuding replied quickly. Lu Chang'an remained silent. Kill the soul-devouring insect king? That was far too difficult. At this moment, Fran in his arms finally regained consciousness. Su Xian, what happened? Lu Chang'an briefly told her what had happened. Her brows furrowed tightly. She hadn't expected things to escalate to this point. The SS-rank sea creatures are all stationed in their ancestral lands and generally don't leave easily. She looked worried. The only way forward is to stick together and deal with the soul-devouring insect king. Otherwise, we will surely die. Lu Chang'an said solemnly. The only thing he can rely on now is the S-rank powerhouses of various sea tribes. Without them, he would definitely not be a match for the soul-devouring insect king. I'll summon them. Fran nodded, her tail trembling slightly, and a peculiar sound wave spread outwards. A moment later, a glint of light flashed in her eyes. Someone from our tribe has responded. Lu Chang'an nodded, took out several bottles of legendary gray dichlorvo solution, and applied the solution to the two of them. It can not only keep the soul-eating insects away, but also conceal its own aura. We are weak, so it's best to be careful, he explained. Fran looked at him with shining eyes. You're so decisive. Lu Chang'an chuckled. If he didn't have his own opinions, he probably would have died long ago in his previous life. The two waited for a while, and several figures approached them. Because it was too dark, they couldn't see their faces at all. Just as Fulan was about to speak, Lu Chang'an suddenly covered her mouth and pulled her aside. After the two figures left, she looked at him with a puzzled expression. Lu Chang'an watched their figures gradually disappear and whispered to her, if I'm not mistaken, they should have already been parasitized by the soul-eating worms. Fran's eyes widened. Really? Lu Chang'an frowned slightly. Look at them. They walk without any guard up and don't communicate at all. Do they look like ordinary sea creatures? Fran nodded slowly. That's right. What you said makes a lot of sense. If it were a normal sea creature, they would be very wary in such a situation, and they wouldn't act like this at all. She looked around. It was pitch black, and the darkness seemed to conceal countless dangers, making her life seem like it would soon wither away. She suddenly realized that if she didn't say some things now, she might never have the chance again. She gently stroked Lu Chang'an's face and spoke softly. Su Xian, will you be my spouse? Chapter 149, Don't You Like Me? Lu Chang'an chuckled. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to talk about this now? But I'm afraid if I don't say it now, I won't have the chance later, Fran said sweetly. Remembering what her mother had said, she didn't wait for Lu Chang'an's reply and gave him a sweet kiss. Then she wrapped her snake tail tightly around him and hung herself on his body. Lu Chang'an pushed her away. Calm down. We're not in dire straits yet. She looked at him with a dazed expression. Don't you like me? Lu Chang'an shook his head. No. What we need to do now is to actively seek survival, not give up on ourselves. No. She finally calmed down, but she didn't get off him. Her snake tail was still tightly wrapped around him. Lu Chang'an chuckled. Continue to summon your companions in your Naga way. What if we summon the soul-eating insects? Fran asked nervously. Unless it's the soul-devouring insect king, I can kill it all. Lu Chang'an said confidently. At this point, his attack power had reached 40 times. If he switched to the Soul Slayer and went all out, he was confident that he could kill all targets below SS level. Her confidence inspired Fran, who nodded and began using arcane magic to summon her companions. Shortly afterward, another response came. This time, a Naga warrior arrived, but he moved slowly and had a blank expression, clearly indicating that he had been parasitized. Without hesitation, Lu Chang'an threw a bottle of dichlorvos at it. It smashed the medicine bottle with a single blow, splashing the liquid all over him. The pungent smell made him dizzy, and he froze on the spot. Lu Chang'an naturally wouldn't let such an opportunity pass by. He teleported in front of it, and the Soul Slayer in his hand emitted arcs of eerie blue electricity. Using the light from the electric arc, he raised his knife and slashed at its head. The 40x damage allowed him to decapitate it, but it didn't bleed a single drop. From its head, a dark red, soul-devouring worm slowly crawled out. Lu Chang'an snorted and slashed at its body with his sword. With a piercing screech, the soul-eating insect was cleaved in two. He examined the Naga warrior's body and found that the crystal core was missing. This made him frown deeply. It seemed that the soul-devouring insect king's advancement to SS level was due to its devouring of the sea beast crystal core. He collected the Naga warrior's corpse and told Fran about his discovery. Fran's beautiful face was full of worry. If it were to devour all the powerful beings from various races, wouldn't it become an SSS-level creature? The entire endless sea would then be plunged into endless disaster. Although Lu Chang'an didn't think it would be so easy for him to advance, just in case, he still suggested, "We need to gather the strongest individuals as soon as possible. What should I do?" Lu Chang'an thought for a moment, then took out the spiritual essence and gently shook it in his hand. Ring ring. Its bell pierced through the boundless darkness, resounding all around. Fran looked at him in surprise. Although she didn't know what it was, she could tell that it was a rare treasure. Such treasures are rare. Even the entire Naga race could only produce a handful. This suddenly made her feel that Lu Chang'an had become extremely mysterious. It made her want to get closer to him, to pester him, and to find out all his secrets. Where did that ringing come from? An old voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this voice, Fran's eyes lit up. "Elder Guze, it's me." The person who came was the Gyu's clan elder who had met Lu Chang'an once before. "So, it's your highness. May I ask what kind of bell your highness uses to have such powerful abilities?" Elder Guze asked with a face full of curiosity. He also tried various methods to contact other sea creatures, but all of them failed. Fran explained, "This is a secret treasure of our Naga race, used as a means of communication in emergencies." Elder Guze had no doubt about her explanation. The Naga race indeed possessed such a foundation. Lu Chang'an smiled slightly at her. With her explanation, he would be saved a lot of trouble. He kept shaking the bell, and the sound carried far in the darkness. Powerful individuals continued to gather here upon hearing the bell, including the Naga Queen. Upon seeing her, Lu Chang'an and Fulan both breathed a sigh of relief. With her there, they felt more confident. However, after her, very few sea creatures came. This made everyone's faces look rather grim, because more than half of the people hadn't come, and not a single merman was present. "Don't worry about them. They may have their own ways of protecting themselves," the Naga Queen said to the crowd. Elder Guze echoed, "That's right. What we need to do now is figure out how to get out of this predicament. There is only one way to escape. Kill the soul-eating insect king," the Naga Queen said coldly. These words caused many sea creatures to sigh. "But the soul-devouring insect king is SS-rank. How are we supposed to kill it?" The Naga Queen was filled with self-reproach. She regretted not thinking more carefully before taking action and not inviting the ancestral elders. "Your Majesty, this is not your fault. Who would have thought that the soul-devouring insect king would already be SS level after only a few days of appearance?" Lu Chang'an comforted her. The Naga Queen nodded slightly to him in gratitude. His support not only relieved her of her guilt, but also helped her defend herself in front of the sea creatures. Lu Chang'an thought for a moment, then asked, "Everyone, does anyone know what rank the soul-devouring insect king is at SS level?" The Naga Queen immediately replied, "Tier 1. Elder Guze nodded and said, "That's right. If it were at the 2nd level, this domain alone would be enough to kill us all, instead of trapping us like this." Lu Chang'an pondered for a moment. If it has only just entered the 1st stage, then we may not be without a chance of winning. "Oh, do you have a solution?" Elder Guze asked hurriedly. Lu Chang'an nodded. "I can find a way to weaken its strength by 30%. If it has only just entered the 1st rank, it will slip to the 7th or 8th rank of S level. Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of surprise and delight. If this were true, the situation would be completely different. The Naga Queen looked at him with surprise. Su Xian, are you serious? Of course. Lu Chang'an nodded. Lalaya's trait, royal intimidation, combined with the Dragon Slayer's awesome power, can reliably reduce its attributes by 30%. In that case, we can certainly give it a try. The Naga Queen nodded emphatically. The problem now is, how do we find it? Elder Guze thought for a moment and said, perhaps I have a way. What method? As long as I have its bloodline or the objects it has used, I can deduce its location. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. But where do we find its bloodline? Just then, Lu Chang'an took out the corpse of the soul-eating insect from earlier. Is this okay? Elder Guze was overjoyed. Absolutely. I'll begin right away. He cast a secret spell on the corpse of the soul-eating insect, but his expression quickly changed drastically. It's here. As soon as the words were spoken, a huge and terrifying figure slowly emerged from the darkness. The soul-eating insect king has arrived. Chapter 150, Hundredfold Damage, Assaulting and Killing the Soul-Devouring Insect King. Prepare for battle, the Naga Queen shouted. The sea creatures echoed their agreement, their bodies swelling rapidly and their imposing presence becoming overwhelming. Su Xian. The Naga Queen looked at Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an nodded. Lalaya's trait 3, Royal Intimidation, activate. Dragon Slayer trait 2, Intimidate all sides, activate. 2 invisible waves emanated from his body, and the soul-devouring insect king let out a painful hiss as it desperately resisted this power. However, its efforts were in vain, and its attributes were still weakened by 30%. Its strength dropped directly from SS level 1st tier to S level 8th tier. Although still formidable, it is no longer invincible. Kill! The Naga Queen shouted, leading the charge towards the soul-devouring insect king. A fierce battle ensued. The sea creatures have the advantage of sheer numbers, while the soul-eating insects have the advantage of sheer strength. Although its attributes have dropped to S rank, its combat skills are all SS rank. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Do you think we can win? Friend asked Lu Chang'an nervously. Lu Chang'an gently shook his head. Difficult. Why? Friend looked at him, puzzled. Because this is its home turf, it can be repaired when it gets hurt, but we can't. Lu Chang'an's eyes were filled with a solemn expression. As if to prove his words, soon afterward, sea creatures were constantly injured or killed in battle. But the soul-devouring insect king seemed to have suffered no damage whatsoever. Even though it was injured, it was still lively and energetic. Su Xian, you must think of something quickly. This can't go on. Falon said anxiously, looking at the enormous soul-devouring insect king, which resembled a world-destroying monster. Lu Chang'an had a thought flash through his mind. After a moment, he made a decision. Wait for me here, he told Fran, then flapped his wings and flew into the sky. He carefully circled around to the back of the soul-eating insect king, then took out all the DDT and threw it at it. The soul-devouring insect king had actually sensed his presence, but it was too lazy to even glance at this trash, who was only A rank, which gave him the opportunity to make his move. Bang, bang, bang. The bottle hit it and shattered on its hard shell, but the liquid inside splashed all over it. If it were just one bottle of medicine, it wouldn't care, but here there are hundreds or thousands of bottles. The combined effects of the medicine, like magma, scalded a huge wound on its back. But its effects did not end there. Instead, like poison, it continued to attack his body and erode his power. More importantly, this kind of injury cannot be healed by the power of the domain. It let out a painful hiss, turned around abruptly, and seemed intent on causing trouble for Lu Chang'an. But Lu Chang'an had already left the moment the bottle shattered. However, he did not flee the battlefield. Instead, he ambushed the soul-devouring insect king, occasionally slashing it while its attention was drawn to other sea creatures. The undying sword intent had not disappeared. He could still continue playing Jenga. And this stack took a whole day. At this time, the sea creatures suffered heavy casualties, with even a Naga Queen and Elder Use being seriously injured. The soul-devouring insect king was also in bad shape, its body covered in wounds, and its attributes had dropped to S-rank 3rd level due to the corrosive effects of DDT. But this also aroused its ferocity. Seeing the Naga Queen retreating after being injured, it roared and chased after her, determined to kill her. Don't want. Upon seeing this, Friend let out a terrified scream. The Naga Queen sighed and closed her eyes in reluctance. Since she assumed the throne, she has worked tirelessly day and night, hoping to lead the Naga race to the pinnacle of the endless sea. However, this accident means she is about to perish here. She was unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. She had used all her strength, but in the end she was unable to defeat the soul-devouring insect king. Just as she was about to die from the mandibles of the soul-eating insect king, a figure suddenly appeared behind her, slashing fiercely at the wound on her back with a long sword. This person was naturally Lu Chang'an. He was frantically stacking his undying blade intent on the side. Seeing that the Naga Queen was in trouble, he naturally would no longer hide. At this moment, the wound on the back of the soul-eating insect king had been corroded by dichlorvos, creating a deep pit that exposed the flesh and blood inside. His eyes lit up. The water quality is terrible. Open. His strength attribute suddenly increased to nearly 50,000 points. At this moment, his undying blade intent had accumulated to a full 10,000 layers, increasing his destructive power by 100-fold. This strike deals 100 times the damage of a 5th-tier A-grade attack. He shouted sharply and used all his strength. Shock, explosion. The undying sword intent. Cut. The soul-slaying blade gleamed with dazzling light, carrying an unstoppable blade intent, and slashed heavily towards its wound. Boom! With a sickeningly loud sound, the Soul Slayer plunged directly into its wound, splattering a large amount of juice and flesh. With the added benefit of the soul-slaying tier wound property, its already large wound burst open, turning into a huge crater. It let out a shrill roar, its whole body trembling wildly from the excruciating pain. It abandoned the Naga Queen before it, turned to look at him, its eyes filled with deep hatred. It shot its mouth parts at him with lightning speed. Lu Chang'an's body was pierced without any doubt. Its mandibles pierced through his head and plunged into his body. No! Su Xiang! Falon cried out in anguish. The soul-devouring insect king let out a joyful cry and began to suck Lu Chang'an's flesh and blood through its mouthparts. However, the next moment, what entered her mouth was not flesh and blood, but water. Living organisms contain water, but also other organs and tissues. However, Lu Chang'an's body contained only water, nothing else. It suddenly realized something was wrong. It had been tricked, and this was just a fake body. Yes, this is the fake body. Lu Chang'an knew it would attack him fiercely, so after successfully striking, he immediately used the water clone technique. The soul-devouring insect king hurriedly tried to turn around to defend itself, but it was too late. Lu Chang'an reappeared at the wound on its back and launched another attack. This time, he transformed into an incomparably sharp blade of intent, piercing straight through its wound and creating a tunnel in its body. A large amount of fluid and blood gushed out. It was severely injured, and its massive body collapsed to the ground as if a mountain of gold and a jade pillar had been overturned. Very good. The soul-devouring insect king has been defeated. No, not defeated, he's dead. The remaining sea creatures around them let out joyful shouts. Su Xian, you're amazing. Falon was both surprised and delighted, and almost jumped for joy. She thought her mother was doomed this time, but to her surprise, he killed her with ease, as if a god had descended to earth. The Naga Queen smiled with joy. She too had thought she was going to die, but he had saved her. She opened her mouth, wanted to say thank you to him. But at that moment, her body jolted violently as a halberd tip pierced through her chest. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her face ashen and pale. I never imagined that I would die not from the soul-eating insects, but from the Sea Clan. Chapter 151, First SS-rank kill, Purple Gold Treasure Chest. No, Mother! Fran screamed. She looked behind the Naga Queen and saw a familiar figure standing behind her. Karis. Upon seeing that it was her, Elder Yoshizawa was also enraged. Karis, are you crazy? You're allies now. With a flick of her wrist, Karis shattered the Naga Queen's heart with her trident. Allies? No, we have never been allies. We have always been enemies. Mermaids and Nagas are mortal enemies. Moreover, she had already sworn in her heart that she would capture Alina no matter what and use her to force Lalaya to abdicate. However, because the Naga tribe had been protecting Lu Chang'an, she was unable to take action, which greatly annoyed her. Now that the opportunity has presented itself, the combination of national hatred and personal grudges has led to this current situation. She had been observing the situation from the shadows, and finally her opportunity arrived. The Naga Queen's eyes gradually became unfocused, and her body slumped to the ground. She had never imagined that she would die in this way. "Mother!" Franton cried, her eyes red, as she charged at Karis with her sword. "I'll kill you." But at that moment, Lu Chang'an suddenly threw out a large number of beads. The beads exploded in the air, and thick smoke billowed out, making the already dark space completely dark and obscuring everything. This is a smoke bomb that Feng Rong made for him. Its only function is to create smoke to obscure his vision. Taking advantage of the smoke obscuring the space, he teleported to Fran's side, grabbed her, covered her mouth, and led her aside. As I passed by the Naga Queen's corpse, I put her into my backpack. "Su Xiang, if you bring Alina out, I'll spare your life." Karis shouted angrily through the smoke. Lu Chang'an ignored her completely and only stopped after leading Falan away from the scene. Fren cried, "Why did you stop me from killing her?" Lu Chang'an sighed softly. "I'm not stopping you from killing her, but stopping you from going to your death." Upon hearing this, Fren burst into tears. "It is my incompetence that prevents me from avenging my mother. She was only an A-rank level 8, no match for Karis at all. This isn't your fault. Don't blame yourself besides." Just as Lu Chang'an was about to say something, a tremor and Karis's reprimand suddenly came from not far away. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. The soul-eating insect king is not dead yet. It has engaged in battle with Karis. The domain hasn't been broken yet, proving that the soul-devouring insect king is not dead. Of course, it is still weakened and severely injured. It would be best if we all died together. Fran gritted her teeth. Her hatred for Karis was no less than her hatred for the soul-eating insect king. Lu Chang'an suddenly asked, "Falan, do you believe in miracles?" Fren looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he meant. "I mean, don't be surprised if something happens that is beyond your imagination." Lu Chang'an gave her a mysterious smile. A moment later, puff! Karis used the trident of Poseidon to support her body and spat out a mouthful of blood. She never expected that the soul-devouring insect king would still have such fighting power after suffering such serious injuries. Despite her best efforts, she inflicted many wounds on it, but still couldn't kill it, which resulted in her suffering considerable injuries. "It seems that we can't hold back if we want to kill it completely." She let out a fierce roar, her whole body glowing red, and her aura suddenly surged. This is one of her trump cards. It can significantly enhance her strength in a short period of time, unleashing tremendous power. The soul-eating insect also sensed the danger and rushed towards her frantically, trying to interrupt her attack. Too late. Karis thrust the Neptune trident straight at it, and an extremely compressed stream of water shot out from it. Laugh! With a soft sound, the water pierced its head. Its body swayed slightly before it collapsed to the ground. Even so, it did not die immediately. It still had a breath left. Karis braced herself, intending to deliver the final blow. Just then, a figure appeared beside the soul-devouring insect king and slashed its neck with a knife. A massive blade of light swept in, severing its head in one strike. Announcement: player Lu Chang'an has achieved the first kill of a human SS-rank monster. Rewards: Amethyst chest asterisco 1. Honor medals asterisco 100. Yes, this person is naturally Lu Chang'an. How could he possibly let someone else have such a great opportunity to get the first kill? Sure enough, after killing the SS-rank soul-eating insect king, he obtained a treasure chest he had never seen before, as well as 100 honor medals. He can pay off the medals he owes the mysterious merchant this time. He immediately put the corpse of the soul-devouring insect king into his backpack. Such a high-level corpse could definitely be used to make extremely powerful soil. With the death of the soul-devouring insect king, the domain dissipated, and everyone returned to the sea. Karis didn't say anything. She just lunged at him, wanted to capture him alive. Lu Chang'an smiled faintly and immediately teleported away. At this point, Karis was too exhausted to stop him. However, there were still many mermaid warriors at this time, and she immediately shouted, "All merfolk warriors, listen to my command. Seize that human." The mermaid warriors shouted and charged towards Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an shouted to the group of merman warriors, "Gentlemen, do you know why Karis is so determined to capture me?" The mermaid warriors remained silent, but they were also puzzled. Why would Karis, a high-ranking general, treat a human like this? Lu Chang'an shouted, "Because I know Alina's whereabouts. She wants to use me to capture Alina and then force your empress to abdicate in her favor." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the sea creatures still alive at the scene immediately changed. No wonder the mermaid queen hasn't appeared these days. It's always been her who's showing up. It seems very likely that the mermaid queen has been imprisoned by her. The merfolk warriors all looked surprised and suspicious. They had heard rumors that Karis had designs on the throne. Could it be true? Karis was absolutely furious, and she shouted, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Do you think my words are less credible than those of a human being?" The merman warriors didn't think twice and chased after Lu Chang'an again. Lu Chang'an smiled faintly. It didn't matter if they didn't believe him, but the seed of doubt had already been planted. All he had to do was wait for it to take root and sprout. As he fled, he shouted to Karis, "Karis, if I were you, I wouldn't be catching them. I'd be running for my life." "Run for your life? You think you can?" Karis scoffed. Lu Chang'an laughed loudly. "Of course it's not because of me, but because of the people behind you." Karis turned her head and saw a face that shouldn't have been there. Impossible. Chapter 152, Resurrection, the Heart-Stealing Pill. The person who appeared before Karis was none other than the Naga Queen. "You're not dead?" She was stunned. She clearly remembered that she had shattered her heart and that she was dead beyond dead. The Naga Queen sneered. "How could you possibly compare to the strength and resources of our Naga race?" As soon as she finished speaking, she lunged at Karis. The great battle began immediately. However, she had exhausted herself and suffered a serious injury, so she was at a disadvantage almost from the very beginning. However, the Naga Queen's situation wasn't good either. She had already suffered severe injuries. Although he resurrected her using spiritual energy, her condition wasn't good either. Yes, it is resurrection. He just stole the Naga Queen's corpse in order to revive her using the properties of her spirit essence. Characteristic 4. Summoning souls, active. Activating the bell's sound can draw souls back to the body, reversing life and death. Cooldown, 30 days. His decision to save the Naga Queen was primarily driven by self-preservation. Without the protection of the Naga Queen, he will face constant provocations from Karis, and his development will be greatly delayed. Seeing that Karis was in trouble, several merfolk warriors immediately abandoned their attempt to capture him and returned to Karis's homeland. However, they were unable to join the battle and were stopped by Fran and her Naga warriors. The two sides fought fiercely, creating towering waves. Lu Chang'an did not participate in it. The moment the soul-devouring insect king died, the battle ended and the condensed undying sword intent finally dissipated. However, he did not do nothing. He used royal pressure on the merfolk, reducing their attributes by 20%. His ability to intimidate all sides has cooled down. All he can use now is the Imperial Aura, but that's enough. The Naga Queen and Karis were evenly matched in strength. After Karis's attributes were weakened, she was no match for the Naga Queen. After barely managing to parry a few rounds, she was struck in the neck by the Naga Queen, her head almost severed. But at that moment, a beam of light suddenly flew from the horizon and enveloped her. She roared at the Naga Queen and Lu Chang'an from within. "You wait, I will kill you all. I will." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished from the spot. This situation greatly surprised Lu Chang'an, but soon, Zhou Yuding sent Laliua's explanation. Karis must have mastered the merfolk's immortal treasure and escaped death thanks to its power. Lu Chang'an secretly regretted that she would have died if it weren't for the immortal treasure. Of course, On the other hand, if it weren't for his immortal treasure, the spirit essence, the Naga Queen would already be dead. With Karis's escape, the battle quickly ended, and the mermaid warriors were defeated. But those merfolk warriors were extremely fierce. They would rather fight to the death than be captured. One of the female warriors was particularly ferocious, and many Naga warriors fell to her. In the end, it was only through the intervention of the Naga Queen that she was defeated. Disgusting maggots. Come on, kill me. Let's see if your grandma Lila will beg for mercy, she roared at the Naga Queen. Lila? Upon hearing this name, Lu Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the commander of La Leia's guards? The Naga Queen was furious and was about to execute her when Lu Chang'an quickly stopped her and said to Lila, "You won't beg for mercy? Then how come you, the commander of the Queen's royal guard, are acting like a dog for Karis?" "Bah!" Lila roared. "I'm only here to see His Majesty. Karis has no right to order me around." Falan said to Lu Chang'an, "Su Xian, you don't know. She is no longer the commander of the Imperial Guards. Now she is just an ordinary Imperial Guard. Once Karis takes power, how could she possibly keep someone like her by Lalia's side? Bringing her here to fight the soul-eating insects was also intended to send her to her death." Lu Chang'an looked her up and down and roughly understood that she had not betrayed Lalea. Seeing his gaze, Fran's heart stirred. "Are you interested in her?" Lu Chang'an coughed lightly, not denying it. "Alina is already useless. There's no point in talking about her, but she's still lively and energetic." "You lowly human." Upon hearing his words, Lila lunged at him. "How dare you blaspheme the Queen's sister? I'll kill you." The Naga Queen slapped her to the ground and looked at Lu Chang'an. "If you want, I can destroy her bloodline power and make her sign a blood pact with you." Lu Chang'an quickly said, "Could you please not cripple her? She is trustworthy and has great combat power. It would be a real shame to waste her. Although it is possible to retrain them, he doesn't have enough resources to supply that many." The Naga Queen frowned. "She is an S-rank, third-tier being. If you don't abolish her power, you simply cannot control her." Lu Chang'an laughed and said, "You are Her Majesty the Queen of the Naga tribe, with great supernatural powers. You must have a way, right?" The Naga Queen gave him a deep look, then sighed. "Fine, since you put it that way, I'll grant your wish." As she spoke, she took out a small bottle and handed it to him. "There's a pill in here. Give it to her, and she will lose her mind and obey you completely. This is a secret medicine of their Naga clan, and now only one pill remains." He was her savior, and since he had a request, she couldn't refuse. Lu Chang'an took it and saw a black pill inside the bottle. Heart-losing pill. Quality, gold legendary. Effect. After taking it, one will be completely obedient to the person in front of them. His eyes lit up. This was a good thing. No wonder she looked so distressed. "Gentlemen, please step back a bit. I need to give her medicine," he said to the crowd. The Naga Queen placed a restriction on her before stepping back. "You lowly human, you will never make me obey you. Never." Lila roared at him. Lu Chang'an put away the heart-stealing pill and replaced it with an ordinary pill. "If Alina hadn't pleaded with me, do you think I would have saved you?" What did you say?" Lila was stunned. "Alina asked me to save you." Lu Chang'an didn't mention Teralia, only Alina. Lila looked at him warily. "You can't fool me. What good would it do me to lie to you? If I really wanted to control you, wouldn't it be enough to just give you this drug?" Lu Chang'an retorted. Lila was speechless. What he said made sense. "Here, swallow this fake pill, then don't say anything, just follow me." Lu Chang'an held the medicine to her lips. "If you lie to me, I'll risk my life to make you suffer." Lila bared her teeth at him. "Eat it." While she was speaking, Lu Chang'an stuffed the pill directly into her mouth. Her face immediately scrunched up. "What are these pills made of? They smell terrible." Lu Chang'an, sip jung. Vomit.